The engine roars, a blur of motion under the night sky, a lone figure cuts through the darkness. No matter how careful he is, a shadow looms. Headlights cut through the night, blindingly bright, a collision is imminent. A thunderous crash. Metal screams as the truck flips, sending debris flying. Out of nowhere, it flies and strikes. Hwan Chomin, a student at Yangil High School, stares at his reflection, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of the world seems to rest on his young shoulders. Suddenly, a jarring interruption. Two figures loom over him, their voices cutting through the silence. "Hello, Chomin. Cut your hair sometime, dumbass, lol lol." Chomin recoils, a strangled cough escaping his lips. The threat hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. Han Shanghe, one of the aggressors, smirks, a cruel glint in his eyes. "There's something like that? Ha ha ha." Chomin's frustration boils over. "I can't stand it." His hand clenches into a fist. The scene explodes into motion. A blur of fists and angry shouts. Chomin, fueled by rage, retaliates. Shanghe, taken aback by the unexpected resistance, stammers, "It's come out." Chomin's face contorts in a grimace of pain and fury. The fight is far from over. With a roar, Chomin unleashes a powerful blow, connecting with Changhe's jaw. "So what?" Chomin, back turned, a whirlwind of motion behind him. "So what?" he spits, defiance etched onto his face. His bully, Changhe, sneers, hand outstretched. The arrogance is palpable, he thinks he's won. But Chomin's grip is like a vice. A sharp crack echoes as Changhe's wrist bends unnaturally. Changhe's taunts turn to surprise. "Oh, Huang Chomin, a bastard who's about 160 centimeters tall, really? Aren't you gonna let go his hand, you fucker?" Chomin's face is a mask of grim determination. He's pushing himself to the limit, his knuckles white as he clenches his fist. A coiled spring ready to unleash its fury. The tension is almost unbearable. Winning, but actually there's something that's really scary if I take a wrong step. A sudden, terrifying thought flashes across his mind. The image of a speeding truck looms large. And the next instant, he's dodging a blow, narrowly avoiding a collision with a speeding vehicle. "I'll get hit by that truck." A brutal counterattack. Changhe is sent flying backwards, a blur of motion and impact. The sound of a bone cracking echoes. The air crackles with tension. A furious outburst echoes through the hallway. Changhe, clutching his fist, confronts Chomin. "Why are you clenching your fist? Do you want to pick a fight? Are you a bully?" A chilling observation: school is a representation of society. And the harsh reality of bullying is laid bare. A bully. Who's a bully? The question hangs heavy in the air. Are there truly good bullies these days? The brutal truth is revealed: absolutely no one can beat a group by themselves. Yangil High School's first division. A menacing group of bullies, their eyes glinting with malice. Their leader, Kang Suk-soo, sneers. "This bully. Why did you grab my hand?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation. A brutal attack. Changhe is sent sprawling, the impact echoing through the hallway. Dust and debris fly as Chomin's fury explodes. "What are you trying to do?" Changhe's eyes widen in fear, his voice laced with panic. He's clearly outmatched. "Are you fucking crazy?" The bullies' taunts ring out, their arrogance a stark contrast to Chomin's simmering rage. This isn't just a fight, it's a reckoning. "I learned to keep my mouth shut." Chomin's face is a mask of grim determination, his past trauma fueling his present resolve. The silence speaks volumes. A glimmer of hope. A new location appears, a brightly lit storefront, a potential sanctuary from the shadows of the school. "I can't." A desperate cry, a raw display of vulnerability. The weight of his past threatens to crush him. But he won't break. A childhood friend's reappearance ignites a fire within him. Sun Minguk, a name whispered with a mix of fear and excitement. Shut your mouth, you crazy bastard. The tension ratchets up. Choman's eyes dart around, assessing the situation, searching for an escape. A trap is sprung. The bully's leader, smug and confident, reveals his connection to a powerful organization, the Imperial Division. Their game is far from over. The whispers begin, a venomous tide of malice directed at Han Shanghe. You're going to ride in elite gangster technology? For real? A sneering face, a cruel laugh. Ha, isn't that little Han Shanghe bastard really annoying? I hope he gets hit by a car. The bully's callous indifference hangs heavy in the air. There's nothing they can do about it. Changhe's got powerful allies. A tense exchange, laced with taunts. You know I'm learning kickboxing these days. Do you think we're screwed? The undercurrent of fear is palpable. That's enough. A quiet moment. A simple question, a bread roll held in his hand. Why don't you talk with your brother? You said he's a great brother. A flicker of pain in his eyes, a confession hangs in the air. Yes, I have a brother. The weight of unspoken trauma. There was a desperate plea, a desperate gulp. Brother! A desperate plea for help echoes in a cramped kitchen. Youngdal High School's first-year student, Kwok. Can you do something about him? He always beats me up. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, a brother's silent plea for help. A desperate question hangs in the air, a fragile hope amidst the storm. The bottle crashes to the floor. A sudden, violent outburst shatters the tense silence. A desperate plea, a brother's cry for help falls on deaf ears. The older brother's rage is a wall of indifference. The younger brother's words are met with cold fury. The bond of brotherhood is shattered, replaced by bitter resentment. A chilling threat echoes through the room, the weight of violence hangs heavy in the air. Tears stream down his face, a silent scream of anguish and despair. His voice cracks with pain, a desperate cry against the cruelty he endures, a heart-wrenching plea for understanding. The older brother stands silhouetted in the doorway, a looming figure of menace, the last vestiges of family crumble. The door slams shut. The sound echoes the finality of their broken bond. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air. 3 years since these brothers have seen each other. A chasm of separation, born of unspoken pain and resentment. A chilling suspicion takes root. Is his brother still lost in the darkness? The image of violence, a shadow from the past, lingers. A phone rings, shattering the silence. The insistent trill cuts through the brothers' troubled thoughts. A frantic search for the caller ID. A voice, strained and desperate, delivers devastating news. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken tragedy. I don't have money for insurance. The blood runs cold. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. What did they just hear? The brother's face, etched with dawning horror. The location is revealed, a stark, imposing hospital. The cold, sterile environment reflects the chilling news that awaits. A name, whispered like a curse. Huang Muji. The weight of that name, a heavy shroud of sorrow. The truth is laid bare. A body lies beneath a sheet, a silent testament to a life lost. You're his real brother, right? Yes. A brother's grief, raw and unfiltered. He's my big brother. The words are a choked sob, a testament to a bond broken. The question hangs heavy. How did it happen? The scene shifts, revealing a glimpse of the tragedy that unfolded. The night is dark, the highway stretches endlessly before him, a lone figure on a motorcycle cuts through the darkness. Suddenly, a blinding light, a monstrous 5-ton truck barrels towards him. The impact is deafening. A tragic end, instantaneous and unavoidable. It's a very unfortunate accident, they say. Juan Choman sits alone, the weight of the news crushing him, a single tear traces a path through the grime on his cheek. "What's this, really?" he whispers. He tries to find solace in the thought of his family, but the pain is too raw, too real. "I was worried, but I'm glad that I got in touch with my family," he manages to say, his voice barely a breath. The news hits him like a physical blow. "Are you dead? Until now you treated me like useless crap," he spits out, his voice laced with a mixture of grief and bitter resentment. His rage boils over. "Did you even think about your family or searching for them while driving on the motorcycle?" he screams, the question hanging heavy in the air. A police officer approaches, his words cutting through the raw emotion. "Ah, student, where are you going?" "The body," he says, his tone a mix of concern and authority. Hwan Chomin stands in his brother's empty room, the silence deafening, a crushing weight of grief settles upon him. Tears stream down his face, each drop a testament to his unbearable loss, the raw agony etched onto his features. A lone figure walks away from a modern building, the sky a soft pink hue. His shoulders slump, a heavy weight settling on him, the weight of grief. A police officer calls out urgently, his voice echoing in the sterile environment, but the student doesn't respond. The officer struggles to carry a large box, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He approaches the student, his face etched with concern, a silent question hangs in the air. The officer's face crumples, tears welling up. He understands the unspoken sorrow, a shared burden of loss. The student's expression is stoic, but his eyes betray a deep sadness. "You did that because you didn't have money for funeral expenses, right?" the officer asks, his voice thick with empathy, a painful truth laid bare. The officer hands over a package, a small gesture of respect, a final farewell. The student looks at the package, his face a mask of quiet acceptance. "These are his belongings that were found at the time of the accident," the officer explains, his voice soft, a somber reminder of what was lost. A wide shot of a city bridge and river, the setting sun casting a warm glow. A sense of quiet reflection settles over the scene, a poignant ending. Hwan Chomin sits alone on a park bench, a cardboard box of his brother's belongings at his feet. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the distant sounds of the city. A close-up on Sun Minguk's racing helmet, gleaming under a harsh light, the words, "I thought he's someone who lives without fear." "It serves him right," echo the bitterness of a harsh judgment. Hwan Chomin's face, etched with a mixture of anger and grief, the words, "That's why he was left completely alone," reveal a painful truth. A sudden shift in perspective, a glimpse of someone's eyes filled with cold fury, the words, "Insane bastard. A freaking hopeless bastard." Whisper a venomous curse. Hwan Chomin's face contorts in a grimace of self-loathing, his fingers trace the cuts on his cheek, a silent scream of inner turmoil. A sudden outburst of rage, a raw cry of pain. "What are you crying about?" "I'm so freaking dash," the words cut short, leaving the audience hanging. The sound of ringing emanating from the box, a series of ring sound effects punctuate the mystery. Hwan Chomin's confusion is palpable as he stares at the box, the ringing growing louder. "Why is there sound coming out of this box?" his question hangs in the air. A cell phone screen lights up, displaying a recent message. The handphone is on, the question marks amplify the growing tension. The message reads, "Leader. Did your wandering around the country go well?" A chilling reminder of a larger, unseen conflict. A cracked screen, the time is 6:05. A lock pattern obscures the display. The pattern is revealed, a familiar sight. Hwan Chomin's fingers trace the pattern, a wave of memories washes over him. Messages flood the screen. "Leader. Did your wandering around the country go well? I've caught Park Sunchul from Daein. It's about the contact of Kong Suk-soo from Youngville High School." The name Kong Suk-soo hangs in the air, a chilling presence. A message details Kong Suk-soo's physique and personality, a recruitment attempt. Hwan Chomin's expression darkens, a flicker of doubt. Another message arrives. Kong Suk-soo is a trash bastard. It wouldn't be enough even for him to be killed twice. A sigh of relief, a heavy weight lifted. No. What's wrong with me? These nasty bastards are school bullies. Juan Showman's hand trembles as he unlocks his brother's phone. A chilling discovery awaits. A text message: everyone, gather at Gapshin High School. The plan is set in motion. A dark shadow looms over Gapshin High. Showman confronts the bullies, his face contorted in a mixture of rage and grief. Erg. One of the bullies sneers, "You insane bastard. You really enjoy solitude." The scene shifts, revealing a shocking truth: a police officer stands over a body. Pray for the deceased. The bully's nonchalant reaction: someone is dead? The aftermath: the bully casually collects the deceased's belongings. The weight of the situation crashes down on Showman. Showman's face, etched with a mixture of shock, grief, and dawning understanding. The aftermath. Torn papers scatter across the cold, hard ground, a grim testament to the violence that unfolded. A heavy boot descends, crushing something unseen, the sound of bone cracking echoes in the silence. Ah, it's fucking falling, pfft. A young man watches, seemingly unmoved, as something falls from above. His words are callous, devoid of empathy. I don't need his belongings anyway because he is a person who was never there for me from the start. His cold words paint a picture of neglect and resentment. What should I do? Put. A cruel smirk plays on his lips. The weight of his brother's death seems to bear no burden on his soul. But that's all my business. He turns away, leaving the scene of death behind. The casual cruelty is chilling. You dwarf bastard. A furious roar erupts. Juan Showman confronts the young man, his grief and rage boiling over. A blur of motion, a brutal attack. Juan Showman unleashes his fury, tackling the younger man to the ground. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. The fight is fierce, desperate. Wait. Get away from me, bastard. The young man struggles, fear finally flickering in his eyes. The impact. A brutal takedown sends Sun Minguk sprawling across the pavement. A blur of motion as Juan Showman unleashes his fury. The city's harsh lines become a canvas for his rage. His brother's killer lies broken, defeated. A single word escapes his lips: Juan Showman. The name is a curse, a battle cry. You bastard. A whirlwind of blows. Juan Showman's attack is relentless, a storm of fists and fury. Each strike fueled by grief and vengeance. You bastard. Showman's opponent, wounded and reeling, can only gasp, "Do you?" A brutal kick connects, sending the man sprawling. Look down on me. That you even laugh when one of my family dies. Damn it. The final, devastating blow. A scream of rage and agony echoes through the city streets. Juan Showman, battered but unbowed, stands over his fallen foe. His breath comes in ragged gasps, a grim smile twisting his lips. You're dead now, bastard. A blinding flash of motion. The raw power of his fury unleashed. A devastating blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. His opponent is sent flying, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud, leaving him broken and defeated in the grimy alleyway. Han Shanghe arrives on the scene, his face a mask of shock as he takes in the bloody aftermath. What's this? What happened? Juan, still reeling from the violence, coughs, blood staining his lips. Kang Suk-soo, that bastard tackled me. A chilling reflection: one fact we learned from school is one can never complete trash. Han Shanghe's friend, his face contorted in a cruel grin, appears. It's fucking legal to beat him, right? A chilling observation hangs in the air. The weight of unspoken consequences settles upon the scene. Juan Showman, a whirlwind of fury, confronts his target. Come here, you bastard, he roars, his voice raw with rage. His victim, eyes wide with terror, can only whimper, I need to run away. His pursuer's face is a mask of grim determination. Damn it, damn it. A desperate attempt at escape, a fleeting moment of hope before the inevitable. The impact. A bone-jarring crash as Juan's brutal attack sends his foe sprawling. A blur of motion, a deadly arc of steel cleaving through the air, the motorcycle is sliced in two. The attacker lies broken, his lifeblood staining the ground, a question mark hangs heavy in the air. Han Shanghe arrives, his eyes widening at the scene. What's that? The aftermath, a chilling question hangs in the air, what's with that bastard? A chilling close-up. The killer's grin, a grotesque display of gold teeth, speaks volumes. Bastard, he sneers, the word dripping with venomous intent. The victim, his face a canvas of pain and terror, gasps for air. Blood streaks his cheeks, a grim testament to the violence he's endured. Across the street, a figure emerges from the shadows, Hyungnim, a menacing presence wielding a baseball bat. His jacket bears the mark of a crimson dragon, a symbol of power and menace. Han Shanghe, battered but alive, stumbles away. I don't know what's happening. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper, yet a spark of defiance flickers in his eyes. A desperate escape, bought with the brutal price paid by another. The weight of survival settles heavily on his shoulders. Hyungnim confronts his victim. Hyungnim, why did you do that to me? The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. But the answer is swift and brutal. You're a kind of bastard who deserves to be killed more than twice, Hyungnim states, his tone cold and devoid of remorse. That's what my leader said. A new scene unfolds. Han Shanghe sits alone, checking his phone. The message is cryptic, it's about the contact of Kang Suk-soo from Yeonggil High School. A name that sparks a chilling revelation. That fellow seems to have a pretty good physique and personality, so I'm contacting the association to recruit him. The text continues, painting a picture of cold calculation. Kang Suk-soo is a trash bastard. It wasn't enough even for him to be killed twice. The words hit Han Shanghe like a punch to the gut. No way. Arg. The dying gasp of Sun Min-guk's killer echoes, a final, desperate sound before the darkness claims him. His killer stands over him, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. I'm sorry, but our leader never uses the expression kill in ordinary situations. He must have met you somewhere, bastard. The killer's words are laced with chilling confidence, a stark contrast to the chaos of the moment. What the hell are you talking about? So suddenly. Han Shanghe recoils, his eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning horror. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall into place, but the picture is far from complete. Wait, could it be that? Kang Suk-soo. No. The realization hits Han Shanghe like a physical blow. The name sends a shiver down his spine, a chilling confirmation of his worst fears. A single, silent tear tracks a path through the grime on his face, the defeated killer's eyes reflect the crushing weight of his failure. His eyes, filled with a mixture of pain and disbelief, reflect the harsh reality of his situation. The weight of his defeat is almost palpable. So, they're all, a chilling realization dawns on Han Shanghe as he witnesses the sheer scale of the operation before him. The city skyline looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. A sea of faces, each one a potential threat. The air crackles with tension as a vast army of Hyungnim's subordinates emerges from the shadows. Footfalls echo, a rhythmic beat of impending doom. The ground trembles beneath the weight of their numbers. Hyun's subordinates, a legion of darkness, are closing in. A chilling sight unfolds, a legion of figures, clad in dark jackets emblazoned with crimson dragons, stands poised and ready, their presence heavy with menace. His face, a canvas of brutal wounds, speaks volumes of a recent, violent encounter. The man's eyes burn with a mixture of pain and defiance. The whispers turn to accusations. Is this the bastard? The weight of their collective anger is palpable. The murmurs of the crowd reveal the extent of the order. He basically told us to just kill him. A cold, calculated mission. A sinister smile stretches across his face, a chilling contrast to the gravity of the situation. I am just doing this to get rid of the person who had been marked by the leader. The ground trembles. That's our Imperial division. A terrifying force is unleashed. A blur of motion, a storm of violence, the assault begins. A guttural cry of pain, the impact of the attack is brutal. A violent, unstoppable force, the end is near. Rain lashes down, a torrent mirroring the storm brewing inside Huan Chomin. He pushes through the downpour, each heavy breath a testament to the brutal fight he just survived. Huff. Huff. His face, a roadmap of cuts and bruises, reflects the grim truth: one can never beat the group. A bitter lesson learned in blood. But on that fateful day, amidst the chaos and carnage, he discovered something else. A chilling revelation dawns: you can tear apart the group with an even greater group. The defeated assassin, his face a canvas of crimson, stares up, defeated. His final moments are filled with a chilling premonition. A cold promise hangs in the air: I'll make you feel it from now on. The accident-like violence that will hit you no matter how careful you are, and no matter what your will is. Han Shanghe, battered but alive, whispers a broken thank you to Hyung Nim, a desperate plea for protection in the face of overwhelming odds. His bloodied hand clutches a shattered phone, a silent testament to the brutal efficiency of Kong Suksu's organization. A message flashes across the screen: Leader, we have beaten Kong Suksu. Have a nice trip. The game is far from over. The city sleeps under a blanket of shadows. A lone streetlight cuts through the darkness, illuminating a scene of quiet unease. A hushed conversation unfolds. To call the entire Emperor team just to take care of one trash, a full call happens rarely, doesn't it? A group of figures stand in the shadows, their faces obscured. Ka-keek. Why are you surprised? Two men emerge from the darkness, one casually smoking a cigarette. It's not his first time getting riled up like this. He's clearly showing us what happens when one goes against the Emperor team leader's will. The second man nods grimly. I'm telling you, he's a really tough bastard. Ka-keek. He even did all this while traveling all over the country. Ka-keek. Well. More figures emerge from the shadows, their faces hidden by darkness. Right. A box sits on the floor, bearing the insignia of authority. You shouldn't doubt him. Because the leader is our king. A whirlwind of motion. Bodies collide in a chaotic ballet of fists and fury. The air itself crackles with the raw power of the clash. A monstrous figure emerges from the fray, muscles bulging with unrestrained strength. Two students converse, their words painting a picture of a brutal reality. Do you know about the Emperor team? A knowing smirk plays on the lips of one, a chilling hint of what's to come. The other, eyes wide with dawning comprehension. A split piece of food, a visual metaphor for the power struggle at play. The Emperor team's influence is undeniable. The final piece of the puzzle falls into place. The Emperor team. Their reign of terror is only just beginning. The Emperor team's shadow looms large. Their power, a force to be reckoned with. Their influence stretches far and wide, reaching half the high schools in the city, thousands under their sway. Song Mingu's curiosity gets the better of him. He asks about the Emperor team, a name whispered with a mix of fear and awe. His reasons? A past he wants to leave behind, a waste of time, an idiotic thing to do, he thinks, compared to the larger game at hand. But the past refuses to stay buried. A chilling revelation surfaces: his Hyung is dead. The Emperor team, a violent gang that took over half the land, it's his Hyung's creation. A legacy of chaos. Rage boils within him. Crazy bastard, what on earth did you create? He is the only one who knows the truth, and now, he holds the key to his Hyung's world. With this, the impact. A brutal blow sends Song Mingu reeling. His attackers gloat, mine too. Ka-keek, that bastard is completely helpless. Another attack. You. Hey. Are you crazy? Oh fuck, me too. His friends are equally shocked. Fucking bastards, for God's sake. What can we do here? The scene shifts to Unit 1. Two figures stand over a mess, one chuckling, Ka-keek, so comfortable. You make a great dishwasher, Kakik. The other one is disgusted. But why did Suku and Kong Chan-hee not come to school? They must be in love. Fuck, don't make me throw up, Kiki. A young man, covered in blood and grime, stares blankly ahead. Ha! The aftermath. A trail of blood and discarded food stains the floor. And a plan is hatched. You'll clean it faster with the three of us. Come to class 1 later. I'll lend you a shirt. The cleanup begins. The sheer volume of mess is overwhelming. The aftermath of a brutal attack. Kim Desul, battered and bruised, struggles to answer a simple question, your name? A mumbled response. Oh. I'm Kim Desul. Thanks. Huang Choman observes from a distance, his expression unreadable. A silent assessment of the situation. A conversation unfolds between two figures. What's up with you, Huang Choman? I thought you were pretending not to notice. We may not be able to fight those bastards, but we can clean the meal trays together. Inside a dimly lit room, a powerful figure stands silhouetted against the light. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Kim Desul, his face partially obscured by bandages, speaks with quiet determination. I can't just ignore a thing within my capabilities. A smirk plays on the lips of a man watching from afar. A sense of malicious amusement. The scene shifts to a street corner. But why are you wearing that bandage? Acne. Kiki, are you Wang Jian? Wang Jian, my ass. Ka-keek. A tense standoff. Hey. Huang Choman, ever the pragmatist, calmly issues a command. Come here. The tension ratchets up. A man in a suit points at Song Mingu, his face a mask of disbelief. Me? The other man's response is chillingly calm, both of you. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A sandal connects with Song Mingu's face, wham. Huang Choman watches, a question mark hanging in the air. What was that? The attack continues, brutal and swift. Song Mingu is clearly outmatched. He barely manages a weak protest as another blow lands. Gasping for air, Song Mingu struggles to his feet, defiance flickering in his eyes. Who are you to do dishwasher work? Huang Choman's expression hardens. Are you trying to steal his job? Don't you know about the unemployment? A moment of realization dawns on Huang Choman's face. His eyes narrow. Ah, right. Fuck, that must be it. The scene shifts. A new location, Yongil High Unit 1. Kwon Do-hyun, 17, stands defiantly, his words sharp as shards of glass. These trash are still overflowing at school. You must be looking for a job. Kwon Do-hyun's gaze falls on Song Mingu, his voice dripping with contempt. Okay then. First, that chair bastard. Kwon Do-hyun, seething with barely contained rage, grits his teeth. I can't take this. The scene shifts to a cafeteria. Two figures sit at a table, a casual conversation unfolding. One speaks, his words laced with menace. You know I kickbox, right? Unit 1 or whatever, I'll start a revolt against them. Huang Choman, his face etched with worry, contemplates the implications of this revelation. He mutters to himself, he said he was learning kickboxing, was it true? The tension ratchets up. Huang Choman's internal struggle explodes into a defiant roar. I'll revolt, even if I get beaten to a pulp. Suddenly, a flurry of fists. A brutal exchange unfolds before our eyes. The impact of each blow is visceral. Kwon Do-hyun unleashes a furious assault. A devastating blow connects. Song Mingu is sent sprawling, his body crumpling under the force of the attack. The sound of bone cracking echoes in the air. Huang Choman watches in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my god. Kwon Do-hyun, panting, stands over his fallen opponent. He sneers, it's your first time seeing an outcast who hid his power, right? His gaze shifts, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Don't tell me, is he, the ones who eat their fill, really, a genius? Kwon Do-hyun's face contorts in a mixture of disbelief and rage. A genius? A brutal blow. Song Mingu is caught completely off guard. The impact sends him sprawling. His body slams against the ground with a sickening thud. Kwon Do-hyun's attack is relentless, a flurry of fists and feet, each strike more devastating than the last. The fight is over in an instant. Song Mingu lies defeated, his body battered and broken. Really now? Kwon Do-hyun sneers. Hwang Chomin watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. The impact of the fight leaves him reeling. A wave of self-doubt washes over him. I'm such a fool, if you're a genius. I really got excited there for a moment, he mutters to himself. Kwon Do-hyun's cold gaze sweeps over the fallen Song Mingu. His thoughts are far from celebratory. A chilling realization dawns on him. But in reality, whether it's an outcast who hid his power, or an underdog rebelling, I know well that they don't exist. A sinister smile spreads across Kwon Do-hyun's face. He crushes his cigarette, the embers glowing like malevolent eyes. A smart ashtray. Song Mingu, his face a canvas of crimson and grime, gasps for air, a broken cigarette dangling from his ravaged lips. A desperate plea escapes him, a choked wait. But his words are lost in the storm of his own agony. Kwon Do-hyun, his expression cold and calculating, casually extinguishes the dying ember of Mingu's cigarette, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. Hwang Chomin, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief, watches in stunned silence, the weight of Kwon Do-hyun's power settling upon him. Kwon Do-hyun's gaze shifts to Chomin, a chilling question hanging in the air, are you going to revolt too? Chomin's defiance crumbles, the sheer terror in his eyes speaks volumes. With a swift, brutal movement, Kwon Do-hyun throws Mingu to the ground like a ragdoll, the impact echoing in the silence. A cruel smirk plays on Kwon Do-hyun's lips as he addresses Chomin, his words dripping with disdain, you said I was a chair. Why are you standing? Sit here and smoke. Chomin's face is a mask of terror, his body trembling with unspoken fear. Kwon Do-hyun's laughter rings out, echoing the chilling reality of his overwhelming power, a power that leaves Chomin utterly helpless. Kwon Do-hyun, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, delivers his ultimatum, okay, from now on, you're my exclusive chair. Prepare yourself, bastard. He turns his attention to the battered Song Mingu. Hey, incompetent bastard, stand up. The bell rang, kakik. Song Mingu, barely conscious, groans in pain. Blood stains the floor, a grim testament to the brutal beating he just endured. Kwon Do-hyun approaches, his gaze cold and calculating. Hey! Song Mingu. Let's go. Hwang Chomin, face contorted with fear and guilt, whispers, I'm so sorry. Because of me. His words are a torrent of self-recrimination. It's all my fault. The two surviving members of the Emperor team huddle together, fear etched on their faces. Forget it. Is this the first or second time? Hugh, that bastard fights so well, fuck. What do we do now? One suggests, defeat him. The other counters, the two of us? Did you not see how he moved? He's the real genius. What about 10? The final, desperate suggestion hangs heavy in the air. What about 100? Hwang Chomin's face crumples, tears welling up as he stares at the ground. 100? Is that even possible? The weight of grief settles heavily on his shoulders, a chilling revelation hangs in the air, his brother is gone. His face, a mask of quiet determination, a cold resolve hardens in his eyes. He will avenge his brother's death. The clock ticks, each second a hammer blow against his resolve, a plan begins to form in his mind. He moves with a purpose, a shadow slipping through the halls, unseen, unheard. A guttural curse rips through the silence, raw, visceral pain. Doubt gnaws at him. Can he truly succeed? A sudden burst of motion, a figure hurtling across the classroom, chaos erupts. A scream cuts through the air. Huang Chomin, caught in the crossfire. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity, vengeance is within his grasp. A school hallway, hushed and still, the air thick with anticipation. Whispers ripple through the ranks of students. Look at him. They murmur, eyes fixed on a single figure. A question hangs heavy in the air: what's wrong with Kwon Do-hyun? A sudden shift in scene. A young man sits perched atop a defeated figure, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. The fallen man groans, a low chuckle escaping his lips. How is it, hee? Does the height suit you? The young man adjusts his glasses, a calm response: it's fine, so relax and sit comfortably. Do you want me to raise the height? A blur of motion. A sudden eruption of violence, bodies flying as chaos descends. Do-hyun? The cry rings out, sharp and panicked. What are you doing right now? Ha! A brutal blow connects. Fuck! Get lost, you bastard! The impact sends a shockwave. As the scene shifts to a close-up of Do-hyun's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, something cold. A brutal blow. Kwon Do-hyun is sent flying, the impact echoing through the hallway. He crashes to the ground, dazed and disoriented. His attackers, a shadowy group, surround him. Crazy bastard. One of them sneers. Do-hyun, his face a mask of pain and betrayal, screams, "Why did you? Do you want me to die?" His vision blurs, his own face duplicated in a horrifying reflection of his agony. As he struggles to comprehend the situation. This bastard butted in first. You know that it wasn't my fault, right? He gasps, his words laced with desperation. The scene shifts. A chilling warning: don't forget. A new threat emerges from the shadows. A sinister presence, their eyes everywhere, watching Do-hyun's every move. The leader's eyes are everywhere. Another brutal attack. Do-hyun is thrown to the ground, his body crumpling under the relentless assault. A desperate plea for mercy: please, please. Lost in the chaos. The scene ends with Do-hyun lying helpless on the floor. Kwon Do-hyun's face is a mask of agony, blood staining his features. His eyes, wide with terror, reflect the horror of his ordeal. The text reveals the chilling details: 825. He was forced to become a human chair for Kim De-sol, a first-year student from Class 4. The image shows a group of students, their faces a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. They are witnesses to something terrible. Whispers ripple through the crowd. What is he doing? The scene shifts to the schoolyard, where a figure runs, a desperate, frantic dash across the track. The text confirms it: 1 o'clock. He ran across Yongil High schoolyard, for 1 hour, naked and barefoot. The image shows Kwon Do-hyun, his body battered and bruised, running with a haunting determination. The question hangs heavy in the air: is there 8 remaining now? The Emperor Division, a chilling reminder of the power at play. A figure watches from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. His satisfaction is palpable: this is better than my expectations. The mastermind's plan is unfolding perfectly. A close-up on the mastermind's hand, clutching a phone. His words echo his confidence: I can do it. I can do it. The final panel reveals a terrifying figure, his face a grotesque mask of malice. His chilling declaration: through the trash bastards of my trash brother, I can rip you all apart. A dark alleyway, the air thick with tension, heavy breathing echoes in the silence. A splash. A single sneaker hits the puddle, sending ripples across the still water. He runs, desperate, each breath ragged, a guttural cry escaping his lips: fuck. His pursuers close in, their shadows looming large. My legs hurt, stop running, bastard. A sinister grin spreads across the face of one of the chasers. Why are they hunting him? He protests his innocence. Ha! I've never done anything offensive to the Emperor's division. His pursuers remain unmoved. Then why are you running away, bastard? He explains, his voice laced with desperation. That's because you all came after me abruptly, fuck. A chilling command cuts through the tension. Touch him moderately. The scene opens on a grim tableau. A body lies sprawled on the cold, hard ground of I-5 Park Kyungwon, a crimson stain blooming around him. A chilling testament to the brutal efficiency of I-1 Hong Doyun. His face, contorted in a savage grin, speaks volumes about the violence unleashed. The impact of Doyun's attack is visceral. A horrifying scream echoes in the silence, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. But our focus shifts. The runner, I-4 Choi Hosu, is on the run, a desperate scramble for survival as he leaps from a rooftop. The ground rushing towards him as he plummets. The roar of engines behind him is a relentless pursuit. He lands hard, the impact jarring, but he doesn't stop. Let's see how far you'll follow me, you bastards, he snarls, defiance burning in his eyes. His face is a mask of grim determination, a steely gaze fixed on the road ahead. A glint of something metallic catches the eye. A swift, brutal strike. The sound of metal meeting flesh echoes as one of his pursuers is sent flying from his motorcycle. Strike! Hi hee hee! The information is revealed. 20 members of the 1st Grade Division, including Kang Sangmo, were defeated by the Emperor's Division last week. Gu Minjo, 19, the general commander of Yangil High School's first team, is shown, his expression unreadable. A question hangs heavy in the air. What do you think about it? The tension ratchets up as a weapon is thrown, a clear threat. Home run! The words echo in the dimly lit hallway. But the atmosphere is anything but celebratory. What's wrong? The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken tension radiating from the two figures. Do Gunho, the general manager, remains tight-lipped, his expression grim. Yangil High School's first team, under attack. A wave of frustration washes over him. That bunch of scoundrel bastards, he thinks, the words a bitter taste on his tongue. They're targeting Yangil High, and the casualties are mounting. A box of cigarettes sits on the table, a symbol of the deal about to be made. Should they side with the Union? The question hangs in the balance. But this isn't a simple Union dispute. This is a contract. A contract attack. The plan is laid bare, a calculated strike against the first years, a strategic move to cripple Yangil High without wasting resources. A chillingly efficient strategy. Do Gunha takes a drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around his face like a shroud of contemplation. The weight of the decision rests heavily on his shoulders. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. Who is the contractor behind this sinister plot? A chilling revelation unfolds. Yangil High School is the target. The Emperor's Division, it seems, is involved. But this isn't some childish game. It's a calculated, brutal attack, far beyond anything a first-year student could orchestrate. The scene shifts to the school grounds. Smoke fills the air, a clear sign of trouble. A first-year student's reckless actions have ignited a firestorm, and now, the consequences are about to explode. These young punks. Their arrogance will be their undoing. A brutal attack is unleashed. The impact. A sickening crunch as bone meets fist. The fight is swift and brutal. A desperate plea for mercy, but the violence continues, relentless and unforgiving. The Emperor's Division's reputation precedes them. Mess with them, and face utter destruction. A calculated move, silencing the threat quietly, efficiently. The mastermind's plan unfolds. A chilling command echoes in the shadows, find him and bring him to me. A young man, his face bruised and bandaged, hesitates, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Then, a spark of cunning ignites within him. An idea. The school hallways buzz with the usual chatter, but a shadow of unease hangs in the air. Two students discuss a classmate's absence, rumors of hospitalization and drug use swirl. One shrugs it off with a careless "who cares?" The casual cruelty of youth, a stark contrast to the looming threat. A tense exchange between two students, one suggests the absence of lies would be nice. The other, a mischievous glint in his eye, agrees. A schoolyard brawl unfolds, a chaotic mess of fists and shouts. One student, eyes wide with shock, takes in the scene. A cracked phone screen, a subtle detail, a golden dragon etched into the case. A smirk plays on the lips of our observer. I see, Ominsang of Class 3 is definitely already being taken care of. Good job, punks. With the disappearance of some jerks, the school becomes so peaceful. No matter what we are looking at or what we are doing, no one's picking a fight. No one gets beaten for no reason. It's a school we should have enjoyed. A parent's relief is palpable. At this rate, I can send my child away with peace of mind. But, not yet. A chilling revelation. About 20 of Yongil High School's first team have been beaten in the past week. To be exact, there are about 20 first-team first-year people. There is still. A sneer plays on his lips, smoke curling from the cigarette between his fingers. One more trash left in the school, he muses, the words dripping with disdain. Inside the classroom, a teacher observes the students, a shadow of worry clouding his face. This peace is not guaranteed as long as they are here. I need to get rid of everything as soon as possible. His phone lies shattered, a testament to a recent, violent event. It's only a matter of time. The scene shifts. A chilling question hangs in the air, that bastard Huang Mudge, what has he done to be so loyal like this? A sinister smile spreads across his face. It's really comfortable, the Emperor's division. These guys are completely idiots. His confidence is unnerving. He leans back, a chilling calm in his eyes. Who will know a useless thing like me is ordering? Nice, next. A young man is summoned. Huang Chomin. Confusion etched on his face. Oh? Why? The young man's fear melts away as he hears the reason for the summons. The homeroom teacher wants you to come to the teacher's office for weekly duty, huh? Oh, I got it. Damn, I was scared for no reason. The broken phone is discarded, its secrets hidden away for now. A close-up on Du Gunhu's face. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a slight furrow in his brow. A weight on his shoulders, unspoken words hanging in the air. It's a bit uncomfortable to leave it behind. He thinks, a hint of unease in his eyes. The scene shifts. Gunho walks the school hallway, his steps measured. I've been on weekly duty all week, it's kinda annoying. He mutters to himself, the weariness evident in his posture. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Recognition dawns. It's him, a whisper escapes his lips, a mix of surprise and apprehension. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their presence imposing. One of them speaks, his voice sharp, "Oh, are you Huang Chomin?" The larger figure, clearly in charge, barks in order, "You, follow me." His tone brooks no argument. Huang Chomin is grabbed roughly. My homeroom teacher called me. Cook, he protests, his voice strained. The other man threatens, "Do you want to die, bastard? Follow me." The sun shines brightly on a tall brick school building. A seemingly ordinary school day. But Gunho's face is grim. He's clearly not at ease. Gunho watches from a distance, his expression hardening. What the, he thinks, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Then, a voice cuts through the air, "As you said, I gathered all of them, Hyung." A tense standoff unfolds in a dimly lit gymnasium. 8 students stand in formation, their backs to us, a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, sharp and demanding, "What the hell is going on here?" Kim Dassel, eyes wide with shock, stares at the scene unfolding before him. His confusion is evident. Gu Minjo, a third-year student, steps forward, his presence commanding attention. "Attention," he announces, his voice calm yet firm, "I'm Gu Minjo from the 3rd year. You guys want to know why I gathered you, right?" His words hang heavy in the air, a grim expression settles on his face as he reveals the reason for this unsettling gathering. "The reason why I gathered you is because of a recent first-year attack case. To find the culprit of that case." Dasil's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Minjo's gaze sweeps across the assembled students. For your information, among you guys here, I'm sure there's a high probability that there's the culprit. A chilling smirk plays on Minjo's lips, a calculated risk, a game of cat and mouse. He muses aloud, I'm sure the culprit is probably thinking like that. How are we going to catch the culprit when there must be more than one loser in Yongil High School? Two figures stand in shadow, their words dripping with malice. Ah, that mentally ill bastard? Ha ha ha. It was so fucking funny. One sneers, recalling Kwon Do-hun's humiliation. The other adds, he was also beaten by the Emperor's division. The day after he had a naked show at school, he started to get beat up after it. The narrative shifts. A close-up on a face, etched with cruel amusement. The culprit who got intoxicated watching the really dumb Kwon Do-hun condition, started using the Emperor's division to destroy more men. Back to the shadowy figures. First of all, it is reasonable to ask the people who bullied Kwon Do-hun until April after entering the school. I think there's a lot. Is it working? One responds, still, there are only a few people who can bully him for a month after he entered school. Trying wouldn't hurt, so it's worth a try. The scene changes. Gu Minjo addresses a group of students. I'll give you guys a chance. The culprit is better turn himself in now. If not, I'll tell you something. A chilling close-up. A sinister grin spreads across a face, eyes gleaming with malice. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. You'll experience a hell you've never heard of before. The intensity is palpable. The tension ratchets up. Minjo's face is grim. No one. What a pity. There is nothing I can do. Stop with all your moves. Hey, lock the door. Panic grips him. His eyes dart around wildly. What to do? The weight of the situation crushes him. Beads of sweat form on his brow, a stark testament to his rising anxiety. He clutches his phone, a dragon etched into its casing, a symbol of his last desperate hope. A desperate gamble. He'll use his phone, but the risk is immense, one wrong move, and he's caught. Stay still, you bastard. The threat hangs heavy in the air as he makes his move. His mind races. What should he do? The pressure mounts, each second a hammer blow. A risky plan forms. He considers calling for backup, but the timing is critical. He needs to act fast, before they arrive. A silent prayer escapes his lips. He's playing a dangerous game, but it's his only chance. Your phone password. A simple message, a desperate hope. 4 words, a key to his plan. He types furiously, the fate of everything hanging in the balance. With a final, determined tap, he sends the message. The die is cast. What are you doing? The question hangs in the air, a silent scream echoing the character's inner turmoil. A shadowy figure, their face obscured by darkness, holds a glowing device, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The weight of the unspoken accusation pressing down, fear etched onto every line of his face. Episode 4, Are you ready to have fun? The scene opens in a school gymnasium. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A menacing figure looms over a group of students. Why are you fiddling around with your phone when I said no one moves? He snarls. His words drip with menace. The student's fear is palpable. Do you think my words are shit? The man sneers, a cruel smile twisting his lips. One student's eyes widen in terror. You're a suspicious bastard, ha ha ha. The laughter is chilling. His heart pounds in his chest. When did he come here? I'm fucked, fuck. Panic sets in. I need to check something urgently. The menacing figure looms, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Why are you just standing still? Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoes, a chilling sound that sends shivers down the spines of the terrified students. The weight of his words crushes the spirit of one student in particular. He continues his taunts, each word a venomous dart aimed at their hearts. Don't force your head to think. The bully's sadistic glee is palpable, his words are dripping with contempt. He delivers a scathing critique of their weakness. And the students cower before his wrath. His words are a condemnation of their inaction. You will never get out of your loser life. The final insult hangs heavy in the air. The bully's rage explodes. Fuck, you idiot bastard. Don't make me laugh. His scorn intensifies, turning to a cold, calculating assessment. He exposes their hypocrisy. And the threat in his eyes grows. Give me your phone, fucker. Only the weak are treated like idiots. Why is it always like that? The words echo the student's silent rage, his fists clench tight, a metallic glint reflecting in his eyes. A menacing figure looms, eyes burning with cruel intent. Look at him. Give it to me. The command is a growl, a prelude to violence. The scene shifts. 3 figures surround a student, their faces grim. It's me. The confession hangs heavy in the air, a chilling admission of guilt. A tense standoff. Fear is palpable, the air crackles with unspoken threats. A single, desperate gaze betrays the students' terror. The weight of the situation crushes them. Each face reflects a different shade of dread, a silent scream trapped within. A question mark floats above the student's head, a silent plea for understanding. His eyes widen in shock and fear. A confession. I did it. A student speaks, his voice trembling. So, please don't bother the other kids who aren't involved. A hand reaches out, taking something from the student. The object is snatched away. The scene shifts to a basketball court. A small figure stands alone, surrounded by menacing figures. You? I'm the one who incited those people. Student 1 confesses, his voice trembling, I did that because I hated the bullies who were tormenting me. That's why I asked the Emperor's division to do it. But a chilling revelation follows. He insists, I certainly didn't talk about the people behind the attack, the Emperor's division. The aftermath of the attack is revealed. The Emperor's division's involvement unexpectedly unites the first-year students with the first team. Minjo Hyungnim scoffs, such a loser like him shouldn't know that kind of information. A flashback is triggered. The past is about to be unveiled. Suddenly, a brutal attack. The impact sends a shockwave. The culprit is revealed, a swift victory. A fierce struggle ensues. A desperate attempt to escape. The password is revealed, Z0715. The tension is palpable. A sinister smile, the game is far from over. A close-up on student 1's phone, a luxury device gleaming under the dim light. The screen displays only spam messages. His frustration boils over. Ha? Only commercial texts? The weight of his situation crushes him. This bastard life is just so obvious. The menacing figure presses him. Didn't you say you had a person to contact urgently? Student 1 stammers, a pathetic attempt at a lie. That's, actually, I have a game reservation for today. A swift, brutal blow. The sound of a bat cracking against flesh echoes through the empty gym. The menacing figure examines the phone. There's nothing much on this bastard's phone, Hyungnim. Student 2's confession, laced with fear. Of course, because I've erased all the conversations we've had. The menacing figure smirks, his eyes glinting with malice. The implication hangs heavy in the air. The way he's mentioning Emperor's division makes a high probability that he is the culprit. There's no such thing as a crazy guy who would claim to be a culprit in an issue like this. I'm sure this idiot fucker confessed out of fear. The menacing figure's gaze hardens, a chilling resolve settling upon his features. This will imprint my ability on Do Gunho once again. A brutal blow lands. Blood splatters as the menacing figure unleashes his fury. The students cower before him. Okay, you're the loser bastard that managed to contact the Emperor's division, he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. Student 1, eyes wide with fear, explains, while Kim Desul was drawing attention, I was able to leave the chat room as soon as possible and hide the executives of the division from my friends list. His confession hangs heavy in the air, a lifetime of calculated risk, now laid bare. But what the hell happened, he whispers, a tremor of fear in his voice. The menacing figure's smile widens. You're ready for the consequences, right? He purrs, his hand moving with lethal precision. Cook, a sickening thud echoes through the room. Another student falls, the violence continues, swift and merciless. Now, the menacing figure states, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The question lingers, why did he turn himself in falsely? The mystery deepens. Student 1's face is etched with worry. The weight of his actions bears down on him. A notification flashes on a screen, the leader has left. Invite to chat room. The menacing figure, lounging by a pool, checks his phone. What the? Why did this person leave? Is it an error? I'll invite again, he mutters, a hint of annoyance in his tone. The menacing figure, a shadow lurking in the city's underbelly, checks his phone, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. A technical glitch? His plans must proceed without a hitch. Meanwhile, Student 1, his face a canvas of pain and fear, stares blankly ahead. The echoes of violence still ring in his ears. The school stands silent under a pale sky, a stark contrast to the turmoil within its walls. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. In a dimly lit office, the menacing figure confronts Student 1. Hey, you brat. I told you to come during lunchtime. Why are you coming now? Student 1 stammers, I'm sorry, I forgot. He's clearly terrified, his body language betraying his fear. The menacing figure sighs, his patience wearing thin. The menacing figure gives Student 1 a task, distribute printed materials. A simple errand, but a calculated move. Student 1, burdened by the weight of his actions and the fear of his superior, shuffles down the hallway, the stacks of papers a heavy burden. Suddenly, he's stopped. Hey! A menacing voice cuts through the silence. Student 1's eyes widen in alarm. Why are you so surprised? Did you commit a crime? The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Student 1, caught off guard, stammers, when did I? His confession is about to unravel. Gu Minjo. The name hangs heavy in the air, a question mark etched onto Student 1's terrified face. Huang Chomen, his voice tight with suspicion, confronts Student 1. You're living your school life without me knowing. The weight of the unspoken hangs between them. The question hangs in the air, a silent accusation. What secrets does Student 1 hold? What the hell did you do to get called by Gu Minjo? The intensity ratchets up. Student 1 stammers, fear etched onto his face. Nothing happened, right? But the truth is about to shatter the fragile calm. A brutal flashback explodes onto the page. Blood splatters across the panel as the chilling truth is revealed. Killed someone before. The impact of the revelation hits hard. The narrative unfolds, painting a grim picture. In 8th grade, a classmate's offending smell triggered a violent reaction. A shovel, a blow, and a death by concussion. The details are stark and brutal. 2 years in prison for a minor. But the violence didn't end there. And since then, he's been doing bad things in a way not to get blood on his hands. The chilling implication hangs in the air. Now, he's Gunho, the general commander of Yonggil High School's first team. He's dominating this school now with his power. The ominous warning is clear. A chilling finality. He's the ultimate crazy guy in this school, so don't get tangled up with him, okay? The threat is palpable. The camera focuses on a classroom door, the number 1 to 5 clearly visible. A sense of foreboding settles in. A young man, his face etched with worry, stares intensely at something unseen. His eyes dart around, reflecting a deep unease. A desperate plea hangs in the air. Mingdu, please, take my place. The weight of his request is palpable. A frantic exchange. Stacks of papers are passed, a silent transaction in a hallway filled with the hurried sounds of footsteps. Thump! Thump! And a quick escape. He runs, a blur of motion across the basketball court, the squeak of sneakers echoing in the otherwise silent gym. The young man's eyes widen, reflecting a sudden surge of terror. His breath hitches in his throat. No way. He whispers, a chilling realization dawning. He retreats, his steps heavy with dread, into the dimly lit corridor of a school building. The air is thick with anticipation. A dark doorway beckons, promising both escape and unknown dangers. He hesitates, then slips inside. A dusty storage room. Ugh, why is there so much dust? He mutters, his voice barely a whisper above the silence. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and dawning horror, lock onto something unseen. A sinister grin spreads across his face. A shadowy warehouse, the air thick with the scent of dust and despair. Bound and battered, Kim De-sol lies on the cold, concrete floor. His eyes, wide with terror. A trickle of blood staining his lip. The pain is etched onto his face. Student 1 rushes to his side, concern etched on his features. Hey, are you okay? Come to your senses. De-sol's gaze locks onto Student 1, a mixture of fear and accusation in his eyes. You. Student 1's face contorts with a mix of guilt and desperation. Why are you here? You can't be here. Your face. He kneels, his voice barely a whisper. They do this to you. What a bunch of ugly bastards. Student 1's resolve hardens. So I won't run away. His eyes meet De-sol's again, a silent question hanging in the air. Why did you lie earlier? De-sol's voice is strained, barely audible. Do it. Judging from the way you're asking, as expected, you did it, right? Money can't fix everything, but what can? The day Kwon Do-hun did something strange. A memory surfaces, etched with unease. Student 1, returning borrowed clothes, heads to the rooftop, a seemingly innocent act. But there, a shocking sight, Kwon Do-hun, running naked, shouting about the Emperor's division, far more powerful than expected. The pieces begin to fall into place. Fear grips Student 1. He'd thought he was the culprit, but now, the truth is far more sinister. He'd only return to avoid trouble if his involvement was discovered. The weight of his actions crushes him. He realizes the Emperor's division was incited by someone else, someone far more dangerous. The scene shifts, showing the aftermath of the incident. His guilt is palpable. I should have been more careful, he thinks, his face a mask of self-reproach. The consequences of his carelessness are devastating. But even in his self-loathing, a flicker of gratitude remains. You've become like this because of what I did for you. A heartfelt apology follows, tinged with regret. Student 1's outburst is raw, his anguish evident. The tension is thick, heavy with unspoken accusations. A desperate plea for help. You reached out to me. The weight of their shared burden is almost unbearable. The cleanup begins, a silent testament to the events that transpired. The scene opens on a young man, his face etched with a mixture of shame and defiance. He recalls a past humiliation, the memory sharp and painful. A day when he was mocked and ostracized, left alone to suffer. The words sting even now. His eyes widen, a flicker of something dark and unsettling crossing his features. The past is not as simple as it seems. A confrontation unfolds. Student 1, his face bruised and battered, stands before another student. The air crackles with tension. The narrative shifts to a brutal flashback. A violent beating, a flurry of blows. Kwon Do-hun unleashes his fury. The victim, barely conscious, endures the assault. His expression is one of pained resignation. A chilling revelation. Despite the pain, a strange, unsettling thrill courses through him. It felt pretty exhilarating, he confesses, a disturbing smile spreading across his battered face. His words hang in the air, heavy with implication. A twisted sense of satisfaction, a disturbing glimpse into a fractured psyche. Student 1's confession concludes. He looks at Student 2, a strange calmness settling over his features. That's why you don't have to be sorry. A shadowy corridor, the air thick with anticipation. Student 1, bound and gagged, speaks with chilling calm. Now I'm going to class. They'll take me to their brother named Gunhu after school. He tries to reassure himself, a tremor in his voice. Well, I don't think they're gonna kill me. Student 1's words are cut short. A sudden, brutal movement. Student 2's face contorts into a sadistic grin. It's exhilarating to see the trash being destroyed. Because it's fun. The sheer brutality is breathtaking. He continues, his voice dripping with malice. That's why we have to enjoy and laugh as much as we want. Same as what they were doing. Student 2's laughter echoes, a chilling crescendo of madness. His eyes gleam with a disturbing delight. The Student 1's face is a mask of terror and pain. But Student 2 remains unmoved, his twisted amusement unwavering. Even if you do this, they'll come back to catch me after school. His confidence shatters. No. That's not gonna work. The old teacher trembles, a chilling tremor running through his frail frame. His eyes dart nervously, reflecting the growing unease in the classroom. A tense silence hangs in the air as the teacher attempts to continue his lesson, but the students are far from attentive, their gazes fixed on something beyond the chalkboard. A figure lurks in the shadows, a dark silhouette barely visible in the dim hallway. The air crackles with anticipation. Student 1's voice cuts through the silence, a desperate plea laced with a hint of something darker. What do you say, Kim De-sul? The teacher's eyes widen in terror, his face contorted in a mask of pure fear. The weight of the impending doom is palpable. Back in the classroom, the tension ratchets up. The students' fear is almost a tangible presence. Two students, their faces etched with horror, watch in helpless dread as the unseen threat draws closer. Their eyes reflect the growing panic. A chilling message arrives, a cold command delivered through a smartphone screen. Gu Minjo from Yangil High School. Kill him. A blur of motion, a sudden, violent strike. The scene ends with a powerful, ominous impact. A coffin, bearing the lifeless form of Kim De-sul, is surrounded by menacing figures. Their faces are grim, their eyes cold. A chilling question hangs in the air, are you ready to have fun? A warehouse, dimly lit and littered with debris. Two figures sit amidst the chaos, a tense silence hanging heavy in the air. A young man, his face a canvas of cuts and bruises, offers a chilling smile. Are you ready to have fun? He asks, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. His opponent, a shadow of doubt creeping into his heart. No way, he mutters, the weight of the situation pressing down. The imposing silhouette of a building, the sun casting long shadows. The founding of the Han Dynasty, a tale etched in stone and time. An elderly teacher, his voice echoing through the classroom. He speaks of Liu Che, the seventh emperor, and his conquest of the Huns, a pivotal moment in history. The teacher continues, explaining how Liu Che's actions stabilized the north, pushing the Eastern European Germanic tribes westward, reshaping the map of the world. The borders of the ancient Roman Empire crumble, instability reigns, leading to the empire's ultimate downfall. A classroom, quiet and still, until a sudden gasp shatters the silence. Oh my God, they're here. A group of 3 to 4 residents. Their presence a stark contrast to the mundane classroom setting. World history organically connected, one event triggering another. Hey, wake up. Look at that. A wave of fear washes over the students, their eyes wide with terror. A moment of confusion. Then, pure, unadulterated shock. A chilling scene unfolds. A group of menacing figures, their faces obscured by shadow, surround a prone victim. They hold aloft a fire extinguisher, a grim symbol of impending violence. A question mark explodes across the panel, mirroring the uncertainty and fear gripping the onlookers. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The fire extinguisher descends with brutal force. A sickening crunch echoes through the room as the weapon connects. A pained cough escapes the victim's lips. The students' eyes widen in terror. Their faces are a mask of pure, unadulterated fear. This is beyond anything they could have imagined. One of the attackers, his face contorted in a savage grimace, lets out a guttural snarl. His eyes burn with a terrifying intensity. Another attacker, a hulking figure, raises a heavy object above his head. A sickening thud follows as it connects with the victim. A dog. He sneers. A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, dust and debris flying everywhere. The attacker is left reeling, his body battered and broken. But his rage is undimmed. The scene shifts. The attackers are surrounded, cornered. "It's you," one of them shouts, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and bitter resentment. A brutal attack unfolds. A sickening thud echoes as a student crumples to the ground. "Minjo, you punk!" The attackers are relentless, their fury a storm of violence. Disgusting. The victim's blood splatters across the floor, a grim testament to the savagery. A vicious blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave of pain. The victim is left helpless, surrounded by a pack of merciless thugs. "If someone interrupts me, you guys will end up like this too." A chilling threat hangs in the air, heavy with menace. The attackers erupt in maniacal laughter, their victory echoing through the halls of Yongil High School. The sounds of their cruel amusement are deafening. A frantic call for help pierces the chaos. "Hello, is this the police station? This is Yongil High School. A bunch of thugs came in during class." "Yes, yes. Please hurry up." Panic grips the school as the emergency call is made. "What the? Why is it so loud?" The sounds of violence reach even the quietest classrooms. The attack begins. A student cries out in pain, as a brutal blow sends him sprawling. "Why are you babbling so much?" one of the attackers sneers. "I'm sleeping," the victim whimpers. A swift, brutal kick connects. The impact a sickening thud. Blood splatters across the victim's face. He begs them to stop. But the attackers are merciless. "Hey, you punk," one says, "hold on, let me take a picture." The other students watch in horror, whispering about the violence. "Those crazy people, but Minjo, is he begging?" Gu Minjo, once a top influential figure, is now at their mercy, beaten and broken. The onlookers' faces twist in a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. Is this really the end for Minjo? A chilling smirk spreads across the face of a man, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he scrolls through his phone. The drama unfolds, he thinks, a cruel amusement twisting his lips. A heavy hand descends, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. The Imperial's division strikes. A brutal assault begins, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Gu Minjo is thrown against a wall, the impact shattering the glass. A scream rips through the air, a desperate cry for mercy. A flurry of blows rains down on him, each strike a testament to the attacker's savagery. Blood splatters across the ground, painting a grim picture of violence. He fights back, a desperate attempt to break free from the onslaught. A glint of steel flashes in the dim light. But the attackers are relentless, their blows relentless. "Why are you here?" he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. A brutal kick sends him sprawling, his body crumpling to the ground. The impact echoes through the alleyway. He's surrounded, trapped in a maelstrom of violence. The fight continues, a desperate struggle for survival. A brutal attack unfolds. A flurry of blows, a sickening crunch. Gu Minjo is defenseless. The impact echoes, a violent shockwave radiating outwards. As Gu Minjo is sent crashing to the ground. The attackers stand over him, their faces twisted in cruel satisfaction. One of the attackers spits on the ground. With this place? It's a hell of a mess. The two thugs stand menacingly close, their expressions filled with sadistic glee. Another blow connects, sending a spray of blood. The sounds of violence are deafening. Nearby, unseen students watch in horror, their phones capturing the brutal scene. You bastards. I'm sure they came here for Minjo. Who is it? Who made you do this? One of the attackers glares at the students, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. The only one who can move us is the leader. A dark vortex opens, swallowing the thugs whole. The scene ends with a sense of impending doom. Emergency vehicles converge on the scene, sirens wailing, a chilling prelude to the chaos that unfolds. Whispers spread among the students, fear etched on their faces. Gu Minjo's fate hangs in the balance, his consciousness unknown. The attackers, apprehended, are defiant, their leader barking orders, "Come on, you punks." Students stare in disbelief, their shock palpable. Crazy, they're really nuts, one mutters, the weight of the event settling in. A student's confession, "I locked up the contractor, but it happened anyway." The implication hangs heavy in the air. A chilling assessment, Gu Minjo's reasoning is wrong. If you're ever asked later about it, just tell a lie. A close-up on a student's eyes, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. Of course, he thinks, a sinister plan forming. The plan is revealed, we'll wipe out all the guys who might cause trouble. A brutal efficiency is implied. Gu Minjo, injured and arrested, becomes a pawn. Gu Minjo looks like a bad boy, someone observes, highlighting the cynical manipulation. The brutal truth dawns, the one who was beaten, the one who was arrested. This is like killing two birds with one stone. Whispers ripple through the school, a chilling uncertainty hangs in the air. The students, faces etched with fear, exchange nervous glances. Their fear is palpable, a chilling realization dawns. The arrest of Gu Minjo was no accident. The students huddle together, their whispers growing louder, a sense of dread washes over them as they piece together the horrifying truth. A sinister smile plays on the lips of the mastermind, he controls the school's atmosphere, molding it to his whim. His words drip with chilling arrogance, "I'm controlling the atmosphere of the school based on my taste." One student's face crumples. The weight of the revelation is too much to bear. Despair and helplessness consume him. His question hangs heavy in the air. Why? The answer is clear, Gu Minjo was a pawn, sacrificed to maintain control. The scene shifts to the schoolyard. Gu Minjo, battered and bruised, is led away in handcuffs. The image is stark, brutal. The name is revealed. Du Jianhu, the 1st Division's general, from the 3rd grade. The weight of his title hangs heavy. Gu Minjo's face is a mask of pain, his ordeal is far from over. The antagonist's victory is complete, but the consequences are far-reaching. The final panel shows the chilling aftermath. Class 4 is surrounded by the 1st Division, their fate sealed. The tension is palpable. 3 figures in police uniforms stand rigidly, their faces etched with a chilling, silent dread. A single exclamation point explodes from the panel, amplifying the unspoken terror. A brutal aftermath. Gu Minjo, his face a canvas of blood and wounds, hisses in pain. Each drop of blood is a testament to the violence he endured. He was held up, but the fight was far from over. A desperate struggle, a whirlwind of blows, he was eventually knocked out cold. The scene shifts to a horrifying tableau, a room strewn with bodies, each a grim reminder of the antagonist's ruthlessness. Blood stains the floor, a macabre testament to the carnage. A chilling conversation unfolds. How can someone endure being caught sleeping and then have a fire extinguisher smashed on them? One student asks, his voice laced with disbelief. This school is a big pain for the others, it's freaking me out. The other replies, his fear palpable. A sudden burst of violence. Get out of the way, you punk, a voice roars as a figure swings a weapon, sending students scattering in panic. The chaos escalates. Du Jianhu, a desperate plea rings out as the attacker advances, his face twisted in a cruel grin. The text reveals the attacker's identity: second and third graders of Yangil High School. The scale of the conspiracy is terrifyingly clear. Gunhu's desperate question hangs in the air. Gunhu, what the hell happened? The gravity of the situation is undeniable. Outside, a chilling scene unfolds. Oh my! What's wrong with the Imperial's division? A bystander gasps, witnessing the unsettling sight of the antagonist's forces. The accusations fly. This is the cowardly head of the Imperial division's doing, they claim, a shameful act that led Minzhou to his current, terrible state. A steely gaze. A cold determination hardens the young man's features. This humiliation will not stand. Fury ignites. Their faces contorted in rage, a group of students vow revenge. The time for silence is over. The target is set. The Imperial division is now their enemy. The hunt begins. A wave of unrest crashes over the school. The students' anger is palpable, a storm brewing behind the bars of the school building. His eyes burn with a vengeful fire. He's joining forces with this man, for a common goal. A brutal face, marred by violence, speaks volumes. This man is consumed by hatred, driven to destroy the symbol of Du Jianhu's power. A chilling smile spreads across his face. The plan is in motion, and his accomplice watches, nervously. A phone call. A strange situation is reported. The pieces are falling into place. A chilling threat echoes in the darkness. The mastermind's sinister laughter fills the air. I will destroy you. A heavily tattooed man reclines, a phone held loosely in his hand. The crimson glow of the screen illuminates his chest, a stark contrast to the shadows that cling to the edges of the frame. A recent order from the leader. It concerns Yangil High School. The details are laid out: an intrusion during class itself. A brazen act of defiance. A chilling chuckle echoes. It must have been fun, they say, a disturbing lack of remorse. 7 members of the intrusion team. Their target, Yangil High School. The aftermath, all 7 apprehended by the police. A swift and decisive end to their operation. A digital order confirms the exchange, 1 for 7. A significant power loss for the perpetrators. Relief washes over the scene. Only 7? It could have been far worse. A lingering question remains. What made Yangil High School such a unique target? A sinister smile spreads across a face. It feels a little different these days, he muses, hinting at something more. A prophecy unfolds? In a few short years, this seemingly insignificant gang will rise to challenge the Taejun alliance itself. But there's a twist. The gang leader's competence is absolute, yet his recent actions are baffling. Yangil High School? A mere trifle in the grand scheme of things, a minor obstacle in the ongoing conflict with the Union. The gang leader's brutal message echoes. You're not even worth killing twice. A chilling admission. Even the entire division was mobilized to capture a single buggy. The past weighs heavily. 100 men were sent after Kwon Do-hyun, a Yangil High freshman. A boast he can't replicate. A phone rings, cutting through the tense silence. What could it be? The gang leader walks the city streets, his shadow stretching long, a sense of unease hangs in the air. The gang leader, a shadow of his former self, takes a call, a hint of unease in his eyes. He hangs up, his expression unreadable. Where is he going? He walks through the city streets, a familiar unease settling in his gut, the weight of his past decisions heavy on his shoulders. Released from custody, he's warned to stay out of trouble, but a smirk plays on his lips. His face, bruised and battered, reflects the violence he's endured, and perhaps, inflicted. He leaves the station, his steps quickening, a sense of purpose hardening his gaze. A dark alley, the air thick with shadows, he's met by someone unexpected. A chance encounter, a fleeting moment, a new chapter begins. A young woman offers a somber yet encouraging message: cheer up. Keep your memories, brother. The recipient, a young man with a shock of dark hair, responds with a hesitant yet grateful, "Ah, yes. Thank you." A poignant caption appears: memories. That's why there are quite a few cases where bereaved families keep their phones alive. The young man walks through a bustling city street, his expression unreadable, a city of vibrant life, yet he seems detached, lost in his own world. But a flicker of determination ignites within him as he declares, "I don't have such memories, but I do have some to keep." As of today, our enemy is the Imperial's division. Suddenly, he's confronted by someone, a sharp hey, echoing through the urban landscape. His face twists into a chilling smirk. "So what are you guys going to do?" The scene shifts to a hardened gang leader, his face bruised and battered, muttering, "Even so, school is the best." A powerful declaration bursts forth: "I can do something." The gang leader stands defiantly before a large group of his gang members, ready for action. The air crackles with anticipation. A sea of faces, identical in their dark jackets and the crimson seahorse emblem emblazoned on their backs, the gang stands ready. The gang leader, a hardened figure with a steely gaze, addresses his men. "Jianhu, high school, right? You can't walk alone after declaring war on him, stupid." His face, a mask of fury, contorted by rage and the sting of recent wounds, the weight of his decision bears down on him. But his resolve is unshaken. "You'll get rid of the enemy's head and shit out of it. This kind of war is." There's no time for hesitation. There's nothing to wait for, smash it out this day. A young man, his face partially obscured by a red cap, observes from a distance. The war declaration is on the line. If the captain gets taken right away, the shock will be tremendous. The scene shifts to a bustling burger joint. "Here's your mozzarella burger." The straw is in the front. What remains is to take control of Yangil High School, which is a big chaos. His expression darkens. There's just one thing that bothers him. A phone call. Recently, he's been getting a phone call from an executive named Park Sukha. Back at the burger joint, a delivery order flashes on the screen. "Ding dong, order delivery family. Are those the guys who have a better system than I thought?" A hand sketches a complex organizational chart, 3 distinct units, operating independently. And at the head of the 1st Battalion, Park Sukha. Park Sukha, a figure shrouded in shadow, stands before his troops, a chilling aura radiating from him. But who is this man? The text reveals he's in charge of the entire division's management, a kind of staff officer. A digital message exchange unfolds. "Leader, are you busy?" the message asks. Sukha's response reveals a recent raid gone wrong. 7 people were detained. Sukha contemplates the situation, the risks involved in their operations. Meanwhile, a burger joint employee observes, his gaze sharp, his mind piecing together the puzzle. He knows something's up. The employee's suspicions are confirmed. The seemingly ordinary man is pulling the strings, controlling the troops. He's worried. The consequences of failure weigh heavily on him, the potential for a larger-scale conflict looms. A tense message exchange continues. Sukha's subordinate questions his authority. "Since when did you talk to me like that?" A digital message flashes across the screen. Park Sukha's brow furrows as he reads the alarming words. The burger joint employee's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? These two are friends? Sukha's frustration boils over. The weight of his decision, the lives at stake, it's all too much. Damn it. The employee, still processing the shocking revelation, mechanically serves a customer. His mind races. If these two were secretly colluding. A dangerous game of deception unfolds. He needs to tread carefully. One wrong move, and everything could unravel. The employee's suspicion intensifies as he observes his co-workers. Number 1. Number 2. What is this? A casual question, a seemingly innocent exchange, but the employee's sharp eyes notice the subtle tension. His co-worker's nervous response only deepens his suspicions. A simple yes hangs heavy in the air. The employee tries to play it cool, but his unease is palpable. The truth is dangerously close. Back to Sukha, a new message arrives. He's made a decision. He's left Du Jianhu to Kwok Ji Gang, the leader of the 2nd Battalion. A chilling presence looms, a gang leader, flanked by his ruthless crew, exudes menace. His eyes gleam with a sinister amusement. Yeah. I saw that guy at Damchan Bridge last time. The burger joint employee's words paint a picture of unwavering loyalty, a mad fighter, always at the leader's beck and call. A red cap, a smirk, the employee's casual demeanor masks a calculating mind. Today's Du Jianhu is over. We'll think about how to cook our school afterwards. The price of everything is about to change. By the way, it's going to cost twice as much in the future. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. I'd better tighten my seatbelt. The following day dawns, a new chapter begins. A casual stroll, but a storm is brewing. Shall we go check? The first teen boys, leaderless and vulnerable, a target painted on their backs. A brutal ambush. The sound of shattering bone echoes. Arg! You're getting in the way. A wave of confusion washes over him. Oh. Oh? The question hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a school hallway. How did he survive? Lacus vel facilicis. A cryptic message, hinting at a miraculous escape. His mind races. Come to think of it, I didn't even get a text message for a confirmation. What the hell happened? The weight of unanswered questions bears down on him. He confronts a classmate, Mingguk. Mingguk. The tension is palpable. A casual question. Hey, have you been to your class? But the answer is anything but casual. We're done. The declaration explodes, shattering the calm. The classroom is eerily empty, except for 2 figures. A chilling emptiness hangs in the air. And then, the shocking revelation. 200. What is that? The question marks the beginning of a new mystery. The answer is delivered with a chilling calmness. It's a reward money allocated for your class. The implications are heavy. Class has 27 people? I guess you'll be paying 100,000 won per person every month. The sheer absurdity of the situation is almost comical. His confusion explodes. What? The question is a reflection of the audience's own bewilderment. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. What does the Taejun Union mean? Mingguk's explanation is blunt, revealing a hidden layer to the conflict. The Imperial Division holds one half of something, and the other half belongs to the Taejun Union. The revelation drops like a bomb. The union's notoriety precedes them, they're known for their evil collections. The implications are clear, and the financial disparity between a meager part-time job and the reward money is stark. The weight of this secret presses down. A sudden, violent crash. The sound of splintering wood echoes, a clear sign of trouble. Park Sukha's concern is palpable as he frantically texts someone. Kwok Ji Gang, what happened to you? The reply is short, cryptic, and laced with urgency. Boss, that thing. The suspense builds. Du Jianhu's face is grim, his expression betraying a deep unease. The weight of responsibility is heavy on his shoulders. The scene shifts to a tense standoff. Du Jianhu stands defiantly before a large group of Taejun Union members. The air crackles with anticipation. A bizarre question cuts through the tension. Why did a rabbit appear suddenly? The unexpected query adds another layer of mystery. Oyuntak, Taejun Union number 4, smirks, unconcerned. Is everything truly under control? The air crackles with tension. Du Jianhu, the man who's about to become the face of the Taejun Union, stares down his opponent with a chilling question. Do you think I'm sick? A warning hangs heavy in the air. If you touch him, you are in trouble. The Taejun Union's men stand ready, a silent threat radiating from their poised stances. Do Jian-hoo's smirk speaks volumes? Of course, I thought the struggle would be a fight that I wanted. His arrogance is palpable. What's with him? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the tension ratchets up another notch. Suddenly, a sharp retort cuts through the silence. You're so arrogant. Cut it off. The situation escalates, the threat of violence now imminent. Park Suk-ha's unexpected arrival changes everything. Park Suk-ha interfered. The words hang in the air, a sudden shift in the balance of power. With a curt command, "We're leaving," the tension begins to ease. A calculated decision, or a sign of something more? The Taejun Union members exchange glances. As expected, he is a guy with common sense in the division. Mingduk's observation reveals a subtle shift in the dynamics. Suk-ha's intervention was a calculated move. I think Suk-ha decided that this was an unnecessary fight. A desperate plea for a loan echoes through the school hallway. 50,000 won, a small sum in the grand scheme of things, yet a lifeline for someone in need. Do Jian-hoo's face contorts in frustration. It could have ended so easily, he thinks, a simmering rage building within him. The scene shifts to a classroom, the air thick with tension. A brutal confrontation unfolds. First-year students, half dead, forced back into the fray. A chilling premonition hangs heavy in the air. This place, this school, is about to become a living hell. Mingduk scrolls through his phone, a mixture of disbelief and annoyance etched on his face. Are you kidding me, he mutters, witnessing the unfolding chaos. A cold declaration of intent. Do Jian-hoo plans to use the Taejun Union as a means to an end, a tool to clean up his own mess? Park Suk-ha's sudden appearance disrupts the brewing conflict. His intervention throws a wrench into Do Jian-hoo's carefully laid plans. The confrontation escalates. Do Jian-hoo's fury explodes? You'll have to pay for it, he roars, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. A brutal attack. Hey, you punk. The words are spat with venom, a swift blow following close behind. The impact sends Do Jian-hoo sprawling. Where's your payment? What the hell, you're not paying. The thugs close in, their faces grim. Do Jian-hoo, a member of the Taejun Alliance, explains his predicament. They made a massive amount of money according to the rules of the union. But he personally doesn't have any cash on hand. I really don't have any money. Just look at me. As you can see, this is not a good situation. His shoulders slump, his gaze falling to the floor. The thugs exchange a look. You do not have any money. A digital transaction notification appears. Transaction to Do Jian-hoo is completed. One thug smirks. Just transfer the money and this could be settled easily, pretending you don't have any, lol. Just automatically transfer it, you punk. 100,000 won every month. Do Jian-hoo's despair deepens. At last, a guy who knows if you don't have cash, just transfer it appeared. My efforts these past 3 days have been in vain. A young man, Do Jian-hoo, nursing his wounds, his face etched with disbelief and anger. I can't believe I'm getting robbed by these idiots. The screen displays a bank transaction, 47,541. A significant portion of his monthly income, cruelly stolen. His inner turmoil is palpable, the weight of financial hardship pressing down. Can he survive on what little remains? Meanwhile, elsewhere, concern clouds the faces of his acquaintances. He's not awake yet? What about Jian-hoo? A hushed explanation follows. Jian-hoo is deeply affected by his alliance with the Union, his injuries a testament to the conflict. He's sleeping now, exhausted and vulnerable, but he's determined to fight the division. A chilling revelation unfolds. An attempt on Jian-hoo's life was thwarted by Park Suk-ha, a high-ranking member of the Imperial Division. The reason? Jian-hoo's alliance with the powerful Taejun Union. A powerful alliance that has made him a target. Attacks on Do Jian-hoo, who joined the Taejun Union, will lead to unnecessary trouble. The stakes are higher than ever. Park Suk-ha's actions are driven by this political reality. He's exercising restraint, a calculated move to avoid a larger conflict. The shadow of the Taejun Union looms large. A silent threat hanging over Yangil High School and its students. Hwang Moo-jae's words hang heavy in the air, a cryptic message delivered with a chilling smirk. Park Suk-ha, ever vigilant, demands clarification. What? The tension ratchets up, a silent confrontation between two powerful figures. Hwang Moo-jae's next words are a calculated risk, a gamble that could shatter the fragile peace. He leans in, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I'm opening it up. Hwang Chomin, observing from afar, contemplates the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. His inner monologue reveals his concern, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. If he were the emperor, he'd act decisively. But he's not. He's just Hwang Chomin. Powerless to stop the unfolding events, a sense of helplessness washing over him. But inaction is not an option. Letting Hwang Moo-jae proceed unchecked would be catastrophic. The stakes are too high. Hwang Moo-jae's sinister smile widens, a chilling display of confidence as he anticipates the consequences of his actions. The fate of the imperial division hangs in the balance. Hwang Chomin's hand grips his phone, a weapon in disguise, a tool that could change everything. The final decision rests with him. A revolver, cold steel gleaming under the dim light, the question hangs heavy in the air, will it fire? A young man, consumed by a turmoil of doubt. What the hell should I do to a gun that has gone mad? His eyes dart nervously, a flicker of fear, a silent plea for guidance. Down a long school corridor, a tense standoff unfolds. Do Ji-an-hoo, leader of Yangil High's first team, stands at the center of a silent crowd. Whispers ripple through the students, anticipation hangs thick as the air itself. Fear etched on their faces, their eyes wide with apprehension. Do Ji-an-hoo addresses the students, his voice cutting through the silence. I have something to talk about, you punks. A casual conversation between two figures. Hey, the teachers are having a meeting, right? Yeah. The question hangs in the air. What do you want to talk about? A command, sharp and decisive. Hey you guys, come forward. Hurry up. A line of shirtless boys stands before a group of stern-faced men, their expressions range from fear to sullen resignation. The camera angle shifts, revealing the sheer size of the boy in the front. What a crazy! The scene changes to a locker room. These boys, their bodies bearing the marks of past violence, stand silently. These sinners didn't pay. Keep this in mind. A man in a suit explains the rules of the Taejun Union. If the representative joins the Taejun Union, the entire school will be treated as part of the union. If you're part of the union, you won't get into fights on the streets. The students react with a mix of anger and disbelief. Do Ji-an-hoo, what a jerk. What is he saying? That's why the union gets a payment for the ticket. These are the shameless people who try to get a ticket. A single word explodes across the page. What? Song Mingo's face contorts in fury, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. The name Song Mingu echoes in the silence. Two boys, their faces etched with shame and resentment, exchange a look, the weight of their unspoken words heavy in the air. One of them mutters, "Shame on you." Song Mingu's face is a mask of fury, eyes blazing. It won't end like this. A line of young men, stripped to the waist, stand rigidly in a stark hallway. A voice booms, "Hey, walk all the way down the hall." Park Suk-ha's jaw clenches. The urgency is palpable, he must act. Kwak Ji-gang stands tall, a figure of imposing power, flanked by his men. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Another man, his face etched with suspicion, observes. Why is the day not ripe? Park Suk-ha, alone in his room, frantically searches his phone. There must be information about Do Ji-an-hoo. His eyes widen in desperation. He must find it out. A close-up on a hand holding a phone reveals a search for justification. Justification for Park Suk-ha to crush Do Gun-hoo. The phone screen shows only basic apps. SNS, of course not. Is there anything hidden? A hidden album. A flicker of recognition crosses Park Suk-ha's face. The image shows Do Ji-yeon-hoo with a woman, their expressions cold and calculating. A chilling reminder of the man's true nature. Park Suk-ha reads a text message, his face hardening with grim determination. The message reveals a shocking truth: Do Ji-yeon-hoo planned to eliminate 100 people, including Kwon Do-hyun. The message continues, revealing a desperate attempt to control the situation. But Suk-ha's attempts to contact Do Ji-yeon-hoo are met with silence. Suk-ha explodes in rage, his fury unleashed in a torrent of curses. He confronts the woman from the photo, his voice dripping with venom. The woman, unfazed, calmly questions him. Her nonchalant demeanor only fuels Suk-ha's burning anger. The woman dismisses him with disdain, her words cutting like a knife. Suk-ha's frustration boils over. Despite his anger, Suk-ha agrees to her suggestion. A brief moment of uneasy truce before the storm breaks again. A subtle shift in Suk-ha's expression. A cold, calculating glint appears in his eyes. Fear etched on her face, a woman whispers, "The Imperial's division." Suddenly, a sharp slap. "What are you looking at?" The city lights blur as a couple strolls through the night, a vibrant, yet tense atmosphere hangs in the air. She playfully teases, "You said you like me because I'm sharp, lol." A casual question, laced with a hint of something darker: "Did Hwang Moo-ji go on a tour or something?" He replies, a beat. The woman's smile turns calculating. "What if there's an accident?" Her eyes gleam with ambition. "Will my brother become the number one in the division?" His expression hardens. "You shouldn't say those words." She leans in, a sly smile playing on her lips. "No, I mean, it's because I don't want to become Mahari." He looks away, his voice low. "You still love me, right?" 2 days later, the afternoon sun casts long shadows as a young man sighs. "I don't want to go to school." His friend, ever the instigator, grins. "Hey, what do you say about showing off some shorts at Nam High School? Where's the revolutionary who said he'd destroy everything?" The friend continues, recounting a tale of woe. "I tried kickboxing when I was robbed at home because the robber was so strong. Do you know how much I've been nagged because of losing the implant money?" He dismisses the idea of a certain someone making a difference. "I don't think a nerd can change just because he has some weapon." This edition. A different scene unfolds. A man speaks with grim determination. "I have no choice but to live as a petty citizen who pays the king diligently. Do you want to see the big crap?" His companion looks on, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "What?" A phone rings. The display shows an incoming call. The tension ratchets up. The call is answered. A gruff voice speaks. "Who are?" "I am Kong Juyeon's boyfriend." A reaction of shock and disbelief. The impact of the revelation hits hard. The scene shifts. A worried voice speaks. "Do Ji-yeon-hoo is going to break." "What do you mean?" A hushed conversation unfolds, shadows clinging to the corners of the room. The weight of a looming challenge hangs heavy in the air. The speaker's face, etched with determination, is half hidden in shadow, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a plan forming in his mind. Frustration boils over. A sharp intake of breath, a barely contained roar, the pressure is building. A sharp retort cuts through the tension, the air crackles with unspoken threats. Bound and helpless, a woman's eyes flash with defiance, her silent scream echoes in the oppressive silence. A calculating mind at work, 3 pieces of information, 3 potential weapons. The scene shifts to a gritty, urban landscape. A figure stands over a bound woman, his face a mask of cold fury. A chilling question hangs in the air, the weight of the words pressing down on the captive. A confession, whispered through gritted teeth, a desperate attempt to survive. The fury explodes. A thunderous roar shakes the very ground, the truth is out. That's a very provocative lie too. Of course, I got to Jianhu's account number a few days ago, the transaction is complete. I wondered if he would believe the anonymous deposit records. I think Du Jianhu needed a good place to cross the line, that's why they attacked Yangil High School. He took the bait. If I succeed up to that point, I don't care if it turns out to be a misunderstanding. A chilling presence descends upon the scene, bodies litter the ground as a figure emerges from the shadows. His eyes burn with a terrifying intensity. Are you out of your mind? The situation itself will make your eyes turn. Yes, there is no reason for Park Suk-ha to attack Du Jianhu. Du Jianhu could make a reason to hit Park Suk-ha. Okay then. You thugs, on top of the board that I made. The barrel of a gun spins, a blur of metal and menace. A devastating blow sends bodies flying. The impact echoes through the alleyway. I just saw the guys from the Imperial's division head back. A chilling report, delivered with a knowing smirk. Maybe the Union is late. A calculated risk, or a fatal mistake? This is why I told you to come sooner, so I can do my own thing. The words hang heavy in the air, laced with menace. Hey, punk! Does your pride hurt? The question is a taunt, a cruel jab at a wounded ego. You had to run away from your friends. The accusation stings, a bitter truth. Just because you're a Union now, don't act that way. For the time being, just keep the collection going. A cold command, prioritizing the mission above all else. Revenge. I'll make it to the Union soon, so you just wait. A promise whispered with chilling determination. It's not like you can do anything by yourself, but division can. A cruel twist of the knife, highlighting the protagonist's helplessness. A sterile hospital room. The rhythmic beeping of machines fills the silence. It hasn't even been a week since the incident, and already, the wheels of revenge are turning. The gangster's face contorts into a snarl. His fury is palpable, a raw, untamed beast unleashed. A phone call, a chilling update. The gangster learns that Park Suk-ha, from the Imperial Division, is with Minjo's girlfriend. His eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. The news ignites a wildfire of rage within him. The order is given, find Minjo's girlfriend at Yongsan Girls' High School and bring her to him. A subordinate's grim acceptance, the weight of the task pressing down on him. He can't bear it any longer. The gangster's chilling smile, a predator closing in on its prey. A look of dread, the subordinate knows what awaits him. The command rings out, let's go. A brutal assault. The gangster's men move with ruthless efficiency, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Park Suk-ha and another man watch from a rooftop, their faces grim. Win. Imperial's division. The text box reveals their affiliation, Park Suk-ha, Imperial's Division 1st Battalion. Suk-ha's companion speaks, his voice laced with a weary resignation, yeah. No matter how rational you may be, can you turn your head upside down when your loved ones go through that humiliation? The image shows Gu Minjo's girlfriend, bound and terrified. And then, a brutal, swift attack. A fist connects with bone, the impact echoing in the silence. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion. Suk-ha unleashes his fury. Park Suk-ha, a storm of fury incarnate, glares down at his foes. You punks, who do you think you are punching right now? The unnamed gangster's face contorts in pain as a brutal blow connects. A sickening crunch echoes through the alleyway. The impact sending him sprawling. Does he even know who he's messing with? Suk-ha's attack is a whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and feet. Each strike precise and devastating. His rage as a weapon as sharp as any blade. Another thug tries to intervene, but he's met with the same brutal efficiency. The fight is over before it truly begins. A thunderous kick sends the gangster flying into a nearby dumpster. The impact echoing with the satisfying clang of metal on metal. The alley is silent, save for Suk-ha's heavy breathing. He stands over his defeated foes, a chilling calm settling over his features. The storm has passed, leaving only wreckage in its wake. Park Suk-ha stands amidst the carnage, a chilling calm in his eyes. The defeated gangsters lie scattered around him, groaning in pain. He addresses one of the surviving thugs, a flicker of something dangerous in his gaze. "Ah. I'm a little curious." The gangster, eyes wide with terror, stammers a question: "Why do you do this kind of thing?" A young woman, bound and gagged, watches in silent horror. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Suk-ha unleashes a devastating blow, sending another thug flying with a bone-jarring crash. Two onlookers, witnessing the brutal display, are frozen in fear. Their eyes widen in disbelief. One of them, enraged, shouts, "Bastard!" Suk-ha's opponent lunges, fueled by rage, but it's a futile attack. With a swift, brutal counter, Suk-ha sends him crashing to the ground. "Even back then, I didn't like you." Why is he getting pushed back? What if he loses? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent dread echoing the uncertainty of the onlookers. Was Do Jianhu a better fighter than I thought? Doubt gnaws at the observer's mind, a stark contrast to the previous confidence. Yeah, he should have brought the guys, he came alone just to protect the gal. The truth dawns, a sudden understanding of the situation. Wipe them out. A line of gangsters, stripped to the waist, stand nervously in a locker room, the air crackles with anticipation. Wipe them out. Imperial's division. The name is uttered, a chilling revelation. You're doing that just because of love? This bastard is very dirty. The words sting, fueled by anger and disbelief. You're gonna get hit. A swift counterattack, a blur of motion. The impact sends a shockwave, a brutal display of power. What the hell are you talking about, punk? The gangster's sneer is wiped away in an instant, as Suk-ha unleashes a flurry of blows. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. One gangster goes down hard. Another follows, sent flying with a bone-jarring crack. A brutal display of power. Coughing up blood, the thug is left broken and defeated. Suk-ha's boot connects with a sickening thud. A final, crushing blow. The last gangster is sent sprawling, his body crumpling to the ground. The fight is over. A defeated foe coughs, blood staining his lips, his eyes wide with fear and pain. Park Suk-ha, his face etched with grim determination, struggles with a haunting question. The weight of the past bears down on him. Meanwhile, two figures watch him from the shadows, their expressions a mixture of fear and suspicion. The gangsters corner their victim, their words dripping with menace. "What kind of dirty work did he make you do?" A sudden blur of motion. Suk-ha explodes into action, a whirlwind of fists and feet, crushing the gangster's face with a brutal uppercut. "I don't know, damn it." Suk-ha's relentless assault continues. "Tell me." A bone-jarring kick sends the gangster sprawling across the ground, as Suk-ha's cold gaze reveals a truth far deeper than mere fighting prowess. He's not just about being better at fighting. The gangster, defiant to the end, spits out a final insult: "Fuck off." Suk-ha's response is swift and brutal. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Ha ha. Less fist, more impact. Two thugs charge, but they're met with a whirlwind of motion. A brutal display of power as their attacker sends them sprawling with a swift kick. "Tell me, punk." The words hang in the air, heavy with menace. The impact echoes, a thunderous crack, as one thug is sent flying. He's played like a child. A brutal follow-up strike leaves him broken and bleeding on the ground. The fight is far from over. His opponent stands over him, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. "Ha? Tell me." The demand is laced with chilling impatience. A close-up reveals a chilling smirk. "It's not like you can do anything by yourself. But division can." The words are a prelude to something far more sinister. A sickening crunch. The attacker's hand clamps down, the sound of breaking bone echoing in the silence, leaving the thug unconscious and broken. His face is a mask of pain. A moment of quiet contemplation. Did he pass out? The aftermath of a brutal fight. A large man, his face partially obscured, stands with a blonde woman. "Great job," he grunts, "let's go." The woman's face is a mask of fury. Her eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity, a silent scream trapped behind her lips. Suddenly, the stakes are raised. Now, this is no longer a personal matter. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration of war. It's Kian-hoo. The Yanghill High School's first team arrives, a tide of menacing figures. "You little punk! Beat him! Let's beat him!" The large man and the blonde woman exchange a look. "It's done, let's go." But the woman hesitates, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. A new location, a construction site, littered with debris and building materials. The air is thick with anticipation, it's going to be a crowded fight. The large man's face is etched with concern. "How do you know?" he asks, his voice tight with suspicion. Kian-hoo's face is a mask of cold fury. His eyes burn with righteous anger. "You are falling behind now, division." A moment of realization dawns on one of Kian-hoo's underlings. His eyes widen in shock. Ah, it's the leader's trap. Panic spreads through Kian-hoo's ranks. Their faces twist in fear and confusion, the trap has sprung. "Leave it to us from now on." The words hang in the air, a promise of brutal efficiency. A sneer plays on the lips of the gang leader, a cruel glint in his eyes as he surveys his crew. A chilling prelude to the storm about to break. The trap is sprung. Kian-hoo's gang, caught completely off guard, is surrounded. A chaotic brawl erupts. A whirlwind of fists and feet, a symphony of grunts and pained cries. A maniacal laugh echoes through the ravaged landscape. "You bagtards!" The attacker's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated glee. Savoring his victory, relishing the chaos he has unleashed. A chilling smile spreads across the attacker's face, his eyes glint with triumph. A guttural scream rips through the air, AARRGH. A blur of motion as a sword arcs through the air, the impact sends a shockwave, throwing the attacker back. His adversary grins, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Well, you guys sure have the spirit," he sneers, "but your skills simply don't match mine." The ground is littered with fallen bodies, a scene of brutal carnage. He surveys the scene, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. "You did a good job," he says, turning to his companion. "Why did these guys do such a crazy thing?" His companion lies still, blood staining his clothes. A thoughtful pause. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." "But still, isn't this nasty? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Ah, no." A post-battle scene unfolds, littered with debris and the remnants of a fierce struggle. The air hangs heavy with the scent of blood and defeat. Meanwhile, a tense conversation plays out. The blonde gang leader's words reveal a deeper game at play. The Union's plan is far more sinister than it seems. The leader, Hwang Muj, is shown, his face etched with grim determination. He knew this was coming. The attack was a calculated move. A preemptive strike. The weight of responsibility bears down on him. This isn't just a gang fight, it's a war for control. The tension ratchets up. The consequences of inaction are laid bare. If they overlook this provocation, they risk becoming the laughingstock of the entire division. The stakes are higher than ever. Hwang Muj's face is grim, his decision made. This isn't just about revenge, it's about the future of his division. The decision is final. Today, they strike back. The Union will face the consequences of their actions. A chilling warning is issued. Those who dare to rebel will face the full force of Hwang Muj's wrath. A chilling laugh echoes through the alleyway, the blonde gang leader's reign of terror is about to end. The blonde gang leader and his goons are surrounded, their smug expressions quickly turning to fear as the dust settles. Witnessing the aftermath, Huang Muge reflects on the brutal reality of the world, the sheer scale of the conflict dawning on him. A tense conversation unfolds. How did you know Jianhu was going to get beat up? The question hangs heavy in the air. The answer is chillingly simple: I ordered them to. A cold admission, the casual cruelty sending shivers down the spine. A week later, the school stands silent, but a new threat looms. Huang Changjin and his allies stride confidently through the halls, the school, now under the Union's control. The difference between the Taizhen Union and the Emperor Division is laid bare, a stark contrast in structure and organization. The Union, a coalition of schools. The Division, a select group united by Huang Muge's exceptional charisma. A contact from the Emperor Division, a new player enters the game. The air crackles with anticipation. Not Yangil High School, the target is revealed, the tension ratchets up. The Union's school-by-school fundraising versus the Division's individual accountability. Two distinct approaches, two different paths to power. The money for superiors is entirely up to them, a system ripe for exploitation, a seed of discord sown. A heated confrontation. Oi, you bastard. The words hang heavy in the air, charged with unspoken threats. Yangil High's first team, Han Changhe, a familiar face returns, stirring up trouble. A question hangs in the air, the implications of Changhe's return sink in. Is this a new beginning, or a dangerous escalation? An order given to the division, the wheels of a larger plan are set in motion. The game is afoot. The rules are laid down, Yangil High School's first team is untouchable, or so it seems. But someone dares to challenge that authority, a bold move with unforeseen consequences. The sheer power of the division is on display, its reach is absolute. A chilling demonstration of might. And the consequences for defying it are swift and brutal. A stark contrast to the Union's methods. A desperate plea for money is met with a swift, violent response. The sound of a bone-jarring blow echoes. A brutal display of force leaves the attacker reeling. The division's power is undeniable. He's sent flying. The impact is deafening. This is the division's way. The aggressor lies defeated, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. As words leaders I hang heavy in the air. A chilling reminder of the division's omnipresence. A tense exchange unfolds in a school hallway. One student, clearly agitated, confronts another. His words are sharp, laced with anger and a chilling threat. Meanwhile, a different scene plays out. Quan Dovian, his name finally revealed, is mentioned. A smirk plays on his lips, hinting at his manipulative control. A classroom. Sunlight streams through a window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A deceptive image of peace. The illusion shatters. The words completed ring out, a stark contrast to the reality that's about to be revealed. A shattered phone screen. A symbol of the fragile peace. The cracks mirror the fissures in the system. Dovian examines the damage, a calm expression on his face. He speaks of maintaining the status quo, a chillingly casual admission of his role in the ongoing conflict. But a shadow crosses his face. A subtle shift in his eyes reveals a deeper truth. The uneasy peace is only temporary. The harsh reality, the violence continues outside the school's walls. The illusion of order is shattered. A window, sunlight streaming in, a deceptive image of hope. But the truth is far more complex. Dohian's words echo the grim reality: a world without trash is impossible. The fight continues. A young man, burdened by a heavy secret, confesses, "I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do." His gaze hardens, a grim determination etched onto his face. He speaks of Park Siaka, a name that carries weight. Park Siaka will definitely get noticed. A text message reveals a chilling truth: 100 people were sent to kill Quan Dovian. The speaker, seemingly in charge, vows to manage personnel more thoroughly in the future. A sense of unease permeates the scene. The weight of his decision presses down on him. He can't bring himself to bother Kwon Do-hyun anymore. A sudden realization dawns on him. The unease he feels is mirrored in Hwang Muj's pensive expression. Hwang Muj sits alone, lost in thought, a question forming in his mind: was Hwang Muj in a state of unease? A ringing phone interrupts his contemplation, a clue perhaps? The phone rings again, startling Hwang Muj in his classroom. A sudden interruption. A teacher's voice cuts through the silence. What the whose is that? Hwang Muj, flustered, mutters an apology. I'm sorry. Ugh, hell. I definitely muted it though. A phone rings, shattering the classroom's quiet focus. Mahari? The name echoes in Hwang Muj's mind, a question mark hanging in the air. Who is Mahari? The question lingers, a mystery unfolding before our eyes. Outside, a brief exchange. Take care. Thank you, sir. The mundane politeness masks a deeper current. An invitation, a subtle pressure. Hwang Chomin, to celebrate peace in school, how about watching a game broadcast? But a refusal, I can't today. The air crackles with unspoken tension. His eyes, narrowed, betray a calculating mind. Changhe's gaze is sharp, his intentions hidden. A tranquil park, a deceptive calm. The scene shifts, but the underlying tension remains. Alone on a bench, a figure sits lost in thought. The weight of the world seems to press down on him. Mahari. The name surfaces again, a key to unlocking a hidden truth. A revelation: I didn't know that a guy like Hwang Muj had a girlfriend. The shock ripples outwards. A message arrives, a plea for connection. Honey, why didn't you answer your phone? Are you still angry? A striking young woman stands poised, a serious expression etched on her face. She holds a brown folder close, her posture suggesting a quiet intensity. Meanwhile, Hwang Muj's eyes widen, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. She's pretty. He thinks, captivated. His phone buzzes, a message from Mahari. Honey, why didn't you answer your phone? Are you still angry? There's something I really want to give you. The text reveals a worried tone, a hint of pleading. Han Changhe observes, a calculating glint in his eyes. That son of a bitch Hwang Muj. Is it because of this woman that he felt uneasy? I don't know why, but this girl seems to like my Hyun a lot. His thoughts reveal a growing suspicion and a hint of jealousy. Changhe hands Mahari a small package. It's unfortunate, but I have to tell her about Hyun wanting to break up with her. His words are laced with regret, but his resolve is firm. The scene shifts to a park bench. Mahari's face crumples as she receives the news. I know. Appa is dead. Her voice is barely a whisper, grief overwhelming her. Hwang Muj's face is a mask of shock and disbelief. Ah, yes, he stammers, the weight of the revelation crushing him. With a sudden, violent motion, the package is thrown to the ground. Whoosh, the sound effect underscores the intensity of his reaction. Hwang Muj's eyes are wide with a mixture of shock, grief, and dawning understanding. The panel focuses on his intense emotional state. The weight of the news hangs heavy in the air, a question mark etched on Hwang Muj's face. His eyes widen, disbelief battling with dawning horror, a silent scream trapped behind his lips. The name Ma-ari, associated with the ominous Haiyan chrysanthemum flowers, is dropped like a bomb, a chilling revelation. A confession explodes from Han Changhe's lips, because I killed him. The words hang in the air, sharp and brutal. The chilling revelation continues, Ma-ari, a witch who would plunge him into a terrible game. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The division's plan is revealed, sees Yeongil High School, using Do Jianhu's case as a pretext. A decision met with discontent. Yeah, fuck, I know. I helped him a little because we had a good relationship in middle school, but Oh Yoon Tak, Taejeon Union number 4, unleashes his fury. That stupid bastard got crushed because he was messing with an executive's girlfriend? The union's defeat weighs heavily on Yoon Tak. Du Jianhe, the man he brought into the Union, is the cause of this devastating loss. And the crushing weight of responsibility threatens to break him. So he's on his knees, that's why. A horrifying scene unfolds. A bloodbath. Multiple bodies litter the floor of a dimly lit hallway. The aftermath of a brutal massacre. Seriously. I'm going to take some medicine before he hears of this case. A tense phone call. Bring your phone with you, Hi Youngnam. Ah, ye dash bang. A phone rings. Yeah, what is it? The gruff voice answers, impatience lacing his tone. He's clearly not in the mood for pleasantries. The news is delivered. You think you fucked up because you're the one that brought that jerk in, right? A young man stammers a weak defense. It's not like that. His superior's anger boils over. Fighting. I thought he'd help with our power. Why is he so flustered? The question hangs heavy in the air. It's a mystery, a puzzle piece in a larger game. The explanation is revealed. It can't be helped since we never imagined that he'd touch an executive's girlfriend. But isn't that amazing? A strategic map is shown, highlighting Yangil High School's precarious position between two union schools. The narrator explains, Yangil High School is located inside two adjacent union high schools, so there is no merit from the standpoint of the division that has to be crushed from the front. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. That's why Park Sieka didn't try to create a dispute, but afterwards, there was a reason why he had no choice but to beat Yangil High School. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. Oyuntak, consumed by a storm of anger and guilt. A chilling phone call, a sinister voice whispers of a deal. The truth, a venomous serpent, begins to slither out. A confrontation, a devastating revelation shatters Yuntak's world. I killed your brother. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken grief and rage. Her eyes, pools of icy sorrow, a confession that cuts deeper than any blade. Doubt gnaws at him. Is it possible? Could this be true? The crushing weight of the truth, a past tragedy resurrected. Yuntak's eyes, wide with a haunting grief, a single tear tracks down his cheek. A flashback unfolds, a rugged single father, a truck driver, his life interwoven with his son's, a life tragically cut short. The confession hangs heavy in the air. He was killed after getting hit in the head while fighting. The weight of those words, crushing. The unnamed woman's chilling admission, so he could kill him. Her cold gaze speaks volumes. Yuntak's face contorts in agony. A raw, visceral scream threatens to tear him apart. The engine roars to life. He's consumed by rage, a burning inferno in his eyes. The wheels turn, carrying him towards vengeance, towards Huang Muj. The confession, it's enough to say that I'm the one that killed him, right? The words hang in the suffocating silence. The next day dawns, but the shadow of the past lingers. A fleeting encounter, a whispered exchange. Kwak Jigong's cryptic words, Gapcheonjio Bridge. A rendezvous point, a gathering of forces. The shock of discovery, a ghost? No, the chilling truth, his brother had retrieved his belongings from the police station. Yuntak's face is a mask of barely controlled fury. His voice, tight with barely suppressed rage, echoes the turmoil within. I can't report her, because the moment my brother's death is revealed, I'm done for. The unnamed woman smiles, a chillingly calm expression that belies the gravity of her confession. Her words are a cold whisper, laced with a hint of cruel amusement. Don't worry, no one in the division knows that Huang Muj has a brother. Yuntak's eyes narrow, suspicion warring with a desperate need for answers. What do you want from me? He demands, his voice low and dangerous. The woman's smile widens, a predatory gleam in her eyes. If you kill me when I impersonated your brother, you would like this. She pauses, letting the weight of her words hang in the air, then, a subtle shift in her demeanor. As expected, you're smart. I'll listen to her. The woman's plan unfolds, a sinister plot revealed in stark, chilling detail, to pretend to be the leader and control the emperor's division, to destroy the Taejun Union. Yoon-tak stares, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. A single word escapes his lips, a question hanging heavy in the silence. His voice cracks, barely a whisper now, as the full weight of the revelation crashes down upon him. What kind of nonsense is that? Despair and confusion wore on his face. He stammers, his voice choked with disbelief. How could I do something like that? I was just trying to clean up my school. The unnamed woman's voice is calm, almost conversational, yet each word carries a chilling weight, a stark contrast to Yoon-tak's stunned silence. She continues, her words painting a picture of meticulous planning and ruthless efficiency, a chilling testament to her cold resolve. Yoon-tak's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding, then dawning horror. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The unnamed woman's explanation reveals a calculated risk, a gamble on Yoon-tak's grief and rage, a dangerous game with high stakes. Her gaze is unwavering, her confidence absolute, a predator sizing up its prey. Yoon-tak's mind races, the revelation hitting him like a physical blow, his past, his brother, his present, all colliding in a maelstrom of confusion. The flashback begins, a stark contrast to the present tense, a younger Yoon-tak, a different time, a different world. The scene shifts to a harsh reality, the brutal truth of his past laid bare, a life marked by hardship and relentless bullying. The weight of his past crushes him, the memories sharp and painful, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. The unnamed woman's words echo in his ears, a chilling prophecy of his future, a future she is actively shaping. Tears stream down Yoon-tak's face, his anguished plea echoing in the silence, "Let me out." The unnamed woman's chilling words pierce through Yoon-tak's despair. She did all this on me. The weight of her manipulation settles heavily. Do you know what your brother was doing whilst your life was about to be ruined? A brutal clash. Hwang Muj, a whirlwind of fury, decimates the Union. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving Yoon-tak's brother, a Union member, critically injured. He lies in a hospital bed, a vegetable, unable to wake up. The injustice burns. His loyal subordinate took the fall instead. It was ridiculous. The cruelty of it all is laid bare. The unnamed woman's smile is sharp, cold. So that's why Hwang Muj sought revenge. Yoon-tak's frustration boils over. But why the Union? I'm sick and tired of it. The Union or the division? The unnamed woman's gaze is unwavering. Two sides of the same coin where men waste their time in weird places. A chilling revelation. Her initial goal was revenge for Hwang Muj, but now that it's like this, I can afford to be more greedy. Her ambition explodes. To help me get rid of this filthy damn war. Her eyes gleam with cold calculation, a predatory smile playing on her lips as she leans in close to Yoon-tak. The unnamed woman's grip tightens, her power palpable in the air. As long as the Union disappears, you can reject me. But be prepared. Then I'll have a way to destroy the division. The unnamed woman's threat echoes as shadowy figures surge, their menacing presence filling the panel. Because I'll expose everything. You're gonna get killed for real. The weight of her words crushes Yoon-tak. Panic claws at Yoon-tak's heart. His eyes widen, reflecting the terror of his situation. The unnamed woman's voice cuts through the chaos, if you want to live, be king. A sickening thud. Yoon-tak collapses, his body hitting the ground with a heavy impact. His face is etched with despair, a single, agonizing thought echoing in his mind, I just wanted to make the school peaceful. Was I the one being too naive? The unnamed woman looms, a predator sizing up its prey. Oh, Yoon-tak cowers before her, his despair palpable. Her chilling smile speaks volumes. Nice. Good boy. The words drip with icy condescension. A cruel satisfaction plays across her lips, a subtle shift in her eyes hints at the depths of her manipulation. The scene shifts. A question hangs in the air, a test? Yoon-tak, still reeling from the encounter, demands an explanation. But why did you follow me to my house? The woman's response is chillingly casual. I have to check to see if you're qualified. Her gaze intensifies. To receive my support or not? The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. Yoon Tak's question, "What do you mean by support?" is met with a chillingly simple answer. Anything to the Union. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. A complex network shimmers, nodes pulsing with energy, representing the volatile power struggle between factions. But a fragile balance exists, thanks to a powerful deterrent force, maintaining a precarious peace. Yet, some individuals stand apart, defying the established order, their defiance a ripple in the tense calm. The camera sweeps across a grim landscape, revealing Chongbuk High School in Didiaku, a place where shadows gather. A figure observes, his expression grim. They don't belong to any organization, but they're holding out, he muses, a question hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a woman, her eyes gleaming with cold calculation. When Yeongil Hai got crushed so quickly, she begins, her voice laced with chilling amusement. The mystery deepens as a powerful figure is revealed, Kim Taek-sun, also known as the Giraffe of Chongbuk Mountain, his presence radiating menace. His imposing figure is further emphasized by a striking tattoo on his arm, a symbol of power and influence. The woman's lips curl into a knowing smile. Then the test is, use the division, she whispers, her words carrying a sinister implication. Yoon Tak's face is contorted in fear, his eyes wide with terror, the weight of the impending threat crushing him. The scene explodes into motion at Chongbuk High School's third grade. Dust and debris fly as Kim Taek-sun unleashes a flurry of blows. His opponent, clearly outmatched, is sent reeling. Born with an unparalleled fighting sense and incredible physical strength, Taek-sun's power is overwhelming. The impact of each strike is brutal. His opponent is sent flying with a bone-jarring crash. The fight is over. A single, decisive victory. Standing amidst the wreckage, Taek-sun spits out, "What a bunch of bullshit." His voice rings with contempt. It's clear, this was a mere warm-up. It's 100 years too early to covet Chongbuk. The final panel shows Taek-sun's back, his expression unreadable. A man worthy of the title, General. You fool! You took the bait. The chilling laughter of the Taejun Union leader echoes across the battlefield. A lone figure stands defiant amidst a storm of violence. I'm sorry, but I was only aiming to attack you while you were all alone. The leader, Bae Donghyuk, reveals his sinister plan, because Chongbuk is nothing without you. But there's more to this than meets the eye. He's not simply protecting the area of Chongbuk Mountain with just that. A cruel twist of the plan is unveiled. I'm sorry, but you guys are the ones who took my bait. The forest trembles, a deafening roar announces the arrival of overwhelming force. Everyone, attack! The command rings out, and a wave of soldiers surges forward. A brutal assault begins. The clash of steel and the cries of men fill the air. The ground shakes under the weight of the battle, a maelstrom of violence engulfs the forest. A wave of frustration crashes over Taek-sun. Fuck! Damn it! The escape route is cut off. A wall of men, blocking his every path. His adversary's voice, cold and calculating, "You poke at me every day with trivial things. As expected, you only show up when you're sure of victory." The realization dawns, a trap. A cruel setup to lure him into an ambush. The impact of that understanding sends a shockwave through him. Ugh! A brutal attack. Ach! The dust settles, revealing the horrifying truth. Kim Taek-sun's true value? He possesses all three main leadership skills. So just like that, bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to Taek-sun's overwhelming power. The scene is a macabre masterpiece of carnage. A new title is earned. Kim Taek-sun, now known as the Giraffe of Chongbuk Mountain. Surrounded. He's trapped, outnumbered by shadowy figures. Terror grips him. His eyes widen, reflecting the fear in his heart. I am sorry. He stammers, his voice barely a whisper. But a desperate plea escapes his lips. But I'm the leader's brother. He throws himself at their mercy, a last-ditch attempt to survive. His desperate gamble falls flat. Brother, scoffs one of the gang members, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. The cold truth cuts deep. Is there any reason for us to treat some trash nicely? That the leader didn't even consider family? The air crackles with anticipation. Get ready, hisses a voice, chilling the very air around them. A wave of malice washes over them. Their eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. The shadows surge, a maelstrom of violence unleashed. Because you won't die a beautiful death. A deafening roar. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Earth. His eyes bulge, a look of pure, unadulterated horror etched across his face. Oh my fucking god. He wakes up in a cold sweat, a nightmare clinging to him like a shroud. The terror etched on his face speaks volumes, a chilling echo of what he saw. A chilling command cuts through the lingering fear, a sinister proposition. His friend's casual question pierces the tension, a jarring return to reality. The weight of the task crushes him, a stark contrast to his friend's nonchalance. A chilling revelation unfolds, the true scale of the threat. A strategic alliance is forged, a dangerous gamble. The stakes are laid bare, a final warning. They'll start doubting, the cautious approach is failing. In other words, this is a high-stakes mission with no room for error. One chance, that's all Taeksun has. The weight of the mission settles on Taeksun's shoulders. How can he possibly succeed? A familiar city, yet, this is a place Taeksun has never been before. Chongbeek High School, that's the target. A nervous energy radiates from him as he checks his phone. Mahari's mission hangs in the balance. Failure means facing her wrath. The consequences of failure are clear. Caught by Huang's underlings, his mission will be a complete failure. He steels his resolve. This mission, no matter the cost, must be completed. He spots them, students from Chongbeek High. The fortress itself looms in the distance. Chongbeek High School, a legendary institution, a testament to Emperor Huang's power, an iron fortress. Kim Taeksun walks the streets, his resolve hardening with each step. Although Huang Muj couldn't do it, I need to be the one who can. I'll make sure to succeed. He approaches Chongbeek High, but danger lurks nearby. Three figures emerge from the shadows, their presence menacing. One of them demands, "Who are you?" Taeksun feigns innocence, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. "Ha? Me?" A sudden, violent attack. The thugs strike, but Taeksun is ready. Kwang, he expertly dodges the blow, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. He's near Chongbeek High School now, the school sign visible in the distance. The thugs are suspicious. I'm wondering why would a kid from another school be wandering around Chongbeek? They press him further, their suspicion growing. The Union sent you as reconnaissance, right? Or was it the division? Taeksun denies any involvement, his fear palpable. And not at all. Suddenly, reinforcements arrive. What's the fuss all about? Taeksun Hyung. The air crackles with tension as Taeksun is discovered, a shadow falls over him. Fear grips the young man, his eyes wide with terror, he's completely outmatched. Surrounded, Taeksun is at their mercy, or so it seems. A cold calculation flickers in the thug's eyes, a single blow is all he needs. The moment of impact approaches, a thunderous crack. But the blow never lands. A powerful hand intercepts, the tables have turned. Terror gives way to sheer panic, he's facing certain death. The thugs are relentless, their anger fueled by the intrusion, but they are unaware of the true identity of their target. A shocking revelation explodes into the scene: the Emperor Division has infiltrated Chongbeek High. Two menacing figures stand, their faces etched with suspicion. What kind of nonsense is that? One of them, his eyes narrowed, demands an explanation. What do you mean? The chilling truth is revealed: the Emperor's division is targeting Chongbeek High School. A hidden operative is already inside, observing the situation from the third-floor restroom. And a decision is made. We'll go check it out, just in case. A hardened gaze, a promise of unwavering resolve. You know that I won't be done with just one punch. The confrontation begins. A sudden explosion of energy as Taeksun intervenes. Taeksun Hyung. The aftermath, stunned faces, a defeated foe. There really was a guy we've never seen before in the restroom. A figure emerges from the shadows, his face etched with grim determination. The question hangs heavy in the air: who is this mysterious individual? His answer is a bold claim: he can see the Emperor's division's every move. A report flashes across a screen, confirming an infiltration in progress. A strategic plan unfolds, a daring gambit to breach the seemingly impenetrable iron fortress from within. This is no ordinary spy, this is a game-changer. Those crazy bastards, they infiltrated our school to observe us. We almost let him slip past us. Where did he even acquire our school uniform? A body lies sprawled on the cold ground, a grim reminder of a close call. He walks away, a lone figure against the urban backdrop, the kid who has all the division's information. How did that loser come to know about it? It seems that he's intent on keeping it all to himself. As expected, they'll look for him by beating him up. That's enough. We just admit we got help. Taeksun Hyung. Are you sure you want to let him in? He's suspicious in many ways. There's also no reason for him to help us out of the blue like that. That guy's school uniform was Yangil High School's. Yangil High School, consumed by the division. A chilling revelation, whispered amongst three figures shrouded in shadow. They're the ones who didn't follow any group, just like us. Their actions, a beacon drawing unwanted attention. The division's interest, a dangerous game. To prevent chaos, even a suspicious individual must be used. We can investigate later how he knew. A calculated risk, a necessary evil. A tense moment, the weight of the decision pressing down. The mysterious student's eyes dart nervously. Episode 12, you know what will happen if it gets stolen, right? The question hangs heavy in the air. A sudden, violent impact. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the night. A desperate gamble, all he could think of. Taejun Union, Chongbeek Battlefront Special Operation Force. A casual invitation. Do they suspect something? A hardened gaze pierces through the smoke. This man is dangerous. Young Taejun, a figure of power and menace, steps into the frame. His presence alone speaks volumes. The defeated Operation Bastards, their fate hangs in the balance. Taejun's words drip with disdain. He arrives, not to help, but to settle a score. The air crackles with tension as he confronts the group. The remnants of a past conflict, now extinguished. A sneer plays on his lips. His contempt is palpable. Even his choice of vice reflects his arrogance. He's above the trends. A subtle challenge, a silent judgment. A simple request, yet it carries a weight of unspoken threat. The air crackles with tension in a dimly lit billiards hall. Three figures surround a young man, their faces a mixture of suspicion and challenge. They Donghyuk, what's your billiards level? Donghyuk, his eyes narrowed, grips his cue. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface. About 150. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Donghyuk's cue explodes into action. A devastating strike. The cue connects with the opponent's arm with a sharp crack. Donghyuk's voice cuts through the stunned silence. I'd say I'm pretty good at billiards as well. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. The cue shatters into pieces, scattering across the floor, leaving one opponent groaning on the floor. Donghyuk stands over him, his expression cold and calculating. Why did you stare at me so blankly, you fucking jerk? A chilling declaration hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. If you don't have it, buy it. Dong-hyuk's face is a mask of chilling intensity. His eyes gleam with a predatory light. A cold calculation in his gaze. The other man's face is a mask of pain and fear, his hand bleeding profusely. Back at the school, another confrontation unfolds. The scene shifts to a hallway, where Dong-hyuk faces another opponent. How frustrating. And that's why you haven't yet managed to take over a school. Dong-hyuk. A name whispered with a mix of fear and respect. He sits, a picture of casual menace, a cigarillo burning between his lips. The scene shifts. A tense conversation unfolds in a dimly lit billiards hall. You want to be recognized by the union by swallowing up Chongbeek High School, right? Dong-hyuk's opponent stammers a response, his unease palpable. The question hangs heavy in the air: what is the reason those bastards only protect the area around Chongbeek Mountain? A close-up on Dong-hyuk's face. His eyes gleam with cold calculation. The game is far from over. The click of billiard balls. A precise shot, a strategic move. Let's be smart now. Days later. A new scene unfolds. A young woman, casually sipping a Starbucks drink, exudes an air of quiet confidence. She's not just pretty, she's sharp. Dong-hyuk appears, his words carrying a subtle threat. Turns out you used the division to gain their trust and get inside Chongbeek High School. The tension ratchets up. Your tenacity is admirable, but why are you coming in and out of my house as you wish? Dong-hyuk's opponent, a young man with a mischievous glint in his eye, calmly responds. The question hangs in the air: how did you know about the Chongbeek High School thing? A chilling response: I told you already, I know many things inside the division. The plan unfolds. Taekson's movements are being monitored, his every step shadowed. Information relayed to Chongbeok High. A calculated risk, a web of surveillance tightening around Taekson. The consequences of betrayal, stupid brats. You're still coming back after getting caught? A furious roar echoes, a brutal attack unleashed. Dong-hyuk observes the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. I didn't know those gangsters were so sentimental. His words drip with sarcasm. A moment of quiet contemplation, a young woman sips her drink, her eyes sharp and calculating. Her warning hangs heavy in the air: if you don't do something quickly, the union might act first. The stakes are rising. The pressure mounts on Dong-hyuk. He's being pushed to act, a burden even Hwang Muj couldn't bear. Dong-hyuk's inner turmoil, that witch-like woman. He faces a formidable challenge: how do I crush those guys all at once? The weight of his mission is palpable. Dong-hyuk's resolve hardens: I'm sure there's a way, even Kim Taekson should have an Achilles heel. He plots his next move. The question hangs heavy in the air. Where is Taekson? The mysterious student, eyes narrowed, feels a prickle of unease. A simple greeting, but the undercurrent of distrust is palpable. His absence is noted, a detail that sets off a chain reaction. An outburst of anger. The words are harsh, the threat clear. The mysterious student is dismissed with contempt. He hesitates, torn between loyalty and his own growing suspicions. His friends try to calm him down, warning him about Taekson's potential reaction. Alone, the weight of the situation bears down. The mysterious student walks away, burdened by doubt, but a seed of rebellion has been planted. A shift in perspective. We see the simmering resentment. A plan is forming, a bold suggestion to strike first. The opportunity presents itself. The frustration boils over. They're not babysitters, they're pawns in a game they didn't choose. The tension explodes into open defiance. The words are sharp, the challenge clear. A furious outburst. You idiot! That bastard! The raw emotion explodes from one man's face, his rage palpable. The scene shifts. A brightly lit hallway, a question hangs in the air: oh? Did he leave already? A somber reflection. A bottle of soju sits on a table, a single cup beside it. It's already been another year. Father. A man stands before a grave, a quiet moment of remembrance. A bottle of soju rests on a small table nearby. We're doing well. His face is etched with worry, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I'm working all kinds of jobs, but he's growing up to be a decent kid. A quiet vow, whispered to the wind. So don't worry. I'm sure you are protecting us from above. But a steely resolve hardens his features. But I'm here, I won't let him become like me. He stands tall, his back to the viewer, a figure of quiet strength. At least during his school days. A close-up on a gleaming emblem, a sunburst design. A symbol of hope? The name tag confirms it, Kim Tae-yang, Chonggi Junior High School. A determined declaration, I will. A single, powerful word arches across the page, a vow etched in the very fabric of the scene, protect. Tae-sun, his face etched with a quiet determination, speaks to a young boy, Tae-yang. The weight of his promise hangs heavy in the air. A simple meal shared between them, a hamburger, a small act of normalcy in a world far from it. Tae-yang takes a bite, his eyes lighting up. Is it good, he asks, his voice full of innocent curiosity. Slurp, goes the straw as a young boy enjoys his drink. A moment of quiet contentment. Until a grateful thank you for buying me food breaks the silence. A simple gesture, yet it speaks volumes. A casual conversation unfolds, revealing a bond between the two. The younger boy's preference for Terry Burger is noted, a small detail that hints at his personality. And then, a name is revealed, Kim Tae-yang, Kim Tae-sun's brother. The introduction of a new character, a brother, sets the stage for potential conflict. The whispers begin, we're not his brother's babysitters. A sense of resentment and unease hangs heavy in the air. As doubts are voiced, suspicions cast. Honestly, I think Tae-sun Hyung is taking advantage of us. The tension ratchets up. A tense encounter unfolds. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, stand silently, a third person approaches, their eyes widening in recognition. Ah, it's him. The scene shifts. A voiceover explains, and was lucky enough to meet Kim Tae-yang, who was returning home from after-school activities. So I brought him here using an excuse. Kim Tae-yang, suspicious, questions his companion. Well, did my Hyung ask you to bring me somewhere? Inside a cafe, the tension simmers. A nervous response, oh. So that's. I'm going to keep that a secret until the end. Tae-yang's gaze sharpens. His suspicion grows, tell me the truth. His companion hesitates, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. Yeah right, it's suspicious, isn't it? A sudden, playful reveal. It's my birthday party, right? Back in the cafe, the conversation continues. It's a secret. What the I guess that's fine anyway, it's so obvious. You're having a hard time because of my Hyung. A close-up on Tae-yang's face. He forces a smile, hiding his true feelings. No, I'm fine. A chilling observation from a hidden perspective, he's so naive. I'm sorry, but I'm also in a position where I can't do anything. A chilling plan takes shape in the mind of a strategist. Holding someone hostage, a simple path to topple Kim Tae-sun. The trap is set. A text message, a carefully orchestrated lie. Kim Tae-yang, unsuspecting, is lured into a false sense of security. Inside a bustling fast food restaurant, the tension crackles. Two figures sit across from each other, their true intentions masked by casual conversation. But a sly smile betrays the deception. The game is afoot. A casual remark, laced with dark humor, reveals a chilling truth. Oh, a world, a code word for something far more sinister. A warning, whispered amidst the chatter of the restaurant, don't trust people too much. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. As a young man's face registers a dawning realization. The pieces are falling into place. The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. What would you do if I were your brother's enemy? If you live an innocent life, you'll only suffer, a chilling statement, delivered with a disturbingly calm smile. The younger brother, Taeyang, reveals a chilling worldview forged in the fires of hardship. His older brother's associate eyes him with suspicion. A single word hangs heavy in the air, really? Taeyang's unwavering confidence is almost unsettling. He speaks of his brother's strength, his belief in his protection, a shield against any danger. But the associate scoffs, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Haha, really? Even if there were dozens of people? The doubt is palpable. Undeterred, Taeyang's response is swift and chilling. Yes, even if there were dozens of people. There are also dozens of people who follow my Hyung. The implication is clear, a war is coming. The associate attempts to dismiss Taeyang's confidence as naive. Stupid, if you're being held hostage, they'll tell your Hyung to come alone. A trap is laid bare. But Taeyang is already several steps ahead. Then, my Hyung will come up with a plan where he seems to come alone. The associate presses further, probing for weaknesses. What if it's a fake that makes your Hyung think it's another plan? The tension ratchets up. Taeyang's smile widens, a chilling glint in his eyes. Then my Hyung will see through that fake. The scene shifts to a fast food restaurant. Taeyang's unwavering faith in his brother is unshaken. My Hyung is going to save me no matter what. Young Kim Taeyang stands before a memorial, his small frame swallowed by his oversized suit. A single candle flickers, casting long shadows. A silent testament to loss. Tears stream down his face, but his voice remains firm, there's nothing to worry about. I will protect you, no matter what. A hardened gaze meets his, a man's eyes filled with a quiet determination. The weight of unspoken promises hangs heavy in the air. As memories of past struggles flash before his eyes. When I entered junior high, there were a lot of bad kids around me. This fucking jerk. Is it that hard to steal a wallet, huh? And I was once even taken to Deechin and bullied relentlessly. The words of a doubter sting. It's because you trust your brother so much that you ignore what I'm saying. There are a lot of Hyungs that I know inside the union. A sneer, a challenge thrown into the face of unwavering faith. Do you think he can win? A sudden burst of motion, a door bursts open. A figure emerges, radiating power and resolve. Dust and debris fly as he enters the scene. His eyes burn with a cold fury. The air crackles with unspoken threats. A brutal scene unfolds. Bodies litter the ground, crimson staining the concrete, the air thick with the stench of violence. He rode his motorcycle from Daejeon to Deechin without a thought, a blur of motion against the backdrop of a city consumed by conflict, the weight of his brother's safety driving him forward. The conflict between the Emperor's division and the Daejeon Union escalates, drawing more and more people into its bloody vortex, a maelstrom of violence threatening to engulf everything. Kim Taek-sun, the new captain, has silenced the opposition, making two groups disappear from Cheonbyeok Mountain, a chilling display of power. A younger brother's unwavering faith, a smile that speaks volumes of trust in his older sibling's protection. Kim Taeyang's relief is palpable, a stark contrast to the recent turmoil, his shoulders relax, a weight lifted. At that time, in the shadows of the conflict, a silent promise was made, a vow to protect, a bond unbreakable. The imposing figure of Kim Taek-sun looms large, his back to us, a silent guardian, his strength a bulwark against the storm. A fist clenches, the knuckles bone-white, a surge of unexpected jealousy courses through him. Kim Taeyang, still shaken, nervously asks his brother, "Shall we go now?" Kim Taek-sun's response is curt and decisive, "It's time to leave." The city unfolds before them, a concrete jungle bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, a deceptive calm masks the lurking danger. A shadowy group, their jackets emblazoned with scorpion insignia, moves with a chilling purpose, they are closing in. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the alleyway, a tense atmosphere crackles with anticipation. The Scorpion Gang, a formidable force, advances relentlessly, their numbers a stark warning. Kim Taeyang glances around, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. This road. I guess it's not Owa World? A close-up on Taeyang's shoes as he begins to walk away, the tension is palpable. Wait here, the older brother commands, his tone leaving no room for argument. The younger brother, however, hesitates, a question mark forming on his face. What? Here? A deserted street stretches before them, the air thick with unspoken tension. The chilling words of the antagonist echo in the silence. For now, this is the most certain way to eliminate Chongdeok High School. If I don't eliminate Chongdeok High School, my head will be cut off. A horrifying image flashes before the eyes, the older brother's face, pale and strained, trapped beneath the blade of a guillotine. The stark reality hits hard, no one is selfless under a guillotine. The younger brother's voice cracks with worry. Hyung. You're leaving without even telling me your name? The older brother's face is partially obscured, his expression unreadable, a whirlwind of emotions hidden beneath the surface. His response is curt, devoid of sentiment, not the kind of guy that's worth remembering the name of. The younger brother's unwavering loyalty shines through his words. The reason why I followed you without any doubts is because I trust my Hyun, but it was also because you seem like a good person. A heartfelt farewell, tinged with gratitude. Thank you for today. A lone figure stands at a crosswalk, his shoulders slumped, a weight of unspoken worry pressing down. Inside a gym, a tense scene unfolds. Taeyang cries out, "Taeksun Hyung," as his brother stands over him, a dark shadow looming. The brothers exchange words. Taeyang questions his brother's actions. Why are you making such a fuss? I know it's Taeyang's birthday today. But Taeksun's response is cryptic. No, it's not that. A sudden shift in tone. A man's face contorts in fear, his eyes wide with terror as he shouts, "A jerk came to Chongdeok Junior High School." The camera sweeps to a dark alleyway. Shadows move, a sinister presence closing in. The chilling words echo. Taeyang is just around the corner. The Scorpion Gang is on the move, their pursuit relentless. A fierce command cuts through the darkness. Catch him. Taeyang, unaware of the danger closing in, walks down a street, oblivious to the impending threat. The Scorpion Gang closes in, their presence a palpable threat. A question mark hangs heavy in the air. A desperate plea. You told me to wait there a while ago. A quick response. I was kidding. Run this way for now. Kim Taeksun's face is contorted in a grimace, a mixture of guilt and desperation etched onto his features. He wasn't trying to be a bully. Only protecting someone precious. Young Taeyang's eyes widen in terror, reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. The name Mahari hangs heavy in the air, a whisper of a secret, a potential key to understanding Taeksun's actions. Mahari's eyes blaze with a chilling intensity. Her words cut through the tension. I'm sorry, but I'll have to give up on the test. Taeyang's desperate plea, what, is swallowed by the urgency of the moment. He's running, the Scorpion Gang hot on his heels. A desperate cry of "I'm sorry," echoing in his wake. The weight of his situation is crushing. Taeksun's face is etched with anguish. His hand reaches out, a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. But it's too late. The impact of a brutal blow sends a shockwave through the air. Bam. A brutal kick sends Taeyang sprawling across the pavement. The question mark hanging in the air speaks volumes. Taeyang cries out for his brother, Hyung, as the Scorpion Gang closes in. The city street, once ordinary, is now a battleground. The impact. A thunderous crack echoes as Taeyang is sent sprawling. A chilling report reaches the ears of a bystander. I just heard that a jerk came to Chongdeok Junior High School. The Scorpion Gang closes in. Got you, sneers their leader, a cruel smile splitting his face. Young Taejung, Taejun Union number 10, has Taeyang in his grasp. A pained "ugh" escapes Taeyang's lips. The scene shifts to a desperate Taeksun, his mind racing, who's aiming for Kim Taeksun's Achilles heel. And the chilling response, then let us now devour Chongdeok High School. Heavy breathing, a desperate struggle for air. A figure sprints through the city streets, a blur of motion, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the urban canyons. He stops, breathless, a worried expression etched on his face. Yes, Hyung. A tense phone call, the words are sharp, urgent. How's it going? The response is grim. But we haven't found him yet. A frustrated shout follows, move and find him as fast as you can. Rage boils over. Damn it, those idiotic bastards. A message arrives, a lifeline in the storm. Taeyang, please be safe. A sudden, sharp intake of breath, pure, unadulterated terror. A metallic clang echoes in the darkness, a sickening thud. Taeyang, bound and kneeling, his eyes wide with terror. A chilling message arrives. A location pinpoints a secluded area. The text is blunt, come alone, or your brother dies. A team of men in sharp suits, their faces grim, stand guard. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A conversation reveals a hidden truth. Being stuck in Cheongdeok Mountain with that much strength just hid away his really cute little brother. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. The decision is made. If you're going to dig up on someone, do it thoroughly. The hunt intensifies. A tense silence hangs in the air, the only sound, a slow, deliberate drag on a cigarette. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A brutal strike. Sending his opponent sprawling across the floor. The impact echoes through the room. A pained groan escapes the fallen man's lips. Cook! But the one who's not staying still is him. His eyes gleam with cold determination. He leans in close, a predator sizing up its prey, a chilling smirk plays on his lips. His words are laced with chilling amusement, "Oh my, your expression is good." The scene shifts. A menacing figure emerges, flanked by a squad of men in sharp suits, they move with purpose. He speaks, his voice dripping with menace, "I'd love to take you to your little brother right away. But first, we have some personal grievances to settle." The voice is cold, calculating. All the members of the Special Operation Force are here. There's no hero who can put up with being ganged up on. Taeyang's face, bruised and battered, speaks volumes, even the slightest movement is agony. A chilling assessment, even if Crow Cop comes, he can't beat 50 people. The odds are stacked against him, a grim reality. But hope flickers. No, even if Kim Taek-sun wins, as long as you're here, he can't help but be beaten. A subtle shift in the balance of power. The scene shifts. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, discuss their next move. One groans, "Ah, fuck, I'm hungry." The other, more pragmatic, asks, "What are we going to do with him?" A crucial piece of information is revealed, they said that he's not from Cheongdeok High School. The implications sink in. Even if he's not from Cheongdeok, if he was with Kim Taek-sun's brother, he must be close to him. A connection is forged, a new target identified. The decision is swift and brutal, just in case, lock him up until it's all over. Thud. Taeyang hits the ground hard. The impact echoes in the silence. A moment of surprise. That surprised me. The scene explodes into motion. Taeyang, a whirlwind of controlled fury, unleashes a devastating blow, leaving his opponent crumpled on the ground. His breath hitches, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he stares down at the injured man. Sobbing racks the fallen man's body, his words, choked with grief, paint a picture of desperation. He blames himself for Taeyang's predicament. His self-recrimination deepens, a torrent of self-loathing threatening to consume him. He wishes he could simply vanish. But Taeyang's voice cuts through his despair. A sharp rebuke silences the self-flagellation. A hand reaches out, a gesture of comfort and reassurance. The weight of responsibility settles heavily on Taeyang's shoulders. A reassuring smile plays on Taeyang's lips, a mask concealing the turmoil within. "Everything will be okay," he assures. The young man's tears continue to flow, a silent testament to the burden he carries. As Taeyang's gaze shifts, a cold glint entering his eyes. He's assessing the situation, planning his next move. The scene shifts. A pack of men in suits, their faces obscured by shadow, stand poised and ready. They are waiting. The air crackles with tension. A chilling order is given, "I'm going to go eat, so guard them properly." If you let them escape, you're all dead, got it? Taeyang, eyes narrowed, a prisoner behind bars. He's trapped, but his mind is already racing. It seems escape is impossible, the guards are too vigilant. But hope flickers. A hidden phone, a secret weapon. A swift movement, and the device is retrieved. Whir. A plan forms in Taeyang's mind. He'll use this to turn the tables. If I call the division in the name of catching Kim Taeyang, I can make a huge mess here. This calculated risk, it buys them time. And I'll give us the opportunity to leave this place during that time. But there's a heavy price. A friend's worry etched on his face. The weight of responsibility bears down on him. His gaze is heavy with concern. The injured young man's question hangs in the air, what are you going to do? The stakes are higher than ever. Taeyang's resolve hardens. He'll face this head on. I'm going to get help from the Emperor's division. A bold move. And a promise whispered on the wind, I came here to help you. The air crackles with tension. I don't trust you. The words hang heavy, a stark challenge in the face of perceived betrayal. Oh. A flicker of surprise crosses Taeyang's face. Is this the moment? The moment of truth? Hold on. The tables turn. Taeyang's plan begins to unfold. He's playing a dangerous game, but he's in control. A blur of motion. A swift, brutal strike. The guard crumples to the ground. Followed by another, equally devastating blow. The sound of cracking bone echoes in the confined space. Ack! Pain and shock ripple across the guard's face as he stumbles back, his body betraying him. Ha! My stress is truly relieved. The attacker lets out a sigh of relief, his tension finally broken. But his eyes, they hold a chilling glint. Taeyang. A worried whisper cuts through the silence. The weight of the situation settles heavily. He's safe and sound, right? Doubt gnaws at the speaker's mind. Is this really over? A brutal clash. Blood splatters as Taeyang unleashes a devastating counterattack. His opponent, momentarily stunned, can only watch as Taeyang rises to his feet. Look at me nicely and I'll tell you how he's doing. Can't you understand the situation right now, you fucking bastard? Taeyang, battered but unbroken, stands defiantly amidst the urban sprawl. The city's harsh reality forms a stark backdrop to his grim determination. He spits on the ground, a gesture of contempt. I think you misunderstood something. The one who's in the right corner now is you. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The panel explodes with crimson energy as Taeyang's fury ignites. The moment you lay your hands on as much as Taeyang's finger. I'm gonna kill you. His eyes burn with cold fury. His adversary, a sneer twisting his lips, watches with growing unease. What do you think you're doing? The command rings out, trample him. The ground trembles under the weight of the approaching onslaught. A whirlwind of fists and feet, a brutal ballet of violence. Taeyang's escape begins. Amidst the chaos, one man staggers, clutching his side. I'm fine. Don't you worry about anything, as long as you're safe. The words, a promise whispered amidst the shadows of confinement, hang heavy in the air. The young man's wide, terrified eyes reflect the harsh reality of his situation. Bruises bloom across his face, a testament to the violence he's endured. A sudden alert. They're here, Hyung. What led the division? The forest clearing is transformed into a battleground. A squad of men in sharp suits, the division, stands poised for attack. While a larger, more menacing force emerges from the shadows, their jackets emblazoned with a crimson symbol. The air crackles with anticipation. The clash is imminent. A brutal confrontation is about to begin. We only have to crush them, right? The words are a chilling affirmation of the impending violence. But from the darkness, a steely gaze emerges. Taeyang's face is set in grim determination. I was going to give up everything and protect the Brotherhood, he thinks, a cold resolve hardening his features. But a new plan forms in his mind. A plan to protect the Brotherhood. A whirlwind of fists and fury. Men in sharp suits are thrown back, scattered like bowling pins. The command echoes, chillingly calm amidst the chaos, and take over Chongbeek High School at the same time. Taeyang's eyes gleam with cold determination. A sinister smile plays on his lips. Let's begin, Taeyang. The words hang in the air, a prelude to something big. A brutal blow. The impact sends a shockwave. And the man crumples to the ground, his body a testament to the force of the attack. He lies defeated in the street, surrounded by his fallen comrades. Cook. A chilling smirk spreads across the face of his attacker. I didn't know that the giraffe of Chongbeek Mountain would collapse so easily because of his loser brother. His eyes widen in disbelief. Let Taeyang go, he hasn't done anything wrong. A cold laugh escapes his lips. Ha! Until now, I was just venting my anger. Taejun's conditions to release your brother are a separate matter altogether. A heavy hammer rests on the ground, next to a scattered pile of pills, which is the prelude to a new wave of violence. A horde of grinning thugs emerges from the shadows. The attack begins. A flurry of fists and feet, Taeyang. The battle begins. A ferocious cry echoes through the trees as Taeyang unleashes a whirlwind of attacks. A flurry of fists and feet connecting with the thugs, sending them sprawling. The impact of each blow sends shockwaves through the air. Panic grips the thugs. They're here for Kim Taeyang, one shouts, fear etched on his face. Did we ever cooperate with the division? Another questions, his voice laced with disbelief. How did they find this hidden location? The situation is dire. We're fucked if we lose them. One of the leaders hisses, his eyes wide with terror. His companion, equally terrified, nods grimly. The fight intensifies. Stop the division no matter what, a voice roars, as the battle rages on. A brutal clash of bodies and blows. From a safe distance, two figures observe the chaos. They really are fighting. One whispers, a hint of amusement in his tone. The other, more focused, replies, nice, all their attention is on there. Seizing the opportunity, they make their move. Let's take this opportunity to get out of here, one suggests, his eyes sharp and calculating. Okay, the other agrees. With stealth and precision, they slip away unnoticed. Follow me. We're going to get out of here without anyone knowing. Their escape is swift and silent. The air crackles with tension. A whirlwind of motion erupts as Taeyang unleashes a furious counterattack, sending his attackers sprawling with a powerful blast. The force of the blow is immense, leaving two figures, unnamed character 1 and unnamed character 2, scrambling to escape the chaos. Their eyes are wide with terror. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure watches from the darkness, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Two people, he muses, his voice laced with cold calculation. He approaches the fleeing duo, his intent clear. Which one of you is Kim Taeyang, he demands, his tone brooking no dissent. Taeyang, battered but unbowed, grits his teeth. The sheer speed of his pursuer's arrival is unnerving. I summoned them here with the excuse of securing Kim Taeyang, the villain explains, his voice dripping with malice. Hurry up and tell me. I don't have all day, you bastards. But even as the villain boasts, a flicker of doubt crosses his face. But if Kim Taeyang gets caught, the situation will turn out to be the same. Terror grips the onlookers as a brutal attack unfolds, a whirlwind of fists and desperate cries echoing through the hallway. Taeyang, despite being outnumbered, fights back with a ferocity that belies his size, each blow a testament to his unwavering resolve. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, reflect the intensity of the battle, a desperate struggle for survival. Meanwhile, two students flee the scene, their faces etched with pure terror, the chilling reality of the situation dawning on them. The villain arrives, his gaze fixed on Taeyang's battered form, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he recognizes his prey. "So you're Kim Tae-young." The command is given, "Follow." Tae-young unleashes a furious counterattack, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. A storm of blows erupts. The clash of steel against flesh, a desperate struggle for survival in the dimly lit corridor. One of the thugs is sent flying, but Tae-young is cornered, his back against the wall, facing an impossible situation. A desperate plea echoes through the hallway, "Run!" Tae-young's eyes widen, reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. Blood stains his face, a testament to the brutal fight he's endured. A desperate scramble for survival. He lunges forward, but a gruff voice cuts through the air. "Where do you think you're going?" The impact. A sickening crunch as Tae-young is thrown back, his escape thwarted. Ugh! Another thug grabs him, the struggle intensifying. "Let go of me," he cries, desperation lacing his voice. "Hurry up and go." A desperate dash across an open field. He runs, a blur of motion, pursued by a relentless pack of thugs. The ground trembles beneath the force of a blow. Cook! The impact sends a shockwave. A chilling question hangs in the air. "This fucking bastard, who are you?" The villain stands over a fallen Tae-young, his presence radiating menace. Ugh! A moment of reflection. It all got a bit twisted, but Tae-young's desperate escape continues. HAAA. HAAA. He runs, his breath ragged, his heart pounding. Your brother is strong, but he's the only one who'll get beaten up because he thinks your safety is on the line. So all you have to do is let him know that you're safe. But there's no way to tell him that now because young Tae-jung took away our phones. Ah. I do have this phone, but there's a reason why I can't call him with it. So if you get out of here, run straight to the empty parking lot near the abandoned building. Young Tae-jung definitely said that he called your brother there earlier. You are not a burden. Because if you're there, your brother can regain his strength. So you should go to your Hyung now. You should be the one who saves him this time. A surge of defiance ignites within him. He wants to trade your legs for Kim Tae-young. Pretty generous conditions, aren't they? You won't be able to fight ever again, but at least your brother will be safe. Alright, let's do it. The command echoes, sharp and decisive, as two figures prepare for action. But, a moment of hesitation. A subtle shift in the plan. Tae-young, battered but unbowed, stands defiant. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. Let Tae-young go first. How can this madman get up after getting beat up like that? The question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to Tae-young's resilience. A quick decision. Okay, I was gonna let you go check up on him anyway. A phone call. Instructions are given, call and tell them we're on our way there. A growing unease. The call goes unanswered. Hyung, they're not picking up. Panic rises. What? The urgency is palpable. Hyung! A desperate cry pierces the silence. Tae-young, his face a mask of grim determination, pushes himself to his feet. The fight is far from over. Terror etched across his face, Tae-young's eyes bulge, a silent scream trapped in his throat. His pursuers, a pack of ruthless thugs, close in. Catch him, the leader bellows, their desperation palpable. But Tae-young is faster. A thunderous impact. The ground cracks beneath the force of his desperate leap. He launches himself into the air, a blur of motion, leaving his attackers in the dust. A brutal collision. One of the henchmen is sent flying, a human projectile. Another crashes into a wall, the impact echoing through the alleyway. Tae-young doesn't stop, his escape a desperate sprint. A whirlwind of motion, leaving only the echoes of his pursuers' frustrated shouts. Meanwhile, the gang leader's face is a mask of disbelief and fury. His eyes widen. Tae-young stands amidst the carnage, a grim victor. His pursuers lie defeated, their bodies scattered across the ground. A brutal stomp echoes, the sound of bone cracking under a heavy boot. Rage contorts the villain's face as he unleashes his fury. A scream of pain rips through the air. Taeyang is down, but not out. The villain, a figure of menacing power, looms over his fallen foe. His sneer speaks volumes. A villain's chilling words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the danger that still lurks. He spares Taeyang, for now. Taeyang's eyes burn with defiance, even in defeat. His spirit remains unbroken. A grim realization dawns. The stakes are higher than ever before. The enemy is far more powerful than anticipated. So, lucky my ass. The villain's voice echoes, laced with barely contained fury. A sudden, sharp crack. Taeyang's escape attempt is interrupted. He turns, his expression hardening into grim determination. What did you say? The villain's cold gaze locks onto Taeyang. I've already calculated it. Are you running away, you bastard? Did you put your trust in that and try to fight? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing in the battered cityscape. A brutal blow. The impact sends a shockwave. And the chaos erupts. Bodies fly as a whirlwind of fists and feet tears through the enemy ranks. A young boy watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. If his Hyung knows he's safe, then he must reach Chongbuk High School. He has to call for backup. He runs, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Hyung, just wait a little more. A brutal uppercut connects. The impact sends the thug sprawling. His face a mask of barely contained rage, eyes blazing with fury. Hyung's opponent is clearly rattled, his expression is one of sheer terror. The fight spills out into the street, a whirlwind of fists and feet. Hyung's movements are a blur as he takes down his enemies, one by one. What the hell happened? Back at the school, the young boy is frantic. Hey! Are those jerks still not picking up the phone? Yes. The grim reality sinks in. Fuck, looks like I'll have to go there myself. Another brutal blow lands, sending another thug flying. The impact echoes. A flurry of motion, a storm of violence. Panic etched across his face, the young boy's breath hitches. I asked you, are you running away? He confronts a hulking figure, his words dripping with contempt. Are you serious? This crazy bastard. A brutal brawl erupts. The young boy's desperate plan unfolds, to buy time, delaying the Union's main force. So that no one will notice Kim Taeyang's absence. A calculated risk, a desperate gamble. A thunderous blow. The older brother is sent flying. His opponents rage a terrifying storm. The ground trembles beneath their clash. But the young boy's resolve hardens. First of all, a brutal counterattack. A flurry of fists connects, a whirlwind of motion. And a desperate lunge for a weapon. The fight continues. The impact echoes, a metallic clang, the fight for survival rages on. A chilling glare, pure malice etched onto his face. A thunderous blow is about to land. The impact sends a shockwave. Hyung is sent sprawling. He's thrown back, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Kuak! The sound of a body hitting the ground hard. The older brother lies defeated, his opponent sneering, this bastard is trying to cheat and use a weapon again. Did you put your trust in that and try to fight? A cruel smile spreads across his face. I'll show you a punch that's stronger than iron. The young boy, battered but defiant, manages a weak smile. The schoolyard, bathed in the fading sunlight, a desperate plea hangs in the air. The young boy's face, contorted in anguish, his brother's fate hangs in the balance. A brutal clash. A flurry of fists, the impact echoes through the scene. A brutal blow connects, sending Hyung sprawling, the fight is far from over. The attacker presses his advantage, a relentless assault, the ground trembles with each impact. A final, devastating strike. Hyung collapses, defeated. Hyung coughs up blood, his body racked with pain. The fight has taken its toll. The attacker's cold words pierce the silence, a cruel twist of the knife. His face, a mask of bitter disappointment, the weight of failure crushes him. The older brother, Hyung, sits defeated, his body slumped in exhaustion. His opponent, a hulking figure, sneers, "Why are you telling me that you're weak? It's annoying." Rage ignites in Hyung's eyes. His face contorts, a storm brewing within. A sudden burst of defiance. He lunges forward, a desperate counterattack. Arg! The attack is met with brutal efficiency. His opponent laughs, "Oh my, this idiot is trying his best to dash." Fails spectacularly. The older brother's face is a mask of pain and disbelief. As a flurry of blows sends him crashing to the ground. Wood splinters, a sickening crack. The fight is over. Blood stains the wooden floorboards, a grim testament to the brutal exchange. This fucking bastard. His opponent stands over him, a chilling silhouette against the crimson backdrop. The victor's back is to us, but the bloodstains on his pants speak volumes. He calls out, "Come here." Hyung, despite his injuries, rises to his feet, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. He's running towards his opponent, ready to face whatever comes next. The younger brother flees, his older brother's opponent hot on his heels. But the boy's face is a mask of grim determination. He's far from giving up. He recalls the earlier fight, a heavy shelf remained unmoved even by his powerful strikes. A brutal impact sends him sprawling. The shelf's weight is immense, he realizes, as he struggles to rise. A moment of painful reflection. But even this crushing weight won't stop him. He'll find a way. Exploiting the gap, he unleashes a desperate counterattack. A desperate lunge. The impact echoes. A roar of pain and defiance. The impact. A thunderous crash as debris rains down. Hyung, battered but unbowed, amidst the chaos. He's still fighting. A defiant declaration amidst the carnage, "I can knock it over." The young boy watches, his face a mask of terror. A silent scream trapped behind wide, horrified eyes. Rage boils within him. A guttural roar of fury, "This fucking bastard." A whirlwind of motion. A desperate, brutal counterattack begins. A blur of fists and feet, a storm of raw power unleashed. Gasping for air, the young boy's terror gives way to grim determination. As sounds of struggle echo through the ravaged space. A desperate fight for survival. Hyung grits his teeth, defiance burning in his eyes. "There's nothing stronger than iron, you idiot. All that's left is sheer, brutal will." His face, a mask of grim determination. A roar of fury. His opponent, wounded but still dangerous, lunges forward. But from a rooftop vantage point, a young woman watches the scene unfold below. The bodies of Hwang Kaman's men lie scattered like fallen dominoes. A flicker of surprise crosses her face. "I didn't think you'd do it this way." The aftermath of a brutal clash. More bodies litter the street, a testament to Hyun's desperate counterattack. The air crackles with tension. As a chilling voice cuts through the silence. "What are you doing, Kim Taek-sun?" A whirlwind of fists and fury. Bodies collide, a brutal ballet of blows. Grunts of pain and strained breaths fill the air. "Cook! Ugh! Wait," one of them gasps, the fight momentarily pausing. "Calm down a little bit." The scene shifts. A question hangs heavy. "What are you doing, Kim Taek-sun?" A figure emerges from the shadows, his presence radiating menace. Kwak Jigong, the Emperor's Division's 2nd Battalion leader, has arrived. Eyes widen in shock. "What the hell is this? Isn't that Kwak Jigong from the division?" A chilling question echoes, "Why is that bastard here?" Kwak Jigong, a figure of ominous calm amidst the chaos, approaches Taek-sun. His words are a chilling offer, a proposition whispered amidst the wreckage of battle. I'm not here to hit you. I'm thinking of making an offer. Taek-sun, battered but defiant, refuses the offer. I don't know how or why you came here, but if you're thinking of making me join the division because I'm having a hard time, I think it's a little late for that. Ji-gon's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something akin to respect crosses his features. Ooh, you even have a good sense as well. I don't need your strength or anything since the situation has already been handled. From the shadows, a voice cuts through the air, Hyung-nim. As reinforcements arrive, a tide of figures surging up the stairs. The newcomers are not here to fight. They're here to support Taek-sun. A coordinated movement, a silent show of force. Ji-gon observes the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. They're not here to fight, so you should leave too, You'll regret it. A sudden, brutal attack. A desperate lunge, a desperate defense. Fuck. Amidst the chaos, a concerned voice pierces the din. Taek-sun Hyung. Are you okay? That bastard's running away. Taek-sun, though wounded, shows remarkable resilience. Let him be. I'm sure that bug bastard. News of Taeyang's actions has reached Kim Taek-sun, a shocking revelation that leaves him reeling. The aftermath of a brutal battle is laid bare. Kim Taek-sun, wounded but defiant, is surrounded by his attackers. Despite his injuries, a steely resolve hardens in his gaze, a grim determination etched onto his battered face. His enemies discuss their next move, the weight of their actions heavy in the air, a decision hangs in the balance. A sudden flash of movement. A hulking figure wielding a massive sledgehammer charges into the scene. The attackers consider their options, a glimmer of concern in their eyes, a change of plans is brewing. A shadow falls over the ground, the sledgehammer is raised, poised to strike. A deafening crash. The sledgehammer connects with its target, sending a shockwave through the air. The impact throws the victim back, a scream of pain echoing through the scene. The brutal attack leaves its mark. The dust settles, revealing the devastating consequences of the blow, a brutal end to a tense standoff. A brutal attack unfolds. Kim Taek-sun is thrown back, a thin, dark object piercing his flesh. The force of the blow sending him sprawling. Blood blossoms across his chest. Another impact. The ground trembles as he crashes down, the world a blur of motion and pain. Kwak Ji-gon watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What's this? His expression hardens. What are you doing? A guttural cry of agony rips through the air, the sound of a life being violently extinguished. A swift, brutal kick sends a thug flying into his comrades, a whirlwind of violence erupts. A young boy is caught in the crossfire, his face contorted in terror. Ugh! Kwak Ji-gon's eyes widen, a raw scream escaping his lips. Taeyang. Tears stream down his face, a silent scream of anguish escaping his lips. Sorry. He whispers, the weight of the world crushing his small frame. The schoolyard, a place of youthful energy, now a stage for betrayal. Kwak Ji-gon's voice cuts through the air, sharp with alarm. Kim Taeyang? Taek-sun Hyung was looking for you. His pleas echo, desperate and raw, please help my Hyung. A chilling close-up on a sneering face, eyes glinting with malice, the betrayal is complete. The shocking truth unfolds before Taeyang's eyes, a street corner, now a battlefield, surrounded by his former allies. I didn't expect them to betray you. His face, a mask of pain and confusion. Why did you guys? When did you start thinking like this? A pained groan escapes his lips as he stumbles, his body racked with pain, the betrayal cuts deep. The cold truth is revealed, ever since we realized that you were using us for your brother's safety. We're not babysitters. A defiant roar erupts, we also want to live a life full of pride and flexing. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Making a name for ourselves in Taejun, the words echo in the silence. A chilling admission follows, I was trying to prevent the laws of the jungle from coming to where Taeyang is. But fate, it seems, had other plans. The crimson flags of betrayal unfurl, a stark symbol of the inevitable. A brutal attack leaves its mark. Blood stains the face of a fallen comrade. The impact of violence is raw and visceral. A cold calculation in the eyes of the betrayer. Always making me prepare 2 or 3 things in advance, he sneers, revealing a chilling strategy. A cruel twist of the knife, of course. I'm not planning on giving you any credit. The betrayal is complete, the deception absolute. A sinister gaze pierces the darkness. The mastermind's eyes burn with cold fury. Since I've been working on this behind the scenes for a long time. The long game is revealed, a web of deceit spun with chilling precision. The scene shifts to a dimly lit bar. So it's all because of his brother. Then aren't you guys just babysitters? The question hangs heavy in the air. A defiant retort, yes. In order to incorporate Chongbeek High School into the Union. The plan is laid bare, cold and calculated. Suspicion festers. A hushed meeting unfolds, whispers of betrayal filling the air. Taeksun Hyun, they claim, is playing them all for fools. The scene shifts. A stark landscape unfolds, a secluded compound where shadows gather. A clandestine operation is underway. A chilling revelation. The mastermind reveals his hand, a cruel plot to ensnare Taeksun's brother, a calculated move to destabilize everything. The net tightens. Even if he's not directly involved, his proximity to Taeksun's brother makes him a target, a pawn in a deadly game. A cold command. Lock him up until it's all over. The gears of the conspiracy grind relentlessly onward. Young Taejung, alone. As the meticulously laid plans begin to unravel, he stands defiant, ready to face the storm. Chongbeek High School. A familiar location, now a battleground, the tension is palpable. An ambitious move. Seizing the chaos as an opportunity, a calculated risk to rise above the fray. A cruel voice echoes, laced with malicious glee, watch carefully the way your brother, who you are so proud of, gets beaten up, huh? The younger Kim brother is cornered, his face already bruised and bloodied. His eyes, wide with terror. As a group of thugs closes in, their menacing stances promising a brutal beating. The air crackles with anticipation. One of the attackers takes a brutal hit, blood splattering across his face. The sunglasses are knocked askew, revealing a grimace of pain. A bloody fist clenches, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The impact echoes. As a figure explodes into action, a whirlwind of motion and fury. The ground trembles under the force of his attack. The younger brother, Kim Taeyeon, watches in horror, tears streaming down his face. A choked sob escapes his lips, Hyun. His older brother's face, bloodied but defiant, is a mask of grim determination. A chilling smile plays on his lips. The thugs, momentarily stunned, exchange worried glances. One of them speaks, his voice tight with apprehension, "So you're prepared to fight in that condition?" Kim Taeksun roars, his voice filled with righteous fury, "No matter how weak we look, don't tell me that you think you can deal with all of us." The challenge is issued. A sneer plays on the lips of the gang leader, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. "Begin," he commands, "show me the power of Chongbaek." The fight begins. A blur of motion, a grunt of exertion, a brutal blow lands. His opponent recoils, spitting out blood. "Ugh! That punk," he roars, enraged. Taeyang, defiant despite his injuries, his voice raw with emotion, "My Hyung is not a bad person. So if you mess with my Hyung..." He stands firm, a small figure against a tide of violence. "I'm not going to let you go," he declares, his resolve unwavering. The gang closes in, a storm of fists and feet, a brutal, chaotic melee. A close-up on Taeksun's face, his expression grim, determined. The weight of the situation is heavy on his shoulders. Taeyang's terror is palpable. His eyes are wide, his mouth agape in silent scream. The fear is almost suffocating. The gang leader watches, a chilling smile spreading across his face. What a good relationship, he muses, his voice dripping with dark satisfaction. Finish them. The final assault begins. A flurry of blows, a desperate struggle. Taeyang is surrounded, overwhelmed. A chilling smile spreads across the face of the gang leader. Interesting. How does everything become? A brutal kick connects. The force sends the thug flying backwards, leaving Taeyang vulnerable, his eyes wide with terror as the other thugs close in. A heavy foot descends. Just as the leader says? One of the thugs, seemingly unscathed, casually remarks, "Haven't you already left?" "Ha? I just went to pee, though?" The young thug's nonchalant response is met with a sinister glare. "Hey, Union's underling, did you just say, 'Show me the power of Chongbeek'?" Kwak Jigong's name sends a shiver down the thug's spine. He stammers, I think you're mistaken." A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Episode 18, How did they convince him? The scene unfolds near a shipping container, the air thick with tension. One man groans in pain, another watches with cold eyes. A flurry of fists, a brutal exchange of blows. The sounds of impact echo. Kim Taeyang, his face contorted in pain, stumbles back, muttering to himself. Fear, raw and visceral, grips him. His adversary, a figure shrouded in shadow, smiles cruelly, blood staining his face. A chilling satisfaction plays on his lips. A desperate plea for help, a desperate struggle to lift a heavy object, the weight of his situation bears down on him. The scene opens on a brutal aftermath. Bodies litter the ground, a testament to the recent violence. A question hangs heavy in the air: what is Chongbeek? It's not a gang, not a group, it's a name. A single name, Kim Taeksun. Kim Taeyang, battered and bleeding, sits beside a man who looks like he's seen better days. The weight of the situation is palpable. His eyes widen in terror. That mark, that jacket, it's the Emperor's division. A sneering voice cuts through the tension. Bastards who wouldn't have been anything without this man are trying to rebel, TSK. That's so fucking ridiculous. The fury explodes. A whirlwind of fists and shouts erupts as the thugs unleash their rage upon Taeyang. A brutal blow connects, sending Taeyang reeling. The impact echoes in the silence that follows. Another strike, vicious and swift, the fight is one-sided. A final, devastating blow sends Taeyang crashing to the ground. Maybe that's because these bastards don't know anything, so they just punch. Well, now you can brag about it anywhere. A brutal uppercut connects. The impact sends a shockwave. And Taeyang is sent sprawling. Kwak Jigong's sadistic grin widens. That you've hit Kwak Jigong from the Emperor's division. The weight of that statement crashes down on Taeyang. As he collapses, defeated. Jigong stands over him, a picture of cold triumph. Leader of the division's 2nd Battalion, Kwak Jigong. Who else wants to do something to brag about? Jigong's chilling laughter echoes through the alleyway. How did that gangster come all the way here? What's this? Kwak Jigong stands defiant, a chilling smirk playing on his lips as he faces a gang of thugs. What are you doing? Come and fight me, he dares them, his voice dripping with contempt. A moment of confusion. One of the thugs, eyes wide with disbelief, questions his superior. Hyun, why is that person helping us? Kwak Jigong's gaze hardens. A single thought consumes him: is he trying to manipulate me, to make me feel indebted? The scene shifts. A new voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding: attack him all at once. The thugs, emboldened, charge forward, a desperate, chaotic swarm closing in on Kwak Jigong. But a warning rings out: if you see an opportunity, run. The attack begins. A flurry of blows. Kwak Jigong's jacket rips apart, revealing deep wounds beneath. The fight is brutal. Amidst the chaos, a moment of stunned silence. Kwak Jigong stares, his face etched with disbelief. What? A voice, calm and measured, breaks the tension. The leader doesn't want you to suffer. A figure emerges from the shadows, his words laced with a strange mix of pity and calculation. He said that you're a man whose tale shouldn't end here. Personally, I think you'd look good in the division's jacket, but what I was doing earlier was my own personal offer. The man's face is revealed, a chilling smile spreading across his features. The leader is not the kind of guy who'll get you into the division by making you feel indebted to him. The gang closes in, their leader sneering, so how about you do it yourself? Kwak Jigong is surrounded, outnumbered. But he's not backing down. A flurry of fists, a brutal exchange, the impact sends a shockwave. Kwak Jigong, battered and bleeding, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The gang retreats in disarray. Let's get out of here, shouts their leader, the tide of the battle suddenly reversed. The sun sets over the city, casting long shadows as Kwak Jigong and his friend make their way home. His friend, Taeyang, worriedly asks, Hyung, are you okay? Kwak Jigong, despite his injuries, manages a weak, yes. Taeyang's concern is palpable. I'm sorry, you went through all this on your birthday, Taeyang. Kwak Jigong, despite his pain, tries to reassure his friend, no, Hyung. I'm fine. As they walk, Kwak Jigong reflects, I really had no idea. The betrayal cuts deep. I can't believe those guys, betraying me like that. His eyes, wide with terror, a silent scream etched onto his young face. Kwak Jigong, battered but resolute, speaks to Taeyang amidst the urban sprawl. I tried to stop it, but in the end I can't escape. The division's influence in this city, are you going to join the division? Now that the situation is like this, a grim determination hardens his gaze. The weight of his decision settles heavily on his shoulders. A difficult choice. It's better to join hands with the division for the safety of me and Taeyang. But the boy's worried face, a mirror to Jigong's internal conflict. I'm sorry, Taeyang. A shadowy gang, their faces obscured, loom large. They only helped us today because of their own interests. They're a group of gangsters who disgrace Taejun. The chilling truth is revealed. He carries Taeyang close, a silent promise of protection, a stark contrast to the brutal reality of their situation. Taeyang's quiet admiration. As expected, you're amazing, Hyung. A shared resolve. The two of us can go through this together just as well. A tense standoff unfolds in the city streets. Kwak Jigong's friend, Taeyang, is held captive, fear etched on his face. While a desperate plea escapes his lips, that Hyung. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows. Kwak Jigong, his presence radiating determination. His adversary, battered and bruised, stares in disbelief. You. The revelation hits hard, he's the one who saved me earlier. The tables have turned. And the injured man's eyes widen in shock. Who? Is this mysterious savior? The question hangs heavy in the air. As a bold command cuts through the tension, you need to join the division. Kwak Jigong's steely gaze speaks volumes. It's done. A plan is set in motion. I'll explain the reason now. A chilling grin spreads across Kwak Jigong's face, his eyes gleaming with predatory intensity. A blur of motion as he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave. One of his opponents crumples to the ground, defeated. Weak. Jigong sneers, his power undeniable. Another opponent falls, the force of the attack leaving a visible crater in the ground. The sheer power of Jigong's strikes is breathtaking. Weak, he repeats, his voice echoing with contempt. With a swift, brutal kick, Jigong sends another attacker flying. The impact echoing through the alleyway. Dust and debris fill the air. Taeyang lies on the ground, battered but alive. He watches, stunned, as Jigong effortlessly dispatches his foes. The fight is over. What a bunch of wimps, Jigong mutters, surveying the scene. Jigong's final words hang in the air, a strong organization is created under a strong leader. A chilling smirk spreads across a weathered face, the glint of gold in a jagged tooth catches the light. Two figures lie defeated on the steps of a grimy building, the air thick with the scent of exhaust fumes and desperation. One of them scrambles away, a desperate retreat marked by the blur of motion and the screech of tires. A voice, laced with barely contained fury, cuts through the night. What the hell are those punks doing? Taeyeon's thoughts race, a whirlwind of disbelief and growing dread. Why is Kwak Jigong here? This is madness. A cold determination hardens Taeyeon's features. He will destroy Kwak Jigong, no matter the cost. His resolve is absolute, a chilling vow whispered in the shadows. The weight of his boast to the advisor bears down on him. This unexpected turn of events threatens to unravel everything. Taeyang and his companion hurry down a city street, a sense of urgency etched on their faces. Their pursuers are closing in. Oh! There he is, shouts one, the thrill of the chase evident in his voice. A sinister grin spreads across the face of their pursuer. A glint of gold in his mouth, a chilling confidence in his eyes. Heaven hasn't abandoned me yet. All I have to do is capture Kim Taeyang again. Suddenly, a figure bursts from a side street, a blur of motion. A powerful hand reaches out, stopping Taeyang's pursuer in his tracks. Come here. The impact. A sickening crunch as bone meets fist. Blood sprays across the attacker's face. The force of the blow sends him sprawling. The attacker crashes to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Dust and debris fly as he hits the pavement hard. Cough, who the F******. His eyes widen in shock and fear as he looks up at his attacker. The fight is far from over. A look of disbelief washes over Taeyeon's face. Eh? No way. The words echo his inner turmoil. His pursuer, a figure consumed by vengeance, snarls, I can finally kill you with my own hands. The raw hatred in their voice is palpable. The scene shifts, leaving Taeyeon's fate hanging in the balance. A question lingers, how did they convince him? A tense standoff unfolds on a city street. One man, his face etched with worry, crouches before a towering figure, clad in a menacing jacket emblazoned with a crab. The crouching man's eyes widen in terror as he recognizes the symbol, the division's jacket. His fear is palpable. A guttural sound escapes his lips, a single word echoing his disbelief, no way. The camera focuses on a brutal injury, a crimson stain marring the man's face. The question hangs heavy in the air. How did they convince him? The towering figure stands over his defeated opponent, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. He is joined by two others, their presence adding to the oppressive atmosphere. A while ago. The scene shifts. A question hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted in the minds of those present. What? Is what you just said true? The ominous words hang in the air, heavy with implication. Hwang Muj is dead. Hyung. Who is Hwang Muj? The question hangs heavy in the air. He's the head of the Emperor's division, the most wicked man in all of Taejun. But he died in a car accident? The news is met with disbelief. I've never heard of something like that before. How can you be so sure? A steely gaze pierces the doubt. I told you, didn't I? I can see the division's every move. My name is Hwang Chamnan. I'm the younger brother of Hwang Muj, the head of the Emperor's division. A tense confrontation unfolds. The weight of the revelation settles. The only man in Taejun who doesn't like power. A man who cares deeply about his brother. A decision is made. If it's someone like him, then I can trust him with this. And now. I'm using my brother's phone to control the division. Shattered glass reflects a new power. Is such a thing even possible? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark reflection of the doubt gnawing at him. Well, there was some trial and error, but it was possible until now. A smug grin spreads across his face as he explains his actions. That's why. I should join the division? The young man hesitates, his uncertainty palpable. The only thing I'm hearing right now is that Huang Nuge, the emperor's brother, is trying to steal his position. A cold calculation shines in his eyes. I told him about a phone that can control the division, and yet his focus is on something else. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggests a deeper game at play. As expected, he's a good person. The older man's words are laced with a hint of bitter irony, his gaze fixed on the younger man's worried expression. About that. It's for Taeyang. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a revelation that changes everything. For Taeyang? The question echoes, a silent testament to the shocking truth. I'm planning to get rid of this dirty battleground in Taejun. A steely resolve hardens his features as he reveals his plan. I want to make this a place where there are no organizations like the Union or the Division. His vision is clear, his ambition burning bright. A clandestine meeting unfolds in the shadows, the air thick with unspoken tension. A proposition is made, a weight settling on the young man's shoulders, the offer, leadership of the 4th Battalion. The weight of the decision, a stark contrast to the past. This isn't the old Kim Taek-sun, the times, they are a-changin'. A pensive moment, the burden of protecting Cheonggyeok Mountain weighs heavily on his mind. But the tides have turned, betrayal and circumstance have shifted the balance of power. The past is prologue, now, a new path emerges, forged in the fires of necessity. A grim determination sets in, a plan to raise Daejun's battleground for Taeyang. The name Taeyang echoes, a symbol of the coming storm. He clenches his fists, the die is cast. There's no turning back. Taeyang, his face bearing a fresh scratch, stands defiantly before his opponent. I take it that you're the one that did that. The challenge hangs heavy in the air. A brutal clash erupts. Fists fly, a whirlwind of motion and impact. The force of the blows is palpable. Two young men watch from the sidelines, their faces etched with worry. The weight of the situation is clearly visible in their eyes. Taeyang, battered but unbowed, glares at his attacker. So I'm sure you're all ready, prepared, right? His voice drips with barely contained fury. A guttural sound escapes his lips, cook. Pain and defiance war on his face. The fight intensifies. A flurry of blows, a chaotic ballet of violence. Bullshasterisk T, roars Taeyang's opponent, his rage unleashed. A brutal exchange continues, each blow landing with bone-jarring impact. The air crackles with tension. Taeyang's opponent is sent reeling, his body slammed against the ground with a resounding thud. The fight is far from over. Taeyang's face is a mask of grim determination. I don't have to be scared. He grits his teeth, his resolve unshaken. The final blows are exchanged in a flurry of motion. A desperate struggle for dominance. Why is this? Taeyang's opponent gasps, defeated. Annoyed, Taeyang thinks, that annoying bastard is so confident. A flurry of blows. The impact of each strike sends shockwaves. But even exhausted, Taeyang's counterattack is relentless. How can he fight so fiercely when he's this drained? A brutal exchange. Each punch lands with bone-jarring force. And Taeyang's opponent is sent sprawling. He's down. Taeyang's victory is short-lived. Another attacker appears, and the fight continues. As onlookers watch in disbelief. Ha! Is he going to lose, one asks? Well, he was physically exhausted. Should I have prepared for a rainy day? Die, you bastard. The final blow is delivered. With devastating impact. The attacker is sent flying. The onlookers are stunned. No way, one exclaims, witnessing the unbelievable resilience of Taeyang. A brutal exchange. The impact of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. Taeyang's opponent is sent flying, a testament to the raw power behind that strike. He crashes to the ground, the fight far from over. But Taeyang, relentless, pursues his advantage. Another foe falls before his might. His face, a mask of grim determination, speaks volumes. He won't yield. Another blow lands, a thunderous crack echoing through the street. The impact leaves his enemy reeling, dazed and disoriented. With a final, devastating blow, Taeyang ends the fight. The dust settles, leaving his opponent broken and defeated. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity, a testament to his unwavering resolve. A brutal clash. Taeyang's fist connects with bone-jarring force. The impact sends a shockwave through the attacker's body, leaving him broken and bleeding. Another foe falls, his body crumpling to the ground. The fight is far from over, but Taeyang is relentless. His jacket is torn, his face bloodied, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. The jacket is a little tight. A desperate cry rings out, "Hyung!" Two figures rush towards the scene, one clearly injured. While Taeyang watches, a chilling smile spreading across his battered face. I didn't have to worry at all. Ha, he's a monster. A moment of uneasy peace. He retrieves his phone, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Ah, right. I'm just gonna get my phone back. The mastermind's plan unfolds. He reveals his true intentions. He asked me to be his ally to get rid of the battleground. And he did so at a perfect moment. A calculated betrayal, timed to perfection. Taeyang examines his phone, the screen displaying a missed call from Huang Muj at 2:23 and 41 seconds a.m. A chilling reminder of the betrayal and violence that has just transpired. Stupid jerk. He mutters, the words laced with bitter fury. He reflects on the events, a grim realization dawning on his face. Huang Chomnan's name echoes in his mind, a name he can't fully trust. A new resolve hardens his gaze. From now on, if you want to confiscate other people's phones, make sure whether they're in a call or not, he vows, his voice hardening with determination. The city lights blur into a vibrant, yet ominous backdrop as Taeyang's thoughts turn to a more pressing matter. What? Is that true? Yes. The words hang heavy in the air, a sense of dread settling over him. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, his presence exuding an aura of cold calculation. The air crackles with anticipation. As the chilling words, "Perhaps Huang Muj is dead," hang in the silence. A chess piece is moved, a silent declaration of power. A few days after the Chongbuk High School rebellion, the creation of the 4th Battalion is announced. A chilling grin spreads across the face of the man who will lead them. Introducing Kim Taek-sun, the new leader. His gaze is sharp, calculating. He's here to take charge. He stands tall, a figure of authority, a stark contrast to the nervous energy of the men around him. The scene shifts to a large gathering. A hush falls over the crowd, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Taek-sun and his companion observe the crowd, their expressions shift from curiosity to confusion. What's wrong with their reactions? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, a growing sense of unease. A shadowed figure, his face partially obscured, utters a chillingly calm statement. It's quite a natural reaction. The camera pans to reveal three imposing figures, their jackets emblazoned with a menacing red symbol, the Emperor's Division. Their presence speaks volumes. Park Seaka, leader of the 1st Battalion, his face etched with weariness, explains, because he's the one that gave us a hard time. The scene shifts to a tense confrontation. Whispers of discontent ripple through the ranks. The weight of past grievances hangs heavy in the air. And the simmering resentment boils over. Treating a man who is your enemy as your leader is enough to make you antagonistic. The words cut deep. Even amongst allies, doubt takes root. Frankly, it's true that I also have doubts about your decision. A crack appears in the facade of unity. Seaka's gaze hardens. The question hangs in the air, sharp and pointed, why did you join the division? A flashback reveals a past where Seaka seemed uninterested in the battlefield, but now, his expression is one of grim determination. The tension ratchets up. A challenge is issued, unspoken but palpable. You didn't seem interested in the battlefield, but now you are? The reason why I joined the Emperor's Division. To be honest, I didn't join because I liked you guys. I also don't want to make a name for myself in Taejun. But a shadow falls over his face, a stark contrast to the bright background. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. The leader wanted me to. And I wanted to check the end of his path as well. That's all. A chilling laugh echoes in the silence. No one here will deny the competence of a man named Kim Taek-sun, who was once our enemy and was giving us a hard time. So if you're thinking like him, like our leader. The Emperor's will is our will. Welcome. A tense handshake, a silent promise. A sudden, sharp crack. A hand clenches, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Everyone, fix your expressions. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The sound of clapping echoes, a deal is sealed with a firm handshake. Kim Taek-sun officially joins the 4th Battalion as its leader. Meanwhile, the students of Cheongdeok High School, humbled by their past arrogance, bow before Kim Taek-sun, uttering sincere apologies for their rebellion. Their contrition is complete, their pride swallowed by regret. Cheongdeok High School is now under the Emperor's division's control. A woman with silver hair observes the situation from afar. Her expression unreadable, a question hanging in the air: was bringing Kim Taek-sun into the fold a wise move? She muses on the complexities of the situation, the many ways things could still go wrong. But there's also a new element of risk, one more person who knows the truth about Kim Taek-sun. A tense discussion unfolds. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. Yes. Because he cares deeply about his brother. A simple statement, yet it reveals a powerful motivation. So he will definitely cooperate in cleaning up this city. A shrewd assessment, laced with a hint of skepticism. I also am not denying that he's gonna be of help. A reluctant agreement, a calculated risk. Okay. I agree. The decision is made. A partnership forged in necessity. You succeeded in this mission, Hwang Chomin. Praise and acknowledgement, but the true test lies ahead. Let's work hard. Let's destroy the Union together. A chilling declaration of intent. The alliance is sealed, but at what cost? Yeah, let's destroy the Union. Everyone has no choice but to clean their own room. A grim determination hardens his gaze. The stakes are high. I thought that organizing Yeongil High School was the best thing I could do, but there's no turning back now. A moment of reflection, a crossroads of fate. Maybe this is my destiny. A destiny in which trash named Hwang Muj is my elder brother. A shocking revelation, a twisted bond of fate. Kim Taek-sun and Hwang Chomin stand face to face, the night air thick with unspoken tension. Well, we can get rid of the division right away, Chomin states, her voice a low purr. Taek-sun's brow furrows. Get rid of the division right away. With what, he questions, suspicion lacing his tone. Kamen's expression hardens. It's a secret until we get to that situation, she replies, a glint in her eyes. A flashback reveals Kamen's original plan, revenge against Hwang Muj. But her focus shifts. But if it's you, you can make good use of the division, she reveals, a calculating smile playing on her lips. Taek-sun's eyes narrow, a cold fury simmering beneath the surface. Garbage is removed with garbage and then burned, she says, her voice dripping with contempt. Right. I see. Hwang Muj, watch carefully, Taek-sun mutters, a chilling resolve hardening his features. A surge of dark energy erupts from Taek-sun, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Bastard, he roars, his voice echoing with the weight of years of suppressed fury. The scene shifts, revealing a powerful figure shrouded in shadow. Watch as I use and destroy, the figure's voice booms, a chilling promise hanging in the air. Taek-sun's eyes blaze with determination. Let's do this, he declares, his voice filled with steely resolve. The camera focuses on Taek-sun's clenched fist, his power palpable. The things you've made, he growls, a chilling threat directed at his unseen enemy. A young man's face fills the panel, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He speaks, a hint of menace in his tone, because there's an even smarter and more vicious guy behind him. The camera pans to a rooftop bar at night, a lone figure silhouetted against the cityscape. The air is thick with secrets. A hand, holding a chess piece, is shown. The question hangs heavy in the air: Hwang Nuge might be dead? The answer comes swiftly, a single word echoing the gravity of the situation: yes. The division's movements are being commandeered by someone else. A conversation unfolds, revealing a chilling possibility: Hwang Nuge is not someone who gives up power even if the division falters, right? So I thought that maybe he's dead. Concern etched on his face, a man questions the unusual activity: what's wrong with the division's movements? A dismissive reply cuts through the tension: that's because you're a little stupid, Hyung. His eyes blazing with insight, the other man counters: they're undoubtedly different. I can feel it because I've always competed with that guy. The scene shifts, revealing a powerful figure from behind. The narration emphasizes his consistent actions for the division's benefit: Hwang Nuge, a man who acted thoroughly and very consistently for the good of the division. A strategic decision is highlighted. For example, whether or not Yongil High School declared war on the division, he wouldn't have batted an eye unless Yongil High School was a strategic location. But how did it go again? A gang leader stands defiantly, his shadow stretching long across the cracked pavement. He issued the order: Do Jianhu was to be beaten immediately. But the attack was called off. Park Seol-ha's interference changed everything. There's a reason for that. Park Seol-ha had to teach Yongil High School a lesson, and the division took over the entire school. A young man ponders this, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. It's quite strange, isn't it? He was tasked with investigating the division's involvement, and the truth hits him like a ton of bricks. The division was trying to devour Yongil High School, a brutal takeover. A brutal montage of violence flashes before his eyes, a chaotic storm of fists and feet, screams swallowed by the night. This wasn't a conquest, it was a cleanup. The young man's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him. Clean up. An older man speaks, his words dripping with cynical wisdom. There's a saying: if you want to find the culprit of an incident, suspect the person who benefited the most from it. The pieces click into place. The division now manages Yongil High School, so who benefited the most? The division's takeover of Yongil High School, a strategic blunder? No, the true beneficiaries are the ordinary students, now able to attend school without fear. A chess piece glows ominously, a symbol of hidden power. Wait a minute. The leader is dead? A tense chess match unfolds, the stakes are higher than ever. Taekson's deduction: the division is leaderless, and someone is manipulating events from the shadows. A king chess piece falls, a symbol of the division's downfall. The Union now holds the advantage. The division is vulnerable. Should they inform the Union? Taekson hesitates. A decision made in secrecy, only Yoon Tak-hyung and Taekson will know the truth. Whispers spread through the Union: a problem with the division's leader. What's that? Someone asks, as the news trickles down. It fell from the top, comes the grim reply. Panic will grip the division, an opening for the Union to exploit. But Taekson sees more than chaos. The division's potential is too great to ignore, a strategic mind at work. Park Seol-ha, the Emperor's division's 1st Battalion leader, a figure of strength and potential. Seol-ha, a man who once shared a bond with Hwang Nuge, a connection that holds weight. A plan unfolds, a subtle shift in the balance of power. Then, how about this? A voice cuts through the air. A ruthless suggestion. Nerd, get rid of them. The stakes are raised. A shadow looms, a figure shrouded in mystery. The method is mentioned, a key to control. Control over the Emperor's division, a tempting prize. The plan is set in motion. A deceptive strategy. They won't know we're playing tricks on them, a sinister smile spreads. A madman's grin stretches across Taekson's face, a dangerous glint in his eyes. His words dripping with chilling intent. Let's participate. Chomin, ever observant, joins the game, a calculating look on his face as he checks his phone. The pieces are moving into place. The sun rises over a winding mountain road, cars snake their way through the scenic landscape. A blur of motion as a bus speeds along the highway. The rhythmic whoosh of tires on asphalt. Inside, a young man sits calmly, his Adidas bag at his feet, a sense of quiet determination hangs in the air. The bus approaches Taejun, the city's name appears on a highway sign, a clear destination. The bus passes through a toll booth, the rhythmic hum of the engine fading into the distance. Hwang Cho-min. The name echoes in the air, introducing our protagonist. A classmate's concerned expression. Oh. Kamen's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of weariness in his response. Oh, I do? A chilling smirk spreads across Hwang Kamen's face. He finds humor in the chaos he's about to unleash. The arrival of Kim Taek-sun, a turning point in the war against the Union. A brutal clash erupts. Fists fly, bodies collide, the sounds of impact echoing through the night. A command rings out, sharp and decisive, clear the way. The battle intensifies. The ground trembles as Taek-sun arrives, a whirlwind of motion, leaving a trail of defeated foes. A flurry of blows, bodies are sent flying like ragdolls. The sheer force is breathtaking. The enemy is scattered, defeated, a testament to Taek-sun's overwhelming power. One man lies still, his eyes glazed over, the fight is over for him. The aftermath. Dozens of figures lie scattered across the street, a testament to Kim Taek-sun's brutal efficiency. The air hangs heavy with the scent of sweat and victory. Kim Taek-sun stands amidst the carnage, his back to the viewer, a chilling silhouette against the dust-filled air. The red crab emblem on his jacket is almost vibrant. A strategic diagram unfolds, revealing the scope of Taek-sun's recent conquest, 3 territories secured in just 2 weeks, starting from Chongbuk High School. Hwang Kamen's voice echoes, a mixture of awe and disbelief. I can't believe one man could change the situation like this. If Kim Taek-sun had ambition, he could rival even Hwang Muj himself. Kamen's gaze drifts upwards, a flicker of something akin to hope? Perhaps it'll be possible soon. But a shadow falls across his face. The reality of his situation hits him hard. The problem is the strategy. His part-time job, and the need to keep up his studies to avoid starving after graduation. A mundane conversation unfolds, a stark contrast to the recent bloodshed. What's on our lunch menu today? Bulgogi with soy sauce. Ah, fuck, again? The scene shifts, revealing a nighttime cityscape. The lights twinkle, but a sense of unease permeates the atmosphere. Kim Taek-sun surveys the battlefield, a map of crimson spheres and gold dots spread before him. His gaze is sharp, calculating, a plan forming in his mind. He speaks, his voice low and measured, but from this point on, we will have to advance further to the center. The sheer number of his troops is a concern. Even the Emperor's division, formidable as it is, pales in comparison to the Taejun Union. To bridge the gap, a bold strategy is needed, a game-changer. He needs an ace, a figurehead to draw the attention of the opposing leaders, someone to tip the scales. The suggestion is made, recruit from Chongbuk High. But Taek-sun hesitates, a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Despite their past betrayals, he values their loyalty, for now. He won't risk further entanglement with the division. A frustrated sigh escapes Taek-sun's lips, the weight of his decision heavy upon him. The alternative is presented, select an ace from the 1st or 2nd Battalion. But a sharp objection cuts through the air. A resounding you can't. Mahari approaches Kim Taek-sun, a hint of challenge in her eyes. I've heard a lot about you too, she says, her voice smooth but laced with an undercurrent of something more. Kim Taek-sun, looking unimpressed, simply replies, let's work hard, Appa. Her expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something unreadable crosses her face as she continues, her words carefully chosen. The question hangs in the air, why can't he recruit from the 1st or 2nd battalions? Because, she explains, the Emperor's division isn't just some company. It's a matter of loyalty and respect. The aces joined for admiration of Huang Muge, their leader, but loyalty to those who lead them in battle is paramount. Even if Taixun were to order them to follow him, antagonism would be inevitable, making leadership a monumental challenge. That's why Mahari suggests moving the new, less bonded members to the 4th Battalion, a strategic maneuver to avoid immediate conflict and foster loyalty. Kim Taixun and Mahari exchange a look, a silent agreement passing between them. The problem, she points out, is ultimately one of supply and demand. The scarcity of new talent is a critical issue. Huang Muge was serious about finding talented members. Kim Taixun acknowledges the difficulty, but remains determined. He'll try to find more talented fighters, for himself and for the war effort. The weight of the war rests heavily on his shoulders, a stark reminder that without new talent, they will surely lose. A casual suggestion hangs in the air. But the weight of responsibility bears down on Kim Taixun. His shoulders slump under the pressure. His thoughts turn inward, a grim determination hardening his gaze. To succeed, he must strengthen the 4th Battalion. But the task seems insurmountable. Doubt gnaws at him. The question echoes in his mind, where can he find the right recruits? A sudden shift in perspective. A looming figure appears, casting a shadow over Taixun's troubled thoughts. The air crackles with tension, a palpable sense of unease settles over the scene. And then, recognition dawns. A face, scarred and hardened, stares back. It's Kong Suk-soo. The name whispers through the panel, carrying the weight of past events. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing the context of his injuries, a brutal beating at the bridge. A hushed discussion unfolds. The question hangs in the air, did Kwak Jigong acknowledge Kong Suk-soo's strength before? Kim Taixun's face is etched with worry. He wrestles with a difficult decision. Recruiting Kong Suk-soo is proving to be a monumental challenge. Suddenly, a violent clash. A brutal blow lands, sending Huang Choman sprawling. The impact echoing through the room. A brutal display of power. Huang Choman crashes to the ground, khuk. The sound of impact punctuates the scene. His return to school has unforeseen consequences. Huang Kamen's face is contorted in pain. His eyes burn with fury. The betrayal stings. Kong Suk-soo looms over Huang Choman, a towering figure. He acknowledges Huang's growth, his ability to block his path. But the rage in his eyes speaks volumes. Changhe's betrayal is a wound that festers. Kong Suk-soo's fury explodes. His voice is a roar, a testament to his pain and betrayal. He plans to make them suffer. Huang Kamen's face is a mask of anguish. He's caught in the crossfire of Kong Suk-soo's vengeance. Why did he return? Kim Taixun, his face a mask of barely contained fury, glares at his subordinate. How annoying, he sneers, the words dripping with contempt. A question hangs heavy in the air. Who is this new threat? The tension ratchets up. What are you going to do if he's actually a coward who's hiding his strength? The words are a challenge, a taunt. A chilling confidence emanates from the newcomer. He's playing a dangerous game. The newcomer's identity is revealed. Who is he? The question echoes through the room. As whispers begin. He could be something like a Jeet Kune Do master. The fear is palpable. A wave of fear washes over Taixun's face. Ugh, I'm scared of that, so I wouldn't bother that kid if I were you. His voice cracks with a hint of genuine terror. The confrontation escalates. Oi, bastard, who are you? The challenge is issued, raw and unafraid. The impact. A thunderous blow shakes the very air. Huang Choman is sent flying, a blur of motion against the stark background. Blood sprays across his face as he crashes to the ground, a brutal testament to Kong Suk-soo's raw power. A look of pure shock etched onto his face, a silent scream frozen in time. Kong Suk-soo lands gracefully, his eyes burning with cold fury. The scene shifts, revealing a classroom filled with wide-eyed students, their faces a mixture of terror and disbelief as a coffee cup flies through the air. Huang Choman lies defeated, surrounded by his stunned goons. Kang Suksu stands over him, a chilling silhouette against the bright light, his presence radiating dominance. Kim Taeksun watches from the sidelines, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "It's him, Suksu," he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. Huang Choman, spitting blood, roars, "This fucker! Who are you?" A single figure stands, bathed in a golden light, his smirk a chilling testament to the power he just unleashed. Episode 22, It's unwritten law that the transfer student is strong. The city unfolds before us, a sprawling landscape of brick and concrete. A sudden impact. The ground trembles beneath a powerful presence. A shockwave ripples outwards. Kim Nakshan, a name whispered with both fear and respect, introduces himself. "My name is Kim Nakshan. I'm from Nansan." He stands tall and imposing, a figure of quiet intensity, a stark contrast to the casual sandals he wears. It's been a while since there was a transfer student. And the whispers begin. "I heard he defeated Kang Sukseo as soon as he came here. He has an unbelievable spirit to get shit done. He almost got beaten up by the first team but was saved by the bell." Kim Nakshan. Is it fate? A new student arrives, and a question hangs heavy in the air. A sly smile plays on his lips. "He's just out of prison," he says, but there's more to this enigmatic newcomer than meets the eye. The news sends ripples of shock through the classroom. Prison? The whispers begin. A burst of laughter cuts through the tension. The newcomer's amusement is chilling. His laughter echoes, a mocking sound that only amplifies the fear in the room. "It's just a joke," he declares, but his eyes betray a different story. One student's smirk reveals a different perspective. He sees through the charade. From the first day, his confidence is unshakable. A chilling calm. This is no ordinary student. A hidden observer watches, intrigued. He sees potential. A talent worthy of recruitment. A decision is made. A plan forms in the shadows. He must be recruited. "All right, class, let's dispense with the pleasantries. I have a serious question." He stands before them, a figure of imposing silence, a question hangs heavy in the air. The question hits them like a shockwave. Eyes widen, whispers erupt. One student's face is a mask of disbelief. The weight of the question settles upon them. A beat of silence. The question hangs unanswered. No one knows Huang Muj? The recruiter presses on, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The stakes are rising. Another question, more personal this time. The tension thickens. Silence again. Then, a hand shoots up. A volunteer? A decision made. A choice that will change everything. The weight of the decision settles upon him. He's made his choice. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. "I need to look into him." The school hallway stretches before us, a silent stage for the drama to unfold. Kim Nakshan, a figure of intrigue, approaches Huang Chamnan. "Thanks for raising your hand," he says, a sly smile playing on his lips. Chamnan, clearly surprised, stammers, "I thought I was going to end up as an outcast." Their conversation flows smoothly, a casual stroll through the school, a seemingly innocent exchange. Until Nakshan's question cuts through the pleasantries, "What's popular in Taejun?" Chamnan's answer, "In Nansan it's definitely Zizang burger," hangs in the air, a seemingly insignificant detail. But the question remains, why is Kim Nakshan looking for Huang Muj? The tension ratchets up. Chamnan's casual demeanor shatters as he's suddenly confronted with a question he clearly doesn't want to answer. "Why are you looking for?" A sudden, violent outburst. Chamnan's attack is swift and brutal. A helping hand almost wasn't enough. Kim Nakshan's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. He almost fell down the stairs. Oi! He mutters, his voice laced with barely concealed concern. The scene shifts. A group of men, clearly part of a gang, stand behind Huang Chamnin. Wow, look at the way this bastard is talking to his sunbae, one of them sneers, their words dripping with contempt. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Something's not right. Kim Nakshan's gaze hardens. "Do Jianhe," he exclaims, his voice tight with a mixture of shock and anger. He's the strongest in 3rd grade. 3rd grade? So what? Apologize. Huang Chamnin retorts, defiance etched on his face. The tension ratchets up. "You're talking enough nonsense to regret it," Kim Nakshan warns, his voice low and dangerous. Huang Chamnin is making good use of the transfer student, isn't he? One of the gang members observes, a smirk playing on his lips. A challenge. So what? Du Jianhe spits back, his defiance unwavering. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Kim Nakshan's eyes blaze. "It's an unwritten law that the transfer student is strong," he declares, his voice ringing with authority. The unspoken truth hangs heavy in the air. Huang Chamnin's face contorts in a grimace. "Don't you know about it? You bull-headed." He snarls, his voice dripping with venom. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place for Kim Nakshan. "But why are you standing there besides them? If it was Nansan, you would have been dead meat." He muses, a thoughtful expression on his face. How strange. A tense standoff. The air crackles with unspoken threats as the gang leader glares down at his underlings. What's the cause of this sudden outburst? Interesting. The gang leader's eyes narrow, a flicker of amusement in their depths. He's clearly enjoying this. A challenge issued. "Let's meet after school. If you want an apology, come to Gapcheonggyo Bridge." The message is clear, a confrontation is inevitable. The gang leader's frustration boils over. That bastard Du Jianhe still hasn't come to his senses. His patience is wearing thin. A warning. The division told you not to cause friction inside the school. Someone is trying to keep the peace, but to what end? A decision made. Looks like I'll have to remind him one more time. He's clearly not one to back down from a fight. Hesitation. If I don't go, he's gonna think I'm scared, right? Doubt creeps into his mind, but duty calls. A grim determination. You don't know what kinds of cheap tricks they're gonna use. He knows this will be a dangerous encounter. A confrontation looms. Why would you fight at a disadvantage? Is that so? The question hangs heavy in the air. A final decision. But still, I'll go. With a crack of his knuckles, he prepares for battle. The tension is palpable. No, wait. The plea hangs in the air, a desperate attempt to halt the inevitable. Du Jianhe's mentor, his face etched with worry, tries to stop him. 2 years ago. The flashback begins, a stark contrast to the present tension. A chilling memory surfaces. A brutal scene unfolds. A body lies broken and bloody, a victim of senseless violence. The reason? A simple accidental bump on the street. Fear grips Du Jianhe's heart. He was forced to hide, paralyzed by terror. His friends, their faces contorted in pain and despair, whisper apologies. Their dreams, shattered by the merciless attack. The gang leader, a hulking figure of menace, stands over the fallen, a symbol of the brutal injustice that scarred Du Jianhe's past. The weight of that day, a crushing burden. The memory fuels his rage. The face of the man who destroyed everything, etched in his mind. A decision is made. A steely glint in his eyes, a fire ignited by years of suppressed pain. He will have his revenge. The past is prologue. A symbol of his resolve burns on his arm, a mark of his unwavering commitment. He will not be afraid again. He will face any challenge, no matter the odds. His determination is absolute. The confrontation is unavoidable. A figure emerges, sharp features and a predatory smirk playing on his lips. He's surrounded by shadows, power radiating from his very presence. Du Jianhu's face is etched with a grim determination. What the hell have you been doing that made a guy from a whole different area sharpen his sword and start looking for you? His inner turmoil is palpable. The weight of the past, a crushing burden. The cafeteria buzzes with activity. Casual chatter, the clinking of cutlery, a stark contrast to the storm brewing inside Du Jianhu. So Zizang Burger is also popular here, we're on the same wavelength. A brief moment of normalcy, a fleeting respite. But the calm is shattered. His eyes, narrowed, betray the simmering rage beneath. A chilling revelation. He wants revenge on Huang Muge. The words hang in the air, heavy with foreboding. A sinister laugh echoes in the background. Du Jianhu's resolve hardens. Doubt gnaws at him, but the desire for retribution burns brighter. Forget it. It's a shame, but let's not think about him. He tries to push away the thoughts, but they linger. A quiet desperation. Rather, I should have kept my distance from him. The regret is sharp, a bitter taste in his mouth. He clutches the Zizang burger, a small comfort in a world consumed by darkness. His gaze is fixed, unwavering. The path to vengeance is clear. The city looms, a silent witness to his coming storm. You're going to take on the transfer student, yourself? Are you crazy? Dealing with him? We're just gonna beat him up and be done with it. I was frustrated by the division, but I guess I can finally relieve some stress after such a long time. Ah, there he is. Ha ha, stupid jerk. So, why did you want to meet up? A smug grin spreads across his face. The anticipation is palpable. The sun sets behind them, casting long shadows as they stand on a bridge overlooking the city, a tense standoff. If those dirty jerks fight, we'll intervene immediately. But Hyung Nim, who is that guy? He could be our ally, so please do me a favor, Hyung. It's the leader's will, so just do as I say for now. Anyway. What are they talking about? I can't hear them well from up here. Anyway, I'm curious, why are you so confident about it? You're looking for Huang Muge, right? What a ridiculous jerk. It's rare for a guy to be so righteous. A hushed conversation unfolds in the shadows. The gang leader weighs his options, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. If he reveals his plans, will his colleague betray him? The risk is clear, but the potential reward far outweighs the danger in his eyes. He's willing to gamble everything. Episode 23, That Punk is No Joke. The scene opens on a beach, three figures stand silhouetted against the setting sun. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A group of men stand in formation, their backs to us. The caption reads, "The Union's Advisor." One of the three, blonde hair catching the light, asks, "Yes, why?" Scoffs erupt from the other two as they discuss the blonde man's apparent bluffing. "Look at this fucker bluffing, ha. Looks like he did some research before coming to Taejun, ha." The blonde man remains impassive. One of the men cautions, "Even if you're bullshitting, you should do it in moderation, dude." The blonde man's smirk deepens. Bluffing. Ha! A close-up on one of the men reveals a grudging respect. "I guess that weakling is quite great." A casual observation, perhaps a bit too blunt. He's a little skinny, I think he dresses casually." But there's a hint of something more in the speaker's tone. A subtle smile plays on his lips, revealing a hidden amusement. The assessment continues, a playful jab masked as friendly advice. He needs to work out more. When he smiles slightly, he does look like a sissy. But he might look better if he bulks up a little? The conversation takes a sharp turn. The casual banter is replaced by a sudden, serious question, "Taejun's Union's advisor?" A wave of disbelief washes over the group. That can't be true. Dunwoo Hyung can easily step on that kind of punk. the shocking revelation explodes into the scene. It's true. A visceral reaction. Disbelief, anger, and a hint of fear twist his features into a grotesque mask of shock. It's exactly what Oh Yoon-tak usually says. The tension ratchets up. Advisor. I can't explain it, but he feels like. The mystery deepens. Even those unfamiliar with the advisor are left wondering. Even the guys who live in Taejun don't know who the advisor is, so how does this guy know? He's so arrogant, I don't like him, Hyung. Let's fix his manners. What the? Did you call me here just to gang up on me? The blonde-haired man's confident smirk turns to a defiant glare. He stands his ground, a storm brewing in his eyes. Whatever, come fight me, you bastards. I won't let things go like this just because you're my senior. His words ignite the fuse. Get him, for fuck's sake. The other men lunge forward, a furious roar erupting from their throats. But one of them hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Stop. The blonde-haired man's power is undeniable. Stop. His shout echoes, a force of will that halts the attack in its tracks, leaving the would-be attackers stunned and confused. The air crackles with tension. One of the men, his face etched with concern, speaks, "What? Why, Hyung?" The blonde-haired man's gaze hardens. I suddenly feel like we're wasting time. His authority is absolute. Just don't make a scene at school, you bastard. The blonde-haired man's face is etched with a chilling calm, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A hospital, a stark white building against the vibrant city backdrop. He's checking up on someone? The blonde-haired man stands, a casual air masking his intensity. His gaze is sharp, focused on something unseen. A sudden footstep echoes, someone is approaching. A young man appears, his plaid shirt a splash of color in the dim light. He's carrying a backpack, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking nearby. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in their depths. A tense silence hangs in the air. The blonde-haired man's words are measured, each syllable carrying weight. The young man's expression shifts, surprise, then a hint of defiance. The blonde-haired man's voice is soft, almost gentle, but the threat is palpable. The young man, shoulders slumped, rejects the blonde-haired man's advances. I'm not here to comfort you. I came to help. His purpose revealed, to find Hwang Muj. The blonde-haired man, a glint in his eye, drops a bombshell. The person with the dragon-patterned jacket you're looking for is Hwang Muj. He reveals Hwang Muj's true identity, leader of the Emperor's Division, one of the top 2 high school forces in Taejun. The young man's face hardens. A surge of anger, a burning desire for vengeance. The blonde-haired man's phone displays a picture of Hwang Muj, flanked by his gang. This bastard. The blonde-haired man reveals a crucial detail, Hwang Muj is from Taejun, explaining why the young man's search has been fruitless. The young man's identity is revealed, Yeo Sangjae, advisor of the Taejun Union. A subtle smile plays on his lips. The blonde-haired man's question hangs heavy in the air, are you, by any chance, going to do anything for revenge? The scene shifts. The blonde-haired man walks away, muttering about Hwang Jianhu being boring. His words hint at a larger, more complex conflict. Yongil High School, a new lead in the hunt for Hwang Muj. The blonde-haired man observes a classroom, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He knows more than he lets on. Yeo Sangji's fury explodes. I'll definitely find you and kill you, Hwang Muj. His face, a mask of cold determination. Revenge burns within him. Night falls on the city. A figure disappears into the shadows. A hushed conversation. Details remain elusive, overheard from a distance. The young man ponders the implications. Du Jianhu showed unexpected restraint. A phone call. Hwang Chomin plans his next move, recruiting Kim Nakchin. Hwang Kamen's eyes narrow. He's seen this type of bully before. But Du Jianhu's actions. They weren't the usual bullying tactics. He hesitated. A lone figure stands on a rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape, bathed in the cool glow of night. The air hums with unspoken tension. A conversation unfolds, hushed tones revealing a recent encounter. "I guess he went back because he was scared of the new student's strength," one voice observes, a hint of skepticism in their tone. The scene shifts to a different perspective. From the perspective of Do Jianho, Kim Nakshin is just an arrogant transfer student who fights well, a voice explains, but he's got a clear advantage in numbers, so it's not like he's in a situation to be intimidated. A quick exchange. Do Jianho talked to Kim Nakshin for a few minutes and then ran away? The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. The mystery deepens. I mean, there must be something that scared Do Jianho. The division and the union are the most uncomfortable things in Do Jianho's world right now. But so far, Kim Nakshin has nothing to do with the division. A thoughtful pause. So you mean that Kim Nakshin may have something to do with the union instead? I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, the response comes, laced with doubt. A young man brushes his teeth, a casual action that belies the turmoil within. There could be a lot of reasons for him to be scared, but, he muses, a glint of determination in his eyes. The scene shifts to a tense confrontation. The problem is, I'll get my revenge. The young man's voice is cold, unwavering. Beside him, a blonde-haired man watches, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The revelation hits hard. Kim Nakshin hates Hwang Myeoj. The words hang in the air, a declaration of war. The young man's face is etched with grim resolve. If what Kim Taek-sun-hyung said is true, perhaps, his thoughts trail off, leaving the audience hanging on the edge of their seats. The first day of school, and already a brawl? A coffee cup sits abandoned on a table, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Accusations fly. "You're a bully," shouts the young man, his voice tight with anger. But the blonde-haired man remains calm, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The blonde-haired man dismisses the young man's outburst. "Anyway, Yeo Sang-jae, you kinda have some power," he observes, his eyes glinting with amusement. He casually mentions the young man's involvement in a past incident, revealing a surprising level of knowledge. The young man's expression hardens. The blonde-haired man's words are a calculated move, a subtle manipulation. "Thanks to you, I was able to find Hwang Myeoj," he states, his voice smooth and controlled. The young man, fueled by a thirst for revenge, is clearly grateful, but wary. "It's too early to say thank you. You haven't yet found any clues, right?" he counters, suspicion lacing his tone. He reveals a crucial piece of information, a lead on Hwang Myeoj's whereabouts. A new target emerges, a student at Yeongil High School. The young man's determination reignites. "Definitely find him," he exclaims, his energy palpable. The blonde-haired man chuckles, amused by his eagerness. The blonde-haired man shifts the conversation, his amusement turning to intrigue. "Anyway, I'm sure you're curious about him. Who do you think it is?" he asks, leaving the young man to ponder. The scene shifts to a wide shot of Yeongil High School, bathed in the warm glow of the morning sun. The hunt is on. "Nothing happened yesterday. Ha ha ha." The blonde-haired man's laughter echoes, a chilling contrast to the young man's worried expression. "That's a relief. I was worried." The young man's shoulders visibly relax, a sigh escaping his lips. The blonde-haired man claps him on the shoulder. "You're a good guy." A sudden shift. The blonde-haired man's smile fades, replaced by a calculating glint in his eyes. "Do you know someone in Taejun?" "Why?" The young man's question hangs in the air, a mixture of suspicion and apprehension. "Well, since it's not easy to move to a new place without any connections, even if it's just for revenge." The blonde-haired man's words are laced with a subtle hint of manipulation. "The advisor of the Taejun Union told me to come to Yeongil High School and look for him." A new lead emerges, a glimmer of hope in the young man's determined eyes. "Don't worry, I'll free this school from the division after killing Hwang Myeoj." The young man's resolve hardens, his gaze unwavering. His eyes widen, reflecting the stark reality of his situation. A single, terrifying truth dawns on him: full disclosure was his only chance of survival. The city sprawls beneath them, a glittering tapestry of lights against the night sky, but the young man's focus remains on the potential danger, the weight of his hypothesis heavy on his shoulders. The advisor's suspicions are already forming, a subtle scent of discord within the ranks. A dangerous game of cat and mouse is afoot. Panic grips him. The advisor's suspicions are closing in. The Emperor's impersonator is now a target within Yangil High School. A chilling revelation: the blonde-haired man is playing a dangerous game, using an unwitting pawn. The young man is trapped, a mere insect under the gaze of a giant. His fate hangs precariously in the balance. The net tightens, the list of suspects shrinks, and the young man is running out of time. A tense encounter in the school hallway. The blonde-haired man's plan is unfolding. A bold request, a calculated move to get closer to the truth. The blonde-haired man observes, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The game is far from over. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination, stands before a figure shrouded in shadow. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A sprawling cityscape unfolds before us, a concrete jungle teeming with life. The sun glints off the glass towers, casting long shadows across the streets below. A sleek black car glides through the city's arteries. Inside, a conversation unfolds. "I heard that you got a perfect score for this test, too." The words hang in the air, a subtle challenge. "Maybe it's because I studied hard and lived a difficult life." A hint of weariness in his voice, a young man's reflection on a life less ordinary. But the conversation takes a sharp turn. "You graduated from Science High School in just 2 years, right? But I never knew there was such a different world like this." His eyes widen, a dawning realization. "Sure, but you also got into Korea University, right?" The question hangs heavy, a subtle pressure building. "Driver, you're new here, right?" The tension ratchets up, a silent acknowledgement of a hidden world. "I'm fine with it, but you should be careful in front of my parents. They like quiet people." A request, laced with a hint of warning. A calculating gaze pierces through the shadows. Kim Nakshan, a figure shrouded in mystery. "I succeeded in deceiving him about Hwang Muj's death and used his revenge to get him into Yangil High School." A chilling confession unfolds, revealing a web of manipulation. And the seeds of chaos are sown. Rumors swirl, whispering of Kim Nakshan's connection to the Taejun Union. A text message arrives: "When do you have time today? Why?" His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening into certainty, a subtle shift in his expression. He certainly will show a reaction. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. Kim Nakshan's curiosity is piqued. He's clearly intrigued by this mysterious figure. His expression shifts subtly, a hint of a smirk plays on his lips. He's not afraid, in fact, he seems almost amused. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, revealing a shocking truth: the advisor is no ordinary man. The past is unveiled, a history of conflict and power struggles. The advisor's arrival marked a turning point. A powerful image flashes before our eyes: the Taejun Union's flag, a symbol of strength and resilience, but also of a past struggle. The narrative shifts, revealing the desperate measures taken by the union's president: a new position, a new hope. And then, he appears, the advisor, shrouded in mystery, his face partially obscured by shadow. The balance of power shifts, the union's fortunes reversed, thanks to this enigmatic figure. The final panel leaves us with a lingering question: just who is this advisor, and what secrets does he hold? A knowing smirk plays on her lips. "Dunno," she says, a hint of challenge in her tone. The mystery deepens. His name is unknown, his location is a secret, only his age is public knowledge. 17 years old, just like them. He joined the union under the condition of anonymity. Intrigued, one of them wonders aloud, "He's cool?" The other nods, "Yeah, it's cool to be in charge of an organization when you're our age." But there's a nagging doubt. "I don't know why, but there's something bothering me about that part." The investigation continues. Trying to narrow down the list of potential candidates within Yangil High School, someone unexpectedly reaches out. A message arrives. I asked him, but there's no reply yet. The suspense builds. A suspicious request. Anyone can tell that it's suspicious. But then, a notification. A reply. Oh. He replied. He says let's meet. The tension shifts. A cautious approach. But there's no way he can just let it slide. A notification pings on Kim Nakshin's phone, a message from Hwang Chomin. The message is urgent. Taeksun Hyung, please arrange the 4th Battalion members as written. This is our chance to catch the advisor of Taejun Union. Nakshin's eyes widen. Catch the advisor. This is huge. Another notification, a single word, this. The location, Starlux Coffee. A seemingly ordinary place, but the advisor himself is waiting inside. I heard you wanted to meet me? He's younger than expected, impeccably dressed in a sharp yellow suit. Nakshin, visibly nervous, stammers, "He really came." The advisor smiles, breaking the tension. Why are you so formal? We're the same age. Don't be nervous like that, huh? Nakshin's initial assumptions shatter. He thought he'd be dealing with some kind of gangster, but this is different. Much different. But he's wearing a high school science uniform? The advisor of the Taejun Union raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He said he's a fan. The advisor chuckles, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Kim Nakshin looks utterly bewildered. Is this really the advisor of Taejun Union? The casual setting of Starlux Coffee contrasts sharply with the gravity of the situation. The advisor casually mentions that Nakshin just transferred, but they seem close already. He volunteered when the teacher asked who wanted to show me around school. He's the one who raised his hand first. The advisor's words paint a picture of unexpected initiative. In Taejun. Ow, my stomach really hurts. A sudden grimace crosses the advisor's face. He clutches his stomach, his expression shifting from jovial to pained. Hold on, you guys can talk, he groans. The sudden interruption leaves an awkward silence hanging in the air. 2 coffees sit untouched on the table between Kim Nakshin and the advisor, mirroring the tension. You're Hwang Chomin, right? Kim Nakshin's eyes narrow, suspicion replacing his earlier confusion. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. You have the same last name as someone I know. The weight of the unspoken hangs between them. The advisor's true identity remains shrouded in mystery. I'm an advisor, not someone on the front line. I'm trying my best not to reveal my identity. The advisor explains his cautious behavior, his words laced with a hint of weariness. Why do you think you're doing that? Oh, Because you can't be the target of the Emperor's division. Kim Nakshin's eyes widen in realization, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. A close-up on the advisor's face, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His eyes, narrowed and assessing, speak volumes. You know it well. He muses, a hint of something dangerous in his tone. He continues, his words laced with a chilling implication. Usually, most people who take active action to find out who I am are people from the Emperor's division. The weight of his statement hangs heavy in the air. Kim Nakshin's eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a dawning understanding. The advisor's words have hit home. The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Why did you want to meet me? The tension is a tangible thing, thick enough to cut with a knife. And the advisor's response is chillingly simple, because the suspense is almost unbearable. Suddenly, the scene explodes into chaos. Kim Nakshin is surrounded. A group of shadowy figures emerges from the darkness, their faces obscured, their intentions clearly hostile. Well, the advisor says, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Fear, cold and sharp, grips Kim Nakshin. He's trapped, completely outmatched. The faces of his attackers are hidden, but their menace is unmistakable. And then, the advisor's chilling revelation, of course, it's to beat me. The statement hangs in the air, a cruel twist of fate. A close-up on Kim Nakshan's lips. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. He's playing a dangerous game, and he knows it. Stupid jerk. This makes it clear as day that you're the Emperor's impersonator. Kim Nakshan's face is obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The advisor sits surrounded by his men, a smug smile playing on his lips. He's confident in his trap. A tense silence hangs in the air. The advisor's words echo in the room, heavy with implication. The advisor's eyes gleam with malicious intent. He reveals his true plan, a cruel game of manipulation. His confession hangs in the air, a chilling revelation. The advisor's true motives are laid bare. A sudden, violent movement. Huang Cho lunges forward. A brutal blow connects, sending Huang Cho sprawling across the floor. The cafe erupts in chaos. Kim Nakshan's rage explodes in a flurry of blows. His fury is a whirlwind of motion. The fight intensifies, a brutal clash of wills. The fate of the advisor hangs in the balance. A tense exchange unfolds. What was that? One man asks, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. His companion explains, Oi, Yangil High School. There's a guy here who broke the division's guidelines and caused friction at school. The scene shifts, revealing a brutal attack. Where's your friend, Kim Nakshan, who was with you just now? One man demands. Kim Nakshan lies on the ground, groaning in pain. What the F*******? A chilling revelation. Dragon patterned jacket. Emperor's division. Suddenly, a figure emerges, radiating menace. The advisor of the Taejun Union, his face a mask of cold fury. Unleashes his rage. Those bastards. They're the division. Attack. A flurry of blows. Fists connect, bodies collide, the fight is brutal and swift. The chaos continues. More punches fly, the sound of impact echoing. Who will prevail? Amidst the violence, a desperate plea for escape. Who are those guys? The Taejun Union's advisor, a figure shrouded in mystery, surveys his team. A plan is in motion. Did he really think he could manipulate me? The advisor scoffs, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. This was never about following orders. A text message flashes across the screen, eliminate Kim Nakshan and his classmates at Yangil High School. The advisor's ambition is clear, complete and utter victory. Huang Choman, a name whispered with respect and fear, is introduced. His gaze is sharp, his expression unwavering. He's ready. The advisor's confidence is absolute, but a hint of uncertainty remains. How truly clever is his opponent? The question hangs in the air. Why did he want this meeting? The anticipation is palpable. Kim Nakshan, battered but defiant, stands alongside another figure. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. A shocking revelation, I'm actually Huang Mu's biological brother. The tables have turned. The young man's face, marked by a recent injury, speaks volumes. His eyes burn with a cold fire. The game has changed. Hello? Police? The frantic call cuts through the city noise, a desperate plea amidst the chaos unfolding at Starbucks Coffee. High school students brawl, a scene of youthful fury and reckless abandon. Two figures observe from a distance, their faces etched with grim determination. I guess it's true that the Emperor's division is disciplining Yangil High School. Those bastards. They're that leader's minions, huh? The weight of their words hangs heavy in the air. One of them, his brow furrowed in thought, speaks. One of them must know Huang Muji's whereabouts, right? Those guys aren't that important, so chances of that are low. A phone rings, interrupting their grim assessment. Yes, this is Kim Nakshan. Who is this? The voice on the other end is sharp, impatient. Who else, you punk? Aren't you coming to work? His eyes widen in alarm. Gasp. Boss? Ah, I was supposed to start today. Huang Kaman's gaze is sharp, calculating. He reveals a bold strategy, exposing his identity to Kim Naksham, a calculated risk to flush out the fake leader. His plan was simple: catch the imposter easily, but something went wrong. Suddenly, the unexpected. The division arrives, but they're after Naksham, not Chomin. A violent clash erupts. Leaving Chomin to ponder two possibilities: is Naksham truly as naive as he seems, or is something more sinister at play? Kaman's suspicion hardens. He concludes that Naksham is either incredibly foolish or deceptively clever. The tension ratchets up. A bruised Naksham stands beside Chomin, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Kaman's indifference is chilling. He dismisses Naksham as insignificant, a mere pawn in a larger game. Confident in his ability to eliminate Naksham whenever he chooses. A close-up on a bruised face, a smirk playing on the lips. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. You asked me why I wanted to meet you. The reveal. A young man with fiery hair steps into the light. His voice, calm yet laced with a chilling undertone. Actually, I'm Huang Muji's younger brother. A sharp gaze, eyes narrowed in suspicion. The weight of a hidden truth presses down. The younger brother continues, his voice low and bitter. It's most likely that nobody knows about me. Hyung never treated me as a human, let alone his brother, so I didn't think of him as family either. A stunned reaction. The question hangs unspoken, a silent scream. What the hell is he talking about? The names echo in the silence: Huang Muji, Huang Chomin. The revelation hits hard. Sure, they have the same surname, but I never heard of Huang Muji having a younger brother. The tension ratchets up. A challenge, bold and unexpected. Do you seriously expect me to believe that all of a sudden? If you don't believe me, I can show you the certificate. The certificate proves that Huang Muji's dead. A final, shocking image. The weight of the revelation settles, leaving only stunned silence. Huang Kaman's eyes narrow, suspicion etched onto his face. A revelation drops like a bomb. It's just as I thought, Huang Muji's dead. The weight of this news settles heavily. Wait, then why didn't he tell Kim Naksham? A frantic chase unfolds. He can't let Naksham chase an illusion. A moment of reflection, he should have told him, but trust and potential misunderstandings weigh heavily on his decision. He sought this meeting to reveal a crucial truth. A terrifying secret he'd kept hidden, fueled by fear of the union's advisor. He planned to stay quiet, but now, the truth must be told. A tense exchange, he tries to rephrase, to clarify. A weight settles on his shoulders, the truth, heavy and unavoidable. Maintaining appearances is key, a calculated decision. A strategic move, to throw Naksham off the trail. The advisor's response is curt, a single, chilling word. The pieces fall into place, a shocking revelation. Naksham's investigation, a hidden agenda. The target is revealed, a dangerous game of deception. A chilling smirk, the hunter becomes the hunted. The advisor's reaction, a mixture of surprise and recognition. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shadows dance in the corners of the room. One man, his face obscured by shadow, speaks with chilling determination. I want it. His words hang heavy in the air, a calculated risk, a dangerous game. The other man, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, questions the secrecy, a seed of doubt is planted. The weight of a hidden truth, the unspoken words between them. A bold accusation. Did you not have a proper funeral for Huang Muji? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. The truth is a dangerous weapon. A confession, laced with bitterness. I didn't have the money. Suspicion lingers, a dangerous game of cat and mouse. A moment of vulnerability, fear grips him. A young woman, eyes blazing with crimson fire, whispers a chilling thought, who knows what that witch will do. Her voice is laced with a chilling determination, I need to assure my safety. The scene shifts. Nakshin, his expression unreadable, observes a man in a yellow suit. I see. The man in the yellow suit, Hwang Chomin, reveals his cunning plan, knowing that, I'm lucky he's carrying out his plan in secret. Nakshin's suspicion deepens. That suspicious gaze, a silent question hangs in the air. A car horn blares. Ah. Hwang Chomin arrives, explaining, you didn't contact me, so I came to pick you up. Nakshin hesitates, then agrees, a minute. Hwang Chomin's request is simple and direct, could you give me your number? Nakshin complies, handing over his phone. The exchange is swift and efficient. A wave of self-doubt washes over Hwang Chomin. He questions his recent actions, the weight of his decision pressing down. But his expression quickly hardens. A calculating glint enters his eyes as he reflects on his success. He's played his cards right, gathering intel on his target. His plan is unfolding perfectly. He's managed to get a read on Nakshin, his next move already forming in his mind. A predatory smile playing on his lips. The game is far from over. The digits appear on the screen, Nakshin's number is secured. Hwang Chomin's plan is moving forward. But a seed of doubt remains. Was revealing himself to the advisor truly necessary? The consequences of this action remain to be seen. The tension ratchets up. Hwang Chomin's actions have set in motion a chain of events. And now, the pieces are falling into place. But will they fall in his favor? A chilling laugh echoes in the car. The advisor's driver is clearly amused by the unfolding events. The advisor's driver sits back, a smug look on his face. He's enjoying the show. Hwang Chomin. The name itself drips with cold calculation, a predator's smile playing on his lips. A chilling certainty in his eyes. He knows the advisor's identity, a secret weapon he holds close. He could crush his enemy with the division's might, but that would be too obvious. A far more subtle approach is needed. A calculated risk. A dangerous game of cat and mouse begins. A question hangs in the air, who is the pawn, and who is the master? A chance encounter. So fucking pretty. The thought crosses his mind, a fleeting distraction. But his eyes remain focused on the prize. A subtle question, a carefully laid trap. The bait is set. Do you have some time by any chance? The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken intent. A serene smile. A silent agreement. The game is afoot. The scene opens on a bustling street, the warm glow of a craft beer bar casting a golden light. I don't get it. Two men observe a new part-timer, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and confusion. He's the new part-timer, apparently, but why does he keep mumbling? His face is red as hell. What is this? A man's face is flushed, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and longing. Why did she give me her number? A tense encounter unfolds on a city street. Sorry, are you in a rush? Ah, I was on my way to work, why do you? I'll work, where do you work? The question hangs in the air, a simple inquiry with unforeseen consequences. At a billiard room near here. The answer is casual, almost nonchalant. But the tension is palpable. Maybe things might work out for me in Taejun. A glimmer of hope, a fragile wish in the face of uncertainty. His cheeks flush, a blush betraying a hidden emotion. Is this the start of something new? Honey. The phone slips from his grasp. A sudden, jarring sound shatters the moment. The impact echoes the turmoil within. Ach! How far am I imagining? The words are a desperate plea, a cry against the harsh reality. Get back to your senses. Kim Nakshin. A sharp command cuts through the confusion, bringing him back to earth. The new part-timer stares at his phone, a message from Mahari demanding a meeting. His jaw tightens. I won't run away from it, he declares, a surge of defiance in his eyes. A woman in white, elegant and composed, walks through the city streets. She carries Chanel shopping bags, a picture of effortless wealth. She explains her plan, her voice calm but resolute, so we need to use Kim Naction. The new part-timer questions her strategy. Doubt clouds his face. The tension ratchets up. How will you break the trust that's already formed between Kim Naction and the chief, he asks, concern etched on his features. The woman's eyes gleam with a chilling resolve. Her response is blunt, almost predatory, I'll seduce him and make them distant. The new part-timer is stunned, his mouth agape. He can only utter a single word, what? The woman in white continues, her confidence unwavering, men always completely fall for a beauty's word. The so-called honey trap. The man with the phone, his face etched with a grim determination, speaks into his device. Even getting rid of the chief is unreasonable, but at least it will give us all sorts of information on him. Meanwhile, the woman in white, radiating an aura of chilling confidence, declares, don't worry. No man has ever been able to resist me to this day. A bustling city street, the new part-timer, lost in thought, walks among the crowd. His expression is one of confusion and apprehension. He's clearly overwhelmed, a wave of uncertainty washes over him as he navigates the unfamiliar urban landscape. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. For the test I needed to go through, I took the bull by the horns, and came out here. The new part-timer, startled, looks up. He's face to face with Huang Choman, a smirk playing on his lips. How about it? I can do it, right? The new part-timer's eyes widen in disbelief. I don't get why it turned out like this. Huang Choman beams, radiating uncontainable glee. Oh, you seem fine. Oh ha ha ha. As I thought, I'm glad I came with you. His friend, however, is less than impressed. A skeptical voice cuts through the air, what idiot brings their friend along on a date? So he's only good at fighting and a loser at this. The new part-timer sighs, his shoulders slumping. He said there's no way he could come alone, so I tagged along but... A beat. A nervous question hangs in the air, is this okay? Huang Choman's grin widens. Anyhow, you're amazing, haha, you even got her number. Someone like me. But the new part-timer's face clouds over. Doubt gnaws at him. But you know. I'm a little suspicious. He explains, his voice laced with apprehension, I mean, she suddenly asked for my number and to go on a date. She might be a fraud. Huang Choman's eyes narrow, a calculating glint appearing. This punk. He's sharp when it comes to things like this. So, try and find out if she's really into me or not. The new part-timer's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. This is a test. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath. Oh? You're here, huh? A vision of ethereal beauty, petals dance on the wind, framing a woman of striking allure. Her eyes, sharp and knowing, hold a hint of mystery. A closer look reveals a modern, stylish outfit, hinting at a confident and perhaps even dangerous personality. That's Mahari. The new part-timer's eyes widen in surprise, his friend, Huang Choman, is clearly unnerved by her sudden appearance. Serious mode indeed. A bustling city street, the air crackles with unspoken tension as the new part-timer and Mahari meet unexpectedly. Oh my, you came early, huh? He stammers, clearly surprised by her presence. She replies, no, it hasn't been that long, her tone calm yet unwavering. But the question hangs in the air. Who is this mysterious woman, and what is her connection to Huang Choman? The new part-timer's suspicion deepens. But, who's your friend? His gaze sharpens, his curiosity piqued. Mahari's eyes flash with a cold intensity. What the hell? Why are you butting in? She snaps, her patience wearing thin. Undeterred, the new part-timer stands his ground. I'll stay a little and leave, so don't mind me, he declares, his resolve firm. Huang Choman appears, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. Ha ha ha. He's Huang Choman. We're in the same class, he explains, attempting to defuse the situation. Mahari smiles, a chillingly sweet expression on her face. Let's have fun today, she purrs, the words laced with an unsettling undercurrent. Nakshan observes her, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. Her acting tone is far too convincing. He likes Mahari, but he's keeping his guard up. The scene shifts to a bustling city street. Nakshan's plan is revealed. He's using this date to gather evidence, to understand why Mahari likes him, to judge her. He needs to find her strengths, to understand her appeal. This isn't just a date, it's a mission. The plan unfolds, a movie date. This is the perfect place to observe her reactions, to see what truly moves her. Nakshan's determination hardens. He needs to find her strengths. The theater's marquee glows, promising an evening of entertainment, or perhaps something more. Inside the darkened theater, a horror movie plays. Mahari's eyes widen in fear, a genuine reaction. A sudden scream pierces the silence. Mahari is terrified. But Nakshan, he remains impassive, his gaze fixed on the screen. Mahari's fear is palpable. Nakshan, she whispers, how are you watching that without even blinking? You're amazing. Kim Nakshan. Kim Nakshan. The desperate cries echo through the theater. As he faints, his serious expression betraying his inner turmoil. Passed out, the caption screams. A moment of stunned silence, then, a sigh of frustration. I thought this would be easy. But Nakshan's resolve hardens. Okay, there's still many options left. The scene shifts to a photo booth, water mysteriously splashed on the floor. Wait. Why is there water on the floor? A gasp escapes the onlookers. Nakshan, you're sweating? I have a phobia of being photographed. The weight of his secret pressing down. Worn out, the caption states, highlighting his exhaustion. Suddenly, a dramatic collapse. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. Shock. Even after that, as the date wore on, his condition only worsened. He showed all signs of illness humanly possible. A crescendo of increasingly desperate symptoms. Black. Kim Nakshan's face is a mask of distress, eyes wide with a dawning horror. He's spiraling, the weight of unspoken anxieties crushing him. His confession hangs heavy in the air, there's not one thing to like about me. But even in his self-loathing, a flicker of confusion ignites. She didn't leave, she smiled. The new part-timer observes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, something's definitely up. A sudden shift in perspective. The scene changes, the tension ratchets up. What's about to happen? Nakshan's eyes dart around wildly, a cold sweat beading on his brow. The thought of a fight? Unthinkable. The scene explodes into a karaoke bar, vibrant and chaotic. Two figures, ready for a brawl, stand poised. One of them grabs the microphone, belting out a defiant song. The other watches, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination etched on his face. The tension reaches a fever pitch. A challenge is issued, sharp and cutting. If you have a problem, come to room 6. Nakshan stares at a strange device, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. What is that? A sudden, violent crash. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the room. Tension crackles in the air. Two figures face off, their animosity palpable. A tense conversation unfolds. Are you feeling better now? Yeah. I think I'll have to go home after all. One of them wants to leave, but the situation is far from over. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns. What are they doing? Aren't they coming? The threat is imminent. A warning explodes. How dare you cancel the song in the chorus and run away? The confrontation escalates. A sinister grin spreads across a face. You wanna die. A challenge is issued. Okay, Nakshan. Do at your best at all you want. The stage is set. A figure emerges from the shadows. Oh. The tension ratchets up. A powerful presence arrives. Kwak Jigong. The unexpected arrival throws everything into chaos. The accusation hangs in the air, a thunderclap of suspicion. Nakshan's opponent, his face contorted in a mask of fury, unleashes a guttural roar. "Don't tell me. Are you cheating?" His words echo the growing dread. "We're fucked." He said room number 6, right? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. "Yeah, that crazy bastard." A low growl, barely audible, yet filled with simmering rage. "Whatever that was, I'll fucking kill him." The words are a promise, a vow etched in steel. The scene shifts. 3 figures stand in a dimly lit hallway, their faces obscured by shadow. "HM? Who are you going to kill, you bastards?" A voice cuts through the darkness, sharp and menacing. "Why aren't you wearing the division's jacket?" The question is a pointed observation, a subtle challenge to authority. "I told you, didn't I? If you're going to fight, just for the leader, wear your jacket and fight with pride." A sharp retort, laced with a hint of frustration and disappointment. "Sorry, Chief. While you were in the restroom, someone came in the middle of us singing, canceled it before the chorus and ran so." An explanation, rushed and apologetic, hinting at a chaotic interruption. "If things went wrong, it could have tainted the division's reputation, so we can just let it." Which scoundrel of a bastard? The words trail off, a mixture of anger and resignation. A close-up on the chief's face, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. 2 figures, their faces etched with a chilling amusement, discuss the chaos they've unleashed. Out of all people, one sneers, they did this crazy shit to the underlings of the 2nd Unit's chief, Kwak Jigong, who has karaoke mania. The scene shifts. A young man, his face a mask of confusion, confronts a woman with striking silver hair. "Why are you alone with 2 guys in a karaoke room?" A sudden realization dawns. "Fuck, why the hell is Kwak Jigong here? Don't tell me, are you cheating?" Kwak Jigong's face contorts into a mask of furious rage. His eyes blaze with barely contained fury, the air crackles with tension. The question hangs heavy in the air. "What? Cheating? What the hell are you on about?" Jigong's gaze sharpens, suspicion hardening his features. "Do you know?" A dramatic close-up reveals a detail that sends a shockwave through the scene, a dragon pattern on a jacket. The implications are devastating. The weight of the revelation crashes down. Let alone Mahari being the girlfriend of the leader of the Emperor's division. The air crackles with tension. A warning hangs heavy in the air, any attempt to seduce Nakshan is forbidden if his slightest involvement with Mahari is discovered. Now, the consequences of that secret are laid bare. "Why won't you speak, Mahari?" the chief demands, his voice tight with suspicion. The scene unfolds in a dimly lit bar, the atmosphere thick with unspoken accusations. 2 figures face off, the weight of betrayal heavy between them. "Way, that's true," one of them confirms, the unspoken words echoing louder than any shout. A young man's face is etched with confusion and dawning horror. He stares at Mahari, his mind reeling from the implications of what he's just learned. His thoughts race, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. "I thought it could be a cult or a pyramid scheme, but, still," he mutters, the uncertainty clinging to him like a shroud. The chief's face is a mask of grim realization. "The fact that she was involved with the Emperor's division didn't strike my mind," he admits, the words heavy with regret. Suddenly, fury explodes. "Cheating? One-sided delusion can also be considered sexual harassment, you bastard," he roars, his voice laced with rage. The sound of a brutal blow echoes as the chief unleashes his fury. His face contorted in a grimace of barely controlled rage, he spits out the words, "You bastard, what the hell?" "Oi Mahari!" Another voice cuts through the chaos. "Don't yell at her," someone shouts, a desperate plea to halt the escalating violence. The chief explodes in a flurry of motion, a blur of fists and rage. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The chief explodes. A crimson stain blossoms across his underling's back, a brutal testament to his rage. His eyes, wide with terror, reflect the chief's fury. The betrayal runs deeper than he could have imagined. Another sickening crash. The chief's attack is relentless, a whirlwind of violence. The underling's defiance is short-lived. So this is how it is, huh? He spits, his voice laced with bitter resignation. The chief's sneer is chilling. You don't have any attachment to living, huh? He roars, his words a prelude to further violence. The impact echoes through the room. Another blow lands, sending the underling sprawling. And the chief unleashes a brutal flurry of strikes. The fight is one-sided, a brutal display of power. A desperate whisper cuts through the chaos, "Mahari, let's leave for now, we won't be any help if we..." A young man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape, a testament to the unexpected turn of events. Mahari, her expression unreadable, speaks with chilling calm. "No, in fact, this is better. This is a test," she thinks, "a chance to see just how useful he truly is." The scene shifts. A stark declaration: this is a combat skill test. A brutal strike. A swift, powerful blow connects, the impact echoing in the sudden silence. He staggers back, feet pounding the ground, a desperate retreat. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of violence, a brutal uppercut sends his opponent flying. The fight continues, a brutal dance of blows, a relentless assault. His face contorted in pain, a fresh wound blooming on his forehead, defeat is near. A question hangs heavy in the air: how long can he last against Kwak Jigong? Kwak Jigong, a sneer playing on his lips, spits out his contempt. How dare a little bastard mindlessly spout such insults? The fight begins. A swift, brutal exchange. Kwak Jigong unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. His opponent reels from the force. Another crushing blow follows, sending him sprawling. Kwak Jigong smirks. How about it? He taunts his defeated foe. That was cute. But the fight isn't over yet. A desperate counterattack is met with contemptuous ease. What the hell is this bastard? The final blow lands with a sickening crunch, leaving the opponent defeated. Unlike how he looks, he's too fucking experienced. A close-up on Kwak Jigong's face, contorted in a grimace of exertion, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. The raw power emanating from him is palpable, a palpable sense of menace hangs in the air, he's clearly on a different level than his opponents. A brutal, bone-jarring impact. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. Kwak Jigong unleashes a devastating attack. Mahari observes, her expression unreadable, a subtle shift in her eyes suggests a critical assessment of the fight. Isn't his performance totally so-so? Maybe I expected too much, she muses, her voice laced with a hint of disappointment. Kim Nakshan's face is etched with grim determination, the memory of his past defeat fuels his resolve. After being ruthlessly trampled by Hwang Muji that day, I made up my mind. I will take my revenge. His voice is low, a promise whispered on the wind. A swift, brutal exchange of blows. A flurry of fists connects, each impact echoing with the force of a sledgehammer. The fight is on. Mahari watches, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Yet I want to cheer for you for some reason, she thinks, a conflicted expression on her face. Hari's boyfriend grits his teeth, defiance etched onto his features. Do I look like I'll lose? He sneers, his knuckles white as he clenches his fists. Kwak Jigong's eyes blaze with arrogant confidence. Do you think I'll lose? He roars, his attack a blur of motion. A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave. Hari and a young man watch in stunned silence as the fight concludes. The final blow lands with a sickening thud. Hyag. Kwak Jigong stands victorious, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Kim Nakshan's eyes burn with a cold fire, a vow of revenge is made. The clash of steel echoes. A whirlwind of motion. Kwak Jigong's blade finds its mark. Blood sprays as Hari's boyfriend reels from the blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a brutal display of power. Hari's boyfriend collapses, defeated. Kwak Jigong stands over him, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh ho! Did he win? Mahari and Kim Nakshan watch, their reactions starkly different. Mahari's eyes are wide with disbelief, Kim Nakshan's burn with a cold fury. Is this real? Against Kwak Jigong? Kwak Jigong catches his breath, panting slightly. You're amazing, against Emperor's division. He dismisses his victory with a wave of his hand. Well, I used a weapon. Let's leave now. Kwak Jigong's arrogance is palpable. His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. Kwak Jigong, the Emperor Division's Unit 2 chief, a prodigy who rose to power at the tender age of 18. His chilling gaze speaks volumes. The air crackles with anticipation. Let's continue, he declares, his voice a low growl. A palpable sense of dread washes over the onlookers. They recognize that aura, that terrifying power. This guy is insane. The sheer intensity of his presence is almost unbearable. He turns, his back to us, a silhouette of menace against the crimson backdrop. The weight of his power hangs heavy in the air. Who knows, maybe he muses, a hint of a sinister smile playing on his lips. The game is far from over. A chilling invitation. You and me, let's have fun together today, Kwak Jigong says, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The final showdown begins. A figure emerges from the shadows, his movements swift and silent. A chilling presence descends. The air crackles with anticipation. He's here for revenge against Huang Muji. His target, Muji's underling. You and me, let's have fun together today. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The clash. A brutal exchange of blows, the underling is clearly outmatched. A desperate question hangs in the air, where does Huang Muji stand? A looming shadow. The underling is dwarfed by the sheer power emanating from this figure. The impact. A brutal blow sends Huang Muji's underling sprawling. He crashes to the ground, defeated and gasping for air. Damn it, he spits out, his face contorted in pain. Panic grips the remaining underlings. Chief, they shout, their voices laced with terror. News of the attack spreads like wildfire. The first unit has called for backup. Siaka Hyung, their leader, is urgently needed. Siaka Hyung? Why? One of them whispers, fear etched on his face. The summons arrives. A young man, his face grim, is called away. The leader summoned you, a voice informs him, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman watches from afar, a hint of amusement in her eyes. When did you? She muses, her gaze lingering on the chaos unfolding before her. The scene shifts. A tense standoff. Kiki, unfortunately, I'll have to stop the fun here. The game is about to change. The defeated underling groans in pain, his head cradled in the hands of another man. Ah, he whimpers, his body trembling. A close-up on the underling's face, his eyes filled with fear and defeat. What's your name? A voice demands, cold and menacing. A scarred man, his eyes narrowed, issues a warning, use your common sense while you go around. If you keep yapping like that about the division, you'll die for real the next time. He adds, with a chilling finality, and Mahari. A woman with striking silver hair, her expression unreadable, observes, you'll need to justify why you're with a guy who's clearly hostile towards the leader and our division. Her gaze sharp, she notes, he's glaring so much. The scene shifts. A group of men, their leader imposing, stands in a dimly lit hallway. The leader demands, you should tell me your name as well. Recognition dawns. You? That bastard. Let it be. The man reveals his identity, Emperor's Division's 2nd Unit, Chief, Kwak Jigong. He adds dismissively, you don't really need to remember it. Kwak Jigong turns his back, his red spider emblem stark against the dark fabric. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A chance encounter, he reflects, if it wasn't for a coincidence like this, someone like you would never even have met me face to face. Kwak Jigon walks away, leaving the others behind. The weight of his words hangs in the air. Are you okay? Let's leave. The concern in his voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the brutal fight just witnessed. His companion, battered but resolute, simply replies, yeah. The setting sun casts long shadows across the city streets, a quiet, almost melancholic scene. Should we go now? The question hangs in the air, unspoken anxieties swirling around the duo. A mysterious woman observes them from afar, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, amusement, perhaps, or something more sinister? The two men walk away, their shoulders slumped, the weight of their recent ordeal heavy upon them. See? A whisper cuts through the quiet, a sudden shift in focus. Something has caught her attention. Doesn't this seem strange to you? The whole day we cleaned up after him as he kept malfunctioning, and at the end, he even got into a fight and loses. By now, the normal thing would be to want to go home. It's too obvious you have a goal in mind, Mahari. The words are sharp, accusatory, piercing through the veneer of casual observation. Why, don't you want to? Then, the woman's gaze is intense, unwavering, challenging the man's unspoken intentions. At least take this, a small offering, a gesture of unexpected kindness amidst the tension. Oh, when did you buy this? You didn't need to. Gratitude and a hint of awkwardness color his response. A woman's voice, laced with gratitude, cuts through the lingering tension. I was thankful to you, you kept fighting while protecting me. The revenger, his expression unreadable, questions her words. Fighting while protecting? A scene shift. The revenger is now talking to his companion, Siaka Hyung. By the way, Hyung, you know how you were fighting earlier? Siaka Hyung, nonchalant, replies, yeah? What about it? You were fighting with him quite proactively. The revenger's explanation, why did you put your all against a guy like him? Ah, because he irked me. That bastard. I was clearly giving him a hard time yet, even when each of his planned hits didn't work, that arrogant little. A rapid montage of Siaka Hyung's brutal fighting style unfolds. The impact of each blow is visceral. As if he was drawing a line. The scene shifts to the mysterious woman and the revenger, observing the aftermath. He stopped me from stepping forward a bit towards Mahari. Kim Nakchan's fight, hampered. He moved as if bound, a stark contrast to his usual agility. Mahari, ever perceptive, notices this crucial detail, a weakness she intends to exploit. A blush creeps onto Siaka Hyung's face, a rare moment of vulnerability. The mysterious woman's eyes gleam with amusement, she's seen this before. Siaka Hyung's fierce loyalty is revealed, he fought to protect someone. The clash of steel. A brutal exchange. Siaka Hyung takes a beating, but stands firm. The mysterious woman observes, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, a calculated assessment. Huang Muji's underling, ashamed of his earlier failure, seeks solace, a moment of shared defeat. The mysterious woman's plan unfolds, a calculated seduction. Their departure, a new phase begins. The mysterious woman's question hangs in the air, a subtle pressure building. The revenger's face, etched with the pain of defeat, speaks volumes, he's done. He makes his excuses, a curt dismissal, his companion follows suit. A clenched fist, a silent scream of frustration, the weight of failure bears down. The city lights blur into a chaotic stream, he needs to escape this crushing weight. A name is dropped, a chilling reminder. Kwak Jigon, the Emperor's 2nd Division Unit Chief. The revenger's defeat is laid bare, a bitter pill to swallow. Taejun, the big players are closing in. A frog in a well, adapting to its limited world, but the revenger is ready to leap. The revenger and his companion walk away, their shoulders slumped. He must be frustrated. The mysterious woman watches them go, a smirk playing on her lips. Guys who fight with their life on the line are hopeless. She muses, her eyes gleaming with cold calculation. She turns to the revenger, her tone shifting subtly. What about you, honey trap? He sighs, defeated but resolute. There's nothing to do, so just handle whatever emergency call you get. She nods, a hint of approval in her eyes. You did a good job today, Mahari. A beat. Her gaze sharpens, a predatory glint returning. You too. A montage flashes before our eyes, the mysterious woman orchestrating events, pulling strings from the shadows, always one step ahead. After quite a while, she admits to herself, I had fun. The Revenger walks away, alone, into the setting sun. Going too. He mutters, his voice barely audible. The mysterious woman strides confidently away, leaving the Revenger to his thoughts. All of a sudden, the city feels empty, echoing with the weight of unspoken consequences. Doubt gnaws at the Revenger. His expression is one of deep introspection. A stark realization dawning on him, he doesn't know his supposed ally, Mahari, as well as he thought. The city lights blur around him as he walks, a phone call ringing. It's his advisor. The message is short, blunt, free up some time, yeah? I have something to talk to you about. A surge of anger. This bastard, he thinks, the message radiating menace. The bustling city streets become a stage for his internal conflict. He sees his advisor in the crowd. The question hanging heavy in the air, what is he scheming? The advisor's casual tone, free up some time, only fuels his suspicion. His jaw tightens. Arrogant bastard, he mutters, the words laced with contempt. A risk versus reward calculation plays out in his mind. Should he meet? The potential for trouble is high. But the chance to uncover his advisor's weaknesses is too tempting to ignore. A decision is made. A hand reaches out. A young man, eyes wide with shock, is cornered in a dark alley. You fucking bitch. Do you wanna die? A voice snarls, echoing off the grimy walls. The weight of the situation crashes down on him. Open your eyes properly, the voice commands, and a wave of nausea washes over him. Sigh, seriously, all this violent assault just won't stop. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with foreboding, Mahari. 3 women, their expressions a mixture of malice and something colder, stand before him. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Why? A young man, eyes wide with alarm, peers around a corner. Is Mahari being violently attacked? Fucking bitch, he jeers a cruel voice. The scene is brutal, a vicious assault unfolds before his eyes. The attackers taunt their victim, their laughter echoing in the harsh fluorescent light of the alleyway. Look at her clothes, Looks like you met a guy, hee. Mahari's face, bruised and battered, speaks volumes. Her expression is one of defiance, a flicker of anger amidst the pain. The assault intensifies. Lower, screams one attacker, as a sharp slap echoes, your eyes. You bitch. The sound of the blow is almost deafening. One of the attackers wipes sweat from her brow. Phew, fuck, she breathes, clearly exhausted from the violence. Mahari glares at her tormentors, her eyes burning with a cold fury. How about it? Back to your senses, she challenges them. The leader of the attackers seethes, her rage barely contained. This bitch, fix the fucking face, she snarls, her voice dripping with venom. A tense scene unfolds on a city street. Mahari, battered but defiant, is confronted by a trio of sneering women. Their words are sharp, laced with cruelty. Their taunts are vicious, fueled by a dark satisfaction. He's a vegetable, isn't he? One of them cackles, the image of a broken man hanging heavy in the air. The insults continue, their focus shifting to Mahari's appearance. Don't wear such cheap clothes, they sneer, their eyes burning with malice. The women's cruelty escalates, their words dripping with contempt. That bitch doesn't even have money we can take from her, they jeer, their laughter echoing in the urban landscape. A young man, his face etched with worry, observes the scene from a distance. He's clearly uncomfortable, his body language betraying his unease. He ducks behind a nearby structure, his eyes wide with apprehension. The weight of the situation presses down on him. His thoughts are a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. This is weird. That witch who harasses anyone who'd bully her. He mutters to himself, his internal conflict palpable. The young man's observation continues, his gaze fixed on the scene. His expression shifts, a flicker of something akin to understanding crossing his features. A bustling city street, the air thick with the scent of street food and exhaust fumes. A young man, his hoodie pulled low, observes from the shadows. His thoughts, a mixture of guilt and simmering anger. If she knew I saw her, she'd be embarrassed, right? His face, a mask of conflicted emotions. He clenches his jaw, a silent admission of his own helplessness. I don't know about anything else. But a cold resolve hardens his gaze. But one thing I know well is people like them are just filth. 3 women, their laughter echoing the cruelty he witnessed, stroll carelessly past. His hand slips into his pocket, a phone held tight, a silent promise forming in his mind. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark judgment, and you gotta clean up trash. He confronts a woman, her face etched with fear. Don't do it, he warns, his voice a low growl. A slow, chilling smile spreads across his face, a predator's grin. The woman's eyes widen in terror. You saw, huh? Chapter 29, I'm not going to go easy just because she's a woman. The title sets a grim tone, foreshadowing the confrontation to come. He walks her home, a seemingly simple act, but the weight of unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. I get it, but why'd you ask me to take you home? His concern is palpable, a frown etched on his face. Says the person who's fine going around alone every day. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A stark contrast to her seemingly privileged appearance. She looks like a rich family's daughter, so I assumed. The truth shatters his assumptions. That's not the case. With hospital expenses for my brother, I was forced to come out here. He observes her, a new layer of understanding dawning. She seems like a mind reader sometimes. A shared hardship connects them. Even if we both lived without parents, we had quite a lot of inheritance left. The past casts a long shadow. At the time, my older brother, who was a part of the alliance, fell into a deep despair after being beaten by his rivals and still hasn't woken up. Under a blanket of stars, a conversation unfolds. He agrees, his gaze unwavering. It's a simple acknowledgement, yet heavy with unspoken understanding. The question hangs in the air, a silent query about the strange encounter. Her expression is guarded, a hint of vulnerability peeking through. A flashback reveals the source of her pain, a past relationship gone wrong. Her eyes, filled with a chilling mix of resentment and regret, tell a story of betrayal and heartbreak. He listens, his expression shifting from curiosity to empathy. The weight of her words settles upon him, a heavy cloak of understanding. A new scene. The woman's past continues to unravel, revealing a complex web of relationships and resentment. A single word, heard, hints at the depth of the situation. A bold request, a surprising turn of events. His words, a mixture of curiosity and perhaps a hint of mischief, add a layer of intrigue. The realization dawns on him, a sudden understanding of the situation's complexity. The weight of unspoken feelings hangs heavy in the air. A moment of gratitude, a brief respite from the emotional turmoil. His words, a simple thanks, carry the weight of unspoken empathy. But the consequences of her past actions continue to ripple outwards. The seeds of hatred, sown long ago, are now bearing bitter fruit. The chilling words, scrawled across the board, paint a grim picture, a testament to the relentless bullying that has become a daily torment. It started subtly, a slow creep across the line, until the abuse became commonplace. A phone rings, a jarring interruption in the quiet of her room, a call that will shatter her fragile peace. The message is clear, a scandalous photo has surfaced online, and it's her. The shock is palpable, a wave of dread washes over her. A sudden burst of rage. She explodes from her room, a whirlwind of fury unleashed. Her slippers slapping against the floor as she storms towards her tormentors. The confrontation is swift and brutal. So my appa. She snarls, her eyes blazing with righteous anger. Oh. Look who it is, Mahari, the influencer. A brutal blow lands, sending the bully sprawling. The sound of impact echoes through the hallway, leaving her stunned and speechless. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge. A sneer plays on the bully's lips, a chilling display of arrogance. But beneath the surface, fear flickers, a crack in her confident facade. The weight of her actions crashes down, a stark reminder of her vulnerability. Rage boils over, a torrent of pent-up fury unleashed. A brutal confrontation erupts, the tables have turned. The bully's smugness shatters, replaced by a desperate plea. His voice cracks with fear, a desperate attempt to regain control. The truth is out, and there's no turning back. She lunges forward, a whirlwind of righteous fury. A young woman, trapped, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. A sudden surge of power erupts within her. "Let her go," she screams, her voice echoing with newfound strength. A blur of motion. A devastating blow lands, sending her attacker sprawling. He crashes to the ground, the impact echoing through the hallway, the sound of his fall a testament to her raw power. She had no choice but to call for help, a desperate plea to her brother, a neighborhood thug. The scene shifts. A fallen bully lies in a school hallway, his body a stark contrast to the pristine environment. Above him, two figures stand, silhouetted against the light. Is it this bitch? The question hangs heavy in the air, laced with menace. Later, a conversation unfolds. The casual cruelty of the bullies is revealed, their actions, a calculated game of manipulation and control. Whenever we meet, it's the same bullshit, that crazy bitch. A young man watches, his face a mask of grim determination. This can't go on. I'm not going to go easy just because she's a woman. She'll face the most brutal. The name Huang Choman flashes across the screen, a chilling introduction. As a desperate plea follows, "Don't do it, I'm serious." The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. A young woman's face, etched with worry and exhaustion, fills the panel. Her voice, strained but firm, cuts through the silence. "Don't you get why my brother turned into a vegetable?" The brother, his eyes hollow and haunted, speaks. His words are laced with bitterness. "I hated asking him for help, when he just fought day in and day out. Do you really think I want the Emperor Division's help when they're the ones who hurt him?" A sigh escapes her lips. "Ah, I see. Anyhow, forget what you saw today. Just focus on how to get the advisor." As she walks away, a single thought echoes in her mind. Mahari, was she really being harassed this whole time? "Thanks for bringing me home." A quiet gratitude, a stark contrast to the turmoil she's just endured. "Be careful going home." A soft warning, a lingering concern. A sinister grin spreads across a scarred face, a glint of gold catches the light in his teeth. The scene shifts to a bustling city street, a figure stands with his back to us, a question hanging in the air. He stands on an overpass, overlooking the city below, the weight of the world seems to rest on his shoulders. A young woman's face is partially visible, a chilling threat hangs in the air. "I'll show her now," he vows. The focus shifts to a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes gleam with malice. "Do you know Hong Bomi?" he asks. A sprawling cityscape stretches out beneath a twilight sky, the perfect backdrop for a clandestine meeting. He leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. "That's the ideal type of woman Kwok Jigon likes." A woman with striking silver hair and piercing eyes sits across from him. "Enough. That'll be useful," she states, her tone clipped and efficient. His curiosity piqued, he presses further. "Why are you curious about that?" She dismisses his question with a wave of her hand. "It won't be useful at all. Just, I think it might be useful later. It's better to know more about the executives." A sinister chuckle echoes in the darkness. "Whatever, just start the strategy meeting. You'll soon meet the advisor, huh?" The words "you crazy bitch" explode across the page as a viscous, dark substance spills from a container, a grotesque, unexpected twist. "See? That's why I told you to run." You should have at least bought something similar, like chocolate milk. Yet you shamelessly bought strawberry milk? Look at this bitch, so you're ordering me to drink it, huh? Drink it so they get bigger, is that it? No. The container flies across the room with a thwack, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. If you're under my feet, stay trampled. Why do these bitches keep wriggling? Disgusting. Bomi, I really didn't. Seo Young, oh my, your uniform's all dirty. Your face too. The mop swishes with a swish swish sound. Come here, I'll wipe it for you. Three figures watch from a window, their faces obscured by the glass. Bomi, tears streaming down her face, frantically scrubs the grimy floor. Be quicker now, Seo Young, a voice sneers, adding insult to injury. The sound of retching fills the air as Seo Young and her friends watch, their laughter echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. I tell you, you gotta fuck them up once in a while, one of them cackles. The scene shifts. Hong Bom, her eyes wide with concern, asks Seo Young, are things good between you and Won Young these days? Seo Young's smile is predatory. He's so fucking handsome, hee, she purrs, her gaze distant and calculating. Ah, I'm fucking going after him, fucking acting calm. Her friends exchange knowing glances. If anything ever happens, let's just leave the group cast before losing face and die with decency, one of them suggests, a hint of fear underlying her bravado. Seo Young's smile widens. He knows he's handsome, so he's a bit arrogant, she muses, a glint in her eye. Well, I'm working hard, following the plan. He'll respond soon. Back in the hallway, Seo Young's friends are restless. What is it? Spit it out, you crazy bitch, quick. One of them nervously stammers, a guy's here for you at the front gate. Seo Young's eyes gleam with anticipation. See, I told you, as expected. And then, a sinister grin spreads across her face. So what if he's handsome when I, Hong Bomi, am going after him like a fox? A mysterious woman with piercing eyes and crimson hair stands before a burly man, her expression a chilling mix of apprehension and something else, something darker. Who is she? The question hangs heavy in the air as she inquires about his identity. His response? A simple, almost dismissive, I. The scene shifts. A flash of vibrant nightlife, the woman, now looking alluring, sits in a dimly lit bar. The question repeats, echoing in the viewer's mind, who is she? Two men discuss the woman, one expressing his lack of interest. My ideal type of woman is pretty fixed, you know, he states, his tone nonchalant. But the other man's phone glows with a picture of the same woman, a whisper of intrigue. He reveals a shocking piece of gossip, apparently, she likes you. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The woman appears again, this time confronting the man directly. I came to meet you in person. Are you really gonna be like this? She challenges, her voice laced with a hint of frustration. His response is a smirk, a chilling declaration, I heard you like me. The tension ratchets up, palpable and immediate. The woman's reaction is one of stunned disbelief, a sudden realization dawns on her face. A single word escapes her lips, I think there's a Ms., trailing off into uncertainty. The confrontation begins. Won Young, eyes wide with a mix of confusion and something akin to intrigue, faces Bomi's furious accusation. Meanwhile, Seo Young and another woman watch from a distance, their expressions a mixture of amusement and calculation. Who the hell is this vicious-looking guy? One of them whispers, her voice laced with suspicion. Seo Young's face hardens. This unexpected turn of events is far from ideal. This is going to cause rumors for no damn reason, she thinks, a grim determination settling on her features. Won Young tries to smooth things over, offering his number to Bomi. I'll give you my number for now, so call, he says, but Bomi's fury is far from extinguished. Wait, she explodes, her voice sharp and cutting. Bomi unleashes a torrent of anger. What the hell are you talking about? Keep your delusions to yourself, she screams, her face contorted with rage. The raw emotion is palpable. Her outburst leaves no room for doubt. Get lost, you fucking pervert, she spits, the words laced with venom. The scene crackles with tension. The scene shifts. Bomi and her friends leave, leaving Won Young alone, his expression unreadable. Fuck, I don't know. Damn annoying, he mutters under his breath. Wonjung's thoughts turn inward. Lunatic. Fucking pervert, he questions, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. A phone call. A different scene unfolds. Seojung's associate is on the phone, reporting back. Hyun, you said what I asked you to, right? He asks, his voice calm but firm. The response is curt. Yeah, I told him loud and clear, the associate confirms, his tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. The plan is in motion. 3 figures walk away, their backs to us. A voiceover cuts through the scene, no matter how much she claims to hate you, it's an act. Still, she wants one who fights and chases her to the depths of hell. A sudden close-up. A man's face, a sneer twisting his lips. A rough guy, he thinks, eyes gleaming. She's so fucking attractive. The word crack echoes the intensity of his thoughts. His hands clench, a subtle shift in his posture. A low murmur escapes his lips, just my style. The scene shifts. A young man with dark hair, his expression unreadable. A question hangs in the air, Mahari. You said you didn't want the Emperor's division's strength to help you, right? His gaze drops, a hint of weariness in his eyes. The words float above him, with just a little misunderstanding and misplaced affection, anyone can become unhappy. A frustrated voice cuts in, I can't believe this foo. A woman's face, sharp and angry. Her name and status are revealed, Baekhyun High, first year, Hong Bomi. The more you hate him. Another close-up, this time on the young man's face. A chilling smile spreads across his lips. The words above him are a threat, the more you'll excite Kwak Jigong. You're fucked now. A dark, ominous energy erupts behind the man, taking the shape of shadowy butterflies. The scene ends with Bomi's fearful expression, her eyes covered by shadows. The next day dawns at Baekhyun High. The sun shines on the school building, a stark contrast to the darkness of the previous events. Bomi walks, oblivious to the brewing storm. A casual stroll, until a chilling question echoes in her mind, did that crazy bitch set camp at the store? Seojung's frustration boils over. The petty annoyance of a coffee milk shortage fuels her rage. Is it so difficult to get coffee milk, she fumes, her inner thoughts far more vicious, how much do I need to fuck her up for this? Her outburst draws attention. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. The tension ratchets up. Why are these bitches snickering? Wonjung's concern for Bomi is palpable. Bomi, I think you should go to the store right now. The scene shifts to the store. A palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. The girls stare, wide-eyed, at something unseen. Bomi's eyes widen in terror. The sheer intensity of the moment is almost unbearable. A confrontation at the store. A gruff voice cuts through the tension, can't I? Even after I said we don't sell to outsiders. The ominous presence looms large. A chilling revelation, the guy you have something with is there. Kwak Jigong's menacing smirk. He's here, and Bomi is trapped. The threat is palpable. I can't just steal it, you get it and I'll pay. Why are you doing this? I don't even know who you are. Don't you know Kwak Jigong of the 2nd unit of the division? Are you crazy? They say I'm crazy, hee. Why are you doing this to me? You didn't give me your number. That means you want me to come talk to you, isn't it? I fucking love that rude-ass arrogance. This bastard's a lunatic. If a dumb fucking rumor spreads, I'll lose my chance with one Mappa too. Here, my number. Satisfied? Don't come to school now. I'll give him my number and make him leave. Fuck. So embarrassing. A few days later. Bomi, why is your voice like that? What about my? A phone screen glows, displaying a text conversation. You seem to be in a bad mood. The message reads. Below, a frustrated Bomi types a reply. For the past few days, he won't even get tired of it, this bastard. She thinks, a mixture of annoyance and resignation etched on her face. Suddenly, a gasp escapes her lips. A new message arrives. Wanna go to Latte World this weekend? Relief washes over her, quickly replaced by a surge of unexpected joy. A triumphant grin spreads across Bomi's face. Fuck, finally, this bastard's responding, she exclaims internally. The text message continues, I totally love it. Jigong's smug face fills the panel. Yeah, it's about time for us to go on a date, right? He says, his tone dripping with arrogance. Bomi's response is brief, see you at the weekend then. Elsewhere, Won Young and his associates observe the scene from a distance. Oh Jang Won Young, are you done working on Hong Bomi already? One asks. Deal's done, hee, Won Young replies, a hint of weariness in his voice. Whoa, it must be fun to have those stats in life, huh? Another adds, a mix of envy and amusement in his tone. Jigong's sinister smile returns. Fucking bitch, now all that's left is take her for a ride and have my fun with her hee, he mutters, his eyes gleaming with malice. A giant boot descends, dwarfing 3 figures below. The ominous shadow looms over them, a clear threat of impending violence. Back at her apartment, Bomi stands before her closet, overwhelmed. Whoa! Little world? I'm fucking jealous what's with his great sense, she thinks, her anxiety palpable. Ah, God. What should I wear? I have nothing to wear, fuck. A phone rings. Oh. Oi, Jang Wonjung's calling, she says, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Okie have a fun time, she texts before answering. Bomi, a whirlwind of nervous energy, scrolls through her phone, a date with Jigang is on the horizon, and the anticipation is palpable. The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication, what to wear? Her reflection stares back, a mirror to her inner turmoil. A chilling revelation shatters the fragile calm. The weight of unexpected involvement crashes down, a dark truth unveiled. A gruff voice cuts through the tension, laced with a chilling amusement. I thought you were taking that long on purpose. Bomi's hurried steps echo through the apartment, a frantic energy propelling her forward. Outside, Jigong waits, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I'm at your house. His words are a threat, thinly veiled as a casual announcement. A sinister laugh erupts, echoing the growing dread. The date, it seems, will be far more dangerous than Bomi could have ever imagined. We gotta go on a date, right? The words hang in the air, a chilling invitation. A sinister laugh erupts, a guttural sound that chills you to the bone. Hi-ya! A woman's fury explodes. Her scream is a raw, visceral expression of rage. A frantic search. Where the hell did that bastard get Jang Wonjung's phone? Did he steal it? The question hangs heavy, a cloud of suspicion. A desperate plea. I gotta quickly tell Wonjung's friends about this, so this bastard. That fucking lunatic. Is he really planning on staying down there? The words are laced with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. A tense standoff. Hello? Why won't you come down? Ah, for your information, that bastard. A chilling promise echoes through the phone, I swear I'll never show my face again. The unnamed woman's response is sharp, laced with fury. Don't worry, she spits, he was a total jerk. A text message shatters the fragile calm. Bomi's carefree plans with Won Young ignite a fresh wave of rage. The table explodes in a furious outburst. The unnamed woman's anger is a destructive force. A raw, visceral pain of betrayal and loss. She's been left behind, discarded. A bitter realization settles in. What is she going to do now? A torrent of self-pity and resentment. Why her? Why now? The questions sting. A cold realization dawns. She's not going to let this slide. He'll pay. A phone rings in the darkness. A glimmer of hope? The captive Jang Wonjung's eyes widen in terror. Hong Bomi? Bound and helpless, Jang Wonjung hangs upside down, the chilling reality of his situation stark against the blood-splattered floor. A menacing figure looms, a baseball bat stained crimson in the dim light. A phone rings, a desperate hope piercing the suffocating dread. Is it rescue? The call is answered, a gruff voice on the other end. A sinister smile spreads across the face of his captor, Bae Wongi, a moneylender with a past as dark as his tattoos. He takes a drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around him like a venomous serpent. The unnamed woman, Bomi's ex-girlfriend, arrives unexpectedly. Her expression is a mask of controlled fury, a simmering volcano ready to erupt. You came earlier than I expected, she sneers. A chilling calmness in her voice belies the storm within. She's here for revenge, and nothing will stop her. Bae Wongi, oblivious to the danger, suggests a meal. But she cuts him short. No need for that. Let's get some fresh air. His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Her eyes, cold and calculating, lock onto his. The location is revealed, Daecheongo Lake. The stage is set for a brutal confrontation. A serene beauty of the lake, a stark contrast to the storm brewing within her heart. Revenge is coming. The screech of tires, a sudden impact, a moment of disorientation. Bae Wongi and the unnamed woman stand by a tranquil lake, the setting sun casting long shadows. He casually leans against his motorcycle. A smirk playing on his lips as he speaks. His words drip with a chilling amusement. The unnamed woman's face contorts in disgust. I heard you fell for me when you saw me, she spits out, her voice laced with venom. Bae Wongi chuckles, a low rumble in his chest. Who the hell said that bullshit? I mean. I see. Kakik. Are you embarrassed? The unnamed woman's inner rage boils over. Her thoughts are a torrent of bitter fury. But a cold calculation settles over her anger. She needs to play along, for now. A deceptive smile replacing the fury on her face. What about this? Bae Wongi gestures towards his jacket, a smug look on his face. Isn't it dope? He proudly displays the symbol on his sleeve, the Emperor's Dragon Division jacket. It's the symbol of the Emperor's Division, Dragon Jacket. The unnamed woman's voice cuts through the air, her words laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The leader really knows how to command attention, he sees everything. Her gaze drifts, lost in thought, a question forming in her mind. And Bae Wongi's response is immediate, unwavering, obviously. I've never seen anyone as strong as him. His voice is filled with reverence as he continues, his strength, it's what made me want to follow him. He's unbeatable. Jang Wonjung's face is grim, his determination hardening. He declares, I will make him a king. A close-up on Jang Wonjung's face, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The unnamed woman's skepticism is palpable. King? What a load of crap. Her eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning, a memory resurfacing. The unnamed woman's thoughts echo, that guy who messed up Ma Hazung, he was wearing the same jacket. By the water's edge, a question hangs heavy in the air, as Bae Wongi and the unnamed woman stand silently, their gazes fixed on the shimmering surface. A hushed conversation unfolds beside a tranquil lake. The wind whispers secrets. But the woman's sharp eyes miss nothing. She's assessing her companion, a man whose jacket bears a striking, crimson dragon emblem. Their peaceful moment shatters. A sudden tension grips the air. Wait, she urges, sensing danger. A chilling premonition etched on her face. When will those bastards arrive, she whispers, fear tightening its icy grip. Headlights cut through the twilight. A vehicle approaches. And the woman's gaze drops to the weapon strapped to her motorcycle. Preparation. The moment of truth arrives. They're here. The words hang heavy in the air. As a guttural laugh echoes, "Hiya Kikik." The ambush begins. The man's face is a mask of grim amusement. "That's a hell of a face, Kikik," he sneers. A concerned voice cuts through the tension. "Hong Bomi, I told you to live a proper life. How did you get into the jaws of a guy like him?" The ominous words hang in the air. "Hong Bomi, you're..." A lone figure stands before a gang, their menacing presence casting long shadows. The accusation lands like a punch. "Really involved with the worst of guys, aren't you?" A moment of internal conflict. Can he bring himself to do it? Can I really slaughter a fucking high schooler? But another voice cuts through the hesitation. "Ah, this is exciting me. Okay, this is right up my alley." The command rings out, "Stand back." A blur of motion, a sudden eruption of violence. "Why did you come so late? How should we deal with him, Bomi?" Rage boils over. "Ah, don't forget your promise, yeah? I got it, so just fuck him up. Fucking kill him." A chilling observation, they say women change their mind like the wind changes its direction. And a final, cryptic question hangs in the air. People still prance about in that fucking dragon jacket, huh? Who are you? Did the Alliance send you? A tense standoff unfolds near a lake. The air crackles with unspoken threats. As the gang leader questions the wisdom of their mission. A spiked bat lies ominously nearby, a symbol of the violence to come. The gang members' doubts are voiced. One questions the ruthlessness of their leader, recalling past events, while another dismisses their concerns, highlighting the potential financial gains. The moral lines are blurred. The man in the dragon jacket remains unconvinced. He sees through their bravado. And the scene shifts to a strategic location, a lake, offering a potential escape route. The tension ratchets up. A decision is made. The words "let's try crossing the line" echo with chilling intent. And the gang, fueled by recklessness and a thirst for violence, charges forward. The attack begins. A brutal assault unfolds. The man in the dragon jacket is caught off guard. As the gang unleashes a flurry of blows. The fight is on. A gang leader's face, scarred and grim, fills the panel. His words echo the chilling warning from his superior. This is why the leader said. A fist clenches, knuckles white, a prelude to violence. The gang explodes into action. A flurry of fists and feet connects with their target, the man in the dragon jacket. The attack is swift and brutal. The leader's warning concludes, to be careful of women. The implication hangs heavy in the air. A motorcycle crashes, its rider sprawled on the ground, another victim of the sudden assault. Meanwhile, two gang members exchange a look. One, in a vibrant patterned shirt, smirks, "Interesting, huh?" The other gang member is caught off guard. "Still, you can't be getting distracted." A swift kick sends him sprawling. A brutal blow connects, sending the man in the patterned shirt reeling. The fight continues, a chaotic ballet of violence. "Fucker," roars one of the attackers, as the man in the dragon jacket is overwhelmed. The impact. A crushing blow shatters the ground. A whirlwind of motion as Bomi's gang unleashes a brutal assault. The man in the dragon jacket is caught completely off guard. Blood splatters across the scene as he's thrown to the ground, a brutal display of violence. Bomi's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She didn't expect such a swift victory. Meanwhile, one of her gang members looks on, a mixture of awe and fear in his expression. Lone shark's guards scatter across the ground like fallen leaves, the remnants of a defeated foe. The man in the dragon jacket lies defeated, his body a testament to Bomi's ruthless efficiency. He mutters something unintelligible. A chilling question hangs in the air, can I really slaughter you guys? A lone shark's card is crushed in his hand, a final act of defiance before the inevitable. Hong Bomi's eyes blaze with a chilling intensity. A cruel smile stretches across her lips as she declares, you guys and me, we're gonna have some fun today. The man in the dragon jacket stands, oblivious, a silhouette against the setting sun, his back to the approaching danger. A baseball bat connects with flesh. The sickening crack echoes through the air. Ked for real. You guys and me, we're gonna have some fun today. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. The threat looms large. A figure stands silhouetted against the setting sun, his back to us. And the scene explodes into brutal action. A baseball bat connects with bone-jarring impact. A cruel smile stretches across a face, eyes gleaming with wicked amusement. Ooh. What a shame. Come on. His gaze is cold, calculating. A predator assessing its prey. You seem quite satisfied after knocking them out. How are you going to make it fun for me? Are you going to give me money? You think money's fun? A woman's voice cuts through the silence, laced with worry. There's no way he'll take out Baewongi too, is there? That bastard. After all, he's a real gangster. A menacing figure emerges from the shadows, a spiked bat casually held in his hand. His smirk speaks volumes. The name appears on the ground, Hilu Capital, branch manager at Gongju, Baewongi. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. His eyes gleam with a chilling intensity. I'll strip you down to your undies, you bastard. The threat is palpable. The scene shifts. A flashback reveals the brutal truth. Now that I remember, that high school level player went out of line. A swift, brutal kick sends the man sprawling. The impact echoes through the hallway. Mahari's older brother, a force of nature, ended him with one blow. The aftermath is stark. The question hangs in the air, you want to trample Mahari's brother? Yeah, I want to fucking kill that bastard. The antagonist's rage is uncontainable. A chilling warning, do you want to get fucked up? Do you want me to stay still after he humiliated me? The unnamed antagonist's voice is a low growl, barely contained rage vibrating in the air. Baewongi, battered and bruised, can only offer a pained expression. Against the might of the Taejun alliance, silence seems the only safe option. He knows he must play it cool. A calculated decision, as he reveals his plan to join the alliance. Survival demands a strategic alliance, even with those who have wronged him. The path to power in Taejun is paved with calculated risks. But his girlfriend's reaction is far from calculated. Her face contorts in disgust. The sheer betrayal stings more than any physical wound. Are you really fucking joining the same place as that bastard? The unnamed woman's decision is swift and final. Let's break up. The words hang in the air, sharp and cold, a stark contrast to the simmering rage of her boyfriend. She can't bear the humiliation. The weight of his betrayal crushes her. It's too humiliating. Her resolve hardens. We're breaking up. There's no turning back now. The decision is made. His response is a dismissive okay? His nonchalance is infuriating. The unnamed antagonist's fury explodes. Kwang, a sound of impact echoes. A brutal blow lands. The unnamed woman is thrown to the ground. Did she really think she could just walk away? The unnamed antagonist's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He grabs her hair, his eyes blazing with fury. The scene ends on a note of chilling violence. Let her go. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the bright sky above. A simmering rage ignites within him. You bastard. Look at your audacity, just because the alliance has your back. The sneer is sharp, the words dripping with contempt. Audacity? This bastard really doesn't know how to read a room. The retort is swift, laced with a chilling amusement. Stop with the face like you've been betrayed. You can't touch me anyway. Defiance hardens his features, a cold resolve settling in. Well, if you think 1 versus 1,000 is possible for you, go on and mess with the alliance. A challenge, issued with a chilling calm. If you're glaring like that, go all out, Wongi. Appa, thank you. A silent farewell, heavy with unspoken emotion. Betrayed by my own group. The words echo the pain, the betrayal cutting deep. You were startled, huh? The question hangs in the air, a subtle taunt. I was in utter humiliation as my friend took away my girlfriend. The confession is raw, the pain palpable. The unnamed antagonist, a whirlwind of fury, raises his nail-studded bat. A weapon born of malice, it crackles with dark energy. He swings with brutal force, a blur of motion aimed at Bei Wangge's back. The impact is imminent. But Bei Wangge anticipates the blow. With a twist of his body, he narrowly avoids the devastating strike. The spiked bat slams into the ground, sending splinters flying and earth erupting in a miniature explosion. The force of the blow is palpable. The antagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. His attack failed? He's sent sprawling, tumbling end over end across the ground, a testament to Bei Wangge's skill and speed. The antagonist scrambles to his feet, his face contorted in a mask of rage. He's not used to this level of resistance. Dodge, like that. The clash resumes. A flurry of blows, a dance of death between the two combatants. Bei Wangge's counterattack is swift and precise. A brutal strike connects, shattering the antagonist's defenses. The battle rages. A whirlwind of motion as Bei Wangge dodges a brutal blow. The antagonist snarls, "It's going to fucking hurt like a bitch." The nail-studded bat whistles through the air. A devastating counterattack. Bei Wangge's skill shines through as he sends his opponent sprawling. The impact echoes, a resounding thud as the antagonist crashes to the ground. From a distance, a chilling smile plays on the lips of an unseen observer. Oh. Bei Wangge's winning. Yes. The thrill of victory, a dark satisfaction. That bastard was quite useful. That feeling just now gave me a fucking thrill. A cruel taunt follows, "I bet your skull is totally ripped. I didn't plan on hitting there, you know." The bloodied bat, a grim reminder of the brutal fight. And the antagonist lies defeated, his final words a chilling whisper, "After all, it's no fun if you die straight away. If you're dead, at least tell me." The antagonist, battered but defiant, sneers. "That feeling you had just now, ripped, I don't think so." He coughs, blood staining his lips. Bei Wangge, a grim satisfaction etched on his face, replies, "It's probably not." A brutal blow connects. The sound of cracking bone echoes. The antagonist crumples, a pained groan escaping his lips. Fuck. Bei Wangge examines the damage. "It's ripped open, huh?" His eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his gaze. Did it tear apart at the start then? A chilling realization dawns on him. Did that bastard just take the hit with his head so his clothes wouldn't tear apart? Rage explodes. This fucking bastard's playing games. The baseball bat whirls into a blur, a devastating counterattack begins. A whirlwind of motion as Bei Wangge unleashes his fury. The impact is brutal. The final blow lands. A brutal counterattack, a whirlwind of motion. The antagonist crumples, a guttural ugh, escaping his lips. His face, a mask of agony and disbelief, blood splattered across his broken teeth. Bei Wangge stands over him, his own breath ragged, but his eyes blazing with a cold fury. What is this? I've never felt this against real-life gangsters, this heaviness. His foot comes down, a thunderous impact sending tremors through the ground. A crushing blow, the force of which is almost palpable. Another devastating strike. The antagonist is sent flying. A bloody mess, his body a testament to Bei Wangge's raw power. Is he really a fucking high schooler? The antagonist crashes to the ground, a defeated mess. Ugh, fuck. He groans, his body a testament to Bei Wangge's brutal efficiency. A close-up on Bei Wangge's face, blood splattered across his features, a chilling mask of fury. The antagonist's body is thrown into the air, a sickening crack echoing as he impacts the water below. The impact sends a shockwave through the scene. He plummets, a broken doll, towards the dark water, a final, desperate gasp escaping his lips. His lifeless form drifts on the surface, the dark water mirroring the grim reality of his defeat. A sharp crack echoes as something breaks. The sound is followed by a pained cry. An observer watches, her face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. Sweat beads on her forehead as she witnesses the sheer power displayed. The observer's voice cuts through the silence. A high schooler level? You think that the man, Huang Moji, is merely at that level. The Emperor's division. Bei Wangi's fist clenches, dripping with blood. What a shame. A final, brutal blow. Blood splatters as Bei Wangi crushes his opponent's chest, the life draining from his eyes. The moon hangs heavy in the inky sky above a quiet residential street. A lone house stands under its pale gaze. Inside, a young woman sits alone, her brow furrowed in worry, her eyes, red-rimmed, betray a sleepless night. A sudden text message shatters the silence. Appa. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the night, a brutal strike, swift and merciless. A woman screams in terror, clutching her head, pain etched across her face. She frantically dials a number, her voice trembling. Hello. Excuse me, is this the police station? Yes, please go ahead. I'm at Daecheongo Lake. AAHH. Hong Bomi. Crash. A masked figure smashes through the car window, a baseball bat raised high. The attacker roars, "Come out," as the shattered glass rains down. A brutal blow connects. The victim is sent sprawling, a crimson stain blooming on their chest. Desperate, they fumble for the car door handle, click. A desperate attempt to escape. A phone lies discarded amidst the wreckage. Hong Bomi's face is etched with terror as she frantically dials, whispering, "Hello? Hello?" But her call is cut short. Shut up. What the hell? A voice snarls, silencing her pleas. The attacker's shadow looms over her, a chilling command, shoo. With trembling hands, she prays, "Please let me go this time." Her captor stands over her, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. What the fuck? A date gone wrong? This man's scowl speaks volumes. He's clearly not having a good time. Hong Bomi's eyes widen in terror. The fear is palpable. His words hang heavy in the air. Accusations fly, fueled by anger and suspicion. A sickening crunch echoes. Blood splatters across the panel. This is not a date anymore. The raw injustice of it all. Her voice cracks with barely contained fury. A guttural cry of pain. The impact is brutal, visceral. The scene shifts. Bodies lie scattered across the ground. A grim aftermath. His gaze is intense, probing. He seeks the truth behind the violence. The confession begins. A desperate plea for understanding. She breaks down, revealing the truth. The weight of her ordeal is crushing. Bomi's face is a mask of barely controlled fury. There's a tremor in her jaw, a barely perceptible twitch in her eye. There goes the dirty habit again, she mutters, the words laced with venom. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, his face a grotesque parody of humanity. Switching sides again, you bitch, he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. The ground is stained crimson. Footprints lead away from the scene, a trail of blood marking a hasty retreat. Hyung Taek surveys the carnage, his eyes narrowed. Oi, Emperor's division. You're good, I'll give you that. You got resilience, huh? He observes, a grudging respect in his tone. A chilling threat hangs in the air. If you don't say something good, you're dead. The words are a promise, not a question. Bomi's eyes dart around, searching for an opening. You want to hear something good? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. The tension ratchets up. The one time you guys had a bit of trouble was when your leader almost killed someone. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The details are laid bare. I mean the time he beat up a guy from the Taejun Alliance into a vegetable. The weight of the confession settles upon them. Bomi's eyes widen in terror. Baewon, she gasps, the name a desperate plea for mercy. Hyung-taek raises his weapon, a glint of cold steel in the moonlight. Keep mentioning that, you fucking wanna die? Didn't you think it was weird, he growls, his voice thick with menace. That time. The memory stings, a bitter taste in Hong Bomi's mouth. She recounts the events, her voice barely a whisper. Your leader was pissed. Way more than usual, wasn't he? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation. The leader was definitely. The unspoken words carry the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Hyung-taek's eyes narrow, suspicion etched onto his face. A tense silence descends. Leader. Calm down a bit. We'll go first and. The plea is cut short. Shut it. I'm going. The leader's voice is a low growl, laced with barely contained fury. He turns, his back a rigid wall of barely controlled rage. Don't follow me. The command echoes, sharp and cold. The scene shifts, the tension ratcheting up a notch. In a fit of rage. The narration cuts to the aftermath, the consequences of uncontrolled fury laid bare. 30 people injured, 1 in a coma. That day, very few guys went with the leader to settle the matter with the alliance. The weight of the leader's actions hangs heavy in the air. The result was serious injuries to 30 people and 1 in a coma. The impact of the violence is visceral, the scene painted in shades of grim reality. It wasn't usual for the leader to put someone in a coma. A chilling revelation, hinting at a deeper, darker secret. A chilling revelation unfolds. The price for a past action was paid by someone else, a sacrifice their leader has never acknowledged. The weight of unspoken truths hangs heavy in the air, a silence that speaks volumes about the hidden depths of their organization. The question hangs in the air, a spark igniting a powder keg of secrets. One man knows more than he lets on, his words hinting at a conspiracy far deeper than imagined. Bomi's fury boils over. She's on her knees, but her eyes burn with righteous anger, a stark contrast to her earlier relief. The truth explodes into the open, a brutal accusation tearing through the fragile peace. The shock is palpable, leaving one man speechless. His face, a mask of barely contained rage. The revelation of a treacherous plot is laid bare, the details painting a picture of cold calculation and betrayal. The shocking truth is revealed, a deliberate manipulation, a pawn sacrificed to trigger a deadly conflict. The red background intensifies the gravity of the situation. Bomi's denial explodes, a raw scream of disbelief and outrage. The weight of the accusation crushes her, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. The confrontation intensifies, the tension ratcheting up. A simple question cuts through the chaos, demanding an answer. A furious denial, a desperate attempt to cling to a shattered reality. The accusation hangs in the air, heavy with implication. A sword flashes, obscuring Bomi's face as she screams in fury. The sheer force of her rage is palpable. Listen carefully. Blood drips from a fresh wound on Bomi's face as she glares at a spiked club, her eyes narrowed with deadly intent. Hyung-taek's voice is grim. With suspicion swirling in his mind, he vows to pursue the truth relentlessly, even to the depths of hell itself. The tension crackles between them. Bomi's eyes meet Hyung-taek's, a silent battle of wills unfolding. And Hyung-taek unleashes a torrent of fury, his words a brutal condemnation. He threatens Bomi, promising that this won't be the end of their conflict. Bomi confesses. Yes, I did that. She admits, her voice barely a whisper. Under the cold moonlight, Hyung-taek demands an explanation. Why does she hate the alliance? Bomi's confession is shocking. No. I hated seeing Mahari's brother, she reveals, her voice laced with bitterness. Hyung-taek is stunned. What? Say that again, he demands, his face a mask of disbelief. Bomi explains, her words dripping with venom. That bitch named Mahari kept acting up. Under the cloak of night, a tense exchange unfolds. Hong Bomi, kneeling, her eyes darting nervously. Hyung Taek, looming above, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Is she the Mahari you're talking about? He demands, his voice tight with suspicion. Bomi's confession hangs heavy in the air. Yes. That's right. How do you know her? She stammers, a mixture of fear and desperation coloring her words. Hyung Taek's face contorts in a grimace of fury. The weight of the revelation crashes down on him, a tidal wave of betrayal and anger. The scene shifts, a harsh glare of headlights illuminating the grim reality. Hyung Taek cradles Bomi, his face etched with a profound sense of disillusionment. Sigh. What a shitty situation is this, he mutters, his voice laced with exhaustion and despair. The truth is revealed, a chilling revelation. Mahari's brutal murder, a cold-blooded act of violence. Hyung Taek's suspicions are confirmed, a dark cloud of understanding settling over him. No wonder I kept having this shady feeling. Hyung Taek's rage ignites, a furious outburst. Then who was that bastard you hired? The answer strikes like a lightning bolt. Bomi's manipulation is exposed, the full extent of her treachery laid bare. The bastard who roused the leader into killing Mahari's brother. Bomi's face is a mask of fear and regret. The weight of her actions crushes her, the consequences of her choices finally catching up. A violent swing, a blur of motion. The sound of wood cracking echoes through the night, a testament to Hyung Taek's fury. Hyung Taek clutches his head, a grimace twisting his features. Ah, my head hurts. Fuck, this is a mess. Bomi, desperate, pleads with him. Appa. Could you let go of the past, and take me with you, please? Her desperation intensifies. I'll become your girlfriend, or whatever you want. Hyung Taek, seething, barely contains his rage. Are you crazy? Your prank almost broke down our division. He grits his teeth, the fury barely masked. I want to fucking beat you up, but I have something more urgent to do now. His voice drips with contempt. I fucking hate bitches that cling here and there like a bat. Suddenly, a violent struggle erupts. A gunshot rings out. Aok. Hyung Taek roars as he speeds away on his motorcycle, leaving Bomi behind in a cloud of dust and smoke. His final, chilling warning echoes in the air. You better not show up in front of me ever again. The city blurs into streaks of light as Hyung Taek speeds away on his motorcycle, a desperate urgency in his every movement. Meanwhile, a figure lies bleeding, his face contorted in a silent scream of frustration. Fuck. Why won't he pick up? The chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air. There's a fucking spy inside the division. His eyes blaze with fury, a raw, visceral rage that speaks volumes, the weight of betrayal crushing him. A brutal impact. The sound of shattering metal echoes through the night, as the figure is thrown from the motorcycle. The scene unfolds in slow motion, a bloody mess of twisted metal and shattered bone. A calm voice cuts through the tension. Yes, Yoon Tak Hyung. What is it? The news arrives, delivered with a mix of urgency and surprise. Sangjae reports, it was a bit rushed, but they say they got Kwak Jigong. The name hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Kwak Jigong? The Alliance's lackey, Jang Wonjung, apparently took his phone. A shadowy figure is guided through a dimly lit establishment, the air thick with anticipation. Yoon Tak, a picture of calm amidst the brewing storm, speaks into his phone, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Until then, shall we try? A reunion, explosive in its implications. You're here. The words hang in the air, charged with unspoken meaning. The moon hangs heavy in the inky sky above a dilapidated warehouse, a place where shadows dance and secrets hide. A ragged breath escapes, a guttural "we got, goddamn," echoing the brutal success of the ambush. His guard is down. Bound and bleeding, the victim is left vulnerable, his fate sealed. A face contorted in pain, eyes barely open, a silent scream etched across his features. A cruel question hangs in the air: did someone break your heart, or something? The chilling laughter of Min Dusung, Taejun Alliance number 9, fills the silence, a predator reveling in his prey's suffering. His motorcycle, the target of this brutal attack, is now a twisted wreck, a symbol of the disrespect shown. You fucking attacked my motorcycle. This is not all cool. A cold fury erupts. Sigh, you bastard. I wanted to kill you right away. The ambush explodes into chaos. A flurry of fists and desperate shouts fill the air. As Min Dusung unleashes a brutal barrage of attacks. His opponent crumples, groaning in pain. His enemy, barely conscious, spits out a curse: "You crazy bastard." Dusung stands over him, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "I'm going to kill you," he hisses, the threat dripping with venom. The defeated man's eyes widen in terror. He begs for mercy, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Dusung's rage is a storm, and he is its eye. "You'll regret it if you don't kill me right now," he snarls. He reveals a shocking truth: you're just a chess piece for the advisor. Dusung's cold gaze sweeps across the scene. The advisor's plan is far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. A cruel game of manipulation continues, and the stakes are higher than ever before. The camera pans to a luxurious mansion, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. A place of power, a place of secrets. A text message pings on Min Dusung's phone. It's from the advisor, a chillingly casual invitation: just come to this address. Dusung's expression is unreadable, a mask of calm over simmering intensity. He arrives at a secluded mansion, the air thick with anticipation. One wrong move, and it's all over. Chapter 34, Kwak Jigong. Was caught? The advisor greets Dusung, his tone laced with subtle concern. Did you have any trouble getting here? Dusung downplays the difficulty, his words carefully chosen. This is my first time coming to this neighborhood, but it was okay. The advisor's study is lined with books, a silent testament to his power. Dusung's eyes linger on the sheer volume of knowledge. A subtle shift in Dusung's expression, a flicker of suspicion, perhaps? It looks like your father's study. Is it okay for us to be here? Min Dusung, ever vigilant, enters a lavish study. This is my study, the advisor says, his tone smooth but his eyes sharp. Dusung's internal monologue betrays his unease. What? I see, annoying ass guy, way to make me feel down. The advisor pours milk tea, a picture of refined composure. Do you like milk tea? What do you add first, tea or milk? Dusung shrugs, his indifference a mask for his wariness. I don't really care. I don't drink milk tea much to begin with, so. The advisor, a picture of self-assuredness, pours the tea with deliberate grace. Society of Chemistry says adding milk first. The rich, dark liquid swirling in the elegant cup, a subtle detail, yet it speaks volumes about the advisor's meticulous nature. Makes it tastier. The advisor's smile is almost predatory. I like adding tea first, according to George Orwell's Golden Rule. I really like him as an author. Dusung's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. George Orwell. Animal Farm? Yeah, so you know, huh? Try it. Don't worry, I didn't put any sleeping pills in it. Dusung, despite his apprehension, takes a sip. His expression remains unreadable, but a flicker of something akin to surprise crosses his face. I wasn't worried about that. Acting all sophisticated. The advisor observes Dusung, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yeo Sungjae, he's undeniably a young master born with a gold spoon. A person from a totally different world from the sweaty world of fighting. Dusung finishes his tea, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Advisor of the Taejun Alliance, huh? Why is someone carrying a title they don't deserve? The question hangs heavy in the air. A question posed in a luxurious study, where two figures sit, teacups in hand. Is Nakshin doing well? One asks, his voice laced with subtle concern. A curt yeah is the only response, but the speaker's expression reveals a deeper unease, a silent acknowledgement of something more. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a silent understanding passing between them. The advisor sips his tea, a knowing glint in his eyes. The conversation turns to the rumors of a fake leader at Yomail High. Doubt clouds Dosun's face. Is this a test? The advisor presses further, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Chomin, what do you think? He asks, the question hanging in the air like a challenge. Dosun's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. How do you think the fake leader is controlling the division? The advisor probes, pushing Dosun to the edge. The pieces fall into place. So this is why he called me here, Dosun realizes, a grim understanding settling upon his features. He's being tested, subtly manipulated. He's trying to sound me out right in front of his eyes, Dosun thinks, his mind racing. Dosun's skepticism grows. I don't know, impersonating someone, he muses, voicing his doubts. No way someone's acting substitute for him, voice, is a bit difficult. I agree. A calculated decision. He weighs his words carefully, choosing the most logical path forward. The scene shifts. A tense interrogation unfolds, the questions cutting like knives. A bold strategy. He anticipates the next move, a calculated risk. His response is swift and decisive. No hesitation, no room for doubt. A piercing gaze. Doubt is cast aside, replaced by unwavering resolve. Gasps fill the room. The truth hangs heavy in the air, a moment of stark revelation. He stands firm. His confidence unwavering, despite the mounting pressure. The tension ratchets up. A subtle shift in power, the tables are turning. A figure, shrouded in shadow, leaves us questioning, exactly who could he be? The tension ratchets up as a concerned voice cuts through the silence. Why do you want to catch the division? I feel like you don't really need to bet your life on his stuff. The question hangs heavy in the air, does he have a personal grudge against this mysterious figure? A chilling laugh echoes. Ha, is that what it looks like? A sinister smile plays on his lips. It's a leisure activity. The scene shifts to a lavish study, books lining the walls. Leisure activity? Young master, a minute please. That's right, a leisure activity. Something like a break to soothe a tired examinee. The camera focuses on a shelf filled with intriguing titles, including Orwell's Animal Farm. Also, if gathered into one, even animals can be quite useful, you see. To bring down the king. Back to the concerned friend, his expression speaks volumes. Bring down the king. I couldn't exactly understand what he said, but a stark realization dawns. Seeing his expression at the time, I was certain. The weight of the situation settles in. I have to stop that guy. He sits, lost in thought, a plan forming. Wait for a little while, Commandant. Character leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, right. I have another question for you. His gaze sharpens, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Would good use be made of that guy? Character B's expression shifts, a flicker of unease crossing his features. He's a great force inside the division. Perhaps I might not even need the fake leader. Character A's smile widens. He'll use this opportunity to turn him into an instrument to take down the division. So I need to make good use of him. Character B nods slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. Haha, okay, that's good then. Not sure what I can come up with, but I'll give it some thought. He leaves, a lingering sense of unease hanging in the air. Ha. Okay then. Character S sits alone, lost in thought, in a lavishly decorated room. A sense of quiet anticipation fills the space. His eyes widen, a look of dawning realization. What the hell is he talking about? Kwak Jigong was caught? The news hits like a punch to the gut. But he should have had his hands full with Bomi. What the hell happened for him to get caught? A storm of questions rages. Is this bastard advisor trying to sound me out by bluffing? Of course, Kwak Jigong is incredibly skilled and extremely loyal to the leader. A grim realization dawns. Losing a guy like that is a huge blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the room, a heavy silence hangs in the air. He needs to assess the situation properly. If he rushes home right now, it'll just make him even more suspicious of me. He came here to get rid of that suspicion and to achieve his goal. A tense moment. Where's the restroom? The question hangs in the air, a thin veil over his true intentions. It's at the end of this hallway. A brief respite. Calm down, he needs to handle this in a composed manner. If what the advisor says is true, then right now, he needs a plan. The tension ratchets up. A chilling grin spreads across Kwak Jigong's face, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he prepares to strike. Blood drips from a grievous wound, the victim lies defeated, his strength spent. Trapped. A desperate plea echoes in the confined space, the weight of his predicament pressing down. He clutches a phone, his expression a mask of grim determination, a silent vow forming in his mind. A sprawling mansion, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, an imposing structure that hints at secrets within. A figure observes from the shadows, their face obscured, a silent watcher, assessing the situation. Concern etched on his face, a worried frown, he speaks, his voice barely a whisper. You're going to the advisor's house all alone? He explains, his words laced with apprehension, a calculated risk, perhaps? It might be safer to see him at his house. He's hiding his identity from most of the Alliance's members. He wouldn't want his identity to be revealed either. A thoughtful pause, a strategic decision. In other words, Alliance's guys won't just rush into his house. And even if he tried to overpower me physically, only a few guys who know his identity would come in, but that probably won't happen. A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken doubt, a lingering uncertainty. A tense standoff unfolds outside a grand house. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Meanwhile, inside, a figure watches, his face a mask of grim determination. Huang Chomin, he waits. The words hang heavy in the air, it was the first time he heard it. A chilling revelation. A question of truth and deception. Is he the fake leader? The suspense is palpable. Back outside, a figure fidgets, the weight of the situation pressing down. He's about to make a crucial decision. The order is given, take it out. The cell phone, a key piece of evidence. With a decisive movement, the phone is retrieved. The next move will determine everything. A young man, his face etched with worry, stands alone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a surprisingly spacious bathroom, another figure observes something on a screen. This bathroom seems bigger than my room. He muses. A sudden splush echoes, a splash of liquid disrupting the quiet observation. The observer's eyes widen, a whoosh of air as he reacts to the unexpected sound. Back in the hallway, a question hangs in the air. He didn't do anything and just used the restroom? The young man from before emerges, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. I almost took it out. That would have been bad. He sits, contemplating the situation. Calmly think about it. The advisor's suspecting me right now. If I think about that, then this situation his thoughts trail off. A new piece of information surfaces, somehow, they caught the second unit's captain, Kwak Jigong, but the advisor's words echo in his mind. The advisor's subtle actions are analyzed. Had he wanted to see my reaction to it, he would have said it right there? A subtle shift in perspective. If he said it while leaving the room, the young man's eyes narrow. He was curious. He's curious about his reaction when left alone, perhaps. A clue lies hidden in plain sight. A painting of a grand staircase, a detail that seems insignificant at first glance, but holds a key to understanding the advisor's plan. He needs to verify it himself. It doesn't make sense otherwise. The advisor's subtle strategy unfolds. He leaves, instructing unnamed character 1 to think it over, a calculated move to avoid suspicion. A sip of tea, a moment of reflection, as the pieces fall into place. He anticipates the advisor's next move. The advisor likely expected him to go to the bathroom, giving him the perfect opportunity to monitor the entire house. The house's layout is revealed, a network of potential surveillance points. A chilling realization dawns. He'll investigate whether the cameras were always there or if they were recently installed. From this, he deduces 2 crucial facts. A shattered phone screen glows with an eerie blue light, the remnants of a digital life, now a potential weapon in a silent war. The advisor's inner monologue reveals his strategy: secure the division, not kill. A calculated risk, a game of patience. A chilling smile plays on the lips of a mysterious woman, her eyes, cold and calculating, betray a hidden agenda. He's playing a dangerous game, a cat and mouse chase where one wrong move could be fatal. The advisor's paranoia is his greatest weapon. A phone call, the advisor's plan is unfolding, each step meticulously planned. The young master's response: wait for now. A chilling calm before the storm. Unnamed character 1's thoughts: how far will this advisor go? The question hangs heavy in the air. A cup of tea, a moment of quiet contemplation before the storm breaks. His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening into resolve. If the advisor is so careful, then he's playing a game far more dangerous than it seems. The tension ratchets up. A lingering tension hangs in the air. He's been waiting, patiently, after she went to the bathroom. A phone call. Oh Yoon-tak, from the Daejeon Alliance, casually reveals that Kwak Jigong has been apprehended. The advisor's name flashes on the screen, a call is incoming. A gasp escapes his lips. Mr. Advisor. Hello? Min Desang, number 9 of the Daejeon Alliance, confirms the capture. I guess you could say I surely have a drive, he says, a hint of smugness in his tone. He immediately informed Yoon-tak. I got the guys on the bikes straight blocked him. But did he tell anyone else? The question hangs heavy in the air. Bound and helpless, Kwak Jigong is shown. I didn't tell anyone and am just holding onto him. His words are laced with a desperate plea. Was there a witness? No. We dragged him straight to an empty warehouse. So no one saw. The chilling response sends a shiver down the spine. A cold instruction. Okay. If I don't call you after 10 minutes, you can get rid of him. The weight of the unspoken threat is palpable. A final thought. Fuck, does he even know how to praise others? The question reveals a growing unease. A warehouse, dimly lit, the air thick with anticipation. A burly figure barks orders to his men: Oi! Get done with your smoke and gather the tools. He glares, a cruel smile playing on his lips. After 10 minutes, we're going to fuck that bastard up. The gang, a shadow of menace, moves with chilling purpose. Their target, Kwak Jigong. One of them sneers, I'll turn you into my plaything. Meanwhile, in a luxurious study, a tense meeting unfolds. The door creaks open, revealing Hwang Chomin, his expression unreadable. Sorry, you had to wait a long time, right? He says, a hint of calculation in his tone. Not really. Come to think of it, it's been 30 minutes. I had to take care of something. Hwang Chomin's eyes narrow. The question hangs heavy in the air: did he not bring Hwang Muji's phone with him? Or, did he give up on Kwak Jigong? The advisor weighs the odds. 50-50 chances, but either way, Kwak Jigong is the ultimate loss. Unnamed character 1's face is etched with suspicion. Is what? You're thinking, aren't you, advisor? The advisor smiles, a chillingly calm demeanor. So, what do you think is a good way to use Kwak Jigong? Just like me, I know a guy who only believes what he sees. Because I'm like that too, you see. The advisor's words are a veiled threat, a chilling display of manipulation. Huang Choman fidgets, a nervous energy radiating from him as he waits for the advisor's response. "Oh, about that." He stammers, the tension palpable in the air. The advisor remains calm, a picture of controlled patience. "Ah, just a minute," he replies smoothly, his eyes betraying nothing of his true intentions. But Kaman's unease grows. "So, in this situation that's been given to me," he begins, his voice laced with apprehension. "Yeah, did you get rid of?" he presses, the question hanging heavy in the silence. The advisor's smile tightens imperceptibly. Suddenly, a phone rings, shattering the tense calm. "What?" Choman explodes, his face contorted in shock and disbelief. Panic grips him. "I don't know how they found us. They just burst in," he shouts into the phone, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. The scene shifts. A vehicle skids violently, tires screaming in protest. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A flurry of motion, a chaotic ballet of fists and feet. The Emperor's Division Unit 2, the Mobile Strike Squad, has arrived. Kwok Jigang is surrounded, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the assault. "The guys from the division," he roars, his voice barely audible above the din of battle. "Charge!" The command echoes, a battle cry that cuts through the chaos. The fate of Kwok Jigang hangs precariously in the balance. A frantic call cuts through the night. "There's too many of them." The voice on the other end is strained, desperate. The phone is dropped, the urgency palpable. A silent moment hangs in the air. Doubt gnaws at him. His eyes, shadowed and intense, betray a growing suspicion. A sudden interruption. "What's the matter?" A gruff voice cuts through his thoughts. The tension ratchets up. The pieces fall into place. Only a select few knew about Kwok Jigang's capture. The implications are chilling. His eyes widen, the realization dawning. A single, terrifying thought takes root. Jigang's rescue attempt, and the suspicion of him being the fake leader, it all points to one person. The weight of the truth crushes him. It couldn't have been anyone else. A hushed question hangs in the air. Did something happen? The uncertainty is palpable. The truth is revealed, a shocking accusation. Choman, is he not the fake leader? A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, eyes narrowed in a calculating gaze. His expression is one of quiet intensity, a simmering storm beneath a calm surface. The air crackles with violence. A flurry of fists and feet, a brutal ballet of bodies colliding. Smash through, roars a crimson-haired thug, his attack a whirlwind of motion. But even as chaos reigns, a voice cuts through the din, "Stop them." The command is sharp, precise, a counterpoint to the raw fury unfolding before them. A roar of engines. A motorcycle bursts through the fray, adding another layer to the maelstrom. The scene is pure pandemonium, a desperate struggle for survival. Min Desang, Taejong Alliance No. 9, his face a mask of barely controlled rage. "They've swarmed here like a pack of dogs. How can this fucking advisor just hang up on me?" His frustration boils over. "How the hell did they find out this location? I didn't even tell anyone." A captive, bound and bruised, is revealed. Desang's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. "You don't know our leader." The leader's face is a gruesome masterpiece of violence. A scar bisects his face, a testament to past battles. His eyes gleam with a terrifying intensity. A chilling whisper echoes in the silence that follows, "Our leader knows everything." Chapter 39, What has arrived? The clash begins. A brutal blow lands, sending sparks flying. Eugene-su, Min Desang's right hand, screams orders amidst the chaos. "All of you, don't get pushed back. Stop them." A flurry of fists and a sickening crunch. One of Desang's men goes down hard. His comrade spits out a frustrated complaint, that fucking advisor's order was weird. "We struggled so hard to get this chance." He said to stand by until he says something. The tide turns against Dusang's men. A desperate cry rings out. Now, backed into a corner, they face a grim reality. Now that this is what it has come to, our only choice is to put our lives at stake. A brutal blow. The impact echoes as a fist connects with a sickening crunch, sending the man sprawling across the gritty warehouse floor. He slides, leaving a trail of dust and blood. His attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow and fur, stands over him, a chilling silhouette against the dim light. "You look like you can fight. Stop messing with those guys and come here." A voice, cold and commanding, cuts through the chaos. His eyes widen in disbelief. Is he an ace? They're the elite fighters of their attack squad, right? He gasps, fear creeping into his voice. The warehouse explodes into a flurry of motion. A fierce battle erupts. A whirlwind of fists and feet, as the shadowed figure unleashes a brutal counterattack. The ground trembles with each impact. A sneer plays on his lips. "I'm also the right-hand man of the Alliance's number 9, you bastard. So, I'm an ace too. I don't have to be intimidated. Is this all?" Min Dusang's eyes widen, disbelief etched across his face. The weight of his failure settles heavily. A trickle of blood escapes his lips, a grim testament to the beating he's taken. The impact. A brutal blow shatters the air, sending Min Dusang sprawling. Hawan's power is overwhelming. A blur of motion, a devastating counterattack. Blood sprays across the panel as Hawan unleashes his fury, a crimson explosion against the gray backdrop. The aftermath, a trail of destruction left in Hawan's wake. Hawan's opponent, barely conscious, mutters a curse. Fuck, the word hangs heavy in the air, a testament to his defeat. Another blow connects, a brutal strike that sends his foe reeling. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned decisively. Do you think we're the same? The question hangs in the air, a challenge whispered between rivals. Min Dusang's defeated form is shown, his face contorted in pain. The text reveals the immense power of Hawan's forces, the right-hand man of countless numbers, acknowledged by the 4 1,000-member units. A chilling display of strength. But even this overwhelming force is not enough to match Hawan's might. All the aces of the second unit, his equals, stand ready. The sheer scale of this army is breathtaking. Eugene-su, battered but defiant, grits his teeth. Aces don't jump into the fray, they leave it to the local commanders. But here, they are all here. A close-up on Eugene-su's grim determination. The more invested the leader is, the more serious the situation becomes. And the more you've crossed the line. The stakes are higher than ever before. The scene shifts. A luxurious room, a stark contrast to the brutal battle outside. There's a problem. The division came to the rescue. A shocking twist. What? Isn't that big trouble? Even if they found Kwak Jigon's location, his capture was a closely guarded secret. How did they find out? Huang Choman, the mastermind, sits calmly amidst a sea of books, a phone in his hand, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A visitor arrives, his words cutting through the quiet, "You didn't do anything." The tension ratchets up. Accusations fly, "Are you really just my fan? Are you not the fake leader?" A beat, then, a surprising request, "Will you stay a bit longer?" Kamen's eyes gleam. A calculated response, "For now, a bit more. How about I monitor him a bit more?" He adds, with a dismissive wave, "Also, I'm not too busy. It seems it'll be fine." His gaze sharpens, a predatory glint in his eyes. A chilling revelation, "President, that this happened, you see." The camera cuts to Kwak Jigong, battered but defiant. The news drops like a bomb, that we caught Kwak Jigong. A crimson flag unfurls in the night, a symbol of power and impending doom. They've arrived. The flag of Hawan's forces billows in the wind, a stark reminder of the power shift. The night is alive with anticipation. The night is alive with the roar of engines, a furious ballet of steel and fire under the cold gaze of the moon. Suddenly, a desperate cry cuts through the chaos. "We've got help! Backup's here!" The sound of car horns blares as reinforcements arrive. A brutal clash. Bodies collide in a flurry of motion, fists and weapons meet in a whirlwind of violence. The scene explodes into a maelstrom of motion, motorcycles weaving through the melee, a storm of gunfire erupts. A command rings out, sharp and decisive: "Shove them away." The tide of battle shifts. Lee Young-soo, Taejun Alliance No. 8, emerges from the fray, a furious expression etched on his face. His eyes burn with intensity. His voice is cold, devoid of emotion. "It's the president's order. Capture the division's second unit." Captain Kwak Jigong, his face a mask of grim determination, is surrounded. His struggle is futile. His thoughts are bitter. That fucking bastard Lee Young-soo trying to take credit. I could have taken all the credit. In the end, it's better than losing him. Hwang Chomin approaches the bound Kwak Jigong, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "Kiki, are your friends here? You must be glad." The air crackles with menace. Hwang Chomin, a mountain of a man, looms over his captive, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. If the others are here to help, it means they plan on fucking him up anyway. His words are a prelude to violence. Kwak Jigong, battered and bruised, manages a weak, defiant grin. "I was indeed a bit stiff staying like this. Are you going to give me a massage?" Common's patience snaps. "Shut it, you bastard." A blur of motion. A brutal blow connects, sending Kwak Jigong sprawling. Lee Young-soo, ever ambitious, steps forward. "I'm going to at least claim the title of the one who ended second unit's captain." The impact echoes. Kwak Jigong is left groaning on the ground, defeated. But even in defeat, a spark of defiance remains. He glares at his tormentors, his eyes burning with resentment. He needs to escape. A desperate plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, another figure races towards the scene, fueled by a burning need for vengeance. "I need to go rescue Captain Yet." The rescuer bursts onto the scene, a whirlwind of motion. A baseball bat becomes an extension of their fury. A bat whistling through the air as they unleash a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Another attacker is sent flying. The rescuer is relentless, their eyes fixed on their target. "Out of my way." A desperate cry cuts through the night. "Do sang. I'm here." A hand reaches for a door, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Suddenly, a blinding flash. The force of the impact sends shockwaves. A brutal clash of power. The unidentified rescuer strikes with furious intensity. Hwang Chomin, his face a mask of barely contained rage, stares at the scene unfolding before him. What did he just hear? Whispers of doubt. The arrival of an unexpected force? The Alliance? Or something far more dangerous? The Division? The aftermath of a brutal attack. Bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the unseen assailant. A figure stands amidst the carnage, his face a mask of grim determination. Kim Taek-sun, captain of the Emperor's Division 4th Unit, the so-called genius of the Blue Wall, surveys the scene. Chapter 37, Why can't you eat it when it's served on a silver platter? The question hangs heavy in the air, a prelude to the brutal scene about to unfold. A massive hammer descends, a blur of motion, crash. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Blood splatters, a grim testament to the devastating blow. His opponent lies broken, defeated. A pained groan escapes his lips, his eyes, wide with disbelief and agony. A final, desperate glance, then, darkness. A hand grips a heavy wooden shaft, the knuckles white with strain. The attacker raises the hammer high above his head, his opponent, a hulking brute, looks on in disbelief. The hammer falls, a blur of motion. A bone-jarring crack echoes through the air, the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The brute is sent flying, his body a ragdoll, tossed aside with brutal efficiency. The hammer shatters on impact, splinters flying. He groans, his body crumpled on the ground. The fight is over. The victor stands over his fallen foe, a cold, calculating gaze. Kim Taek-sun, of the Blue Wall, has won. Was he truly considering joining the division? The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. His adversary's smirk speaks volumes. It's obvious you'd attack an enemy, he sneers, but you crossed the line with Baldy. The implication is clear, a betrayal of trust. A warehouse, dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of sweat and violence. The scene shifts, revealing a new perspective. A chilling chuckle echoes through the space. Unlike your build, you sure did a good job crawling in here quietly. The words drip with menace. The aftermath of a brutal encounter. One man lies wounded, his face a mask of pain. While his companion, seemingly unfazed, assesses the situation. It would have been better if we got rid of him right when we caught him. Regret, perhaps, but no remorse. A tense exchange. You okay? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the violence that has just transpired. I'm fucking touched, the wounded man replies, his voice laced with bitter irony. The understatement is chilling. A moment of reflection, a harsh self-assessment. I should have just killed him. The weight of his mistake settles upon him. A realization dawns, sharp and brutal. Getting excited and bragging to Yuntak was a big fucking mistake. The impact. A thunderous crack echoes through the alleyway. His opponent, a hulking figure in crimson, sneers. You're quick on your feet, despite how you look. He pauses, a glint in his eye. Of course, I am. The crimson giant roars, you think just anyone can become a number? A clash of titans. Fists collide in a blur of motion. Bones crack under the strain. The force of the blow sends shockwaves. A pained grunt escapes the crimson giant's lips. Ack! His hand, crushed. The words hang heavy in the air, it's crushed. The crimson giant stares, disbelief etched onto his face. What the hell is? The defeated man lies broken on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. This monster. A close-up on a powerful fist, knuckles white with the force of the blow. The antagonist sneers, his words dripping with arrogance. To go against him one-on-one, you need someone at least a level right below your president. Crash. A brutal counterattack. The impact sends a shockwave. And leaves the antagonist reeling, blood spraying across the scene. For it to be a valid fight. A blur of motion, a devastating blow. The scene shifts. Two figures stand amidst the chaos of a larger battle. One pleads, please fight one round with me someday too. I'm curious. The other replies, tersely, we don't have time to joke around. Everyone's fighting, so let's go help them. A flurry of blows, a chaotic melee. Leaving one man battered and broken. How did they find out? That I'm here. A tense scene unfolds. Our protagonist, a young man with dark hair, waits patiently, phone in hand. He's surrounded by shadows, a sense of unease hanging in the air. Meanwhile, another man, his face etched with concern, receives a call. Ring. The sound cuts through the silence. Back to our protagonist. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he explains his strategy. I used this method on Young Taejung the last time. I'll keep my phone on call the whole time. It's a sort of guarantee. He adds, if an emergency comes up, I'll be under your care, Hyung. The scene shifts. A man, clearly agitated, speaks into his phone. I somehow managed to get my hands on the second unit's captain, Kwak Jigong. How would you make good use of that guy? A close-up on the recipient of the call. His expression is one of disbelief. Is this real? He seems to wonder. The phone vibrates. Tap tap tap. A message arrives. The message is simple, Jigong, answer me. But the reply never comes. No reply. A growing sense of dread. He usually answers within a minute. Huang Chomin is silent too. The man's face hardens. He realizes the gravity of the situation. He's definitely in a position where he can't give orders. Kwok Jigong is a powerful, indispensable force inside the division. We can't lose him. I need to find him quickly. The phone rings, a frantic call, a desperate plea for help. But the connection is breaking up. A series of taps echo through the receiver. It's a code? A cryptic message relayed through the phone's faint signal. Chomin, trapped and in trouble, is trying to communicate. Repeating a 3-tap rhythm over and over. Is it Morse code? No, it's too simple for a complex code, a desperate attempt to convey something vital. The 3-tap pattern, a chilling realization dawns. He's not sending a code, he's trying to say the number 3. Number 3. In this context, it can only mean one thing, the third unit. The stakes are higher than ever. Kamen's message is a desperate plea for help from the third unit, and a chilling question hangs in the air: who is the second unit captain? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension, a query about the elusive third unit. His response is curt, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. He knows nothing. A financial report reveals a startling truth: the third unit's expenses are astronomical, hinting at a clandestine operation, far removed from the other units. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing eyes speaks, her words painting a picture of a secretive, independent faction, operating in the shadows. The investigation continues, revealing a hidden connection, a number, a clue, a potential lead to the third unit captain. A decision is made, a calculated risk, sharing the captain's contact information, a lifeline in a desperate situation. The stakes are high, the urgency palpable. Kamen's location is unknown, and time is running out. A phone rings, a connection is made, a desperate call for help. The call is answered, a tense moment of truth, the identity of the person on the other end is revealed. A revelation, unexpected and chilling: it's not the third unit captain, but someone else entirely. The location is established: Yonso Road, street number 38, an empty warehouse. A tense phone call ends abruptly. A brutal confrontation erupts. A fierce blow lands, sending a shockwave through the air. The third unit is betrayed. The shocking revelation leaves them vulnerable. As their attacker boasts of his overwhelming power. He's watching from afar, nothing escapes his notice. But even this ruthless warrior is uncertain, they know nothing about their mysterious opponent. The tide turns. A swift counterattack begins, knocking out the enemy. With a flurry of blows and a deafening roar, the warehouse is filled with chaos. A new message arrives: Kim Taek-sun, of the Blue Wall, has joined the fray. The battle report is in. The unnamed protagonist receives the update, his expression unreadable. In a dimly lit study, two figures sit across a low table. One, older and composed, exudes an air of quiet authority. The other, younger, fidgets slightly, his gaze darting around the room. A palpable tension hangs in the air, broken only by the younger man's relieved sigh. Thank God, Taek-sun Hyung understood it correctly, he mutters, a hint of anxiety still clinging to his voice. The advisor remains impassive, his expression unreadable. By the way, who did you want me to see? The younger man asks, his voice laced with a nervous edge. A beat of silence. Then, a sharp intake of breath. Advisor, he's acting unaffected, it looks like he didn't know about. The older man's eyes narrow, a flicker of something dangerous crossing his features. He'll be here soon, he states, his voice low and menacing. If so, victory will be mine. A quick cut to a pair of worn boots, standing on cracked earth near a fiery horizon. The camera pans up, revealing a vast, chaotic scene unfolding in the distance. A clash of steel, the roar of a crowd, and the unmistakable sounds of a brutal battle. That's because the third unit doesn't target the Alliance, rather. A long shot of a warehouse district at night, ablaze with fire and swarming with combatants. The scene is a maelstrom of violence and chaos. A figure with vibrant red hair, tied back in a ponytail, observes the scene from a hidden vantage point. Her expression is unreadable, but a sense of grim determination hangs in the air. What should I do? The weight of the decision crushes him. A gamble, he thinks, his face etched with worry. How can I rescue Jigong? The question burns in his mind, a desperate plea for a solution. Then, a sudden realization, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He trusted Ma Hurry's words and proceeded, a leap of faith based on an uncertain promise. Third unit? The name sparks a question, a mystery within a mystery. Park Sia-ha's financial records reveal an activity fee for the third unit, a hidden layer of the organization. But they've never contacted him, and he doesn't know what they do, an enigma wrapped in secrecy. How did Huang Muji gather such powerful individuals into a system? The question hangs heavy in the air. Because he perfectly inspected the inner workings. A revelation explodes into view, illuminating the mastermind's strategy. The truth about the third unit is revealed, a clandestine group tasked not with information gathering, but with hunting down internal rebels. Their methods are ruthless, watching every person, every move. But they underestimated one person. With Huang Muji gone, their surveillance becomes meaningless, a fact not lost on our protagonist. A quiet meeting unfolds in a luxurious living room, a plan is hatched. The message is sent, a signal to the third unit. A gamble is made. A brutal clash erupts. Fists fly, bodies fall, the third unit arrives, answering the call. The gamble pays off. Victory is hard-won, but the mission is accomplished. A moment of quiet relief, but concern remains. Jigong is safe, but the cost of victory weighs heavily on our protagonist's mind. His friend is injured. The advisor's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling assessment of the situation. The protagonist, eyes narrowed in thought, considers the implications. It wasn't just luck, everything was orchestrated. He sips his tea, a subtle tension in his posture. A calculated move is brewing. The next step, expose a spy within the alliance. A quiet conversation unfolds, the weight of secrets unspoken. It's okay, the advisor reassures. But the protagonist's expression reveals a storm brewing beneath the surface. The division's turmoil fuels his anger. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. A shocking revelation. The advisor's plan is revealed. If this is Chomnin's game, then the advisor's cold gaze speaks volumes. A calculated risk. The tension between the two men crackles. A silent confrontation. No, it's just confirmation bias, he scoffs, a smirk playing on his lips. The protagonist's internal monologue reveals a battle of wills, he's fighting against the mounting evidence. He admits to himself, I'm just trying to believe what I want to. The weight of doubt is palpable, the truth is a heavy burden. More evidence against his preferred narrative emerges, evidence that Kamon's not the fake leader keeps piling, the protagonist's carefully constructed worldview is crumbling. He questions himself, why do I want Kamon to be the fake leader? Why, his voice trailing off as the weight of his own deception sinks in. A phone rings. Ah, just in time. He's here. A new player enters the scene, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding drama. The protagonist's resolve hardens, I want to win, his ambition fuels his actions, even as doubt gnaws at him. A sudden, brutal attack. HYAH. The third unit captain is revealed, his appearance a shockwave of violence. Disoriented, the captain cries out, what happened? Did I pass out? The aftermath of the attack leaves him confused and vulnerable. The air crackles with tension. Young Su is surrounded, outnumbered, but his eyes burn with defiance. A sudden movement. A brutal attack from behind. The impact sends Young Su sprawling. A furious roar erupts as he unleashes a torrent of rage. His face, a mask of bloody fury. A whirlwind of fists and feet. Young Su is a human wrecking ball, clearing a path through his attackers. Amidst the chaos, a question hangs in the air: when did the fight start? Jigong watches, a smirk playing on his lips. You want me to stay during such a fun event? The chilling realization dawns: they snatched him away. Another brutal blow lands. Young-soo unleashes a furious barrage of blows. His fists are a blur, each strike landing with bone-jarring impact, sending his opponents sprawling. One by one, they fall before his relentless assault. A sickening crunch as another thug is sent flying. The raw power behind Young-soo's strikes is terrifying. Leaving his enemies gasping for air, their faces contorted in pain. How can we catch him? That's cheating, one of them cries out in disbelief. The question hangs heavy in the air. Could one person really defeat so many? The answer is a brutal display of dominance. Young-soo stands amidst a pile of unconscious bodies, his expression grim but resolute. The scene is a testament to his overwhelming strength. A chilling reminder of the danger he poses. He escapes on a stolen motorcycle, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The roar of the engine fades into the night. But the image of his cold, calculating gaze lingers. The third unit captain lunges, a furious roar escaping his lips: "You little." His face contorted in rage, he accuses his fleeing underlings: "Are you abandoning your juniors and leaving?" A brutal clash. The impact of Young-soo's counterattack sends the thugs sprawling. A question mark hangs in the air as the captain's expression shifts. The captain, battered but defiant, speeds away on a motorcycle, leaving his defeated men behind. But Young-soo is relentless. He closes the distance in a flash, a blur of motion. That little. The captain's eyes widen in disbelief. Why did he smile? The question echoes in the aftermath of the fight. Ha-juan, from the second unit, reports to Jigong: "Captain Jigong, we took steps to get you out of here safely." Jigong, observing the scene, nods in approval: "I see, good job." The defeated thugs writhe in pain. One groans: "Those guys are still struggling though." The air crackles with unspoken tension. A meeting between two worlds, the Alliance and the Division, but the question hangs heavy: where does this simmering rage originate? The third unit captain, defeated but defiant, spits his fury at Young-soo. "It's not over yet, you bastards." A bystander watches, their heart heavy. The conflict, it's senseless. "I can't believe he's taking the fight so far just because we belong to different sides." But Young-soo has reached his limit. Enough. The words are a thunderclap, a promise of swift retribution. A brutal, bone-jarring impact. The ground trembles beneath the force of the blow, a crimson stain blossoms on the concrete. The remaining members of the third unit, wounded and terrified, huddle together. Their eyes dart around, searching for an escape, but there is none. Another swift, decisive strike. "You talk too much, you vermin." The words are final, as the life drains from the fallen foe. A desperate attempt at escape, but it's too late. A powerful kick sends one of the remaining thugs flying. As the remaining members of the third unit receive a chilling order, the captain's orders are to withdraw. Don't mess with them anymore. Panic. Disbelief. The retreat begins in disarray, a desperate scramble for survival as the captain's orders echo through the chaos. A crimson-haired figure stands amidst the chaos, a smirk playing on their lips. "You little rascal." With a swift motion, they send three burly men sprawling to the ground, the impact echoing through the desolate warehouse. One of the fallen men groans, his face a mask of pain and defeat. "It's been a while." A desperate cry pierces the air: "Captain!" The red-haired figure's eyes narrow, a hint of amusement in their gaze. "Oh? You know me, huh? When did you see me?" A terrified subordinate stammers: "I saw you once a few months ago." "Captain?" That means, he's the third unit captain. The red-haired figure's expression shifts, a hint of malice now clear. "It seems your captain had his heart broken?" The third unit captain and his remaining men appear, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and fury. "Ha! But, how come you're here? The red-haired figure's voice is calm, almost nonchalant. Thanks for your cooperation over the call earlier. Ah, well, I figured you'd come here if I told you. The third unit captain's eyes widen in realization. Do you mean you wanted to meet me? Young-soo, eyes narrowed, confronts the third unit captain, Kim Taek-sun. I'm curious about something. Why did you suddenly change your mind and join the division? Tell me. The captain shifts uncomfortably under Young-soo's intense gaze. What's the real reason behind his defection? The scene shifts. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air as two figures stand in a dimly lit hallway. Is this the person Young-soo wanted to see? A shadowy figure emerges in a grand hallway, the air crackles with unspoken tension. His eyes, wide with apprehension, a silent question hangs in the air. Who is he? The question echoes in the mind of the man with fiery red hair, a mystery unfolds. A glimpse of expensive taste, a powerful man's attire. His name is Cho Min. And the air around him vibrates with authority. The CEO of the Guguk Group, a figure of immense power and influence. He is also someone's older brother, a family secret revealed. Yeo Sang-jin, 34, CEO of the Guguk Group, his identity is unveiled. Guguk Group? The name hits the younger man like a shockwave, his eyes widen in disbelief. A tense standoff. Yeo Sang-jin, imposing in his crimson suit, observes Cho Min with a calculating gaze. A subtle smirk plays on Sang-jin's lips. His silence speaks volumes. The scene shifts. Sang-jin, now in sunglasses, strides through a modern building, his presence commanding attention. Weird, Cho Min thinks, his apprehension growing. Cho Min's question hangs in the air, why'd you want him, to meet me? His answer is a chilling revelation, I just wanted to show that I have someone too. A sudden shift in tone. A new character's voice cuts through the tension, he's a family member I'd like to kill. Cho Min, caught off guard, is left with a worried expression. Sang-jin's parting words echo, be safe on your way back, Cho Min. A chilling smirk plays on her lips, a predator sizing up its prey. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Real reason? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. But the captain's words echo in their minds, a seed of doubt planted. He's finally recognized their true value, or so they think. Their leader's worth is undeniable, any man would follow such a powerful figure. Or so it seems. But is there another reason? A question that cuts through the bravado. A hidden motive revealed in a whispered conversation. A lighter flickers to life, illuminating a calculating gaze. A tiny flame that could ignite a wildfire. The entry might be a tiny flame, but it could burn up the whole. Sang-jin's face is etched with a calculating smirk. He knows more than he lets on. And Cho Min, ever vigilant, sees right through his act. You shouldn't be saying that, she snaps, not when you knew about Jigong's situation. Sang-jin's eyes narrow. He's cornered, but unfazed. He knew about it, he asks, a hint of amusement in his tone. Cho Min remains unmoved. If it were up to me, she states, her voice cold and hard, I would have stayed quiet, even if Jigong was dying. Sang-jin sighs dramatically. That hooligan's bound to do something moronic and harm the division anyway. Cho Min's eyes flash. That's your excuse? Mess with the newbies? Suddenly, a cigarette is flicked away, a spark ignites. And Cho Min unleashes a furious attack. Her crimson hair whips around her as she lunges forward. The impact. A blinding flash of light and a deafening wham. Sang-jin is caught completely off guard. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief. A smirk plays on Cho Min's lips, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Messing with newbies, she muses. Yeo Sang-jin, unsuspecting, feels a sharp prick on his eyelid. A sudden, disorienting pressure. Back and forth, his vision blurs. Fear flashes across his face. That scared me. But Cho-min finds his reaction underwhelming. His reaction isn't even fun. She explains, I know how to read people's eyes, and yours are giving away that you're forcing yourself. Cho-min presses on, you can fool Suk-ha and Jigong, but you can't fool me. I'm just telling you to improve your acting. A menacing red dragon tattoo is visible on Cho-min's jacket. A symbol of power and intimidation. And a chilling threat follows, I found out you have a little brother you love. I bet you'd hate to see him cry tears of blood. A blinding flash. Cho-min attacks. The fight begins. A flurry of blows, a clash of wills. Cho-min, her crimson hair a fiery halo, holds Yeo Sung-jin's arm in a vice grip. You'd better, she snarls, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Yeo Sung-jin's eyes dart around, fear flickering in their depths. But Cho-min's fury is unleashed. That's right, she roars, her fist a blur. The impact. A bone-jarring crack echoes through the scene. You gotta react like that for it to be fun, she taunts, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yeo Sang-jin is sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground. A cloud of dust erupts. He tries to regain his footing, but Cho-min is relentless. She lands a crushing blow, sending him flying again. The fight continues, a brutal dance of attack and counterattack. A desperate struggle for dominance. Fuck, this is a mess. Cho-min curses, her face a mask of grim determination. Yeo Sang-jin, battered and bruised, his face a mask of barely contained fury, the weight of his deception heavy on his shoulders. His underlings whisper anxiously, what should we do? But there's no time for hesitation. Cho-min is already upon them. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of fists. Cho-min's attack is a brutal ballet of destruction. The impact of each blow echoes, sending shockwaves through Yeo Sung-jin's body. Yeo Sang-jin, his face contorted in pain, clutches at his wounds, his eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and bitter regret. Cho-min, a whirlwind of crimson hair, stands over her defeated opponent, her expression a chilling blend of triumph and simmering rage. Fuck, you all seem to look down on me for being the intelligence unit. Her voice drips with venom, each word a blow more devastating than any physical strike. With a final, contemptuous kick, she punctuates her fury. So annoying. Cho-min's sneering words echo, way quicker than me. A clear taunt before the brutal display of power to come. His fist, a blur of motion, explodes towards Yeo Sang-jin. The impact sends a shockwave. Yeo Sang-jin crumples, a desperate plea escaping his lips, please stop this. The scene shifts. A frantic exchange. You gone mad, she screams, her face a mask of disbelief. But her companion's voice is urgent, pleading, I'm sorry, but there's something urgent I need to tell you. The news hits like a punch to the gut, right now the Blue Wall has been attacked by the Alliance. The chilling details emerge, they were told to randomly catch anyone in a Blue Wall high uniform. A cold, calculated act of revenge. Beat up everyone you see. The mastermind's voice, cold and calculating, explains the reasoning, after all, they need to pay the price for leaving their house empty. A tense phone call. There might be a spy among the guys from today's mission. The voice is grim, determined. Some weeds need to be pulled out. The speaker's face is a mask of suspicion, eyes narrowed in thought. A decision is made. The instruction is clear, do a thorough investigation on each one of them. The weight of the task hangs heavy in the air. And the implication is chilling, and if not even one person comes up, then I'm 100% sure that guy is the fake leader. A shadow falls over the scene. Chapter 40, Start of an All-Out War. The title alone screams chaos. A scene of carnage unfolds. Bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. Each fallen man, a broken cog in a shattered machine. A man's face contorted in agony, his breath ragged. His eyes, wide with disbelief and pain. The Blue Wall is under siege. 3 figures stand silhouetted against the stormy sky, their presence radiating menace. Right now, the Blue Wall is being attacked by the Alliance. A chilling realization dawns. The Alliance, they knew I wasn't there. More bodies, more pain. The weight of failure settles heavily. A tense scene unfolds in a dimly lit alleyway. An injured man groans, his face pale with pain. As another man kneels beside him, concern etched on his features. "Are you okay?" he asks, his voice laced with worry. The injured man struggles to speak, his words barely audible. "Taek-sun Hyung. I know those guys from the Alliance did this." A brutal close-up reveals the extent of the attack. Who was it? The question hangs heavy in the air. As a swift, brutal kick connects, sending a spray of blood across the grimy ground. The sound of impact echoes through the alley. The scene shifts. "If you want to blame someone," a voice cuts through the night. "Blame the one who abandoned you people and is being loyal to the division." The words are a cold accusation, delivered with chilling certainty. "Blame your captain." The declaration is stark, leaving no room for doubt. A close-up on the face of the man with the mohawk. His expression is one of cold, calculating malice. Tae-young? The name echoes in the darkness. A chilling whisper in the night. "Who's there?" A figure emerges from the shadows, a hand reaching. A blur of motion. He's running, adrenaline pumping. A desperate sprint towards danger. The impact. A sickening thud. Taeyang's face contorted in agony. His eyes, wide with terror. Siaka appears, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're late, Hyung." Taek-sun Hyung arrives, his expression grim. The boy looks to him for help. A leader's message delivered. The blue wall was left undefended. The Alliance launched a surprise raid, a calculated strike against a specific target. Taek-sun Hyung, consumed by worry, pieces together the puzzle. Why wasn't anyone informed about the attack on his younger brother? The gravity of the situation sinks in. The attack on Jigong was no accident. Someone wanted him out of the way. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns on Taek-sun Hyung. The news of the attack hits him like a punch to the gut. His brother's safety is paramount, yet, he was too late to prevent the attack. The full scope of the attack is revealed, an attempt by Lee Young-soo, number 8 of the Alliance, to seize control of the Jisan neighborhood, a bold power grab. Flags of the Alliance and the division stand side by side, a fragile peace maintained, until now. A delicate balance of power, a precarious peace, easily shattered. Both sides tread carefully, aware that a single spark could ignite an all-out war. The Alliance extended its reach to the Blue Wall, a chilling declaration of war. And in response, our leader has ordered immediate retaliation. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. A feeling that this conflict is spiraling out of control. It feels like a desperate game of one-upmanship. The stakes are impossibly high, everything is riding on this. And the consequences are catastrophic. An all-out war is inevitable. The clash. Fists fly, bodies collide, a brutal brawl erupts in the city streets. A flurry of blows, the impact of each strike echoing through the urban landscape. Through the chaos, a figure emerges, he sees the path forward, the path their leader intended. The path to victory, but at what cost? Only one power will remain after this war. A tense phone call. The words hang heavy in the air, the 4th unit has a lot to do for us. The end is near, 1 or 2 days at most. Prepare yourselves. A frantic report. Hyung, I'm sorry. I didn't think the advisor would attack the Blue Wall so soon. As a precaution, I asked Park Siaka to immediately protect Taeyang, but... The conversation continues, a growing sense of unease. Yeah, thank you for that. But I heard you ordered them to retaliate again. A city street at night, the scene is set. At this rate, it won't be a war, it'll be an all-out war to determine a victor. A question hangs in the air, heavy with foreboding. Are you ready for it? A young man's face etched with apprehension. A single word, a stark admission, showman. The phone call continues, the tension ratchets up. Then why, did something happen at the advisor's? A moment of reflection, a sense of unease. I felt like I was walking a tightrope, but nothing special. I found something out, but... A shocking revelation. That bastard, it seems like he has a bigger plan. The call concludes, a sense of impending doom. I'll tell you the details once I'm sure. Taek Sun-hyung paces the city streets, his phone pressed to his ear. The weight of responsibility is etched on his face. He's not ready. Not yet. But the advisor's attack has forced his hand. His grim expression hardens. 5 months. That's the deadline he's been given, a seemingly impossible timeframe. He clenches his jaw, a steely determination replacing his earlier apprehension. Within 5 months, it will all be settled. That's his promise. The aftermath of the advisor's attack. Bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of the assault. A scene of chaos and carnage. A month has passed since Kaman's ascension to the position of fake leader. He sits alone in a dimly lit room, a shadow of his former self. A chilling calm masking the turmoil within. The weight of his deception is heavy, but he presses on. Kaman's face, etched with weariness and a hint of desperation. The burden of his secret weighs heavily on him. A blur of motion. A streak of crimson cuts through the night. Siaka, arriving on her motorcycle, a whirlwind of speed and purpose. Siaka's eyes gleam with a predatory intensity. She sensed something amiss, a subtle discord in the ranks, an outsider. The unnamed man stands alone, silhouetted against the cityscape. His presence is a question mark, a mystery yet to be revealed. Siaka's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion in their depths. It's definitely strange. He murmurs, sensing something amiss. His gaze sharpens, focusing on a detail others might miss, a subtle clue that points to a hidden threat. A figure, breathless and desperate, stumbles through the night. Gasping for air, his face etched with fear and exhaustion. He collapses, the weight of his ordeal too much to bear. Each ragged breath a testament to his desperate flight. The city lights blur as he runs, his stamina failing. A desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat dripping down his brow. Stamina, he gasps, pushing his body to its limits. He glances over his shoulder, eyes wide with terror. A relentless pursuit, a chase fueled by delusion. Reaching a rooftop, he peers into the inky blackness of the night. A desperate search for a glimmer of hope. His eyes fix on something in the distance, a flicker of movement. A chilling realization dawns on him. 2 metallic spheres hang suspended in the air, a strange, unsettling sight. Suddenly, a torrent of water erupts from below. The sound is deafening, a powerful whoosh. Siaka, his face partially obscured, is seen retrieving something from the depths. He gets closer to the truth faster than anyone. A battered helmet lies on the floor, a chilling reminder of a past conflict. The intricate dragon design is striking, yet marred by cracks. A man sits amidst the clutter of his room, a palpable unease in the air. He mutters. He stares at the helmet, arms crossed, a knot of tension tightening in his gut. This customized helmet gives me a really shitty feeling. His words betray his unease. A sudden jolt. Fuck, I really think I recognize it. Where did I see it? His mind races, piecing together fragmented memories. His eyes fix on the dragon symbol, a surge of recognition. That's right. The name explodes from his lips, Hwang Muji. That's right. No wonder I thought I saw it before. The scene shifts to a chaotic street brawl. Bodies fly as a brutal fight unfolds. A battered helmet, gleaming faintly, a single detail, yet it triggers a flood of memories. The roar of an engine. Hwang Muji, speeding through the night on his motorcycle. A chilling recognition. I saw this exact same helmet. It's not mass-produced. This is a custom helmet, unique in the world, a symbol of Huang Muji's identity. His eyes narrow, a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Why would such a treasured possession be discarded? The question hangs heavy in the air. But why was Muji's helmet floating in the Gaption stream? A moment of contemplation. Did he throw it away? Or was it something more sinister? The weight of the question. If he customized it so much, he must have cherished it deeply. A lingering mystery, a dark, almost ethereal glow emanates from the helmet. 1 week later. The air crackles with tension. A dark alley, the scene of a desperate chase. Gasping for breath, a figure stumbles through the shadows. The sounds of pursuit echo behind him. He's cornered. His pursuers are closing in. There's nowhere left to run. Lee Young-soo, Taejun Alliance No. 8, is revealed. His face is a mask of fury. A guttural roar escapes his lips, fuck. His rage is palpable, a storm brewing. He's surrounded by his men. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he unleashes his fury. Lee Young-soo, Taejun Alliance No. 8, stands defiant, surrounded by a sea of hostile faces. His eyes dart around, assessing the situation, a grim realization dawning. The weight of his predicament settles upon him, a chilling silence hangs in the air. His adversary steps forward, a cruel smile playing on his lips, the tension ratchets up. A desperate plea escapes Young-soo's lips, wait. But it's too late. His opponent raises his hands, a sinister aura emanating from him, the alley becomes a cage. Young-soo's captor explains, I get it, okay? I'm sorry I beat up your juniors, but... He continues, you know, right? This is war. I was only following orders. Young-soo scoffs, war, huh? What a joke. His eyes blaze with fury. The final insult. Then, you were definitely laughing at the thought of crushing Wall Blue. While I was away. This isn't a battlefield where you kill and die. It's a high school fight, a place where people enjoy seeing their opponent run with his tail between his legs. After getting trampled on and beaten up. Then pay the price for that enjoyment. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling smirk spreads across the antagonist's face. And with a roar, fuck, seriously, the attack begins. A brutal blow lands, sending the antagonist sprawling. The impact echoes. But he's far from finished. He's surrounded. A dark alley, the air thick with menace. Lee Young-soo is hopelessly outnumbered. His enemies closing in for the kill. The final blow falls. A brutal clash erupts. The sounds of a fierce struggle echo through the alleyway. Hu hak. A figure emerges from the chaos, a cold glint in his eyes. It's him. He calmly makes a call, a chilling command given. The call is answered. I caught Lee Young-soo. As you said, he popped up from there. A satisfied smirk plays on the lips of the caller. Good. Strategic planning unfolds. A hand marks a location on a map. For now, it's too risky to return to the front lines. The Jisan area will be taken, then the next. A sudden interruption. A notification flashes on a screen. Hold on for a minute, please. A message arrives, leader, isn't it about time for you to return? That's right. A thoughtful pause. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. A leader's intuition. It's about time, it must be suspicious. The gravity of the situation dawns. It's the start of an all-out war. The leader's orders are to battle it out. A pensive expression. A question hangs heavy in the air. But why is it that? For a month, silence, only cryptic messages. He wouldn't start a fight while away, but this feels different. A knot of worry tightens in his gut, a strange premonition. Messages from the leader, yet, the feeling is off, almost as if someone else sent them. A thunderous crash. The ground trembles. Gasps of shock. Find him and kill him. But why the sudden urgency? Amidst the chaos, a chilling revelation. He was tricked. Tricked? By whom? The mystery deepens. His girlfriend asked for money, and he sent it. Such a simple deception. The leader's back is to us, his shoulders slumped, a weight of betrayal heavy on his mind. The words echo the sting of deception, but it turned out to be the guy that bitch was cheating with. The betrayal runs deeper than expected. He ran off with her bankbook after receiving the money. A careless mistake, a devastating consequence. A subordinate's face, etched with grim understanding. The silence speaks volumes, the gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, rain-slicked street, a city shrouded in shadows, mirroring the darkness of the unfolding events. The air crackles with tension. A woman with fiery red hair, her expression sharp and calculating. "You seem carefree," she asks, her voice laced with suspicion. She stands tall, a silhouette against the neon glow of the city, facing a man, equally imposing, his presence radiating menace. The stage is set. His smirk is chilling, a predator's confidence. "I'm in the calm before the storm." He whispers, the words a prelude to chaos. The red-haired woman's voice cuts through the night. "Oi, Jigong, how are you feeling now? How did you know I'm here?" A sudden, violent clash. Jigong lunges, a blur of motion, the impact echoing in the night. Jigong sits alone, defeated, in the ruins of what was once a building. "That's right. I failed to think about this beforehand." His voice is filled with regret. A chilling question hangs in the air. What if the messages weren't from the leader at all? The possibility is raised. Could someone have impersonated him? A casual conversation unfolds between two figures, seemingly oblivious to the brewing storm. Their words painting a picture of a man who loves motorcycles, perhaps a little too much. A sinister twist. The red-haired woman's smile hints at a dark secret. The shocking revelation, Huang Muji is dead. A gasp escapes the reader's lips. And an impostor walks among them. A violent confrontation erupts. "You bastard!" The red-haired woman's fury is palpable. The truth is revealed, Jigong knew about Muji's death all along. The past is brought to light. The incident where the leader was almost imprisoned for his actions. The red-haired woman's fury is a tangible thing, a storm brewing as she leans in close to Jigong. Her words are a venomous whisper, a threat hanging heavy in the air, to kill Ma Hazung. The unnamed subordinate's voice cracks, barely a whisper escaping his lips. The revelation hangs between them, a chasm of disbelief and betrayal, was Siaka Hyung. His eyes widen, reflecting the horror of the truth. A chilling question forms, a seed of doubt planted in the fertile ground of fear. What if Mahari was successful? The air crackles with tension. Two figures stand face to face in a dimly lit alleyway, one with fiery red hair, the other shrouded in shadow. "What the hell are you talking about?" the redhead demands. The shadowed figure's face is grim, etched with years of violence. That incident where Boss was in a lot of danger for turning a guy from Alliance into a vegetable. A chilling realization dawns on the redhead. "Ah, now I remember." The weight of the past settles heavily on her shoulders. A flashback, the leader's furious outburst echoes in her mind. Leader went crazy saying he'd kill that bastard. The shadowed figure's hand clenches, a dark energy swirling within, a palpable sense of menace fills the scene. But a question hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted. "But are you saying Park Siaka provoked the leader into doing that?" The shadowed figure's eyes narrow, a silent storm brewing behind them. The answer is unspoken, yet heavy with implication. A hand, powerful and unrelenting, grabs Redhead by the throat. The force is raw, brutal. A chilling accusation hangs in the air. "Stop pretending you don't know. You always know everything." The words are laced with bitter resentment, a lifetime of unspoken truths finally surfacing. The grip tightens. You bastard, I've been letting it slide for so long. His face, a mask of barely contained fury. The years of simmering rage are about to boil over. Bam! A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave. A flurry of motion, a brutal exchange of blows in the heart of the city. The fight is on. I'm the only one you never call Hyung-nim, huh? I don't even expect you to call me that. At least call me Hyung, you. Defiance flickers in Redhead's eyes, a spark of rebellion against the crushing weight of the past. Hyung-nim, a hardened man with a scarred face, confronts Redhead. Hooligan. Is that what's important to you right now? He presses his advantage, the question hanging heavy in the air. How do you address Kim Taek-san? Redhead's eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. A sudden, violent motion. The raw power of her attack is unleashed. Redhead launches herself forward, a whirlwind of fury. Her rage a tangible force, screaming, "That's why it's important, you bastard." The confrontation escalates. Hyung-nim reveals a shocking truth: Mahari is Ma Ha-sung's younger sister. Their faces are locked in a silent battle of wills. Hyung-nim sneers, "Fucking suspicious, isn't it?" The tension ratchets up. Could you date the guy who almost killed your family? Hyung-nim's face is etched with worry. There's too many weird things happening. The interrogation begins. Kwak Ji-gong's sharp gaze pierces through the air, his questions cutting like a knife. Why did Siaka provoke Hyung-nim? Why did Hari become her enemy's girlfriend? Hyung-nim's confidant, his face partially obscured by shadow, responds with measured certainty. He's not one to take uncertain rumors and just assume things. I'm certain. The redhead, a cigarette dangling from his lips, leans forward, his voice a low growl. How long has it been since boss has been on his trip? 1 month? The question hangs heavy in the air, the smoke curling around the redhead's face like a shroud. It seems he's only giving orders through text calls. Is that true? The redhead's companion, his face etched with worry, presses for confirmation. A curt, sharp denial. No. The redhead's resolve hardens. First, they need to confirm if boss is safe and well. The truth explodes into the open. To be honest, I knew Siaka provoked the leader. A furious outburst follows. You fuck. I knew it. The tension ratchets up. The provoking itself isn't strange. If there's a danger to boss, he'd report it to him. But there's more. The real issue? The provocation turned boss into an insane madman. The image of Hyung-nim, hooked up to machines in a hospital bed, speaks volumes. The aftermath of Redhead's confession hangs heavy in the air. Ha-sung's fate, a consequence of her actions, is revealed: escape from prison, but at a cost. A hardened gaze, a scar etched across his brow. This man, a figure shrouded in mystery, questions the true extent of Siaka's plan. The scene shifts, revealing a tense exchange between two figures. A chilling revelation is whispered: Siaka's actions weren't just about personal gain, but a calculated maneuver, a dangerous game of manipulation. The question hangs in the air: was Siaka setting up the boss for a betrayal? A gruff voice cuts through the tension. The man's skepticism is palpable. He knows Taejun, but not the enigmatic boss. A bombshell. Redhead's words send a shockwave through the room. Boss might already be dead. The focus shifts to a pair of figures, their jackets hinting at a shared affiliation. A silent understanding passes between them. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Siaka and boss old friends, a long-standing rivalry. The ambition to rise to the top is undeniable. Doubt creeps in. The frequency of boss's recent communications raises suspicion. And the revelation that he contacted one of them yesterday only deepens the mystery. Still, I need to see his face to confirm. Redhead's eyes, narrowed in suspicion, betray a chilling calculation. The shocking accusation hangs in the air: Siaka Hyung-nim targeted the boss? A chilling truth: nothing is certain in human relations. Those who believe in certainty fall prey to those who don't. The weight of this realization settles heavily on the man's face. For now, keep our suspicions hidden. Don't be sloppy. The two figures stand facing each other, a silent tension crackling between them in the dimly lit alleyway. A text message exchange reveals a chilling detail: the boss's next target was the Ichjian area. Phew. Redhead leans back, a relieved sigh escaping his lips as he checks his phone. The glow of the screen illuminates his face, highlighting the tension still etched in his features. His gaze hardens. How great would it be if they were all like Jigong? He listens to my orders so fucking well. A chilling calculation flickers in his eyes. A profile pops up on his phone: Park Siaka. The image shows a man with a weary, almost desperate look. I've evaded this guy for way too long. He must be almost at his limit. Redhead taps away at his phone, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Of course, it's suspicious to be communicating through text only, but I need to end this by using the division. His expression turns grim. The weight of his plan presses down on him. I need to hurry. A hallway. Two figures emerge from opposite ends, their paths converging. The first is Redhead, his steps quick and purposeful. The second, a towering figure, Nakshan, his presence radiating power. Nakshan's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Redhead approaches Nakshan, his face a mask of controlled anxiety. Did something happen? Nakshan asks, his voice laced with concern. Nakshan's brow furrows as Redhead downplays the situation. But nothing happened. That's a relief then. Nakshan's relief is palpable. The conversation shifts to mundane matters, a thin veneer of normalcy masking the underlying tension. The casual banter about homework feels jarringly out of place. A steely gaze pierces the viewer. Chomin, his expression unreadable, stands in the hallway. The scene shifts. Nakshan, his face etched with worry, stands before Chomin. Be careful, he cautions, his voice laced with concern. Nakshan's warning hangs in the air. What? Why? Confusion clouds Nakshan's features as he presses for answers. Chomin remains silent, his eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in his demeanor hints at a hidden agenda. A sudden buzz. Chomin's phone vibrates, a silent alarm signaling an urgent development. With a curt dismissal, Chomin cuts the conversation short. Let's talk later, he declares, already turning to leave. Nakshan watches him go, his unease growing. The camera pans to a rooftop, overlooking a sprawling industrial complex. Nakshan arrives, breathless. He pulls out his phone, his face a mask of anxiety. A text message arrives, revealing a shocking update. This bastard. Nakshan mutters, his eyes blazing with fury. The digital clock glows, 2:07 p.m. Kwak Ji-gun's message is short, sharp, understood. But the next message, a chilling undercurrent of suspicion. 2:10 p.m. Kwak Ji-gun types, his words laced with doubt. This bastard. I want to check you, boss. The tension ratchets up. He needs confirmation. A city street, bustling with life, yet two figures stand out, Kwak Ji-gun and another, their faces grim. I know it's a rude request, but, the message reads. A risky move. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. If by chance this person isn't boss? The weight of potential betrayal. Kwak Ji-gun's face, etched with worry. His thoughts are grim, it won't simply end with him dying. The sun shines down on a pristine school campus, a picture of idyllic normalcy. Inside, a classroom buzzes with the low hum of students, but one student, his brow furrowed in concentration, seems oblivious to the world around him. Here, the patient's heart. He scribbles furiously in his notebook, muttering to himself, these punks, they're shamelessly sleeping in front of me. A sudden jolt of frustration. Focus. This will be in the test. His shoulders slump, a wave of exhaustion washes over him. Damn it! He flips through pages, his gaze distant and troubled, a sense of unease settles in. A text message appears on his phone. If anything, I never expected Jigong to do this. A chilling gaze pierces the silence, the eyes of a man who carries the weight of a hidden burden. Damn it! What do I do? The unnamed student's inner turmoil spills out, a desperate plea echoing in the empty classroom. How do I make them believe I'm Huang Muji? His shoulders slump under the pressure, the weight of deception pressing down. The classroom, once a sanctuary, now feels like a cage. A simple meal, yet, even the mundane act of eating feels heavy with unspoken tension. The clinking of cutlery, a subtle sound that cuts through the silence, amplifying the unease. A casual question, if you're not eating that pork cutlet, can I have it, breaks the surface tension, but the undercurrent of suspicion remains. Yeah, go ahead. A simple response, yet, it hides a multitude of anxieties. The question hangs in the air. What's wrong? A friend's concern pierces through the facade. The school cafeteria buzzes with lunchtime chatter, a stark contrast to the sudden tension gripping one particular student. He nervously chews his bread, eyes darting around, a palpable sense of unease hangs in the air. His classmates' words cut through the noise, stop joking about it. The casual facade crumbles. The classmate reveals a shocking truth, that's what they show in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. They showed Zhuge Liang as a live doll. The student tries to deflect, claiming it's from a novel, but the classmate presses on. A hand clamps down on his shoulder, a sudden, sharp pain. A menacing figure emerges from the shadows, Chomin. The game has changed. The student is cornered, fear etched on his face, his secret is out. A chilling command, if you're done eating, let's have a chat. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The schoolyard, bathed in the afternoon sun, a seemingly ordinary scene, but the air crackles with tension. Common's gaze, sharp and unwavering, locks onto the unnamed student, a silent question hangs between them. The revelation explodes, that you're Muji's little brother. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The unnamed student's face, a mask of shock and dawning horror, his carefully constructed facade crumbles. He stammers a weak defense, the advisor told me. His eyes dart around, fear etched into every line of his face, the weight of his deception bears down on him. That means. Common's fury erupts, I heard all about it. I heard you hate him to death. A hand clamps down on the unnamed student's shoulder, the force of Common's anger is palpable. A guttural roar, son of a bitch. Common's rage boils over, that guy was malicious even to his family. Even if he knew about my connection to Muji, the unnamed student is certain that he wouldn't reveal his death. Because in this game of deception, revealing Muji's death serves no purpose unless it interferes with the advisor's investigation at Yomael High. The advisor, ever suspicious, waits for the unnamed student to make a mistake. He's playing the long game. And the unnamed student knows it. He's forced to play along, to dance to the advisor's tune, at least for now. A tense confrontation unfolds. You're right. I'm sorry I hid it because I was scared you might hate me too. The unnamed student confesses, his voice barely a whisper. The advisor's response is surprisingly understanding. It's not your fault, so of course it's okay. But his forgiveness is short-lived. You should have just told me from the start. The advisor's anger flares, a sudden shift in the dynamic. The unnamed student's secret is out. He's Muji's brother, a fact that could change everything. The advisor is now aware of a potential for revenge. And the weight of that revelation hangs heavy in the air. The advisor's next move is uncertain. A subtle shift in focus. The advisor recalls a previous warning, be careful. The location is revealed. Taejun. A gritty warehouse, bathed in the golden light of sunset. Two figures are silhouetted against the glow. Jigong, his face etched with concern, addresses the heavily tattooed man. Oi, Jigong. The tattooed man trembles, visibly shaken. This is so unlike you. Why are you sitting there shaking? A sudden, violent grab. The tattooed man is thrown back, revealing the full extent of Jigong's fury. Son of a bitch. Are you really saying that, knowing full well what you did? Jigong's rage explodes. Dare you doubt? His chest swells with pride. Taejun's strongest man. Jigong's expression hardens. A cold calculation in his eyes. If it's really boss, I'm committing a huge discourtesy towards him. It probably won't end with just my death. Jigong's fury is a tangible thing, radiating off him as he confronts the tattooed man. You're going for my collar at the first chance, you bastard. The tattooed man shrinks under his gaze. The tattooed man stammers a weak defense. Then why didn't you win rock, paper, scissors? He. Jigong's expression doesn't change. His patience is wearing thin. He's given the tattooed man a chance to save himself. I just jump and kill myself right now. The tattooed man cries out, desperation lacing his voice. But Jigong is unmoved. Jigong's cold response hangs in the air. It's the second floor anyways. A pig head like you probably won't die. Jigong's eyes narrow, a chilling calculation in their depths. And if boss is fake? A sinister smile plays on his lips. Wouldn't you find it unfair up in heaven? The tattooed man's face contorts in fear. He knows he's trapped. And if he isn't fake? I'll kill you first before I die. Jigong leans closer, his voice a low growl. Can you kill me? The tattooed man's eyes dart around wildly, searching for an escape. Jigong presses his advantage. You didn't tell Siaka, did you? The tattooed man's face is partially obscured, but his eyes betray a chilling calm. A stark contrast to the intricate, almost predatory tattoos snaking across his powerful physique. Jigong's presence looms large in the background, a silent predator. The tattooed man's threat hangs heavy in the air. I'll kill all of them. His voice is a low growl, laced with barely contained fury. Jigong's expression is unreadable, but his words are sharp and precise. After 3 days at Gaption Stream, if boss doesn't come there'll be a bloodbath. The tattooed man's eyes narrow, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He knows Jigong knows. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. The weight of betrayal and impending violence is palpable. 3 days later. The sun sets over the city, casting long shadows across the Gaption Stream. Jigong stands watch, his silhouette sharp against the fiery sky. The scene shifts to a quiet, almost serene riverside park. But the stillness is deceptive, a storm is brewing. Jigong stands by a river, the setting sun casting long shadows. A city bridge stretches across the water in the distance. His expression is grim, his shoulders heavy with the weight of his plan. 2 figures, the unnamed tattooed man and a woman with fiery red hair, exchange a tense glance. It's over for me, the tattooed man mutters. It's about time for him to come. The tattooed man and his companion wait, their shadows stretching long in the fading light. The scene shifts to a nearby industrial area, where the air hangs heavy with anticipation. A woman with long, braided silver hair, Choman, watches from the shadows, her eyes narrowed in concern. Meanwhile, the tattooed man's apprehension grows. Will this plan really work, he wonders, his brow furrowed in doubt. Jigong's phone lights up. A message arrives. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He types a short reply, shall we get started? A tense night in the city. Jigong wants to see you. What could it mean? His associates look worried. What's the plan? He's got a plan, but... A sudden gasp. What's wrong? His eyes narrow, a cold fury brewing. Are you out of your mind? The aftermath. 2 extinguished cigarettes lie on the ground. Jigong, the crimson-haired boss, takes a drag from his cigarette. 3 smokes, too short a wait. He's clearly impatient. The setting sun casts long shadows as he and his henchmen stand poised, waiting. And the tension is palpable. He smoked all his cigarettes. If the protagonist doesn't arrive soon. Jigong's gaze hardens. You know, right, he asks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. His subordinate, a nervous wreck, sweats profusely. I already know, he stammers, fear etched onto his face. He pleads with his boss, Boss, it's not true, right? Doubt gnaws at him. The camera pans to a city bridge at sunset. You'll pop out from there and scold us, won't you? The henchman whispers, his voice laced with dread. Jigong explodes. Fuck. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrives. Okay. It's almost time, he mutters, a grim determination settling on his face. Jigong's eyes blaze with barely contained fury. To show up. A silent observer watches, her expression unreadable. The tension is palpable. A dark, imposing figure looms over a group of men in suits. They stand in ominous silence, awaiting. The sun sets, casting long shadows as a large group approaches. The air crackles with anticipation. A confrontation is imminent. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. Whispers of doubt. They're really here, huh? Jigong, is the guy next to him a captain as well? The identity is revealed, Alliance number 10, young Taejong. A chilling smirk spreads across Taejong's face. Okay, it's really just like the message we got. Jackpot. The leader surveys his crew at sunset, a smirk playing on his lips. Guys. He begins, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Today, we change everything. His words ignite a surge of energy, his men are ready to strike. We can become successful, the leader shouts, his voice echoing with determination. But a shadow of doubt crosses the face of his second-in-command. What the hell is this situation? Fuck, she mutters, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. I don't know. First, beat them up and then we'll talk, she commands, launching a swift kick that sends one of their opponents sprawling. The leader watches, a cold glint in his eyes. Ha, at this point, he observes, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. A brutal blow connects, the impact echoing through the scene. The sound of a sickening crunch fills the air. One of the opponents is down, his face contorted in agony. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the sky. The fight continues, the leader's cold fury unleashed. He delivers a devastating blow, sending another opponent crashing to the ground. You should know your place, you bastards. The gang leader's face is a mask of cold fury. His eyes, narrowed slits of pure malice, betray nothing but ruthless intent. From his vantage point, he surveys the scene, his crew, a swarm of muscle and aggression, prepares to strike. The river flows silently beneath the bridge, a stark contrast to the violence about to erupt. His second-in-command, a picture of simmering suspicion, watches with narrowed eyes. A storm brews within him. The second-in-command asks, "You'll attack Jigong and Jihun?" A guy from Chungbok High School knows young Taejong's number. Please do me a favor and get his number. Getting rid of Jigong and Jihan who are suspicious of you, it's a simple method. The gang leader's response is chillingly calm, but as you know, it'll be a fatal blow to the division's power. I'm aware of that. But his expression hardens. A flicker of something cold and calculating crosses his face. And he reveals his true intentions, but I don't plan on getting rid of those two at all. A brutal attack. Fists fly, bodies collide in a whirlwind of violence. The sound of shattering bone echoes through the air. Face to face. The tension crackles as the two rivals lock eyes, a silent battle of wills preceding the inevitable clash. The second-in-command lunges, a flurry of motion, his attack is swift, brutal. A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. And sends his opponent sprawling. The fight is far from over. He fights on, driven by blind loyalty. Because boss said he'd be here. But a chilling question hangs in the air. Are you still hoping for that? The red-haired woman strikes with the force of a tempest, a whirlwind of blows. leaving her opponent reeling. As expected, I'm certain. A devastating revelation. That boss isn't there anymore. The second in command is sent flying, crashing into his own men. The betrayal is complete. I told you to stop saying that. The second in command's voice rings out, sharp and strained. He's surrounded, outnumbered, but his defiance is palpable. The red-haired woman's smirk is chilling. She knows the game is already won. His eyes narrow, a vein throbbing in his temple. The gang leader's betrayal stings, a bitter taste in his mouth. TCH. The second in command explodes into action, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Kill them all, he roars, launching himself at his attackers. A flurry of blows, the clash of bodies, the sounds of grunts and pained cries fill the air. But the tide is turning. If you're not going to get rid of them, then why call for an alliance? The question hangs heavy in the air, a seed of doubt planted in the second in command's mind. His confidence falters. First of all, those two are skilled. Young Taejung isn't capable of getting rid of them. The gang leader's voice is calm, almost bored, as he explains his reasoning. The red-haired woman listens intently. Then why are you doing this? The question, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the air. The gang leader's response is chillingly simple. I need a bit of a commotion. His eyes gleam with cold calculation. The plan unfolds with ruthless efficiency. A chilling cackle echoes across the scene. The gang leader, a picture of smug satisfaction, surveys the aftermath of his brutal maneuver. The red-haired woman, her eyes narrowed in steely determination, assesses the situation. They have a high head count, she muses, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Across the river, under the fiery hues of the setting sun, a large-scale brawl unfolds. Despite their skill, even these seasoned fighters find themselves overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The gang leader's plan is working perfectly. He'll wear them down, pushing them to the brink of exhaustion before delivering the final blow. I'll drive them into a corner until it's possible and, he thinks, a cruel glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath. The gang leader's expression twists in shock and fear. His second in command, eyes blazing with fury, appears, his presence radiating menace. That's, he growls, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The red-haired woman's face hardens. What? Fourth unit, she whispers, a hint of unease in her voice as she recognizes the unexpected arrival. Two of the gang leader's men stare in disbelief and terror as the tide turns against them. The red-haired woman unleashes a flurry of devastating blows, sending one of the fourth unit members sprawling to the ground. What the hell? Her eyes widen, a flicker of genuine fear crossing her face. Kim Taek-san is scary enough to make you falter, she thinks, recognizing the true danger she faces. The gang leader's eyes widen in disbelief. TCH, what the hell? That's Taek-san? Panic ripples through his ranks. Taejun Hyung. Look there. Across the bridge, a lone figure watches, silhouetted against the fiery sunset, a silent predator, poised to strike. The gang leader's face contorts in rage. I was right, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the tension. Boss. Silhouetted against a fiery sunset, a lone figure stands on a bridge. He is cloaked in shadow, his face obscured. A chilling smile spreading across the face of a weathered man. His eyes gleam with malice, a gold tooth glinting in the fading light. Boss. A dragon emblazoned helmet. The figure beneath remains hidden, a question mark hangs heavy in the air. The real deal starts now. His eyes, wide with a dawning realization, a storm brewing beneath a calm exterior. 3 days earlier. A tense meeting unfolds. A young man's apprehension is palpable. He questions the plan, his doubt etched on his face. What are you talking about? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. It's true. Nakshin is mistaken, a sudden, inexplicable error. He needs to find a way to prove Muji is alive. The weight of that responsibility settles on his shoulders. A close-up on Nakshan's intense gaze. His eyes, narrowed, speak volumes of his determination. He's found something. A clue, perhaps? By the Gaption stream, a discovery is made. I always run by the Gaption stream and I just found it there. A helmet. Is it Muji's? The symbol of a yellow dragon is unmistakable. Yeah, that's the one. A flashback reveals the truth. Chang'e threw the helmet away, it was swept away by the water and now found. A glimmer of hope. A single word escapes his lips, I guess. A shadow falls over Nakshan's face, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. The chance for revenge, it might already be here. A hand, scarred and powerful, reaches out, a symbol of the darkness that threatens to consume everything. A chilling smile, a predator's gaze, calculating and cold. He knows something we don't. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. Show me that helmet? A city skyline, bathed in the warm glow of sunset, a seemingly peaceful backdrop to the unfolding drama. The helmet, a dragon's fierce gaze etched into its surface. A symbol of power, a reminder of loss, and perhaps, a glimmer of hope. The reunion, a silent exchange of understanding. It's Muji's helmet, right? A confirmation, a quiet nod. Yeah, this is the one. Nakshan, lost in thought, strokes his chin, a storm of emotions brewing beneath his calm exterior. His companion's voice cuts through the silence, a blunt question hanging in the air, no. Why would I want that? The response is immediate, laced with a hint of dark understanding, makes sense. You wouldn't really want it that much. The conversation shifts, the weight of unspoken words heavy between them. Nakshan, if Muji's really in Taejun, will you take revenge? The question hangs, unanswered, as the scene shifts to Nakshan's companion, his eyes narrowed, a chilling certainty in his tone, isn't that obvious? But the path to vengeance is far from clear. How? The answer is stark, a grim reality laid bare, he has 1,000 underlings. A chilling image flashes across the screen, a vast army, their faces grim and determined. The scale of the challenge is immense. The threat is further amplified, not to mention, those thugs we saw last time, there's 4 captains who fight beyond common sense. The question hangs heavy in the air, the enormity of the task weighing on Nakshan's shoulders. Could you actually get through them all to land a punch on Muji? Of course I can. Nakshan's voice rings out, unwavering. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. But his companion remains skeptical, pointing out the harsh reality, you'll fail to get your revenge that way. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. A stark reminder of the overwhelming odds against Nakshan. An individual against a group, a seemingly impossible task. Nakshan's resolve is tested. A grim determination sets in, he'll face any challenge, even death itself. He'll die and resurrect if he must. His companion presses further, questioning his sudden aggression. Why are you picking a fight suddenly? Nakshan's response is immediate, defiant. Are you underestimating my chances at winning? You can do anything if you have the will, you bastard, he snarls, his anger barely contained. His words echo a powerful belief, if anything's possible with will, then no one should feel powerless. A quiet intensity fills the room. A stark contrast to the brash confidence of the previous panel. A motivational video plays on a screen, showing a boxer delivering a powerful punch. The message is clear, fight back against bullies. The scene shifts. The next lesson is revealed, reverse the situation. The intensity builds as Nakshan prepares for something new. A sudden, sharp impact. The sound of a blow echoes, leaving the reader breathless. No matter how determined a person is to resist. Even if you show you're not a pushover. The consequences are immediate. Oh, fuck. What did you just do? How will you make up for it? Because of you, I couldn't write my exam. He clenches his fists, defiance burning in his eyes. I'm not going to stay still about it either now. His opponent smirks, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. It can't change like TV shows. What a fucking piece of shit, hee hee. The cold reality sinks in. Reality usually goes as the bad guys want it to. A brutal lesson learned the hard way. An individual can. The impact echoes through the hallway. Crash, never defeat a group. A defeated sigh escapes his lips. Sigh. His battered body speaks volumes. Because no one can become Superman. Nakshin's companion stares at him, concern etched on his face, a question hangs heavy in the air, do you know? A grim voice cuts through the silence, a stark reminder of the brutal reality of war. Even with advanced weaponry, numbers decide the outcome. Nakshin's companion continues, his words laced with a grim assessment of the situation. The recent attack left Nakshin shaken. Nakshin's eyes narrow, defiance flickering in their depths. Are you telling me to give up? His voice rises, raw with anger and pain. Are you telling me to just let that bastard go after what he did? The scene shifts, revealing the aftermath of a brutal fight. Nakshin's battered body lies amidst the chaos, a testament to his recent struggle. A furious question echoes in his mind, when he trampled on my friend's dreams. Nakshin's face hardens, his expression resolute, a quiet determination settles over him. His companion speaks again, his words a counterpoint to Nakshin's rage. That's not what I said. An individual can't defeat a group, but with a group, the story's different. Nakshin's frustration is palpable. Geez, are you telling me to form a group? How will I do that after having come to Taejeon just now? His companion's response is both cryptic and ominous. There's one. It's a bit bigger than Emperor's division. The advisor's words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the overwhelming power of their enemy. Nakshin's eyes widen, a flicker of determination igniting within him. The name Taejeon Alliance appears on his phone screen, a potential solution to his predicament. A swift message is sent, a call to arms. The advisor's instructions ring out, sharp and urgent, everyone near Gaption Stream, move there now. A tense moment unfolds as the team receives the order to remove Hwang Muji's helmet. A desperate scramble for survival ensues. Whatever, for now, run. A chaotic retreat begins, a blur of motion as they flee towards Gaption Stream. The sun sets over the city, casting long shadows as they make their desperate dash. The camera sweeps across the urban landscape, highlighting the urgency of their escape. A brutal clash. Nakshin's ally takes a beating, but he's still standing, gritting his teeth. Are you okay? Meanwhile, a figure watches from afar, a smirk playing on their lips. As expected. The scene shifts to a group of worried onlookers. Is that really boss? One of them points out a crucial detail, of course. Look at the helmet. A close-up on the helmet reveals a striking design, a fearsome dragon etched into the surface. This is no ordinary headgear. A symbol of power and authority. The man wearing it is clearly someone of great importance. That's the helmet I personally made for. Nakshin, seeing his chance, seizes it. So, you mean, if I do this, I can get rid of those executives, right, Kamam? But a moment of doubt crosses his face. He's heavily layered in clothing, hindering his movements. I'm wearing so many layers of clothes, I can't even move. His companion voices his concern. Are you sure this is okay? A cryptic message cuts through the city air, everyone near Gaption Stream, move there now. Confusion reigns as the order is received, a tense moment hangs in the air. The urgency intensifies, take the helmet off of Hwang Muji, he's there. A desperate scramble ensues. A chaotic retreat unfolds. Whatever, for now, run. A furious confrontation erupts. Move out of my way. You bastards. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow. It's a chilling realization, it's definitely Boss's helmet, there's no way someone could take it from Boss. A guttural roar rips through the air. Hwang Muji's helmet is gone, snatched away in a blur of motion. The red-haired woman's eyes blaze with fury. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage. A brutal exchange. Fists collide with bone-jarring impact, the shockwave radiating outwards. She moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of crimson hair and furious strikes, leaving her opponent reeling. What the hell? Fuck. The red-haired woman's voice is laced with disbelief and a simmering threat. How the hell did they all find out about our private meeting with boss? Chomak Hyungnim, she mutters, a chilling realization dawning on her. Lee Chomak, Taejun Alliance No. 5, stands amidst his men, a grim determination etched on his face. The air crackles with anticipation. I usually don't interrupt my training, but, he says, his voice low and dangerous. I just couldn't miss this exciting event happening so close to me, so here I am. His arrival is a clear declaration of war. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face. He came out after such a long time. Oh, I've been waiting for this. The anticipation is palpable. A furious roar erupts. I'm going to kill you, Muji. The attacker lunges, a blur of motion. Lee Chomak watches, her eyes wide with alarm. Alliance No. 5. A dangerous game unfolds. A chilling observation, a guy who trains solely to surpass Muji. The attack lands. A brutal blow connects, sending Muji sprawling. A thunderous impact. The ground trembles under the force of the collision. He appears from the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness. Where the hell did he call from? The attacker's identity is revealed, Jigong, the son of a woman Muji considers a pet. A bitter rivalry. A defiant shout rings out, "Stay out of it!" The conflict escalates. The attack begins. A blur of motion as Jigong unleashes a devastating blow. A brutal strike that sends Hwang Muji reeling. The force of the impact is palpable. Mujia tries to counter, but Jigong's relentless assault continues, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Each blow a testament to Jigong's raw power. The clash of bodies echoes through the air. Muji grits his teeth, eyes blazing with defiance, he will not fall. A desperate grab for purchase. Boss is in trouble. But Jigong is too fast, too strong. No way, I'm getting hit. A brutal kick connects, sending Muji sprawling, blood splatters across the ground. Muji coughs, pain etched across his face, the fight is far from over. Jigong towers over his fallen opponent, sneering. You fucking. The clash of titans. Hwang Muji and Jigong trade blows in a whirlwind of furious action, fists connect, sending shockwaves through the air. From the sidelines, a voice cuts through the chaos, from No. 5 onwards, they say they could fight one-on-one at the level of the division's captains. A beat drops. Doubt flickers across Muji's face, is this really true? Jigong's counterattack. A brutal blow lands, sending Muji reeling. He staggers, his body screaming in protest. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. The impact echoes. Muji crashes to the ground, defeated but unbowed. More thugs attack, but Jigong effortlessly dispatches them, one after another, they fall before his might. Jigong's gaze is cold, unwavering. He surveys the scene, a predator assessing its prey. Suddenly, chaos erupts. More figures emerge from the shadows, reinforcements arrive. The voice cuts in again, sharp and urgent, there's 3 executives from the division here. Far from soothing their suspicions, a chilling premonition hangs in the air, the very foundation of their alliance teeters on the brink of collapse. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the fiery sunset, a question mark etched onto his face. Chomak. Exactly what is he contemplating? His expression is one of deep concern, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. As urgent whispers spread through the ranks, he's here. The Alliance's forces are mobilizing, a tide of anticipation building. A familiar face emerges from the shadows, a ghost from the past, the boss returns, his presence sending ripples of unease. Chomak's gaze hardens, a grim determination settling in his eyes, he knows what's coming. Or rather, who? The clash. A brutal blow lands, sending Muji sprawling. The fight is on. Mujiya is sent flying by a devastating strike, HYH. He crashes to the ground, defeated. Fuck. The impact echoes through the scene. A blur of crimson hair and steel, the red-haired woman intervenes, her attack a swift, brutal end to the conflict. Ugh. A brutal kick connects. Huang Muji is sent flying, the impact echoing through the air, crushing him to the ground. He groans, defeated, you sly fucker. Li Chomak watches, his apprehension growing. A 1-to-1 fight? That fucker's going to use this as an excuse later. The red-haired woman dismisses his concerns. This is not the time to focus on stuff like that. Look. In the distance, figures sprint across a bridge, a sense of urgency hanging heavy in the air. Their target, the boss. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow. Those fuckers? How dare? The injured man scrambles up the stairs, desperate to escape. His pursuers hot on his heels. Get out of my way, move. On the street below, a new threat emerges. There he is. Go and take off his helmet. A desperate plea echoes through the alleyway. Hayek. It's Huang Muji. Is this okay? His pursuers exchange a grim look, a cold calculation in their eyes. I don't know. It's advisor's orders. The promise of a reward fuels their relentless pursuit. A brutal kick connects. Huang Muji is sent sprawling across the pavement. The command rings out, pounce on him. Huang Muji is overwhelmed, his body battered and bruised. The impact of the blows sends tremors through his frame. A desperate thought crosses his mind, fuck. My body's too heavy, so it won't move. He clings to his helmet, a desperate shield against his attackers. The struggle intensifies. Helmet. I can't let them take it off. A figure bursts onto the scene, a roar cutting through the chaos, boss dash. A desperate flight. Huang Muji, battered and bleeding, clings to his precious helmet as he's pursued across a city bridge. The relentless pursuit continues, each step a gamble against certain death. But a fiery presence arrives, a whirlwind of red hair and righteous fury. The red-haired woman bursts onto the scene. Huang Muji, his breath ragged, his vision blurring, protects his helmet with grim determination, a symbol of his past, a shield against his despair. Boss. The desperate cry echoes, a testament to the gravity of the situation. And the face of Huang Muji's pursuer is revealed, a grimace of pure, unadulterated rage. The hunt is far from over. A blur of motion. Bodies are sent flying across the bridge. As a lone figure cuts through his opponents like a scythe through wheat. The impact of each blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. A helmet, gleaming under the harsh sunlight. Boss. The desperate cry echoes, a testament to the fear that grips the attackers. As a face contorted in terror is revealed. This is no ordinary brawl, this is a desperate struggle for survival. From the shadows, a figure emerges. He moves with the cold precision of a predator. A dark silhouette against the fiery sunset. The final confrontation begins. A desperate cry cuts through the night air, boss. The scene explodes with raw energy. As a gang of thugs, faces grim, advances with menacing purpose. Their numbers are considerable, they are confident. Their leader spits out a venomous threat, you fucking sons of bitches. But their bravado shatters. A roar echoes, get out of my way. The boss explodes into motion, a blur of furious energy. A whirlwind of fists and feet. UACK. The impact sends shockwaves through the gang. One thug goes down hard, his body crumpling under the boss's brutal force, leaving a trail of defeated bodies in his wake. The boss stands triumphant, a grim smile playing on his lips. But even in victory, a shadow falls. Boss fell? The question hangs heavy in the air. Nakshan, battered but alive, is questioned about his well-being. His expression is grim, a silent testament to the brutal fight he just survived. It's nearly time. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. The camera pans to a tranquil riverside scene, a stark contrast to the violence that just transpired. A figure emerges, sharply dressed in a mustard yellow suit, his presence radiating an aura of quiet menace. He walks with purpose, his every step deliberate. A splash. The sound of a heavy body hitting the water echoes, followed by desperate gasps for air. The weight of his soaked clothes drags him down. He struggles against the current, his grunts of exertion audible even from afar. Ugh, so fucking heavy, he groans, the strain evident in his every movement. The man emerges from the water, gasping for breath, his face a mask of exhaustion. The water's not deep yet, these clothes are so heavy he sputters, his words cut short by another coughing fit. Huffing and puffing, he finally catches his breath. It really happened as Kamen said, he whispers, a dawning realization in his eyes. The gang leader lays out his plan, a chillingly simple scheme. It hinges on a single, audacious act, impersonating Huang Muji. The key? A motorcycle helmet, emblazoned with a fearsome dragon. The plan is to bait the alliance into a trap. The imposter will appear before the division's executives, triggering a clash between the alliance and the executives themselves. Even if the imposter is exposed, the ensuing chaos will create an opening. A calculated risk, with the potential for significant casualties on both sides. But a seed of doubt takes root in the gang leader's mind. What if Muji shows up? The risk is amplified, exposure means certain capture. A tense moment of reflection, a gamble with potentially devastating consequences. The boss hesitates, his face etched with apprehension. I know those risks exist too. But the gang leader's steely gaze reveals his unwavering resolve. If you want to get rid of the executives to catch Muji, this is the only way. Nakshan's worry is palpable, his expression speaks volumes. I'm surprised you're going after Muji. When you're so worried about the risks. Despite his apprehension, Nakshan's resolve hardens. Oh, okay, whatever. Let's give it a try. The gang leader, drenched in mud, grits his teeth. This roundabout fighting isn't really my style. But if it's for revenge? The gang leader and Nakshan stand together, a grim determination etched on their faces. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Walk! You're really there! Sanjay crumples to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. I wasn't imagining it. His eyes widen, terror etched onto his features. Sanjay gasps, the name Sanjay. Barely a whisper. The boss, his face grim, watches with cold calculation. A chilling calm settles over him. Bam! A brutal blow connects, sending Sanjay reeling. The impact echoes through the scene. As Nakshan unleashes a flurry of strikes, a whirlwind of motion. He's a blur of fists and feet. The fight spills into the street, a chaotic ballet of violence. Sanjay's gang is overwhelmed. Sanjay's breath hitches. His eyes dart around wildly, fear and desperation clawing at him. There's no end to this. He spots Chomin in the distance, a lone figure silhouetted against the setting sun. A desperate hope flickers in his eyes. The gang leader's face is a mask of grim determination. His words are a low growl, fell off the bridge. Getting exposed now is a matter of time. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the setting sun. Doubt clouds his features. Is this really the way to prove the boss is still alive? But his plan is immediately challenged. You can't prove anything with a guy standing there for a few minutes with Muji's helmet. A brutal brawl erupts. Fists fly, bodies collide. Maybe Jigong could have been fooled, but Nakshan explodes into action. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of red hair and furious strikes. The gang is overwhelmed. The words hang heavy in the air, but 3rd Unit's captain, that guy. is not that big of a fool. Nakshan's jaw tightens. His eyes, narrowed in focus, reveal a steely resolve. He needs to check it out. He moves with lethal precision. He fell over there. The chase is on. A desperate scramble across the open field. Catch him. A final close-up on Nakshan. His expression is one of cold, calculating intensity. The ground trembles, a heavy boot comes down, crushing the remnants of the gang's pathetic resistance. Nakshan stands before them, a crimson-haired warrior amidst a sea of shadows. The Taejun Alliance, a formidable force, stands before her. Her back is to us, but her posture speaks volumes, defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. A venomous whisper escapes her lips, "Fuck." The gang leader, Oyun Tak, number 4 of the Taejun Alliance, reveals himself, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Taeksan, burdened by doubt, confesses his inability to prove anything, his words laced with despair. Yoon Tak's dismissive order cuts through the tension, a chilling command. But Yoon Tak's words hold a hidden meaning, a subtle shift in the balance of power. The only one who can prove Muji's survival is Sungjae, a revelation that throws everything into question. The gang leader's lieutenant, her face etched with disbelief, processes the shocking news. 4 people, including their boss, are gone. The implications sink in. A chilling realization dawns. The death of their boss is no accident. This is the work of someone powerful, someone who operates in the shadows. The scene shifts to a desolate urban landscape. A lone figure, the advisor, crouches in the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A phone call confirms the worst. It's their boss, the president, who is dead. The advisor's plan is in motion. The advisor's orders ring out, sharp and decisive. Dismiss. All of you are dismissed. Taeksan, his face a mask of stunned confusion, watches as his fellow gang members are sent away. The sudden shift in power leaves him vulnerable. The advisor's actions send shockwaves through the underworld. Yeo Sungji's silence speaks volumes. It's a silence that chills Taeksan to the bone. Panic grips Taeksan. He's caught in the crosshairs, alone and exposed. His desperate thoughts echo in the silence. What the hell is this situation? The air crackles with tension, a palpable sense of unease hanging heavy in the silence. Chapter 48, so I'm very sensitive about it, you know? The air crackles with tension. A desperate plea echoes across the night. Boss! The cry cuts through the darkness. A figure, face contorted in fury, bellows a question into the void, "Damn it, where is he?" The scene shifts to a dimly lit pier. 2 figures stand silhouetted against the city lights. One speaks, his voice laced with grim resignation, "Jigong." It looks like he left. A close-up reveals the speaker's face, partially obscured by dark glasses. His eyes, however, burn with a cold fire. A chilling question hangs in the air, he didn't even show us his face, and left? Jaegong. The figure turns, his back to us, revealing a jacket emblazoned with a striking crimson design. A single thought crosses his mind. An unsettling possibility, maybe he isn't fully convinced. His face crumples. Tears well up. Panic sets in. The words escape him in a choked whisper, "We're fucked, totally fucked. Boss is definitely disappointed in me." Jigang's superior, his face etched with worry, confesses his doubts about the boss's arrival. It's a desperate plea, a silent prayer for a savior who may not come. But relief washes over him. The weight of his anxiety lifts as he sees Jigang's return. Suddenly, a furious voice cuts through the air. "What the hell are you on about, you dumb fuck?" Yun Ji-hun unleashes a torrent of accusations, blaming his subordinate for the deception. The betrayal stings, the words sharp as knives. The boss, it turns out, was shocked by an unexpected event, an incident that never happens to him. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Suspicion lingers. Jigang's absence, his sudden departure during a nationwide tour, fuels the uncertainty. The truth begins to unravel. The boss's unusual communication style, orders delivered only by text, adds to the growing unease. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. Is the suspicion finally laid to rest? Yun Ji-hoon's smirk speaks volumes. A chilling confidence, a knowing glint in her eyes. The advisor's order to retreat after seeing the boss. An unexpected turn of events, a testament to the boss's power. Ji-hoon's voice cuts through the tension, a calm counterpoint to the chaos brewing. And even more so, if someone else is pretending to be boss. The confrontation explodes into the open. Ji-gang's superior, face contorted in fury, roars, "Not we, you bastard!" A chilling smirk spreads across Ji-hoon's face. Your plan succeeded. His eyes, cold and calculating, betray nothing of his inner thoughts. But Ji-hoon's response is laced with a quiet resignation. Not so much of a plan, that was my only choice. He casually sips his drink, the clinking of ice against glass a stark contrast to the gravity of his words. To make a dead person appear as if he's alive in this situation, this was the only way. The strategy is laid bare, executives on the inside of the division are having doubts, an outsider like advisor has more credibility. Ji-gang's superior, his face etched with suspicion, presses further. Why did you think advisor wouldn't expose Muji's death to them? Ji-hoon takes another sip, a glint in his eye. He knows something they don't. But he didn't reveal that fact to anyone. In fact, he'll want to use it. The truth is laid bare, Ji-hoon's plan is to manipulate Muji's phone data without raising suspicion within the division. A chillingly calculated move, executed with a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. Ji-gang's superior, ever vigilant, pieces together the puzzle. He's certain that something isn't right. A knot of suspicion tightening in his gut as he confronts Ji-hoon. What's wrong? He demands, his voice sharp with concern. Ji-hoon's response is a carefully crafted lie, a mask of normalcy barely concealing the turmoil within. Nothing, he stammers, his eyes darting nervously. On a rooftop overlooking the city, the weight of Ji-hoon's deception hangs heavy in the air. His superior takes a long drink, the silence punctuated only by the distant city sounds. And then, a damning realization breaks through. I can't believe he actually used the advisor to cover up this matter. The superior's words paint a picture of Ji-hoon's audacity. He's a shockingly daring guy, he observes, a mixture of awe and disbelief in his tone. But beneath the surface of Ji-hoon's cunning lies a deeper truth. He may lack Muji's physical strength. Yet, within his heart beats the indomitable spirit of his brother, a legacy of resilience and determination. A tense exchange unfolds in the shadows of the city. What? One man demands, his voice sharp with suspicion. Another nervously replies, those guys said something suspicious. Ah, another thing. Keep today's incident a secret from Park Siaka. The subordinate's brow furrows. Did you call boss without telling Siaka? Yeah, the details are none of your concern. Just understand that it's for the sake of the division, please. The order is blunt, leaving no room for argument. Keep it a secret from the first unit's captain. Ji-hoon, the recipient of these clandestine instructions, ponders the implications. He was wondering if Siaka ordered them to do it. But in fact, it's been kept a secret from him. They called the boss, suspecting he could be fake. A flicker of doubt crosses Ji-hoon's face. Maybe. Whatever it is, the fact they're keeping secrets from each other means they're not all united. A war with the Alliance is at hand. The Alliance is teetering on the brink of collapse, a precarious situation indeed. Ji-hoon weighs the gravity of the words, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. His superior offers a curt dismissal, a thinly veiled command, a subtle reminder of his place. But the casual mention of unshakable plants a seed of suspicion, a seed that will soon sprout into something far more dangerous. The conversation shifts, a sudden change of tone. Ji-hoon's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion igniting within, a silent acknowledgement of the deception. His superior's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling revelation. A frantic text message, a desperate attempt to reach someone. The unanswered message fuels his growing unease, a sense of dread washing over him. The mystery deepens, a puzzle with missing pieces. A wave of uncertainty washes over Ji-hoon. He tries to maintain composure, muttering, "Okay, it's all okay." But the unease lingers. His superior, a towering figure, confronts him. "You're here to catch Muji." Ji-hoon's expression hardens. He counters, "You didn't come to Taejun to play friends with Sunjae, did you?" The tension ratchets up. Ji-hoon reveals a hidden truth, "I didn't want to say this, but Sunjae controls the alliance, and it's famous for its bad reputation too." He continues, his voice laced with bitterness, "In fact, even our school was once taken over by the alliance. I've even been humiliated once." The superior's eyes narrow. Ji-hoon presses on, "Sunji's existence is the same as somebody. Hwang Muji to somebody." Ji-hoon's gaze burns with intensity. He challenges his superior directly, "You should be using him, not being loyal to him." The superior's patience wears thin. He sneers, "Or is your sense of justice selective now because he did you a favor?" Ji-hoon grits his teeth, "Ugh, that bastard Chamnan, he's fucking great with words." Ji-hoon's face is grim as he makes a call, his voice tight with urgency. "Hey, Sunjae, listen, what happened?" A question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable, "Is Sunjae involved?" Sunjae answers, his voice dripping with chilling nonchalance. "If you are, come out." The city lights blur as Sunjae strides purposefully through the night, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Sanlim University Sacred Heart Hospital. A beacon of hope, yet shrouded in the darkness of the night. Inside, a monitor displays vital signs, a flatline a stark contrast to the frantic energy outside. "This is real, right? Wasn't the plan too reckless?" A woman's voice, cold and calculating, cuts through the tension. "Whatever, I'll select and tell you the next area to target." Her words, devoid of emotion, hint at a larger, more sinister game afoot. The hospital room is bathed in a cold, sterile light. A figure lies still in the bed, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. A silent testament to the recklessness of Sunji's plan. Yun Ji-hoon's eyes, pools of crimson, reflect a deep unease, a silent storm brewing within. The door creaks open, revealing Sunjae, his presence a chilling shadow in the dimly lit hospital corridor. Ji-hoon's gaze follows him, her worry intensifying as she takes in the sterile, cold environment of the hospital room. His casual question, "Why do you look so shocked?" hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. But Ji-hoon's shock gives way to steely determination as she utters a single, sharp word, "Hari." Sunji's superior, Hari, emerges from the shadows, his expression a mask of cold calculation. The tension ratchets up as Ji-hoon confronts him, the question, "How did you?" hanging unspoken in the air. Hari's response is a chilling justification, "You see, I'm very concerned about our division these days, so I'm very sensitive about it, you know?" His words drip with manipulative calm. The finality of Hari's statement, from this point on, hangs in the air as he hands over a wad of cash. Leaving Ji-hoon with a chilling ultimatum, "You better have good answers." The investigation begins. A woman, her face etched with worry, speaks. "You see, I'm very concerned about our division these days, so I'm very sensitive about it, you know?" Her gaze falls upon a frail figure lying in a hospital bed. From this point on, she demands answers. You better have good answers. Sanlim University Sacred Heart Hospital. The sterile, clinical atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Chapter 49, How Dare You Try to Fool Me? The woman's expression softens slightly, a hint of understanding in her eyes. "I knew you were an eccentric girl." She continues, her voice laced with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "You'd say strange things, never knew what you were thinking. It's weird to say it now, but you always had this chilly feeling to you." A beat. A revelation hangs in the air. "But since boss chose you." The man in the bed, his eyes wide with fear and resignation, speaks. His voice is barely a whisper. I kept my doubts. The question hangs heavy in the air, a brutal accusation echoing in the sterile hospital room. His face, a mask of barely contained fury, he struggles to comprehend the situation. The brother lies in a hospital bed, his life hanging by a thread, a stark reminder of the violence that transpired. The woman's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and demanding. She seeks answers, her eyes blazing with intensity. Her gaze pierces him, unwavering, a silent challenge in the tense atmosphere. A moment of stunned silence, then, a hesitant response. The confession hangs in the air, a shocking revelation. I'm with him because I love him. A guttural growl erupts, raw and uncontrolled, rage threatens to consume him. The confrontation explodes. A furious slap echoes across the room. As the woman unleashes her rage. You were hanging out with the guy who badmouthed boss. The man's face hardens. His gaze is cold, calculating, a chilling realization dawns on him. So the boss and his underlings have the same shitty personality. The pieces fall into place. His eyes narrow. You're scheming some disgusting plan, aren't you? The woman's fury intensifies. Her voice drips with venom, to take revenge against boss. A tense silence hangs in the air, a moment of chilling anticipation. Suddenly, a violent clash. Her hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist. In a desperate attempt to stop him. The scene shifts to a hospital room. A cold, sterile environment. Mujiya knows about it. He already knows. The man's eyes widen in shock, a chilling realization dawning on him. How dare you try to fool me? Are you trying to say boss is with a bitch he knows could betray him any day? His voice drips with venom, a furious accusation hanging in the air. Love is nonsensical to begin with, isn't it? I love the guy who half-killed my brother and he loves a girl who could betray him any day. Her words are a cold, calculated strike, revealing a dark secret. Our relationship isn't as shallow as you think. His retort is defiant, a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. If you hate me, go and convince Mujiappa yourself. Stop investigating me behind my back. Her voice rises, a mixture of defiance and desperation. The scene shifts, revealing a tense confrontation. Oi! Only family members are allowed in here. The guards intervene, their presence adding another layer of tension to the already volatile situation. But you'll have to be pretty convincing. The woman's resolve hardens, her eyes gleaming with determination. I mean, Appa. You've already disappointed Mujiappa so much, a subtle shift in her tone, a hint of vulnerability beneath her steely exterior. The aftermath of a tense confrontation. A woman, furious, pushes past two men, shouting, "Let go of me! I'm leaving!" The air crackles with unspoken threats. Jigong, his face grim, remains unconvinced. He believes Muji is still alive. A dangerous game of deception is afoot. A close-up on Jigong's back, his thoughts a storm of suspicion. He mutters, "That foxy bitch." He's caught off guard as the woman reappears, casually mentioning, by the way, Jigong Appa. Her eyes, cold and calculating, pierce through him. She knows he's hiding something. I know you won't tell me, but... A chilling close-up on Jigong's mouth, revealing a gold tooth. He's clearly unnerved. He whispers, "I'm just curious." The tension explodes. "Hari, you listen to me carefully." Jigong roars, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. He points an accusing finger, his face contorted in rage. The moment is charged with raw emotion. Jigong spits out his warning, "Shit about love. But since boss loves a bitch like you, I'll let it slide. But I'm telling you this just in case." A final, chilling threat hangs in the air. Just if, you're planning revenge against boss, you're after the wrong guy. The woman's back is to us, her shoulders slumped, a subtle hint of apprehension in her posture. Jigong's face is a mask of barely controlled fury. His words are a low growl, boss was used, so don't you plan some bullshit. The woman stands alone in a dimly lit classroom, the warning echoing in the silence. Got it? Don't do something stupid. A shadowy corridor. Room numbers 206 and 207 are visible. The air crackles with unspoken tension. For him, the only one who is a danger is Hari, no one else. The statement hangs heavy in the air. A sudden commotion. Whispers erupt in a school hallway. Oi oi, look. Where? The whispers turn to gasps of recognition. Don't you know him? Whose? A tense confrontation. The words fuck. Why is he here? Explode from one man's lips. The other, a hulking figure, warns, for now, lower your gaze. A glimpse of a man in a striking red jacket, a hint of power and mystery in his attire. The back of a figure, a symbol emblazoned on his jacket, a mark of something dangerous. The name Taiksan echoes through a tense school hallway. Fear grips the students. A chilling presence arrives, his very aura radiating menace. His eyes, hidden behind dark glasses, speak volumes. His legs move with a predatory grace, a silent hunter stalking his prey. Whispers spread like wildfire. He joined the division, they say, it was true. Is he here to investigate something? One student's fear is palpable, Gunho's presence is enough to make him soil himself. But the horror he radiates is on a whole other level. This is no ordinary threat. The fear intensifies, a chilling premonition hangs in the air, even the thought of shitting his pants is a terrifying understatement. The students shrink back, their fear a palpable thing, as Taiksan's shadow looms large. Terror grips a student, his eyes wide with fear, a single word escapes his lips, I'm. A chilling close-up on a menacing figure, his gaze piercing and cold. The question hangs heavy in the air, do you know where Kim Nakshin is? A tense confrontation unfolds in a school hallway, the air crackles with anticipation. Fuck, you heard right. Taiksan chased Nakshin to school. A sinister laugh echoes. Looks like that bastard's done for. This is great. He. A new player enters the scene, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. What's this? Emperor's division? The tension ratchets up as two figures stand face to face, a silent standoff. A cold stare, a promise of violence yet to come, to see you. A strategic warning, if you want to scout him for the division, Nakshin will definitely be hostile to you. A figure speaks, his words carrying a weight of unspoken intentions, I'm going to frankly put this out here. The scene shifts to a school hallway. 3 students stand nervously as Taiksan approaches, his presence radiating an aura of menace. His declaration echoing in the silence, let me join the division. The students' eyes widen in shock and fear. Their faces reflect a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. As whispers of Taiksan's actions spread like wildfire. That lunatic. Doubt clouds the face of a man observing the situation. He questions the audacity of Taiksan's claim, he's not the type of guy to suggest that himself. A smirk plays on Taiksan's lips. His confidence is unshakable. Exactly. The tension ratchets up. A new character appears, his expression dark and brooding. The question hangs heavy in the air, exactly what did Nakshin and the advisor talk about? The offer hangs in the air, a challenge whispered in the shadowed hallway of the school. A chilling invitation to join a mysterious division. Their eyes widen, reflecting a mixture of fear and confusion. A palpable sense of unease settles over the 2 students as they witness the unsettling scene unfold. He's not the type to make such a bold suggestion. A subtle shift in his expression reveals a calculating mind at work. The blonde gang leader's smirk is chillingly calm. I guess you fell in the water because of my guys. Are you okay? His opponent, battered but unbowed, grits his teeth. Oh, yeah, the thing is. He continues, defiance flickering in his eyes, I'm okay, but, you don't necessarily have to feel sorry for me. The blonde gang leader's expression shifts subtly. A glint of something akin to respect appears. After all, in my eyes, it was a remarkable strategy. He reveals the truth, his words cutting like a knife. You came to Taejun to catch Muji Hwang. You wanted to use the alliance, didn't you? So you could get rid of those captains who were in the way of your revenge. The battered man hangs his head, admitting defeat. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't think I'd get caught. But the blonde gang leader's response is unexpected. I told you it's okay. I thought you were just a righteous moron, but you seem to be human too now. A chilling smile spreads across the blonde gang leader's face. Aside from the division and alliance's conflict right now, I'm cheering for you to get your revenge. Bad guys should get their due punishment, am I right? His opponent stares, speechless, at this unexpected twist. The tension hangs heavy in the air. I realize now how desperately you want to get to Muji. So I have another suggestion for you. Now that it has come to this, how about you join the division? Ha? Stop kidding me. Are you telling me to become Muji's lackey? Ha ha. I knew you'd react like that. But, if you use this plan, you'll definitely get your hands on Muji. Do you want to hear about it? You want me to let you in the division, huh? Yes, I do. A face etched with grim determination. The weight of a difficult decision hangs heavy in the air. A stark contrast to the gleeful confidence radiating from these two. Fuck yeah, one of them exclaims, their laughter echoing the thrill of a successful scheme. The tension between these two men crackles, unspoken words hanging in the air. A silent battle of wills. A hallway, bustling with students, yet the air is thick with anticipation. A powerful figure strides through the crowd, his presence commanding attention. A ripple of unease spreads as he passes. The long-haired man watches him go, a flicker of interest in his eyes. His gaze hardens. Come to Haedong Park after school, the message is clear, a challenge issued. He walks through a sea of students, his presence a silent storm. The energy around him crackles with power. Fuck, how does this make any sense? One of them sputters, disbelief coloring his words. The implications of the long-haired man's actions are sinking in. And the consequences are far-reaching. If that bastard gets into the division, the other hisses, he'll surely be in charge of our school as a territory of the division. A man's face, a mask of barely contained fury. Fuck, no way. I can't accept that. Stay right there, you fuckers. The blond man's voice cuts through the air, a chilling promise hanging in the silence. A question mark explodes in the reader's mind. Nakshan's connection to the Alliance's advisor is revealed, a shocking piece of information. The scene shifts. A group of men stand before a building, their faces grim. Oh my, isn't it the Blue Walls marvel? Someone whispers, a hint of unease in their tone. The blond man watches, a smirk playing on his lips. It's great to see the division running around to scout themselves, he observes, his words dripping with sarcasm. He turns to another man, his eyes narrowed. Do you have a grudge against me? He asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. No way, the other man replies, his denial unconvincing. The blond man's smile widens, a predatory gleam in his eyes. This is surely the advisor's scheme. And he's playing his part perfectly. Okay then. I hope you make the payment to the division without exception this month too. His words are a veiled threat. A concerned face appears, a silent question forming in their mind, is he planting a spy in the division? The tension ratchets up. If the Alliance gains the upper hand over the division with this, Yangil High School might just make its way out of their shitty claws. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, and then, a chilling declaration. His words hang heavy in the air, I'll thrash these pieces of shits once again. And he vows to make them pay dearly for their perceived transgressions. The weight of his threat is palpable. A burst of laughter echoes, a cruel, triumphant sound. That's what Gu Minjo would say. Elsewhere, apprehension hangs heavy. What's wrong with him? The blonde-haired man strides confidently, his back to the viewer, a picture of self-assuredness. He strokes his hair, a smug grin playing on his lips. He. The ease of his victory is almost unsettling. It was easier than expected. His companion's concern is evident. Nakchan. How was it so easy? The answer is chillingly simple. Oh, were you standing right next to me? The blonde-haired man, smug and confident, takes a bite of his pastry. He said to go right under their nose and look for Mujis. A plan so audacious, it's almost comical. His companion, short-haired and apprehensive, watches him with growing unease. Well, I plan on using my brain more too, so let's just get more practical. As expected, it was the advisor's doing. Nakchan's face is etched with a mixture of disbelief and anger. He made such a suggestion. The blonde-haired man's expression hardens. It was natural for him to be upset, but that guy's quite amazing. If I enter there and give him inside intel, he said he'd give me a chance to take Muji down. The short-haired man slams his fist on the table. The tension is palpable. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. The blonde-haired man's eyes, narrowed and intense, pierce the silence. Nakchan's brow furrows in thought. He's weighing the risks and rewards. The blonde-haired man smiles, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Sorry. That's a great plan. Giving useful intel to the Alliance will increase the chances of taking down the division's executives too. The school bell rings, shattering the tense atmosphere. The bell rang. Are we going to gym class next? The order is given, let's get going now. A soccer ball explodes into motion. A blur of motion across the schoolyard. Nakchan, a name whispered with awe, is in pursuit. He's a human rocket, a streak of blue across the green field, the ball a mere extension of his will, a breathtaking display of speed and precision. The impact. Hit it, the shouts ring out as the ball soars, a perfectly aimed shot. His suggestion for Nakchan to act as a spy within the division, a risky gambit. He knew the fake leader would hear about this. A calculated move? A smirk plays on his lips. Is the suspicion gone? Or is this a test? The question hangs heavy in the air, a game of cat and mouse, escalating. Doubt clouds his mind. How could this be? A smirk spreads across his face. Did his plan work exactly as intended? He lays out his reasoning. If the advisor believes he's not the fake leader, then the infiltration of Nakchan as a spy will benefit him greatly. But even if he is the fake leader, the information gathered by Nakchan will still be invaluable. The blonde-haired man watches the soccer game unfold, a smug look on his face. Did you see? He asks, his eyes gleaming with triumph. His thoughts race, whether it's one scenario or the other, the outcome will always be in his favor. During Jigong's rescue, the idea of a spy within the Alliance crossed his mind. A chaotic scene of gunfire and struggle erupts. A man is bound and gagged, his face bruised and bloodied. And from this incident, and Muji's appearance, he realized Nakchan was truly going after Muji. He saw the perfect opportunity, combining those two experiences, sending Nakchan into the division as a spy. A brilliant plan, he thinks, a plan that will undoubtedly lead to success. A soccer ball soars through the air, a perfectly executed kick by a young man with blonde hair. He's playing a casual game, but his eyes gleam with something far more calculating. The blonde-haired man's smirk widens, a plan is unfolding, one that hinges on the unsuspecting Nakchan. A chilling declaration, I can attack him right at his weak point. The short-haired strategist, eyes narrowed, checks his phone, a message arrives, confirming his scheme's progress. Nakchan's message, I think I might be able to get into the division. A victory, but at what cost? The blonde-haired manipulator and the short-haired mastermind exchange knowing glances, their alliance, forged in ambition, is complete. Chapter 51, Tryouts. The sun sets over Haedong Park, casting long shadows. He stares, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You gave the okay so quickly. A chill runs down his spine. I almost thought it'd be my welcome party. His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. This is no ordinary welcome. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air as a gang of menacing figures emerges from the shadows. Their presence speaks volumes. This warlike atmosphere. He clenches his fist, bracing himself. The air crackles with anticipation. The gang leader steps forward, his voice a low growl. Your guts, asking to join us. But he remains resolute. But I still need to carry out the proper verification process. A sigh escapes his lips. Well, it's not like I didn't expect this. The gang closes in, their leaders smirk a chilling prelude to the challenge. A wall of muscle and menace, ready to enforce their will. The protagonist assesses the situation, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. Do I simply need to knock them out? But a cold resolve settles over his features. No way. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Thump. 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 A silent promise of swift, decisive action. The gang leader steps forward, his words dripping with arrogance. Your opponent is me. He clenches his fist, the tension palpable, a challenge accepted. The rules are laid out. Inside the area they're covering, you'll have to fight me. The time limit is 10 minutes. The gang leader lays down the challenge, a 10-minute brawl. Stay within the designated area, land one hit, or be disqualified. His eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips. The rules are clear, one solid hit, and the fight is over. But failure to land a blow within the time limit means certain defeat. The gang leader's gang watches, their anticipation palpable. The air crackles with tension. Our protagonist, however, remains unfazed. A slight smile hints at his confidence. A quiet determination burning in his eyes. He's ready. The first blow is thrown. A blur of motion, a clash of wills. The gang leader's goons react with shock. As the protagonist's speed proves too much. I knew you'd dodge, the gang leader snarls. Another lightning-fast attack. The fight is on. The gang leader lunges, a brutal kick aimed at the protagonist's head. But the protagonist is faster, a blur of motion as he dodges the attack. He barely flinches, a smirk playing on his lips as he counters with a swift blow. Ah, anything, he says, his voice calm and collected. The impact. A thunderous crack echoes as the gang leader is sent flying backwards. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of limbs and speed. The gang leader crashes to the ground, stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief. Why the hell? Is this dude so flexible? The gang leader's shock is palpable, he can't comprehend the protagonist's agility. The protagonist's counterattack is swift and merciless. He unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike precise and powerful, sending the gang leader sprawling. The sound of bone cracking is almost drowned out by the impact. Another devastating blow. The gang leader is sent flying again, his body a ragdoll in the protagonist's hands. The fight continues, a brutal dance of skill and power. The gang leader's surprise quickly turns to anger, but he's clearly outmatched. Defeated, the gang leader's face is a mask of barely contained rage. His eyes, wild with fury. A chilling warning hangs in the air. If you faint, you're out. The protagonist's adversary watches, his expression a mixture of suspicion and calculation. A new location, a bustling city street. Two figures discuss action, a name that carries weight. School life, it seems deceptively peaceful. But the undercurrent of tension is palpable. A sudden realization dawns on one of the students. Nakshin Kim, a familiar name. Under the city lights, a clandestine meeting unfolds. The protagonist and the gang leader's second-in-command exchange words. A plan is hatched, but doubts linger. I need to do it properly. The protagonist walks away, seemingly unaware of the danger that lurks. But a voice cuts through the night. I admire your bold strategy, but don't confuse this fight with a game of chess. A chilling view of the gang, their backs to us, each jacket emblazoned with a crimson mark. They stand as one, a silent testament to their loyalty. Their unity, born from pride in their division, is palpable. But this unity is fragile. The second in command speaks, his words laced with caution. Bringing in an outsider without a proper test could shatter their carefully constructed pride. He warns of the potential consequences, distrust among the executives, hindering the execution of crucial tactics. A risk too great to bear. The protagonist, however, remains unfazed. Tactics, he asks. The second in command reveals their ultimate goal, to crush the alliance. A vast, mountainous landscape is shown, dotted with flags marking strategic points. A sweeping strategy laid bare. But the true test lies in the execution. The second in command stresses the importance of tactics, the precise maneuvers that will bring their strategy to life. Victory requires both. The protagonist's expression shifts, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. A weight of responsibility settling upon him. The second in command reiterates the stakes. If the protagonist fails to prove his worth, the entire operation could crumble. You'll have to give up your strategy. It may upset you, but the gang leader's second in command's words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual confidence in his posture. Not at all. As expected, it was a good idea to do this with you. A city skyline stretches behind them, a silent witness to the unfolding conversation. The protagonist's expression is unreadable, a mask of controlled intensity. You're right. The protagonist's agreement is clipped, his focus unwavering. The scene shifts, the tension ratcheting up. The camera focuses on the protagonist's face, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. The tryout. The word hangs in the air, a challenge and a promise. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene, the city lights blurring into indistinct streaks. Please do your best. A quiet plea, laced with a hint of desperation. The weight of expectation bears down on the protagonist, the unspoken consequences looming large. I have the method of using action to attack advisor's weak point in my head, but, a voice whispers, revealing a strategic plan, yet tinged with doubt. The protagonist's face is etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow. As Taek-san-hyung said, without Nakchan's confident entry into the division, it's meaningless. The words hit home, highlighting the stakes. A flashback reveals a previous encounter, a brutal fight where the protagonist was clearly outmatched. Oi, why are you sweating so much? A casual question cuts through the tension, a jarring contrast to the gravity of the situation. The protagonist's friend looks on, oblivious to the internal struggle. That time, he couldn't even face Jigong. The memory of defeat fuels his current apprehension. A rapid succession of panels depicts a brutal fight, showcasing the overwhelming power of his opponent. But Taek-san-hyung is way over Jigong's level. A renewed sense of hope sparks within him, a glimmer of possibility amidst the overwhelming odds. The scene shifts to a new confrontation, the protagonist facing a formidable opponent. The tryout continues. A grueling test of strength and endurance. And the gang leader's second in command watches, his eyes narrowed in assessment. He's calculating, always calculating. The protagonist's opponent, Taek-san Kim, is a formidable foe. The text reveals his strengths, strength, agility, and flexibility. A dangerous combination. The fight is brutal. A flurry of blows, a clash of wills. Taek-san Kim is relentless, his attacks precise and powerful. The protagonist is clearly struggling. The second in command observes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect this level of skill from the protagonist. The tension ratchets up. Is this division truly filled with monsters? A devastating blow. The impact echoes, the ground trembles. The protagonist is sent flying. The fight is far from over. The impact. A thunderous blow sends Taek-san Kim sprawling, a crater forming where he landed. Dust and debris fill the air as he struggles to rise, the fight far from over. The gang leader's second-in-command watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. There was no rule that I couldn't catch them, he states, a grim determination etched on his face. Was there? Taek-san Kim rises, his movements deliberate, a storm gathering within him. A chilling calm replacing his previous fury. He acknowledges the protagonist's strength. A timer ticks down, 3 minutes left. I'll also acknowledge you as a guy who's all talk and no substance, Taek-san sneers, his gaze sharp. Ha, no way I'd do that. I hate that as well. The protagonist's opponent delivers a proverb, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I'll spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Okay then, from now on. A fist clenches, bone cracking under immense pressure, the veins bulge, a testament to raw power. His eyes gleam with a chilling intensity, a predator sharpening its claws. Sharpening. The anticipation is palpable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Chojin, restless and impatient, presses his friend, I'm dying to know, do you want to go to Haedong Park? His friend's response is curt, no need. Why are you so nosy when it comes to this stuff? Chojin explains, his voice laced with urgency, well, I need to spread the word on the streets faster than the others. Suddenly, a breathtaking vision appears, causing Chojin to exclaim, whoa, so fucking pretty. A mysterious woman, elegant and captivating, stands amidst the chaos, her eyes hold a hint of unease. Her thoughts race, and hold my hand, taking me away, this will never happen to me in my life, right? A moment of stunned silence, then, a sudden burst of motion. A tense grip, fingers interlock, a silent exchange of urgency. Panic in his eyes, a desperate plea, quick, follow me. He grabs her hand, pulling her along, a mysterious woman, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. The breathless whisper, it's urgent. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across a quiet park, a deceptive calm before the storm. A blur of motion. A devastating kick connects, sending one thug sprawling, another follows, crumpling under a brutal blow. The fight intensifies. A whirlwind of fists and feet, a brutal ballet of violence unfolds under the fading light. With a powerful spin, he sends another opponent flying, a perfectly executed martial arts technique. He's relentless. His movements are precise, each strike calculated, a testament to years of rigorous training. A final, desperate lunge. Hiya! The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A brutal kick connects. The impact echoes. His opponent clutches his head, reeling from the blow. Pain contorts his face. The fight continues. A flurry of fists and feet, a whirlwind of motion. A vicious uppercut sends his foe sprawling. He's relentless. Crash. Another opponent falls, defeated. The ground trembles under the force of the impact. With a final, decisive blow, the last thug collapses. Victory is his. He stands over his fallen foes, breathing heavily. Doubt flickers in his eyes. Was that all there was? The question hangs heavy in the air. The clock ticks down, 1 minute left. A grim determination sets in. His opponent, Chamnan, smirks, a cruel satisfaction in his eyes, despite the blood staining his face. It's a shame, but at this level. He seems to muse. The fight is far from over. A sudden question hangs in the air, is he laughing? The ground trembles, a devastating blow. A blur of motion. Chamnan is sent flying. He retaliates with a fierce counterattack, a brutal exchange of blows. Chamnan, frustrated, growls, using the same method over and over. But his arrogance is his undoing, a final, earth-shattering impact. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter destruction. Chamnan, his face contorted in a grimace, unleashes a furious blow. The sheer force of the strike is palpable. But the protagonist anticipates the move. A resounding BAM echoes as the attack is met with unwavering resolve. Chamnan, caught off guard, staggers back. This bastard. He notices something amiss. A flicker of suspicion crosses his features. Did he pick up dirt that time? The realization dawns on him. What a disgusting trick. With a snarl, Chamnin retaliates, his fist a blur of motion, a counterattack launched with brutal efficiency. But the protagonist is ready. A perfectly timed block, the sound of bone meeting bone, crack. The final blow lands with devastating impact. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists. Chamnin is sent sprawling. The dust settles, revealing the victor standing tall. Victory is his. A brutal uppercut connects. Chamnin reels from the unexpected force. His eyes narrowing in disbelief. This is going too far. Chamnin's face contorts in agony as the blow's impact reverberates through his body. A desperate attempt to regain his footing. But it's too late. A thunderous kick. Chamnin is sent flying. The impact echoing across the street. He's completely off balance. He crashes to the ground, the air knocked out of him. A look of pure defeat etched onto his face. The fight is over. A final, guttural roar of frustration escapes Chamnin as he collapses. The unnamed protagonist unleashes a devastating blow. A bone-jarring impact echoes as Chamnin is sent sprawling. His opponents watch in stunned silence. That guy. He actually knocked the captain into that position. A brutal stomp. The ground cracks under the force. Is he planning on making him go out of the area? A sickening crunch. Chamnin's body contorts under the pressure. A final, crushing blow. Dust and debris fly as Chamnin is left broken and defeated. You showed all that spirit, Chamnin gasps, his voice strained. The effort to speak is clearly painful. Yet you're using such sly methods. Chamnin's face contorts in a grimace of bitter defeat. Pathetic. Chamnin screams, his face contorted in a mask of fury. Seconds, he roars, the words echoing the desperation clawing at his throat. A desolate, snow-swept landscape stretches before us, the wind howls a mournful dirge across the jagged peaks. But even in this harsh environment, Chamnin's thoughts are consumed by a burning desire for vengeance, against Muji Huang, a figure he sees as distant and unattainable. His eyes blaze with a cold fire, a chilling determination etched onto his features. With a sudden burst of speed, the unnamed protagonist slams Chamnin to the ground, the impact echoing with a resounding thud. Chamnin is pinned beneath the protagonist's weight, his face a mask of disbelief and defeat. This was the only way. His rage boils over, a guttural scream tearing from his throat as Chamnin's humiliation reaches its peak. A brutal flurry of blows. The countdown begins. 2 strikes land, each one a thunderclap of impact. The dust settles, revealing a scene of devastation. The sun sets on a bloody landscape. Time's up. 2 figures emerge from the shadows, their faces grim. One of them lies defeated, his body battered and broken. The other stands tall, victorious. His face is a mask of pain and exhaustion, sweat dripping from his brow. Nakshin, the victor, surveys the scene with cold, calculating eyes. Pass. The final judgment is delivered. The defeated man groans, his body aching. Gasping for air, he struggles to his feet. Lower body exercise, he mutters. The defeated opponent lies sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling, a whirlwind of energy still swirling around him, a testament to the brutal power unleashed. Meanwhile, Nakshin's imposing figure looms over his defeated foe, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. His comrades look on, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. Nakshin. That was great, one of them exclaims. The defeated opponent groans, his body racked with pain. Welcome as the new member of the division, Nakshin declares, his voice dripping with cold authority. Whispers ripple through the onlookers. Didn't he throw dirt in Captain's eyes? One murmurs, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Sly little, another adds, shaking his head. The whispers turn to awe. For a momentary battle of strength, he won against Captain Taiksan, someone announces, the words hanging heavy in the air. Nakchan's victory is undeniable. His opponent's face is a mask of agony, his body trembling. That guy's hardcore, someone observes, a mixture of fear and respect in their voice. The scene shifts to a park bench, where two men discuss Nakchan's actions. Getting into trouble with guys like that always ends with you getting fucked up, one warns, his voice laced with caution. It'd be better to not mess with him carelessly, the other agrees, his eyes narrowed in thought. The final panel focuses on Nakchan, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm in his eyes. Nakchan. A phone rings. Rying. It's Chanman, and he's got news. Nakchan passed the tryouts. But Chanman's face is grim. A bigger problem looms. His voice tight with urgency, he speaks, "What's wrong?" Fear etched onto her face, a woman's eyes widen in terror. She's been caught in a trap. The city streets blur as she's dragged away. The Alliance is involved. A shadowy figure emerges from the crowd, his expression cold and calculating. He's surrounded by his men. The shocking truth explodes, Harima, kidnapped. Huff, huff. What's the emergency? A frantic call cuts through the air. Stop the chit-chat and just follow me. The urgency in her voice is palpable. He hesitates. I have something to show you. Intrigue hangs heavy in the air. What could it be? A city street, bustling with life, yet a sense of foreboding settles in. Come this way. A sudden tug, and he's pulled along. Okay. I'll come along, just let go of my hand. A sharp back rings out. Ugh. What are you doing? Confusion and a hint of fear cloud his features. Oh ho! A group of menacing figures, their faces partially obscured by shadow, exude an aura of palpable danger. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Muscles bulging, a man's words betray his nervous energy. A mixture of bravado and apprehension etched across his face. What could possibly be causing such a reaction? A bustling city street, the neon glow reflecting in the eyes of Muji and his girlfriend. Wanna go on a date, he asks, but the invitation hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Hari, however, seems to have other plans. Let's leave this place first, she insists, her tone sharp, her eyes darting around nervously. Is she in danger? A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Confusion and fear ripple across Muji's face. What's happening? Muji's concern grows as he presses his girlfriend for answers. What's wrong with you? We can just go another way. He suggests, his voice laced with worry. Usually, Hari would let things slide, but now, a chilling stillness hangs in the air. A subtle shift in her demeanor. Her eyes blazing with a cold fire. Why is she acting like this? Muji's shock turns to anger. Fuck. She's treating me like a piece of shit, he spits out, his voice raw with betrayal. The revelation hits him hard, she killed the whole alliance. That's not right. The alliance has its own dignity, the words hang heavy in the air, a challenge thrown down. Exactly, you can't be doing that. A hand shoots out, fingers outstretched, the speaker's outrage palpable. A clash. Crack, the force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. His eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden, sharp blow lands, sending him reeling. Sorry, Hyung. I don't know why she's so sensitive today. A whispered apology, laced with concern. We'll go our separate way. The decision is made, a quiet acceptance of the situation. A group of men emerge from the shadows, their laughter echoing ominously. Oh shit. Ha ha ha. The sound of their laughter grows louder, more menacing. Ah, fuck. I've seen this somewhere before. Look at him, trying to be nice to get away with it. Recognition dawns, followed by a cynical observation. A sneer twists her lips, eyes blazing with malicious intent. Let's test you out. The attack is swift, brutal, a flurry of fists connects, sending the man sprawling. But even as he falls, a woman's hand shoots out, pulling him away from the danger. A pained groan escapes his lips, his vision blurs as searing pain floods his senses. The air crackles with tension as a blinding spray erupts, a wave of nausea washes over him. Ugh! Fuck, what the hell? He struggles to comprehend, his attacker's face contorted in a triumphant grimace. That bitch sprayed something. Gasping for air, he sees her clearly now, a cold, calculating gaze locks onto his. Pepper spray? The small canister is revealed, a chilling realization dawns on him. Since when does she carry this around? The aftermath of a reckless act. Now she just enraged all of them. Hari, caught in the crossfire, desperately tries to shield the girl. A brutal attack. Her maniacal laughter echoes through the street as she revels in the chaos she's created. Hari, his face contorted in pain and fury, grits his teeth. Damn it! Let her go. He lunges forward, a desperate attempt to break free from the grasp of his attackers, a flurry of blows. The city lights paint the scene as the dust settles. A familiar street, but now a battleground. His voice strained, he makes a call. They took Hari. They were Alliance members. The chilling response sends a shiver down his spine. Their location? A sinister chuckle cuts through the air. If you want your girlfriend back, come to Gosu Vocational High School, hee hee. A sneer plays on the lips of the Alliance members, their eyes glinting with malice. Do you really think he'll come? Hee hee, they jeer, the words echoing in the halls of Gosu Vocational High School. A strategic map reveals the precarious situation. Daerim and Dunjang High Schools are both Alliance strongholds, flanking Gosu. If anything goes wrong, you could end up trapped. The warning hangs heavy in the air. A complex network of connections is shown, highlighting a blind spot behind enemy lines. The Alliance's reach doesn't extend here, a potential opening, but a risky one. And the risks are made clear. So there's no way to justify our guys rushing in there. The situation's too messed up. A tense silence follows. A man on the phone, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, considers his options. What should we do? He mutters, a hint of desperation in his voice. A bold solution is proposed. Or, how about trying to sweep in from the front? I'll barge in there. The determination in his voice is palpable. But Hari interjects, his voice laced with urgency. He emphasizes the critical point, but, the moment the division defeats the Alliance, the fight scene could be stopped by making the division collapse. The stakes are incredibly high. A young woman, defiant despite the danger, stands her ground. She may be a girl, but she's a comrade fighting to prevent a larger conflict. She's our comrade who's working hard to stop the fight scene. We can't just abandon our comrade. The weight of loyalty is heavy. Surrounded, she stands alone, a symbol of unwavering resolve against overwhelming odds. The tension is unbearable. A tense standoff. Dozens of figures, backs to us, stand rigidly in a dimly lit hall, each a potential enemy. But with the place crawling with them, we'll be at a loss. Hari's voice, laced with worry, echoes in the silence. I told you, right? A defiant retort. The Alliance's confidence is palpable. Tactics are just as important as strategy. A close-up on a man's face, his words sharp and precise. As much as I'm always grateful for your strategies, just leave this time to my tactics. A plan is forming, a calculated risk being taken. Okay then. I'll be relying on you to go first. A tense agreement, a heavy burden placed on someone's shoulders. I'll also find something to support. A whispered promise, a silent vow. Will it be okay? Doubt creeps in, a shadow of uncertainty. I don't doubt Taek San Hyung's skills, but respect, but also apprehension. Attention everyone. A commanding presence, a leader asserting their authority. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling campus of a large school, a place of learning, now a stage for something far more intense. The imposing architecture of a modern building stands against the fiery sunset, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. Ha! Fuck! My eyes are still burning. Where is that crazy bitch? The words explode from a man, his voice raw with a mixture of pain and fury. A desperate search fueled by a burning rage. She's inside, shouts another, pointing towards the school building. A close-up on a man's face, contorted in a mixture of anger and bewilderment. Why is she so fearless? Is her boyfriend Muji Huang or something? He mutters, his voice laced with disbelief. He. If that's true, I get it. That would be insane, he. A chilling laugh echoes, revealing a disturbing acceptance of the situation. A sudden burst of motion as one of the men kicks the door open, sending debris flying, a violent intrusion into the quiet halls of the school. Oi! That bitch, he roars, his voice filled with uncontrolled rage. She says Muji Huang is her boyfriend, the other man exclaims, his voice a mix of shock and disbelief. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A young woman with braided hair, her eyes wide with a chilling intensity, stares directly at the viewer. She stands amidst a group of intimidated men, her voice cutting through the silence. You'll have every bone in your body crushed. Here. Whispers ripple through the ranks of the men. Does Muji have a girlfriend? I've never heard anything like that. Doubt flickers in their eyes, but a chilling threat hangs in the air. But if she's telling the truth? The woman's smirk widens, her words dripping with contempt. Ha! Look at you manly guys shaking at the mention of Muji. I guess there's only small fries here, huh? She commands, her voice echoing with power. I said come at me. A flurry of motion as the men charge, a blur of fists and feet. But she effortlessly deflects their attacks, her movements precise and deadly. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving the men scattered and defeated. She spits out the words, a load of bullshit. A man approaches, his expression a mixture of anger and curiosity. What? Muji's girlfriend? His eyes betray him. A flicker of fear, barely concealed. That fear is palpable. The woman with braided hair sees it all. She's surrounded, cornered by a group of men. But their confidence is a thin veneer. A fragile mask about to shatter. You're just grabbing my collar, aren't you? She taunts, her voice dripping with disdain. He sputters, his bravado crumbling. How pathetic, trembling at the mention of Muji. The woman's fury explodes. Consider yourself trampled by Muji already, you piece of shit, she roars, unleashing a torrent of contempt. His hand tightens on her collar. A desperate attempt to maintain control. But it's already too late. You crazy bitch. A blur of motion. A devastating blow. The man crumples. Another strike. The woman's movements are a whirlwind of fury, each blow precise and brutal. Crack. A sudden, violent crash echoes through the night. What's that noise? It's coming from outside. A wave of panic washes over the men inside. It's the elite division. Engines roar, tires screech, a biker gang bursts onto the scene, led by a figure wielding a baseball bat. The ground trembles with their arrival. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cityscape. A sudden shout pierces the twilight. Wake up, Appa! Go Byongil, the Taejun Alliance head, stirs from his slumber, a look of confusion clouding his features. MMM? MMM what? Two women flank him, their concern etched on their faces. The caption identifies him, Go Byongil, head of Gosu Vocational High. He asks, what's all the fuss about, his voice laced with irritation. Only to be met with a breathless report. Head. There's a big problem. The gravity of the situation hits him like a ton of bricks. The bastards from the Emperor's division are here. It's an invasion. Go Byongil's eyes widen in disbelief and terror. "Oh, fuck," he mutters, his face a mask of pure dread. The scene explodes into motion. A flurry of fists and feet, a chaotic ballet of violence. As figures tumble and crash, a whirlwind of bodies against the gritty urban backdrop. The air crackles with the energy of the fight. A tense standoff. Two figures face off, the air thick with unspoken threats. A shower of cash rains down, a symbol of the stakes involved. Is this just about money? A brutal clash. A fist connects with bone-jarring impact. The fight spills out into the open, a wider conflict erupting. "Fuck all that shit," one snarls, the tension reaching a fever pitch. A chilling smile spreads across the face of a powerful figure. "The blue corner won," he declares, the victor's arrogance palpable. A sly grin spreads across the older man's face. "How's this, Byongil? Are you having fun?" Byongil's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of fear still present, but a new resolve hardens his expression. "Yes." He explains his strategy, a calculated plan born from his past, a plan that hinges on the strength of his connections. Gosu Vocational High. A stark building under a pale sky, the scene of Byongil's carefully constructed power. His network of allies stands tall and imposing, a silent threat to anyone who dares challenge him. A sudden clash. Fists collide with a resounding wham, the fight begins. Byongil's friend, Bong Sunho, unleashes a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The onlookers are stunned into silence, fear and respect etched onto their faces. The older man chuckles, impressed. "So you're a hard puncher as well?" A figure, back turned, hair flowing, the details are meticulously crafted. Mustaches, even minor details, a meticulous imitation. Every style copied, a new image takes shape. The result? An effortless ascension to the top. The #1 spot at Gosu Vocational High. Sweeter than he imagined. Money, reputation, and the girls. Surrounded by luxury, a king amongst his court. Experiencing the high life, the life of a successful man. He joined the alliance, solidifying his position, strategically positioned, away from the front lines. A peaceful graduation loomed, a plan for a quiet life. Tell me now if this is a prank? The tension ratchets up. A furious accusation explodes from the blonde woman, her anger a palpable force in the room. Then why the hell would they suddenly invade here? Why did this moment of testing my leadership even come? The weight of command bears down. His words cut like a knife. "We've brought a girl here just for fun. But that bitch seems to be Huang Muje's girlfriend." The blonde's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" The revelation hits like a ton of bricks. What kind of idiot has brought? Wait, hold on. A sudden realization dawns, and he leaps into action. Are you sure about that? Yes, since the Demigon's blocking their attack in the moment we brought that bitch here, so I suppose? This is just my thoughts, but it'd be better to resolve this by just sending her out now. A calculated decision, born of necessity. If we get brutally destroyed by them, the Alliance will. No. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Sorry? A tense silence hangs heavy in the air. The blonde man's eyes gleam with ambition. The opportunity to ascend to an even higher title, a chance he won't let slip. His voice is sharp, demanding. "Where's that girl?" he snarls. A subordinate nervously replies, "She's at the gym, sir." "Bring her to me, now." The blonde man's impatience is palpable. The subordinate hesitates, a question forming on his lips. But the blonde man cuts him off. "Don't ask. Just bring her like I said." The sun sets, casting long shadows as Go Byongil sits alone on a park bench. A heavy silence hangs in the air. A question gnawing at him. He's mean to the newcomers, huh? Why's she not bringing me with him? A close-up on a distinctive emblem, glowing faintly in the twilight. A symbol of power, perhaps. A symbol that explains much. So all the guys wearing this jacket have no complaints about fighting whenever they're called. The blonde man's face is grim, his thoughts troubled. Just who is this Wang Mujie guy really? A notification pings on a smartphone screen. The blonde man checks his phone, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. There was a message, he muses. A chaotic brawl erupts in a gritty outdoor gym. Punches fly, bodies collide. A flurry of brutal blows lands, leaving several men groaning on the ground. One man screams in agony, ARGH, as he takes a punishing hit. A powerful swing connects, sending a man flying backwards. The blonde man arrives on a motorcycle, a blur of motion. He's here. The roar of engines, a blur of motion, tires screech, leaving trails of smoke and dust in their wake. A tense announcement cuts through the chaos, the reinforcements from the Alliance will soon arrive. A desperate plea follows, don't mess around and speed up. The biker nods, a grim determination etched on his face. Yes, sir, he growls, gunning the engine. A high-speed chase unfolds, a pack of motorcycles tearing across the asphalt, a desperate race against time. A sudden command, push them. The bikers weave expertly through the oncoming traffic, forcing their way through. More instructions ring out, push them all inside. The scene explodes into a flurry of motion as the bikers force their way into the enemy's ranks. A final, brutal order, attack. The blonde man unleashes a furious assault. A devastating explosion of force. Bodies are sent flying as the bikers unleash their fury, a whirlwind of fists and feet. The impact sends a shockwave through the ranks, a wave of pain and destruction. Ugh. Fuck. Are they some sort of an ancient army or what? So there really are guys that do their attacks like this. And they're actually good at it. The ground trembles as a wave of bodies crashes to the earth, a brutal display of coordinated force. A blonde woman, her expression unreadable behind dark glasses, surveys the scene. They're doing great, just like how we've trained. A text message appears on screen, please don't bring Kim and AK-chun with you. Mahari and him know each other, so there'll be trouble. How unfortunate. The fact that Mahari is Hwang Mujie's girlfriend is a secret only known by the cadres, a dangerous secret. And Mahari must be privately informed of this development. So she really is Hwang Mujie's girlfriend. A figure watches from the shadows, a single question hanging in the air. MMM? The sun dips low, casting long shadows across the rows of lockers, a seemingly ordinary school hallway. A blond man's eyes blaze with barely contained fury. His expression is one of simmering rage. He leans in, his voice a low growl, "What did you say just now?" A young woman, bound and helpless, sits on a chair in a dimly lit classroom. Her eyes dart nervously. "What? Isn't that why you brought me here?" Her eyes widen, fear etched on her face, a desperate plea silently screams from her bound form. The command rings out, sharp and urgent, "Call the advisor. Right now." The stakes are impossibly high, what reason could the Queen have for this sudden, drastic action? He runs, a blur of motion against the backdrop of a bustling city street, the sounds of the city fading as adrenaline surges. His face, a mask of grim determination, marred by cuts and bruises. Mahari. A self-defense spray, clutched in a hand, a stark contrast to the usual items one might carry. A worry gnaws at him. Has she felt threatened? The question hangs heavy in the air. A woman's voice cuts through his thoughts, "I've got something to show you." He turns, only to see a glimpse of her, before she's snatched away. A shadow falls. His mind races, just what was it that Mahari tried to show me, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. She was in a hurry, too. The urgency is palpable. He knows what he must do. He has to rescue her, and fast. The scene shifts to a classroom, overturned desks scattered around. Advisor? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. Mahari's eyes widen with a mixture of fear and defiance. Bound and helpless, she speaks, her voice laced with a desperate plea. You weren't trying to use me since I'm the girlfriend of Huang Mujie? A sinister chuckle echoes. So Huang Mujie's girl is surely something else, huh? The words drip with malice, a clear indication of the danger Mahari is in. The villain's smirk turns cold. But I think you got a little confused. With a sudden burst of motion, a brutal attack. The sound of a heavy blow echoes through the room. Thud. Mahari is thrown back, her body impacting the chair with a jarring crack. Have you suddenly gotten a lot braver since my guys got intimidated by you? Despite the pain, Mahari's resolve remains unshaken. Sorry, but I'm different. I always sense a big fish like you very well. A strategic map is revealed, pinpointing their location, the backside of the Alliance Division's front line. We're located in the backside of the Alliance Division's front line. It'll be tough for them to deploy many men since they can be encompassed easily. The villain's eyes gleam with malicious intent. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He knows exactly what's happening. Meanwhile, a man with a megaphone shouts into the city streets, his voice echoing through the urban canyons. He's clearly announcing something important. A swift, brutal strike. The impact is deafening. Mahari is grabbed by the hair, her face contorted in pain and defiance. She's clearly been caught off guard. The villain's plan is revealed, to use Mahari as bait. A cruel, calculated strategy. And now, she's trapped, helpless, her eyes blazing with anger. The megaphone blares, amplifying the villain's sinister message. A public announcement rings out, cutting through the city's noise. The villain's game is afoot. A chaotic brawl erupts. Fists fly, bodies collide. The Emperor's division has arrived. Go Byongil, the head of Gosu Vocational High, steps forward, his gaze cold and calculating. He's clearly not impressed. He's seen through their deception. The game is far from over. The villain's cruel laughter echoes as he roughly grabs Mahari, his grip tightening around her arm. A chilling announcement blared from a megaphone held high above the city. That's right, she's your queen. Two henchmen stand guard, their faces obscured by sunglasses, a silent threat hanging in the air. Mahari's eyes blaze with defiance, her expression a mixture of anger and determination. The girlfriend of Huang Mujie, the villain shouts, his voice dripping with malice. Fear flickers across her face, a stark contrast to her previous defiance. The weight of the situation crashes down on her. Go Byongil's voice cuts through the tension. You stupid bastards. Attacking this obviously when we've got a hostage? The villain, unfazed, raises his voice. From now on, if you guys move even a finger, I'll drop this bitch down there. He holds Mahari precariously over the edge of a building, the city sprawling beneath them. A chilling calculation in his eyes. It's only 3 floors high, one of the henchmen mutters, but if this skinny and pale bitch falls, she'll become crippled, for sure. The villain's smirk widens, a cruel glint in his eyes. And yeah, he whispers, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The villain's voice booms through a megaphone, a chilling grin splitting his face. Who knows? She might die. His words are a cruel taunt, a calculated risk. Aimed at Go Byongil's heart. I bet your leader will get really sad if that happens, right? The villain's henchmen exchange knowing glances. Their leader is playing a dangerous game, but they're confident in his ruthlessness. And don't you think y'all will get heavily punished for that? The realization dawns on Go Byongil's face. Fuck, so she wasn't lying? His comrade's voice cuts through the tension. Damn Choi Jusuk, you've caught a giant fish. The henchmen shift uneasily, their confidence wavering slightly. As the weight of their actions sinks in. Haha, yeah. That's what I thought. The villain's eyes gleam with malicious amusement. Hey you, how unfortunate. His words drip with sarcasm, a cruel twist of the knife. Just because you've told everyone you're Huang Mujie's girlfriend. Go Byongil's face is a mask of horror, blood staining his lips, a testament to the brutal beating he just endured. The impact. A sickening crash as he's sent sprawling, the force of the blow echoing in the very air. Two figures in dark jackets, their movements a blur of motion, a brutal, coordinated assault unfolds. Mahari's eyes gleam with a chilling calculation. Of course they'd be at a disadvantage if I'm taken as a hostage. She knew this would happen. But she revealed her identity anyway. Why? Another brutal blow connects, blood sprays from a fresh wound. The fight is far from over. A single word hangs heavy in the air, I knew. The villains stand silhouetted against the fiery sunset, their menacing presence filling the frame. A gasp escapes the henchman. Our leader has a girlfriend. A chair flies across the room. The raw force of the impact echoes in the air. A brutal brawl erupts. Fists fly, bodies collide in a whirlwind of violence. Go Byongil is caught in the crossfire, taking a vicious beating. Another crushing blow lands. The sheer ferocity of the attack is breathtaking. Go Byongil's face is contorted in fury. What kind of bullshit are you spitting? His disbelief is palpable. He stares, speechless. The weight of Mahari's revelation hangs heavy in the air. Mahari's chilling words cut through the tension. Right, that man was a person that only cared about wars. The villain's hand rests on Mahari's head, a gesture both patronizing and menacing. Well, I'm not really sure, but maybe they knew? The shocking truth is revealed, that in Gosu Vocational High, there's a scrappy head, who's the mistake of the alliance. The villain's rage explodes. You little. The villain lunges, a blade flashing towards Mahari's head. A desperate gasp escapes her lips. But she remains defiant, her eyes blazing with a mixture of fear and determination. Fine. The villain's sneer widens. A hostage that has no value. I'll just throw you out. With a contemptuous flick of the wrist, Mahari is tossed from the building. A horrified scream rips through the air. A desperate hand reaching out, grasping for anything to save her from the deadly fall. Below, the city stretches out, a concrete jungle promising only pain. But then, a roar of defiance. Die! The ground rushes up to meet her, a blur of motion and a sickening thud. The impact echoes through the city. And as the dust settles, a single, defiant braid of hair remains, a testament to her courage. A desperate plea echoes. As Mahari plummets from the building. The wind whips past her face as gravity takes hold. Below, the villain watches, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The impact a deafening crash. He casually walks away, leaving Mahari broken and defeated on the ground. The dust settles, revealing the extent of her injuries. Meanwhile, a new scene unfolds. A young woman, her eyes wide with fear and concern, watches anxiously as the villain approaches. You okay, Mahari? A soft whisper escapes her lips, Taik Sunappa. Did Huang Choman ask for your help? A desperate plea, whispered amidst the chaos. I'm sorry I made you do this. Regret hangs heavy in the air. The weight of their shared burden is palpable. Ah, no worries. For now, try to escape from here whilst everyone's still in chaos. A brief respite, a fleeting moment of calm before the storm. What about you? The question hangs in the air, unspoken anxiety swirling. I have to lead the guys from Unit 4 and get them out of here, since the Alliance's nearby high schools will soon arrive. A strategic retreat, a calculated decision in the face of overwhelming odds. It's Go Byongil, and we're now under the division's attack. Please send some of your guys. A frantic call for backup, a desperate plea for reinforcements. What kind of crap are you talking about? Why would they even dare to come all the way inside? Incredulity and defiance clash in a volatile mix. I'm serious. Since we somehow captured the girlfriend of. The shocking revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling twist of fate. A chilling close-up on the villain's face, eyes narrowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The weight of his cruelty is almost unbearable. Before all that, a looming figure, silhouetted against the dim hallway. The tension is palpable. Go Byung-gil's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He observes the scene unfolding before him. And his gaze falls upon the villain, a figure radiating an aura of natural authority. The weight of his presence is palpable. The contrast is stark. One rose to power through imitation, the other, through destiny. The villain stands before Byung-gil, a predator in his lair. The villain's face contorts into a sneer. His words are a threat, a promise of violence. I'll now begin beating the shit out of you. A phone call cuts through the tension, the voice on the other end is urgent. The situation is dire. Gosu Vocational High is under attack by Kim Taek-sun's division. An entire unit has been deployed. Concern etches itself onto his face, a grim realization dawns. More unsettling news arrives. A girl claiming to be Hwang Mujae's girlfriend has appeared, though her identity remains unconfirmed. The order is swift and decisive: deploy all available forces to subdue the enemy. A full-scale counterattack is underway. A brutal clash erupts at Gosu Vocational High, fists fly, bodies collide. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A cold calculation: this chaos presents an opportunity to strike at Unit 4, led by Kim Taek-sun. The call to arms echoes through the streets, a desperate rally to defend their territory. A chilling declaration echoes through the shadowed halls: we must eat them all up. The words hang heavy in the air, a prelude to violence. Two figures emerge from the darkness, their faces contorted in a grim determination. Their eyes burn with a predatory intensity. Chapter 58, We're heading that way. The scene shifts, revealing two figures walking towards a building, their conversation laced with tension. One says, "I'll now begin beating the shit out of you." A close-up on a worried face. The weight of the impending conflict is palpable. Eyes narrowed, a man stares ahead, his expression one of cold calculation. He is assessing the situation, planning his next move. A man's face is etched with concern. This isn't good. He mutters, a sense of dread washing over him. He assesses the situation, his words revealing his apprehension. I can tell just by looking. I'll get demolished if I fight him. It'd be such an embarrassment. A decision is made. A plan forms in his mind: I should try convincing him so that the fight won't happen. The tension is palpable. One man, clearly apprehensive, voices his doubts. I can't believe that there are so many guys who aren't understanding the situation. His words hang heavy in the air. A chilling response cuts him short. I don't think you're that free to do something like this. The threat hangs unspoken, but the heavy footfall that follows speaks volumes. If reinforcements arrive, these men are in grave danger. A brutal clash. A swift, devastating blow lands, sending the unsuspecting victim sprawling. The fight is on. The attacker, a whirlwind of motion, unleashes a flurry of strikes. The impact of each blow reverberates through the scene. Explosions of force. A brutal display of power leaves the opponent reeling, dazed, and battered. The attacker presses their advantage, relentless in their assault. A storm of blows continues to rain down. And with a final, earth-shattering blow, the attacker sends their foe crashing to the ground. The hallway echoes with the impact. The attacker stands triumphant, but their face is a mask of grim determination, sweat and blood staining their features. The battle may be won, but the war is far from over. A heavy footfall echoes down the hallway. The relentless pursuit continues. The fight explodes into motion. A whirlwind of blows. A brutal exchange of strikes leaves one combatant bloodied and battered. With a thunderous BAM, a powerful kick sends debris flying. The impact echoing through the dimly lit alleyway. A guttural FURGH escapes the fallen man's lips. The victor stands, weary but triumphant, his breath ragged. His companion watches, fear etched on his face. Okay, I understand, please wait, a plea for mercy, barely audible above the pounding of hearts. His eyes narrow, a chilling glint reflecting the harsh light. A sinister smile plays on his lips. Fine, here's the deal. Soon the reinforcements will arrive, and so all of you guys will surely get fucked. But a flicker of something else crosses his face, a cold calculation. He leans in, a whisper barely audible. But I suppose you don't want that to happen, right? So, I'll prepare an exit for you guys. The defeated man groans, his face a mask of shame and fear. He can't let his superiors see him like this. His opponent, imposing and calm, offers a chillingly merciful exit. Let's end here without having additional casualties. All right? But pride and desperation war within him. Think of your subordinates, he snarls, his voice raw with defiance. His resolve cracks. Fuck the alliance or whatever, he spits, I just need to secure the privileges that I have built here. The victor's expression shifts. Disappointment. He gestures, and the scene explodes into motion. The exit he offered? It's a trap. A wave of panicked figures surges forward, desperate to escape. But it's too late. Glass shatters. A brutal, swift strike. The sound of shattering glass and bone echoes through the corridor. A body slams against the wall. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Kurg. Another man, caught in the chaos, stares in disbelief and terror. The victor stands over his fallen foe, his shadow looming large. The fight is over, but the consequences are far from settled. A figure emerges from the shadows, eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in his gaze. I can create it by myself, he growls, a chilling promise hanging in the air. The aftermath of a brutal clash. Shattered glass crunches underfoot. One man, battered but defiant, stands amidst the wreckage. Captain! Are you all right? A worried voice calls out. Yeah, he replies, his tone curt, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He assesses the situation, his expression grim. We've already been here for quite a while, so I believe the reinforcements will arrive soon, he states, a hint of calculation in his voice. His subordinate approaches, concern etched on his face. We gotta retreat for now, what do you think? He asks, his voice laced with urgency. The captain's eyes narrow. A plan forms in his mind. I've looked around and found a small passage at the back of the... He points towards a hidden route, a grim determination hardening his features. We're heading that way, he declares, leaving his subordinate no choice but to follow. A desperate flight. They race towards their escape route, the sounds of approaching enemies echoing in their ears. They burst into an open area, only to find themselves surrounded. We're here, shouts a voice, filled with malicious glee. The reinforcements have arrived, but not as expected. The faces of the reinforcements are filled with rage. They must have gone crazy. How dare you bastards attack here? A furious roar erupts, shattering the tense silence. Gu Jinsun, head of the Taejun Alliance Dunjang Hai, barks orders, push everyone inside. His face, partially obscured by a dark visor, is a mask of grim determination. A high-speed chase unfolds on city streets. A subordinate, his face etched with worry, shouts, Gu Jinsun. Hold on. The subordinate's concern deepens. What? He exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief as his superior issues a baffling command. The scene shifts to a school building at dusk. A small passage at the back is pointed out, a strategic detail in the unfolding plan. Gu Jinsun's subordinate questions the plan. Better for us to take this front gate since we got more bikes. Rather than going inside, we can just block all of their ways out. A more direct, forceful approach is proposed. The plan is set in motion. A wave of motorcycles surges forward, a powerful display of force. The gang's advance is swift and decisive, cutting off any chance of escape for their targets. A subordinate's question hangs in the air, so you're saying we should dry them up? Gu Jinsun's sinister smile reveals his intentions. Great. Follow me. We're going to the back. The command is given, and the plan moves into its final phase. The advisor's voice cuts through the action. The advisor has asked for your work in this event. You just gotta chew them up nicely since they've already walked into our mouths by themselves. It'd be very simple. Oh, Yuntak said that the advisor specifically asked for my work. The words hang in the air, a weight of expectation settling on Gu Jinsun's shoulders. A chilling smile spreading across his face. That must mean the advisor has placed his trust in him. The weight of that trust settles on his shoulders, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. With the number 10 title vacant after Young Taejung's defeat, and the alliance system only counting up to number 10, Gu Jinsun sees his opportunity. His performance clearly marks him as the next in line, number 11. This ambush against Kim Taek-sun is his ticket to the top. He's about to become the new number 10. The thrill of victory courses through his veins. A roar erupts. Attention everyone! Kill every single man that comes out of this gate, he commands, his voice echoing with ruthless determination. The ground trembles. A squadron of motorcycles screams into action, a wave of steel and fury unleashed upon Kim Taek-sun's unsuspecting men. The ambush begins. A coordinated assault unfolds, a deadly ballet of calculated violence. Gu Jinsun, a picture of steely determination, clenches his jaw. His words hang heavy in the air, doing this feels like I've become the police. His voice booms across the landscape, a challenge echoing through the night. So then, just come out now, you dickheads. The camera pans across a sprawling airport, bathed in the warm glow of sunset. The scene is tense, the air thick with anticipation. Every gate is sealed. A strategic maneuver, a cage closing in on its prey. Kim Taek-sun, a sinister smile playing on his lips, watches from the shadows. He knows he's trapped, but a glint of madness shines in his eyes. The question is, will he break or fight back? The suspense is palpable. The sound of approaching footsteps, a heavy, determined tread. The tension ratchets up as Gu Jinsun and Kim Taek-sun confront each other. "Where are you?" roars Gu Jinsun, his voice filled with barely contained fury. A figure hurtles through the air, a motorcycle a blur of motion beneath him, a daring leap across a gap, defying gravity itself. He lands with a jarring thud, the impact echoing through the silent streets. Ha! The sound of disbelief hangs in the air, a testament to the unexpected arrival. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock of the moment, a silent question forming on his lips. A cloud of dust and smoke billows, obscuring the figure's form, the aftermath of a powerful impact. The motorcycle's headlight cuts through the gloom, a beacon of intent, the engine roars to life. What the? Two faces, etched with surprise and alarm, stare at each other in disbelief. Go! The order rings out, sharp and decisive, a squadron of motorcycles bursts into action. Just why are you guys? A question hangs in the air, unanswered, a map reveals the target, Dainjang. Engines roar. A squadron of motorcycles bursts onto the scene, a furious wave of chrome and steel. Cutting through the air like a razor's edge, each bike a projectile of pure aggression. There! Capture all of them! The command rings out, sharp and decisive. The hunt is on. A surge of adrenaline. The leader's voice booms, igniting a firestorm of determination in his men. Everyone! Continue breaking through them. The sky itself seems to tremble with the force of their advance. A rooftop overlooking a sprawling cityscape. Two figures stand silhouetted against the fiery sunset. We're heading that way, one of them declares, pointing towards a distant point in the city. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Sorry? The camera pans to reveal a towering wall, stretching as far as the eye can see. But that's just a wall. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A fist connects with a sickening thud. The impact sends a shockwave. One man is sent sprawling. Don't you dickheads dare look down on us. Die. He's down, but not out. A grunt escapes his lips as he struggles to rise. Another devastating blow. A brutal kick sends him flying. Crash. The second man hits the ground hard. The impact. A devastating blow sends a shockwave through the ground and leaves one gang member crumpled and unconscious. Chief? His comrades look on, stunned. Another gang member falls, his body hitting the ground with a thud. This, you mean, one of them questions, fear creeping into his voice. The scene shifts to an overhead view. The fallen gang member lies sprawled near a fence. The same fence they just smashed through. The fence of the field that we just broke through. Panic sets in. More gang members are shown, their shadows stretching long in the setting sun. One lies unconscious on the ground, while the others look on, their faces etched with worry. A heavy silence hangs in the air. So he's telling us to jump over with that, one gang member whispers, disbelief coloring his tone. Is that even possible? Emergency, a shout rings out. What's wrong? Another gang member asks, his voice laced with anxiety. From the main entrance, a wave of black leather and roaring engines engulfs the scene. They've completely surrounded us. The only way out is a fight. A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave, followed by another and another. The gang members crumple under the relentless assault. Follow me. The command rings out as the reinforcements charge forward. Engines roar, tires screech, a furious escape begins. A cold, calculating gaze pierces the chaos. The roar of engines. A motorcycle's tire skids, leaving a trail of smoke. A blur of motion as the gang leader escapes on his bike, a desperate flight for survival. He actually did it. The defeated gang members watch in disbelief as their leader flees. What are you guys waiting for? On your bikes. Follow the chief. And fly through. The gang's remaining members roar into action, a furious swarm of motorcycles. A breathtaking chase unfolds across the cityscape, a symphony of speed and adrenaline. Groggily, Byung-gil stirs. Disoriented, he scans his surroundings. The aftermath of a brutal fight is everywhere. Where am I? He mutters, his voice raspy. His eyes narrow, a surge of anger rising within him. The memory of the battle floods back. A battlefield of fallen foes. The sheer scale of the carnage is shocking. They wiped us all out. He gasps, the realization hitting him hard. His face contorts in a grimace of fury. That bitch, he roars, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. He stumbles to his feet, fueled by a burning desire for revenge. Where'd that bitch go? He screams, his eyes darting around, searching for his target. He remembers throwing her off, but something doesn't add up. A chilling realization dawns on him. A horrifying image flashes before his eyes, a woman, bound and dangling precariously from a building. A hand reaches out, desperate for help. She must be around here. Did someone catch her by any chance? I've lost to a sudden guerrilla attack. At this rate, not only will my reputation at Gosu Vocational High fall, but I'll also get scoffed at by the Alliance. Though I threw her off, since she was pissing me off with her mouth. Right, because that man was a person that only cared about wars. The way she talked actually made sense of her being the girlfriend of Huang Mujie. Why did I even think of throwing her off? I should have just brought her to the advisor. I must find. If I manage to bring that bitch to the advisor, not only will I bring this incident to a success by myself, but I might also execute a huge accomplishment for the Alliance. His foot hits the ground with a powerful thud, a blur of motion as he sprints through the city streets. The wind whips past him as he chases his target. Whoosh! The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the bustling streets of Seoul, a city teeming with life, yet harboring hidden dangers. Byung-gil, his face etched with a mixture of determination and regret, scans the crowd, searching for a single face in the sea of humanity. Suddenly, a roar of engines shatters the evening calm, a wave of motorcycles, a tide of chrome and steel, surges through the streets. Hong Chun, the Taejun Alliance's Daerim High Head, emerges from the pack, a furious scowl twisting his features, his eyes blazing with barely contained rage. Daejeon Alliance Daerim High Head, Hong Chun. The name itself speaks of power and ruthlessness. He spots Byung-gil, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The chase is on. Half of you follow me. The rest, draw a big circle on the side. Hong-chun barks out orders, his voice cutting through the city's din. His gang responds with a guttural Roger. Trying to run away from me, huh? The chilling question hangs in the air as Hong-chun and his biker gang close in on Byung-gil. Hong-chun's cold command echoes across the urban sprawl. We'll keep going after them. His determination is palpable, a chilling promise whispered on the wind. The chase intensifies. A bird's-eye view reveals Byung-gil's desperate maneuvers through a maze of city streets, a desperate game of cat and mouse. Engines roar, a cacophony of metal and fury as Hong-chun's gang closes in. Chief! In the front, shouts a gang member, the urgency in his voice a testament to the closing distance. A beat-up face, eyes narrowed in grim focus. This is Hong-chun's lieutenant, his expression a mask of ruthless determination. The asphalt blurs beneath the speeding motorcycles. Dickheads, we fucking caught y'all. Hong-chun's triumphant yell cuts through the air, a declaration of victory. But, a flicker of surprise crosses the face of one of the pursuing bikers. Ha! The pursuers are fewer than expected. A sense of unease settles over the scene as the remaining gang members realize they've been outmaneuvered. A smirk plays on Byung-gil's lips. You guys, the ones that are caught. The chase is on. A relentless pack of bikers, armed with baseball bats, pursue their prey. Closing in from all sides. The target is surrounded, trapped in a deadly game of cat and mouse. Hong-chun, the leader, snarls, they're coming from the back as well? At this rate. Crush them. The gang roars, a wave of brutal force about to crash down. But a cunning plan is already in motion. The trap is sprung. One biker shouts in terror, we're the ones that are gonna get cut in the middle. The sound of metal twisting and shattering echoes. A whirlwind of chaos erupts. Bikes collide, bodies fly, and the air fills with the sickening crunch of bone and metal. Arg! The scene is pure pandemonium. A brutal ballet of destruction unfolds as Byung-gil escapes the carnage, leaving behind a trail of twisted metal and stunned pursuers. He vanishes into the city's heart, a blur of motion. Engines roar. Hong-chun's gang, a wave of black leather and chrome, surges down the street, a calculated ambush, or so they think. Hong-chun, a predatory grin splitting his face, watches from the shadows. The trap is sprung. His eyes gleam with cruel anticipation. But something's wrong. The street explodes in a chaotic ballet of metal and mayhem, bodies fly as motorcycles crash. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. What the fuck? Hong-chun's face twists in disbelief. His ambush, it failed. He was hiding some of his guys and attacked us from the back. His rage boils over. So he expected that I'd separate my guys, and attack from both sides. A final, devastating blow, the sound of twisting metal echoes through the street. And then, silence. Only the word "you" hangs heavy in the air. Kim Taek-sun, a figure shrouded in mystery, grips the handlebars of his powerful motorcycle. His expression is one of grim determination, a predator stalking its prey. The order is clear, keep following them. The chase is on. Mahari, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and surprise, stumbles through the city streets. She's been followed, her every move tracked. The realization dawns on her. So you've been following my traces all this while? The question hangs heavy in the air. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes, a silent threat closing in. A cigarette is lit, a small flame against the encroaching darkness. The shocking revelation, so you are actually the enemy of Hwang Mu-jae. The identity of the pursuer is finally revealed. Enemy, you say? The air crackles with unspoken tension. A steely gaze pierces the shadows. Park Suk-ha, captain of Unit 1 of the Emperor's division, his face a mask of grim determination. The betrayer appears. A bustling city street unfolds, the vibrant colors of Yunujianji Street painting a vivid backdrop. As Huang Chomin, his face etched with tension, frantically jumps into a taxi. The vehicle screeches away, leaving a trail of dust and urgency. A text message exchange reveals a desperate plea, "Huang Chomin, I've escaped." The reply is immediate, "What? Really? Where are you now then? Come to Yunujianji Street." Relief washes over Chomin's features as he reads a message, "I guess Taesun Hyung managed to save Mahari." He presses a button on his phone. A sudden, violent clash. A figure, enraged, is thrown back by a powerful blow. Kim Taesun, a whirlwind of motion, cuts through a group of thugs with brutal efficiency. His blade sings a deadly song as he cleaves through the air, bodies fly, scattered like broken toys. The roar of engines fills the air as he escapes on a motorcycle, leaving his adversaries in the dust. The chase is on. Taesun's pursuers shout, "We're going out to a broader road." His subordinate confirms, "Understood, sir." Huang Chomin, his face bruised and battered, frantically tries to reach someone. He's desperate, his escape hanging by a thread. The phone remains stubbornly silent. His mind races, piecing together the puzzle. If Taesun is still en route to the extraction point, that means Alliance reinforcements are closing in. A chilling laugh echoes in the night. A figure emerges from the shadows, their presence radiating menace. Chomin's eyes widen in alarm. He recognizes the danger, the threat looming before him. The alley is bathed in the harsh glow of streetlights. A tense standoff unfolds, the air thick with anticipation. Park, a cigarette dangling from his lips, observes the scene. His eyes, cold and calculating, reveal a sinister plan. Park's words hang in the air, heavy with implication, a challenge veiled in cold indifference. His expression hardens, a mask of cold calculation, he's not here to play hero. The statement lands like a punch to the gut, a cruel reminder of her vulnerability. A flicker of defiance in her eyes, she's not ready to give up. Her voice, a subtle shift in tactics, a calculated appeal to his loyalty. The question hangs between them, a silent plea, a desperate attempt to connect. Park remains impassive, a cigarette burning slowly between his fingers, the tension thickens. Her words, a desperate gamble, a play for sympathy. The weight of her words sinks in, a calculated risk. Park's response, a chilling assessment, the game is far from over. Chomin, his face a mask of barely contained fury, spits out a bitter truth, "Oops, sorry, but my face played a bigger role there." The tension is palpable, even the reader can feel the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Park, ever observant, remains unmoved. Anyway, you managed to escape." The escape, she explains, was thanks to Kim Taesun's operation, orchestrated by Hwang Moo-jae. A flicker of something, is it guilt, crosses Park's face. "Yeah, he did. But the question hangs heavy in the air, but it's certain, right?" Park's response is curt, chillingly decisive, "Right." The scene shifts. Park's words echo as he confronts Chomin, his movements a blur of controlled fury. "If you're trying to get revenge on our president, you've misunderstood something for sure." The revelation explodes. The reason he did such a thing to your brother is because he got induced by someone to do it. The weight of this bombshell crashes down. "I'm saying that our president was used by someone." A close-up on Chomin's face reveals a dawning realization, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He's been thinking about this since Kwak Ji-gang's warning. The interrogation begins. A young woman, her expression guarded, faces two men. One of them clearly agitated, the other more reserved. The tension crackles in the air. The question hangs heavy: what happened when the division attacked? A subtle shift in the dynamic. Recognition dawns in the men's eyes. As the woman's identity is revealed, Ma Hasun's little sister. The tables turn. A beat of silence, then, a sharp demand, "Tell me about it." The scene shifts to a coffee shop. A strategic choice of location, perhaps? The woman begins her account. The attack was unexpected, their school was far from the front line. A shocking revelation that sent ripples of fear through everyone. The narrative focuses on the woman's actions. Her inquiries to her brother's classmates. A lone figure stands defiantly, facing a legion of shadowy figures in the pouring rain. The weight of the impending confrontation hangs heavy in the air. The text reveals a crucial detail: the attack occurred far behind the front line, where the fighting was most intense. Then, Huang Mujie appeared, his face contorted in a mask of furious rage. His eyes burn with an unsettling intensity. Park, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, watches with a grim expression, the storm mirroring the turmoil within. The sister explains that the attack left her brother confused, a victim of circumstance. Because her brother had no connection to Huang Mujie whatsoever. The mystery deepens. The sister's gaze is unwavering, her expression a mixture of disbelief and determination. She seeks answers. Yet Huang Mujie traveled to the back of the Alliance's territory to attack someone he didn't know. The sister's words hang in the air, heavy with suspicion. This act is completely out of character for the Huang Mujie she knows. A figure of imposing stature, a man of steel. A dictator who never backed down, driven by his own ideology. A god of combat, obsessed with conquest. But to think that someone like him could be manipulated, used by someone else for their own gain? The roar of engines cuts through the night. A figure speeds through the city streets, carrying a passenger. The chase is on. He grips her tightly as the motorcycle speeds through the urban landscape. Only two people could orchestrate such a move. One is me. And the other is Park Sukha, his only friend. Park Sukha, his face etched with worry, speaks, "Just say something, will you?" The sister's voice, filled with rage: "That son of a bitch made Huang Mujie attack my brother. Why? Or is that perhaps?" A chilling smile, it's a detail that shouldn't be overlooked. Ma Hassan's sister's eyes blaze with suspicion. Her expression is one of intense scrutiny. A stark contrast to Park's battered face, a testament to the recent chaos. Park's voice is strained as he speaks, "It's the second time seeing you smile." A rare sight from someone usually as cold as a machine. He continues, recalling a specific day, the day Huang Mujie introduced them. The scene shifts to a dimly lit alleyway. Tension hangs heavy in the air as Ma Hassan's sister confronts Park and his associates. A memory flashes before Park's eyes, that same unsettling smile from that fateful day. The weight of the past bears down on Park as he stares at his accuser. He had the same smile then. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication: "Did you think things were going well?" Park stares, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. The weight of unspoken accusations hangs heavy in the air. His face contorts, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. Ma Hassan's sister's eyes gleam with a chilling certainty: the truth, long suspected, is finally within reach. A cruel smile spreads across Park's face, a chilling revelation about to shatter everything. The words explode from his lips, a confession that rips through the silence: "I killed Huang Mujie." The impact of his confession hits Ma Hassan's sister like a physical blow. She recoils, stunned into silence. Huang Choman, hidden in the shadows, watches with growing unease. The pieces of the puzzle are falling into place, but the picture is far more disturbing than he could have imagined. The setting sun casts long shadows as Park and Ma Hassan's sister stand frozen in the aftermath of the confession. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Park's cold admission hangs in the air, a stark contrast to Ma Hurry's desperate plea for understanding. A brutal strike echoes the violence of his confession. Park confronts Ma Hassan's sister in a dimly lit alleyway. "You followed me here because you wanted to check if things really went well, and if it did." His chilling confession hangs heavy in the air: "Planning to kill me, the only person who's aware of Huang Mujie's death." Her eyes widen, a storm brewing within. The realization hits her with brutal force. "You motherfucker." Park, caught off guard by her fury, stumbles back, his confidence shattered for a fleeting moment. As the weight of his actions finally begins to dawn on him, A close-up on his trembling hand reveals the depth of his fear. Meanwhile, Hwang Chomin pieces together the truth. Now I get it. The reason Mahari felt threatened lately was because of Park Suk-ha. A sinister grin spreads across Park's face, his eyes gleaming with a chilling satisfaction. A brutal blow sends a man sprawling, the force of the impact echoing through the alleyway. His attacker stands over him, a chilling smirk playing on their lips. A woman's voice cuts through the night, laced with cold satisfaction. "You should have rushed here earlier." The roar of an engine, a motorcycle bursts from the shadows. Tires screech as the bike speeds away, leaving the attacker stunned. "You're such a coward." The attacker's eyes widen in disbelief. "Huh, what's that supposed to be?" A figure emerges from the dust and smoke, enraged. "Heek. Emperor's Division, Unit 1 Captain, Park Suk-ha?" The scene shifts, revealing the reason for the attacker's shock. Why the F*** is that guy even here? The narrative reveals a crucial detail. At this very moment, Go Byung-gil was certain that Maharat was really in fact the girlfriend of Hwang Mu-jae, and was frightened of the fact that the attacker's face contorted in a grimace of barely contained rage. As a result, a motorcycle engine roars to life. The tires spin, spitting gravel. A blur of motion, a white streak against the dusty road. Go Byung-gil's bike, a projectile hurtling at 50 km per hour. A desperate cry, "Mahari," echoes as Park Suk-ha lunges forward. The impact is brutal. A sickening crunch. The motorcycle is sent spinning, a mangled mess of metal and shattered dreams. A whirlwind of dust and debris. As the attacker is thrown from his bike, crashing hard onto the asphalt. The aftermath of a brutal clash unfolds. Park Suk-ha lies motionless on the ground. A motorcycle careens wildly out of control, a blur of metal in motion. Maharat is thrown from the bike, crashing hard. Go Byung-gil and Hwang Chomin watch in stunned silence. "Hwang Chomin? Why'd you come out?" "Park Suk-ha's right over there," cries Hwang Chomin, his voice laced with worry and disbelief. Park Suk-ha remains still, unmoving. A chilling silence descends. His face, obscured by shadow, is marred by blood and injury. He isn't moving. A closer look reveals the extent of his wounds, a grim tableau of violence. Hwang Chomin's eyes are wide with terror and despair. "Chomin," she whispers, her voice barely audible above the pounding of her heart. Meanwhile, Maharat groans in pain, his face contorted in agony. "UKGH. FUCK," he spits out, his words filled with rage and frustration. He stumbles to his feet, his eyes darting around wildly, then, a sudden impact. Heavy boots pound the pavement, a grim silhouette cast against the setting sun. Go Byung-gil's voice cracks with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "He's not dead, right?" Park Suk-ha lies broken and bleeding, his life hanging precariously in the balance. A sigh of relief escapes Maharat's lips. At least he's still breathing. Maharat's grin is chilling, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. The reason Go Byung-gil's heart was pounding wasn't out of fear that he just nearly killed a person. The camera angle shifts, revealing Park Suk-ha's lifeless form. A cruel chuckle echoes. "A lucky day for me, isn't it?" It was rather. Go Byung-gil, eyes wide with terror, is confronted by Maharat. "Hey you, girlfriend of the leader." Maharat's manic energy is palpable. "Because of the excitement, tell me, you saw me beating that guy, right?" Go Byung-gil's face is a mask of fear. That he just beat the infamous Park Suk-ha. Maharat, a whirlwind of sadistic energy, lets out a triumphant roar. He surveys his handiwork, a smirk playing on his lips as Park Suk-ha lies broken and unconscious on the ground. Go Byung-gil, eyes wide with terror, watches the scene unfold. The weight of Maharat's victory crushes him, escape is his only thought. "Run," screams his mind, urging him to flee this gruesome spectacle. Go Byung-gil bolts, a desperate scramble for survival. His face, a mask of fear and exertion, is etched with the raw terror of a man facing certain death. But Maharat's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, catches him. "What are you, damn skinny ass?" he bellows, his voice laced with barely contained fury. The hunt is on. A blur of motion. Maharat explodes into action, a devastating blow aimed at Go Byung-gil. The impact is brutal, a sickening crunch echoing through the alleyway. Go Byung-gil is sent flying, his body crumpling against the grimy brick wall. The force of the blow leaves him breathless, his vision swimming. From a distance, Hwang Chomin observes the unfolding chaos. Her expression is one of cold calculation, a chilling mask of controlled fury. "Damn it," she mutters, her eyes narrowed in frustration. Maharat advances on Go Byung-gil, his shadow looming large. "So you want to test my patience, huh?" he sneers, his voice dripping with menace. The end is near for Go Byung-gil. The scene opens with a brutal close-up. A foot, clad in a red sneaker, comes down hard, a sickening crunch echoes as bone meets soul. Maharat, a whirlwind of motion, continues her relentless assault. She's a blur of speed and violence, leaving only a trail of destruction in her wake. Go Byung-gil, eyes wide with terror, is caught in her grasp. "I told you to." A sickening thud. He's sent sprawling across the ground, the impact echoing the earlier blow. His body is a ragdoll, tossed aside with contemptuous ease. Maharat's laughter rings out, cruel and triumphant. "Wow, so tell me what you're trying to do exactly?" Her words are laced with venom, a sneer twisting her lips. "You think being a girlfriend of Hwang Moo-jae brings you power? Don't you?" With a swift, brutal movement, she slams her fist into Go Byung-gil's face. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Another blow lands, sending him reeling. "That was cute, you little bitch." She pauses, a flicker of something akin to amusement in her eyes. "Though I'm not sure how you're still fine after falling from such a height." A chilling warning hangs in the air. "But you'll have to pay the price for spitting." The pepper spray hits its mark. A sudden, agonizing ACK erupts from Go Byung-gil. He recoils, eyes watering, face contorted in pain. The effects of the pepper spray are immediate and brutal. Go Byung-gil staggers back, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. "What the fuck's this?" His attacker, a cruel smile twisting his lips, lets out a sinister laugh. "You've seriously lost your mind." A brutal kick connects, a sickening crunch echoes as bone meets boot. Go Byung-gil, the head of Gosu Vocational High, is on the ground, defeated. "I'm Go Byung-gil, how dare you think that you'd beat me with?" His opponent unleashes a devastating blow, a blur of motion ending with a thunderous impact. The ground trembles. A metallic screech pierces the air, the sound of twisting metal. The final blow lands, sending Go Byung-gil flying. The fight is over. The impact. Go Byung-gil is sent flying, his body a projectile hurled against a motorcycle, the force of the blow echoing in a guttural urgh. He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him as he lies broken and defeated. "Shit. I didn't even accelerate that much, but why's that thing so fast?" Go Byung-gil gasps, his mind reeling from the sheer power of Maharat's attack. "Mahari, are you alright?" he manages to ask, concern etched on his face. The setting sun casts long shadows as Hwang Chomin urges, "Let's run." Hwang Chomin's breath hitches. "Hwang Chomin, since when were you there?" And Park Suk-hai's, a question hanging heavy in the air. A shadowed figure emerges, his voice low and ominous, "I heard it all." His face, partially obscured, shows the grim reality of the situation. "And I was kind of expecting it as well." Hwang Chomin's gaze hardens, "But besides that, where were you trying to bring me to?" The answer comes swiftly, "It's somewhere near here. Let's go. To Hwang Moo-jae's home." Go Byung-gil, defeated and bleeding, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the weight of his loss heavy on his shoulders. A high-speed chase unfolds through the city streets. Motorcycles blur across the asphalt, a furious ballet of motion. Suddenly, a roadblock. "Where do you think you're going?" a voice roars, as the gang closes in. He was still following them, with backup. "Everyone, to the left." The command rings out as the bikers execute a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding capture. But their pursuer's smile is chilling. A predator's grin. And so, the chase continues, but from a drastically different perspective. They are dwarfed by a looming figure. "I've prepared some gifts for you." The ominous words hang in the air as a horde of thugs emerges from the shadows, weapons raised. The sound of approaching footsteps pounds like a war drum. His eyes blaze with fury. "Stop them at all costs." "It'd be better if I could handle this alone, but this time, I'll have no choice but to combine forces." The gang leader's eyes burn with cold fury. His face, bruised and battered, speaks of a recent conflict, but his expression is one of steely resolve. A roar rips through the air, his command echoes across the urban sprawl, "Everyone!" The ground trembles with the approach of a relentless force. A wave of motorcycles, a tide of steel and fury, hurtles down the street. The bikers, trapped in a deadly game of cat and mouse, are now cornered. From the shadows, reinforcements emerge. A brutal ambush is underway. The gang's foot soldiers, armed with clubs, are ordered to block them with your bodies. A chaotic melee erupts. Bodies fly as the bikers desperately try to fight their way free. But the sheer number of attackers is overwhelming. The impact of the club sends shockwaves through the air. A brutal, decisive blow. The gang leader himself charges in, a whirlwind of violence, leaving a trail of fallen bikers in his wake. The ambush begins. A wave of brutal force crashes down on the unsuspecting bikers. A swift kick sends a biker sprawling from his motorcycle. The gang leader's men move like a well-oiled machine, each strike precise and devastating. The biker's captain yells, "Follow the captain." But escape is proving difficult. One by one, the bikers are thrown from their bikes, the ground trembling with each impact. A grunt of pain escapes a biker as he hits the pavement hard. Another biker is sent flying. The scene is pure chaos, a whirlwind of fists and feet. The gang leader, eyes blazing with fury, barks out an order, "Just get them off the bikes." The gang closes in, a brutal symphony of violence. The air is thick with the smell of sweat and fear. The last biker falls, defeated. The gang stands victorious, their triumph echoing in the silent streets. The ambush begins. A hail of blows rains down on the unsuspecting bikers. The gang leader's men swarming them like a pack of wolves. Metal screams as motorcycles are thrown aside. The gang leader watches, a grim satisfaction twisting his lips. One biker tries to fight back, but he's quickly overwhelmed. A brutal clash of steel and bone. Crash! A motorcycle explodes in a shower of sparks, leaving behind only twisted metal and scattered bodies. Another biker, desperate, makes a run for it. But a swift kick sends him sprawling. The gang's victory is complete. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. A brutal blow connects. The biker goes down hard. As the gang leader's men close in, the city streets become a battleground. The bikers, desperate, make a run for it. But they've ridden straight into a trap. An ambush. The gang leader's relentless pursuit continues. He's a whirlwind of fury. Each punch a thunderclap. Die. Terror grips the biker's face as he faces his end. A final, crushing blow. The gang leader lunges, a blur of motion. His fist connects with bone-jarring impact. HNG. The biker crumples. Blood sprays across the grimy pavement as another biker screams in agony. The alley is a scene of carnage. 3 bikers down, and the others are terrified. The gang leader's eyes are cold, his expression brutal. He raises his weapon, a metal pipe gleaming under the streetlights. Ha! A desperate cry rings out as the pipe swings down with deadly force. The final blow connects with a sickening crunch. The fight is over. The gang leader stands amidst the chaos, a whirlwind of dust and debris swirling around him. A brutal dance of violence unfolds. His weapon, a blur of motion, cleaves through the air. The impact. A thunderous crack echoes through the alleyway, sending one biker sprawling, his motorcycle a mangled wreck. UGH, he groans. Another biker tries to flee, but the gang leader's relentless pursuit is swift. A sickening crunch as metal meets bone. "Yua," screams the biker, his escape cut short. The scene is one of carnage. Wrecked motorcycles litter the ground. The gang leader, breathing heavily, huff, surveys his handiwork. Victory is his. His face, a mask of grim determination, shows the toll of battle. But his eyes burn with cold triumph. "Yes, this is working," he mutters. A brutal clash. Bodies fly as the gang leader unleashes a flurry of devastating blows, crushing his opponents with each strike. The ground trembles with the force of the impact. His eyes, narrowed with exertion, betray the toll of battle, but his resolve remains unshaken. The scene shifts to a parking lot, littered with fallen bikers and overturned motorcycles. A chilling panorama of defeat. Woo Man-won, the Taejun Alliance chief, arrives. "It's been a while, Kim Taek-sun." His voice is calm, yet laced with a hint of menace. The gang leader, Kim Taek-sun, remains silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching chief. Tension hangs heavy in the air. As the chief continues, "Just what did Hwang Moo-jae promise you?" The gang leader, battered but unbowed, stares into the distance. His thoughts are a whirlwind: money? Girls? The echoes of his recent victory are fading, replaced by a chilling uncertainty. Then, a voice cuts through the haze. Woo Man-won, a figure of quiet menace, appears. His offer is simple, yet laced with a threat: "Whatever he offered you, I'll double. You can think about it now." A biker gang member nervously suggests a coordinated attack. "Captain, it's just one guy, after all. We can all attack at once," and he trails off, his bravado crumbling under the weight of the situation. The gang leader cuts him short. "You can never give me something that I want." His eyes, hardened by countless battles, betray no emotion. He sees the futility of resistance. His decision is made. "I'll have to break the wings, everyone," he growls, the weight of his words echoing the grim reality of his situation. A desperate order rings out: "Use every energy you've got and run away." Panic erupts. The bikers, their earlier bravado shattered, scatter in a desperate attempt to escape. "Don't fight back," screams their leader, the sound swallowed by the chaos. Woo Man-won calmly makes a phone call, his expression betraying nothing. "It's me." Meanwhile, a smug smile plays on the lips of another player in this deadly game. "They've started to run away. Well, that's not what I wanted. I'll have to take control again." War within the high schools, he muses, his voice dripping with cold calculation. "Everyone." The captain's voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate plea. A raw, visceral scream of urgency. His face, a mask of strained determination. And his men, they obey without question, scattering like leaves in a hurricane. A desperate retreat begins. But one soldier hesitates. "Captain. I know that he must be the chief of the alliance, but that guy's here alone." Doubt gnaws at him. A question that hangs heavy in the air. The captain's response is chilling: "I guess you're still new to this, so let me tell you. We're the ones that are at a complete disadvantage here. If we fight against Woo Man-won, the chief of Taejun Alliance, with just a single division, we'll certainly get destroyed." The harsh reality sinks in. A grim understanding settles over the fleeing soldiers. To see our captain, who had always been confident, having this kind of response is a shock. The leader's face is etched with grim determination. "K-ha-ha." The sound echoes, a chilling laugh that speaks volumes. I received the call, sir. The words hang in the air, a simple report, yet the weight of the situation is palpable. Kim Taek-sun escaped from Gosu Vocational High, now a fugitive, running from the consequences of his actions. His pursuers, Dae-rim and Dun-jang, have failed. A grim realization dawns on the man in the office. The city streets become a hunting ground. Kim Taek-sun and his gang are closing in on a new target. A strategic deployment is ordered, 3 different locations, 3 teams, a net closing in on the prey. Sure, I will do so. The response is swift, efficient, a silent acknowledgement of the impending confrontation. Alliance number 3, Kwon Shuldu, a name whispered with a mix of respect and apprehension. The details will follow shortly. A countdown begins, the tension ratchets up. Back in his office, a man waits, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. A phone screen glows, displaying call options. A man answers, his expression unreadable. How'd it go? He asks, his voice sharp. The scene shifts. He's outside, his phone pressed to his ear, a grim look settling on his face. You were correct, not a single one had it. The words hang heavy in the air. A dark warehouse. Bound captives sit on the floor, their phones scattered before a stern figure. On the day we captured Kwak Ji-gang. He explains, I checked everyone's phone at a random time, without giving them a break to delete their histories. The man on the phone pauses, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yet, on that day, there was no spy hidden among us. His eyes narrow, a chilling smile playing on his lips. There are some police detectives who can investigate someone just with intuition, without having proper evidence. The implication hangs heavy. A lone figure stands defiant, his back to a throng of shadowy figures. The air crackles with unspoken tension. But even in the face of overwhelming odds, hope arrives unexpectedly. The Emperor's division, a force of elite warriors, bursts onto the scene. A brutal clash. The impact of the Emperor's division's arrival sends shockwaves through the enemy ranks, leaving the mastermind seething with barely contained rage. His gaze falls upon 3 figures, Oh Yoon-tak, Min Do-sang, and a familiar face. The tension ratchets up. Who contacted the division? It wasn't him, Yoon-tak, or Do-sang. The question hangs heavy in the air. A figure turns, their identity shrouded in mystery. Hwang Cho-min, a seemingly ordinary student, but his true nature remains hidden. A quiet observation. The pieces begin to fall into place. The reason for suspicion, previously lacking evidence, now crystallizes. A revelation dawns. Hwang Cho-min, the unlikely mastermind, orchestrating events from the shadows. A close-up on a wide, unnerving eye. The truth is out, and it's far more unsettling than anyone could have imagined. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A shadow falls across Kwon Shuldu's face as the truth dawns. His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. The name Hwang Cho-min echoes in his mind. A chilling realization taking root. A phone call. A hushed conversation. I'll send you the address. The location is revealed, a grand mansion, bathed in the golden light of sunset. A stage set for a sinister plot. A chilling instruction, the one you bring me will be the fake leader. Kwon Shuldu's face is a mask of grim determination. Kwon Shuldu's eyes gleam with a cold resolve. A predator sizing up its prey. He analyzes Hwang Cho-min's strategy, the pieces falling into place. The text reveals the chilling truth, Hwang Cho-min needs an object to control the entire Emperor's division. Yoon-tak, his face bruised and battered, is clearly distressed. The weight of the situation crushes him. A roar of engines. 3 motorcycles burst onto the scene, a whirlwind of motion. Speeding through the city streets, leaving a trail of dust and determination in their wake. The gang assesses their situation, a grim realization dawning on their faces. Are we the only ones left? One of them shouts, his voice filled with desperation. Another gang member grimly concludes, I suppose the others have all split in different directions. Their hope dwindles. A brutal clash. A swift kick connects, sending one of the gang members sprawling. The fight is on. Engines roar. A yellow motorcycle cuts through the urban sprawl, carrying Kwon Chul-do and a passenger. The chase is on. Hwang Chomin, a calculating mastermind, observes from afar. A smirk plays on his lips as he speaks. There are only 3 ways they can take. His gaze shifts to a chessboard, a metaphor for his intricate plan. He moves a pawn, setting his pieces in motion. The chase intensifies. Catch them, the pursuing voices yell, echoing through the streets of Villa Town. Another pawn moves on Hwang Chomin's chessboard. The game is afoot. The relentless pursuit continues on the streets in front of the park. Every second counts. Hwang Chomin watches, his expression unreadable. And he manipulates the pieces on his chessboard, a chilling display of control. The fate of his pawns hangs in the balance. And with a decisive move, he sets in motion the final stage of his plan. Yoon-tak, oblivious to the danger, leads the pack on his motorcycle, a pawn in Hwang Chomin's deadly game. A road at the back of the marketplace, it leads to a showdown. Kwon Chul-do, a dragon emblem blazing on his back, advances. The main road. The stage is set. After making all that mess in the enemy's base, he seems awfully confident. Don't you think you're way too confident? A voice cuts through the air, laced with doubt. The tension ratchets up. A beat, then a response. When we're on our bikes, we have the merit of being able to move quicker. But we're not allowed to pass through a narrow street at the same time. A tactical observation. As long as we don't leave our bikes behind, we're forced to go out on the paved road. A smirk plays on Yoon-tak's lips. You too must have done it like me, he observes. The scene shifts. A bloody face, the consequences of overconfidence? A battered body lies sprawled on the floor, the victim of a brutal attack. The words of a cunning strategist echo in the air, instead of simply going after them like a bunch of idiots. Yoon-tak, ever watchful, assesses the situation. His thoughts are clear. Kim Taek-sun is surely a dangerous guy. Thus, a cold determination hardens his gaze. The target is clear. I need to make sure that I kill him when I have the chance. The infamous blue walls marble, a symbol of power and impending conflict. A sudden burst of motion. A wave of thugs, led by the imposing figure of Kwon Chul-do, erupts onto the scene. Let me have a taste of you. The air crackles with anticipation. The setting shifts to a bustling street, bathed in the warm glow of sunset, a stark contrast to the impending violence. Kwon Chul-do, a picture of grim confidence, waits patiently, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The anticipation is palpable. A cell phone rests on a table in a dimly lit bar, a silent observer to the unfolding events. A woman's face, etched with worry, fills the screen. Her voice, tight with anxiety, cuts through the silence. Park Suk-ha, why isn't he answering the phone? The phone lies on a table, its screen dark and unresponsive, a reflection of the growing unease in her heart. She whispers, I really wanted to have things resolved with him today. A sudden burst of static erupts from the phone, a jarring interruption to the tense silence. The call connects. A gruff voice barks, Huh, what is it? Why'd you call me, you idiot? And the woman's voice, now laced with a chilling urgency, replies, We've got a problem. A quick cut shows the woman's back, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to the darkening sky outside. The question hangs heavy in the air, what do you mean? The scene shifts to a chaotic emergency. Park Suk-ha is being loaded onto a stretcher, his body lifeless. A single, stark statement punctuates the grim reality, is unconscious. The woman's face is a mask of disbelief and dawning horror as she makes another call. A desperate plea escapes her lips, Mahari, you must be kidding. Mahari's face is etched with disbelief. I couldn't believe it at first either, she whispers, the weight of the news heavy in the air. But the gravity of the situation dawns on her. The implications of what she's just heard settle in, a chilling realization creeping into her mind. The man's eyes widen, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. So, you're saying I'm supposed to believe this? His shirt is torn, revealing the extent of his injuries. A grim reminder of the brutal attack. What's this? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge in the face of the unknown. A tense silence between two figures. He stands, shoulders slumped, a picture of barely contained fury. She stands opposite, her eyes downcast, a mask of quiet determination. A notebook lies open on the table, a blank page hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. And his eyes widen, a sudden jolt of recognition. A note? Her voice is cold, devoid of emotion, each word a carefully placed stone in a wall of vengeance. All this while, I've hated Huang Mujie and considered him as the person that I must get revenge on. A colossal figure looms against a stormy sky, a silhouette of power and menace. Like the final boss in a game, a bad guy that's meant to be defeated. And a chilling revelation dawns. His eyes are hidden in shadow, but his expression speaks volumes. And that's why I've never thought of. A young woman, her face etched with a chilling resolve, reveals a hidden truth, a cold calculation behind her every move. The shadows deepen as she unveils the mastermind behind a devastating plot. Park Suk-ha, a name whispered with dread. The impact echoes a brutal scene of violence. Huang Mujie, the victim of a cruel deception, lies broken. A haunting question lingers. Why? The woman's gaze betrays a mix of anger and sorrow. But the answer remains elusive, a mystery shrouded in shadows. However, a notebook, a silent witness to a dark secret, is carefully presented. A crucial piece of evidence, passed from one hand to another. The weight of the revelation settles upon Huang Mujie's shoulders, a grim understanding dawning in his eyes. Huang Mujie's eyes widen, reflecting a dawning horror. This is it. The moment the truth crashes down. His tie, loosened, mirroring the unraveling of his carefully constructed facade. The woman's voice cuts through the silence, laced with bitter amusement. It's funny, isn't it? To see a monster like him writing a diary. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual tone. A spiral-bound notebook, the silent witness to hidden truths. A box overflowing with similar journals is revealed, a damning collection of secrets. The weight of the evidence is palpable. Her gaze locks onto Huang Mujie, unwavering. If you read these, she says, her voice low and dangerous, I'm sure you'll understand just what kind of person Huang Mujie is. His face, a mask of barely contained panic. The truth is inescapable. A brutal clash. Fists collide in a whirlwind of motion, the impact echoing with a deafening BAM. The force of the blow sends Huang Mujie reeling, a pained grunt escaping his lips. And with a swift counterattack, the woman seeking revenge delivers another crushing blow. Crash. Huang Mujie staggers, his guard down. But it's not fun to keep hitting your guard, you know, she sneers, her eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. He's caught off guard, a devastating blow is about to land. Whoosh! The attack connects with bone-jarring force, the sound of impact reverberates through the air. Kaa boom, this is what she wanted to see. Huang Mujie is sent flying, crashing into a group of his men. Is the blue wall's marble as easily shattered as this, she finishes, her voice dripping with contempt as she watches him fall. The captain is down. Panic erupts among his remaining men. Captain, one of them cries out in alarm. Where do you think you are looking, dumbass? Another shouts, his face contorted with rage and fear. The situation is dire. A tense phone call. What's the plan? A grim determination. I'll break through it. The words hang heavy with the weight of a desperate gamble. His face, a mask of grit and resolve, a phone clutched in his bloodied hand. A brutal strike. The impact sends a shockwave. A sickening crunch as bone meets fist. He asked for trust, and now, he pays the price. A guttural cry of pain. The fight is far from over. A whirlwind of motion. Bodies collide in a brutal ballet of violence. Kim Taek-sun watches, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A chilling smile. But it's already too late now. The enemy's strategy is clear: guerrilla warfare. Speed and precision are their weapons. Hwang Moo-jae, caught completely off guard, barely registers the attack before a blade flashes past his face. A brutal blow connects, sending him reeling. HNG, he grunts, the impact echoing the ferocity of the assault. The woman's attack is a whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and feet as she unleashes a relentless barrage, sending Hwang Moo-jae sprawling to the ground. I already know it, she whispers, her voice cold as ice. He crashes through a window, the shattering glass a testament to the force of the blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the street. As the woman's relentless pursuit continues, another man falls, his body crumpling under the weight of her attack. Surrounded, Hwang Moo-jae is overwhelmed. The men under number 3 of the alliance are no match for her fury. And she leaves him broken and defeated, a testament to her overwhelming power. It's fine, I'm alright, he gasps, his words a pathetic attempt to maintain his composure. But his defiance is short-lived. Things have just started to get exciting, she sneers, her eyes burning with a cold fire. This is far from over. A brutal kick connects. The force sends Hwang Moo-jae sprawling, the impact echoing through the air. Kim Taek-sun, in his study, a place of quiet contemplation and strategic planning, receives unsettling news. Sang-jae, there's something I need to tell you immediately. What is it? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the room. I got a call from Gosu Vocational High's Go Byongil. The weight of the words is palpable. And he said that he defeated Park Suk-ha, the captain of Emperor's Division's Unit 1. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with implications. A grim figure, Go Byongil, stands amidst the rubble of his victory, a chilling testament to his ruthless efficiency. What? From Go Byongil? The disbelief is evident in Sang-jae's voice. There's no way. The words trail off, leaving a void of stunned silence. A bored voice on the phone, but that's a little too boring. And where are you now, Yoon-tak? The reply is chilling, inside the house you told me to enter. A tense scene unfolds. Yoon-tak stands bruised and battered, a young woman beside him, radiating cold fury. The caller's voice is sharp, there's one random kid, and a girl? The caller's eyes widen in realization. That kid's the fake leader of the Emperor's Division. This little boy, seriously? The instructions are clear: capture the boy and obtain the method he uses to control the division. A sinister smile spreads across the caller's face. It seems like the Alliance's victory has finally arrived. The game is over. A chessboard shows a checkmate. The Black King stands victorious over the fallen White Rook. The impact. A sickening thud echoes as Hwang Cho-min hits the ground. He's grabbed, lifted, tossed aside like a rag doll. The brute force is terrifying. A brutal slam. The ground trembles beneath the weight of the blow. Cho-min coughs up blood, his vision swimming. Pain lances through his body. Suddenly, a flash of steel. A frying pan, wielded with surprising force, connects with the thug's face. The woman's fury is unleashed. A desperate struggle. The woman fights back with everything she has. But she's outmatched. She's thrown to the floor, helpless. Cho-min, battered but defiant, glares at his captor. I'm already aware of everything. Yoon-tak, battered and bruised, his eyes blazing with defiance, glares at his captor. You. Kiki, so you still choose to act, huh? Fine, I'll just take it away with force. A thunderous blow. The impact sends a shockwave. To think that a weak shit like you have been controlling the division all this while. The guys in the division must feel bad, don't they? Another brutal strike. The force of the blow sends Yoon-tak reeling. A whirlwind of pain and fury. So, were you having fun in the meantime? Ah. Again, I'm still. Wham! The sound of another blow echoes through the room. How dare you act tough in front of us? Two figures, faces contorted in rage, advance on Yuntak. The final blow is delivered. A brutal kick sends Yuntak sprawling across the ground. His attackers surround him, their faces twisted in cruel amusement. Stay here and apologize to us until tomorrow, you dickhead. The words hang in the air, heavy with menace. Yuntak groans, his body screaming in pain. Hold on. But my entrance exam's tomorrow. His protest is cut short by a surge of defiance. No. A guttural roar, a primal scream of defiance. No. Kim Tae-sun observes from a distance, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. What is he doing? Yuntak lies broken on the floor, his body battered and bruised. But his spirit remains unbroken. His eyes, though swollen and bruised, burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Never. I'm never giving you. I've had enough of losing what I have from all of you guys. A ferocious grin splits his battered face. The fight is far from over. You damn motherfuckers. The raw fury of Yuntak's scream echoes through the room, a desperate defiance in the face of unimaginable brutality. Kim Tae-sun watches, a smirk playing on his lips. His foot, a weapon of casual cruelty, rises and crashes down with bone-jarring impact. Just die already. The Alliance member snarls, his words a prelude to further violence. A brutal blow connects, the sound of flesh meeting fist a sickening thud, sending the attacker sprawling across the room. The force of the impact creates a crater in the expensive rug. Yuntak, battered but unbroken, remains defiant. His eyes, though bruised and swollen, burn with an unwavering intensity. Kim Tae-sun, his amusement momentarily fading, is left speechless. The fuck was that, he mutters, a hint of genuine surprise in his voice. A blur of motion. A powerful fist slams into the unsuspecting victim, sending him sprawling across the room. The impact echoes, a devastating blow. He's sent flying, a ragdoll tossed aside, crashing to the floor with a thud. Kim Tae-chun, the name hangs heavy in the air. A grim determination hardens his features. A clenched fist, knuckles white, the fury barely contained. The fuck was that, he growls, his voice laced with barely controlled rage. Mahari called him. The dust settles after a brutal attack, a heavy silence hangs in the air. Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts through the quiet. Hey there, what are you? His response is sharp, defiant. It's me who should be asking, why were you punching my friend? A sinister chuckle escapes the attacker's lips. Key. The advisor's orders are revealed, the division's control must remain hidden from the public. His face, bruised and battered, speaks volumes. You have quite a creepy friend with you. The tension ratchets up. What do you? A blur of motion, a thunderous impact. The fight is on. The force of the blow sends shockwaves. A brutal uppercut connects. The force sends Mahari's attacker reeling. His face contorted in a mask of pain and disbelief. Fuck. I was literally answering your. Kim Tae-chun explodes into action, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. A thunderous blow lands, the impact echoing through the room. The attacker staggers. Another devastating strike follows, leaving him battered and broken. The attacker, gasping for air, spits out the words, "It's that friend of yours who made you." His eyes narrow, a sinister grin spreading across his bruised face. Get beaten up by the number 4 of the Alliance, no? Kim Tae-chun's eyes blaze with fury. Yeah, I could tell by the way you throw your punches. The final blow is delivered, a swift, precise strike that ends the fight. The fight explodes into motion. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of fists. Kim Tae-chun's counterattack is swift and brutal. A thunderous impact. His fist connects with bone-jarring force, sending Hari's attacker sprawling. The ground trembles under the sheer power. A brutal uppercut sends him flying across the room. I need to go all out, I guess, since I'm also a member of the division. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A grim smile spreads across NAK-chan's battered face. He clenches his fist, the knuckles white. The attacker crashes to the floor, leaving dark stains on the polished wood. So you're in the Emperor's division? The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. A chilling revelation. And yet you fail to realize the one right beside you is the fake leader. The laughter echoes, cruel and mocking. This is getting funny, isn't it? The words hang in the air, a chilling prelude to the violence to come. The attacker lunges, a furious roar escaping his lips. Tell you the truth or not? His footfalls pound the ground, a relentless rhythm of impending doom. A fist, a blur of motion, explodes forward. The attacker slams into his opponent, a brutal impact echoing through the room. The sound of bone cracking is almost deafening. But even as he delivers the blow, a grim expression crosses his face. He's clearly not enjoying this. A sharp TSK punctuates the silence. Kim NAK-chan moves with terrifying speed. His counterattack is swift and brutal. The impact sends a shockwave through the attacker's body. He's sent flying backwards, defeated. The attacker, bruised and battered, sneers. To see a mere member of the division dare to fight against me. He spits on the ground, his arrogance palpable. I'm on important business now, so you better piss off. His fist is a blur, a coiled spring ready to unleash its fury. Pong, the impact sends a shockwave through the room. Kim NAK-chan's counterattack is swift and brutal. Later, a defeated Hwang Muji reveals a grim truth. A guy from the Alliance followed me to get Hwang Muji's phone. His face is etched with worry. This isn't just about the phone, it's about the advisor's belief in his deception. A chilling realization dawns. Even escape won't solve his problems. The advisor will still hunt him. The weight of his actions crushes him. His deception endangers those he cares for. And the faces of his worried allies flash before his eyes. The cost of his actions is becoming clear. A single, desperate question hangs in the air: just why am I doing all this after all? A brutal close-up. The attacker, face bloodied and bruised, roars in defiance. His eyes burn with fury. But his rage is short-lived. Kim NAK-chan's opponent, his own face marred by the fight, stares back with a chilling, desperate grin. Hari sits alone, defeated, her shoulders slumped in despair. The weight of the world seems to press down on her. As Hwang Muji's superior, a woman radiating cold authority, leans in, her words dripping with menace: I don't care if you reject. Her eyes blaze with a chilling intensity. The threat hangs heavy in the air, but you'll have to pay the price. The aftermath of the brutal clash. NAK-chan's face is grim, his features etched with the strain of battle. The fight has taken its toll. Bam! A devastating blow lands. The attacker is sent flying across the room, crashing into a nearby table. The impact sends a shockwave. And the dust settles to reveal the attacker's defeat. He lies broken and defeated on the floor. Phew, damn it. The attacker groans, his body battered and bruised. He's barely conscious. As a voice cuts through the tension: hold on, my friend. Let me ask you one thing. Why do you keep smiling when I'm beating the shit out of you? His eyes gleam with a chilling amusement, a cruel smile spreading across his battered face. You said you're the number 4, right? A chilling revelation. I'm actually happy right now. I realized that I'm somewhat on a similar level with you guys. His eyes narrow, a cold fury replacing the previous amusement. A roar of rage erupts. You dickhead, who do you think you are talking to? A thunderous kick connects. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. A blur of motion as the attacker is sent flying. Crash. Amidst the chaos, a cold calculation. I can shape how I should beat this bastard. With a swift, calculated movement, he sends a table flying. TSK. The aftermath of a brutal clash. A shattered cigarette, a discarded roll of toilet paper, the remnants of a fierce struggle litter the floor. His face, a mask of barely contained rage, contorted by pain and fury. The attacker glares, eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. So you still haven't given up, huh? His voice drips with contempt, a chilling promise hanging in the air. A swift, brutal counterattack. A blur of motion as Kim Nak-chun unleashes his power. Crash. A devastating blow connects, sending the attacker sprawling across the room. Dust and debris fly as he slams into the floor, the impact echoing in the tense silence. His eyes, wide with a mixture of disbelief and hatred, fix on his attacker. He's not giving up. Another blow lands, sending the attacker crashing into a nearby chair. The sound of splintering wood punctuates the scene. This guy, no matter what, so get out of this place with Mahari. The warning is sharp, urgent, laced with a chilling finality. But I only have to give this to them and everything will be over. A phone, its sleek surface adorned with an intricate golden dragon design, is carefully retrieved from a pocket. I said, you don't need to give me that damn phone. Dude. The shout echoes, raw fury in every syllable. A sudden burst of speed. A blur of motion as a hand shoots out, aiming for the phone. The air crackles with anticipation. But how did you? His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. Whoosh! A sudden inferno erupts from the discarded phone, consuming it in a flash of searing flames. So you knew it all along? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of accusation and disbelief. Run, Hwang Chomin. That won't happen. He grits his teeth, defiance hardening his gaze. He'll scold the hell out of me if I fail. The air crackles with tension. Hwang Muji, eyes blazing, corners Kim Nak-chun. He's desperate, his demand echoing in the opulent hall, give it to me. With a roar, Hwang lunges. But Kim Nak-chun is faster. A brutal blow sends Hwang sprawling. Hwang crashes to the floor, stunned. Kim Nak-chun stands over him, his face grim. The phone lies shattered nearby. But Mahari's quick thinking saves the day. She scoops up the unconscious Kim and makes a daring escape. Mahari urges Kim onward, her voice a desperate plea, go. And save him. Kim's face, bruised and bloodied, reflects a fierce determination. He carries the weight of responsibility, the fate of someone else hanging in the balance. As Hwang Muji, his face obscured by shadow, rises with his gang, a chilling silhouette against the setting sun. The ground trembles beneath his heavy boots. His eyes burn with cold fury. A sinister smile plays on his lips, the hunt is far from over. Chapter 64, I'm Here to Save You. The scene opens with a room engulfed in flames, a desperate struggle for survival is about to begin. His eyes burn with fury, a terrifying glare that speaks volumes. A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave. And the attacker is sent flying. Dust and debris fill the air. He lunges forward, a whirlwind of motion, his rage is palpable. A swift, decisive strike. The sound of tearing fabric echoes. And his opponent crumples to the ground, defeated. Damn it! The unnamed antagonist lunges, a furious roar escaping his lips. Can't you just piss off already? He bellows, his attack a whirlwind of rage. But the protagonist counters with blinding speed. A searing white energy explodes from their fist, connecting with the antagonist's jaw with a bone-jarring crack. The impact sends the antagonist sprawling, a look of stunned disbelief etched across his face. He glares, eyes narrowed, a grudging respect dawning in his gaze. So you have some great core strength. A flicker of fire ignites in his eyes, a desperate attempt to rally his strength. With a roar, he unleashes a final, desperate attack. A fire, he screams, the flames erupting around him. But it's too late. The flames engulf him, the heat intense, the end swift and brutal. The antagonist stumbles back, his voice filled with disbelief. Since when was there a fire? Holy crap! What the? The room is ablaze. Just when did the fire? A discarded cigarette butt lies on the floor. Is this the spark that ignites the inferno? The room erupts in flames. You throw a cigarette butt inside a house, anyway. Things are escalating quickly, a sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. Amidst the chaos, a warning rings out, move aside if you don't want to get burned up here. Defiance in the face of danger. I'm afraid I can't do that. His resolve is unwavering, even as the flames lick at his skin, a grim determination etched on his face. Elsewhere, a daring escape unfolds, a desperate dash for freedom. But why the urgency? He has something that he needs to pull off. The weight of the situation bears down on him, his face is a mask of grim determination. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. So I'd say it's rather nice, since you will soon pass out due to a shortness of breath in this dense fire. The unnamed antagonist, his face a mask of barely contained rage, hisses his threat, and once you pass out, I'll bring you to the police station and say you've set this fire. His face, a canvas of brutal violence, speaks volumes. Blood streaks across his features, a testament to the fight's ferocity. A final, desperate blow explodes. Fire engulfs the antagonist as he screams in defiance. Fuck it, now I don't care if you die or not. The protagonist escapes the inferno, carrying another person to safety. The night sky, a vast canvas of darkness, is pierced by the moon's pale light. A new scene begins. A cell phone glows, illuminating a tense face. The time, 7:37 p.m. An outgoing call to Oh Yoon-tak. Oh Yoon-tak, his expression unreadable, sits in a dimly lit room. The silence is heavy with unspoken concern. An hour has passed since his last contact. It's been an hour since he last called me. But doubt gnaws at him. But there's no way Hwang Chomin would have managed to fight against Oh Yoon-tak for this long. A call is answered. Yes, young master. The question hangs in the air, where are you now, mister? He explains, I was on my way back from work outside. A new instruction follows. A sleek, black car cuts through the neon-drenched city streets. Behind the wheel, a man in a sharp suit grips the steering wheel, his face etched with concern. There seems to be a problem, he mutters, his voice tight with tension. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The car swerves violently, tires screeching as it narrowly avoids a collision. The driver's eyes widen in alarm as he witnesses a chaotic scene unfolding before him. A cacophony of sirens pierces the night as emergency vehicles race towards the heart of the commotion, a scene of controlled chaos. The driver's concern deepens as he observes the unfolding events from a distance, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. Night falls over a quiet residential building, its windows glowing faintly in the darkness. A sense of unease hangs in the air. Inside a modest apartment, a simple meal sits untouched on a table. The scene is peaceful, yet a palpable sense of loneliness permeates the room. A young man sits alone, his shoulders slumped, his gaze fixed on the uneaten food. His quiet despair is almost suffocating. His phone lights up, displaying a text message exchange. Brother, I'll come back before it gets dark, reads one message. The reply, sent hours later, is filled with worry. Hyung, where are you now? The young man's face is clouded with worry. Hyung, you're late, and you're not responding to my message. I hope. A figure kneels, defeated, amidst the chilling remnants of a brutal conflict. The air hangs heavy with the scent of blood and the lingering echo of violence. A sharp sting. A sudden jolt snaps him back to awareness. Wake up, you dumbass. The gruff voice cuts through the haze, a jarring contrast to the scene's grim reality. A wide shot reveals the aftermath. A lone survivor stands amidst a sea of fallen foes, his expression a chilling mask of indifference. The cold, hard pavement reflects the city lights, a stark backdrop to the carnage. His eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on the fallen man. The question hangs unspoken, yet heavy in the air: what happened here? A chilling smirk spreads across the survivor's face. Oh, you mean your dudes? We killed them all. The words hang in the silence, each syllable a hammer blow to the heart. The weight of the massacre settles upon the scene. A grim panorama of lifeless bodies sprawls across the ground, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. The cold indifference of the killer is palpable. They won't be living a normal life anytime soon, and now, it's only you that's left. The unnamed antagonist, battered and bruised, glares with defiant fury. A chilling announcement echoes through the night: according to our chief's order, in the upcoming Alliance's general meeting, you will get executed. A public execution? A twisted spectacle unfolds before a jeering crowd, a performance designed to inspire fear and obedience. But the mastermind behind this grim display has a more sinister plan in mind. He smirks, a chilling premonition in his eyes. I'm planning to suggest the venue this time. Your school, Blue Wall High? The location is revealed, a school, bathed in the ominous glow of twilight. The chief's disappointment is palpable, his face a mask of barely contained rage. Our chief was disappointed to see you joining the Emperor's division, and yet it turns out that we're conquering your school at the end. The impact of the revelation reverberates through the ranks. Terror grips the unnamed antagonist's underlings as they witness their leader's demise. A brutal display of power, a chilling message sent. The antagonist is subdued, his fate sealed. I suppose that would be the best way to end you, don't you think so? And therefore, you will have to stay in our container until the day comes. A face contorted in rage, eyes blazing with fury, the unnamed antagonist, defeated but unbowed. He collapses, defeated, a figure looms over him, his voice dripping with disdain. Oh, come on? Have you given up already? The defeated man's face, bruised and battered, speaks volumes, his silence heavy with unspoken pain. His captor presses on, his voice laced with a chilling curiosity. Why are you bastards doing things like this? What is it that makes you fight? The answer comes in the form of a confession, a chilling revelation about the organization behind the chaos. In a hospital room, a figure lies weak and vulnerable, tubes and monitors a stark reminder of his injuries. The interrogation continues, the weight of the question pressing down. So now, please tell me, what are the reasons behind the acts that is making you all want to do those? The aftermath unfolds, a fiery chaos consuming the city, sirens wail, a symphony of emergency response. A desperate demand echoes through the smoke and debris. Tell me. The antagonist's face, a mask of raw fury and defiance. His hands bound, yet his spirit unbroken. A struggle against confinement. He's dragged away, a blur of motion against the cold, hard ground. A brutal blow connects, sending him sprawling. Escape. A getaway vehicle speeds through the night, disappearing into the darkness. The interrogator presses, you talk as if you're not a member of the Emperor's division, you want to know the reason? A chilling response, because it feels so damn good. A twisted grin, a chilling admission of pure, unadulterated malice. It's thrilling, you dickhead. The unnamed antagonist, defeated but defiant, is being escorted. A gruff voice commands, great, move him in. Suddenly, a violent impact. The man slumps to the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, another figure speaks, let's get going, then. The driver, seemingly unfazed, casually asks, by the way, do you guys even provide a shuttle these days? His companion replies, yes, we do whatever the client wants as long as we get paid. The driver's eyes widen in surprise. He's clearly shocked by something. The passenger continues, oh, I see. Anyway, please go to the location that I informed you about earlier. The driver nods, all right, then. We'll start moving. A close-up on the driver's face, showing determination and a hint of grim resolve. "I'm here to save you, Hyung." A gate bursts open. A young man, carrying a young woman piggyback, sprints for his life. He pushes forward, muscles straining with the effort. But a sudden impact throws them both to the ground. A thud echoes through the street. A blur of motion. Something slams into the young man. Huff. Huff. He struggles to his feet, his breath ragged, the girl still in his arms. A furious shout cuts through the air. "I said, you don't need to give me that damn phone, dude." A new face appears, seething with rage. His eyes are locked on the young man. And the truth is revealed. Kim Nak-chan knew about the phone all along. The young man, face bloodied and bruised, clutches his phone. His eyes burn with determination. "Go and save him," he cries, his voice raw with urgency. "Save Kim Taek-sun." A desperate plea echoing in the silent streets. His gaze is fixed, unwavering. The weight of responsibility pressing down. As he makes a critical decision. Saving Taek-sun Hyung is paramount. The young man sits beside an unconscious woman on the sidewalk outside a restaurant. The city lights cast long shadows. It's been too long since he last heard from his friend. A phone displays an outgoing call to Kim Taek-sun. A missed connection, a growing unease. He thought the plan had succeeded, Mahari rescued, but Kim Nak-chan's words cast a shadow of doubt. Something went wrong during the return trip. He knows Taek-sun Hyung is a capable leader, yet this failure suggests a far more complex situation. A map on his phone reveals the route taken. The realization dawns, the alliance had a sophisticated plan, and it seems to have faltered. He needs to think. A trail of clues. Bikes fleeing Gosu Vocational High, and Gosu Vocational High is right here. The pieces begin to fall into place. The routes leading to the main highways. A chilling realization grips him. What would he have done if he were them? 3 figures fall, defeated. The young man carries a woman, escaping the chaos. A grim tableau of fallen foes. Their faces, contorted in death throes. The young man gasps for breath, his body battered, his face streaked with blood. The weight of the situation bears down on him. His mind races. Too few bodies. Did Taek-sun's men split up, he wonders, a knot of worry tightening in his gut. Another fallen enemy, a cruel smile frozen on his lips, a chilling reminder of the brutality of the fight. His eyes widen, fear and desperation etched onto his face. The weight of his friend's fate crushes him. He continues his desperate flight, carrying the unconscious woman. The sounds of battle still echo around them. But where could Taek-sun be? The question hangs heavy in the air. The young man's hope dwindles with each passing moment. He searches for clues, any sign, anything to guide him, but finds nothing. Despair begins to set in. His face, a mask of grim determination, yet haunted by the uncertainty of his friend's fate. A violent cough rocks the young man's body, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. He struggles to his feet, an unconscious woman draped over his shoulder, his escape is far from over. A fallen comrade lies groaning on the ground, another casualty of the raid. The young man urges his ally to wake up, time is running out. He learns the devastating news, Taek-sun has been captured, and a public execution is planned. Every detail of the plan is revealed, a chilling premonition of what's to come. The young man's resolve hardens, he will not let his captain face this alone. A brutal kick sends the informant sprawling, the young man's rage explodes. His eyes burn with fury, a desperate search for answers begins. He confronts the informant, demanding answers, but the truth remains elusive. This must be the spot. A grimy, urban back alley, the air thick with the smell of exhaust fumes and desperation. He's on the phone, a low growl rumbling in his chest, a change of plans, it seems. The weight of his situation crashes down, a bitter realization of his current predicament. A body lies sprawled on the ground, a stark contrast to the vibrant sunset, the casual brutality speaks volumes. A torrent of rage explodes, the past and present collide in a maelstrom of fury. The memories sting, a stark reminder of a life lost to the harsh realities of the present. He swings the weapon with brutal force, a desperate act of defiance against a cruel fate. A desperate struggle, the clash of steel echoes through the alley. The impact reverberates, a final blow, swift and decisive. Gasping for breath, the young man stands victorious, but weary. Desperation etched across his face, the young man confesses, "I couldn't think of any other way to save Take-sun faster than this." A red baseball cap lies discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the brutal fight that just transpired. The getaway unfolds under the cloak of night. A dark van speeds away from the scene, its headlights cutting through the darkness. He adjusts his cap, a grim determination hardening his features. The young man is far from unscathed. His hand becomes a blur as he grips the wheel, the van roars, leaving the chaos behind. The chilling confession echoes in the night, then, "I got angry and smashed the back of his head with a shovel." The van's occupants, their faces a mixture of shock and fear, stare at the young man. "You're such a psycho." Despite his victory, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. "Though I briefly looked at the tips on driving." The reality of his actions weighs heavily on him. His face is a mask of exhaustion and regret. "This is way more difficult than I expected." He drives on, his resolve wavering. "Since it's dangerous. I need to get to a road with the least number of people by." The van screeches around a corner, tires squealing, a desperate escape. Two figures in the back, their faces grim, shout at the driver. "Hey! You drive properly?" The young man at the wheel, his face bruised and bandaged, bites his lip. "Damn it!" He grips the wheel tighter, muttering an apology. "I'm sorry." In the back, the captive's eyes snap open. Hwang Cho-min. He's awake. He's barely conscious, but his gaze is sharp, focused. So he's sleeping. His head hangs low, exhaustion etched onto his face. The weight of the situation is crushing him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. "Hey, you!" The van speeds through a tunnel, the escape continuing. The tension is palpable. Kim Take-sun, his face bruised and bloodied, eyes narrowed in suspicion. "I'm not really sure, but why does your voice sound a little different?" Meanwhile, inside the van, the young man and Hwang Cho-min exchange a worried glance. The pursuers are closing in. A flicker of panic in their eyes as the reality of their situation sinks in. The young man's face is grim, determination etched into every line. He's fighting to keep them safe. Suddenly, a roar of fury. "I said stop the car, you dickhead." A monstrous hand explodes from the shadows, reaching for the van, a desperate grab for control. The young man slams the accelerator. The van lurches forward. Tires screaming as they narrowly avoid a catastrophic collision. The escape continues. The van speeds towards the Heihan tollgate, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the highway. A final, desperate push for freedom, a question mark hangs in the air. The van careens wildly, tires screeching as the young man fights for control, a desperate, breakneck escape. Bam! A brutal impact throws the young man against the dashboard. He groans, pain etched across his face. But he's not giving up. A flurry of fists and feet, a whirlwind of motion as he fights back against his pursuers. He lands a vicious blow, sending one attacker sprawling. "You better stop now before I kill you," he roars, eyes blazing with fury. The van roars back to life, a desperate bid for freedom, the engine screams as it accelerates away from the scene. The van hurtles through a dark tunnel, the only light coming from its headlights, a desperate race against time. Suddenly, a figure leaps from the shadows, aiming for the van's side door, a desperate attempt to stop the escape. The young man is cornered, his face bloodied and bruised. "You bastard, who sent you here?" he demands, his voice strained. His attacker, Kim Take-sun, his face grim, replies, "Is it the Emperor's division?" "It." Kim Take-sun's eyes, cold and calculating, pierce through the young man's battered form. A smirk playing on his lips as he delivers a cutting remark. You really thought I wouldn't notice the difference? The young man, defiant despite his injuries, spits out a threat. I'll beat you to death. Take-sun's gaze sharpens, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. An urgent announcement blares across the screen. Kim Take-sun, from the 4th Division, is being apprehended by the Alliance. The screen's message continues, a chilling command, assemble at the Gosu tunnel immediately. A final instruction echoes through the vehicle speakers, and do your best. The camera pans to reveal a long line of figures marching towards the tunnel entrance, their faces grim and determined. The Alliance's chilling declaration echoes, to exterminate our enemy. A grim determination hangs in the air. But Kim Take-sun, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, spits out a single word, idiot. The order is given. A roar erupts, kill him. A wave of shadowy figures surges forward, their faces contorted in rage. Their leader, eyes blazing, points a finger of deadly intent. And the young man is thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. The fight is far from over. He drives, the tunnel's cold light reflecting in his eyes, a chilling premonition hangs in the air. His face, a mask of grim determination, the weight of the world on his shoulders. A voice, sharp as a knife, cuts through the silence, you're already too late. A brutal close-up, a face contorted in pain, a hand grips his throat, the life draining from his eyes. The command echoes, a blood-curdling roar, kill him. A mob surges forward, a tide of violence. A finger points, unwavering, the target is clear. A blur of motion, a brutal clash, the fight begins. A dark tunnel, the air thick with tension, a lone figure stands defiant, facing a horde of enemies. The ambush explodes. A brutal flurry of blows, bodies crumple under the onslaught. One survivor, eyes wide with terror, his face a canvas of pain, the weight of defeat heavy on his shoulders. A chilling question hangs in the air, he lured them to a place that can be surrounded by the division. Huang Choman, observing from the shadows, a calculating glint in his eyes. Rage boils over. That son of a... Despair claws at him. I need to run away from the backside and... A long, dimly lit tunnel stretches ahead, the escape route, or a path to a deeper trap? A subtle tap, a silent warning. A figure emerges from the darkness, a cold, calculating gaze, a predator in the shadows. The protagonist, battered and bruised, his face a canvas of cuts and scrapes, eyes blazing with defiance. A desperate stand against overwhelming odds. Damn it! He grits, the sound swallowed by the echoing tunnel. Huang Kamen's ambush has left him reeling. He roars a challenge, his voice raw with pain and fury, come here, you bastards! You think I'm scared? The first blow lands with a bone-jarring buk. The protagonist's counterattack is a whirlwind of motion. A blur of fists and feet, sending his attackers sprawling. Another buk echoes through the tunnel as he sends another thug flying. He fights with the ferocity of a cornered beast, each strike precise and brutal. But they are too many. And the relentless assault takes its toll. A pained UGH escapes his lips as another blow connects, sending him reeling. He pushes through the pain, desperate to escape. He launches himself forward, a desperate lunge. A brutal buak of impact as he connects with another attacker, sending him crashing to the ground. But even this small victory is short-lived. The ambush explodes into brutal action. A flurry of fists and feet, the sounds of DUK and KEUK echoing through the night. Protagonist, battered but unbowed, unleashes a furious counterattack. You bastards! A brutal kick connects, sending one attacker sprawling, the impact a shockwave of motion. Another attacker goes down, a pained expression etched on his face as he crashes to the ground. The protagonist, despite his injuries, fights with a desperate ferocity. I'll kill you all. His blows are relentless, a whirlwind of fury. His face, bruised and bloodied, reflects the intensity of the battle, a grim determination in his eyes. You fools! A vicious uppercut connects, sending another thug flying, the fight is far from over. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the protagonist holds his ground. His words cut through the chaos, but in reality, you just had the numbers advantage. This isn't a game where you can score double on your own. The most important thing in a brawl like this is the number of troops. A moment of respite. A comrade rushes to his aid, untying him from the wreckage of the ambush. But even as help arrives, a new threat emerges from the shadows. The air crackles with anticipation as a menacing figure appears, his presence radiating palpable danger. DRAP. The protagonist explodes into action. A flurry of fists and feet, a whirlwind of motion against a tide of attackers. Die, screams one of Huang Kaman's men, but his words are swallowed by the impact of the protagonist's counterattack. Duff. The sound of bone-shattering echoes as the protagonist sends one thug flying. Brack. Bruck. Brack. More bodies crumple, each impact a testament to the protagonist's raw power. A grunt of pain escapes the protagonist's lips, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. Huang Kaman's thugs are falling like dominoes. Blood stains his jacket, a grim testament to the brutal exchange. His eyes burn with defiance. Huang Choman observes from the shadows, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Not just Park Sieka, you went after Kim Taek-sun on the same day? His voice drips with icy disdain. Hey, Alliance, you're too greedy, aren't you? The camera focuses on Huang Kaman's face, his eyes narrowed in a chilling glare. Even arrogance has its limits. Grr. A low growl rumbles in his chest, a prelude to something far more dangerous. Do you think the division is a joke? You fucking bastards. Book. 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 Another thug is sent sprawling, the impact echoing through the alleyway. The protagonist is relentless. The scene shifts. A new figure emerges from the darkness, his presence radiating menace. He watches the protagonist, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Taek-sun Hyun, the name hangs heavy in the air, a chilling prelude to the storm that's about to break. His eyes, narrowed and cold, speak volumes. Set, the word is a trigger, a signal for something brutal to begin. The protagonist, battered but defiant, clings to life. If you keep that up, he might actually die, a grim warning hangs over his fate. Huff. Huff. Damn. Each ragged breath is a testament to the brutal fight he's endured. The weight of his injuries is palpable. Let me just do it. Because these guys, they sent Park Sieka to his grave. Rage boils over, fueling a thirst for vengeance. A heavy boot descends, crushing the defeated foe beneath its weight. The finality of the action is brutal. Why are you angry? The question cuts through the haze of violence, seeking the root of the conflict. A cold, calculating response is about to follow. He was just a traitor. The cold words reveal a shocking truth, a betrayal that casts a dark shadow over the events. Park Sieka was attacked. And they called him a traitor? The revelation hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted in the heart of the observer. What the hell happened? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling uncertainty settling over the scene. He had to be dealt with anyway. A cold, calculated statement, devoid of emotion. The words echo the ruthlessness of the situation. Perhaps it's a good thing. But a tremor of doubt runs through the speaker's voice, a crack in their stoic facade. Good thing? The retort is sharp, laced with disbelief and a hint of rising fury. The tension ratchets up. The leader of Division 1's team got attacked by the Alliance. The revelation hits hard, a blow to their pride and authority. We also got a high-ranking official. This guy is the Alliance's number 3. The gravity of the situation intensifies, the stakes rising exponentially. That's not the problem. It's just not making any sense. A growing unease, a sense of something deeply wrong, permeates the scene. The engines roar, a symphony of power and menace. 3 figures on motorcycles speed through the night, their presence a harbinger of something ominous. Huang Kamen's eyes, wide with a haunted look, reflect the horror he's witnessed. A chilling testament to the brutal attack on Division 1. The weight of Park Sieka's death hangs heavy in the air. Lemus, his face etched with disbelief, struggles to comprehend the unfolding events. I can't wrap my head around this situation. His frustration boils over. Just why on earth? A guttural growl escapes Lemus's lips, a raw expression of his anger and confusion. The red dragon emblem on his jacket seems to pulse with a dark energy. While another figure, scarred and battered, stares blankly ahead, his mind reeling from the shock. The roar of engines. A squadron of motorcycles bursts into frame, a wave of black and chrome cutting through the gloom. Bringing reinforcements. Captain! We've come to escort you. The aftermath of a brutal clash at Gosu High School. The scene is littered with fallen bodies, a grim testament to the violence that has unfolded. The dust settles, a chilling silence hangs in the air. The problem has been solved, the text proclaims, but the grim faces of the gang members tell a different story. Team 2, fall back. The order rings out, sharp and decisive. The aftermath is brutal. 1/3 of Division Team 4 is incapacitated, along with half the forces from Daerim and Dunjang high schools. The cost of victory is steep. Division Team 1's Captain Park Sieka lies unconscious. Kwan Kyoldu, Alliance Number 3, is also down. The battle has left its mark. The situation concludes with a significant resolution, but the weight of the losses hangs heavy. A soft tap, a lone figure walks the city streets, the night air heavy with unspoken tension. Hyung, his shoulders slump, the weight of the world pressing down. The battle is over, but the war within rages on. His face, bruised and battered, reflects the chaos he's endured. Scolding himself for faking his injury. A text message arrives, shattering the quiet. Kim Nakshan, he almost died. The news hits him hard. Relief washes over him. Thank goodness, he's okay. But the lingering trauma remains. The city sprawls beneath a bruised twilight sky. Yeo Sangji's identity is now known. A chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, the situation grows dire. Park Sieka, Team 1 captain, lies unconscious. The absence of Huang Nuge compounds the crisis. A shattered phone screen reflects the devastation. It's all gone wrong. A single, reckless decision has unleashed chaos. A sigh escapes his lips, a testament to the weight of his burden. The young man, battered and bruised, is overwhelmed by regret. He had only wanted to fight back against injustice, but now, the consequences are far-reaching and devastating. The vast, dark expanse of water mirrors the despair in his heart. Death seems like a preferable alternative to facing the fallout. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Could this mean the complete destruction of Huang Nuge's diaries? Silhouetted against the city lights, he stands alone, a figure consumed by remorse. The weight of his actions crushes him. His face, a mask of grim determination. The unspoken question lingers, what secrets did those diaries hold? Amidst scattered papers and a yellow box, a grim scene unfolds. The mysterious figure sits surrounded by the remnants of Huang Nuge's work. A whirlwind of emotions. The wind howls, mirroring the turmoil within. A lone figure stands, silhouetted against a breathtaking, yet unsettling, sunset. The sky reflects the chaos within. Suddenly, a jarring impact. Book! A confrontation erupts in the city streets. A tense standoff unfolds. Hey, you son of a bitch. You're not gonna apologize for bumping into me? Eyes blazing with fury, a man's face contorted in rage. The tension is palpable. 3 years ago, a young Huang Nuge, only 17, penned his thoughts in his diary. Episode 67, Huang Nuge, 1. Strength. Calls for violence. Huang Nuge, a mountain of muscle, stands defiantly amidst a group of intimidated thugs. Bastard! He growls, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. which invites challenges. A voice cuts through the tension. Damn, you're that guy, right? The thugs whisper amongst themselves, their fear palpable. The one who dropped out after defeating Bei Jianghun, the strongest in Hojian High School. One thug nervously approaches Muj. Hey, look at his physique. Are you sure about this? His physique? Ha, that's all water muscles. It's gotta be worth something to fight him. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Swak, a thunderous blow connects. The impact. A thunderous blow sends his opponent sprawling. Dust explodes as Huang Muj unleashes his raw power, leaving him dazed and vulnerable. The alley is silent, save for the ragged breaths of the defeated thug. The street teems with life, a vibrant tapestry of neon signs and bustling crowds. But for Huang Muj, only the shadows matter. He's hunting. A swift, brutal strike. The thug crumples, a pained gasp escaping his lips. The wind whispers through the alley as Muj moves like a phantom. What did you say? He growls, his voice low and dangerous. The distance is no barrier to his wrath. Huang Muj, 17 years old. A storm brewing beneath a deceptively calm exterior. Three figures flee in terror, their silhouettes swallowed by the twilight. Muj's shadow looms large behind them. A silent predator stalking its prey. His grandmother, frail and alone, tends to her herbs. A stark contrast to the violence he just unleashed. Grandma, he calls out, his voice softening. A moment of vulnerability in the heart of the storm. A sigh escapes his lips. The weight of responsibility, the burden of protecting his family, it's heavy. Wounds decorate Huang Muj's face, a testament to a recent struggle. His eyes, filled with a heavy burden, reflect the weight of his responsibilities. The scene shifts to a bustling street corner, where two figures huddle together, their conversation laced with worry. I told you not to do this here, one exclaims, while the other replies, we still have the support funds coming. Muj's gaze hardens, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes, the memory of the fight still fresh. He walks through the city streets, his steps purposeful, a shadow looming in the distance. A hulking figure emerges from the gloom, his presence radiating menace. Hyung, Muj whispers, a hint of apprehension in his voice. A stark revelation, our parents are said to have disappeared after abandoning me and my little brother. Two students discuss skipping class to avoid the weight of their situation. Ah, shit. I don't feel like going through it, should we just skip class? One suggests, but the other replies, nah, I'll get scolded by mom. A heavy sigh escapes Muj's lips, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Should we just get scolded, then? The antagonist's cold words echo, because parents' existence is a curse that prevents us from being ourselves. To me, it's no different than an obstacle. A sudden, violent movement. Swoosh, a fist connects with something, the impact echoing through the panel. A lone figure stands defiant, a sneer playing on his lips. There are many people like that, he spits, the words laced with contempt. The impact. A brutal blow sends him sprawling. A flurry of fists and feet follows, a whirlwind of violence erupts in the city streets. The sounds of Buak and Bukbak echo through the alleyway. He fights with a ferocity born of desperation, each strike fueled by a burning need to prove himself. Constantly strive to prove their own path, the unspoken words hang heavy in the air. A hulking figure watches from afar, a predator observing its prey. His muscles ripple beneath his dark shirt, a silent promise of violence. The fight ends abruptly. Surrounded, the lone fighter collapses, defeated. Ugh. Three figures emerge from the shadows, their faces grim. Think you can take on the Taejun Alliance? The hulking figure speaks, his voice a low growl. Step on them. The scene shifts, revealing the true scope of the Taejun Alliance. Taejun Alliance. Recently, there have been many people calling themselves the Taejun Alliance. The defeated fighter groans in pain. Sorry, let's stop now. Today, I'll give you a special blessing, you bastard. Ha ha ha. The villain's laughter echoes as he prepares to strike. A sudden, swift movement. A flash of light. And then, a sickening splat. Huang Muj crumples to the ground, blood blooming on his forehead. He lies defeated in the city streets, the villain's goons watching from a distance. But even in defeat, his eyes burn with defiance. He's not finished. One of the goons speaks. You mentioned the Taejun alliance, right? What is that? The scene shifts to a tense standoff. Huang Muj stands alone, facing three imposing figures from the Taejun alliance. A goon sneers, "Ha! Who's this big guy again? You think being big is everything?" The tension ratchets up. Huang Muj's knuckles whiten as he clenches his fist. A swift, brutal counterattack. The impact is deafening. The clash. A brutal blow lands, sending a shockwave through the air. And Huang Muj is sent flying. He crashes into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. His face, a mask of pain and defiance. Blood trickles from a split lip. But his eyes burn with a fierce refusal to yield. He rises, ready to face his attackers again. The impact echoes, shrug, as he slams back down. This time, it's for good. One of the thugs sneers, "Don't make me repeat myself." His partner mutters, "Damn." Suddenly, a chilling question hangs in the air: what is the Taejun alliance? A new figure emerges from the shadows, his presence radiating menace. Who the hell is this guy? The newcomer's voice cuts through the silence. You seem like you're good at fighting, yet you don't know about the alliance? He presses his point. I mean, do you really not know? A figure cloaked in shadow, his back to us, stands before a crimson banner emblazoned with a powerful kanji. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A chilling revelation whispered by a subordinate: most of the tough high schoolers are under him now. The weight of that statement hangs heavy in the air. The name Wu Munwon is uttered, a question laced with both fear and a hint of something else, something darker. A close-up on a determined face. The words, it wasn't sympathy for those being bullied, it wasn't anger at the ones bullying them, it just rubbed him the wrong way. This isn't about justice, it's personal. Eyes blazing with cold fury, a single, unwavering demand: tell me where he is. The thread hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable: don't make me repeat myself. A tense confrontation unfolds. Two figures, one towering over the other, locked in a silent battle of wills. The words, the title of king, echo in the growing darkness, foreshadowing a clash of titans. A brutal impact. Boo! The sound of a devastating blow reverberates through the night. Blood splatters across the canvas. And a final, chilling confession: the ones who gave me instructions were at the bottom of the barrel. The mystery deepens. A brutal clash. Bodies fly as a powerful figure cuts through his opponents, taking down school leaders with swift, brutal efficiency. The fight continues. He moves like a whirlwind, a blur of motion. Even district leaders fall before his might. The final obstacle, alliance executives. The air crackles with anticipation. Zhreng. A thunderous blow lands. His foot comes down hard. Another foe defeated. A week of bloodshed culminates in this moment. The words echo in the silence. Ugh, in 3 days at XX Park, there's a general assembly, the head will be there. His target is in sight. Wu Munwon. The final confrontation draws near. A chilling smile. Sun Yum. The hunter is ready. Only one person can be king. After beating him to a pulp, I felt like I could finally prove my existence. It's a desire every man has. And the one who poured cold water on my excitement was: you're even dumber than I thought. A chilling realization dawns on Sun Yum. Invincible? The trap is sprung. It's a trap. You think you can beat Wu Munwon and come out alive? Humans are weak, they die even if just hit by a car. But what's even scarier than an oncoming car is tack. The impact of a devastating blow. Sanyum unleashes a devastating blow. The force of his strike is immense. But his opponent is ready. A blinding flash of light erupts as Sanyum is sent flying. Sanyum's eyes widen in disbelief. His invincibility shattered? Wu Manwan watches, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. His plan is working perfectly. A chilling revelation hangs in the air. A group, Huang Muge whispers, his voice laced with menace. The name Park Sieka is dropped, a name heavy with unspoken implications. A sense of dread washes over Huang Muge's face. The weight of this secret is almost unbearable. Let me tell you something interesting. Huang Muge declares, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to strike. His eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A bone-jarring shack echoes as a powerful blow connects. The ground cracks under the impact. Huang Muge launches himself forward, a blur of motion. His opponent is sent sprawling, a red X marking the spot where he crashed. A pained groan escapes his lips. Ugh! It's the first time someone has managed to grab my leg. Interesting. Huang Muge's eyes gleam with a newfound challenge. If you want to lecture me about something, you'll have to defeat me first, you arrogant fool. The challenge hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the man's surprisingly calm demeanor. His opponent observes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You really are, like a wild beast, huh? A slight smirk plays on the lips of the wild beast. I kind of predicted it, though, but I didn't come here to fight. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The wild beast lunges. A powerful strike connects. The impact echoes with a resounding SYUT. His adversary is sent reeling, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. Listen first to what I'm saying. Another blow lands, a heavy BUK punctuates the scene. The wild beast unleashes a devastating blow, sending his opponent flying. Dust and debris fill the air. A look of cold fury settles on his face. His eyes burn with intensity. Is that all your fist can do? A blur of motion. Huang Muge's fist explodes forward. The impact echoing with a bone-jarring swoosh. His opponent barely registers the blow before. Another devastating strike sends him reeling. A brutal display of power. His face contorted in pain, the man struggles to his feet. But Muge's cold sneer speaks volumes. That's my level. With a final, earth-shattering BUK, Muge delivers the finishing blow, sending his foe sprawling. The fight is over. A sickening SREK as bone cracks under the force. And with a final, contemptuous shut, Huang Muge ends the match. A brutal blow connects. Huang Muge's opponent is sent sprawling. The impact echoing through the night. I came here to make you a king, Huang Muge, the attacker shouts, defiance ringing in his voice. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and rage, the defeated man clenches his fists. Huang Muge stands before him, a shadow of a smile playing on his lips. Henning, he says, his voice low and dangerous. A king? The question hangs heavy in the air. And Huang Muge's opponent stares, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Yes, he spits out, the word laced with defiance. He'll make him the king of this area, but the sound of sirens pierces the night. The police arrive, their shouts echoing through the alleyway. Hey! Stop it! But Huang Muge barely glances at them. You? Don't talk nonsense. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanishes into the night. Huang Muge, battered but unbroken, spits on the ground. His eyes, narrowed with contempt, say it all, he doesn't need anyone's help. He dismisses his pursuer with a curt, go away. The air crackles with unspoken defiance. Days later, the scene shifts. The weight of his recent victory is palpable. A chilling whisper cuts through the night, Wu Manwan. the name echoes, a storm gathering on the horizon. The camera pans to reveal a powerful figure, Wu Manwan himself, radiating an aura of cold authority. The crowd roars, a sea of faces chanting his name. The Alliance General Assembly is in full swing. Wu Manwan surveys his growing power. The high schools in Taejun have joined the alliance, he states, but a shadow crosses his face. But it's still far from enough. What we want is much bigger. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Who are you? Ugh, damn it. A desperate plea echoes through the night. Wu Manwan. Surrounded, outnumbered, but not broken. He stands defiant, a lone warrior against a sea of enemies. Drip, drip, sweat mixes with the blood of his foes. The impact of his blows sends shockwaves through the crowd, a whirlwind of motion. One by one, they fall, each strike precise, brutal, and efficient. A cold gaze pierces the darkness. Meet me? The response is swift and chilling. Yes, that's him. With a sudden, deadly strike, he appears. There you are. A daring gambit. I jumped in alone. The final confrontation begins. Bodies fly through the air as a brutal display of power unfolds. Hwang Muj bursts into the alliance meeting. A whirlwind of motion, he cuts through the crowd of 300, executives included. The air crackles with tension as alarm shouts erupt. Who's that crazy person? Stop him. Muj's eyes gleam with a chilling confidence. Come at me, Wu Manwan, he dares, his voice echoing through the chaos. He moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as he approaches the chairman. Drap drap drap, the sound of his movements cuts through the air. A figure leaps to intercept him, enraged. How dare you? The impact. Bwag. A devastating blow sends the would-be attacker sprawling. Muj's counterattack is a blur of motion, a whirlwind of power. He unleashes a brutal strike, leaving his opponent stunned. Oh, Yuntak was defeated with a single blow? Panic spreads like wildfire. He's coming. Muj's eyes blaze with a cold fury, his power unleashed. He is a force of nature, unstoppable. Some called him reckless, but Hwang Muj knew his own strength. A cold confidence burned in his eyes. His opponent's eyes widen in terror, a chilling premonition of the storm about to break. The air crackles with anticipation, a brutal display of power is about to begin. A feeling, a certainty that he could crush any obstacle in his path. The impact. A devastating blow sends a shockwave through the air. Buak. One of Muj's foes groans in pain, his body crumpled on the ground, defeated. Impossible. Even with prior knowledge of the ambush, this was beyond comprehension. The sheer power is overwhelming. A single figure stands amidst the chaos, silhouetted against the moon. Is he a monster? Hwang Muj unleashes his full might, a whirlwind of destruction. His opponents, stunned by his overwhelming power, can only watch as their carefully laid plans crumble. I never expected you to attack 300 people alone. You really are stupid, huh? That's right. What's your name? The challenger approaches, his words dripping with malice. I finally stand before the king. Hwang Muj. The name echoes with the weight of his legend. Muj's eyes narrow. Why do you want to attack me? Is there something you want from me? A chilling response, no. I did it just because you were called king. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierces the night, Chairman. Watch out. That guy's totally lost it. Hwang Muj grits his teeth, the tension is palpable. A blur of motion, a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave. And Muj's eyes widen in surprise as he feels the full force of the attack. But even this unexpected assault cannot break him. He stands firm. A sudden, brutal attack. Hwang Muj barely manages to deflect the blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. His eyes narrowing as he assesses the attacker. Wu Manwan watches from the shadows, concern etched on his face. With this wild beast. The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. The question hangs heavy in the air, what should I do? A brutal confrontation looms. With this wild beast? The clash begins. A powerful blow is thrown. His eyes widen in disbelief, terror grips him as he realizes the extent of the damage. What the? A guttural cry escapes his lips, his body betrays him. Why can't I move my body? His opponent observes, a smirk playing on his lips. Looking at your expression, it seems like you've never experienced this before, huh? Blood drips from his mangled hands, a gruesome display of power. The impact of the blow is shown in the close-up of his face. A sickening crunch. Blag! The sound of a crushing blow echoes through the alleyway. A brutal blow. The muscular man's body is sent flying, a testament to the gray-haired man's overwhelming power. His opponent lies broken, defeated. The impact echoes in the silence. The gray-haired man stands over his fallen foe, his expression unreadable, a chilling display of dominance. Solid as a rock, he mutters, his knuckles cracking with barely contained power. The sound is almost as impactful as the blow itself. No one runs a marathon at full speed. Of course, because it's impossible. His words are a chilling commentary on his opponent's futile struggle. He taps his fingers, a subtle gesture that speaks volumes, a predator toying with its prey. Your body is already done for, but your brain can't comprehend it. The gray-haired man's voice is laced with a cold, clinical assessment. The defeated man's face is a mask of pain and disbelief, his eyes wide with dawning horror. A soldier charging in without realizing their consciousness is lost. You truly are an extraordinary monster. The gray-haired man's words are a chilling epitaph. He looks down at his opponent, a flicker of something akin to grudging respect in his eyes, a rare emotion for such a ruthless warrior. A defeated thug, his face a mask of pain, gasps for air. The victor's words echo, a chilling assessment, because most thugs wouldn't stand a chance against someone like you. A condescending smirk plays on the victor's lips. You must have thought you could defeat the kids without much effort, right? The scene shifts, revealing the brutal aftermath of the fight. Several bodies lie scattered on the ground, a grim testament to the victor's overwhelming power. But the victor's smugness falters. A figure emerges from the shadows, a red flag emblazoned with a powerful symbol held high. The air crackles with a newfound tension. This is no ordinary gang. The victor's arrogance is shattered. He looks up, fear flickering in his eyes. If those people unite, they can capture someone like you too. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. That's the true terror of the Alliance. Close up on the Alliance's flag, the symbol a stark reminder of their power. A symbol of unity, strength, and unwavering resolve. The victor's voice, laced with a chilling certainty, they're not afraid of any monster or beast. A cruel smile spreads across the Alliance leader's face. A smile that speaks volumes of their terrifying power and unwavering confidence. Even so, a glimmer of defiance remains in the victor's eyes. But it's quickly extinguished. Thunk, for caution's sake. It's better if I make it so you can't use your hands anymore, right? The gray-haired man's swift strike. A brutal blow connects. The sound of shattering bone echoes through the alleyway. Kratak. If you swear to work under me, I might just overlook this. The muscular man, defeated and bleeding, hisses, "You talk too much." The gray-haired man, unfazed, stands amidst the city's neon glow, his crimson flag held high. Stop talking nonsense. He moves with chilling efficiency, his words sharp and cold, just do it already. The defeated man's eyes blaze with furious defiance. Here like this, I might just finish you off. But the gray-haired man remains calm, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A quiet assessment. You're quite something. Well, actually, I never intended to overlook this. A chilling statement, delivered with a chilling calmness. The muscular man's face, a mask of barely contained rage. His eyes, narrowed slits of fury. A cold, calculated strategy is revealed. I learned that against people with strength beyond normal limits, rather than recruiting them, it's better to eliminate them. The gray-haired man's grip tightens, a sickening TUUK echoes as bone cracks under immense pressure. A brutal strike. The sound of shattering bone, KRAK, punctuates the scene as the muscular man is subdued. Suddenly, sirens wail. A wave of police officers bursts onto the scene, their faces grim, weapons drawn. Hey! What are you doing? The scene shifts. The gray-haired man melts into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of chaos and fallen bodies. A police officer shouts, "How dare they fight here? Catch them all!" The gray-haired man and his accomplice exchange a look. "I think it's better if we leave now, Manhwa. Damn, why did the police suddenly show up?" A commanding presence fills the panel. The muscular man in glasses, his face etched with grim determination, addresses his remaining underlings. His words a stark order amidst the chaos: block them with your bodies. A wave of desperate compliance. Their faces, bruised and bloodied, reflect a mixture of fear and obedience as they charge forward. A brutal collision of bodies. The impact sends a shockwave through the alleyway as the police officers clash with the remaining thugs. A flurry of fists and desperate struggles. The gray-haired man and his companion exchange a quick glance. The muscular man speaks, "Let's go. It could be troublesome if we get caught." But the gray-haired man is fixated on something else. His eyes narrow, a flicker of excitement in their depths. I can't miss the Mayweather fight." The muscular man lies defeated, his body battered and broken. A single word escapes the gray-haired man's lips: finally, he lost consciousness for real. A flashback reveals a past encounter. The gray-haired man reflects, he got lucky. That day, for the first time, I lost consciousness. Bang! The impact echoes, a brutal symphony of violence. The muscular man crumples, his face a canvas of crimson. He wakes up disoriented, dazed. Damn, what the hell? A cold calculation flickers in the eyes of the man with gray hair. "I thought there'd be some kind of plan," he observes, a hint of disappointment in his tone. But his adversary's recklessness is clear. "But I didn't expect you to just charge in like that." The gray-haired man's expression hardens. Deciding whether something is good or bad can be quite challenging. He addresses the defeated man with a chilling calm. "All right, now listen to me. It was tough bringing you here." The scene shifts to a panoramic vista, Mount Sikjang, a breathtaking nightscape of city lights sprawling beneath a star-studded sky. A sleek motorcycle rests nearby, a symbol of escape. The man with gray hair and the unconscious muscular man stand on a balcony overlooking the city. "Mount Sikjang. Did you save me?" The question hangs in the air, a silent scream of disbelief and dawning understanding. The police are dealing with troublesome thugs. So, it's convenient. A chillingly calm response, a calculated assessment of the situation. Grap. A hand clamps down, a sudden, brutal interruption. The air crackles with tension. "You're quite arrogant." The words are a low growl, laced with barely contained fury. Grr. The sound of strained muscles, of barely suppressed rage, a storm brewing. "But now, what do you want to do?" The question hangs heavy, a challenge issued from the depths of simmering resentment. "Whether you like it or not, what you did today will become a legend in the Taejin high school fighting scene. A prophecy, a declaration of infamy." Attacking an alliance meeting attended by 300 people alone, and standing in front of the alliance leader. The scale of his audacity is breathtaking. But when you try to attack the alliance leader, you failed. The weight of defeat crushes him. "I'll kill you." The muscular man roars, his rage a palpable force. The air crackles with unspoken threats. He lunges, a blur of motion, a brutal attack aimed at the man with gray hair. But the older man remains unfazed. You must be unsatisfied, huh? He sneers, his voice dripping with condescension. His words cut deeper than any blade. Because that's just how you are. All you have is a thirst for battle. The muscular man recoils, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. The impact of the truth hits him hard. The gray-haired man continues his relentless assault. I'm sure you'll never tell anyone what you did today, because you don't have the strength. A single word escapes the defeated man's lips. What? Look. The older man gestures towards the sprawling cityscape. A subtle shift in the narrative's focus. Do you see that light? Those countless windows, each a tiny spark in the vast darkness. And crush it with your fists. The challenge hangs heavy in the air. Even if a few lights shatter, the city will remain unharmed. A chilling statement, delivered with unnerving calm. Do you understand? That's the strength needed to be a king. The gray-haired man's words hang heavy in the air, a challenge and a promise. The strength that Wu Munwan has, but you don't. The muscular man's face, bruised and battered, reflects his defeat. A sprawling cityscape glitters beneath a star-studded sky. Taejun City, a stage for power and ambition. A subtle adjustment, a silent understanding passes between the two men. Are you telling me to create a force like the Taejun Alliance? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Yes. I think you have potential. You can become a king if you work with me. A proposition whispered with quiet confidence. When he accepts the help of, to be your friend. A hand outstretched, an offer of alliance. How about that? Interesting, isn't it? A knowing smile plays on the gray-haired man's lips. A firm handshake seals a pact, a new alliance is forged in the shadows. The muscular man, defeated but resolute, accepts help for the first time. A turning point. But doubts linger, two members are hardly an army. Who will join their ranks? Recruiting proves difficult, school thugs have already pledged allegiance elsewhere, a challenge arises. Yet, the gray-haired man remains unfazed, a sinister glint in his eyes. He knows just the man, a promising prospect. The scene shifts to a karaoke bar, a year younger than the other two, a formidable fighter known for taking down high school thugs. Typhoon, the open coin singer. A bottle shatters, a fight erupts, the sound of shattering glass and a furious yell. His opponent, enraged, challenges him, "How dare you sing along with the song I'm singing?" The question hangs in the air, is he a worthy addition to their ranks? Blood stains his face, a testament to a recent brutal encounter. The young man's back is turned, his fate hanging in the balance. A chilling declaration echoes through the dimly lit room, "We'll tame him." Tap, tap, a rhythmic sound echoes down the street. A young man in a school uniform walks with purpose, his expression unreadable. "Hey!" Someone calls out, breaking the quiet rhythm. He turns, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Are you thinking of going through this alley?" A question hangs in the air, laced with unspoken warning. "Yes, why?" He replies, a hint of defiance in his tone. His companion looks worried. "It's because my house is in this area." The words are barely a whisper, but the fear is palpable. This alley is the Mad Dog's territory. The name hangs heavy, a chilling revelation. The camera pans to Guman Market 2, a bustling marketplace under a bright sky. The market bustles with life, a stark contrast to the ominous alley. But the young man's unease remains. "Mad Dog? No problem." He smirks, a confident glint in his eyes. "I'm known as the dog tamer in Jeonju," he boasts. "There are no bad dogs in this world." "No, it's not an actual dog." His friend's voice trembles, revealing the true nature of the mad dog. A sudden, heavy thud echoes, "Grook," as a large figure crashes to the ground. The aftermath of the fight. A figure lies defeated, groaning. It's a human. The words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. A nearby onlooker smirks, "Yeah, he's a big troublemaker." The scene shifts. Three figures walk down a city street, their conversation revealing a dark secret. Those bastards from Yongil High School should all be killed. A chilling statement, met with chilling agreement. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Duak. The sound of impact echoes as one of the figures is sent flying. A brutal takedown, swift and decisive. From a distance, two more figures observe the scene, their expressions hardening. It seems you guys are good at fighting, huh? A sinister smile spreads across one of their faces. The final panel shows a close-up of the fallen figure, seething with rage. You bastard! The scene explodes into motion. Bodies fly as Kwak Jigon, a name whispered with fear, unleashes a flurry of blows. A whirlwind of fists and feet, leaving his opponents sprawled on the ground. It's said he defeated elementary school students as a toddler. His power is terrifying. A brutal uppercut sends one thug flying backwards. And the legend continues. Even in elementary school, he was taking down middle schoolers. The fight is a blur of motion. A rapid series of strikes. Tack. Grap. The sounds of impact echo through the alleyway. And now, in middle school, he's decimating high schoolers. The sheer brutality is shocking. He grabs his opponent, lifting him effortlessly. Then slams him into the ground with earth-shattering force. Croak. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. This is no ordinary fight, this is a display of raw, untamed power. A crazy fighting demon. That's what they call him. He is the Mad Dog. The text declares it, a chilling introduction to the menace that lurks in the shadows. But someone is about to interrupt his plans. A powerful fist shoots out, a blur of motion. And the Mad Dog is caught completely off guard. He hasn't even had a chance to react. The impact. A sickening thud as the Mad Dog is sent flying. Khuk, he cries out, the sound echoing the brutal force of the blow. Guman Market, also known as the Torture Market. The name itself speaks volumes. The fear is palpable, even the air seems heavy with dread. A constant tap-tap echoes in the background, a relentless rhythm of unease. The Mad Dog lies defeated, his body a testament to the schoolboy's overwhelming power. The schoolboy's friend watches, a mixture of awe and concern etched on his face. The aftermath. The schoolboy and his friend walk away, seemingly unfazed by the violence they just witnessed. Just so you know, I just saved your life, the friend remarks, a hint of understatement in his tone. Is it that bad? The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. The casual stroll of the two boys contrasts sharply with the grim reality of the torture market. A looming presence. A giant's foot descends, casting a long shadow over the unsuspecting crowd. The tension ratchets up, something big is coming. What a hassle! The words express weariness, a sense of being burdened by the weight of the world. The camera focuses on the back of a powerful figure, his silhouette hinting at a formidable presence. A piercing gaze, eyes narrowed in intense focus, the weight of the world rests on his shoulders. Episode 70, Huangju, 4. The city unfolds before us, a concrete jungle teeming with life, but our focus is on a lone figure, walking with purpose. He approaches a laundromat, its brightly lit sign a beacon in the urban sprawl, a place of mundane routine, yet it holds a secret. A tense reunion. Uncle. The sound of a familiar voice cuts through the air, a heavy door creaks open, revealing a man of imposing stature. Oh, Kwak Jigon. You came at the perfect time. Relief washes over the newcomer's face, a sense of urgency hangs in the air. A close-up on a worried face, the weight of expectation is palpable. Eyes wide with anticipation, a sinister grin spreading across his face, a predator senses its prey. A striking blue jacket, emblazoned with a fierce red dragon, a symbol of power and might. The dragon looks so ****ing manly. A burst of admiration, the jacket is more than just clothing, it's a statement. It's nice, right? How does it look? The question hangs in the air, a challenge and a boast rolled into one. A dragon embroidered on the back of a jacket. A symbol of power, subtly displayed. And the observer's eyes gleam with predatory intent. Good. You look more like a thug. The compliment is laced with something far more sinister. 10 million won. The price is steep, a reflection of the power it represents. That's so expensive. The buyer's shock is palpable. His eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. Something is amiss. A framed photo, a hidden detail, catches his attention. Who is that? It's my first time seeing that frame. A new mystery unfolds. The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation. Are those your sons, uncle? The photo is taken, the truth revealed. The frame is carefully placed down. Tack. The sound of keys hitting the table. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Yes. A hesitant response, a confession. Jigong's smirk widens, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. His uncle's response is a mixture of defensiveness and bravado, a carefully constructed facade. Caught off guard, Jigong's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. The uncle's words carry a subtle warning, a hint of underlying threat. The weight of family secrets presses down. Jigong's eyes narrow, his suspicion hardening into resolve. He won't be swayed. A tense silence stretches between them, the unspoken words hanging heavier than any threat. A door creaks open, a sudden interruption, a new presence enters the scene. Footsteps echo, deliberate and measured, someone is approaching. The scene shifts to a tailor shop, dimly lit and cluttered. Two figures stand in the shadows, their faces partially obscured. A silent greeting passes between them, a shared understanding, the air crackles with anticipation. It seems our welcome was unwelcome. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air. The air crackles with anticipation. A group of men in sharp suits stand poised, a silent threat radiating from their collective stillness. A city street, bustling with life, yet a shadow of unease falls upon it. Two sharp taps echo. Jigong walks with purpose, his every step measured. That kid. Kwok Jigong. The mysterious man's eyes narrow, his gaze following Jigong's every move. A hushed conversation unfolds in the shadows. You want me to go? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Yes. The reply is curt, decisive. A moment of hesitation, then, a change of heart. Forget it. I don't want to. Two figures walk side by side, their steps echoing the unspoken tension between them. I've never convinced anyone, it's troublesome. A sigh escapes, heavy with frustration. A guttural growl rips through the silence. GRRT. A face contorted in rage, marred by fresh wounds. You bastard, if this is just to mess with me. I'll beat you up badly. The threat is raw, visceral. A blade flashes. It's useless if I'm the one recruiting him. A strong organization comes from its leader. Most importantly, a beast must be tamed by a beast. If it's you, he'll definitely be impressed. Come to think of it, he called me a beast. Park Seon-ha. I'll kill him right off. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the street as a figure explodes through a storefront. Debris rains down, leaving behind a trail of destruction. A wounded man groans in pain. A piercing gaze cuts through the air. Someone is watching. Judging from his appearance, it seems he's the one. Are you Kwok Jigong? A hushed voice cuts through the tension. You can't just tell him to join. Kwok Jigong, battered and bruised, glares defiantly. The weight of his injuries is palpable. A stark contrast to the calm, almost amused expression of the mysterious figure who gave the order. Don't let him hate you. You must convince him, if you can. A chilling smile spreads across the face of the mysterious man as he approaches Jigong. I'm here to meet you. Jigong's eyes narrow, his fury barely contained. Don't bother me and get lost before I kill you, bastard. His rage explodes, a raw, visceral fury that speaks volumes. As he makes a desperate, reckless dash for freedom. The chase is on. A broken picture frame lies amidst the debris, a poignant reminder of what's at stake. This meeting with Kwak Jigong will shake his life to its core. Kwak Jigong's face is a mask of fury. His eyes burn with a desperate rage. I'll kill him, he snarls, the words a guttural growl. Engines roar. A blur of motion as he speeds through city streets. A sudden impact. The bike flips, sending him tumbling. He slams into the ground. Bastards in suits, who are they really? The question burns in his eyes, fueled by rage. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their faces grim. Finish up here, one of them sneers. We're going to the Daewadong warehouse, the other states, his voice cold and calculating. A hand grips the throttle, knuckles white with tension. Jute. Don't you dare die, uncle. A desperate plea echoes in the wind. Eyes blazing with defiance, he prepares for whatever comes next. The chase resumes. He accelerates, a red streak against the gray cityscape. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension, a warehouse, stark and cold, is our stage. A figure stumbles, his breath ragged. Ugh, how could? His attacker looms, a sneer twisting his lips. I gave you everything you wanted, why are you doing this? A brutal blow lands, the sound of buak echoing through the warehouse, the man crumples. The attacker, relentless, continues his assault. Getting rude. Brooke. A swift kick sends the victim sprawling, his body slams against a wooden crate. The attacker stands over his fallen foe, his voice dripping with contempt. You left without telling me that thing. The scene opens with a chilling accusation, you should have said it first. A man in a suit reveals a hidden device, a sinister plan unfolding beneath his calm exterior. He explains, so it can be eliminated perfectly. The camera focuses on the victim, his lifeblood staining his clothes as the killer continues, your existence, I mean. The killer justifies his actions, I was ordered to make you talk by any means necessary. So, don't hate me. A blade flashes, a swift, brutal movement, a desperate struggle ensues. The sound of screeching tires, njing. A vehicle speeds away, leaving chaos in its wake. The impact. Break. A body crashes to the ground, the fight continues. A furious roar, you bastard. A brutal counterattack begins. Gasping for air, ha? Cakewalk Jigong. The injured man struggles to comprehend. His attacker is enraged, why did you come here? You fool! A sneer twists the attacker's lips. I was kind because he's still a kid. Damn it! This time I will finish him off. But the attacker's smugness falters. Earlier, he fought alone in a small shop, but this is different. But now it's a different story, you bastard. The attacker's rage boils over. Bastard? This damn kid. The scene shifts. The attacker prepares for a counterattack. Then, with my warhorse in this spacious room. The roar of an engine fills the air. What have you been saying? Come here. The motorcycle explodes into action. Even for a gang member, this is insane. Even if it's a gang member. A blur of motion. The motorcycle becomes a weapon. Croak, the impact sends a shockwave. And leaves the attacker reeling. He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. I will finish them all. The other attackers watch in disbelief. How can he use his motorcycle like that? One attacker tries to regain his composure. No need to panic. We'll make sure he can't show off his skills. A dark alley, the scene is set. A lone figure is surrounded. by a pack of ruthless attackers. Their faces are grim, their intentions clear. Despite the danger, a chilling smirk plays on the victim's lips. "Oh, you guys are quite clever," he taunts, his eyes gleaming with defiance. But the smirk fades as a warning is issued. "Ha, you're smiling? Do you not know fear? Let's see if you can still smile like that in a moment." Panic sets in. Kwak Jigong. Run. This is no joke. You could really die. But escape is not an option. There's a chilling realization, there's someone even scarier above them. He grits his teeth, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze. "Don't joke, uncle. If I run now, I'll be ashamed of the dragon on my back. That's why." With a guttural growl, he unleashes his fury. The engine roars to life, grep. A blur of motion, a screech of tires, chit, he's gone, leaving his attackers in the dust. The nephew, defiant, grips the throttle of his motorcycle. "I won't run away like a coward." The engine roars, srraak. A cloud of tire smoke explodes behind him as he accelerates, leaving his pursuers momentarily blinded. One attacker coughs, eyes watering. This smoke. Did he create a smokescreen using his motorcycle tire? Another attacker scoffs. This is just a small trick, everyone, be alert. But the smoke is disorienting. Their vision is obscured. We don't know where he will pop out from. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A swift, brutal attack erupts from the smoke. The sound of a fist connecting, swat. One attacker is sent flying. Another attacker, enraged, screams, "I'll kill all of you." The nephew's counterattack is relentless. Break! The impact sends a shockwave through the air. More blows land, buk. A final, devastating blow, buak. The attacker crumples to the ground. Bwack! The impact of the attack reverberates, a brutal blow that leaves its mark. Tap! A cloud of smoke erupts as the nephew's motorcycle maneuvers, a strategic retreat. Jeng! Through the haze, one of the attackers staggers, wounded and disoriented. "Hey, uncle!" A desperate call cuts through the chaos. The nephew's voice, a lifeline in the smoke-filled air. "Who are you really? It seems you have an unusual past." The attacker, weakened but defiant, questions the nephew's identity. "Have you won?" "Wait, this place." The attacker's eyes widen in disbelief as he takes in his surroundings. Svat! A sudden, swift movement. A blur of steel. The uncle's eyes widen in terror as he witnesses the final blow. Jijigong, watch out! A desperate warning, too late. What? The attacker's last moments, filled with confusion and disbelief. The attacker swings his bat with brutal force. A devastating blow connects, sending his opponent sprawling. "You damn bastard! You've messed everything up," roars the attacker, his face contorted with rage. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Another attacker groans in pain, his body battered and bleeding. "Ugh, damn! There's still more," he gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. A swift kick connects with bone-jarring impact. Duak. The sound echoes as another attacker is sent flying. "Our place is right next to here. The people you beat up are my comrades, you bastard." A chilling declaration from a new foe. "Crush this arrogant bastard." The command is given, and the remaining attackers surge forward in a coordinated assault. Book book. The sounds of blows landing are relentless. The relentless barrage continues. Book book book. Each impact sends tremors through the ground. Die! You fucking bastard! The final blow lands, leaving the attacker broken and defeated. He breathes heavily, his body aching. Why? The sheer exhaustion is evident. "They're different from the people I met on the street. Even if they're in the same group, their level is different. So, can I not win? Doubt creeps into his mind. Grrrrrrt. His eyes blaze with furious defiance, a primal scream trapped behind gritted teeth. Can't I win? The question echoes the desperate struggle within. Move. The nephew explodes into motion, a blur of fists and feet. Duak. The sound of bone cracking punctuates the air as he sends one attacker flying. Another attacker goes down, a crimson spray painting the scene. The nephew's relentless assault is a whirlwind of brutal efficiency. I have no business with you. A defeated grunt escapes the attacker's lips as he crumples to the ground, his fight extinguished. The impact sends a shockwave through the alleyway. Brock! Another body hits the ground, the fight seemingly over. Who is that? The surviving attackers stare in disbelief, fear creeping into their eyes. Is he his? The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. His eyes, narrowed and cold, betray a chilling resolve. The nephew stands amidst the carnage, his victory stained with blood. Down 2. The final attacker falls, his body crumpling under the nephew's relentless assault. DRAP. DRAP. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echo in the silence. Isn't that the guy I saw at the market earlier? A bystander watches the aftermath, a mixture of shock and recognition in their eyes. A fist, clenched tight, veins bulging with barely contained power, the very air crackles with anticipation. I have no business with you. The words hang in the air, a defiant challenge before the storm. The nephew explodes into motion. A blur of fists and bone-jarring impacts. BRUK echoes through the alleyway as bodies are sent flying. Another brutal strike connects, sending another attacker sprawling. The sheer force of each blow is terrifying. The nephew stands amidst the carnage, panting slightly, blood splattered across his face. A grim smile plays on his lips. Do punches really make that kind of sound, he muses, a hint of disbelief in his voice. One last attacker collapses with a metallic drang, silence descends upon the scene. He stands victorious, his back to us, a silhouette against the debris and shadows, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. Another body lies still, a final, defeated sigh escaping his lips. A soft tap-tap sound punctuates the silence. The nephew and a new character meet, eyes locked in a silent confrontation, the air thick with unspoken tension. Ragu. A name hissed, a breath of defiance before the storm. Kwak Jigong. Watch out. The warning comes too late. A brutal blow lands, the impact echoing in the very air. The attacker reels. I'll kill you. Rage fuels the desperate counterattack. But it's met with overwhelming force. Screech. The sound of bone shattering. Damn it. A grunt of pain, a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Bravak. Another attacker falls, his body crumpling to the ground. Gee. You took longer than I thought, Huang Nuge. A voice, cold and calculating, cuts through the chaos. What about Kwak Jigong? The question hangs heavy in the air. Forget about him. Middle school kids can't be relied on. A dismissive wave of the hand, a chilling disregard for the fallen. Kwak Jigong, his eyes narrowed, confronts his pursuer. Why are you following me? He demands, a hint of suspicion in his voice. The other man, his face obscured by shadow, responds with chilling calm, I told you, didn't I? His words hang heavy in the air, a prelude to violence. Beasts can only be tamed by beasts. The finality of his statement is punctuated by a guttural roar. A desperate plea echoes through the city streets. Please accept me as your underling. Doubt clouds the faces of the two onlookers. He's not been hit enough, huh? Wait, Huang Nuge. One of them, Huang Nuge, speaks, his voice calm amidst the tension. Let's hear him out first. The other man's skepticism is palpable. Your reason for wanting to become his underling? It wasn't too pleasant. The desperate man's response is blunt, raw, and revealing. It's simple. Because this is the first time I've seen a punch like that. His words hang in the air, a justification born of awe and fear. It's only natural for a man to crave power, right? His face, bruised and battered, reflects a chilling determination. Do you need any other reason? Huang Muj observes, his expression unreadable, a silent assessment of the situation. A tense meeting unfolds. The air crackles with unspoken threats. A proposition is made, a new alliance to overthrow the Taejun alliance and crown Huang Muj as king. The commitment is clear, this isn't a game. Destruction is the goal. A stark warning, daily battles are expected. This is no casual undertaking. The recruiter's gaze pierces the desperate man's soul, a challenge to rise above simple thuggery. A desperate man's worry is palpable. His face reflects the weight of the coming conflict. A chilling confession, I'm afraid you'll like me too much. The intensity is overwhelming. The pieces are moving into place. This new alliance begins with 3. A sprawling metropolis stretches out beneath them, a glittering tapestry of light against the night, a target ripe for the taking. The Taejun Alliance. The very name hangs heavy in the air, a symbol of power and oppression. A tense discussion unfolds. How about we use a name for the organization like the Taejun Alliance? But another voice cuts through the air, a suggestion that carries a hint of arrogance, the new king of Taejun. Muj Hyun's army. How about that? The proposal is met with immediate pushback. No. The alliance calls Woo Munwon the king of Taejun. A counter-argument is raised, if we use king's army, it sounds like one of their troops. The suggestion is deemed terrible. The weight of expectation hangs heavy. A new name is proposed, Fire Dragons. But even that is met with immediate disapproval. A figure stands silhouetted against a brilliant, golden light, a silent observer of the unfolding events. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken ambition, Emperor. The plan solidifies. We'll use the Emperor's division. The decision echoes with the weight of a coming storm. A silent promise of power, reflected in the steely gaze of a man whose muscles ripple beneath his simple shirt. 3 figures stand poised, a tableau of calculated strength. If Woo Munwon is the king, you want to be the emperor, huh? It seems like you really want to beat him. A new chapter begins. Since the name is decided, now there's something we need to do. A promise of action, a plan set in motion. I've prepared something for you, let's go together. A quick cut to a bustling city street. How is it, boss? The sound of precise tailoring, a J&G, echoes through the shop, the creation of something special. A meticulous design, born from both skill and ambition. I designed it myself and asked an expert at Guman Market. In other words, this is the Kwak Jigang Special Edition. The final piece falls into place. Zhreng. The Emperor's Division uniform is complete. A critical gaze sweeps across the new Emperor's Division uniform, the intricate red dragon emblem a stark symbol of power. Not bad, the designer beams, pride evident in his every line. His best work yet, he boasts. How much does this one cost? 10 million? The question hangs in the air, anticipation palpable. 30 million won, I was going to say that, but because I owe you, it's free. The designer's generosity is as unexpected as it is impactful. Oh, awesome, huh? In that case, we're leaving, they exclaim, their relief palpable as they prepare to depart. Yeah, hurry up and go. No one else will come if you're here. The urgency in their voices is clear, a sense of danger lurking just beneath the surface. Uncle, after that, there were no more problems, right? The question hangs heavy with unspoken anxieties. Just a little misunderstanding at my previous workplace. The designer's explanation is brief, yet it hints at a larger, unresolved conflict. Is that so? Thank goodness. I'm leaving now, they say, relief washing over them as they finally depart. Hurry up and go, you fool, the designer urges, a hint of impatience in his voice as he watches them leave. 3 figures, backs to us, stand in an alleyway. The shadows lengthen, hinting at the late hour, each clad in identical jackets, emblazoned with a fierce, crimson dragon. One turns, a chuckle rumbling in his chest. Ah, seriously, still a long way to go to be a good adult. A weary plea echoes in the silence. Please. A sly smile plays on the lips of another, a glint in his eye, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The final member offers a curt farewell. Take care. The 3 stride confidently, their new uniforms gleaming under the dim light, a symbol of their newfound power. A flurry of motion, fists flying, bodies colliding, the sound of impact echoes through the narrow streets. The dust settles, revealing a scene of carnage. The Emperor's division stands triumphant, their enemies scattered. Their legend grows with each victory, the greater their power, the more their reputation spreads. Shadows lengthen as the Emperor's division, victorious, moves through the city. A stark reminder of their humble beginnings, just 3 men. But their ranks have swelled, their numbers multiplied. From a small band of warriors to a force that rivals the might of the Taejun alliance. The clash of steel echoes. A brutal symphony of battle. The ground trembles under the weight of their combined might. Engines roar. A wave of steel and fury descends upon the city. Hwang Nuge leads the charge. His gaze unwavering, his resolve absolute. Their strength is undeniable. A testament to their unwavering spirit and relentless fighting. A report comes in. The president's eyes narrow as he listens intently. The scene is eerily quiet. Only the bodies of fallen foes remain, a testament to the Emperor's division's brutal efficiency. The president hangs up, a grim expression settling on his face. He's clearly surprised by Hwang Nuge's rapid growth. A powerful figure sits in his opulent throne room, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. A sudden, sharp crack shatters the silence. The glass explodes in his hand, revealing a face contorted in barely controlled rage. Hwang Nuge, he will face him. The sound of shattering glass. A fist, crimson with blood, smashes a bottle to pieces. A toast is raised in a dimly lit room. Now! Raise your drinks, you bastards, the voice booms, echoing the bravado in the air. The Emperor's division roars its approval. The division will win, they chant, a unified force brimming with confidence. Their resolve is absolute. We will destroy the alliance, the words hang heavy with the promise of violence. The celebration continues, fueled by alcohol and ambition. Drink to your heart's content, one of the leaders bellows. A quiet question cuts through the boisterous atmosphere. Is Seok-hyun not coming again? One of the leaders scoffs. This is just a drinking and playing event. It's up to him if he wants to join or not. His tone is dismissive, but a flicker of unease crosses his face. The other leader's concern is more pronounced. No chance to get closer to him, huh? He's always absent at events like this. A subtle shift in the conversation. Oh, really? A thoughtful pause. I never thought about that. Come to think of it, Hyun, wasn't it Seok-hyun who suggested forming the division? A shadow falls across his face, a frown etching itself into his features. The weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He should be responsible and join every event, right? The words hang in the air, unspoken accusations. Frustration boils over. What's the point of creating this group if he's always absent? The question echoes the unspoken anxieties of the group. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face. He must have his own reasons. A subtle shift in tone, a hint of uncertainty. A contemplative pause? Now that I think about it, I never heard his goal. The words reveal a deeper unease. A growing sense of unease. Even though I've been with him from the start, I never knew his true intentions. The revelation hangs heavy in the silence. The scene shifts. A tense atmosphere hangs in the night air. And then I lit a lighter. A sudden, unexpected action. A challenge issued, a confrontation brewing. Enough, stop it, you're noisy. The words are sharp, silencing the other. Confusion and alarm. Ha? The question is a gasp of surprise. A desperate plea. Wait, Hyung. Stop. The words are laced with urgency. Shadows lengthen in a back alley, the air thick with unspoken tension. Two figures stand, their faces grim, a silent conversation passing between them. Why is Park Seaka with Woo? The question hangs heavy, a chilling revelation. A tense standoff. Two powerful presences lock eyes, the weight of suspicion palpable. The air crackles with anticipation. I feel honored. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. Woo Mun-won, a name whispered with respect, has personally recruited him. A tense silence stretches between the two men, anticipation thick as the air itself. Park Seaka, the recruiter, speaks, his words sharp and precise. I know you are the biggest contributor to the division's expansion. I assess your ability to be quite high. The question hangs in the air, a challenge. What did you get from Hwang Muj as a reward? Money? Women? A dismissive glance, a subtle shake of the head. He doesn't care for such things. Seaka's smile is predatory, a promise, whatever it is, I will give you twice as much. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Twice as much, huh? The offer is tempting, undeniably attractive, but suspicion lingers. Park Seaka, a picture of chilling amusement, lets out a low chuckle. Ha ha. Of course. His words drip with a calculated confidence, a subtle threat underlying his offer. The protagonist's face is a mask of simmering resentment. That bastard. He flatly rejects the offer, his voice laced with defiance. Too bad, but I don't want to be your subordinate. Seaka's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise giving way to something colder. The tension ratchets up. Seaka's voice is sharp, cutting. You're too slow. If you could control Taejun faster, maybe the Emperor's division wouldn't have formed. The protagonist's resolve hardens. His counteroffer is clear, his ambition burning bright. Sorry, but I want to see a war to unify Taejun soon. I want to see all the fighters here bowing to one person. I feel that will happen much faster with Hwang Muj. Seaka's laughter rings out, sharp and cruel. Ha 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 ha. You say I'm slow? The alliance has only been around for half a year. Seaka's tone shifts, becoming dismissive. Let's pretend this meeting never happened. I don't know why you care so much about speed, but if you're this hasty, the division's destruction. The final panel shows a close-up of both faces, the tension palpable. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Seaka's words hang heavy, a challenge, a dismissal, all in one. A city skyline looms, dark and ominous, a backdrop to the unfolding drama. Two figures move with lethal grace, shadows stretching long in the night, a silent promise of violence. A heated exchange. One man's defiance, the other's cold certainty. No. The protagonist's gaze is fixed, unwavering, his ambition burning bright. It's not Woon Mun-won I want to defeat, but the one who leads the alliance. A crimson flag unfurls, a symbol of power and might. The protagonist lies defeated, his body a testament to the brutal fight, but his spirit remains unbroken. His words echo with chilling resolve. True victory is when my division can tear the alliance apart. A close-up on the protagonist's face, his expression a mask of steely determination. He will not be swayed. His subordinate's awe is palpable. Wow. The boss is a real man. The air crackles with anticipation. Hwang Muj, his heart pounding, whispers, I've been waiting for this day. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the night air. As his subordinate, a cigarette dangling from his lips, calmly observes, starting from 3 people, we finally reached this point. How do you feel, Huang Nuge? Huang Nuge's response is a quiet, almost imperceptible, I don't know. It's not too bad. A sea of faces, hundreds strong, stands before him, a silent army. A collective breath is held, the weight of expectation is almost tangible. And then, a sharp, decisive command cuts through the stillness. All members of the Emperor's division, listen carefully. Huang Nuge's voice booms, carrying the weight of a declaration, starting from now, we will go to all-out war against the Alliance. A roar erupts from the assembled troops, a wave of raw power and unwavering determination. The ground trembles beneath their collective might, a storm is brewing. Huang Nuge stands defiant at the head of his army, a storm gathering in his eyes, his troops, a sea of dark uniforms, stretch out behind him, ready to unleash hell. Victory is theirs. The enemy's banner falls as Huang Nuge's forces claim their territory. A brutal display of power leaves the enemy scattered and broken on the ground. The captured territory burns with the fiery spirit of conquest. Huang Nuge's forces stand tall, their flags waving in the wind. And with terrifying speed, they expand their control, claiming 70% of Taejun's territory. But the celebration is short-lived. A chilling warning cuts through the air, Alliance reinforcements have arrived. The ground trembles with the impact as the reinforcements crash into the fray, a desperate battle erupts. A soldier cries out in pain, where did the reinforcements come from? The answer is terrifying, there are quite a lot of them, about 60 people. Panic sets in. Shit. They keep coming like cockroaches. Don't you have a strategy, bro? Huang Nuge, battered but unbowed, grits his teeth. His eyes burn with grim determination, a stark contrast to the exhaustion etched onto his face. Suddenly, a wave of fresh reinforcements crashes into the fray. Sorry to interrupt your fun, bastards, roars a new voice, as a fresh horde of thugs surges forward. DRAP. 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 Nuge's subordinate, his face a mask of despair, whispers, damn it, our members are already injured from the series of battles. We must retreat first. The ground trembles. A devastating blow shatters the pavement, Brook. The enemy's advance is relentless. Their faces are grim, their eyes burning with hatred. Each one a testament to the brutal efficiency of their leader. One of Nuge's men questions the retreat. Bro, why should we retreat? He shouts, defiance flickering in his eyes. But another soldier reminds him, did you forget? We have the boss, don't we? The scene explodes into a whirlwind of motion. Bodies fly as Huang Nuge's unseen superior unleashes a brutal display of power. Boo! A scream cuts through the air, arg. Thanks to Huang Nuge, their formation is broken, but he's not a strategist. His strength is raw, instinctual power. A brutal blow. His opponent is sent sprawling. The cry of victory rings out. Boss, the boss broke through the rear lines. We can win. Now. Surround them again. The order is given, and the encirclement begins anew. But even outnumbered, a chilling feeling of dread washes over them. What is this? Even though we have more numbers, why does it feel like we are the ones being surrounded? A desperate roar. Those bastards. Push them back by any means necessary. The earth trembles. Book. Huang Nuge arrives, and the tide turns with his presence alone. He's a force of nature. Witnessing his unmatched strength, and that presence that can change the situation. It feels like a lion's roar echoes in their hearts. The raw power of a predator unleashed. Wu Manhwa, battered but defiant, glares. He spits out the words, "You said I was in a hurry, right?" His opponent's cold reply echoes, "Too bad." The scene explodes. A thunderous bruk as bodies are thrown aside like ragdolls. Huang Nuge stands amidst the carnage, a mountain of muscle and fury. His chilling declaration hangs in the air, my calculation wasn't wrong. Wu Manhwa's subordinate, eyes wide with fear and awe, whispers, ugh. The boss is on a different level. Could the unification of Taejun be right in front of us? Wu Manhwa, his back turned, grimly affirms, that will definitely happen. A tense silence descends. 3 sharp taps. A new presence arrives. The newcomer, a figure of immense power, demands, why isn't anyone speaking? His gaze sweeps across the fallen men, his subordinates cowering before him. He repeats, answer me, A chorus of apologies rings out, echoing through the dimly lit warehouse. We're sorry, President, they cry, their voices laced with fear. But the president isn't appeased. Sorry. Sorry, you say, he growls, his voice dripping with barely contained rage. He stands before them, a mountain of muscle and barely controlled fury, his shadow looming large over the cowering men. With a roar, the president unleashes his fury. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of crimson. A devastating blow lands, sending one of the men sprawling. That's not the answer I want, he bellows. The president's fist becomes a projectile, a blur of motion, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. His attack is a brutal dance of destruction, each strike precise and merciless, bodies fly like ragdolls as the president's rage consumes him. One by one, they fall, their pleas for mercy lost in the cacophony of violence. A single, pained groan escapes the lips of a fallen man. His face contorted in agony, he whispers, what I want is, his voice barely audible above the sounds of his own suffering. The president's eyes burn with cold fury, his expression unreadable, a chilling silence descends. A palpable tension hangs over Wu Manhwa's remaining forces, each man's face etched with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Calm down, President. Right now, we can't afford to lose a single member, a desperate plea, but the president remains unmoved. Suddenly, a hand rises from the ranks, a silent challenge amidst the growing unease. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, a chillingly calm voice cuts through the tension, a sinister smile playing on the newcomer's lips. The president's eyes narrow in confusion, who is this unexpected intruder? Ha? Did we have a member like that? The question hangs in the air, disbelief etched on the president's face. The newcomer steps forward, his presence filling the room, a towering figure of immense power. Who are you? The question is barely a whisper. The newcomer looms over the president, his shadow swallowing the smaller man whole, a stark display of dominance. A silent question hangs in the air, does the president know about this powerful newcomer? The answer comes in a chillingly calm response, it takes various roles in a war. Fear grips the remaining soldiers, whispers of dread spreading like wildfire. I don't know, but he'll probably die soon. Huang Yu's superior, a figure of immense power, speaks. His words carry the weight of command, and we need generals to manage them on the front lines. His gaze is intense, unwavering. He continues, his voice measured and deliberate, the most important role is the king who leads everyone. A dramatic shift in tone. The background explodes into a crimson swirl, mirroring the intensity of the question posed. So, who is the most important to a king? The question hangs heavy in the air. Troops? Generals? No. The answer is far more subtle, far more crucial. A king needs someone to help him make the right decisions, to plan the war situation with accurate assessments and handling. That person is? The answer is revealed, a strategist, a master of the game of Go, carefully placing his pieces on the board. The game, a metaphor for war itself. But that role doesn't exist in the alliance yet. A significant obstacle, a void that needs filling. Yeo Sangjae steps forward, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He offers a solution, a bold proposition, allow me to fill that role. His determination is unwavering. I will definitely turn this situation around, as long as the president listens to my words from now on. The air crackles with tension. A young man stands before a towering figure, his advisor, or so he thought. Advisor, he whispers, a tremor in his voice. The advisor's face hardens. Who does he think he is, saying such things? He must be out of his mind. Nonsense. His gaze drops to the floor, a chilling premonition settling in his gut. Grr. A hand clamps down on his throat, a vice-like grip. Pain explodes in his chest. The advisor's voice cuts through the agony. Speak the truth. How did you manage to sneak in? A cruel smirk spreads across the young man's face. Ugh, it seems you're upset because I infiltrated here, huh? If that's the case, you'll be even more upset to know that there's a spy from the division here. The advisor's eyes widen in shock. What? Kim Chulin. A name whispered among the shadows, a first-year student at Wonsan High, recently recruited. His face, a mask of barely contained fury, surrounded by figures cloaked in an air of menace. An unsettling revelation. He's not just a student, he's also a pawn in Park Siaka's game, a member of Division Team 1. The advisor's eyes widen, disbelief etched onto his features. What nonsense is this? Chulin's defiance is palpable, a desperate denial hangs in the air. I have no ties whatsoever with the division. The advisor's suspicion deepens. We'll see about that. Hand over your phone. His reaction, suspicious. The order is given. A sudden, violent grab. The spy's desperate struggle is cut short. The advisor's gaze hardens. The phone is secured. Set. And the truth is revealed. The voice recorder is on. The evidence is undeniable. The advisor's words hang heavy in the air. A damning call history with Park Siaka confirms our suspicions. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A thunderous DUK echoes as Park Siaka is tackled by a squad of officers, the impact sending a shockwave through the room. The advisor's face hardens. Drag him out and interrogate him. His voice is cold, unwavering, a chilling determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, a smirk plays on Siam's lips, a chilling confidence as he anticipates the fallout. Huang Mu's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Incredible. The sound of approaching footsteps. Jang. A tense silence hangs as Huang Mu's forces prepare for an ambush. A sea of faces, a silent army. You plan to attack me? Huang Mu's voice cuts through the stillness. Siam's laughter echoes, a cruel symphony of impending conflict. Ha, it seems the alliance is tired of being on the defensive. Still, they have the audacity to enter the heart of the enemy camp? A chilling smirk spreads across his face. For whatever reason, I feel very annoyed. The air crackles with unspoken menace. And with a guttural roar, his forces surge forward. A wave of dark energy washes over them as they charge, a whirlwind of fists and fury. The advisor leans back, a calculating glint in his eye. Attacking Huang Mu with just 30 men? In a dimly lit office, maps spread across the table, the advisor and his subordinate discuss strategy. Indeed. We can't capture him with that few people. The subordinate, his brow furrowed in thought, carefully moves a chess piece. A subtle shift in the game's dynamics. Reveals a hidden agenda. I have a different target. The true objective is unveiled. The scene shifts to a bustling pool hall. A figure, sharp and focused, lines up his shot. The click of the cue ball breaks the silence. How many people came? The question hangs heavy in the air. About 30. The answer is delivered with a grim determination. 30 people? A leader rallies his troops. All members of Team 1 are gathered. Let's move out. A tense exchange unfolds in the shadows. The advisor's voice is low, a stark contrast to the gravity of his words. No. Park Siaka is highly suspicious. A chess piece, a rook, stands alone, bathed in a single shaft of light, a symbol of the strategic game unfolding. The advisor's plan is revealed. This is a diversion by the Alliance. No, we won't make a move. A quiet determination hangs in the air. Let's stay alert and find out what the Alliance's true intention is. A subtle shift in focus. Doubt flickers across the advisor's face, but he masks it quickly. Would that be okay? His response is curt, almost dismissive. It's fine. Rather than thinking about that, the order is given. Engines roar to life. Contact Team 2 immediately. A grim determination sets in. The mad dog will be different. The advisor confirms, his voice tight with purpose. That's right. The focus shifts to a clandestine phone call. The target of this operation is revealed. Hwang Nuge, the target, roars in fury. Attack the boss? I'll kill those bastards. His eyes widen in disbelief, a chilling premonition of the ambush. The ground trembles as motorcycles scream into view, a sudden, violent eruption of chaos. What the fuck? A wave of thugs surges forward, a grim tide of violence. What do you think, fool? The advisor's plan unfolds. Of course, it's a trap. A single tear rolls down his cheek, the weight of his deception heavy on his heart. The advisor assesses the situation, his expression grim. This can't be handled by just one or two executives. We need at least 4 to capture him. A brutal brawl erupts, fists flying, bodies colliding, the trap springs shut. Hwang Nuge ambushed. A brutal attack leaves him crumpled on the ground. His pained groan echoing amidst the jeering of his captors. You bastards, he spits, defiance flickering in his eyes. The scene shifts. A swift, brutal blow. Die, Kwak Jigong, you bastard. A sickening crack. The wooden weapon connects with bone, Kwak Jigong falls, his lifeblood staining the ground. That day, Kwak Jigong fell into the Alliance's trap. The text reveals the significance of this event. It marked the first time the Alliance's chief of staff was revealed. A phone screen shows a picture of Kwak Jigong's capture. Kwak Jigong has been dealt with. The message is stark, final. But there's one thing the advisor doesn't understand. What is it? I thought I explained everything. The spy's question hangs heavy in the air. The advisor leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. About that. He gestures towards a map spread across the table, a chillingly simple plan unfolding before the spy's eyes. The method is quite simple. A chilling revelation. Though very loyal to the division, they are still outsiders who joined a group. I exploited the little sister of one of Kwak Jigong's subordinates. The spy's face is etched with concern as he looks at a picture on the spy's phone. The advisor's plan is ruthless and effective. And that person followed my orders. The advisor's voice is cold, calculating. If we attack the enemy with effective division after obtaining accurate information at the right time. A justification for his actions. Even if the process is despicable, isn't this what war is? The advisor laughs, a sound devoid of humor. Ha ha ha. Good. With this, I understand your capability. I look forward to your assistance, Yeo Sangjae. No. I mean, Chief of Staff. A chessboard, a battlefield in miniature. A pawn falls, a strategic sacrifice, a piece is taken. Seo Yam stands over Hwang Nuge, his back to us, a grim silhouette against the sterile white of the hospital room. Hwang Nuge lies injured, his face a mask of pain. The text reveals the brutal cost of the operation, 15 casualties, and Kwak Jigong hospitalized. This was the first defeat suffered by the Emperor's division. The weight of that loss settles heavily on the shoulders of a man, his face etched with the grim memory. A knock echoes in the quiet office. Boss, may I come in? The voice is hesitant, betraying a nervousness that contrasts sharply with the imposing figure behind the desk. He thought he'd forbidden anyone from entering. But this person insisted on seeing him. A subordinate, his face pale with apprehension, explains the situation. The sound of strained breathing fills the air. An elderly woman, her face etched with worry, stands before him. Her presence is unexpected, unsettling. His eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his gaze. Who is this woman, and why has she been allowed to enter his private office? Grandma. Nuge, even if it's just for a moment, will you listen to Grandma's story? A plea, laced with desperation, hangs in the air. The weight of unspoken words presses down. That day, he heard a story unlike any he'd ever imagined. A tale that would shake him to his core. A shocking revelation unfolds before him, dwarfing even the bitter taste of defeat. Two figures stand silhouetted against a stark white background, the tension palpable. A shocking fact that made him forget all the anger. The advisor's face, a mask of grim determination, the weight of his recent defeat etched into every line. But a new opportunity arises. A phone call, a chance to shift the balance of power. He speaks, his voice low and measured, a calculated risk. The shocking revelation: Huang Nuge has a grandmother, a secret weapon. The spy listens intently, his expression shifting from casual to intrigued. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, the pieces are falling into place. His orders are clear: report regularly, the game is far from over. A chilling laugh echoes in the opulent office, the spy's victory is assured. The advisor ponders the implications, a new strategy is forming. Checkmate. The final move, a game of power and deception. A sinister smile stretches across his face, a calculating gleam in his eyes. He manipulates a chess piece, a king, mirroring his own control over the game. A phone screen displays an elderly woman, seemingly frail, meticulously crafting something, a subtle detail easily overlooked. Hyo Sung-tak, Taejun Alliance number 8, smirks. Need to deal with this old lady? Though I don't really like old people. The camera focuses on his calloused hands, a testament to a life lived on the edge. Hyo Sung-tak, a man of action. Inside a lavish office, a strategic map dominates the table. A conversation unfolds, of course, to lure Huang Nuge out. A cunning smile plays on the lips of the man behind the desk. This is a classic method. Even someone like Huang Nuge will have no choice but to react if his family is disturbed. The tension ratchets up. I was curious about who became the new chief of staff, but it turns out you're quite immoral. Hyo Sung-tak's eyes narrow, a cold glint reflecting his ambition. I need to get close to him to improve my position in the alliance. I can do as I please, right? Hyo Sung-tak's eyes gleam with cold calculation. A chilling smile plays on his lips as he utters the words, if possible, be cruel about it. Huang Nuge, his face a mask of grim determination, replies simply, all right. I'll do my best. The bustling city street unfolds before us. Huang Nuge sits patiently at his vegetable stall, his weathered hands carefully arranging his produce. Suddenly, a frantic voice cuts through the air, oh my grandma! A delivery man speeds towards the stall on a motorized cart. Huang Nuge's eyes narrow as he recognizes the approaching figure. The delivery man stops abruptly. Ho ho, you've come, huh? Huang Nuge's expression softens slightly as he speaks, a hint of weariness in his voice. You know Kamen is a quick learner, right? The aid money isn't enough to enroll him in a course. It's also my fault he has a bad father. I have to work hard for him. An elderly woman sits patiently, her weathered hands resting gently on her lap. Around her, a modest display of fresh vegetables sits in simple bowls, ready for sale. Oh dear, Grandma! A woman in a cap rushes to the scene, her voice laced with worry. Don't say that. Just sell me that bunch of green onions. Even though you don't need to do this, you don't cook much, after all. A quick transaction takes place, money exchanged for produce. Oh, just give it already. Before I change my mind. Thank you, I hope it sells well. The exchange is complete, a sense of relief washing over the vendor. The old woman's eyes flutter closed, a serene smile gracing her lips. A moment of quiet contentment. Let's see, sold quite a lot today. Kamen's curse fees will soon be collected. The old woman counts her earnings, a glint of shrewdness in her eyes. By the way, what is Muj doing? A question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in tone. It would be nice if he came home more often. The old woman's gaze softens, a hint of longing in her expression. Grandma! Ha! A sudden interruption breaks the quiet contemplation. Common is that yo brohak, a violent crash echoes, shattering the peaceful scene. Chaos erupts. A brutal attack unfolds in a bustling marketplace. The swift motion of a kick sends a vendor flying, leaving the elderly woman lying on the ground, dazed and vulnerable. Her eyes flutter closed, a silent scream trapped within. Moments later, a group of thugs confronts the old woman's grandson. Yesterday, we bought radishes here, one of them snarls, but they gave us a stomach ache. The grandson, clearly distressed, explains that his grandmother doesn't remember selling them anything. The thug's leader, a cruel man with steely eyes, presses the issue. How will you take responsibility, you old hag? The grandson pleads his case, but his words fall on deaf ears. As the thug's leader dismisses his pleas with a sneer. Don't remember? Have you gone senile, Grandma? His face contorted in rage, the leader's fury explodes. This can't be left as is. Hey, flip everything over. Make this old lady remember. The command is given, and a storm of violence erupts. The sound of shattering pottery and overturned stalls fills the air. A chaotic scene of destruction. The vegetables are scattered, the market is in ruins. Stop. Why are you doing this? The old woman's plea hangs in the air, a desperate cry against the encroaching violence. A cruel smirk spreads across Huang Muj's face. Of course, because we got a stomach ache, you old hag. If you want, just report it. The old woman's eyes well with tears as she whispers, grandson, Huang Muj. Panic. Muj. Do you know Muj? What happened to Muj? Crunch. Huang Muj unleashes a brutal blow, sending the smaller man sprawling. What the hell? The fury in Huang Muj's eyes is palpable as he roars, how dare you touch my pants? A bystander watches in horror, whispering, whoa, he's hitting an old lady. Shouldn't we report this to the police? Huang Muj's face contorts in a mask of rage. The violence is escalating. Sungtak intervenes, Sungtak, let's end this for today. There are too many people here. Even though it's getting interesting, damn it. Huang Muj turns, his eyes narrowed. Listen carefully, Grandma. We're leaving today. Hyo Sungtak's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise of continued surveillance. The scene shifts to Kaman's grandmother, surrounded by the wreckage of her overturned vegetable stand. Her face is etched with fear and exhaustion, the weight of her ordeal settling upon her shoulders. She only learned later of the extent of Sungtak's harassment. Huang Muj and his goons, their faces twisted in cruel amusement, continue their torment. They've been harassing her for over a week, making her life a living hell. Their relentless pursuit proving inescapable. No matter where she went, they always found her. The cruelty is relentless, they toy with her, making her suffering a game. Their actions speak volumes about their depravity. A torrent of water is poured over her, adding insult to injury. The image is one of utter helplessness. Kaman's grandmother endures the abuse silently, her spirit broken but not defeated. She bore the burden alone, her suffering hidden from view. Until the comforting call of her grandson cuts through the darkness. A glimmer of hope. The scene shifts to Kaman's home, a warm, inviting light shines from within, a stark contrast to the harshness outside. Dinner is ready. The scene opens on Kaman's grandmother, frail and listless under a thin blanket. A plate of food sits untouched beside her, a stark contrast to the casual indifference of the figure silhouetted in the doorway. Kaman's worried face fills the panel, his concern palpable as he speaks to his grandmother on the phone. His voice, though unseen, carries the weight of his worry. Back in the room, the grandmother remains under the covers, her lack of appetite evident. Kaman's voice, soft but firm, offers reassurance, a small act of defiance against the harsh reality. He carefully puts his grandmother's untouched food in the refrigerator, a silent promise to return later, a small act of care in the face of neglect. Kaman's face is etched with concern. His grandmother's silence weighs heavily on him, a growing unease replaces his initial worry. The untouched meal sits in the refrigerator, a visual representation of the grandmother's failing health, a silent scream in the cold steel. A quiet tack sound as Kaman closes the refrigerator door. The silence that follows is heavy with unspoken anxieties, a palpable sense of dread. Kaman's expression hardens. The casual question in the previous panel gives way to a grim realization: something is terribly wrong. The cruel hand of Hwang Muj descends, a sharp tuck punctuating the scene, a brutal reminder of the ongoing abuse. A tense silence hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken questions pressing down. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace, where a group of thugs confronts a frail old man. A harsh tuck echoes as one of them roughly shoves him to the ground. Their leader, a cold-eyed brute, sneers down at him. "Do you think we'll be kind just because you're old?" he spits. The old man's eyes flash with defiance. "That's impossible, you bitch," he roars, a surprising burst of strength. A sickening grep sound erupts as the thug is sent flying. The old woman cries out in pain. A desperate plea escapes her lips: "Call Hwang Muj." The sound of a swift, powerful strike follows: "Svyung." Another thug falls, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. The old man lies defeated, his face etched with pain, a grim silence descends. A young man watches from afar, his eyes wide with shock. "What's this?" he stammers. The young man's gaze falls upon the old woman, her body trembling. "Why is this old lady?" he whispers, a growing sense of dread washing over him. "Is she dead?" The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Two men stare, faces etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination. "Ah, no importa. Vamos ser daqui. O segundo hamem o interromp, suas palabras carregadas de uma necesidade frenética de escapar. O som de passos apressados se segue. A desperate scramble for escape. DRAP. DRAP. The sounds of bodies colliding echo through the narrow street as they flee the scene. The old woman lies still, her eyes closed, a picture of vulnerability and suffering. "Where is Grandma?" Kaman's voice, laced with worry, cuts through the lingering tension. Tap, tap. His footsteps echo on the pavement as he searches. She usually sells near the house. Lately, Grandma is so strange. Kaman's words reveal a growing unease, a sense of foreboding. "Move, damn it." A gruff command cuts through the air. The urgency is palpable. Book. A violent impact. A chaotic struggle unfolds, a flurry of fists and desperate movements. The men are cornered, their escape route blocked. What if that old lady is really dead? The question, sharp and chilling, hangs in the air. "She's not dead." "Don't talk nonsense, damn it." A defiant denial rings out, cutting through the fear. Kaman walks down the street, a bandage on his cheek, his expression one of quiet contemplation. The city's usual bustle fades into the background as he focuses on his own thoughts. The people here are always making a fuss. "I don't need to concern myself with them," he mutters to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widen, a flicker of alarm crossing his features. A sharp intake of breath. "Ha!" A strangled gasp escapes his lips. "Grandma?" He sprints, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence, the image of his grandmother lying on the ground, a disturbing sight. Desperate, he kneels beside her, his voice filled with worry. "Grandma, are you okay? What happened?" His grandmother weakly responds, "Ch Kaman." Kaman tries to reassure her, "Grandma is fine, nothing happened." But his grandmother's tears tell a different story. "Grandma just stumbled and fell," she whispers, her voice barely audible. A chilling question hangs in the air: what if the old woman is truly dead? The impact. A sickening crunch as the thugs unleash their brutal attack. Kamen's face, a mask of sheer terror, sweat beading on his brow. His eyes, wide with a horrifying realization. Huffing, he tries to catch his breath. I'm half dead from shock. He glances at his accomplices. We're far enough now, right? One of the thugs, his face etched with worry, mutters, "Damn, aren't we in big trouble?" Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. "You fool! She's not dead." The thug's sinister smile widens. "Besides, isn't it better if that old lady dies?" His eyes gleam with a calculating malice. "That way, Huang Muge will show up at the funeral. Completely defenseless, right?" The thug's words hang in the air, a chilling prelude. But his smug confidence falters. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. A sudden, brutal attack. Blag! The sound of impact echoes through the alleyway, leaving the thug reeling, his face contorted in pain. What just happened? Another thug is sent flying. Rayok! The force of the blow is undeniable. As the thugs stare in disbelief at their fallen comrade. What the hell? Fear grips the remaining thugs as they watch from the stairs. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? The question hangs heavy in the air as a figure emerges from the shadows. Who are you? The question is barely audible above the pounding of their hearts. A chilling declaration, you unredeemable trash. From now on, the newcomer's voice drips with icy disdain. A brutal attack. The impact sends a shockwave as a man crumples to the ground. He gasps, "Damn it! Who attacked me all of a sudden?" His attackers close in, their faces grim. The thugs surround their victim, a metallic G echoing as they tighten their grip. Suddenly, a fist, hard as granite, explodes into view. A voice booms, "You brainless cowards, all of you will die today." The attacker's arm, adorned with a striking dragon tattoo, is a testament to his power. A question hangs heavy in the air, why? Grandma! Are you all right? The young man, Choman, cradles his injured grandmother, his voice filled with desperate concern. Those responsible will pay. Choman's eyes blaze with fury, a silent promise of vengeance, a storm brewing within. A Gucci wallet lies amidst scattered vegetables, a clue left behind by the fleeing thugs? Zing! The sound of a vehicle approaching cuts through the tense silence, a glimmer of hope arrives. Choman's aunt arrives, her face etched with shock and worry. Oh my! Grandma? What happened? Her voice is sharp, laced with alarm. What's going on, Choman? Auntie! I'm sorry, but please take Grandma to the hospital. He urges his aunt to act quickly, his gaze hardening with determination. I'll follow shortly. Chaos erupts in the city streets. A figure in a suit, his face a mask of grim determination, sprints through the debris-strewn aftermath. Damn bastards, he snarls, his voice raw with fury. The image of his injured grandmother flashes before his eyes. His mind races, fueled by righteous anger. Where are they? I'm sure they went this way. He pushes forward, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze, but a wave of exhaustion washes over him. But, I don't have the strength to fight them. A moment of doubt, a flicker of despair in his eyes. Then, a spark ignites within him. I need to use my brain. A cunning plan begins to form. He enters a dimly lit arcade, the air thick with the hum of machines. His eyes fixated on a particular game. The tension is palpable. With a swift, decisive move, he manipulates the machine, KRANG, the machine explodes in a shower of sparks and shattered glass. The aftermath of a brutal attack. A shattered storefront, the air thick with the scent of destruction. A furious figure emerges from the wreckage, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. Which lunatic destroys someone else's business in broad daylight like this? Gangster Hong Sangu. His presence alone speaks volumes. A young man, bruised and battered, sits on the ground. Hey! Did you do this? He winces, clutching his side. Ha! And no way? I was just passing by and fell after being hit by some guys. His fear is palpable, a tremor in his voice, a desperate plea in his eyes. Ah! I saw them throwing chairs and then running away. Hong Sang-gu's rage intensifies. What? Who were the culprits? The young man hesitates, then reveals a crucial piece of evidence. I don't know, but one of them dropped a wallet with a photograph inside. A chilling revelation. Choman, still nursing his wounds, leans against a wall, his backpack slung low. He's exhausted, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. A grim resolve hardening his features as he recounts what he saw. Yeah, I saw them, he rasps, his voice strained but clear. They went toward the housing area nearby. Hong Sang-gu's face twists in a mixture of fury and disbelief. They haven't gone too far, he demands, his voice tight with barely controlled rage. The scene shifts to a bustling street. Hong Sang-gu confronts one of the attackers, a hulking figure with a prominent dragon tattoo snaking across his arm. We didn't even go that way, the attacker protests, but his words ring hollow. The attacker tries to deflect blame, but Hong Sang-gu isn't buying it. Hot damn it, this uncle here has all the evidence, he sneers, his eyes glinting with cold fury. If you keep making excuses, I'll beat you up. Hong Sang-gu's fury explodes. You bastard. To hell with misunderstandings, you have to pay for what you did to me, he roars, his voice echoing through the street. The sound of a punch lands with a sharp tep. The attacker is surrounded, his companions looking on with a mixture of fear and anger. The fight is on. Hong Sang-gu's opponent spits out a final insult, turns out you're even uglier in person. That's the last straw. What did you say, you bastard? Hong Sang-gu roars, launching himself into a brutal counterattack. Pots, the sound of fists connecting echoes through the narrow street. The attacker's dragon tattoo is prominently displayed as he reels from the blow, the fight reaching its brutal climax. Bastard? The question hangs in the air, a challenge whispered on the wind. A brutal blow. The sound of impact echoes, wag, as the attacker reels from the unexpected counterattack. The fight spills onto the street. Are you out of your mind? Screams one of the attackers as Bruak, a powerful strike lands. Chaos erupts. Su Sungtak falls, defeated. The name echoes the weight of the blow, the impact of the unexpected intervention. A witness watches from afar, his eyes wide with shock. That guy is a well-known gangster in this area, and he's known for not letting go of his prey. The attacker, a whirlwind of fury and tattoos, unleashes another devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave, another victim falls. A gasp escapes the witness's lips. His eyes dart around, fear and disbelief etched on his face. He's seen enough. Wait, that's... The witness's voice cracks, a mixture of surprise and dawning recognition. He knows that man. The scene shifts. A shadow falls across the alleyway as more attackers arrive. Hey, big guy, someone shouts, the tension ratcheting up. The attackers surround their prey. Their faces are grim, their intentions clear. The situation is escalating rapidly. A wall of muscle, faces grim and set, the gang closes in. You bastard. The words hang heavy in the air, a promise of violence. Hong Sang-gu, bruised but defiant, spits on the ground. Ugh, you guys took too long to get here. The gang leader checks his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. It's a smoke break, perfectly timed to interrupt the fight. A chilling display of calculated cruelty. The leader casually addresses Sang-gu, a question hanging in the air. Hey, big guy, do you know the Taejun Alliance? The air crackles with anticipation. DRAP. A flurry of blows, a brutal attack, the gang surges forward. Kill him. The impact of the blows echoes, buk, a sickening thud. Damn it. Sang-gu, battered but unbowed, glares at his attackers. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have tattoos? A cold realization dawns. An individual will never win against a group. The odds are stacked against him. A brutal barrage of fists and kicks. The attackers swarm Sang-gu, relentless in their assault. Hong Sang-gu, battered but unbowed, stands defiant. His fists clench, knuckles white with barely suppressed rage. The Taejun hospital looms in the background, a silent witness to the aftermath. Her first aid treatment went well, the caption reads, a stark contrast to the turmoil he carries within. A doctor's grave explanation, your grandma experienced a mild concussion from the fall, but it could cause problems if left untreated. The weight of responsibility bears down on Sang-gu. More bad news follows. Additional tests reveal a concerning diagnosis. Sang-gu's grandmother lies in her hospital bed, her face etched with worry and pain. She might have ignored the symptoms and overworked herself, the doctor explains, the unspoken blame hanging heavy in the air. Treatment starts now, it's already quite late, the doctor states, the urgency palpable. Sang-gu watches over his grandmother, his face a mask of sorrow and guilt. The foredrip is a constant reminder of her fragility. A silent promise forms in his heart. Forgive me, Grandma. I couldn't do anything, even though Grandma was hurt by them, I couldn't do anything. His fist clenches, a silent vow of vengeance. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, a silent plea echoing in Hong Sang-gu's heart. A figure emerges from the shadows, a hulking silhouette against the dying light, his presence radiating menace. He turns, his face a mask of cold fury, a storm brewing in his eyes. A subtle shift in his expression, a flicker of something darker, something cold. The scene shifts, a stark contrast to the previous panel's tension, a cluttered backroom, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. A guttural growl escapes his lips, a primal rage unleashed. From the hospital, a chilling update. Hong Sang-gu's grandmother, her condition worsening, refuses treatment. The doctor's words paint a grim picture, the concussion's side effects intensify, her health deteriorating. A heartbreaking scene unfolds, the grandmother, frail and weak, confined to her room. Then, one morning, Grandma closed her eyes forever. The weight of grief settles over the room, heavy as a shroud. A simple memorial, a stark reminder of her passing. That's how Grandma left this world. Hong Sang-gu, consumed by sorrow, sits alone, a framed photo of his grandmother a silent witness to his pain. Even when Grandma was attacked by thugs, and when she was sick. Even though Grandma worked hard to raise us. His brother's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and accusatory. Shouldn't you have cared about Grandma? The question hangs in the air, a thunderclap of unspoken resentments. What did you do when Grandma was? The brother's face is a mask of cold fury. He remains silent, his anger a palpable thing. His response is curt, dismissive. Your complaints are annoying. I'm leaving. Hong Sang-gu's voice cracks with a mixture of disbelief and despair. What? Where are you going, brother? Your grandma's eldest grandson. The words hit Hong Sang-gu like a punch to the gut. He's told to see her off. The weight of expectation, heavy on his shoulders. But a chilling revelation shatters his resolve. She's already dead. The attacker's words hang in the air, a cruel twist of fate. The door slams shut. Brack! The sound echoes the sudden emptiness in Sang-gu's heart. His back is to us, his shoulders slumped. Despair washes over him. I have no love for family. The cold declaration cuts through the silence. The city lights blur past as the unnamed attacker speeds away on a motorcycle. Jing. The engine roars, a symbol of his cold indifference. But even in his grief, a question remains. There's something he wanted to ask his grandmother. A lingering thread of mystery. That's why. What do you mean? The question hangs unanswered, leaving us on the edge of our seats. The weight of the question hangs heavy in the air. Hong Sang-gu's face, etched with worry and a fresh bandage, speaks volumes. He needs confirmation, a desperate plea for truth. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. The unnamed attacker's profile is revealed, a chilling silhouette against the light. His expression is one of cold calculation. The Taejun Alliance, 3 figures emerge from the shadows, their presence menacing. The name itself is a chilling confirmation. A dark revelation, the attacker's back is turned, but the words "that's why" echo the unspoken truth. The mystery deepens. A cruel smirk, the attacker's face is fully shown, a chilling expression of satisfaction. His words confirm Sanggu's worst fears. A vow of vengeance. Hong Sanggu's eyes blaze with fury, his face contorted in a mask of rage. The words "I'll kill them all" are a promise etched in fire. A chilling declaration echoes in the night air, "I will kill them all." The words hang heavy, a promise of violence. And a ripple of fear runs through the onlookers. His eyes, narrowed and intense, speak volumes. He's terrifying. A defiant chuckle cuts through the tension. Ha! Ha ha! You want to kill us? How would you do that? A subtle sound, almost imperceptible, tap. The ground trembles slightly. Suddenly, the scene explodes into chaos. That this is a trap. The realization dawns on the would-be assassins. Confusion and fear etched on their faces, a wave of panic washes over them. But he remains calm, a predator amidst his prey. Your trick is easy to see, such shallow thinking. He surveys the scene, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Do you think you can take me down with just this many people? A sea of faces, identical in their grim determination, surrounds the target. The air crackles with anticipation. Their leader, a hulking figure with a sneer, speaks with chilling confidence. Damn it, how arrogant of you. There are about 100 of us, you know. The command is given, get him. The horde surges forward, a wave of brutal force. A whirlwind of motion, bodies colliding, the sound of blows echoing through the night. WAAM. One attacker swings a club, roaring, "Die, Hwang Muj, you bastard." Salute. The blow connects. But Hwang Muj merely smirks. That's the problem. TEEP. A swift, precise counterattack leaves the attacker reeling, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a bone-jarring crack, Hwang Muj unleashes a devastating blow, sending his opponent flying. Break! The remaining thugs stare, stunned. One whispers, "With a rabbit trap?" Hwang Muj's face is a mask of cold fury. The mastermind's plan is in motion. He smirks, a chilling confidence in his eyes as he confirms, "I've lured Hwang Muj out as planned." But a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Even 100 attackers might not be enough? The ambush begins. A whirlwind of fists and feet, a brutal display of force against Hwang Muj. Meanwhile, the mastermind gives further instructions, you just need to keep him there for 2 hours. The fight intensifies. Hwang Muj is a force of nature, a human typhoon. He unleashes a devastating flurry of blows, sending his attackers flying. The mastermind watches, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. What a crazy monster, phew, 2 hours, huh? His ambition burns bright. A promotion is within reach, if this succeeds. The tide turns. Hwang Muj's power is overwhelming. His opponents are no match for his raw strength. One by one, they fall. Back at the mastermind's headquarters, the final preparations are complete. A chessboard sits between the two men, a symbol of their calculated strategy. The final piece of the puzzle is in place. Now, all that's left is to capture Park Seaka. A chilling smirk plays on the antagonist's lips. As he issues his orders, "I'll send the troops to attack Park Seaka." The urgency is palpable, every second counts. We have to move as quickly as possible. A cold calculation, according to my estimate, Hyo Sung-tak can hold Hwang Muj for 2 hours. The clock is ticking. We have to capture Park Seaka within that time. A massive force mobilizes. A dark shadow falls upon Siaka. So many have come. Huang Nu's eyes gleam with a mixture of grim determination and chilling amusement. It seems Wu Manhwa thinks very highly of me. The antagonist's voice booms across the scene, a chilling ultimatum: kneel now, Park Siaka. That way, your men can return home safely. Alliance number 2, Jang Chanho, a name whispered with respect and fear. But this man, facing him, shows no such apprehension. His response? A defiant, explosive rejection. Go fuck yourself, he spits, the words carrying the weight of his unwavering defiance. The ambush begins. A blur of motion as the attacker lunges, a brutal, swift strike. The impact echoes, a grep that vibrates through the air. Chanho's eyes blaze with cold fury. He assesses his opponent, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. So this is the ability of the Alliance's number 2. This is my strength, he roars, unleashing a devastating counterattack. Bwok! The sound of bone cracking echoes through the alleyway. His opponent groans, ugh. You bastard, his body crumpled, defeated. Chanho is relentless. I'll shut your mouth first, he snarls, his attack unrelenting. The fight continues, a whirlwind of blows. It'll be tough with just this much strength. Chanho growls, pushing his opponent to the brink. Meanwhile, Siaka's allies watch in disbelief. Siaka Hyung, he intends to fight even in this situation. Their worry is palpable. We can't just sit back and watch, we need to neutralize the other gang members before they interfere with Siaka. The ambush begins. A flurry of fists and brutal strikes rain down on Huang Nuj. But he's more than ready. A counterattack explodes, sending his attackers sprawling. The antagonist watches, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I'm curious about one thing, he muses, why did you choose to fight instead of running away in such a disadvantageous situation? A brutal uppercut connects, sending the antagonist reeling. His face contorted in pain. It's simple, Nuj grunts, you must have set up troops along my escape route. The antagonist's confidence falters. Seeing how you came here so confidently, I knew this situation wouldn't be in our favor. Rather than being cornered while fleeing, he decided to strike first. A calculated risk, and now, the tables have turned. The final blow lands with a bone-jarring buk. Huang Nuj stands victorious, but the fight is far from over. As the antagonist's backup arrives, a wave of attackers surging forward. The impact. Ki-ok. A sickening crunch echoes through the alleyway, leaving the antagonist reeling, blood splattering across his broken glasses. His expression is one of pained surprise. He grits his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. Ugh, good thinking, he snarls, but you made the wrong decision. Huang Nuj's opponent, his face contorted in a grimace, looks utterly defeated. What? The antagonist's chilling words hang in the air. We didn't send anyone to the escape route from here. We're all gathered in this place. Tap. Tap. The sound of footsteps, a growing tide of menace. From the shadows, a legion of thugs emerges, their faces grim and determined. A cruel smile spreads across the face of a new arrival. Hey, Park Siaka. They say today is your death day, huh? Thank goodness. Alliance number 7, Jang Won, observes the scene, his eyes narrowed in concern. Damn, he's fighting back? Park Siaka, no wonder he's number 2 in the division. Alliance number 10, Kim Jinchul, and Alliance number 6, Kwon Seongsu, share a look of grim determination. The tide has turned. A thoughtful hum escapes the lips of the antagonist. The battle is far from over. Alliance number 3, Pai Chulwong. A name whispered with a mix of fear and respect. Pai Chulwong, his face a mask of grim determination, speaks, You expected I wouldn't run away, so you gathered everyone here? Park Siaka, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, counters, predicted, Park Siaka didn't flee. The question hangs in the air. How did he know? The answer comes swiftly. I'm embarrassed to call it a prediction, the strategist explains, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Park Seaka is the type who moves after reading the opponent's next move. A chessboard appears, each piece representing a strategic maneuver. The simplest method, they say. A full frontal assault, a bold gamble that leaves Park Seaka completely off guard. Park Seaka wouldn't have expected a full frontal assault like this, the strategist smirks. The simplest method is revealed, a massive ambush. A wave of thugs surges forward. Pai Chulwon's eyes widen in disbelief. That's a really weird tactic. All of that would have been pointless if I chose to escape. The final blow lands. A desperate question echoes, you took a gamble by bringing this many troops? What was that chief of staff thinking? Give up, Park Seaka. There's nothing you can do now. The antagonist's voice is a chilling whisper, a stark contrast to the brutal reality of the scene. Not many of Park Seaka's men are still standing, the ground is littered with the fallen, their blood staining the cold concrete. A closer look reveals the extent of the carnage, the red dragon insignia of Siokaha's gang is now marred by the violence. Seaka's opponent sneers, you sure do talk a lot. Shut up and come at me, you bastard. The antagonist's army surges forward, a wave of bodies crashing towards Seaka. I'll grant your wish. The words are a prelude to a brutal onslaught. DRAP. Even from a distance, the sheer scale of the battle is breathtaking. I can't believe he's holding out against the Alliance's greatest members. Seaka fights with the ferocity of a cornered beast, his movements a blur of motion as he dodges blows and retaliates with brutal efficiency. The antagonist watches, a flicker of grudging respect in his eyes. You're remarkable, Park Seaka. I respect you. It's such a pity that you'll die like this. You said you wanted to defeat the Alliance and take over Taejun. Seaka unleashes a devastating kick, connecting with his opponent's jaw. The impact sends a shockwave through the surrounding crowd. The antagonist stands silhouetted against the cityscape, his back to us, a single word echoing in the air, ambition. Screet. A bone-jarring impact as a fist connects with flesh. The sound is brutal, the effect immediate. Eyes widen in shock, a desperate question hangs in the air, why are you here? A brutal close-up, the impact of the blow is shown in sickening detail. Skuuat. Blood splatters. Brack. The door bursts open, revealing a scene of chaos. This is bad. News arrives, delivered with a gasp, Hwang Muj has joined the battle at Park Seaka's location. A young man's face, etched with disbelief and a dawning horror. How could he? Did he use some trick? A shudder racks his body, a single, chilling word escapes his lips, no. He left, the aftermath is laid bare. A field of fallen bodies, a grim testament to overwhelming force. The final body lies still, a defeated foe. After taking them down one by one. The simplest method, an odd thing to say, indeed. The antagonist unleashes a devastating blow. His movements are a blur, shattering his opponent's defenses with brutal efficiency. The impact echoes. A testament to overwhelming power. For someone who thinks too much. The antagonist faces a wave of enemies, a brutal clash erupts. Bruck! He sends them flying with a series of bone-jarring strikes. From that day, the Emperor's division became more famous than the Taejun alliance. A close-up on the antagonist's face, marred by battle, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. That day, he threw the strongest punch of his life. A bloody fist, a symbol of his victory, and the cost of it. A brutal close-up. Blood streaks across a man's face, his eyes wide with pain and defeat. The word TES echoes in the background, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. That day, lives were shattered. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air, some fighters were broken, their careers ended before they even knew it. Fear etched on every face. Park Seaka's remaining men huddled together, their eyes darting nervously. The aftermath of the antagonist's onslaught is palpable, terror reigns supreme. The antagonist stands amidst the carnage, a silhouette against the night. His own wounds are visible, but his eyes burn with a cold, unwavering intensity. Since that day, he has become a legend. A terrifying power rising from the ashes of countless battles. His fists clench, the very air crackling with barely contained rage. His gaze is locked on something unseen, but the raw power emanating from him is undeniable. He is the strongest in Taejun. The word TES blazes across the panel, a final, chilling punctuation mark. Damn it! They said they would hold him off for 2 hours. The tension is palpable, sweat beads on their brows. So how is he here? The question hangs heavy in the air, disbelief etched on their faces. Jang. A figure emerges from the shadows, a whirlwind of fury. Blood stains his jacket, a testament to the carnage he's wrought. 40 minutes ago. The weight of the situation crushes him. This is impossible. Hwang Muj. Is he really human? The question echoes, a chilling uncertainty creeping into the scene. Kr Ung. Bodies litter the ground, a grim harvest of his power. He stands amidst the fallen, a grim reaper in the urban landscape. Is this your plan? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge to the mastermind behind it all. A battered figure stands defiant, blood staining their lips. Are you trying to capture me with just this? They sneer, a challenge echoing in the night. Below, a scene of carnage unfolds. Several figures lie broken and defeated, their pleas for mercy cut short. As a single, powerful figure looms over them. Wait. Listen to my explanation first, one of them cries, fear lacing his voice. I was just following the chief of staff's orders. The plea continues, a desperate attempt to avoid the inevitable. The sound of a devastating blow, SRAT, rips through the air. A brutal counterattack lands with bone-jarring impact. The attacker's face contorts in pain, a single word escaping his lips, Chief of Staff? Go ahead, tell me. What is that damn Chief of Staff planning? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling promise of retribution. Another BRAK echoes as a swift, brutal strike sends another attacker sprawling. The fight is a whirlwind of motion. A flurry of blows punctuated by the sickening krotok of breaking bones. The scene is a testament to raw, untamed power. A pained cough escapes the defeated man's lips. Damn, what kind of punch was that? He gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Have I messed with something far beyond my comprehension? The impact. A sickening crunch echoes through the alleyway. Hwang Muj, usually so controlled, is a whirlwind of brutal efficiency. His opponent gasps, he's usually fierce, but this is the first time I've seen him go crazy like this. A flurry of motion. A blur of fists and feet, bodies crumple like paper dolls. His face, a mask of furious determination, contorted by the sheer force of his rage. Another blow. The sound of bone cracking is almost drowned out by the roar of the crowd. His opponent screams in agony, defeated. All the executives were defeated with a single blow? Is he really human? Even in defeat, the fear in their eyes is palpable. Damn it! Did I just faint after Hwang Muj beat me? Hwang Muj stands amidst the wreckage, a grim satisfaction etched onto his bruised face. How embarrassing. He mutters, the words dripping with contempt. One of the fallen executives, eyes wide with disbelief, stares up at him. As the full extent of the carnage comes into view, everyone is defeated. Muj addresses the few remaining stragglers, his voice a low growl, to those of you bastards who are still standing, listen carefully. 2 more executives, faces bloodied and eyes filled with terror, try to flee. But Muj's warning echoes, don't hide behind others like a coward. Even if you keep hiding, I'll find you and destroy you. The scene shifts to the fallen bodies, a grim testament to Muj's overwhelming power. His final command cuts through the night, pass that message on to Woo Munwon. If you understand. Then you'll know what comes next. The impact. A brutal display of force. Leaves the executives broken and bleeding. A guttural growl escapes one of them. All alliance were withdrawing. The defeated executives retreat, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. A grim testament to Hwang Mu's overwhelming power. The aftermath is brutal. Nearly 100 people suffered severe injuries, including 6 of the alliance's executives. But the damage was far greater than anticipated, giving Hwang Mu the perfect justification to assemble Team 3. Elsewhere, a smug voice cuts through the night. What is this, your first defeat? The tension hangs heavy in the air. You said you were confident we'd win, but we lost badly. The words are a stark accusation, a bitter pill to swallow. Forgive me. The subordinate's apology is laced with shame, his eyes betraying a deep sense of failure. But it's not like we didn't gain anything. A glimmer of hope, a subtle shift in perspective. You mean there's something we gained from this loss? Intrigue thickens the air. What could possibly be salvaged from such a crushing defeat? Injuries. Especially Team 1 led by Park Seok. The focus shifts, revealing a strategic advantage amidst the chaos. The most important gain is? We learned Hwang Mu's principles behind his every action. A chilling realization dawns. The enemy's strategy is laid bare. By understanding his movements, we now know what we need, which can be turned into a weapon against him. A sinister smile spreads across the subordinate's face. I'll create that weapon. To defeat him as soon as possible. The plan is set in motion. The wheels of revenge begin to turn. A calculating gaze, a cold assessment. Hwang Mu, the victor, surveys the aftermath of his ruthless victory. 2 sharp taps on the table, a decision made, a path chosen. But the shadow of doubt lingers. A chessboard stands as a silent witness to the intricate game of power. A chilling promise hangs in the air, a warning etched in his steely gaze. Hwang Mu's patience is wearing thin. A sinister grin spreads across his face. A plan is forming, fueled by ambition and a thirst for revenge. In a dimly lit hallway, a figure stands tall, his back to us. On Sundeok, a name whispered in hushed tones. A simple urn, a family photo, memories of a life lost, a past that haunts. A single word, heavy with unspoken grief. Grandma. A dragon tattoo, a symbol of power and mystery, a hidden past revealed. On Sundeok stares at a faded photograph, his grandmother's gentle face among stern-looking men. He needs answers, a personal reckoning. A burning resolve ignites within him. He must meet the man in the picture. On Sundeok's face hardens, a grim determination etched into every line, a cold fury brewing beneath the surface. Bound and broken, a defeated gang lies prostrate. Hwang Mu's ruthless plan unfolds before our eyes. He's consolidating power. Absorbing the remnants of the fallen alliance into his own ranks. The Emperor's division expands its reach. A tense confrontation. A gruff voice cuts through the air. You're from the Emperor's division, aren't you? A defiant retort. I don't know the reason either, you bastard. A brutal order is given. Listen up. From now on, you'll be working for the division. A single, chilling demand. Report everything. On Sundeok stands over a fallen foe, his gaze unwavering, his shadow cast long and dark. The new order has begun. A stern warning hangs in the air. Every move in this territory is being watched. The news sends a shockwave through one gang leader. Suspicion and anger boil within him. The target? The movements of the gangsters, the Taejun Alliance, or whatever it's called now. A swift, decisive strike. One gang falls under Hwang Mu's control. His orders are followed without question. But there's one exception. Park Seok. His defiance is palpable. Night falls over the city, a tense call cuts through the darkness. What could it be? A rooftop meeting under the city lights. Park Seok has arrived. A flashback to a past agreement, a time when the conquest of Taejun seemed so easy. But now, doubt clouds their vision. What's really going on? The tension ratchets up. Get to the point. Your recent orders have been strange. We haven't even cleaned up Taejun yet, but you're giving tasks in Gongju and Akshan. Kwak Jigon thinks you have a grand plan beyond Taejun. But I think differently. When the Alliance attacked us 2 months ago, your grandmother came to see you at the hospital where Kwak Jigon was being treated, right? Come to think of it, you started giving strange orders since that day. What happened? You want my answer? A city sprawls beneath a star-studded sky. He stands tall, a figure of quiet intensity. All right. I'll tell you what my grandmother said to me. I shouldn't have shared it with him. A looming figure, a mountain of a man, stands before a much smaller individual. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The words hang heavy in the air. The truth is, you weren't abandoned by your parents. A sharp intake of breath. Disbelief etched onto his face. What kind of nonsense are you saying all of a sudden? The retort is sharp, laced with anger. The giant's voice cuts through the silence. Your mother did run away and leave you. But not your father. He left to protect our family from danger. Confusion. A storm of questions brewing within. Danger. He left us because of danger? What does that mean? A worn piece of paper changes hands, a cryptic message, a quest for answers. The location is revealed, a luxury clothes repair building. A place of unexpected significance. The building stands before Muge, a silent testament to a past he's only just beginning to understand. But something is wrong, a chilling emptiness hangs in the air. Night falls on the city, the building stands abandoned, a ghost of its former self. A sense of urgency grips Muge. The pieces don't fit. Muge's confusion deepens. His guide, a man of few words, observes Muge's distress, a silent understanding passes between them. Yet, even in this setback, a glimmer of clarity emerges. The path forward, though uncertain, is now slightly clearer. Despite his disappointment, a new resolve hardens in Muge's eyes. He will not give up. I understand your situation. I'll be going now. The guide's words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency in Muge's eyes. Spread out the kids and expand your search area. A command, sharp and decisive, cuts through the lingering tension. Are you going to help me? Muge's plea is barely a whisper, a desperate hope clinging to the edge of despair. Yes, I'll help you find your father as quickly as possible. A promise made, a commitment forged in the crucible of shared desperation. But don't forget the reason why the Emperor's division was formed, a warning, laced with a chilling undercurrent of unspoken truths. Boss, a single word, heavy with unspoken loyalty and apprehension. Yes, I understand. The weight of responsibility settles upon Muge's shoulders. The city lights twinkle below, a stark contrast to the darkness in his heart. After Park Sieka left, I was left alone and thinking. A solitary figure stands silhouetted against the ornate architecture of a grand building, his thoughts a tempest within. Why should I search for the person they call my father? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, a seed of doubt planted in fertile ground. Chains are something that bind a person? A panoramic view of the city stretches out before him, a vast expanse mirroring the turmoil within. Heavy iron shackles lie on the floor, a chilling symbol of oppression. The same kind of chains bind Muge's own ankles. He's determined to understand. A powerful image, the weight of the past, the chains of his father's legacy, are visually represented by these broken shackles. Muge seeks answers. His face is a mask of grim determination. I want to hear it directly from the person called my father. The words hang heavy in the air. Night falls over a sprawling cityscape. Muge and his guide stand on a balcony, overlooking the city lights. A tense silence hangs between them. Muge's resolve is tested. He questions his own path, his mission, and the man he calls his father. Doubt gnaws at him. His expression darkens. This is a change I don't quite like. A close-up on Nuge's jacket reveals a striking red dragon emblem, a symbol of his past and his connection to the division. A map shows the division's territory, a brief respite after a major conflict. The war with the Alliance has temporarily subsided. But the Alliance, weakened but not broken, is biding its time. The conflict is far from over. Under the bridge, a trio of figures stands silhouetted against the cityscape. Their backs are to us, their mission unclear, but the air crackles with unspoken tension. A tense exchange unfolds. One of them, Kwok Jigong, speaks, his words hinting at a breakthrough, a potential clue in the search for the missing clothing store owner. The revelation drops like a bombshell. Come to think of it, that uncle has a few sons. The implications ripple through the group. A beat of silence, then, a question hangs in the air: could this be the missing piece of the puzzle? The discussion continues, the weight of the new information settling upon them. One of the men, clearly surprised, reveals a previously unknown fact about the missing man. A picture, a family portrait, is shown. The uncle's face is etched with concern, a subtle reaction that speaks volumes. The image confirms a shocking truth: the uncle had children. The implications are immediate and profound. Doubt clouds the young man's face. This new lead, once promising, now seems less certain. But the revelation has shifted the scope of their investigation. The number of people they need to find has just increased. A final question hangs in the air, a demand for more specific information. The search continues. The age gap in the photo is significant, a high school student carrying a baby. Specific, huh? The high school uniform, it's Chungbyuk High School. Bro, it seems like we're really famous. We're even welcomed like this. JNG, the crowd surges, a wave of energy. Not long ago, we drove away the Alliance people. This time it's the division, huh? It seems like Taejun is getting crazier. You'd better leave if you don't want to end up like the Alliance people. A tense standoff unfolds outside Chungbyuk High. Who is he? Why are we being kicked out right after we arrived? The answer hangs heavy in the air: that's Kim Taexian. Whispers spread like wildfire. He's famous for taking over Chungbyuk High School in his first year. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Ooh. The deadly newcomer, my mouth is watering. Can I have a little taste, bro? A sinister grin spreads across a face, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. No. That's not the purpose of our visit today. The leader silences his impatient associate with a curt command: you stay quiet, let me handle this. A calculated move, a show of control. As they approach Kim Taexian, a bold declaration: hey, Kim Taexian. We didn't come here to attack you today. The tension is palpable. A silent exchange of glances. Their purpose revealed: we just want to find a student at this school. Please cooperate. Kim Taexian's response is immediate and defiant: I don't know who you're looking for, but I refuse. His resolve is unwavering, a final statement of defiance: as long as I'm here, Chungbyuk High School students won't be given up that easily. Tap, tap. The subtle sounds echo in the tense silence, a prelude to the confrontation. Nuge's calm demeanor belies the underlying threat in his words: but think it again, Kim Taexian. The stakes are laid bare. If you don't want to cooperate with us, we can always leave and ask your younger brother for help. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Kim Taexian's shock is palpable. How did you know that? Have you been investigating me? His composure cracks under the weight of this revelation. A chilling response: so? Have you changed your mind? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the rising tension. Kim Taexian's anger simmers. The methods used by people like you are always so obvious. His defiance remains unshaken. Even if I agree to your request now, you'll just take my brother hostage again if you need something, right? Nuge's face hardens. The weight of the situation crashes down. If that's the case, the decision is made. It's better if I destroy you right now. The words are a cold declaration of war. Swyish. A blur of motion. Kim Taexian unleashes a devastating attack, a whirlwind of power. Muge braces for impact, his back to the viewer, the threat to his brother weighing heavily on his mind. Since you're a threat to my brother. The scene opens with a tense standoff. Muge and his associates face off against Kim Taexian, the air thick with anticipation. A sudden, violent clash erupts. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Kim Taexian's attack is swift and brutal. A desperate grapple for dominance. The clash of fists echoes the intensity of their conflict. Kim Taexian, arrogant and powerful, stands defiant. His back is to us, but his aura speaks volumes. The fight continues. Muge's associate is thrown back, the force of the blow evident. Kim Taexian taunts Muge, his words dripping with disdain. Huang Muge, why are you stopping him? You don't think you'll lose to someone like him, do you? Muge's resolve hardens. He responds with a steely gaze and a single, chilling sentence, let's call it a day. But Kim Taexian isn't finished. His cold fury is unleashed. Hey, Longhair. You think I'll let you go that easily? I can't let you leave because you've involved my brother. The tension ratchets up. Kim Taexian lunges, his attack relentless. Muge intercepts the attack, their hands clashing with bone-jarring force. The conflict escalates to a new level of intensity. Kim Taexian's eyes narrow, a sneer playing on his lips. Tricks like that are only used by weak people like the Alliance. His voice drips with contempt, the words hanging heavy in the air. He scoffs, disbelief etched on his face. You're just going to leave like that? You think I'll believe you? Muge stands firm, his fist clenched. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The challenge hangs unspoken but palpable between them. Kim Taexian's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of doubt crosses his features. Usually, I would have finished them off since we outnumbered them this time. But, why? A low growl escapes his lips as he clenches his injured hand. The sound is raw, visceral. His eyes blaze with a mixture of frustration and fear. Why do I feel like I can't win against him? The tension snaps. It seems our conversation ends here. The air crackles with anticipation. The scene shifts to a vast field. Kim Taexian stands defiantly, surrounded by his numerous associates. A silent power emanates from the group. Kim Taexian clenches his injured hand, a grim expression etched on his face. His fists are strong, he thinks, but Park Seok-a's underhanded tactics caught him off guard. A detail that still stings. Usually, he'd have attacked without hesitation, but something held him back that day. Even he doesn't understand why he chose to back down. The setting sun casts long shadows as Kim Taexian stands on a bridge, lost in thought. His unexpected restraint continues to puzzle him. Suddenly, Kwak Jigong appears, his voice cutting through the silence. Turns out you're here, huh? He remarks, a hint of surprise in his tone. The two men stand on a city street, the urban landscape a stark contrast to the quiet tension between them. Kwak Jigong's presence is unexpected, adding another layer to the already complex situation. Taexian's gaze hardens. What's up? He asks, his voice low and wary. Kwak Jigong speaks, his words carefully chosen. He mentions Kim Taexian's approach to a certain matter, suggesting it might have been flawed. But it seems you didn't like it either, he adds, a knowing glint in his eye. Kwak Jigong's next words are a bombshell. Because you also have a younger sibling. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a shared secret now exposed. Kwak Jigong lights a cigarette, his movements deliberate and calm. The unspoken implications of his words are far more explosive than any physical confrontation. Kim Taexian's eyes widen in shock. You have been investigating me too, he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Kim Taexian, a figure of imposing presence, addresses Muge and his associates. His words, though seemingly dismissive, carry a hidden weight. Don't look so disappointed. I just needed to make sure. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. The scene changes, the tension ratchets up. We are now privy to Taexian's inner thoughts, a glimpse into the mind of a strategist. His eyes, narrowed in thought, reveal a calculating mind. The weight of his unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, as he considers the implications of a hidden threat. A cigarette hangs from his lips, a symbol of his cool, collected demeanor, masking the turmoil within. The revelation drops like a bomb. If the king who would rule the Daejin battlefield has any grounds for disqualification. The words hang in the air, heavy with meaning. A typical city block, under a bright summer sky, the scene is deceptively peaceful. Hyung gulps down a drink, the sound echoing in the otherwise quiet room. A young boy approaches, his plea clear, "Please teach Kwak Sankyol a lesson, he beats me up every day." Hyung listens intently. The boy's desperation is palpable, his eyes well with tears, a stark contrast to Hyung's calm demeanor. The boy's voice cracks as he confesses, "I almost died for real." Hyung's back is turned, his massive frame and intricate tattoos hinting at immense power, a silent promise hangs in the air. Later, on a bridge overlooking the city, two figures stand silhouetted against the setting sun. "Don't look so disappointed," one says, "I just needed to make sure." The ominous words echo, "If the king who would rule the Daejin battlefield." A lone figure, Kwak Sankyol, exudes menace, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His eyes, cold and calculating, scan the surroundings. He's looking for any reason to disqualify someone. His words hang heavy in the air, grounds for disqualification. A young man, his face etched with fear, stands alone. His silent plea is palpable, "Then just die." Suddenly, a desperate act. He throws a water bottle, a last-ditch attempt at self-preservation. What? Brack! The bottle shatters against the ground. A brutal display of power. Why? Sankyol's callous dismissal, "If that's the case, then just die. You're the one who's weak, so why are you complaining to me? You're just a nuisance." Hyung, witnessing the scene, intervenes, "Hyung, please." A desperate plea, a silent bargain. The unspoken threat hangs in the air, "If you tell anyone that you're my brother, I'll kill you myself." The arrival of unexpected allies. "We're here. Run away, you damn alliance bastards." 1 year later. The city is a battlefield, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Hyung, eyes blazing, screams, "Bastards!" Amidst the chaos, he delivers a bone-jarring blow. "It wasn't for my brother. I simply just broke the chains that bothered me." The impact echoes ****, a thunderous sound that shakes the very ground. But a worried face appears, a mother's concern etched deep. "He left to protect our family from danger." The question hangs heavy in the air. To protect us? Hyung's relentless assault continues, a blur of motion. "Don't be ridiculous," he growls, his voice laced with cold fury. A powerful strike connects, sending his opponent sprawling, SYUNG. He simply wanted to break the chains, just like I did. The grip tightens, a desperate struggle for freedom. A weapon arcs through the air, a wicked hook ***BRAK, the sound of shattering bone. A face contorted in agony, eyes wide with a primal scream, blood streaks across his features, a testament to the brutal beating he's endured. Craw attack. A fist, a blur of motion, connects with bone-jarring impact. Right. That's how it should be. A powerful stance, radiating confidence and cold resolve. Another body falls, defeated, the ground stained crimson. Greer. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of fists. Hyung's relentless assault continues. "Sorry, boss, but if that punch had landed, you would have died." A chilling admission, a stark reminder of Hyung's power. His eyes, vacant, reflect the finality of defeat. Another victim falls to Hyung's wrath. A moment of quiet reflection, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. "Let go. I want to leave." Two figures stand defiantly, blocking his path. Hyunnim. Take care of the rest. A final command, a parting shot before Hyung departs into the fading light. Hyung stands defiantly, a lone wolf amidst a pack of snarling wolves. His eyes, cold and unwavering, meet the challenge head-on. The Emperor Division, a notorious gang, surrounds him. "You bastard, do you know who we are?" they sneer, their words dripping with menace. The billiard hall, a den of shadows and illicit deals, becomes the stage for a brewing confrontation. A man in a sharp suit, a figure of authority, holds a pool cue like a weapon. His goons, equally menacing, close in on Hyung. "It seems you've gone mad, huh?" one of them sneers, the tension palpable. Hyung's face is a mask of grim determination. He missed a crucial moment, a setback caused by this very interruption. "I missed because I couldn't focus thanks to you guys, Emperor, or whatever." A flicker of frustration crosses his features, the near miss stings. "I was just about to reach 300 points, damn it." But Hyung is not one to back down. He raises his chin, a defiant glint in his eyes. "I can't just let you walk away. Come at me, you bastards." The Emperor Division's leader observes Hyung with cold calculation, a chilling command follows. "You still don't understand your situation, do you?" A brutal order echoes through the hall, "Make sure he can never hold a billiard cue again." The attack begins. A flurry of motion, a clash of pool cues and fists, the fight is on. A chilling smirk spreads across his face. The air crackles with anticipation. As he casually adds, "But I guess 4 balls are fine too." The camera pans to a bustling city street. A sign points towards a billiards hall below. And Hyun, his silhouette stark against the neon lights, descends the steps. Inside, the aftermath of a brutal fight. 3 figures lie scattered around a pool table. Their bodies bruised and battered, a testament to Hyung's overwhelming power. The red scorpion tattoo on his back is visible. One of the fallen men groans, "Ugh. I'm sorry, Siaka Hyungnim. That bastard, we couldn't take him on by ourselves." The tension ratchets up. Even the ace of Teen One can't beat him. Who is that guy? Is he a high-ranking alliance member? A whispered confession, it's US. The scene shifts back to the aftermath of the fight. Hyung stands over his defeated opponents, his presence radiating dominance. A figure emerges from the shadows, his face partially obscured, a hint of a scar visible on his cheek, an air of quiet intensity surrounds him. He walks away, the back of his jacket revealing a striking crimson emblem, a symbol of power and defiance. A voice cuts through the silence, a low murmur of observation, "Looks like an interesting guy has appeared." The camera pans to a sprawling cityscape, a mix of modern skyscrapers and decaying industrial buildings, a testament to the ongoing struggle for power. The alliance's strength is recovering, slowly but surely, a glimmer of hope in the face of adversity. Half of the Western territory has been reclaimed. But the Eastern territory remains a precarious battleground. A tense meeting unfolds, the weight of responsibility heavy in the air. The conversation turns to Deok District, once held by the Alliance, now overrun, a chilling reminder of their losses. A question hangs in the air, a puzzle to be solved. What do all these areas have in common? The impatience of a leader cuts through the silence, "Get to the point." The answer is revealed, a grim truth: these areas were all touched by Hyung. "These are the places where our troops withdrew to search for your father." Hwang Muj, a key figure in the Taejun alliance, receives a critical update: the alliance is recruiting new executives. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. A stark reminder that this is no time for personal quests. Family must wait. But even with the alliance's needs paramount, the thought of wasted troops gnaws at him. A conflict between duty and loyalty tearing at his resolve. "Weren't you the one who said you'd help me?" His response is a heavy admission: "It's not that I don't want to help you, but right now, the Taejun alliance is more important." The scene shifts, revealing Hwang Muj's steely determination. His resolve is absolute. A guttural growl escapes him. Frustration and inner turmoil boil beneath the surface. A clenched fist a testament to his suppressed rage. The sound of fabric tearing punctuates the silence. His decision is made. Fine. You're not wrong. A figure sits, back to us, shrouded in shadow, a weight of unspoken decisions pressing down. His face, grim and determined. But I'll keep searching for that man, even if I have to do it alone. The resolve in his voice is unwavering. A close-up on his scarred face, the lines etched deep, a testament to past battles. The roar of an engine cuts through the air. Njing. A woman speeds through the city streets, a whirlwind of motion. Frustration boils within her. That's why I get frustrated and angry seeing myself wandering around looking for that man. Her words are laced with self-reproach. Her anger, a burning fire. Whatever the reason, until I meet him face to face, this anger won't go away. The intensity in her eyes is palpable. The engine's growl intensifies. I'll find him and kill him. A chilling vow, whispered on the wind. Night falls on a bustling city street. The neon glow of Tali's coffee and a dance academy illuminate the scene. A man enters a coffee shop, his silhouette framed in the warm light, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Inside, a woman greets him. Ah! Over here, Siaka Appa. Why did it take you so long? Her voice is playful, yet tinged with concern. A gruff voice cuts through the air, silencing the cafe's gentle hum. What is it? I'm busy. Don't call me if it's not important. The man's face is grim, his words sharp. He continues, his tone laced with barely concealed frustration. Ugh, no matter how busy you are, you should still be able to have a coffee with your girlfriend. You can just let your subordinates do the work. A woman's voice, softer but firm, responds, I already ordered you a drink, so just sit down. The scene shifts, revealing a bustling cafe. A question hangs in the air. Who is she? The woman smiles, a playful glint in her eyes. I was just about to introduce her. She's my best friend. Hong Bomi, introduced with a quiet, almost hesitant, hello. His eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. From the look on your face, it doesn't seem like you're here for a friendly chat. What do you want? The blonde woman urges Bomi forward. Bomi. Go ahead, tell him. But Bomi hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Actually. A young woman confesses her struggles. I have a bad relationship with one of the kids in my class. She's been trying to mend things, but to no avail. I've been trying to get along with her, but for some reason, she just doesn't like me. Suddenly, a menacing figure appears, his question hanging heavy in the air, was it you? The tension ratchets up. A chilling threat echoes, if you mention my sister's name again with that mouth of yours? The unnamed man's rage explodes. Jeng, his grip tightens, a death sentence delivered with chilling finality, you'll really die. Tears stream down her face. Overwhelmed with regret, she cries out, sob. I still don't know what I did wrong. Siaka comforts her, a plea for justice escaping her lips, a don't cry, crying face, please. Teach that bastard a lesson. The scene shifts to a cafe. A gruff voice cuts through the air, that we're not hired goons? The unnamed man stands, his intentions clear. I'm leaving. The woman's worried response, Appa. A chilling whisper cuts through the air. I heard your relationship with the Taejun Alliance is really bad. The speaker's face is partially obscured, but their tone is laced with venom. I'm sure that bastard said it himself, that he's Ma Hazung from the Taejun Alliance. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The name echoes, a brand of infamy. Ma Hazung, Taejun Alliance number 3. The location is revealed, a dimly lit pool hall, the air thick with tension. A door slams shut with a jarung. The sound reverberates, a final punctuation mark on the threat. A tense phone call. He's already at the location, but the situation looks challenging. A sea of faces, a crowd of menacing figures armed with bats, the scale of the problem is clear. He glances back at the looming threat, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A reassuring voice on the other end of the line, "You can definitely do it." A confident scratch of a pen. And a renewed resolve. "Of course I can." A shift in scene. A different voice, a different conversation. "But you know why I joined the alliance, right?" A slight hesitation. "I understand." The weight of the unspoken hangs heavy in the air. A financial agreement is reached, an extra 500,000 won. Back to the first scene. A smirk spreads across his face. "Okay, don't break your promise." The challenge is accepted. "You arrogant bastard. How dare you take a call right in front of us?" The subcontractor's patience wears thin. "Oh, you've been waiting for a while, huh?" Subcontractors often get calls. He moves with lethal precision. A blur of motion. DRAP. 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 The impact sends a shockwave. Bang! Another devastating blow. Buck. He's relentless. "I'll finish this quickly." Later, at home. "Hey, Ma has hung. Have you been fighting again?" A victorious smirk. "Yeah. I won." A woman stands in a dimly lit apartment, her expression a mixture of concern and disapproval. "Sai, why do you live like this?" She looks down at a young man, bandaged and nursing his wounds, scrolling through his phone. The question hangs heavy in the air. "Does anyone really pay you for doing that?" He answers, his voice low and weary. "Yeah, they do. The Taejun Alliance pays me. I'm number 3 there." A close-up on his hand, revealing a small, almost hidden, gold C emblem on his wristband. The woman's eyes widen in shock. "What? Taejun Alliance?" Her voice rises, laced with disbelief and anger. "Are you crazy? Isn't that a gangster group?" He looks away, guilt and weariness etched on his face. "Mom and Dad left you plenty of money. Not only are you a neighborhood bully, but now you're making money from fighting?" He sighs, a heavy weight settling on his shoulders. "Well, you also need to know the truth. Mahari, listen to me carefully." He sits slumped, defeated, a bag of chips scattered on the floor beside him. A question mark floats above his head. His gaze hardens, a spark of determination igniting within him. "I need to buy a motorcycle. A cool one." Mahari's eyes blaze with fury, a storm brewing within her gaze. A door bursts open with a BRRAK. Taejun Alliance number 3 stands there, slightly injured but defiant. He spits out his resentment. "How dare she kick me out, turns out she's just as strong as I am." His words reveal a simmering anger and a hint of grudging respect. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. Even in his anger, he can't deny the truth of her strength. The scene shifts. 2 figures sit slumped in despair, their shoulders bowed under the weight of their troubles. "This is better than before," a voice whispers, a hollow echo of false comfort. Tears stream down the face of one of them, a silent testament to their pain. The scene is heavy with unspoken grief. A chilling announcement: the entire Junggangno station and Hongdudong area has been taken over by the Alliance. 2 figures study a map, their faces grim. They've been outmaneuvered. The Alliance's advance is relentless. One of them speaks, his voice laced with grim determination. "Moreover, they've started placing troops to monitor the Dunsandong area. Damn it, lately the Alliance has been attacking us more often." A close-up on a bloodied sleeve. The Alliance's aggression is escalating, leaving a trail of casualties in its wake. A strategic map unfolds, pinpointing the locations of 3 key Alliance executives deployed to different battlefronts. The plan is clear: while they draw enemy forces, other areas will be vulnerable. But a shadow of doubt falls across one man's face. "Damn it, if only I were Muj Hyungnam, I could easily deal with 3 Alliance executives. His comrade speaks, a grim realization dawning. True, this plan won't work against Hwang Nuj. The Alliance's chief of staff's expression hardens. He knows something crucial. The Alliance's chief of staff has realized that Hwang Nuj rarely fights in battles anymore. A chilling premonition grips the scene. It could get dangerous. A metallic track echoes as a device is activated. The tension ratchets up. If this keeps up. A phone rings insistently, DRRT DRRT. The interruption cuts through the mounting tension. The call is from Park Sieka. A question hangs in the air. What is it, Park Sieka? The scene shifts to a brutal aftermath. Bodies litter the floor, a grim testament to recent violence. Park Sieka's voice cuts through the silence. Where are you right now? I have something to tell you. A new piece of the puzzle emerges. It seems the owner of that clothing store was once a gangster, so I'm investigating it. The urgency in Park Sieka's voice is palpable. He's clearly not wasting time with pleasantries. The phone rings, a sharp DRRT cutting through the tension. He's showing Hwang Nuj something on his phone. A photograph. Hwang Nuj's eyes narrow, his expression hardening with each passing second. The image reveals a shattered door, the words Taejun Alliance visible amidst the wreckage. Number 8 Mahazung is scrawled below. This is no ordinary photo. Park Sieka explains, his voice grim. Mahazung, this is the guy I was keeping an eye on. His jaw tightens. My men saw him while chasing him. The rain lashes down, mirroring the storm brewing inside Park Sieka. He warns, don't rush into anything. This might be a trap to draw you out. The location is revealed, Myeonggun High School, deep within the Alliance territory. The stakes are higher than ever. Park Sieka's voice is barely a whisper now, his concern evident. He's clearly worried about Hwang Nuj's safety. The rain continues to fall, a somber backdrop to the unfolding drama. He's picturing Ma Ha-sung's reaction, a chilling thought. A figure emerges from the rain, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Boss, a subordinate whispers, the word hanging heavy in the downpour. Suddenly, chaos erupts. What's going on here? A man shouts, his voice barely audible above the storm. Strength calls for violence. The air crackles with tension as a powerful figure strides into view. Why are you here? The newcomer demands, his presence radiating menace. His voice is cold, devoid of emotion. I have no parents. My only family is a weak grandmother and a pathetic little brother. They have nothing to do with me. I live without any obstacles. No one can command me. He pauses, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Huh, he mutters, a hint of confusion in his tone. Hey. A tense standoff unfolds, the rain washing away any trace of warmth. But why did he come here? The question hangs unanswered, a chilling mystery. The final confrontation looms. I hope you're ready, a voice booms, filled with icy determination. The rain falls, mirroring the turmoil within. Why am I angry? He wonders, a question hanging heavy in the air. A confrontation brewing between two figures shrouded in shadow. Ready? Yeah, I figured I'd end up fighting you guys someday. One of them mutters, a chilling premonition. Blood ties. How important are they? The question hangs between them, a silent challenge. A guttural growl, grrr, erupts from one of the figures, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. As the tension reaches a breaking point. Why? Do they bind me? The question echoes the inner conflict. His face contorted in a grimace, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. Srot. A devastating blow lands. Buhak. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, the fight is on. He gasps, inging the impact leaving him breathless. The sheer force of the blow leaving him reeling. What kind of punch is this? I nearly fainted from just one punch. A brutal attack unfolds in the rain-slicked streets. The boss, his face a mask of shock and pain, reels from a devastating blow. The impact echoing with a thunderous dugh as he's sent sprawling. His subordinate, a whirlwind of motion, continues the assault, unrelenting in their fury. The boss, gasping for air, clutches at his wounds. "ORGH," he cries out in agony. His eyes burning with a mixture of disbelief and rage. Damn it! His remaining men watch, paralyzed by fear and indecision. What are you waiting for? The boss is under attack, one shouts, breaking the silence. But another barks a warning, where are you going? Do not interfere with the boss's execution. The subordinate, unyielding, unleashes a torrent of insults. Execution? You arrogant bastard! You're dead, you bastard! Surrounded, the subordinate stands defiant, a lone figure amidst a storm of impending violence. The boss, defeated and bleeding, sinks to his knees, the rain washing away the blood. Cough. The rain falls hard, mirroring the turmoil in the air. A boss, wounded and defeated, crumples to his knees. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the question echoing in his mind, why? A towering figure looms over him, a shadow against the stormy sky, the subordinate, his face obscured by darkness. He places a hand on the boss's head, a gesture that belies the brutal force about to be unleashed. A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the rain-slicked street. The boss is sent flying, his body a ragdoll in the relentless downpour. The world spins, blurring into a vortex of pain. The rain washes away the blood, leaving only the stark reality of defeat, a brutal end. The subordinate stands over his fallen enemy, a chilling calm in his eyes, a cold satisfaction. A blinding flash. The air crackles with raw power. The boss stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. Wow, damn. I think I just saw my life flashing before my eyes. His subordinate smirks, a chilling amusement in his eyes. It's too good for only me to see. Should I show you too? The subordinate lunges, a blur of motion. Crack. The sound of bone-shattering echoes through the alleyway. A brutal attack continues, each blow more devastating than the last. Water splashes as the two grapple in the rain-slicked street. 1. The subordinate unleashes a devastating blow, sending the boss reeling. The boss, battered and broken, gasps, "You just threw 3 punches." Duak. Another crushing blow sends the boss flying. He crashes to the ground, defeated. The subordinate walks away, leaving his fallen enemy behind. "I'll return one first." He pauses, a dark satisfaction etched on his face. This feeling. The subordinate lunges, a blur of motion, his fist connects with bone-jarring impact. A sickening crunch echoes through the rain-slicked alleyway. The subordinate stands over his fallen boss, rain washing the blood from his face. There are so many people he doesn't like. He addresses his victim with chilling casualness, "Hey, buddy." The boss, barely conscious, manages a weak, defiant glare. There are still 2 punches left. I'll return them to their rightful owner. A chilling smile spreads across his face, blood staining his lips. I'll return them to their rightful owner. The rain falls, washing away the blood, but not the malice in his eyes. He clenches his fist, the tension palpable, every drop of rain seems to amplify the silent fury. The rain lashes down, blurring the city lights. This bastard. A sudden burst of motion. His fist flies towards his opponent. "I'll make you regret getting back up." Pong, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. A brutal blow connects, sending the attacker sprawling through the rain-slicked streets. And a smirk plays on the victor's lips. "I told you, didn't I, buddy?" The rain lashes down as Huang Muge and his opponent clash in a brutal exchange. A flurry of fists, a whirlwind of motion. His adversary grits his teeth, defiant despite the punishment. There's still punches left, he growls, his face a mask of grim determination. But Muge is relentless. A thunderous blow connects, sending the attacker sprawling. Blag! The impact sends a shockwave through the rain-slicked street. Nuge stands over his fallen foe, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. The last one. The attacker coughs, blood trickling from his lips. A desperate final effort. But it's too late. Tez. The final blow lands. Nuge's face is bruised, but his eyes burn with victory. He's taken a beating, but he's emerged triumphant. The final impact echoes. Brak, the fight is over. His opponent lies defeated, the rain washing away the blood. The defeated attacker, gasping for breath, utters a question that hangs heavy in the rain-slicked air. Ugh, I have always wondered why everyone is so terrified of you. His adversary, Hwang Nuge, stands over him, a grim satisfaction etched onto his bruised face. The words echo the attacker's unspoken fear. Turns out you're really strong. The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge amidst the downpour. Why did you do it? Nuge's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. Was this a deliberate provocation? Was it to provoke me? The scene shifts. The rain continues to fall as Nuge confronts his attacker, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. Why did you make that damn graffiti on the wall? Nuge's opponent, taken aback, stammers a denial. Provoke? What are you talking about? I never met you before, why would I provoke you? A beat of silence, then a sudden realization dawns on Nuge's face. His eyes widen in disbelief. Wait. Graffiti? The attacker reveals the truth, his voice low and menacing. That was just a simple greeting. Daejeon Alliance new number 3 Mahazung. You're mad just because of that. The question hangs in the rain-slicked air, a challenge whispered on the wind. His opponent scoffs, the sound swallowed by the downpour. Just? The word is a snarl, a promise of violence. Just? The rain lashes down as the attacker advances, the graffiti on his jacket a stark warning, the Daejeon Alliance. That was the only reason. The simple statement echoes the gravity of the situation. A blur of motion. A brutal counterattack explodes from Hwang Nuge, a whirlwind of fists and fury. His opponent is sent sprawling, the impact echoing through the rain-soaked streets. His face, a mask of disbelief and pain. If I can't stop this, I will die. The desperate thought fuels his next move. He has to win. The sound of bone cracking punctuates the storm. A brutal uppercut sends the attacker flying and crashes into the ground with a sickening thud. The fight, for now, is over. The rain washes away the blood, leaving only the chilling silence of a hard-won victory. The impact. A bone-jarring brak echoes through the rain-slicked alleyway as Hwang Nuge sends his attacker sprawling. A sickening duk as the man crashes to the ground, the force of the blow sending a spray of water and debris flying. Coughing up blood, his attacker struggles to his feet, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. Hyung! Ha! Ha! His eyes blaze with fury, a low growl rumbling in his chest as he spits out, "Damn it! This can't go on." Suddenly, a wave of bodies crashes into the scene. The sound of repeated blows, buk, fills the air. The attacker screams, "Myeonggun High School! Everyone, run! We can't beat him!" But Hwang Nuge remains unmoved, his gaze unwavering. After all, this wasn't about the school, this was personal. He calmly states, "You don't need to fight." The rain lashes down, mirroring the fury in the eyes of the Daejeon Alliance thugs. Their leader, battered but unbowed, barks orders. Your leader has quickly assessed the situation, hasn't he? Listen to him, you bastards. His voice, a raw snarl, cuts through the downpour. There's no way we'd leave our leader. A chilling declaration of loyalty. The leader's confidence is unwavering. Listen to me, you damn punks. I have a plan. His words, though cryptic, ignite a spark of hope amongst his bruised and battered followers. Hazung is right. Let's fall back for now. Doubt flickers in their eyes, but trust in their leader prevails. Ha! What nonsense is this? He may not look like it, but he is a deep thinker. I'm sure he's got some kind of plan. A reluctant acceptance, born of desperation and unwavering loyalty. Let's just trust our leader. As they retreat into the stormy night, a sinister chuckle echoes behind them. A sound of pure, unadulterated malice. Ha, fools! The rain lashes down, mirroring the fury in Huang Nuge's eyes. His opponent, battered and bleeding, sneers, "That's what they call a man's bluff, you monstrous bastard." Nuge's response is swift and brutal. "If that's the case, then just die." A blur of motion, a sickening SYAT as fist meets flesh, the fight is on. A brutal BUGH echoes through the rain-slicked streets. The impact sends a shockwave, and the tide turns. It wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. The words hang heavy in the air. No. It couldn't even be called a fight. A thunderous BUK. Nuge's opponents, a line of hardened thugs, are sent sprawling by the sheer force of his assault. It was a one-sided assault. His rage fuels his power. Each blow lands with bone-jarring impact. And that made me even angrier. Nuge's punches become weapons of terrifying power. His blows are now devastating, a whirlwind of destruction. The final blow connects with a sickening crunch. The rain washes away the blood, as Nuge's enemies fall. He stands amidst the carnage, a grim victor. His face, a mask of cold fury, is reflected in the puddles of blood and rainwater. "I shouldn't have thrown my punches like that." A regret hangs heavy in the air. The fighters face a mask of grim self-assessment. The impact echoes, a resounding RAS that speaks of brutal force. Rain lashes down, blurring the already indistinct city backdrop. Mahazan lies sprawled on the slick pavement, his body still. A silent testament to the fight's devastating conclusion. And that's how Mahazan fainted, and never woke up. The weight of that finality settles, a chilling silence descending. The aftermath. A tense meeting unfolds in a dilapidated room. The Emperor Division, now under suspicion. The difficulty of finding the real culprit is palpable. No eyewitnesses, only shadows and doubt. The finger of blame points directly at Huang Nuge. The accusations sting, a bitter pill to swallow. A desperate plea for a swift resolution. The police investigation threatens to engulf the entire division. The stakes are impossibly high. The Emperor Division's very existence hangs in the balance, a calculated risk by the Alliance. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. Huang Nuge's response will determine everything. The air crackles with tension. A heated argument erupts between two figures, the sound of a table breaking echoing through the room. One man, his face etched with suspicion, questions the other's words. Does something feel off? The tension ratchets up further. A fist slams onto the table, a challenge issued. A stark question hangs in the air: do you want the boss to go to jail? Kwok Jigon's eyes narrow, a grim determination settling on his face. He's figured something out. Is there another way? The weight of the situation presses down on him. If the boss is caught, the consequences will be catastrophic. The division will shatter, the pieces scattering like broken glass. Crash. A chilling image, the gang members stand united, but their faces are grim, their future uncertain. Kwok Jigon makes a desperate decision. He'll take the fall for the boss. The other gang member considers this drastic measure. Could this solve the problem? The weight of command bears down on Huang Nuge. He is the spear of the division, a title that cuts both ways. A burden he carries with a heavy heart. Kwok Jigon's choke sob echoes the unspoken pressure. The revelation hits him like a punch to the gut. His boss has always seen him as nothing more than a disposable tool. A grim proposal is made. The Emperor Division needs a sacrifice, a scapegoat to weather the storm. The situation is dire. A sea of faces, each a potential sacrifice, awaits the call for a volunteer. The boss lays out the brutal truth. The solution is simple, though agonizing: someone must take the fall. A chilling command. Raise your hand. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy in the air. A silent testament to the loyalty and sacrifice within the Emperor division. Many are willing to die for their boss. The crisis is averted, for now. A cold, calculating gaze reveals the boss's satisfaction. From a high vantage point, the boss surveys his loyal troops. The aftermath of the crisis unfolds before him. Do you understand now? You need power if you want to be king. The power that Wu Munwan has, but you don't. Troops, ha? Boss. Are you serious? I can't believe it. He has a girlfriend? Your name. What's your name? My name is Mahari. This might end up being quite amusing. A brutal uppercut connects. The impact sends the thug sprawling. Keuk. He's down. The attacker stands over his fallen foe, a sneer playing on his lips. You're looking for trouble without knowing who I am. Bruck. The ground trembles with the force of his presence. Another body hits the ground. What a display of overwhelming power. What a bunch of pathetic fools. The scene shifts to a narrow city street. 5 bodies lie scattered across the asphalt, victims of swift, brutal efficiency. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage, his silhouette imposing against the urban backdrop. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of applause echoes through the alleyway. A question mark hangs in the air. A woman approaches, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. Amazing. It's my first time seeing such a skilled fighter like you. A young woman, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, approaches Huang Muj. Did you learn some kind of martial art? She introduces herself, a playful smile on her lips. Ah, my name's Mahari. Huang Muj remains guarded. Her words hang in the air, a bold declaration of interest. He tries to dismiss her, his tone curt. That's an unpleasant name. Leave me alone. But Mahari is persistent. A sudden movement, a hand reaching out, a touch that speaks volumes. With a grunt, Huang Muj pushes her away. I said, get lost. Undeterred, Mahari's admiration only intensifies. You're really my ideal type. Can I ask for your number? His response is immediate and firm: go away. A flashback reveals the scene's context. That was his first meeting with Mahari. But the story isn't over. In a dimly lit room, the aftermath of a brutal fight is evident. A desperate plea for his number echoes through the air. A city park bench, bathed in the afternoon sun. Huang Muj sits, radiating an aura of quiet intensity. Mahari appears, her persistent pursuit unwavering. Number, she calls out, her voice echoing in the urban landscape. And she continues to appear before him, a determined glint in her eyes. Their encounter shifts to a city bridge, the cityscape a stark backdrop to their tense exchange. Then, your name, she demands. Mahari's persistence is palpable, her infatuation undeniable. I still don't know your name, Appa. Her plea hangs in the air, a desperate attempt to bridge the gap between them. Muj's resolve hardens. If it's just that, you can tell me, right? She presses, her hope flickering. He finally reveals his name, a curt dismissal following close behind. Huang Muj. Now, go away. The revelation of their names marks a turning point, a new chapter in their complicated relationship. But their story is far from over. A chance encounter, a sudden appearance. A young woman, her face a mixture of guilt and defiance, stands before a powerful-looking man. Sorry. I just wanted to ride it once. The scene shifts to reveal a sleek, powerful motorcycle. The woman explains, my brother wanted to buy a motorcycle like this. Her voice drops, a shadow of sadness crossing her features. Yeah, but even if he bought it, he can't ride it now. My brother had a traffic accident. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. He got hit by the motorcycle he really wanted to buy. A bitter laugh escapes her lips. How stupid, right? Suddenly, 3 girls appear, their faces contorted in rage. Hey, you bitch! The man sighs, clearly exasperated. Sigh. They chased me all the way here, huh? You jerk, how dare you run away after splashing water on my face? One of the girls steps forward, her eyes blazing. I'm gonna kill you today, you damn bitch. Back to the man and the woman. He asks, friends? The woman's expression darkens. Yeah, well, they hate me. A girl who's an orphan with a brother in a coma makes me the perfect target, right? Mahari's face is etched with a quiet fury. The words she speaks are a low burn. Today, they dumped all the cleaning on me, so I splashed some of the mop water at them, and now they're acting like that. A shadow falls across her face, the memory of a time when things were worse, a time when her brother was there to shield her from the storm. It wasn't as bad when my brother used to protect me. A self-deprecating sigh escapes her lips. The weight of her unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. I'm rambling about random stuff, even though we don't have any connection. Suddenly, a change of pace. Mahari stands defiant, her bullies looming in the background. I'm leaving now. My friends are waiting for me. Huang Mu's gaze follows her, a single word hanging in the silence. Mahari. He gestures towards his powerful motorcycle, a low rumble echoing the tension. Get on. The engine roars to life. SRT, the bike cuts through the air, leaving a trail of dust and determination. Mahari's expression hardens. A flicker of defiance in her eyes. A sudden tap on her shoulder interrupts her escape. And she's yanked back, the sound echoing the urgency. Tap. The chase is on. Mahari, pursued by a pack of relentless bullies, is cornered, but just as despair sets in, a savior appears. Huang Mu, astride his powerful motorcycle, roars into action. The bullies watch in stunned silence as their prey vanishes in a blur of speed and chrome, their shocked faces a testament to the unexpected turn of events. The motorcycle cuts through the city streets, a symphony of speed and power. The engine's roar is deafening, a thrilling escape. One of the bullies tries a desperate lunge, but it's too late. The motorcycle's momentum is unstoppable, sending the would-be attacker sprawling. A hard impact. The sound of a body hitting the pavement echoes, a sharp cry of pain punctuates the scene. They speed across a bridge, the cityscape a breathtaking backdrop to their daring escape. The wind whips through their hair, a moment of exhilarating freedom. The city lights streak past, a vibrant blur. Mahari clings to Huang Mu, her heart pounding, pure adrenaline. Safe at last, Mahari reflects on the thrill of the ride. A newfound understanding dawns on her, a revelation. A moment of quiet contemplation. Mahari's eyes soften, a wave of gratitude washing over her, a profound shift in perspective. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with meaning. Mahari's gaze meets Huang Mu's, a silent conversation. Huang Mu, a shadow of menace on his motorcycle, lets out a chillingly casual, no particular reason. The city lights paint the scene as Mahari questions her brother's actions. Did he truly care for her? A pensive Mahari, lost in thought, struggles to articulate her complex feelings. Searching for the right words to describe her complicated relationship with her brother. Tears well up as Mahari recalls her brother's struggles, seeing her as weak and pathetic. A burden he felt compelled to protect, despite the emotional toll. Huang Mu's face is partially obscured, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of mystery. But even he admits to finding his own brother annoying at times. Mahari reflects on her brother's overprotective nature, the restrictions he placed on her. Now gone, yet strangely, she doesn't feel truly free. A cityscape stretches out beneath a bruised sunset sky, the Han River flows, reflecting the fiery hues. Mahari's shoulders slump under the weight of unspoken words. Huang Muj watches, a silent observer to her quiet despair. A lone figure speeds across a bridge on a powerful motorcycle, leaving the city's worries behind. The weight of family, a burden shared by two souls, a connection forged in shared sorrow. Huang Muj ponders, a thoughtful frown etched on his face, a question forming in his mind. A tense confrontation unfolds on a city street, shadows lengthen as accusations fly, the air crackles with unspoken threats. A close-up on Huang Muj's face, shock and confusion ripple across his features, a revelation dawns. The misunderstanding deepens, the meaning of a simple act, misinterpreted intentions. Mahari, now integrated into the group, rides away on a motorcycle, a new chapter begins. Engines roar, tires screech, the night blurs into a streak of motion, they vanish into the darkness. Mahari, a whirlwind of charisma, fits right in with the gang. Her friendly nature makes her an instant hit. But the victory in Yeonggu is short-lived. The gang faces a stark reality, they're outnumbered by the alliance. A tense meeting unfolds. The question hangs in the air, should they unleash all their troops in a desperate gamble? The answer is a resounding no. They're outmatched, a grim truth laid bare. A strategic retreat is necessary, they must consolidate their forces. The weight of the situation presses down. It's tough, so what should we do? One gang member asks, his voice heavy with concern. A cunning plan is hatched. Huang Muj will be positioned as a decoy in the rear lines of the alliance, creating a diversion while the gang executes a decisive counterattack. A risky maneuver, but potentially game-changing. Mahari's eyes narrow. Is Mujapa just a decoy? What kind of strategy is that? She questions, suspicion clouding her features. The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered, a silent query that speaks volumes. From the start, this was the plan. The pieces are in motion. The tension ratchets up in a dimly lit warehouse. Mahari's sharp eyes scan the shadows, her voice laced with suspicion. Where's Huang Muj? A gruff voice cuts through the air. This isn't a place you can just walk into. Appa's orders are clear. He's been told to wait, in that corner, while serious matters are discussed. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A map of a region is visible on a nearby screen, hinting at the scope of the operation. Mahari's skepticism grows. Something serious? The scene shifts. A heated exchange unfolds. Don't just talk without knowing anything. A strategic map dominates the background as the tension escalates. A blond man observes the scene, his expression unreadable. How can the second-in-command division leader give orders to the... Mahari's eyes narrow, her expression hardening. Isn't that an insult? The tension reaches a breaking point. The man's frustration boils over. Now that I think about it, that's true. I need to reflect on that. A sharp retort cuts through the air, SRT. The man's anger flares. An insult? The camera focuses on a woman's intense gaze, her braided hair framing a face etched with determination. The caption reads, "Second in command of the division." Her lips purse slightly, a hint of defiance in her expression. She speaks, her words carrying a weight of unspoken resentment, someone who serves Mujapa. Suddenly, a brutal attack. A man grabs the woman, his grip like a vice. The scene is a whirlwind of motion, a clash of wills. He throws her to the ground, his voice a low growl, "That's my role." The woman cries out, "Ha! Wait, Siaka Hyung." She clutches her head, pain etched across her face. The man's words hang heavy in the air, while your role is being Huang Muj's toy. The man's face hardens, his voice dripping with contempt, "Know your place if you don't want to die." He addresses her again, his tone sharp and cold, "Hey, Park Siaka." The man's face is a mask of cold fury, his eyes burning with intensity. A palpable tension fills the air. A sudden crash. Another man bursts into the room, his question echoing the reader's own, "What's going on here?" The air crackles with unspoken accusations. A demand hangs heavy in the silence. A looming figure enters the frame, radiating menace. His very presence speaks of impending trouble. Eyes like burning coals, a predator sizing up its prey, the tension is a tangible thing. A woman lies on the ground, vulnerable. A looming figure approaches, concern etched on his face. "What's going on here?" he demands, his voice tight with urgency. The imposing figure's gaze hardens. "You better explain this properly." The air crackles with unspoken threat. A close-up reveals a chilling stare, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. The scene shifts. A man with a weary expression speaks, his tone laced with a hint of defiance. "What kind of explanation do you need? Everything seems as it is." He continues, his voice low and measured. "I was just trying to remind this first lady of her position, so that she doesn't get involved in the division's matters." The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The air crackles with tension. "Are you being sarcastic?" The question hangs heavy, a challenge thrown down. A chilling laugh follows, echoing the unspoken threat. "Isn't this funny?" The words drip with icy sarcasm. Two figures stand in stark contrast, one, slight and tense, the other, a hulking mass of barely contained rage. "You're the one who should be taking care of the division." The accusation cuts deep. "Ever since you met that woman, I haven't seen you attend regular meetings." The words are a pointed jab, revealing a simmering resentment. A question hangs in the air, heavy with suspicion. "Did you tell Mahari to replace you?" A guttural growl, "Bastard." The word explodes from his lips, raw fury barely contained. A clenched fist, veins bulging, a silent scream of barely controlled rage. Grrrt. The sound is a low rumble, a tremor of barely suppressed violence. The challenge is laid bare. "What do you want?" The demand is sharp, impatient. "Just get to the point." The rebuke is swift and uncompromising. This is not the time to be fooling around with women, Hwang Muj. Defiance flickers in his eyes. "Do I have to say it for you to understand?" The air crackles with tension. Hwang Muj, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, grits his teeth. Being rude to Mahari is a whole different matter. The sound of his muscles straining is almost audible. A close-up on the back of a figure, a striking red spider emblem emblazoned on their jacket, a symbol of defiance. The camera pulls back to reveal the figure confronting Muj. "Hwang Muj, you bastard, you want to attack me over a woman?" Suddenly, Mahari bursts into the scene, a blur of motion. The sound of her clothes rustling fills the air, drap drap. She throws herself between the two enraged men, her voice ringing out, sharp and clear, "Stop." The tension hangs heavy. Mahari's voice, softer now, a confession. "Actually, I'm the one at fault." Her shoulders slump, a picture of regret. "I'm not even a member of the division, but I acted arrogantly because I trusted you." Siaka's voice cuts through the charged silence. "Siaka Appa, please stop. According to your plan, this is not the time for you two to fight." Newt's gaze softens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "You're right." But Siaka's concern remains. "But, your boyfriend doesn't seem like he's going to stop, does he?" "Step aside, Mahari. I need to teach that arrogant bastard a lesson." Hwang Muj's face is a mask of barely controlled rage. His knuckles whiten as Mahari's desperate plea echoes in the air. "Don't do this, Appa." Mahari's grip tightens on Hwang Muj's arm, her voice laced with fear and guilt. "If you continue like this, I'll end up looking like the bad guy." A desperate plea. Mahari's eyes well with tears as she begs him to stop, the blood staining her shirt a stark reminder of the situation. "Stop for my sake." Siaka's voice cuts through the tension. "Enough, Mahari." Siaka's gaze is unwavering as he assesses the situation. His question hangs heavy in the air. "Do you think Hwang Muj will stop just because of that?" Mahari, exhausted and defeated, agrees. "Fine, let's just leave." A tense moment. Hwang Muj hesitates, his anger slowly subsiding. Mahari's request, alright, let go of my hand. The sound of a sigh, barely audible, but heavy with unspoken emotions. He really stopped? The disbelief is palpable. Mahari's voice, a mix of relief and defiance. Today you promised to take me for a ride on your motorcycle. Huang Mu's eyes narrow, a flicker of his earlier rage returning. Set. I said stop. The scene shifts, revealing the full extent of the situation. Huang Mu, Mahari, and his men stand in a dilapidated warehouse. The air is thick with tension. Huang Mu, arms crossed, stands amidst the rubble of a warehouse, a picture of simmering rage barely contained. His eyes narrow as he speaks. I never thought there would be someone who could drag the boss away. A sudden, sharp series of vibrations. DRRT. 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 His phone buzzes. His expression shifts from barely controlled fury to stunned confusion. Ha! He glances at his phone, then back at Mahari and Siaka. Boss. Wait a moment. The message, it's from the tailor uncle. The phone rings. Jing. The tension breaks as Huang Mu answers the call. Siaka's eyes are narrowed, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Kwok Jigong and I immediately went to the meeting place that the man mentioned. And that place was? Two figures stand in an overgrown lot, their backs to us, the faint scent of blood clinging to their jackets. A familiar playground comes into view, the scene shifting to a nostalgic memory. A wave of memories washes over him, a younger version of himself, playing tag with a man, a father? The carefree laughter of childhood, a stark contrast to the present. His eyes narrow, recognition dawning. This place. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, shattering the reverie. Hey, Kwok Jigong! He turns, startled, to see a familiar face. The tailor uncle. A gasp escapes his lips. It's been a long time, you hoodlum kid. Damn! Where have you been, uncle? I thought you were dead. The reunion is tense. Huang Mu stands between two figures, their expressions unreadable. A sharp intake of breath. Hyunnim? The shock is palpable. Mu's voice cuts through the air, raw with barely suppressed anger. Where is my bastard father? Tell me now. A smirk plays on the lips of the man in the suit. Looks like Auntie has given you a hint, huh? Has his impatient nature also been passed down to you? His words hang heavy in the air, a subtle shift in the man's demeanor. The tension breaks. All right, I'll tell you everything. But there's a catch. But before that, Jigong has to leave. Jigong explodes. What? Why? What do you want to talk about? He explains, his voice strained. Just so you know, I'm Huang Mu's right-hand man. This is a family matter. He might be uncomfortable if others hear it. The man in the suit sighs, his face etched with weariness. Please understand. It's complicated. The scene opens on a playground, the metallic screech of swings cutting through the air. A lone swing creaks rhythmically, a silent question hanging in the air, where to begin? Two figures stand with their backs to us, the playground a silent backdrop to their conversation. The words, when your father and I founded Guguk, hang heavy in the air. Huang Mu's eyes narrow. Guguk? You mean the Guguk Group? A sleek, modern skyscraper rises above the city streets, a stark contrast to the previous scene. The narration explains, an organization based in Taejun that is now a mid-sized company. A man's face, etched with years of unspoken secrets, is shown in profile. The words Guguk originally trail off, leaving the audience hanging. A fiery crimson backdrop reveals the truth. Guguk, once a ruthless gang, now stands as a corporate entity. The words, was a gang formed by your father and me, echo with the weight of history. The final panel reveals a chilling detail, the name Guguk also doesn't have any special meaning. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. The revelation begins. A powerful figure stands before us, his physique hinting at a life of strength and conflict. And the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The gu comes from your father's name, Hwang Guhak. The name itself carries the echo of power. And the guk from my name, Yeo Guken. A simple combination, yet it holds a legacy of might. That's why we called it Guguk. A name that speaks of dominance, of a force that cannot be stopped. A simple name, yet it reflects the reality of their overwhelming success. A scene unfolds, showing the power of Guguk in action. The speaker continues, his voice low but firm. Well, it was all thanks to your father. Because everyone who stood in the way of Guguk was destroyed by Hwang Guhak's fists. A fiery inferno erupts behind him, mirroring the destructive force of his father. The speaker's role is revealed. As for my role, I was just a guide for Guguk. He holds a chess piece, a symbol of strategy and calculated moves. Technically, I could be considered an advisor. And so Guguk grew larger and larger. The symbol of Guguk expands, showcasing its ever-increasing influence and power. We crushed rival gangs, one by one, swallowing them whole to build an empire. From two individuals, a towering skyscraper rises, the Guguk gang's evolution into the Guguk group. But with such growth comes new challenges, a problem emerges from the shadows. Hwang Guhak's strength alone couldn't sustain the Guguk group, his father's mind races, searching for a solution. His intellect, honed only in combat, proved insufficient, a new strategy was needed. The answer? A specialized team, the Guguk Preventive Team. Elite operatives, trained to support Hwang Guhak and his father, a carefully crafted plan unfolds. Unlike his father, who rose from the bottom, he envisioned a prodigy, perfectly trained, to solve all of Guguk's problems. Their first recruit, a name whispered with anticipation. His own son, Yeo Sangjin, a future shaped by destiny. From the intricacies of organizational management, to the brutal art of crushing enemies. That education was all for Guguk. The result? Quite satisfying. Hwang Nuj, even before adulthood, deftly handled Guguk's complex issues. Just as everything seemed to be running smoothly, a momentous event occurred. That was your birth, Hwang Nuj. Oh ha ha ha. Finally, the heir to Guguk has arrived. The room erupts with laughter. He looks just like you, Guhak. Bubble, bubble, bubble. A strange sound echoes. A man's eyes narrow in thought. I should have heard that sound. The sound of a monster, whose blood was boiling. The moment Hwang Nuj was born, a ripple of power shook the very foundations of Guguk. Oh ha ha ha. Finally, the heir of Guguk has arrived. He looks just like you, Guhak. A chilling statement, underscoring the weight of expectation and legacy. From that moment, a transformation began. The child, Hwang Nuj, started to show his fangs. He recruited many talented people, building his own power base within Guguk. Years went by. And Yeo Sangjin, now a powerful figure, waits. He's become the third most influential person within the Guguk group. Sir, the board of directors meeting will start soon. The gears of power are turning. Director Yeo Sangjin surveys the scene, a glint in his eye. The air crackles with anticipation. Chairman Hwang Guhak will also be present. He adjusts his tie, a subtle shift in his demeanor. It's almost time. Sangjin's expression hardens. There's a major agenda today. A sudden, jarring J&G, Sangjin's men move with lethal precision, a blur of motion. Let's go. Sangjin strides forward, his presence commanding. The tension is palpable. A gasp escapes a bystander's lips. I was quite shocked. The bystander's voice trembles. Yeo Sangjin, what are you doing? The bystander's face is etched with disbelief. I never thought my son would do such a thing. Sangjin stands before the boardroom, his men surrounding the table like a cage. A power play unfolds? Song Jin's gaze is unwavering. Why are you surprised, father? The tension in the Guguk boardroom is thicker than ever. Sung Jin's audacious power grab hangs heavy in the air. Gohak, his face a mask of disbelief, stares at his son. A single, sharp tap echoes in the silence. Sang Jin stands, a mountain of muscle and barely contained fury. The weight of his defiance is palpable. He speaks, his voice a low growl. Please understand, Uncle Gohak. A plea barely masking the steel in his eyes. Sung Jin's chilling words cut through the tension. Among my subordinates, there is no one who can face you with bare hands. A stark declaration of his overwhelming power. Gohak explodes, you fool. His rage a tangible force. Gohak's scornful laughter fills the room. Do you think you can fight Gohak with just a few knives? Sung Jin's response is chillingly calm. Of course not, father. This is just minimum insurance. A subtle shift in the power dynamic. His gaze unwavering, Sang Jin reveals his true weapon, a chillingly calculated strategy. The name itself sends a shockwave through the room. I have prepared another weapon, namely Huang Nuj and Huang Chomin. Yeo Sang Jin, radiating chilling authority, delivers an ultimatum. If uncle does something against my wishes, they will be dragged straight to hell without a chance to speak. His words hang heavy in the air. A question rises from Huang Gohak. An old man cannot be by his child's side forever, right? The camera focuses on Huang Gohak, his face a mask of fear and betrayal. I felt scared, he confesses, his voice barely a whisper. His fear is palpable. A crimson inferno flares behind him as he reveals the source of his terror. I was afraid of my son who had turned into a monster. The tension ratchets up. His fear intensifies. I was afraid of losing my son to Huang Gohak. Suddenly, a hand appears, swift and precise, a sound of something sliding across a surface. The narrative shifts. Yeo Sung Jin's cold gaze sweeps across the room. Huang Gohak didn't do that. I will. His voice is a low growl, a promise of swift, brutal action. Hand over Guguk. Huang Gohak's back is to us, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He pleads, his voice heavy with despair, so, don't touch my children. Even in his moment of weakness, a glimmer of understanding dawns on Yeo Sang Jin. He reflects, even that man, who was like a hunk of iron, ended up being just a father. Yeo Sang Jin's face, partially obscured, hints at a chilling revelation. His words hang heavy in the air. That's how my and Gohak's generation ended. But the story doesn't end there. A fiery sunset mirrors the burning rage within him as he continues, but he wasn't satisfied with just that. The scene shifts to a somber graveyard, rows of graves stretching into the distance. Two figures stand silhouetted against the setting sun, their presence heavy with unspoken grief. He presses on, he kept pressuring me and your father, who had built Gohak. The weight of his words intensifies, a grim prophecy unfolding, as if he would keep doing it until we disappeared from this world. In other words, you and your brother won't be spared either. A close-up on Huang Gohak's father's face, etched with worry and resignation. The unspoken question hangs in the air, why? The answer is coming. Yeo Sung Jin's younger brother, his expression hardened, speaks the truth. That's why Huang Gohak decided to leave, to protect us. A breathtaking sunset, a vast expanse of sky and land, mirrors the vastness of the sacrifice. A single word echoes in the silence, why? Back at the graveyard, the two men stand with their backs to us, the question hanging heavy in the air. Sung Jin's brother finally speaks, why are you only telling me all this now? Yeo Sung Jin's face, a mixture of regret and resolve, reveals his motivation. He states, it is some kind of redemption. His gaze is unwavering as he delivers the final blow. You could say you lost your father because of me. That's why I want to reunite you with your father. Unlike me, you still have a chance, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The brother's desperation is palpable, his voice cracks with urgency. Where is he? The question hangs heavy in the air. Yeo Sang Jin hesitates, his expression a mask of grim determination. He doesn't know the exact location, but he can offer a lead. A map of old gang bases flashes across the page, each dot a potential hiding place. A network of shadows scattered across the country. These weren't just any camps, they were strongholds, built for brutal gang warfare. But among the many, only 5 remain known to Yeo Sang-jin and Hwang Go-hak. A chilling revelation. And the implication is clear, Hwang Go-hak is hiding in one of them. The city lights twinkle below, a deceptive veneer of peace over a simmering conflict. Night falls. Yeo Sang-jin sits alone, pen in hand, a notebook open before him. He's writing, a confession? The tailor uncle's final request echoes in his mind, to deliver a message to his father. A message that could shatter his world. A message that reveals a truth he's carried for a lifetime. Abandoned? No. He was never truly alone. The weight of that revelation settles upon him. A figure stands silhouetted against a rain-slicked cityscape, his words echoing the weight of unspoken regrets. I thought I could do whatever I wanted. The scene shifts, revealing a fallen man, his body mirroring the consequences of unchecked freedom. The words, stark and unforgiving, hang in the air. Yes. I lived without responsibility or guilt. The rain gives way to sunlight as our protagonist sits, pen in hand, a question forming in his mind: did father live like that too? His brow furrows, the weight of his father's legacy pressing down. The question burns within him: why do I want to meet him so badly? A stark revelation unfolds, shattering the illusion of a carefree past. The words cut through the silence: father used to be a king, but he threw everything away. The mystery deepens, the protagonist grappling with the enigma of his father's choices. The question hangs heavy: what was his reason for doing that? His face, etched with confusion, reflects the turmoil within. A poignant admission: this is the first time I've been this confused. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, a single truth emerges, a path forward revealed, but, in the end, there is only one answer. The camera pans across a sprawling cityscape at night, a vast expanse of urban sprawl under a blanket of stars. The destination is clear: he has to go. An ancient-looking building stands in stark contrast to the modern city, a beacon of tradition amidst the urban jungle. The journey begins. The scene opens with a clash. A brutal impact, a BUUK that echoes through the air. Yeo Sang-jin is in the thick of it, facing down a wave of attackers. A flurry of fists and feet, bodies crumpling like dominoes under the force of his strikes. Sang-jin moves with a brutal efficiency, a whirlwind of motion. One of the assailants notices something amiss. Don't Muj Hyung-nim's strikes sound a little different? Usually, it sounds like bang, but now it's thud. His companion is less perceptive. I don't understand what you mean, but it does seem a bit different. The scene shifts. A different perspective. We see Sung-jin's associate, observing him from afar. Lately, he's been following the plan calmly. A hint of doubt crosses his face. He questions Sung-jin's commitment. He's not serious about going on a journey across the country, or whatever, is he? Sang-jin, alone, reflects. After deciding to leave, he reveals a newfound resolve. I started taking care of the things I had to do as a boss. Back to the fight. The aftermath of Sung-jin's brutal efficiency is laid bare. A fallen foe lies amidst a group of his defeated attackers. Sang-jin stands over them, a question forming in his mind: do I now have a sense of responsibility? A wry smile plays on his lips. It's truly funny. A journey across the country? The very idea is dismissed with a sharp, dismissive tone. But Yeo Sang-jin's reassurance is met with lingering doubt. Just a few months, he promises. A playful jab about his irresistible charm only serves to highlight her apprehension. She knows better than to believe such boasts. And Yeo Sang-jin's blunt admission of his true appeal cuts through the playful banter. He's a magnet for those who crave the thrill of combat. Leaving her still uneasy, but resolved to trust him. A deal is struck. A simple request, a condition of their temporary parting: he must keep her informed of his whereabouts. A demand underscored by a steely gaze. No room for misinterpretation. And with a promise sealed, they set off. The city stretches before them. A sense of finality hangs in the air as Yeo Sang-jin walks away, his back to the viewer. And time, as it always does, marches relentlessly forward. And the day of his departure arrived. Yeo Sang-jin, a bouquet of crimson roses clutched in his hand, stands on a bustling city street, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on his face. What awaits him on this path? The question hangs heavy in the air, a shadow of uncertainty clouding his resolve. Suddenly, a violent clash erupts nearby. A brutal attack unfolds before him, a scene of chaos and violence. The impact of fists and bodies hitting the ground, a sickening thud echoing through the street. Yeo Sang-jin watches, his eyes widening in disbelief. He is caught in the crossfire, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His face contorts in pain and frustration. The uncertainty of his journey amplified by the violence he witnesses. He doesn't know what awaits him, but one thing is clear: his path is fraught with danger. Later, in a sterile hospital corridor, the numbers 321 and MA***son are visible on a room sign. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Yeo Sang-jin's sister, the unknown woman, stands before her brother's hospital bed, a bouquet of roses mirroring the one he carried earlier. A silent promise passes between them. Appa. Yes. The chance has finally come. A chilling smile spreads across the unknown woman's face, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The roses, a symbol of both love and impending doom. The city hums with a low thrum, a sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A banner proclaims, wishing the boss a safe return from his journey across the country. Jing. A voice booms, filled with raw emotion, boss. Tears stream down his face, a mixture of fear and desperate loyalty etched onto his features. His gold tooth gleams. A wave of well-wishers surrounds him, each face a mask of concern. Be careful on the road, they shout in unison. The boss, a figure of quiet strength, stands firm. A roar of engines, the boss speeds away, leaving a trail of dust and well-wishes in his wake. From a distance, a voice cuts through the noise, "You're overdoing it." A crimson flag snaps in the wind, a symbol of power and defiance. The boss's loyalists stand ready. Park Seok-a's face is grim, a shadow of worry crosses his features. He watches the scene unfold. Another voice, resolute and unwavering, "But I won't change my mind." The boss's eyes, narrowed in steely focus, reveal a man consumed by purpose. His words hang heavy in the air, "I need to make sure to tie up these loose ends." A city street, bathed in the fading light of day. The boss delegates, his voice firm but laced with a hint of weariness, "While I'm away, I leave the division to you. Just report the war situation to me through Yong Jihen from Team 3. Two figures stand silhouetted against the setting sun, their backs to us, beside powerful motorcycles. A single name echoes in the silence, Hwang Muj. The boss's gaze softens slightly as he speaks, a flicker of something akin to respect in his eyes. "I really like that innate drive to ascend you had within." A sea of faces, a rally of fervent supporters. The boss's voice carries a note of regret, "I wanted to give you power." But a shadow falls across his face, his expression darkening. A subtle shift in tone, but, somewhere along the way, he reveals a painful truth, his voice heavy with unspoken disappointment, "I stopped feeling that growth of spirit from you." The boss turns his back, his silhouette stark against the warm glow of the setting sun. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, "Tell me, do you still have it in you?" Two figures, their backs to the viewer, ride off into the sunset on their motorcycles. The image is one of departure, finality, and perhaps, a hint of regret. Park Seok-a observes the departing figures, his face etched with concern. His inner thoughts are clear: what are they talking about? The atmosphere seems unusually heavy. Seok-a's face is a mask of worry, his eyes following the boss's retreating figure. The boss's words echoing in the silence, "The ambition to reach the top can be possessed by any man." A crimson dragon flag unfurls against a fiery sunset, a symbol of power and ambition. But in the boss's eyes, a shadow of doubt. "By being in a high place, I can prove my existence to others, but..." The boss's gang, their backs to us, prepares for departure. Engines roar to life. A powerful motorcycle, ready to carry them away. Set. The engine's rumble, BRUM, vibrates through the air, leaving only a trail of dust and the boss's fading silhouette against the urban sprawl. Phone. Siaka, alone, whispers a single word into the twilight, Hyungnam. A hushed conversation unfolds in the shadows of a deco cafe. The air crackles with unspoken tension. What secrets are being shared? Park Siaka, his face etched with worry, stares into the distance. His eyes reflect the weight of the world. The setting sun casts long shadows across the city skyline. A sense of finality hangs heavy in the air. The boss is gone. The boss stands tall, his gang gathered behind him, a silent army. Their departure marks the end of an era. A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken concern: where is Mahari? The mystery deepens. A gang member reveals a crucial piece of the puzzle: Mahari spoke to the boss this morning, before disappearing. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, two figures stand silhouetted against the vibrant backdrop. The journey begins. A young woman, her eyes filled with steely determination, poses a question that echoes the chapter's title: Are you ready, uncle? 11:30 a.m. at the XX highway. The clock ticks, a silent countdown to a rendezvous. Muge will pass through there around that time. A plan is set in motion, precise and deadly. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to dream of revenge. A heartfelt expression of gratitude, laced with a chilling determination. Is it really okay? A lingering doubt, a whisper of fear in the face of such a dangerous path. Uncle, you still have a chance if you want to change your mind. A gentle hand rests on a troubled shoulder, offering a lifeline amidst the storm. My son joined the damned Emperor Division. A father's grief hangs heavy in the air, a shadow cast over a bright, hopeful sunrise. And died after falling and hitting his head while fighting at a construction site. The weight of tragedy crushes the spirit, leaving only raw pain. I went to see him to demand responsibility. A father's fury burns, a thirst for justice ignites. How could a bastard like him exist? The question hangs in the air, a venomous whisper of hatred. But he didn't even remember my son. The final blow, a crushing betrayal that fuels the inferno of rage. The boss bows before a small shrine, the incense smoke swirling around him, a heavy weight of grief settling on his shoulders. His words are a lament, a self-recrimination echoing in the silence. If only I had been a cooler father. He whispers, the unspoken guilt hanging heavy in the air. Tears well up, tracing paths down his weathered face, the unspoken pain of a father's regret. He stands on a rooftop, the city sprawling beneath him, a vast expanse of lights and shadows, and in that moment of despair, a glimmer of resolve ignites within him. Park Siaka's voice cuts through the night, a question hanging in the darkness: You hate Hwang Muge, right? She stands before him, a silent figure against the moonlit cityscape, her presence a promise of action. A simple affirmation, yet it carries the weight of shared purpose. I feel the same way. Mahari's calm demeanor belies the storm brewing within, a quiet strength in the face of impending conflict. The boss's words are a declaration, a confirmation of their shared resolve: everything is ready. A hand rests gently on Mahari's head, a gesture of trust and reassurance, as the plan for revenge begins to unfold. Today, the day of reckoning arrives. The boss's motorcycle cuts through the night, a blur of motion under the moon, the engine roaring, a symphony of vengeance. He speeds towards his target, fueled by a grief that burns hotter than the engine's fire. His words are a chilling vow: I will kill the man who was my son's role model. A hospital room, sterile and cold. Hwang Muge lies in his bed, vulnerable and unaware. The boss's revenge is swift and brutal. Revenge complete. Park Siaka watches, her eyes burning with a cold fire, a chilling smile playing on her lips. This time, it's my turn. Meanwhile, another motorcycle races through the night. Mahari, the boss's younger sister, is on the move. Her words are sharp, laced with bitterness. That fool Huang Muj has opened his heart without knowing that I am your younger sister. And a threat hangs heavy in the air. If you knew I was seeking revenge, you wouldn't just stand by. That's what you've always done. Don't live oppressed, Hari. The words echo, a defiant cry against the backdrop of a speeding truck, swallowed by the encroaching night. A shadowed figure, their face obscured by a helmet, watches from the darkness. A silent observer to the unfolding drama. Park Sieka's face, etched with a profound question, why? Even though he's the one who made you like this. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air. A chase unfolds. Schoolgirls scatter as a motorcycle roars past, a blur of motion and danger. The motorcycle carries two figures, hurtling towards an unknown destination. The city lights streak past in a dizzying display. Mahari, eyes closed, a serene expression on her face. A moment of quiet before the storm. A cold determination hardens her features. Even though he's a piece of trash who deserves to die. The boss, a grim smile playing on his lips. Everything is ready. A subtle tremor in his voice betrays a hidden vulnerability. Deep down, he was hoping his uncle would change his mind. A sterile hospital room, cold and stark, the air thick with unspoken grief. Her eyes, red and swollen, reflect the pain within. A single tear traces a path down her pale cheek. A crumpled letter lies on the floor, a silent message. For Mahari. With trembling hands, she picks it up, a glimmer of hope in her despairing eyes. Her gaze locks onto the note, a desperate search for answers. The intensity in her eyes is palpable. The message is clear, a simple yet poignant declaration. For Mahari. Confusion clouds her face, the letter, blown away by the wind. A nurse rushes in, her voice sharp with concern. The guy was really huge. A name surfaces from the depths of her memory. Huang Muj. The pieces begin to fall into place, a chilling realization dawns. Wait. Mahari stares, a letter in her hand. The name Huang Muj hits her like a punch. Don't tell me. She's already piecing together the puzzle. Already knew everything. The weight of that question hangs heavy in the air. A glimpse of the messenger, a biker, his face obscured by a dragon-emblazoned helmet. A catastrophic crash. Metal screams, the truck flips end over end, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The biker, battered but alive, mutters to himself, "It seems I won't be able to deliver that greeting." What do you mean? The question hangs in the air, sharp and urgent. His words trigger a chilling realization. He decides he shouldn't meet that man again. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a fiery sunset, his back to us, a powerful statement hanging in the air. I have lived my life the way I wanted. I've walked too far to turn back now. Two men meet in a tranquil setting, the air thick with unspoken tension. A simple word hangs between them, right. The scene shifts, the mood darkens, a looming figure declares, "Maybe my game ends here." Under the cloak of night, a grim discovery, a body lies still on the cold pavement, a lone figure walks away, leaving a trail of shadows. A close-up reveals a face etched with grim determination, a single thought cuts through the darkness, Huang Muj. I know now. The camera pans upward, revealing a vast cityscape at sunset. An ambitious declaration echoes in the protagonist's mind, "By being in a high place, I can prove my existence to others." A flag with a striking emblem unfurls against the vibrant sky, a stark contrast to the inner turmoil that follows. But the weight of self-doubt hangs heavy, a confession of vulnerability, as long as I continue to doubt myself. A harsh realization dawns, I can never. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark warning against the seductive allure of power. A moment of reflection, a crossroads of fate. The roar of an engine, a shadow falls. Huang Muj, a lone figure on a speeding bike, embraces the challenge, his final ride. But someone is watching, a sinister presence lurks in the shadows. The assassin's attempt, a failure. A chilling smile, the hunter is revealed. A command echoes through the night, a summons to action. The aftermath of a brutal attack. Twisted metal and shattered fragments rain down from the sky. A wrecked helmet lies on the ground, a silent testament to the violence that just transpired. I tried to prove myself because I was abandoned, a voice echoes, filled with a raw, desperate pain. The words hang heavy in the air. I won, crushed my enemies, and moved up. But even victory feels hollow. A man stands alone, his shoulders slumped, a shadow of doubt clouding his features. But I didn't know. He mutters, a confession of his inner turmoil. He seeks a new path, a way to finally prove his worth. Find a way to prove myself. The resolve hardens in his eyes, but the path ahead is shrouded in mystery. A powerful figure emerges, surrounded by his loyal followers. Yes. I don't know how to be a king, a young man confesses, his voice laced with uncertainty. The weight of responsibility bears down. But, a woman's voice cuts through the tension, her eyes sharp and calculating. Her gaze is fixed on something, someone. If it's him, she whispers, a hint of intrigue in her tone. A young man walks away, seemingly unaware of the storm brewing around him. He might just obtain it all. The words hang in the air, heavy with foreboding. A phone flies across the room. Boss, a voice cries out, filled with urgency. Hyungnim is surrounded. A chaotic scene unfolds as he's cornered by a relentless wave of attackers. The sound of crunching blows fills the air. The phone shatters on the ground. It's been 2 months without any word from you, the voice continues, laced with desperation. The situation is dire. A sense of dread hangs heavy in the air, the weight of their losses pressing down on them. A brutal clash. A fierce blow lands, sending one man sprawling. The fight is relentless. Take them down. The order is barked, raw with fury. The battle rages on. The grim reality sinks in. Many areas have been captured by the Alliance, and Park Sieka still hasn't regained his consciousness, the report concludes, heavy with despair. The morale of their members has plummeted. A deep sense of hopelessness settles over the scene. Hyungnim, battered but defiant, stands amidst his fallen comrades, each a testament to the brutal battle just fought. A figure looms large in the background, a silent sentinel, the message stark against the darkening sky, we need you. Yeom Jae-hyun, Team 3 leader of the Emperor's division, arrives on the scene, his gaze assessing the carnage with a chilling calm. A wave of bodies, a grim tableau of defeat, the aftermath of a clash that left its mark on every soul present. That battle was quite intense, huh? Kwak Jigong, his face a mask of fury and betrayal, confronts Yeom Jae-hyun. Yeom Jae-hyun, you bastard. Where were you when we were fighting earlier? Why are you showing up now? Yeom Jae-hyun's response is chillingly calculated, maybe it was a trick by the Alliance to stop me from joining you. His words hang heavy in the air, a new threat emerges on the horizon as he reveals, and I told you to call me Hyung. There they are. The final confirmation, Kwak Jigong and Yeom Jae-hyun are both present, the stage set for a climactic confrontation. The Taejun Alliance, number 4, Oh Yun-tak, and his crew are battered but defiant. They're out of strength, he roars, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. But even their leader's bravado is starting to crack. A weary sigh escapes her lips, that damn Alliance Chief of Staff, he's really annoying. Give us a break, will you? Their defiance flares anew. You bastards! Who are you trying to capture, huh? One of the gang tries to reason, stop it. What can you do in this condition? Let's retreat for now. But their leader refuses to yield. Move aside, damn it. I won't run away. A moment of grim determination. If it was the boss, he would do the same. A flicker of doubt crosses her face. Yeah, the boss might do that. With a grunt, Buk, she throws her wounded comrade over her shoulder and begins their retreat. But the resolve is fading. But we're not the boss. The defeated gang member's face is a mask of pain and exhaustion. A hand clenches around Yeom Jae-hyun's chest, the grip tight. Yeom Jae-hyun, you bastard. The gang leader, red hair a striking contrast to the grim scene, hauls Jihan to his feet. If not for me, you would have been finished by them. He's carried away, a desperate retreat. The sound of strained muscles, skrrt, echoes the urgency. To all members of the division. The gang leader's voice is firm, despite the chaos. We'll retreat. The Emperor's division, on the brink of collapse. A lone figure watches the retreat, a single word hanging heavy in the air: he is needed. The low rumble of an engine, BRUUUMMM, cuts through the silence. 2 months have passed. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension: has it been 2 months already? A woman's voice, laced with a hint of surprise and concern, "You disappeared without a trace," speaks volumes. The Taejun Alliance, waiting. The aftermath of a brutal attack. Yom Jihan lies motionless. His stillness speaks volumes, a chilling silence hangs heavy in the air. Chief of Staff Yeo Sangjae, a picture of controlled intensity, sits alone, his thoughts a storm within. What's the reason? A chessboard sits between him and his subordinate, a silent metaphor for the unfolding conflict. The pieces are set, but the game is far from over. Sangji's driver observes, his words laced with concern, "It seems the young master has a lot on his mind." Sangji's response is chillingly calm: "No, quite the opposite. Things are going very smoothly for me." His ambition burns bright. "If this continues, it's just a matter of time before my goal is achieved." But a hint of weariness creeps in. "But it seems very boring because I'm playing chess alone." A sleek black sedan cuts through the night, its headlights piercing the darkness of the city streets. A muffled DRRT echoes from within, a subtle yet urgent signal. Inside, Yoon Tak Hyung sits calmly, a picture of cool composure. Everything is going as expected, he reports into his phone. Yom Jihan's escape is confirmed. The question hangs in the air: what about Kim Taexian? The response is swift and chilling: Kwon Kyoldu and Lee Chomak are closing in from all sides. A strategic assessment: as long as Hwang Muj stays out of the picture, Taexian won't break through easily. Another perfectly executed plan. The call ends. A sinister grin spreads across Yuntak's face. "All right, it's over now." The tone is final, leaving no room for doubt. "From this moment on." A chilling declaration: "We will behead the Emperor's division." The scene shifts to a desolate warehouse under a pale moon. A figure lies injured, groaning in pain. His pained whisper: "What the hell? You're awake? How can you sleep in a situation like this?" "My phone. Damn it. I dropped it earlier." "What do you mean? You're the one who knocked me out." "I had no other choice because you wouldn't listen to me." TSK. "Where are the others? Why is it just the two of us?" "I ordered them to hide for now. If we stay together, we might be taken out all at once." "It seems we should hide for a while." "What? What nonsense is that? We're admitting defeat to the Alliance, damn it. How are we going to face the boss when he comes?" A face contorted by rage, eyes blazing with fury, a gold tooth gleaming amidst a bloody mess. The aftermath of a brutal battle. Bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to the violence. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage, his back to us, a silhouette of silent power. 3 figures huddle together, fear etched on their faces, their leader, arms crossed, radiating an aura of grim determination. "Bangan!" The roar echoes through the room, shaking the very foundations. A man with white hair, eyes wide with manic energy, confronts a figure with fiery red hair, his face a mask of defiance. "Betrayal." The words hang heavy in the air. A man's face, scarred and bruised, screams his disbelief. The name, Muj Hyungnim, is whispered like a curse. A dark shadow falls over the scene, hinting at a hidden truth. Break! Wood splinters, a table explodes under the force of a powerful blow. A man in sunglasses strides forward, his presence radiating menace. A cold smile plays on his lips. "Sorry to interrupt your fight. Join in too?" The question hangs in the air, a challenge. A figure emerges from the shadows, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. Shriek! The sound of boots hitting the ground, a line of figures emerges from the darkness, ready for battle. Lugh. How did they get here? The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of dread washing over the scene. No need to stall any longer. A chilling smirk spreads across the face of their attacker, his words dripping with cold confidence. These guys are toothless tigers. The order is given. Devour them whole. The command echoes, a prelude to the storm about to break. A brutal, swift onslaught. Bodies are thrown aside like ragdolls as the attack unfolds with terrifying efficiency. The impact sends a shockwave through the scene. The boss abandoned us? Betrayal stings sharper than any blade. Doubt gnaws at the heart of one of the fighters. Fine, let's say your words are true. But, do you know? The question hangs in the air, a moment of tense anticipation before the next blow falls. Pots. Even if the boss abandons us. A defiant roar cuts through the chaos. A desperate counterattack begins, fueled by loyalty and a refusal to surrender. A brutal kick connects, sending the attacker sprawling. Bwok! The impact echoes, a testament to the raw power unleashed in this desperate fight for survival. We must not abandon the boss. The cry rings out, a rallying call amidst the carnage. A fierce determination burns in their eyes. The scene explodes into chaos. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of bodies. Amidst the carnage, Yeo Sangji's crimson hair is a stark contrast to the cold steel flashing around him. His voice rings out, sharp and defiant, "You insane bastard." The desperate plea echoes through the ravaged warehouse. We need you. A brutal clash. Yeo Sangji's counterattack is a furious dance of skill and rage. His opponent, clearly outmatched, staggers back. Even in the face of betrayal, a desperate hope remains. Even if you have really abandoned us. The blade sings, a deadly arc of light slicing through the air. A brutal blow lands, sending a shockwave through the warehouse. And yet, their loyalty endures. We will still wait for you because you're our boss. The impact of the final blow sends Yeo Sangji sprawling. His jacket rips, revealing the extent of his injuries. The fight is far from over. A cracked cell phone lies on the ground, bathed in the soft glow of a street lamp. Two figures stumble upon it, their curiosity piqued. The screen is shattered, but miraculously, it still works. A message appears, to all members of the Emperor's division. Gather at the headquarters. A sense of urgency grips them, a silent command. The tap of hurried footsteps echoes through the night. The phone glows with an eerie light, a beacon in the darkness. Revealing the true nature of the message. A hardened leader, surrounded by his men, stares at the screen, his face a mask of grim determination. What? How could? To all members of the Emperor's division. Gather at the headquarters. The Emperor's division, a formidable force, is called to action. A tense atmosphere fills the headquarters, rows of hardened warriors stand at attention, their faces grim. A silent anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Save the... A tense scene unfolds. Two battered figures, their faces etched with worry, huddle together. A concerned voice cuts through the silence. Are you all okay? Suddenly, a new presence. A figure emerges from the shadows, their eyes glinting with cold determination. You. The words hang heavy in the air. A newcomer introduces himself, starting from now, I'm the ace of Team 4, Kim Nakshin. I'm here under the orders of the boss. Kratak. His voice booms, echoing the confidence of a seasoned warrior. What the hell is going on? Why so suddenly? The air crackles with tension, a palpable sense of dread hanging heavy in the room. A chilling presence looms. The Emperor Division, a formidable force, stands poised and ready, their leader, a figure of imposing stature, radiating menace. All members of the Emperor Division, a chilling announcement echoes through the room. The weight of the order hangs heavy in the air. Krotak, the grim captain, barks orders. From now on, all strength must be used to rescue the captains of Team 1 and Team 3. A desperate mission, fraught with peril. A desperate plea. Boss. The weight of the situation is clear. This mission must be fulfilled, no matter the cost. This mission must be fulfilled, no matter what. The words ring out, a battle cry echoing the unwavering resolve of the Emperor Division. The Emperor Division surges forward, a wave of brutal force. A thunderous roar, WAARGH, shakes the very foundations of the building. The impact. A flurry of blows, BUK. The clash of bodies, a brutal melee erupts. A brutal strike connects, a devastating blow. The fight is fierce, unrelenting. Kim Taexian's face is a mask of fury. Wasn't Kim Taexian's group supposed to be kept in check by Lee Chomak and Kwon Kyoldu? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A powerful kick shatters the silence. As a figure lands before Taexian, a swift, deadly strike already launched. Long time no see. The impact. A bone-jarring BUGH echoes through the room as Taexian is sent sprawling. He's clearly caught off guard. Taexian's eyes blaze with barely contained rage. His teeth grit, a snarl forming on his lips. As the attacker unleashes another devastating blow, sending Taexian flying back into a group of startled onlookers. The scene is pure chaos. The attacker shouts, "Get out of the way." The urgency in his voice is palpable. Taexian, dazed but defiant, snarls, "Hey, you little shit. Why the heck are you wearing our uniform, you bastard?" A fierce clash. ASYUT as the attacker retaliates with a brutal counterattack, sending Taexian crashing to the ground. He's clearly outmatched. Taexian lies defeated, a look of stunned disbelief on his face. Oh! The impact. A body crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting. Ugh! A brutal figure stands over his fallen foe, seething with rage. Aren't you the bastard who insulted the boss? Haven't you heard the phrase, "Yesterday's enemy can be today's ally"? More importantly, this is the boss's order. After we finish business here, we're ordered to regroup at the boss's location. I'll explain the details later, let's beat them up first. Boss. Regroup. Has Huang Muj returned? These bastards. This makes no sense. Huang Muj is. Regroup? A crimson blur explodes into motion. A devastating kick connects, sending another body sprawling. The force of the blow is undeniable. A heavy boot crushes the fallen man's chest. Does that mean the boss is currently in Taejun? Then why the hell are you here to save us? This doesn't make sense. If you're lying, I'll tear you apart. Krotak, his face a mask of cold calculation, addresses his captive. Calm down and listen to me first. They were on the verge of death just a bit ago, but with a single mention of the word boss, they got fired up? He explains the precarious situation. Right now, the situation at Taexian Hyung's place isn't looking too good. Because most of the division's forces were pulled to this location. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. The weight of the unspoken hangs between them. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A flurry of motion. The Emperor Division, battered but not broken, surges forward. Drap. 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 They're on the move. A desperate plea cuts through the chaos. We must not lose Kim Taexian. The pursuit intensifies. A blur of motion as they chase their target. Keep chasing them. And now, the chase is on. The fate of Kim Taexian hangs in the balance. A close-up on two figures, their faces bruised and determined. The word scatter explodes from the panel, a stark command. Followed by a shout echoing through the scene, Team 4. All of you, scatter. The urgency is palpable. Team 4 sprints through a gritty urban landscape, a blur of motion. The sound of their feet pounding the pavement, pats, punctuates their desperate flight. A leader observes, his expression a mask of cold calculation. Are you trying to divert our attention? He muses, a hint of suspicion in his voice. The answer is swift and chilling. It's useless, Kim Taexian. After all, our target is the captain of Team 4. A strategic shift, a calculated risk. They won't care about the other division members. The plan unfolds, we'll use that to our advantage. A dark alley, the scene shifts, cloaked in shadows. The captain of Team 4 makes his escape, the sound of his footsteps echoing, drap drap drap, as he disappears into the night. The pursuers close in, relentless. He went in there, one shouts, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. The chase continues, a desperate struggle for survival. Keep chasing, the order rings out, sharp and clear. The sound of hurried footsteps, tap tap, fills the air. Surrounded. Kim Taexian is trapped, a net of foes closing in. There's no other way to escape, huh? The leader sneers, his voice dripping with cruel confidence. The Taejun Alliance's numbers are revealed, Kwon Ki-oldu and Lee Chomak, ready to finish the job. This time, I'll finish you off for good. Chomak's words are a chilling promise. Taexian, battered but defiant, his gaze unwavering. A grim determination sets in. A sudden metallic drang, a coordinated strike. Team 4's captain's plan unfolds? The cables snap, chaos erupts as the alliance members are thrown off balance. A desperate struggle for control. Lee Chomak's face contorts in fury. Damn it! Don't tell me, they didn't scatter to run away, but rather to lure us in. The trap is sprung. The hunters become the hunted. Kwon Ki-oldu, eyes narrowed, leans in close to his companion. His voice is low, urgent. Hey, Kwon Ki-oldu. Don't tell me those things they're holding are connected to what's beneath our feet? The ground trembles. A chilling realization dawns on Ki-oldu as he looks down. He sees the telltale signs of a trap, a network of cables snaking beneath the city streets. The Team 4 captain's face is grim, his eyes burning with intensity. His command echoes through the calms, all members of Team 4. Use all your strength and pull. A close-up on the captain's face, sweat beading on his brow, shows the strain of his command. The weight of the city, the fate of the operation, rests on his shoulders. With a deafening roar, the cables are pulled taut. The earth groans under the immense pressure. The ground explodes outwards in a geyser of concrete and steel. A member of the Taejun Alliance is thrown high into the air, a look of pure terror etched on his face. Another member of the Taejun Alliance crashes to the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the explosion. The impact sends a shockwave through the surrounding area. Chaos erupts. The Taejun Alliance is caught completely off guard. Their carefully laid plans crumble as the earth itself turns against them. A building collapses, dust and debris raining down as the trap springs to life. The sound of shattering concrete and groaning metal fills the air. The scene unfolds in a desolate urban landscape, the night sky a canvas of deep blues and ominous clouds. Kim Taexian stands amidst his crew, a figure of quiet intensity. Whispers ripple through the ranks. The boss is here. A subordinate explains, yes, Taexian Hyun was facing the alliance at this spot just before we arrived. They advance, the weight of their recent victory palpable, the aftermath of a brutal confrontation is evident. A gasp escapes the crew. Damn, what the hell is this? One of Taexian's men states, as you can see, it's a big win for us. The camera pans to reveal the scene, members of the Taejun Alliance are bound and suspended, dangling precariously. The metallic clang of restraints echoes through the night. Zhreng. Kwon Ki-oldu and Lee Chomak, high-ranking members of the alliance, are among the captured. Kwon Ki-oldu, his face bruised and bloodied, mutters, such a dogshit trick. A woman from Taexian's group observes, Kwon Ki-oldu, and beside him is Lee Chomak? to capture two Alliance high ranks at once. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the cityscape, a chilling air of authority surrounding him. His words hang heavy in the air, that's hard to do for anyone but the boss. Kwon Kyoldu, battered and bruised, his face a mask of pain and defiance. Sparks fly as a brutal clash erupts. A thunderous grep echoes through the dilapidated warehouse. The impact sends a shockwave. Lee Chomak, equally wounded, his eyes blazing with fury, spits out his accusation. If it was Muj Hyungnim, they wouldn't be hanging in the air but lying on the ground. The tension ratchets up. A demand cuts through the air, speak up. Why did you bring us here? A captured thug, his voice strained, tries to explain, I already told you. It was the boss's order to bring you here. The captive's desperation grows. A chilling question hangs in the air, so, where exactly is the boss now? The waiting game continues. A grim statement, we've been waiting for the boss all this time. The ominous implication hangs heavy. If he's not here. The captured men brace themselves for the inevitable. A cold threat echoes, you'll die by our hands. Whether they're hanging in the air or lying on the floor, what matters is that we won, right? The aftermath of the battle. A tense silence hangs in the air as three figures stand before Taexian. One of them approaches, his face bruised but his demeanor resolute. The boss is waiting. A report arrives, Yuntak's team was defeated due to unexpected reinforcements. And Lee Chomak and Kwon Kyolda's team suffered the same fate, falling victim to a cunning trap. Meanwhile, in a quiet study, Kim Taexian receives a message. The tuck of his phone against the table is the only sound. Revealing the details of the meticulously planned ambush, additional troops in unexpected places, followed by a deadly cable trap. It took at least a day to prepare that trap, it's as if they knew Taexian would be there. Back at the scene, the three figures stand before Taexian, their expressions unreadable. A tense standoff. A sinister chuckle breaks the silence. The game is far from over. The city sprawls beneath a bruised twilight sky, a lone figure stands on a balcony, overlooking the harbor. His back is to us, but the weight of the world seems to rest on his shoulders. A raucous laughter echoes through the night. Kwon Kyoldu and Lee Chomak, battered and bruised, are surrounded by their captors. Their triumphant taunts ring out, sharp and cruel. A chilling smirk spreads across Krodak's face, his eyes gleam with a cold satisfaction. This is how it should be, he seems to gloat, the words hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts. A familiar figure emerges from the shadows. The air crackles with anticipation. It's Hwang Chomin, and his return is anything but subtle. A dimly lit, industrial-looking facility, three figures stand silhouetted against the cold, metallic backdrop. Tension hangs heavy in the air. One of them cautiously speaks, his voice laced with uncertainty. Taexian Hyungnim? Didn't you say that boss was here? The red-haired woman's face is grim, etched with worry and a hint of fear. Where is the boss? A beat of silence, the man with the blonde hair remains stoic, his expression unreadable. The red-haired woman's frustration boils over. Why are you just standing there silently? You said the boss has returned. The blonde man sighs, his shoulders slumping. Kid? Why is he standing there? Fuck, I'm confused. A young man stands alone, his face partially obscured, a single, chilling statement escaping his lips, Hwang Muj can't come back. The young man's voice cuts through the tension, a chilling declaration hanging in the air. His dark jacket, a stark contrast to the dim, shadowy surroundings. The blonde man and red-haired woman, faces etched with battle damage, stare at each other in disbelief. Their fury barely contained as the weight of the news crashes down upon them. What did you say, you bastard? What kind of nonsense is that? The young man, unwavering, simply states, Taexian Hyung. Please show this to them. The scene shifts, revealing Taexian Hyungnim, his expression grim, surrounded by his associates. He holds up two documents, the stark white a jarring contrast to the dark setting. This is Huang Mu's death certificate. The red-haired woman snatches the paper, her eyes widening in shock. A traffic accident. The blond man, equally stunned, examines his own copy. A death certificate. What the hell is this? Damn it. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. Her eyes widen, a silent scream trapped behind the shock. A blood relative. The weight of that revelation hangs heavy in the air. Yeon Ji-hoon's gaze is sharp, unwavering. What you're thinking is right, he states, confirming the unspoken. A young man's face, calm yet intense. The words hang in the air, a bombshell, is Huang Mu's younger brother. A quiet introduction, a name whispered into the stunned silence, my name is Huang Chamnan. The blonde-haired man's outburst echoes the disbelief rippling through the room. What the hell is this? I never heard that Muj Hyungnim had a younger brother. His voice cracks with a mixture of anger and confusion. Damn it! If Muj Hyungnim is dead, then how the hell are we still receiving orders? The screen shatters, a symbolic representation of the crumbling foundation of their reality. SRET. The sound of shattering glass punctuates the moment. The red-haired woman's face is a mask of dawning horror. Don't tell me, all this time. The revelation hangs heavy in the air as Huang Chamnan walks past his stunned associates. The truth is out. The map highlights a location, a chilling realization dawns. The one who's been giving us orders was this kid. The red-haired woman explodes. You think you'll get away with doing that? The young man, calm amidst the storm, explains, without Huang Muj, the division still held its ground, fighting the alliance on equal terms. In fact, there were even times when we had the upper hand. His voice drops, a chilling shift in tone, but what happened when I stopped giving orders? Today, the division is already on the brink of destruction. The red-haired woman's face crumples. A bitter truth, undeniable. As much as I hate to admit it, what he's saying is true. The division can defeat the alliance. The young man presses his advantage. To achieve that, I want to ask that we all work together. The blonde-haired man roars, interrupting him, shut your mouth. To hell with being a blood relative, what do you know, huh? His rage is palpable, a furious outburst. You're just a damn kid pretending to be. The young man remains unfazed. If you're just going to stand around doing nothing, step aside, Yeon Ji-hoon. I'll take down that bastard. Tap tap. Kwak Jigon steps forward, unwavering in his loyalty. I'll be loyal to the boss. I won't spare him even if he's the boss's blood brother. Listen closely, the truth is about to shatter their world. Rage boils over. How dare anyone claim Muj Hyunnim is dead? The young man's calm demeanor masks a chilling revelation, he's been playing them all for fools. A sudden, violent attack. The truth is a weapon, and it's being wielded with brutal efficiency. A whirlwind of fists and fury. The blonde-haired man is thrown back with a sickening thud. But the red-haired woman's fury is undeterred. She'll deal with the young man later. First, he's paying for his deception. A desperate lunge, a desperate grab, the sound of tearing fabric. He's not going down without a fight. The young man is cornered, but he's far from defeated. The impact echoes through the building, the blonde-haired man is sent crashing to the ground. His face, a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The storm is far from over. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. Wait. Now that I think about it, you knew this all along, didn't you? His rage explodes. Damn it. I'll take you out too. The young man, a whirlwind of motion, counters with contemptuous ease. Move aside and wait your turn, you bastard. A brutal clash. The blonde man is sent flying with a PHA as the impact reverberates through the scene. Kwak Jigong cries out in pain as he hits the ground hard, ugh. Kwak Jigong. The young man's relentless assault continues. Come here, you. His face contorted in fury, the the young man unleashes a guttural roar, Huangchamnin, Jaihan. A blur of motion as he launches a devastating blow, sending the red-haired woman reeling. The impact is deafening, a sharp drap drap echoing through the scene. She stumbles back, clutching her head. Damn it! My head! It feels like it's about to explode. The young man's attack is swift and brutal, a sharp skat as he connects with the blonde man, leaving him dazed and bleeding. The red-haired woman stands defiantly, her silhouette stark against the dim industrial backdrop. A young man approaches, his face obscured by shadow. "What the hell are you doing, you bastard?" she explodes, fury blazing in her eyes. The blonde-haired man, battered and bruised, watches with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The red-haired woman's anger is palpable, a raw, visceral emotion, but the young man remains impassive, his expression unreadable. "What he's saying is most likely true," she admits, her voice strained. The blonde man's face is a mask of pain and confusion. "Didn't you already know that too?" he rasps, his voice barely a whisper. Kwak Jigong, his face etched with the weight of a terrible truth, struggles to speak. "Kwak Jigong, as hard as it is to accept, it's all true. Huang Muj is really," he stammers, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. His words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. "Have you all lost your minds?" a voice booms from behind, filled with disbelief and outrage. The tension ratchets up. "Who's dead?" the voice demands, a tremor of fear underlying the anger. The young man clenches his fist, knuckles white. "That man can't be dead," the voice cries out in denial. A guttural sound escapes his lips, a low growl of suppressed rage. "Jute Muj Hyungnim is," he whispers, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. His hand, stained with blood, trembles slightly, the weight of his actions, the truth of his words, is almost unbearable. The young man stands defiant, his gaze burning with intensity. "To hell with all of you," he snarls, the words echoing the simmering rage within him. His face, a mask of cold determination, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The red-haired woman presses him, her voice sharp and suspicious. "You said your name is Huang Chamnan, right?" He confirms his identity with a curt nod. The red-haired woman, her face bruised and battered, remains unconvinced. Doubt clouds her features, a deep skepticism etched into her expression. "I still don't fully believe what you've said." Undeterred, she declares her intentions. "My team will investigate the boss's death ourselves." The young man's expression hardens. He challenges her, his voice laced with warning. "You want us to cooperate, right? You'd better think carefully about it again." Revealing the true reason behind their allegiance. "The reason why we follow Huang Muj." The red-haired woman's eyes narrow, a chilling threat forming on her lips. "If you act recklessly without knowing that," she vows retribution. "I'll make you suffer, and let Kwak Jigong finish you." The red-haired woman stands firm, her gaze unwavering. Beside her, a man, his face bruised and grim, remains silent. "Kim Taexian," she states, the name hanging heavy in the air. "Come with me," she commands, her voice low but laced with steel. "We need to talk." The man, his expression unreadable, finally nods. "All right." The scene shifts to a desolate, half-constructed building, the skeletal frame of steel and concrete a stark backdrop to the unfolding drama. A young man stands on a platform, his silhouette sharp against the twilight. "The reason they follow Huang Muj," he muses, a hint of defiance in his voice. "Are you not confident, Huang Chamnan?" A sharp tap echoes, breaking the silence. The young man turns, revealing his face, Kim Nakshan. "Whatever happens, you need to find the answer," the blonde-haired man instructs, his tone serious. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. "Don't worry. I'll keep that promise," Kim Nakshan replies, his voice firm despite the tremor in his eyes. His resolve is palpable. "Even if it costs me my life." His words carry the weight of a solemn oath. The blonde-haired man observes Kim Nakshan, his expression unreadable. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Then, a playful slap on the back. "Hey, why so serious all of a sudden?" The tension breaks, replaced by a moment of uneasy camaraderie. Kim Nakshin tries to lighten the mood with a joke, a nervous attempt to ease the tension. But the blonde-haired man sees through his attempt. He knows Nakshin's true intentions. Nakshin's resolve hardens. Gaining their recognition won't be easy. But he has a plan, a bold strategy to force their attention. First, he needs to make sure they remember his face. A chilling determination settles over him. The city streets become his stage, a backdrop for his audacious plan. He stands defiant, a lone figure against the imposing presence of a powerful figure. A confrontation is inevitable. His gaze is unwavering. The impact. A clash of wills, a prelude to something far greater. Episode 90, Boss. The city looms, dark and ominous under a bruised moon. Two figures stand silhouetted against the urban decay. Kim Taexian, his face etched with suspicion, confronts his adversary. His words hang heavy in the air. "I've been suspicious of you since the very beginning." The weight of that accusation settles upon them both. A chilling implication: if the death certificate you showed us is real, that means you joined the division after the boss died. The red-haired man's expression hardens. The tension ratchets up. Speak, Kim Taexian. What is your objective for joining the division? The demand is sharp, leaving no room for evasion. A beat of silence, then, a defiant glare. Kim Taexian's resolve is clear. His final words, a challenge: "So, you surely won't believe my words just like that." The scene ends on a cliffhanger. Under a sky brimming with stars and a watchful moon, a declaration hangs heavy in the air. "I genuinely want to destroy the alliance," Kim Taexian states, his voice firm despite the tension. "And to achieve that, all team captains must work together." The red-haired man scoffs. "Ha! Work together, you say? That's rich." His eyes narrow, suspicion etched on his face. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the night, gyut. The red-haired man lunges, his attack a blur of motion. As accusations fly. "Your words sound as if you are trying to use the division for your own gain." Grrrt. The tension crackles between them. Craw-tack. The red-haired man's fury explodes. "How dare you use the division?" His voice is a venomous hiss. The scene shifts. A dramatic sunset paints the sky as Kim Taexian makes a momentous decision. "I'm leaving the division to you, Yeon Jae-hyun." From a rooftop overlooking the sprawling city, Kim Taexian and the red-haired man stand silhouetted against the fiery horizon. A silent exchange passing between them. "Do you have to go right now, boss?" the red-haired man asks, a hint of concern in his tone. But the red-haired man's concern is quickly replaced by a strategic question. "Shouldn't we confirm Park Seok-h's true intentions first? If an internal conflict occurs." High above the sprawling cityscape, Yeon Jae-hyun stands silhouetted against the setting sun. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A silent question hangs between him and the red-haired man. Is this a gamble that will pay off? The red-haired man's face is a mask of grim determination. "Of course, I must carry out the boss's order." But is it truly an order, or something else entirely? Yeon Jae-hyun's response is a subtle shift in power dynamics. "No, this is not an order." A subtle correction, yet it carries immense weight. A simple word, request, alters the entire equation. The red-haired man's expression hardens. His frustration boils over. "Boss, after making a request like that?" The red-haired man clenches his fists, his anger barely contained. "Damn it," he mutters, the strain evident in his posture. But there's a cold calculation in his eyes. "Because it seems like I need to use you too." A strategic alliance, forged in mutual need and simmering resentment. He clarifies, his tone sharp and warning. "Don't get the wrong idea." The red-haired man's words leave no room for misinterpretation. "I haven't acknowledged you yet, it's just a strategic alliance. A temporary truce, born of necessity, not trust." The red-haired man's back is to us, his silhouette sharp against the blurred background. A single thought echoes in the silence, unlike me, that fool. He walks alone, the rhythmic tap-tap of his shoes on the pavement the only sound accompanying his solitary journey under a moonlit sky. A bridge spans a dark waterway, the city lights twinkling in the distance. His pace is slow, deliberate. The red dragon tattoo on his jacket sleeve catches the moonlight, a stark contrast to the grim set of his jaw. A sinister smile spreads across Yeom Jae-hen's face. I wanted to meet with you. The camera focuses on Yeom Jae-hen's powerful physique, his muscles tense beneath his dark jacket. He's ready for anything. The red-haired man's face is partially obscured, but the weariness and pain etched into his features are unmistakable. The scars speak volumes. A brutal clash. Fists fly, bodies collide in a whirlwind of motion. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. One man falls, defeated. The fight is over. The red-haired man stands alone once more, his shadow stretching long in the night. He is alone, but not broken. Yeom Jae-hen reveals his jacket, the Emperor Division insignia emblazoned across the back. This is the Emperor Division jacket. A shadow falls over Yeom Jae-hen's face, his expression hardening as he surveys his defeated foe. The red-haired man's back, bearing the crimson mark of the Emperor Division, is all that remains visible. Jae-hen's eyes narrow. You're the leader of the division's operations, he states, his voice low and dangerous. The defeated man's face is a mask of pain, his words barely a whisper, you are the spear of the division. The sound of bubbling liquid, a sickening tias, echoes through the alleyway. The red-haired man's face contorts in agony, tears streaming down his blood-streaked cheeks. A desperate plea escapes his lips, boss, a choked whisper barely audible above the dripping water. Suddenly, a furious roar erupts. The ground trembles beneath the red-haired man's enraged outburst, a raw display of barely contained fury. A powerful foot comes crashing down, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Leaving the red-haired man broken and weeping, his face a picture of utter defeat. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across a city alleyway, a scene of quiet urban decay, yet brimming with unspoken tension. Jang! A heavy sound echoes as Yeom Jae-hen stands before a formidable figure, his back to us, radiating an aura of immense power. Yeom Jae-hen's eyes, narrowed in focus, betray nothing of his inner thoughts, a mask of calm determination. The man turns, his face a mask of grim resolve, his gaze, cold and unwavering. You really plan to go meet Woo Manhwa? The tension ratchets up in the dimly lit alley, a confrontation is imminent. No, one person is enough. Yeom Jae-hen's voice is firm, his resolve unshaken. Just me, then. The atmosphere will be intense. Not you, it'll be just me. I'll meet him alone. Yeom Jae-hen's eyes narrow, a grim determination etched onto his face. His mind races, piecing together the puzzle. But, if my assumption is correct. A city street, bustling with life, yet shadows lurk in the corners. Woo Manhwa, a towering figure in a crimson jacket, blocks Yeom Jae-hen's path. Why are you blocking my way, kid? He growls, his voice laced with menace. Yeom Jae-hen smirks, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I knew it, he thinks, a silent victory echoing in his heart. The pieces are falling into place. Night descends upon the city, casting long shadows. Yeom Jae-hen and Oh Yoon-tak exchange a tense glance. Only Yeo Sang-jae and Oh Yoon-tak know about your identity and Hwang Muj's death? Yoon-tak asks, his voice low and serious. Yeom Jae-hen nods slowly, his expression unreadable. Yes. That can be easily inferred from the alliance's movements over the past 2 months, he replies, his voice calm but firm. Yoon-tak presses further, his gaze intense. If you were the alliance president, and you knew Hwang Muj was dead, what would you do? The question hangs heavy in the air. A beat of silence. Then, Yeom Jae-hen's response, a subtle shift in his demeanor. I'd feel a tightness in my chest because my rival is dead. A moment of vulnerability, quickly masked. But that vulnerability is short-lived. No. I'd launch an all-out attack, he declares, his voice regaining its steely edge. The image of his rival's death fuels his resolve. Yuntak's eyes widen slightly. Yes, he begins, but his words trail off as he considers the implications. The contrast between Yeom Jae-han's expected reaction and the alliance's actual strategy is stark. A dramatic shift in setting. We see Woo Man-won, seated regally before a chessboard, a calculating glint in his eyes. But the alliance isn't launching an all-out attack. Instead, they're pressuring the division with small-scale fights. He muses, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Yeom Jae-han, ever the strategist, holds his phone, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He ponders the alliance's motives, a suspicion growing within him. His gaze is intense, focused on the screen, as if deciphering a hidden code within the digital world. The scene shifts to a city street, where Jae-han confronts a figure shrouded in shadow. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Woo Man-won, his face a mask of cold calculation, appears, his words carrying the weight of a carefully laid plan. He speaks of a key that will unlock their victory. Jae-han's expression hardens, his mind racing to keep pace with Man-won's revelations. Man-won's eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a chilling determination. A sudden chill sweeps through the air as Man-won's footsteps echo on the pavement. The sound is heavy, deliberate, carrying an unspoken threat. On a park bench, a figure sits, arms crossed, radiating an aura of icy calm. He watches, waiting, a predator observing its prey. The tension ratchets up as a question hangs in the air: will Jae-han let Won Chomin go alone? The answer is a silent, heavy weight. A sudden burst of energy as Man-won confronts Jae-han, the question of common safety hanging heavy between them. The tension is palpable. A subordinate, his face etched with worry, dares to question his superior: did everything go according to your plan? Woo Man-won, the mastermind, sits calmly, his response dripping with cold calculation, because getting rid of the alliance president isn't an easy task. A sneer plays on his lips, a chilling display of confidence. His subordinate, his face grim, reports on the unexpected counterattack. The division's counterattack was completely unexpected. We lost a lot of troops in this battle. But Woo Man-won remains unfazed. He gestures towards a map spread across his desk, his voice firm, but it doesn't mean the situation has turned around completely. They'll also need a long time to recover. The pieces on a chessboard mirror the strategic maneuvering of the conflict, each move carefully calculated. The subordinate hesitates, a question forming on his lips. First of all, we. In his opulent office, surrounded by symbols of power, Woo Man-won stands tall, his gaze unwavering. The subordinate's uncertainty is palpable. His back to us, Woo Man-won's silence speaks volumes, a chilling response hangs in the air. The subordinate, his expression hardening, makes a decision. Then I'll continue. A chilling smirk spreads across his face, calculations complete, the mastermind plots his next move. His subordinate, however, seems troubled, a weight of responsibility pressing down. The pieces are falling into place. The final act is about to begin. The name Yeo Sang-jae is uttered, a grim determination hardening the speaker's features. A declaration of intent, cold and absolute: Yeo Sang-jae will not become king. A strategic map is laid out, the pieces carefully arranged, the plan is in motion. A sinister grin returns, the hunter is closing in. The words hang heavy in the air: we can finish him off this time. A cold resolve settles over the scene. Vengeance is near. He has no intention of making you the king, a bombshell revelation that leaves Yeo Sang-jae reeling. What? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual cruelty of the statement. He knows about Yeo Sang-jae, his true goal is to seize control of the Taejun alliance. In other words, he wants to eliminate you and make himself the king, a chilling declaration. You've been saying intriguing things from the beginning. The weight of those words settles heavily. Tap, tap. Footsteps echo in the alleyway, the tension ratcheting up. But, do you think I'll believe you? Doubt flickers in his eyes, a silent challenge. The air crackles with tension. A sudden, violent SRAT echoes as Yeo Sangjae is confronted by the antagonist's sneering face. Disappointing, Emperor's division. Is this really the best plan you could come up with? He scoffs. The antagonist, radiating arrogance, dismisses Sangjae with a dismissive wave. Ha! Scram! Sangjae's mind races. He knew right away I was from the Emperor's division. And the chilling realization dawns, he didn't even have the slightest intention to listen to me. But a twist. The antagonist's demeanor shifts subtly as he continues walking away from Sangjae. A question hangs heavy in the air: do you know why the alliance can't win against the division? Sangjae's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. He won't be ignored. The antagonist pauses, a flicker of something akin to anticipation in his eyes. Revealing a shocking truth, the reason the alliance didn't advance any further is because Yeo Sangjae doesn't want the division to lose. What? The weight of that single word hangs heavy in the air. The antagonist's words cut like a knife. To be honest, I thought you were already aware of this. Right now, Hwang Muj, the strongest force of the Emperor's division, is not here. Park Seaka, who serves as the chief of staff, is also unconscious. A chilling realization dawns on Yeo Sangjae's face, the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The antagonist presses his advantage: if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't waste this opportunity. I'd launch an all-out attack. Yet, instead of going all out, Yeo Sangjae has limited himself to minor skirmishes, as if he deliberately doesn't want to defeat the division. The truth is laid bare. A sinister plan unfolds before Yeo Sangjae's eyes. That's right. Then, the reason is. The antagonist reveals his shocking conclusion: he needs time to consolidate his power within the alliance. A shadowy figure emerges, surrounded by his loyal followers. The air crackles with anticipation. The antagonist's voice cuts through the tension: I predicted that Yeo Sangjae wants to gain something through the alliance, but he's aiming to take both my position and the alliance for himself? The final panel shows the antagonist's face, a mixture of anger and calculation. Many points trouble me even if I just consider this as a joke from the division. A close-up on Yeo Sangjae's face, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Doubt etches itself onto his features. As the antagonist, a figure of imposing presence, calmly states, you certainly cannot trust the words of someone you've just met. The tension ratchets up. The antagonist leans in, a glint in his eye. But there is a simple way to prove my words. And those words hang heavy in the air: launch an all-out attack on the Emperor's division. The antagonist's plan unfolds. If Yeo Sangjae truly wants to be king, he'll help. But if the antagonist is lying, then Yeo Sangjae's supposed ally will stop the attack. A risky gamble, indeed. Yeo Sangjae considers the proposal, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. It's a calculated risk. But one that could change everything. The antagonist's back is turned, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Yeo Sangjae's internal conflict is palpable. He knows the risks, the inherent danger in trusting a stranger. But the potential reward is too great to ignore. The die is cast. Yeo Sangjae walks the city streets, a shadow of uncertainty clinging to him, the weight of a secret he carries alone. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Wait. A powerful figure emerges from the shadows, his presence radiating menace. Who are you? Sangjae, his eyes narrowed, demands an explanation. Why are you giving me such a warning? The warning continues, revealing a hidden motive. You can consider me as someone who hates Hwang Muj, but I can say this with certainty. The scene shifts to a dimly lit office, a map spread across a desk, a clandestine meeting unfolds. The antagonist's face hardens, his voice a low growl. Alliance if you ignore my words. The meeting continues, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on the air, a strategic discussion about a recent conflict. The unexpected counterattack is discussed, a surprising turn of events, but the president is assured that all is under control. Sang-jae, his face etched with worry, states the obvious, because we still have the advantage. The antagonist, radiating power, dismisses Sang-jae's cautious optimism. If the president gives me a few days, I will devise the strategy of the next battle. Sang-jae's response is immediate, that's not necessary. The antagonist's gaze hardens. A single word hangs heavy in the air, let me handle the next battle myself. The sheer force of his declaration is palpable. Sang-jae, his unease growing, presses for an explanation. President, why suddenly, why do you want to devise the strategy for the next battle yourself? The antagonist's explanation is blunt. Aside from Gapshin, Hwang Muj has not been seen again. Park Seok is also still unconscious. He turns, his back to Sang-jae, a chilling question hanging in the air. What strategy is needed to fight against a mere shell of the division? Sang-jae's apprehension is clear. A whispered plea, leader, don't tell me. The antagonist's words are a cold decree. It seems there's no place for you in this battle. Just consider this a vacation for you after such a long time. The door slams shut. The sound of the door closing echoes in Sang-jae's ears, brak. The weight of the antagonist's decision settles heavily upon him. Sang-jae, his face etched with defiance, broods. The weight of the antagonist's decision hangs heavy in the air. A crimson flag, emblazoned with a powerful symbol, snaps in the wind. The stage is set. Lee Young-soo, Taejun Alliance No. 8, speaks, his voice sharp. Hey, do you know what kind of situation this is? Min Desang, Taejun Alliance No. 9, glares, his expression grim. Tension crackles between them. A silence hangs heavy as Dusang mutters, it's been almost 2 years, right? The Taejun Alliance assembles. A palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air, the ground vibrates with the collective weight of their presence. A hush falls over the crowd. A collective intake of breath as the tension reaches a fever pitch. A voice cuts through the silence, pay attention. The president's arrival is announced. All eyes turn. And there he stands, Min Desang, the president, radiating power and authority. The Taejun Alliance assembles, a rare sight indeed. And their leader reveals the purpose of this gathering, to end the war with the emperor's division once and for all. A sea of faces, hardened warriors ready to answer the call. The scale of this impending conflict is breathtaking. The order is given, an all-out assault on the emperor's forces. The war is about to begin. The news spreads like wildfire, shock and disbelief ripple through the city. What? The alliance is launching a full-scale attack? Amidst the chaos, 2 figures sit calmly, eating ramen, a stark contrast to the brewing storm outside. One suggests contacting the other captains immediately, but his companion remains unmoved. He calmly explains that it's unnecessary, because he was the one who suggested the all-out attack. The tension is palpable. A question hangs heavy in the air. What is truly on this man's mind? 2 figures sit across from each other, a bowl of steaming noodles between them. The silence speaks volumes. But the words that follow are chillingly calm. It won't happen, he assures, a deceptive calm in his voice. The weight of his words sinks in. The division is vulnerable, completely powerless. A stark realization dawns. An all-out attack could mean their annihilation. But a sinister smile plays on his lips. There's more to this than meets the eye. The camera pans to a grand, imposing mansion. A symbol of power, perhaps, or a trap. Inside, a figure sits calmly, sipping tea. An all-out attack? A calculated risk. A gamble made even more daring by recent events. The disappearance of Hwang Chomen has changed the game. He takes another sip, a subtle smirk hinting at his cunning plan. The previous battle, it revealed much. The unnamed antagonist sits calmly, sipping tea. A smartphone rests on the table beside him, a subtle detail, but one that speaks volumes. He's acutely aware of the impending all-out attack. His expression hardens. Stopping it is paramount, but only if he can secure that command device. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. Is this all part of a larger game? Maybe he wants me to think like that. He muses, a chilling realization dawning. The screen shows a tense confrontation in a back alley. Two figures stand facing each other, the tension palpable. Who are these men? Lee Yonsu watches the scene unfold on the phone, his apprehension growing. Getting braver, huh? He mutters, a hint of unease in his voice. The unnamed antagonist's eyes blaze with cold fury. Hwang Chomin. It seems you want to seize my power by separating me from Woo Munwon. He snarls, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But a chilling smile spreads across his face. But I will destroy you with pleasure. The words hang in the air, heavy with menace. Yangil High School. The air crackles with anticipation, a day of reckoning is upon us. The Taejun Alliance has arrived, their presence heavy in the classroom. Jeng. The sound of authority. Students sit, tense and silent, a palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. Kang Suk-soo and Han Shang-hee, the enforcers, stand tall, their message clear, put the money on your desks. Song Mingguk, a student, stares in disbelief, his mind racing. Damn it! How could Yangil High fall under the control of the Taejun Alliance again? A rumor spreads like wildfire, whispers of defeat. The division has already been defeated. And the remaining members are more ruthless than ever. Han Shang-hee demands, why is it only 100,000? Don't you know this month's dues have doubled? Mingguk clenches his fists, a fire igniting within. I'm 100% sure I can beat that bastard Han Shang-hee. He grits his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. His gaze hardens, a plan forming. As for Kang Suk-soo, if I'm in good condition, I can definitely take him on, right? The air crackles with tension. A menacing figure looms over a cowering student, the words "should I just beat him up" hanging heavy in the silence. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the intimidation. Hey, loser, why haven't you taken out your money? The student flinches, his eyes darting nervously. He tries to protest, but the words die in his throat as he shows his phone screen. A successful transaction notification flashes, 200,000 won transferred. Yesterday, he stammers. A desperate plea escapes his lips, but I'm not feeling well today. His voice is weak, his body trembling. Will it be enough? A swift, brutal slap. I thought you were going to rebel, haha. The thug laughs, his cruelty unrestrained. The sound of the blow echoes. The thugs depart, leaving behind a trail of fear and intimidation. Don't forget to have the next payment ready too. Ha ha. You know what happens if you don't pay the dues, right? The student lets out a sigh of relief. Those bastards finally left. But his relief is short-lived. A bitter resentment boils within him. Damn it! I'll take you all down as soon as I hit puberty. He slumps onto his desk, defeated. Ha, life is such a mess. I need Hwang Chomin to share the misery. His thoughts drift to his absent friend. A worried frown creases his face. Hwang Chomin, where did you go? 98, 99. The tension ratchets up with each whispered number. 100. The final count is in, and the air crackles with anticipation. A grueling workout ends, sweat glistening on every muscle. Another successful day for the duo. Thank you for helping me, Hwang Chomin. A grateful nod, a job well done. I didn't do anything, though. By the way, is it okay for us to relax like this? A serious question hangs in the air. If Yeo Sang-jae doesn't act according to plan. Don't worry, that won't happen. Yeo Sang-jae will definitely stop the all-out attack. How can you be so sure about that? The question is met with a confident smirk. A close-up on Yeo Sang-jae's face, his expression unreadable. The weight of a critical decision hangs heavy in the air. A shattered phone lies on the ground, a silent testament to the escalating conflict. Hwang Chomin's voice echoes in our minds, he'll definitely stop the all-out attack. Yeo Sang-jae, in his sharp suit, addresses a superior. His words are measured, yet firm. The decision to carry out an all-out attack should be reconsidered, President. The scene shifts to an office, tension palpable. An older man, his face etched with concern, responds, "I'm afraid the decision was made too hastily. Kwon Kyoldil and Lee Chamik's conditions also aren't suitable to return to the front lines yet." The older man's gaze sharpens, his thoughts a storm. His reaction is exactly as that kid said. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Yeah, though I'm still not 100% convinced by that kid's words. Back in the office, the tension ratchets up. Yeo Sang-jae's reason for opposing the all-out attack still remains unclear, the older man muses, suspicion clouding his eyes. And that makes me believe he has another motive. The mystery deepens. The older man's frustration boils over. "I don't get it, Yeo Sang-jae. Isn't there no reason for you to stop this all-out attack?" he demands, his voice laced with barely contained anger. Or is there something more? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The tension in the room is palpable. A tense meeting unfolds, the air thick with unspoken threats. And Yeo Sang-jae's allies stand firm, a united front against the president's orders. Their collective strength is undeniable. The president's gaze sharpens, suspicion etched onto his face. He questions their defiance. But Yeo Sang-jae's response is measured, calculated. He doesn't oppose the plan outright, but suggests a delay. Another ally echoes his sentiment, their shared concern clear. The weight of their words hangs heavy in the air. A subtle shift in the dynamics of power. The president is clearly unsettled by this unexpected unity. The president's eyes narrow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He senses something is amiss. And Yeo Sang-jae's explanation reveals a strategic calculation, avoiding a premature confrontation to ensure the alliance's full strength. Yeo Sang-jae's plea for caution resonates with the president's advisors. Their united front is persuasive. A desperate plea for prudence, a gamble on the president's wisdom. A tense meeting unfolds. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Yeo Sang-jae's allies, their faces grim, deliver their ultimatum: "Please accept our opinion." The president, a mountain of a man, lets out a low growl, GRRT, his eyes narrowed in thought. The weight of the decision bears down on him. Yeo Sang-jae, ever the strategist, calmly reports on his success: "Delay the all-out attack. You did well." A hint of a smirk plays on his lips. His confidence is unshaken. "I had a feeling that the president couldn't neglect the words of the alliance's number two." A subtle shift in power. "Thanks for agreeing with me." But the tension remains. A warning, sharp and cold, don't get the wrong idea. The scene cuts to a powerful figure, his presence radiating authority. He speaks, his words measured and deliberate. "This time, our opinions just happen to align. That doesn't mean I agree with you." The tension ratchets up. "Whatever hidden motives you have," the powerful figure continues, his gaze unwavering. The door bursts open with a brak. Yeo Sang-jae stands silhouetted in the doorway, a figure of quiet intensity. He's assessing the situation, his thoughts sharp and calculating. Young Chanho, he's a bit tough to deal with. But a subtle smirk plays on his lips. A hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Yeah, it doesn't matter since he acted according to my wishes this time." His gaze hardens. "By the way, that bastard Hwang Chomin, he's daring to take extreme steps, huh?" He slams his fist on the desk, "Tak. He must want to create conflict between me and Woo Munwon." A chessboard appears, each piece representing a powerful player. But the ones opposing Woo Munwon's opinion aren't me, but the Taejun Alliance, higher-ups. The camera focuses on a single, menacing red cross at the center of the board. "So, your wish won't come true." A chilling smile spreads across Yeo Sang-jae's face. "Well, everything you've planned has crumbled. Saringai." His eyes gleam with cold calculation. What's your move now? Night falls over the city. A sprawling cityscape stretches out beneath a dark, star-studded sky. Yeo Sangjae stands before a mirror, his reflection a cold, calculating gaze. The city lights blur behind him, mirroring the turmoil in his mind. His former lackeys, 3 imposing figures, stand defiant. Their audacity is a challenge to his authority. And Yeo Sangjae's response is a chilling whisper, "Since when?" The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Huang Kaman's plot to usurp him has failed. His former minions dared to oppose him. But Yeo Sangjae is not one to be trifled with. He will remind them who truly holds the power. A close-up on Yeo Sangjae's face. His eyes burn with cold fury. The game is far from over. And he will make sure everyone remembers who the real king is. The scene shifts to Chungbyuk High School. 2 figures stand on a basketball court, tension palpable in the air. A look of pure terror contorts his face. Dag! The word echoes in the silence. Suddenly, a brutal force erupts. Blag! He's sent flying, a devastating blow. The impact sends him sprawling, a sickening thud. DRAP! DRAP! A frantic cry cuts through the air, Taexian Hyungnim. Inside, a figure watches, his brow furrowed. What's going on? At the front gate. A chilling whisper. There's. Zhreng. Manhwa arrives, a force of nature, backed by a legion of menacing figures. Manhwan. His eyes, cold and calculating, fix on his target. Yeo Sangjae's eyes narrow, a grim expression settling on his face. He recognizes the name, a chill running down his spine, Wu Manhwan. The name alone speaks of impending doom. A breathtaking panorama unfolds before us, as Hwang, bathed in the golden hues of sunset. The city sprawls beneath, a vast tapestry of lights and shadows. A chilling chuckle echoes. Ho ho, it's been a long time. The scene explodes into chaos. Bodies litter the ground, a testament to overwhelming power. A single figure stands amidst the carnage, his crimson coat a stark contrast to the fallen. Gasping for air, a survivor watches in disbelief. Impossible. The words hang in the air, only 10 minutes have passed since Wu Manhwan arrived. Yet, the carnage speaks for itself. 30 fallen in a mere 10 minutes, a horrifying display of strength. He sits, panting, amidst the devastation. But these foes, they are unlike any Chungbyuk High has faced before. A new threat emerges from the shadows. Chungbyuk, the so-called invincible, stands over his fallen opponents. A smug question hangs in the air. But the illusion shatters with a swift blow. Turns out, that title is just hot air. A brutal uppercut sends one opponent sprawling. The fight is far from over. As another opponent cries out in pain, a desperate plea for mercy. His face is a mask of agony, defeat etched into every line. But Chungbyuk's relentless assault continues. Bwag, another opponent is sent flying. The defeated man groans, his title of invincible a cruel joke. Because Chungbyuk's power is undeniable. He never personally fought these opponents before. A crack appears on Chungbyuk's fist, a testament to his raw power. The sheer force of his blows leaving a lasting impact. The cost of power is high. Chungbyuk's ambition is laid bare, means to rule. A brutal clash. Chungbyuk's forces are thrown back with a resounding bukk. Chungbyuk's chilling declaration, "I want to dominate the weak, or more accurately, everyone except myself. Then, I'll unite the weak that I've conquered." The Taejun alliance stands revealed, Chungbyuk's instrument of power. His chilling words echo, "That's my power." The aftermath speaks volumes. Bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to Chungbyuk's ruthless efficiency. He observes, the result is quite good. His chilling vision takes shape, that power brings greater power, and with it, I can dominate more things. A golden pyramid shimmers into view, a symbol of his ultimate ambition. Chungbyuk's plan is revealed. Yes, that's the pyramid of power I have in mind. But a shadow of doubt falls. A warning looms. A crucial intervention. The decision to launch an all-out attack needs to be reconsidered, President. The Taejun Alliance stands defiant before the President, their message clear: this is our opinion, President. Chungbyuk's gaze is unwavering. There's a crack in his carefully constructed facade, something he can't accept within his pyramid. He strides forward, his resolve hardening. This isn't just a plan, it's a personal crusade. He must carve his dominance into their very memory. The words hang heavy in the air: the one who has power, the one who can rule, and the one who holds dominion over the weak. A sudden eruption of violence. Chungbyuk's men are caught off guard, a desperate plea rings out: damn. Stay focused, Chungbyuk. Don't forget, this place is the Iron Fortress. Fear flickers in their eyes. The humiliation of defeat by such a small force is a palpable threat, a humiliating prospect. Chungbyuk's eyes narrow. A question hangs in the air, laced with suspicion. By the way, Kim Taexian isn't showing up, is he? The tension ratchets up. Another question, sharp and pointed: are you planning something? A blur of motion. Chungbyuk unleashes a devastating blow, a brutal strike that sends his opponent sprawling. The impact echoes. His opponent lies defeated, the dust settles, revealing the full extent of the damage. What was that? He just flew like that. Damn it. How can we stop him? Woo Mun won. He's far stronger than I thought. If this continues, we might be destroyed by that monster. The city crumbles under Chungbyuk's might, a testament to his overwhelming power. Keep pushing them. We'll finish this before the sun sets. Chungbyuk's men advance, a relentless tide of red. The impact of their assault sends a shockwave through the city. Ugh. Damn it. It's clear that we're not enough on our own. We need Taexian Hyungnim. Everyone, hold on. I'll go call Taexian Hyungnim. Why is he wearing sunglasses? President. That bastard is the ace of Team 4 in the division. But he doesn't look like it. The true strength of Chungbyuk comes from Kim Taexian. There's no point in wiping out the losers guarding the entrance. Chase that man. The impact of Chungbyuk's order reverberates as his subordinates spring into action. DRAP. Yes. The Chungbyuk giraffe. I must catch him. Arg. Don't chase me. More impacts echo as the chase intensifies. DRAP. 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 Taexian Hyungnim. Help me. His desperate plea hangs in the air. Taexian Hyungnim. DRAP. 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 Chungbyuk disappears into the darkness. The gymnasium. Chungbyuk stands amidst his men, a chilling presence. DRAP. DRAP. TAAP. He surveys his surroundings, his expression unreadable. What is this place? Isn't it too dark for a gym? Maybe they're kids of the darkness. Damn. Chungbyuk surveys the scene, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Ha! I was expecting hundreds of members hiding in here. Turns out I was wrong. This is very disappointing. A subtle clack, a hidden mechanism springs to life. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. What is that? A heavy clang echoes through the room as thick chains fall into place. A trap is sprung. Two figures in red emerge, defiant. Damn! Is this really a trap? One shouts. But the other remains resolute. It doesn't matter. As long as the president is here, we can defeat however many enemies come at us. Chungbyuk smirks, a glint of amusement in his eyes. That's just what you think. With a swift strut, he appears before them, bat in hand. He removes his sunglasses, a confident gleam in his eyes. Now, Chungbyuk-hai, set. The counterattack will begin. The sun sets over the city as Chungbyuk stands on a high vantage point, silhouetted against the fiery sky. The city sprawls before him, a landscape ripe for conquest. Chungbyuk walks, a shadow against the setting sun, his expression unreadable. A sudden, muffled sprt. His enemies, a pack of thugs, slam into a hidden trap. The floor gives way. One of them, a hulking brute, crashes to the ground, eyes wide with shock. A swift screech echoes as more thugs tumble into the darkness below. The sounds of struggle and pained grunts follow. What the hell? I can't see anything. Damn! What kind of trick is this? Looks like they want to blind us and attack. Phones. Turn on your phone lights. A blinding flash of light erupts as the thugs activate their phones. Buak. Chungbyuk's counterattack begins. What is that? Who's being attacked? Damn! I can't see anything. Finish them all now. Let's go, everyone. What's happening? How can they see us? The ambushers' panicked whispers echo in the darkness. Those sunglasses from earlier. Turns out they weren't just for show. The human eye takes around 30 minutes to adapt to the dark. That's why Nakshin wore dark sunglasses, and the ambushers had already covered their eyes before entering the gym. On the other hand, the enemy had just stepped into the darkness. In other words, they're like blind people with their eyes open. No matter how strong they are, they're helpless if they can't see. Book 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 book. The sound of blows lands with bone-jarring impact. Division's leader roars, "How dare you use tricks like this?" Tang! A blade flashes, a swift counterattack. The tables have turned. The division leader, his face a mask of furious disbelief, roars a challenge into the night, which bastard dares. A low, guttural sound cuts through the air. The word buzz vibrates with menace. Chungbyuk, battered but unbowed, takes the full force of the attack. A chilling whisper slithers from the shadows, "Sorry, it's not bastard, but bastards." The scene explodes into chaos. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion, phone screens flash, illuminating the brutal melee as Chungbyuk's men fight back with savage efficiency. The enemy's eyes glow with an unnatural red light, their ferocity amplified by some dark power. Chungbyuk grits his teeth, his resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. Damn it! A sickening crep as bone meets bone. Followed by the thunderous crack of breaking wood and the sickening gubrak of a body hitting the floor. The fight is far from over, but the tide is turning. The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground echoes, a thud that speaks of brutal force. Chungbyuk stands amidst the chaos, his expression grim. I don't particularly like methods like this. He faces 3 opponents, their menacing presence filling the gymnasium. The air crackles with tension. But Chungbyuk's resolve is unshaken. But I must finish this once and for all. A bone-jarring kratk follows his declaration. He advances, a predator stalking its prey, each step deliberate, each muscle coiled tight, ready to unleash devastating power. A shadow falls over the scene. I don't really like methods like this. A voice whispers, laced with unease. The air crackles with anticipation. 3 figures stand poised, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the gymnasium. A sudden, violent crack. The man in the center turns, his face a mask of cold fury. He moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion. The doors burst open as his henchmen clear the way. The stage is set. His eyes burn with a cold fire, a silent promise of violence hangs in the air. A single, sharp intake of breath. The tension is unbearable. A brutal blow lands. The impact echoes. Blood splatters, painting a grim picture of the aftermath. The fight is far from over. Zhrang. The air crackles with tension as the gang leader stands amidst the carnage. Bodies litter the floor, a grim testament to his brutal efficiency. Blood stains the wooden floor, scattered amidst discarded weapons, a chilling scene of violence. One of the gang members groans, "Ugh. I apologize, Captain. We've been attacking him non-stop, but he's still holding on." The gang leader's face is grim, a single thought etched onto his features: Kim Taexian. With a sigh, he adjusts his jacket. "Sorry for keeping you all waiting." Jang. A new figure emerges, radiating an aura of quiet menace. "Now," he declares, removing his jacket to reveal powerful muscles. "Let's finish this." Guy out. "Ha, finish it, you say? You mean, you plan on taking me out?" The gang leader lunges, a roar escaping his lips. "How dare you!" His fist connects, but it's met with an unexpected counter. The impact sends a shockwave through the floor, THWAP. The gang leader staggers back, his face contorted in disbelief. "You arrogant fool," he bellows, but his words are cut short by a brutal uppercut that sends him flying. The force of the blow is almost comical in its efficiency. The attacker watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Woo Man-won, he's still this flexible. Another devastating blow. Break! The sound echoes as the gang leader crashes to the ground. He's down, but not out. His eyes, though, speak of a dawning realization. As another strike lands, sending him sprawling across the floor. Srock! The impact is brutal. Outside the gymnasium, the gang leader catches his breath. "You guys are incredible, Division. This is the first time I've been cornered like this." Back inside, the fight continues. Another tap as the final blow lands. Woo Man-won, caught completely off guard, senses the shift in the air. He's surrounded. The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the casual setting. The tension is palpable. The reality of his predicament sinks in. There's nowhere to run. A brutal exchange. Blood splatters across Hwang Kaman's face, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fight. Hwang Chomin, wounded but defiant, steps into the fray. The plan is unraveling. His words are a low growl, laced with barely suppressed fury. The unexpected turn of events is clear in his eyes. The plan was flawless, or so it seemed. A chilling uncertainty hangs in the air. Woo Man-won's fists clench, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. He's ready for whatever comes next. The fight resumes, a whirlwind of blows. SRET. The sound of impact echoes through the air. Pots. A brutal clash of power. The fate of Woo Man-won hangs in the balance. The clash of fists. A brutal exchange of blows rocks the room. The sheer force of the impact sends tremors through the air. Kim Taexian watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kim Taexian, his punch is this strong. Even outnumbered, Woo Man-won stands defiant. Woo Man-won, even after being ganged up on, he's still this strong. Hwang Chomin grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. The word monster echoes in his mind. Woo Man-won cracks his knuckles, a chilling grin spreading across his face. The sound of cracking bones, krotak, fills the air. He unleashes another devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The impact is deafening, Cyan. Hwang Chomin watches, his face a mask of grim determination. A single word escapes his lips: humph. A sickening thud, bugh, as Woo Man-won delivers a final, brutal strike, leaving his opponent broken and bleeding. Hwang Kaman's eyes narrow, his anger intensifying. Woo Man-won stumbles, a pained groan escaping his lips. SREK, the sound of tearing flesh. The fight is brutal. A thunderous grep echoes as Woo Man-won delivers a devastating blow. A flurry of BUK sounds punctuate the air as he unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes. His opponent is reeling. Another BUK, and the man crumples to the ground. Woo Man-won shows no mercy. Despite the beating, a defiant sneer twists his lips. Hey, Kim Taexian. Look at me. You think I'm going to meet my end in a place like this? His words hang heavy in the smoke-filled air, a grim determination etched on his face. With a sickening BRUK, he sends another attacker sprawling. The fight is far from over. His allies, the Emperor Division, are battered and exhausted. Emperor Division. Whoever can still fight, hurry and help the captain, cries one, but Woo Man-won cuts him off. No, nobody come here. He is the strongest man alongside Hwang Myuj, and he will face this alone. Hwang Chomin watches from a distance, his eyes narrowed. I'll take him out myself. The stage is set for a final showdown. The tension is palpable. At the very least, finishing you with my own hands is the best I can do. Hwang Chomin, his face a mask of grim determination, eyes narrowed, assesses his opponent. Are you sure you won't regret it? Woo Man-won, battered but unbowed, spits out a single word, of course. GRRT. A guttural growl escapes Hwang Chomin as he unleashes his attack. Kratok. The impact. A devastating blow lands, sending shockwaves through the air. Pat's Woo Man-won is sent flying backwards. Syak. Hwang Chomin's fist connects, a brutal uppercut that sends Woo Man-won crashing to the ground. But even as he falls, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. Croc. Another bone-jarring blow. The force of the impact is almost palpable. What is this? Why can't I move my body? Hwang Chomin's attack has left him paralyzed with shock and pain. Woo Man-won's eyes, bruised and battered, reflect a grim determination. Hwang Chomin's sneering face looms over him. Really? Judging by your expression, you've never experienced this before, have you? A brutal blow. The impact sends a shockwave. Hwang Chomin's words echo, hitting your limit. A cruel smile spreads across Hwang Chomin's battered face. Another devastating strike. The force is almost unbearable. Woo Man-won is sent sprawling, his body crumpling to the ground. The dust settles. So this is Bruck. Hwang Chomin stands over his broken opponent, a victor surveying the battlefield. Set. The scene is set. Hwang Myuj. Being a king left all alone is truly sad. Woo Man-won gasps, a strangled cry escaping his lips. The impact of Hwang Chomin's final blow reverberates through the scene. Whoa! The ground trembles beneath the force of the attack. Woo Man-won has fallen. News of Woo Man-won's defeat spreads like wildfire through Daejeon. The city skyline, bathed in the warm hues of sunset, is a silent witness to the seismic shift in power. In a hospital room, a young woman watches over a patient, her expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. This incident has drastically altered the landscape of Daejeon's high school battles. Hwang Myuj, your assessment was spot on, she states, her voice betraying a hint of awe and unease. She's referencing a crucial piece of intel. The camera pans to a panoramic view of Daejeon, highlighting a specific location mentioned in a letter. The city stretches out before us, a stage set for the next act. A figure stands on a balcony, overlooking the city. His eyes gleam with a chilling resolve. Now, this is where it truly begins. Elsewhere, a man takes a drag from his cigarette, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. Damn! The smoke curls around his face, mirroring the complex emotions swirling within. That kid took down Woo Man-won? Seriously? In a dimly lit office, a man sits behind his desk, a smug smile playing on his lips. Alright, this round was a lot of fun. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the subtle clinking of glasses from the nearby bar. Woo Man-won's defeat weighs heavily on the atmosphere. Then, a challenge rings out, sharp and clear. The next round is set. Hwang Chomin is ready. A sterile hospital room, The rhythmic drip of an four machine fills the silence. A figure lies in a hospital bed, pale and wounded. His labored breaths are shallow, a testament to the brutal attack he endured, worry etched onto his face. Damn it! How could the president get attacked like this? The words hang heavy in the air, a reflection of the gravity of the situation. A grim determination settles over the faces of the three men gathered around the bed. Sigh. Things are going to get rough for a while. One of them steps forward, his gaze unwavering. Why did you do this alone? The question cuts through the tension. A single word escapes the wounded president's lips. Why? The unspoken weight of his actions hangs in the air. The president, wounded and alone, stares into the void. A single, agonizing question echoes in his mind. Why didn't you say anything to me? The city skyline bleeds into twilight, a backdrop to a brewing storm. The question hangs heavy in the air, you want to form an army? His face grim, the president's resolve hardens. Yes. The simple answer carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. His lieutenant, eyes narrowed, murmurs, I wonder. A brutal display of power. Bodies scattered across the pavement like discarded toys. The president's strength is undeniable, yet. A sickening jeng as another thug falls. You're already the strongest person in this area. The words are a taunt, a challenge. But the president's response is chilling, haha. Well, I am pretty strong. But that's not enough. A swift tap, another foe down. The president's gaze is cold, unwavering. These bastards are proof of that. The city lights reflect in his steely eyes. A grunt, a pained SRT as another body hits the ground. The president's voice is low, dangerous. Even if my fists made my name known, scum like them will keep trying to take me down. The question hangs in the air, a chilling revelation. You know why these weaklings attack me in groups? The answer is a bitter truth, spoken with weary resignation. Seems like they think, we can beat him if we all gang up on him. The president's words hang heavy in the air, it's as simple as that. His fist slams down, the impact echoing the finality of his decision. The sound of Seung punctuates the blow. His opponent gasps, wait. A guttural sound, BRUAK, escapes as the president's opponent collapses. Blood stains his glasses, a grim testament to the president's power. The president's gaze is unwavering as he states his intentions. So, what are you going to do once you form your own army? His question is rhetorical, the answer is already clear. What else? You're asking something obvious. The president stands over his fallen foe, his silhouette cast against the fiery sunset. The scene is brutal, yet there's a chilling sense of resolve in his posture. His voice booms, I will make all of Taejun kneel before me. His confidant, Jang Chanho, watches, his expression unreadable. A silent question hangs in the air. As the president turns to him, a flicker of something akin to warmth in his eyes. Jang Chanho, you're the only person I consider a friend. The aftermath of the president's brutal display of power is laid bare, bodies strewn across the ground, a testament to his ruthless efficiency. The president's resolve is absolute. His voice, softer now, yet still carrying the weight of command, I want you by my side. The president's steely gaze pierces the viewer, his words a low growl, don't even think about refusing. A close-up on the president's subordinate, his face partially obscured, only the word number 2 is visible. Jang Chanho, his imposing figure filling the frame, confronts the president. Why did you make this kind of decision? Lying in a hospital bed, wounded, Jang Chanho's voice is strained but firm, you've always listened to my opinion, unlike the other higher-ups. His voice laced with bitterness, Jang Chanho's words cut deep, since when did you start ignoring me? The president's back is to us, his silhouette ominous. Jang Chanho's question hangs heavy in the air. Was it when my methods didn't work against that bastard? No. Even then, you never doubted me. A beat of silence, then a shift in focus. Was it from that moment? The question hangs unanswered. A young man with crimson hair and piercing eyes smiles, a chillingly calm expression on his face. Us. The scene shifts back to the hospital room. The president's betrayal is laid bare. Ever since Yeo Sang-jae came, you've only been listening to him. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation echoing in the empty space between them. Jang Chan-ho, his face etched with a mixture of pain and betrayal, speaks with quiet bitterness. He's assessing the situation, calculating the president's actions. A chessboard, a battlefield of strategy, each piece representing a life, a decision, a consequence. The game is far from over. But this time, it feels different. A sense of foreboding settles over Chan-ho as he lies in his hospital bed, wounded and betrayed. The president's disregard for his loyal advisor is blatant. The words sting more than any physical wound. Chan-ho's frustration boils over. He points out the president's failure to heed advice, a critical misstep with potentially devastating consequences. The shadows lengthen, the air thick with tension. 3 figures stand silhouetted against the dim light, their presence menacing. Chan-ho's voice is laced with a quiet defiance. He clarifies his position, emphasizing that his actions were based on his own judgment, not blind obedience. The president's apathy cuts deeper than any blade. His lack of concern for Chan-ho's insights is a chilling revelation. A sudden, violent sound shatters the tense silence. A fist slams down, the impact echoing the turmoil within. A sterile hospital room. Yeo Sang-jae stands amidst a group of tense men, his presence radiating power. He surveys the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like you guys got here first. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Jang Chan-ho, his face etched with worry, replies, "Sorry, the roads were a bit crowded." The president's defeat weighs heavily on them, a grim reality hangs in the air. Jang Chan-ho's voice is laced with bitterness. "This wouldn't have happened if the president had listened to me." His frustration boils over. The president's defeat is a huge loss for us now. Another man steps forward, his words sharp and accusatory. "Yeo Sang-jae, this isn't the time to blame the president." The tension ratchets up. "You don't even care about the president's safety, do you?" Jang Chan-ho's response is measured, controlled. "How could you say that? I'm not blaming him." He explains, his voice low but firm, "Besides, this situation can't be solved by just worrying. I'm just trying to think clearly about it. I hope you don't misunderstand me." The tension is palpable. Jang Chan-ho's sharp gaze pierces the air, a silent question hanging heavy in the room. A grim report delivered, the president's condition is unknown. His absence throws the organization into chaos. The weight of the president's absence crushes Jang Chan-ho. His brow furrows, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A drastic solution proposed: replace the president. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The president lies in a hospital bed, vulnerable and bandaged. His weakened state is a stark reminder of the recent battle. And Yeo Sang-jae's name is uttered, a venomous hiss escaping Jang Chan-ho's lips. Betrayal stings. Gertu. A guttural sound of rage and disbelief explodes from Jang Chan-ho. His fury is a tangible force. But Yeo Sang-jae remains calm, his words a chilling counterpoint to the rising tension. The president is resting. The scene shifts. A subtle change of pace. A suggestion of a clandestine meeting. A luxurious wine cellar, an opulent setting for a power play. "Relax, make yourselves at home," Yeo Sang-jae purrs, his words dripping with false hospitality. A lavish private room, the air thick with the scent of expensive liquor and cigars. Yeo Sang-jae, a sly smile playing on his lips, addresses his associates. "I rented this entire place for you guys." Jang Chan-ho and his associate, Sun-yum, take in their opulent surroundings. "Whoa! It's my first time at a place like this." Yeo Sang-jae chuckles, his eyes gleaming with a calculating glint. From now on, I'll bring you guys to places like this more often." He leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You deserve it, since you're the most competent higher-ups in the alliance. Sanyam, ever the pragmatist, offers a cautious response. Ahem. I wouldn't say I'm that great, but, well, our position is kind of important. The mood shifts. Jang Chanho's brow furrows. What's all this? Didn't we move to discuss the alliance's future? This isn't the time to be drinking. Yeo Sangji's smile widens, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Ah. I guess I wasn't clear earlier. I can't make it too big since the timing isn't right, but this is sort of a celebration. The revelation drops like a bomb. For Jang Chanho's inauguration as the new president of the alliance. A stunned silence hangs in the air. Jang Chanho's jaw drops. What? Yeo Sangjae continues, his voice smooth as silk. A celebration for the promotion of two others. Jang Chanho, the newly appointed president, is incredulous. What kind of nonsense is this? Who gave you the right to declare me president? Yeo Sangjae, ever the strategist, calmly counters, think logically. Is there any other option? His words paint a grim picture. An organization without a leader is vulnerable, and they need leadership, especially now. The question of the president's fate hangs heavy in the air. No leader? Do you think the president is dead? Yeo Sangji's response is chillingly calm, he'll wake up soon enough. A powerful image of Yeo Sangjae sitting in a luxurious chair, radiating confidence. We just have to hold on until then. But Yeo Sangji's confidence is not absolute. A flicker of doubt crosses his face as he considers Jang Chanho. Jang Chanho isn't someone who can be easily swayed. The plan unfolds. First of all, take a look at this. A phone is produced, a single tap, and the game begins. The phone is placed on the table, a tense silence descends. The image shifts to show the reaction of those present. A subtle TAK sound effect punctuates the moment. The close-up on Jang Chanho's face reveals a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. The phone displays a shocking image, Woo Mun-won, the former president, in a hospital bed, under CCTV surveillance. Woo Mun-won. Why is there a CCTV in Woo Mun-won's ward? Jang Chanho's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. Wait a minute, this isn't the ward we visited earlier. Yeo Sangjae calmly explains, his words dripping with calculated precision. I didn't feel comfortable leaving the president in a public ward. So, I moved him to a hospital managed by my brother's company, Guguk. He'll recover in a much better environment. But a shadow falls across Yeo Sangji's confident facade, the medical team's prognosis is grim. From the president's current condition, they can't guarantee when he'll wake up. Chanho's jaw drops. What? That's impossible, his diagnosis wasn't like that. Yeo Sangji's gaze is unwavering. Then, I'll be counting on you. Chanho's eyes widen in alarm, a decision hangs heavy in the air. In a sterile hospital room, a doctor prepares a syringe. What is he doing? The syringe fills with a mysterious, glowing liquid, a silent, tense moment. The injection is complete. It's done. A weary gratitude passes over Yeo Sangji's face. Thank you. Chanho's eyes bulge, reflecting a dawning horror. The implications of what he's just witnessed sink in. Jang Chanho's eyes widen in disbelief. That's the old man who's always with Yeo Sangjae. The tension ratchets up as he confronts Yeo Sangjae. Yeo Sangjae, what did you inject into Woo Mun-won? Yeo Sangjae lets out a chilling laugh. Ha, why are you so surprised? It's just a normal 4. Chanho's suspicion deepens. His voice is laced with doubt. There's no way I'd kill the president if it wasn't just a normal fluid. A shiver runs down Chanho's spine as the horrifying truth dawns on him. Damn it! This cunning bastard plans to use Woo Mun-won as a hostage. He's trying to put me in the president's position and seize power. Suddenly, Chanho's eyes dart around, a realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. Dag! Wait a minute. The scene shifts to a different location, a tense meeting. Two figures discuss a successful plan. We finally managed to convince the president to delay the all-out attack. Good work. The camera focuses on Yeo Sang-jae, his face a mask of cold calculation. He makes a bold proposition. Now, I'll ask once again. Will you become the new president of the alliance? The news is spreading like wildfire through the community. Woo Man-won, defeated? But it wasn't a fair fight. He fell into a trap set by Kim Taexian. Kim Taexian? The prodigy of Chungbyuk Mountain? The whispers intensify, some say he's now on par with Hwang Muj. A wave of disbelief washes over him. How is the news spreading so fast? Suddenly, a hand grabs his shoulder, Duk. He's being followed, tap tap. The tension ratchets up. His eyes narrow. What's happening? A shadowy figure cuts through the bustling city streets. Two men trail behind, their eyes fixed on him. One of the followers, his face etched with suspicion, questions his companion, "What's with that look?" The shadowed figure's hand instinctively goes to his side, a flicker of apprehension. He tries to play it cool, muttering, and nothing. But his unease is palpable. TCH, jerks like this are everywhere. The words are barely a whisper, yet they carry the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Suddenly, a sharp tap on his shoulder. He whirls around. Confronted by the very thugs he was trying to avoid. I asked, "What's with that look just now?" The thug's sneer is a chilling prelude to violence. "You don't like that I bumped into you, even though you were in my way?" The tension ratchets up. Have you never watched Munchiel TV? The thug taunts, revealing a surprising knowledge of the protagonist's habits. You picked the wrong guy today, loser. Ha ha ha. A cold realization dawns on the protagonist. I really can't let my guard down. A chilling close-up on a thug, his face obscured by shadow, a glint of malice in his eyes. The air crackles with tension as he confronts the protagonist. Ha! You bastard, do you know who I am? A wave of apprehension washes over the protagonist. This is bad. Even his dulled sense of fear is tingling. He knows he's in deep trouble. The thug's rage explodes. I am the Black Iron Mace from Dunsandong, you loser. The thug boasts, it hasn't been long since I led the division and defeated the alliance. A flicker of defiance in the protagonist's eyes. Petty thug like this is so ironic. A silent vow forms. The protagonist's counterattack is swift and brutal. Kermit, the sound of a bone cracking echoes through the alleyway. Another thug steps forward, but he's met with the same fate. Don't block the way and move aside. Seung. The impact sends a shockwave. Gubrook, one thug down. Another lunges, enraged. You bastard, are you looking for death? A tense standoff. He's cornered, surrounded, but his eyes burn with defiance. A figure emerges from the shadows, their crimson hair a striking contrast to the muted urban backdrop. Young Jae-hyun, captain of Emperor Division Team 3. The name alone sends shivers down spines. His jacket, marked with crimson patterns, speaks of battles fought and won. The protagonist's eyes widen, recognition dawning. He knows that name. A chilling warning, get lost if you get it. Young Jae-hyun's gaze is unwavering, a cold steel glint in his eyes. He's not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A flurry of motion. DRAP. 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 The thugs scatter, defeated. A moment of stunned silence. A grateful, almost whispered, thank you. A weary sigh escapes the protagonist's lips. Ha, it's not like I wanted to live like this either. Never mind. Suddenly, a powerful figure appears, Young Jae-hyun, his presence commanding attention. Come with me. The protagonist, still reeling from the recent fight, hesitates, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Ha! Where to? They walk through the bustling city streets, a silent understanding passing between them, the neon lights reflecting in their eyes. And Yoon Jae-hyun's voice cuts through the urban hum. Let's go eat. A table laden with delicious Korean food. The aroma alone is enough to soothe the protagonist's frayed nerves. As Yoon Jae-hyun speaks, his tone surprisingly casual. I heard about you taking down Woo Manhwa. To be honest, I was a bit surprised. The question hangs heavy in the air, do you have a plan from here? Even with Woo Manhwa's defeat, the division remains unstable, a precarious situation. But time is of the essence. The alliance won't wait forever, a bold decision is made. Over a simple meal, a conversation unfolds, revealing keen observation. The protagonist's quick thinking impresses Yoon Jae-hyun, a strategic mind at work. Woo Manhwa's defeat wasn't just luck, it speaks to the protagonist's skill, a testament to their abilities. Yoon Jae-hyun acknowledges the protagonist's leadership, but a single variable remains, a lingering uncertainty. The chief of staff of the Taejun Alliance, a figure shrouded in mystery. His inaction during the battle raises suspicion, a silent observer. The chief of staff's apathy towards Woo Manhwa's fate is unsettling, a chilling indifference. Yoon Jae-hyun's gaze is sharp, piercing. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with meaning. A simple meal shared between two figures, yet the conversation is far from casual. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The implications of the unnamed protagonist's actions are laid bare. A shift in the balance of power is predicted, a new threat looming on the horizon. Even the legendary Park Seok couldn't foresee the unnamed protagonist's cunning strategies. His brilliance is undeniable. But Yoon Jae-hyun, ever the strategist, remains calm. He assures his companion that they are prepared. A close-up on Yoon Jae-hyun's face, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. The intensity is palpable. A confident smirk plays on the unnamed protagonist's lips. He's already several steps ahead. Those eyes, burning with intelligence and ambition. A chilling premonition washes over Yoon Jae-hyun. The conversation concludes, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The meal is over. And a subtle comparison is made, a chilling parallel drawn between the unnamed protagonist and a powerful, dangerous figure. Why did the boss keep the protagonist's existence a secret? Was it to avoid the threat of revealing their familial connection? But then, why reveal himself now? The questions mount as the protagonist calmly eats his noodles. Yoon Jae-hyun's gaze sharpens. He still has many questions about this enigmatic young man. But right now, the division needs him. The weight of that need is palpable. Despite her reservations, Yoon Jae-hyun addresses the protagonist directly, Hwang. I still don't like you, she states, her words sharp as shards of glass. But a flicker of reluctant respect crosses her face. He might just lead them to victory. The protagonist's eyes gleam. That means. The unnamed protagonist sits across from Yoon Jae-hyun, a serious expression on his face. Happy yet? I only said might, Yoon Jae-hyun states, a hint of challenge in her tone. You still have a lot to work on to become the brains of the division. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by the clinking of chopsticks. A quick, sharp sound, tak. Yoon Jae-hyun finishes her meal. She rises abruptly. She gestures towards the door. Come with me. There's a place we need to visit. The protagonist's face remains impassive, his eyes narrowed slightly. He only had 3 bowls of noodles. A subtle hint of dissatisfaction? They arrive at a large, imposing building. E01 is marked on the side, hinting at its significance. This place is. The protagonist's question hangs in the air, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. I already told you, didn't I? Yoon Jae-hyun's gaze is unwavering. You might be able to lead the division to victory. Yoon Jae-hyun's crimson eyes burn with intensity, her words dripping with cold calculation, which means, just try to survive. The unnamed protagonist, his brow furrowed, echoes her chilling directive with a confused whisper, "Huh? Survive." A furious roar erupts from Yoon Jae-hyun, her rage a tangible force, "You son of a bitch." Her voice is a weapon, each syllable sharp and precise, "I brought the guy you wanna kill." A weathered building, bathed in sunlight, stands before them. The air crackles with anticipation. As Yoon Jae-hyun's challenge echoes through the open window, "Come out and finish him however you want." A silhouette emerges, a figure of pure menace. A moment of stunned silence, then, recognition dawns on the protagonist's face. His eyes widen in disbelief. The name explodes from his lips, a mixture of shock and fury, Kwak Jigong. The impact of the revelation reverberates, a heavy thud echoes through the building. Kwak Jigong descends from the building, his every movement radiating arrogance and menace. "How dare you show up here?" The unnamed protagonist lunges forward, a whirlwind of motion. His fist connects with a bone-jarring impact. But Kwak Jigong, the fighting ghost, barely flinches. His powerful legs drive him into a low, aggressive stance. Bruck! The sound of his feet hitting the ground echoes the impending violence. Terror grips the protagonist. "I'm dead." The thought flashes through his mind, cold and stark. Above, a voice booms, filled with rage and barely contained fury. "Come here, you bastard. The Emperor Division Team 2 captain is here, and he's not happy." Kwak Jigong's imposing figure is revealed in all its terrifying glory. Intricate tattoos adorn his powerful physique, a testament to his brutal strength. He is the fighting ghost, and he's ready to unleash hell. The protagonist's fear intensifies. "I'm really gonna die." His life hangs precariously in the balance. With this, a new era dawns. A sprawling mansion stands bathed in sunlight, a symbol of power and influence. Yeo Sang-jae, chief of staff of the Taejun Alliance, sips his tea, a smug smile playing on his lips. "I've taken control of the alliance." The sound of a teacup being set down, "Srup," echoes in the opulent room. The camera focuses on the ornate teacup and saucer, a detail that speaks volumes about the opulence of his new position. Sang-ji's eyes narrow, a hint of unease creeping in. "I didn't expect Hwang Cho-min to use such a method to deal with the unbeatable Woo Mun-won." His plan worked flawlessly. Using Jang Chan-ho as a pawn, he seized control. "Thanks to that, I was able to control the alliance as I wished." Woo Mun-won's absence is a blow, a loss for the alliance. But for Sang-jae, it was a necessary sacrifice. "But that man was a pawn difficult for me to control, so there's nothing to regret." A faint track as he stirs his tea. A single, nagging thought remains. How did Hwang Cho-min know that Woo Mun-won would act on his own? The question hangs heavy in the air. A close-up on a medallion, revealing a pensive Yeo Sang-jae. His expression speaks volumes, a victory hard-won, yet shadowed by uncertainty. His actions, deemed reckless by some, were anything but. Too risky to rely on luck, it's like he was waiting with his mouth open, a voice observes, highlighting the calculated nature of his moves. The truth is revealed, he knew, he planned. A sudden, powerful impact erupts, shattering the calm. Brook! The ground trembles. A figure explodes into view, a whirlwind of motion and tattooed muscle. He's a force of nature, ready to unleash his fury. The air crackles with anticipation. "Come here, you bastard." A voice roars, filled with raw, untamed rage. His eyes blaze with crimson fury. Sa! The sound of raw power, a terrifying display of strength. Meanwhile, another character watches in stunned disbelief. "Wait, what is this?" he stammers, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. A woman with fiery red hair speaks, her voice calm amidst the chaos. "I already told you, didn't I?" "This is the first step to increasing the odds," she states, her confidence unwavering. Despite the unfolding mayhem, a chilling declaration cuts through the noise. "Well, even though this is the stage of death," a voice whispers, foreshadowing a grim outcome. The tattooed figure advances, his footsteps echoing with each tap. Tap! He is a harbinger of doom, his presence heavy with finality. A lone figure walks, the dust swirling around his boots, a heavy weight settles on his shoulders. The scene shifts, two figures sprint across a beach, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing, a sense of urgency hangs in the air. A hulking figure emerges, his chest adorned with intricate tattoos, a palpable threat radiates from him. A moment of internal struggle, doubt clouds his mind. He clenches his fist, knuckles white, the sound of a tense breath, jut. He runs, a blur of motion, a powerful force explodes behind him, sending a shockwave across the ground, swoot. A roar of fury echoes, "You bastard, where do you think you're running?" The pursuer's cloak billows in the wind, the sound of fabric drap drap drap. The chase is on. Yeo Sang-jae, desperate, throws himself into a dead sprint, his breath ragged. Kwak Jigong, a whirlwind of fury, is hot on his heels, his fist a blur as he roars in rage. Meanwhile, Hwang Chomin watches the spectacle unfold, a chilling calm in his eyes. His expression is one of detached observation, almost amusement. The tension ratchets up. A hushed conversation takes place in a dimly lit room. "You just threw Hwang Chomin at Kwak Jigong," one man exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. The other, Hwang Chomin, simply smirks, a glint of something dangerous in his eyes. "Why are you so surprised?" he asks, his tone dripping with icy confidence. The smoke curls from his cigarette, a symbol of his calculated control. "Is there any reason the man who's going to lead the division shouldn't meet the division's team captain?" Hwang Chomin's voice cuts through the air, a low growl of warning. He's concerned, his words laced with a chilling premonition. "This is too fast," he cautions, his gaze sharp, calculating. The risk is clear, leaving Yeo Sang-jae and Hwang Chomin alone would be a fatal mistake. Kwak Jigong's rage is a tangible force, a storm of fury unleashed as he closes in on Yeo Sang-jae. The chase is on. Yeo Sang-jae's breath comes in ragged gasps, each one a testament to his desperate flight. He's exhausted, hunted, and terrified. "Damn it, Yong Jae-hen," he curses, the name a bitter taste on his tongue. Betrayal stings, the weight of it crushing him as he questions Hwang Chomin's motives. Why was he thrown to the wolves? Kwak Jigong's pursuit intensifies, his every step a threat. "I'll kill you," he roars, his voice a promise of violence. Fear grips Yeo Sang-jae. A desperate gamble. A single tap of his shoe against the ground, a plan forms in his mind. He remembers a place, a sanctuary at the end of a dark alley. His only hope for survival. The chase continues, a blur of motion and desperation. Drap. 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 The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the alley. And Yeo Sang-jae disappears into the blinding light at the end of the alley. Will he escape? Yeo Sang-jae's face is a mask of terror, eyes wide, teeth gritted. He's cornered, desperate. Bangin! The sound echoes as Kwak Jigong bursts into the room, his presence a storm of menace. They can't be left alone. I have to go to Hwang Chomin. He demands, his voice a low growl. Tell me, where are those two? Kim Taexian, a figure of controlled chaos, takes a drag from his cigarette. The smoke curls around his face, obscuring his expression, but his eyes betray a deep worry. You're really worried, Kim Taexian? A confident smirk plays on Kim Taexian's lips. Hwang Chomin won't die today. If my judgment is correct. Hwang Chomin, there's one thing I'm curious about. The scene shifts to a small, bustling restaurant. Hwang Chomin and Yeo Sang-jae sit opposite each other, a tense silence hanging between them. What is it? Hwang Chomin asks, his voice tight with anticipation. How are you so sure that Woo Munwon would come and attack Chungbyuk on his own? Kim Taexian's eyes narrow. If you weren't sure of that, none of your plans would have worked. That's because I know the situation inside the alliance. Kim Taexian leans back, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. He recounts his investigation, a tale of meticulous effort. 2 months of painstaking work, sifting through every detail, from the highest-ranking members to the lowliest recruits. Every scrap of information, meticulously gathered. Until he uncovers something truly unsettling. His eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. A dramatic close-up on Taexian's face as he reveals a shocking truth: the Alliance's high-ranking members were hand-picked by the Chief of Staff. And those hand-picked members? They rose through the ranks with unnatural speed, far outpacing their peers. A chilling revelation that sends a shockwave through the room. Huang Kamen's eyes widen in disbelief. The pieces falling into place with terrifying clarity. The Taejun Alliance's Chief of Staff is subtly, yet surely, seizing control from within. But why? Huang Chomin questions, her voice laced with suspicion. Could Wu Manwan, the Alliance leader, be so blind? Taexian's gaze hardens. He reveals his next move, a clandestine meeting with Wu Manwan himself. Kim Taexian, a figure shrouded in shadow, looms over a cowering Yeo Sangjae. The air crackles with unspoken tension. He reveals his cunning plan, to manipulate Wu Manwan into attacking, then sow doubt about the Chief of Staff. A calculated move to destabilize the Alliance from within. The revelation hits Huang Chomin like a thunderbolt. His eyes widen, reflecting disbelief and dawning horror. But the attack never fully materialized. Yeo Sangjae, against all odds, thwarted the scheme. Kim Taexian's chilling observation: humans are vulnerable to repeated coincidences. He orchestrated events to appear as chance, masking his true intentions. Wu Manwan, unknowingly manipulated, fell prey to the illusion. The weight of the revelation settles heavily on Taexian's face. A quiet moment of reflection. Yeo Sangji's actions are analyzed, ambitions that clashed with his own loyalties. Taexian draws a parallel between Wu Manwan and his brother, Huang Nuj. Both driven by a thirst for power and rank. Kim Taexian's ambition is laid bare, to be the sole king of the Alliance, a ruthless pursuit of dominance. He sees Kim Taexian as the strongest opponent, the ultimate challenge to overcome. The stage is set for a final showdown. A shadowed figure sits alone, a weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. "I know you don't trust me," he confesses, his voice barely a whisper. The scene shifts, revealing a stark contrast. A fiery backdrop illuminates two figures, one small and hunched, the other large and imposing. "Because unlike Huang Nuj, I lived as a weakling," the smaller figure explains, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness. But even in the shadows of weakness, a spark of defiance ignites. But a determined glint appears in his eyes. A quiet resolve settles upon his face. "I know that power is not everything in this world," he states, his tone unwavering. He speaks of strategy, not brute force. "If you can understand your opponent and prepare in advance, I feel like you can win against anyone," he says, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, in another location, a different kind of power play unfolds. A man with fiery red hair sits calmly, a calculating glint in his eyes. "If my judgment is correct," he muses, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. He reveals a secret, a hidden advantage. Huang Chomin already has a card to play against Kwak Jigong. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. Suddenly, a flurry of motion. DRAP. 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 The sound of blows echoes as a fierce confrontation erupts. A tattooed man lunges, his attack swift and brutal. "You bastard," he roars. His opponent, however, is quick, evading the attack with surprising agility. "This little shit's good at running," the attacker snarls, his face contorted in frustration. The chase is on. "You'll pay for making me sweat," the enraged man bellows, his pursuit relentless. The impact. A thunderous swoosh echoes as a brutal blow lands. Kwak Jigong reels, his face contorted in pain. A sharp tap breaks the silence. A figure approaches, unseen, yet his presence is palpable. And suddenly, Huang Chomin stands before Kwak Jigong, a predator confronting its prey. "Berenti," he commands, his voice laced with lethal intent. Kwak Jigong, battered but defiant, snarls, finally giving up, "Are you?" Huang Kamen's response is chillingly calm, "That's a smart choice." It's much better for you to die without. The scene shifts. Guman Market 2. A bustling marketplace, vibrant with life, yet a shadow of unease hangs in the air. A lone figure stands, his back to us, surveying the scene. The weight of the world seems to rest on his shoulders. A quiet affirmation escapes his lips, yeah. The camera pans to reveal a tense confrontation. It's impossible for you to forget the place where you first met my brother. The words hang heavy in the air. Of course, I know. I'm Huang Mu's blood brother. A casual tone, but the words carry a hidden weight. My brother talked about you a lot. Kwok Jigon's eyes widen in surprise. He's clearly taken aback. What? Muj Hyungnim talked about me. Yes, he talked about you often, about you fighting gangsters to save the tailor uncle, and about you designing the division's jacket. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a secret shared only amongst a select few. This story is only known to the original division members. The camera focuses on Kwok Ji-gong's face, his expression hardening with each word. Park Sieka is in the hospital, so the only ones who know this story are me and Muj Hyungnim. A figure emerges from the shadows, his face obscured by the darkness, but his eyes, they gleam with a chilling intensity. The air crackles with unspoken menace. A hulking figure, covered in intricate tattoos, fills the frame. His gaze is intense, unwavering. A question hangs heavy in the air. What does Muj Hyungnim really think of me? Good, he's responding. Kwok Ji-gong wasn't the easiest guy to talk to. That's why I came prepared, with things that might interest him. Muj Hyungnim's true feelings. Kwok Ji-gong's overwhelming loyalty for him. Damn it! The tension crackles in the city air as the two men meet at Pazer Guman 2. Just tell me already. He gulped. The weight of expectation is almost palpable. What does Muj Hyungnim think of me? He startled me. Before Kwok Ji-gong can even relay Muj Hyungnim's thoughts, a heavily tattooed figure looms before him, radiating menace. The imposing figure demands something in return for the information. You need to fulfill my request. What could it be? The request? Acknowledge me as the brain of the Emperor Division. Ji-gong's eyes narrow. He's clearly not amused. This is unexpected. And he's already formulating a counter-strategy. Good. I've got him talking. Now, I'll proceed carefully. He knows the tattooed man heard about his plan through Manhwa. But before he can explain, a furious outburst erupts. Hey, you bastard! The tattooed man is enraged. Are you asking me to acknowledge that just to hear Muj Hyungnim's thoughts? Ji-gong's audacity has pushed him too far. How dare you use his name? The tattooed man's fury is palpable. You little punk! A tense confrontation unfolds in the city streets. Oh my, Ji-gong! You're Ji-gong, right? The words hang in the air, a mixture of surprise and something else. Is it fear? The scene shifts. A worried face appears, framed by a simple hat. Oh! The vegetable shop grandma. Oh dear, Ji-gong. The weight of her concern is palpable. The old woman's worry deepens. This is no time for you to be fighting in the streets. Her voice, though soft, carries the authority of years of wisdom and experience. Suddenly, a tattooed brute explodes into the scene. The clothes shop guy got caught by some thugs. What should we do? What? Damn! Uncle came here? His rage is a palpable force. The tension ratchets up. Yes, he suddenly came back this morning. A simple statement, yet it carries the weight of a hidden story. The camera focuses on a broken shop window. A chilling detail. He said he was looking for something. The tattooed man's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. Appeared and took him away. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Black suits. A chilling flashback. A line of men in black suits, their faces grim and determined. Those people from back then. The tattooed man's fury boils over. Grandma! Did you see where they took him? The old woman points, her voice trembling slightly. They went towards that old building. Jigong explodes into motion, a blur of movement. Damn it! The sound of his desperate sprint echoes through the streets. Footprints mark the ground, a trail leading away. Why did he return? A city street, bustling with life, yet a shadow of unease hangs over Kwak Jigong. He glances around, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Phew, recruiting Kwak Jigong will have to wait until I reorganize. He mutters, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. The memory strikes him like a lightning bolt. The vegetable shop grandma's words echo in his mind, the clothes shop guy. A grim realization dawns on his face. A dark, intense close-up on Kwak Jigong's face. Could this abducted man be the one from Huang Nu's diary? His father's friend, the only person Kwak Jigong considers a friend? A chill runs down his spine. Bleck. He breathes, a single word expressing the growing dread. He senses danger closing in, a palpable tension in the air, but determination hardens his gaze. But, I'll follow him for now. He takes off, a blur of motion. Be careful, kid, someone calls out, but Kwak Jigong is already a distant figure, disappearing down the street. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoes. Episode 98, Mad Dog. The title card sets the stage for a brutal showdown. Kwak Jigong arrives at a nondescript building, his breath catching in his throat as he recognizes the place. He spots a heavily tattooed gang member, his back turned. Jigong approaches cautiously, his voice strained, W8. Huffing and puffing, Jigong's desperation is palpable. He's clearly out of breath, his resolve wavering. But the urgency in his plea is undeniable. I'll help, he gasps, clutching his chest. A plan forms in Jigong's mind. First, we need to figure out their numbers. I'll sneak in from behind. But the gang member's response is immediate and dismissive. Get lost, you bastard. Jigong's determination falters. Ha! But if you charge in without a plan. The gang member's cold gaze pierces through Jigong's anxiety. Stop acting tough and just wait here. A chilling threat hangs in the air as the gang member reveals his intentions. I'll finish you off after I deal with the bastards upstairs. Kwak Jigong pleads, desperation etched on his face. Ugh. He's not listening to me at all. The gang member, a mountain of muscle and tattoos, remains impassive, a single, dismissive tap echoing the futility of Jigong's plea. The narrative shifts, revealing a grim truth. Indirectly, his opponents are from the Guguk group. A stark warning, no matter how strong Kwak Jigong is, it's dangerous if he fights alone. The tattooed gang member strides through a desolate, concrete corridor. Where are they? He stops, sensing something, a palpable tension hangs heavy in the air. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What does he see? The corridor opens into a vast chamber, revealing a terrifying sight, a legion of Guguk gang members, their faces grim and determined. There's so many of them. The gang member curses, his bravado faltering. Damn it, with this many, it's better if... A brutal, swift attack. Bodies crumple under the weight of unseen force, a whirlwind of motion leaves a trail of destruction. A figure emerges from the chaos, a silhouette against the dust and debris, the aftermath speaks volumes. Kwak Jigong, the name spat from between gritted teeth, a venomous curse hanging heavy in the air. A lone gang member, outnumbered, faces down a group of menacing figures. Their sneering faces are a prelude to violence. Suddenly, a figure bursts from the shadows, a tattooed behemoth, radiating raw power. The air crackles with anticipation. He dares them, come at me all at once, you pricks. His voice is a challenge, a roar that echoes through the shadowed corridor. The gang members hesitate, they've underestimated him. Whispers of uncertainty ripple through the ranks of the attackers. Who is this man? Where did he come from? But one thing is clear, he's witnessed everything. The tattooed giant's defiance ignites the conflict. A flurry of fists and feet, a chaotic ballet of violence. He stands defiant, a storm of fury brewing within him. You lot? Want to kill me? His voice is laced with chilling amusement. His eyes blaze with crimson fury, reflecting the inferno of his rage. The tattooed dragons on his chest seem to writhe with life. The gang members advance, but their confidence is shattered. You're dreaming too big. The words are a death knell. With a blur of motion, the tattooed giant unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, PASSSH. It's perfect timing, he thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The perfect time to unleash his fury. The tattooed behemoth roars, a challenge echoing through the warehouse. Come at me all at once, you pathetic worms. His fists are a blur, bone-jarring impacts punctuating the air with the sounds of BUK and BUAK. A gang member watches, eyes wide with a mix of fear and grudging respect. Who? You're a fiery young man, huh? The sounds of BRUK and BRAK fill the air as another gang member falls, his body crumpling under the behemoth's brutal strength. A nearby gang leader observes, a grim expression on his face. I used to rampage like a mad dog too. He gestures to a bound and bloodied gang member. Your men? The gang leader sighs, his eyes heavy with defeat. Oh dear, looks like he's passed out. Well, let him rest for a bit. He seems useful. The behemoth continues his relentless assault, the sounds of BUK and BUK echoing as he sends another opponent sprawling. But even as he dominates, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. He kicks another gang member with brutal force, sending him flying. But he won't last long. The behemoth wipes blood from his mouth, his expression hardening. Damn, these bastards. I already had a feeling, but it turns out they're not to be underestimated. Each of them is on par with the division's aces. The tattooed behemoth faces a gang of thugs. I could take them down one by one, he muses, already sizing up his opponents. But as he takes down one, another immediately retaliates. The sheer number of them is overwhelming. A brutal exchange of blows. The behemoth is clearly stronger, but the sheer number of opponents is a challenge. Damn. OHSHIT, he grunts, the impact of a blow shaking him. With a roar, the behemoth unleashes a flurry of devastating blows. His fist becomes a blur. Blag. One thug goes down hard, the impact sending a shockwave through the others. The gang leader watches, defeated and resigned. It's up to you whether you want to live like a thug, but don't end up all alone. His words are a mix of warning and regret. The behemoth, still breathing heavily, rejects the gang leader's advice. Don't spout nonsense, uncle. A close-up on his heavily tattooed chest, a dragon coiled around his powerful muscles. The image speaks volumes about his past and his strength. A wounded wolf lies on the ground, blood staining the earth. The behemoth's gaze hardens. Do you really think I can't handle this? A dark figure looms, shrouded in shadow. The answer is clear. The behemoth moves like a whirlwind. A brutal flurry of blows, each impact echoing with a thunderous DUK. Another thug falls, groaning in agony. UGH, the end is near. The gang leader watches, his men crumpling before the behemoth's might. A chilling display of power. Defeated, but defiant, the gang leader spits out his final words, "Get lost, you bastards." Seringai's fury is palpable. The fight is over. A heavy silence descends, but for Seringai, something feels amiss. A strange unease settles in his gut. Just like that moment again. A hiss of escaping gas, PSSSSS. A fire extinguisher lies discarded, its contents mysteriously vanished. The scene is shrouded in a strange fog. Ohak the behemoth coughs, disoriented. What is this? A desperate plea echoes through the chaos. What? Run! The gang leader's eyes widen in terror as he witnesses something unbelievable. The tattooed behemoth explodes into action. A blur of motion as he leaves his defeated foes behind, a powerful gust of wind in his wake. But the escape is short-lived. "Hey, that bastard's escaping," shouts a pursuer. "Hurry, chase him. Don't let him get away." The chase is on. Suddenly, reinforcements arrive. A fire extinguisher, one of the gang members stammers, their surprise palpable. The tide turns. The situation escalates. So, he's not alone? The gang leader's voice is laced with a chilling realization. Search this entire building as well as the surrounding areas. The behemoth navigates the labyrinthine structure. Huff, huff. Good thing this building's structure is a bit complicated. He breathes heavily, his escape a desperate game of cat and mouse. A worried voice cuts through the tension. "Damn it! Uncle is still." The behemoth's companion speaks, his concern evident. "I told you it's dangerous to rush in without a plan, didn't I?" The companion continues, his words sharp and laced with a hint of frustration. "Your chance of breaking through that group to save one person is nearly 0%. Even so, don't worry." A determined gaze meets the camera. "If you follow my plan, our chance of saving him will be 100%. A frantic search begins. Every corner of the building and its surroundings must be investigated. Two figures race through the labyrinthine corridors. Huff, huff. The building's complex layout is proving to be a challenge. One of them, a heavily tattooed man, expresses his concern. "Damn it! Uncle is still." His companion, clearly worried, adds, "I already told you it's dangerous to go in without a plan, didn't I?" The tattooed man's frustration is palpable. Your chance of breaking through the group to save one person is almost 0%. But then, a glimmer of hope. "I've finished my calculations." A determined gaze, a plan is forming. He declares with unwavering confidence, "If you follow my plan, our chances of saving him will become 100%. The heavily tattooed man, his expression a mix of apprehension and grim determination, receives a terse update from his companion. "Hey, you damn boss impersonator," the other man begins, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. "As much as I hate to admit it, those bastards are impressive." 30 enemies. The tattooed man's worry deepens. "There are 30 of them. What can we do?" he asks, his voice laced with anxiety. But his companion remains calm, his strategy already forming. "No," he counters, "the enemies you need to fight aren't 30 people." A chilling realization dawns on the tattooed man as his companion reveals a crucial detail: the enemies plan to block all exits with multiple guards at each entrance. Panic threatens to overwhelm him. The order is barked out: "Don't let them get out of this building. Block all entrances." But the other man is already ahead of the game. "All right. Before entering, I scouted this building's entrances, and there are 3 in total. Meaning a significant portion of the enemy force is already accounted for. Which means at least 6 of them are already reduced." A glimmer of hope pierces the tension. The tattooed man springs into action, a blur of motion as he confronts a group of enemies. "Ha! Over there! There's one more." But even as he fights, the other man reveals a critical piece of information: this isn't just about them. It's not just you they're after. "Stop right there, you bastard." The shout echoes, a challenge thrown into the darkness. As the pursuers split their forces. Half will chase the heavily tattooed man, the other half, the blonde one from earlier. A calculated move. The heavily tattooed man scoffs. "They'll split up to catch a loser like me? You might think so, but not them." His companion, the other man, explains, "After that recent fight, that blonde guy was quite skilled in combat. So, be careful when facing his companion." The sound of rushing footsteps drap drap drap. The pursuers are closing in. "They must be judging my strength based on your abilities." "Oh, There he is, the blonde one. You bastard. Let's chase him. The other man's eyes narrow. In other words, you'll have to fight around 12 people. A grim determination sets in. We just need to lure those 12 people. Lure them to where? The question hangs heavy in the air as the heavily tattooed man stares, a mixture of anticipation and grim resolve etched on his face. Obviously. The heavily tattooed man and his companion burst into a dimly lit corridor, the air thick with tension. A sudden exclamation. They've found their target. The heavily tattooed man stands defiantly, a sneer playing on his lips. We got you now. You're going to die today, you bastard, he declares, his voice dripping with menace. Surrounded, outnumbered, the other man's back is to the wall. A chilling sense of dread hangs in the air. But the heavily tattooed man's confident facade cracks. A growl escapes his throat. I'm caught, but how about this? Pots. A blinding flash of light erupts from the heavily tattooed man, sending a shockwave through the corridor. The tables have turned. I'm the one who's actually caught you. With a ferocious roar, the heavily tattooed man unleashes a brutal attack. A flurry of fists connects with his opponents. Dook! The impact sends several men flying backwards. The corridor is now a scene of chaos. Boo! One man crumples to the ground, groaning in pain. The tide of the battle has shifted dramatically. The heavily tattooed man roars his defiance, a terrifying war cry echoing through the narrow alley. Come at me, motherfuckers. Suddenly, the ambush begins. A flurry of fists and brutal strikes, the tattooed man is a whirlwind of motion. His pursuers are caught off guard, their attack faltering. What the hell? The front is under attack, one of them shouts, panic rising in his voice. The chaos intensifies. What are you waiting for? Attack him all at once, another yells, but their coordinated assault is hampered by the narrow confines of the alley. Damn, we can't get through because it's too narrow. A grim realization dawns on one of the attackers. Damn it. Don't tell me this is a trap. It's a trap. He purposely lured us here. The heavily tattooed man's cunning plan is revealed. The other man watches, a mixture of awe and grim satisfaction on his face. To think he could come up with such a trick while being chased. The tattooed man's triumph is complete. He stands amidst the chaos, a brutal victor. His accomplice observes, impressed. He knows how to adapt to the situation. The heavily tattooed man stands defiant, a predator sizing up its prey. Are you just going to keep running until I finish fighting? He taunts, his voice dripping with menace. His pursuer, the other man, considers his options. His expression is one of grim determination. That's the best option for now, he mutters, acknowledging the overwhelming odds. But a shadow of doubt crosses his face. He's exhausted, his energy depleted from the relentless chase. I've already run out of energy from being chased by you. He glances back, his breath ragged. The sound of pursuing footsteps echoes, Hyung. He pushes himself harder, desperate to escape. His body screams in protest as he stumbles, Gubrok. The impact throws him off balance, a desperate struggle for survival. He knows his time is running out. If I can't join you in that time, I have to run away immediately. The pursuers close in, their leader sneering, You're pretty good at running, bastard. The other man's face is etched with despair. I won't make it. His hope dwindles with every passing second. His earlier estimate was far too optimistic. Damn it. Forget 20 minutes, I couldn't even hold out for 15. But then, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes. A new plan forms in his mind. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if I'm taken out, Kwak Jigon can save that uncle. A desperate plan forms in the other man's mind. A calculated risk, a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. Die. The heavily tattooed man explodes into action, a furious whirlwind of fists. His attack is brutal, swift, a blur of motion. But the other man anticipates his every move. The sound of fabric tearing, a desperate struggle. "Hey, you damn boss impersonator!" The tattooed man roars, his voice filled with rage. A powerful counterattack follows. A brutal kick sends his opponent sprawling. The other man watches, his expression unreadable. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. Go Brock! More men rush in, but they are no match for the heavily tattooed man's fury. He cuts them down with ruthless efficiency, a storm of blows, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. "Why are you?" the other man mutters, a question hanging in the air. "How could a bastard who's meant to be the brains not know my strength?" The heavily tattooed man's voice is laced with contempt. Even facing 30 opponents, a chilling confidence radiates from the heavily tattooed man. A predatory grin spreading across his blood-smeared face. He's already dispatched 12 in mere minutes. The air crackles with anticipation as he unleashes a devastating barrage. Pa-at! The sound echoes, a brutal symphony of impact. The other man watches, stunned. What's with this crazy bastard, he gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief as bodies crumple around him. Kwak Jigong, the name whispers on the wind, a testament to the unfolding carnage. His allies cry out, desperate. Hold him off. But their pleas are drowned out by the relentless assault. The other man's fear is palpable. "I knew he was strong," he mutters, a grim realization dawning on him. With a roar, Haya, the heavily tattooed man continues his relentless assault. Blag! Another opponent falls, the impact echoing through the scene. A young man's face, etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, fills the panel. His eyes, wide and unblinking, reflect the brutal scene he has just witnessed. The aftermath. Bodies litter the floor, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. At the center stands Kwak Jigong, the spear of the division, a heavily tattooed behemoth, his chest heaving, a chilling aura surrounding him. The air crackles with residual energy. His nephew, desperate, his voice a raw cry of anguish, "I can't let him go." A dimly lit room. A man, bound and bleeding, sits slumped in a chair. The silence is heavy, broken only by the occasional drip of blood. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. Two figures burst through the doorway, the heavily tattooed man leading the charge. "Uncle," the nephew cries out, his voice filled with a desperate hope. The nephew rushes to his uncle's side, his concern palpable. He frantically checks for a pulse, his face a mask of worry. "Uncle! I'll kill you if you don't open your eyes." But the heavily tattooed man intervenes, his voice surprisingly calm. "Calm down. It seems he's just passed out." A heavily tattooed arm, a canvas of dragons and serpents, speaks volumes of past battles. His injuries are severe. His uncle lies battered and bruised, a testament to the brutal fight. They need to get him to a hospital, and fast. The city skyline stretches out, a concrete jungle under a bruised sunset. But their destination is clear, a hospital, a beacon of hope in the fading light. The injured man is rushed into a sterile room, the rhythmic pip of heart monitors filling the air. Tension hangs heavy as the tattooed man and his companion watch. A worried frown creases the companion's face. He knows this is far from over. "Just wait until he wakes up," he mutters, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The tattooed man stands silently, his jaw clenched. "I'll knock him out again with my own hands," he vows, a chilling promise hanging in the air. Relief washes over the companion as they catch their breath. "Phew! We barely managed to get in because of Kwak Jigong's tattoos," he breathes, his voice laced with exhaustion. He glances at his jacket, a silent thank you to his quick thinking. It was a stroke of luck that saved them. The companion reveals a crucial detail. "By the way, this uncle is a friend of my dad," a connection that adds a new layer to the unfolding drama. "There's so much I want to ask him." The other man waits anxiously, a silent prayer for his uncle's recovery etched on his face. "I hope he wakes up soon." A low growl rumbles from the heavily tattooed man. You damn boss impersonator. The tattooed man's uncle stirs, eyes fluttering open. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air before a mumbled A flicker of gratitude crosses the younger man's features. I'm kinda grateful for your help. The other man shrugs, a hint of awkwardness in his response. Yeah, don't mention it. A subtle shift in the tattooed man's expression. His way of talking is so rude. But a glimmer of hope shines through the younger man's eyes. Anyway, I think his hatred towards me has slightly lessened. The uncle's gaze sharpens. What are you looking at, you bastard? The tension ratchets up. Which means now, if that's the case, then. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness. DRRK. The question hangs heavy in the air, are you the ones? The heavily tattooed man and his uncle stand their ground, a mixture of apprehension and defiance etched on their faces. Tack. The tension is palpable. A moment of stunned silence, then, recognition dawns on the sharply dressed man's face. That's the ones who saved my dad? His demeanor shifts dramatically. A wave of gratitude washes over him. I owe you a lot. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a tap on the shoulder. Zhreng. The arrival of another figure adds a new layer of complexity to the scene. A smirk plays on the newcomer's lips as he observes the unfolding events from a distance. The air crackles with tension, a storm is brewing. His eyes, narrowed slits of apprehension, a knot of worry tightens in his gut. Two figures stand, silhouettes of impending conflict, an uneasy calm before the clash. A sterile hospital room, the cold white stark against the gravity of the situation. Three figures stand poised, a silent standoff. This is an unforeseen situation. A voice, laced with surprise and a hint of unease. The weight of revelation settles. I didn't expect him to be the one who saved my father. A slow dawning of understanding, a connection forming in the shadows. Maybe our meeting here is fate. The word hangs heavy in the air, a chilling realization. A gasp escapes, a question hangs unspoken. How could Huang Chomin show up in front of Kwak Jigong? Can I assume he no longer needs to hide his identity? The air crackles with tension. Yeo Sangji's name hangs heavy in the silence. A dangerous game is afoot. A chilling revelation. Jigang's mind races, piecing together the fragments of a sinister plot. He's planning to attack Yeo Sangjin using the alliance as a weapon. Jigang's gaze hardens. The weight of the situation settles upon him. If Huang Chomin no longer needs to hide, then his own plans must adapt. A subtle shift in power. Huang Kamen's presence is felt, even in his absence. Jigang's strategy is thrown into disarray. Doubt clouds Jigang's judgment. He questions his assumptions, the uncertainty gnawing at his resolve. The situation remains unclear. The device's functionality is unknown, yet something significant has transpired within the division. A storm brews. Yeo Sangji's precarious position is exposed. The consequences of his actions are about to catch up to him. The pieces fall into place. Jigang's mind races, connecting the dots. There's much to confirm about Huang Chomin, but time is short. A silent agreement. Yeo Sangji's actions speak volumes. He has no intention of revealing his true situation. Yeo Sangji's worried thoughts echo in the silence, a calculated risk, he muses, as he observes the scene unfold. But discretion is key, for now, at least. The stakes are too high to reveal everything. In a sterile hospital room, a tense conversation begins, a strategic alliance is forged in the shadows. Jigang's revelation hangs heavy in the air, the weight of gratitude and unspoken alliances. A grateful Jigong expresses his heartfelt thanks, a promise of future repayment. Jigang's apprehension is palpable, but he trusts Kamen's judgment. Kamen's calm demeanor masks his own concerns, a subtle shift in the balance of power. Sangji's suspicion is evident, a question mark hangs over Kamen's true intentions. The tension ratchets up, a confrontation is brewing. Jigong's awe is uncontainable, the sheer scale of Kaman's actions. Jigong, his face etched with gratitude, poses a question to Chomin: how should I repay your kindness? Chomin, ever the strategist, calmly dismisses the notion of repayment. I don't expect any repayment, so don't worry about it. Jigong, despite Kaman's words, remains burdened by a sense of obligation. Even so, a weight of guilt remains. He presses further, offering any assistance he can provide. If there's anything you want, even if it's something small. The scene shifts, revealing Jigong's underlying concern. A subtle shift in the conversation, a question hangs in the air. His words, sharp and unexpected, cut through the polite exchange. But, this is kind of strange. You're all so devoted as his children, so why was Uncle left all alone? Chomin is visibly startled by the sudden, pointed question. A moment of stunned silence, then, a frustrated outburst. Arg! Why did he suddenly say that? The tension ratchets up as Kaman's associates watch, their expressions unreadable. A subtle shift in the power dynamic. Chomin attempts to deflect, playing it cool. I'm just curious, that uselessly sharp instinct of his is such a pain. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Huang Chomin, his face a mask of guardedness, stands beside a bruised and battered Jigong. A question hangs heavy in the silence: what secrets lie hidden between these two? Kaman's words are clipped, his tone devoid of warmth. He's leaving, but not before delivering a message that carries the weight of a hidden agenda. Jigong's relief is palpable. A sigh escapes his lips, a visible release of pressure, but the tension hasn't fully dissipated. Something remains unresolved. A brief exchange, a polite farewell, but the undercurrent of their conversation speaks volumes. Sangtae's concern for Chomin is evident, a subtle hint of worry in his eyes. Alone, Kaman's composure cracks. The weight of his burden is visible in the slump of his shoulders, a silent confession of the pressure he carries. A shift in focus. Jigong, his gaze sharp, is already planning his next move. The game is far from over. His expression is one of cold calculation, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He's anticipating their next encounter, confident in his victory. Kaman's response is a quiet affirmation, a subtle nod of acknowledgement, but beneath the surface, a fierce determination burns. He will not be defeated. The final shot. Kaman's back is to us, his silhouette stark against the muted background. A single word echoes in the silence: victory. A sterile hospital corridor, two figures walk, their footsteps echoing softly. Hey, a voice calls out, a casual tap 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 accompanying the words. The other responds, a hesitant, yeah. Concern etched on his face, one man speaks, his voice laced with suspicion. Don't you think Uncle's eldest son is acting a bit strange? The other man's face is grim. His words are sharp, cutting through the quiet unease. He suddenly showed up and pretended to be a devoted son. The question hangs heavy in the air. Also, how did he know there were 30 thugs? A chilling realization dawns. Eyes narrowed, a quiet determination settles in. I knew it. Kwak Jigong knows nothing about Uncle's past. A decision is made, a secret guarded. For now, I have to keep the truth hidden. If Kwak Jigong finds out that Yeo Sangjin is the leader of those thugs, he won't let it slide. A brief exchange, a subtle hint, maybe the police told him. He is family, after all. A scene shift. A worried whisper cuts through the silence. I'm worried about Uncle's safety, but for now, nothing's going to happen. Yeo Sangjin's kidnapping of his uncle wasn't for murder, it was a calculated move. Sangjin's true target? A specific item his uncle possesses. An item potentially linked to his father's past. The weight of that connection settles heavily on his shoulders. Securing that item is his priority. He won't harm his uncle until it's in his hands. A tense standoff in a sterile hospital corridor. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Kwak Jigong's anger explodes. About what Nuge thinks of me, you damn brat. Time is running out for Huang Chomin. He needs a plan, and fast. A plan to convince Kwak Jigong, a man fiercely loyal to Hwang Muj. Jigong craves recognition from Muj, but simple acknowledgement won't suffice. Because Jigong is already someone Muj acknowledges. The stakes are higher than ever. Kwak Jigong's voice rings out, raw with barely suppressed fury. I need something deeper than just ordinary recognition. His gaze is intense, unwavering. For him, Hwang Muj is someone incredibly special. The threat hangs heavy in the air. A chilling declaration: if you tell people that you're my brother, I'll kill you. Hwang Kamen's face is grim. Hyung saw him. The weight of that revelation settles heavily. A tense silence stretches between them. The unspoken question hangs in the air. The implications are clear. Maybe even more so than me, his real brother. The scene shifts. A cold, sterile hallway. The tension is palpable. A conversation unfolds, laced with unspoken threats and simmering resentment. As his own little brother? A dismissive sigh escapes Kwak Jigong's lips. It's none of my business, he mutters, the words hanging heavy in the sterile air. He walks down a long, brightly lit corridor, the silence amplifying the tension. The air crackles with unspoken power plays. Kwak Jigong's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Already accepted me, right? He questions, his tone sharp. The scene shifts to a hospital room. A sense of urgency fills the air. What the hell? Damn it, a gruff voice explodes. I wanted to check out his condition while I was still here, the speaker explains, his frustration palpable. The bed is empty. A metallic jeng echoes through the silent room. Park Sieka is gone. Kwak Jigong's face contorts in a grimace. Park Sieka, he growls, his voice low and dangerous. Grrrrt. A shadowed figure moves through the night. I have to succeed, he vows, his determination burning bright. The room is dark, the air thick with the scent of dust and stale memories, only clothes remain. A glimmer of hope ignites in Kwak Jigong's eyes. Could the missing item still be here? He finds a simple shop receipt, a mundane detail amidst the mystery. His search continues, driven by a growing unease. Was Yeo Sun-jin's pursuit linked to this very item? A powerful figure looms, his back to us, muscles taut with barely contained rage. This is the key to finding his father. Frustration mounts as Kwak Jigong finds nothing. Is this all for naught? A flicker of doubt crosses his face. Perhaps the item has been moved. His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening into grim determination. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. In a dimly lit room, a jacket hangs silently, a dragon embroidered on its back. A symbol of power, a clue to the past. The dragon's crimson scales gleam faintly in the dim light, a silent promise of untold secrets. An Emperor Division uniform. This is where it was made? Kwak Jigong carefully examines the jacket, a low whistle escaping his lips. Is this a sample? The fabric feels strangely familiar. His fingers brush against the pocket, something's inside. A sudden jolt of anticipation runs through him. He reaches in, his touch lingering on a smooth, cold surface. His eyes widen. A gasp escapes his lips. This? A simple question hangs in the air. Is this a sample? The fabric rips with a sharp srak, revealing a hidden compartment. A gasp escapes his lips. Srak, something's inside. A hand reaches in, a moment of intense anticipation, and then a beat, a pause, set, the tension is palpable. His hand clenches, a sudden realization dawns on his face. With a jeng, a relic emerges, an ancient floppy disk. A forgotten technology, a relic from a bygone era. Why is this in the Emperor Division's jacket? He examines it closely, a faint inscription catches his eye. Something's written on the front. A weathered floppy disk, labeled King Game Hwang, rests in a calloused hand. Hwang? If Uncle had this, does that mean this disk belongs to Dad? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent plea for answers. A flicker of curiosity. What secrets does this old technology hold? Something important, surely. But, is there still a PC that can read this? A worried frown creases his brow. He'll figure it out, bit by bit. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the shadows, their presence a stark contrast to the dim light. Huang Kamen. The name echoes, a thunderclap in the silence. His eyes widen, a jolt of surprise. He's found. The game is afoot. Thank goodness you're still alive. Are you hurt? Relief washes over their faces, a stark contrast to the tension moments before. Ha ha. Fortunately, I'm not injured. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He's tougher than they thought. Seeing you alive, it seems Kwak Jigong has acknowledged you. A sly grin spreads across the second figure's face. The game has changed. Though I wasn't sure. I can't believe you actually pulled it off. A grudging respect flickers in their eyes. The interrogation begins. A figure, silhouetted against a dim light, speaks, their words hanging heavy in the air. Kwak Jigong said you helped him fight the gangsters. The weight of the accusation settles. Doubt flickers in the eyes of the unnamed protagonist. A sharp intake of breath. The interrogator presses on, their voice laced with suspicion. Through this incident, he acknowledged that you indeed have ability. The words hang in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic. Suddenly, the mood changes. A sharp retort cuts through the tension. You nutjob. Who do you think you are to decide that for me? The unnamed protagonist's defiance is palpable. The scene shifts, revealing a tense standoff. A question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic. Because those gangsters might come back? The unnamed protagonist's concern is evident. The tension ratchets up. A gruff voice cuts through the tension. A new character enters the scene. Huh, you crazy idiot. Don't pretend like you know me. I just want to catch those damn thugs. The new character's frustration is clear. The air crackles with tension. From what Huang Choman said, there's nothing they can do, for now. A sharp tap-tap echoes through the dimly lit room. The gangsters exchange uneasy glances. Did the protagonist even get hit? Kwak Jigong. Where is he? The gruff man's voice cuts through the silence, a sense of urgency hangs heavy in the air. The unnamed protagonist is cornered. Hey, you lousy boss impersonator. Stop for a moment. The gruff man's voice is a low growl, laced with barely contained fury. He turns, his eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them. The confrontation is unavoidable. The unnamed protagonist's face is a mask of grim determination. He knows this is it. The camera pans to a city hospital at night, its windows glowing like eyes in the darkness. A sense of foreboding settles in. Inside, Huang Choman waits, his expression unreadable. The weight of the situation is palpable. A patient lies in a hospital bed, his face bruised and battered. The question hangs in the air, how is he doing? The report is delivered, they didn't seem to be hostile toward each other. A surprising twist. The tension is palpable. Three figures stand silhouetted against a stark, clinical backdrop, their faces obscured, their purpose unclear. A voice, laced with suspicion, cuts through the silence. Who knows what happened, but it's likely his identity is already known to the division. But another voice, sharp and insightful, counters. A younger man, his face etched with worry, offers a different perspective. No. I think he revealed his identity himself. His eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning, a calculated plan unfolds in his mind. He probably wants to use my desire to get that device to control the division. The scene shifts. Two figures stand before a hospital bed, the rhythmic pip of heart monitors filling the sterile space. A low murmur escapes the younger man's lips. By the way, I really didn't expect this. A weight of revelation settles upon him. The words hang heavy in the air. They saved Dad from Hyung. You made the wrong choice, Hyung. His brother, the older man, remains impassive, his voice cold and dismissive. Whatever you're looking for, using methods like this is pointless. The younger man's frustration boils over. He offers unsolicited advice, his tone sharp. If I were you, I would have made Dad come on his own, instead of chasing him. His brother cuts him short, his voice a low growl. Shut up. Did I ever ask for your advice? The younger man tries to justify his actions, his voice strained. I was just telling you a more efficient way. The older brother's response is firm, silencing him with a finality that leaves no room for argument. Don't be arrogant, Yeo Sang-jae. The only thing you should do is live a normal life. A simmering rage burns in his eyes. I let you stay by my side only because of the media's attention, the man snarls, his voice dripping with barely contained fury. But if you try to do more than what I allowed, then you'll face the consequences. The implication hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by the rhythmic beeping of heart monitors in the background. A man lies in a hospital bed, his face pale and bruised. The warning is clear. Leave if you understand. I don't want to hear you talking big again. A beat of silence, then, a quiet acceptance. I understand. I'm leaving now. The protagonist's departure is short-lived. A heavy thud echoes through the room. Dad. A chilling question cuts through the tension. The camera focuses on the brother's face, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Where exactly did you hide that floppy disk? The weight of the question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. The tension is palpable. A brisk pace. A hurried arrival. Sorry, I'm late. There was a small issue earlier. Thank you for waiting, President. A powerful figure sits, observing. No problem. Just tell me your reason for gathering the executives here, Yeo Sang-jae. Yeo Sang-jae, his expression grim, stands amidst the shadows of a dimly lit room. A dangerous glint in his eyes. He addresses a group of hardened men, his voice cutting through the silence. The reason I gathered you all today is simple. The air crackles with anticipation. His words hang heavy. It's about the long-held wish of the Taejun alliance. A gasp escapes one of the men. Sang-ji's smile is chilling. From that expression, it's clear they understand. The gruff man's face contorts in fury. Damn you, Yeo Sang-jae, that smile. Another man, his voice laced with grim determination, speaks, yes. What the boss is thinking is correct. The words echo, a declaration of war. Starting from now, the Taejun alliance will destroy the emperor. The room erupts. A cacophony of agreement and anticipation fills the air. The plan is set in motion. A wave of dark energy washes over the assembled men, their faces set with grim determination. The emperor's reign is about to end. One of the men questions Sang-ji's audacity. Is he serious? In this situation? What does he mean by that? Wait a minute. We've been losing back-to-back in major fights. Our forces aren't ready at all. Besides, the ex-president and some of our forces are not here either. This seems too rushed. I understand your concerns. But, as long as you follow my orders properly. Destroying the division is not impossible. It won't take long for us to realize my plan. In 1 month. Starting from now, with the Taejun alliance. Jang. The Taejun alliance stands ready. Their leader's confidence is palpable, a stark contrast to the apprehension etched on the faces of some of his men. A tense meeting unfolds within the Taejun alliance. The air crackles with anticipation. Whispers ripple through the ranks. The weight of the upcoming conflict is palpable. A gruff voice cuts through the murmurs. This will definitely be a bloody affair. Yeo Sang-jae, radiating confidence, steps forward. Shut up, you bastards. He announces, I won't be leading the plan this time. A dramatic pause hangs in the air. The tension is almost unbearable. From the shadows, a figure emerges. A new leader is revealed. Murmurs of confusion erupt. Ha! Who is he? Sangjay smirks, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Saringai. The camera focuses on the newcomer, his face shrouded in mystery. The name Huang Chomin is revealed. A murmur runs through the ranks of the Taejun alliance. Unease etched on their faces, they watch their new leader. Yeo Sangjay, a glint in his eye, observes the reaction. Huang Chomin may be weak, he muses, but his mind is truly extraordinary. A close-up on Huang Kaman's eyes. A storm of calculation and cold ambition brews within. A subtle tap. A shift in the scene, a new player enters the stage. The gruff man confronts Huang Chomin, his voice laced with suspicion. Hey, you lousy boss impersonator, stop for a moment. Huang Kaman's gaze sharpens. He's not backing down. The gruff man steps closer, issuing a challenge. Take this. The air crackles with tension. Huang Kaman's face, etched with grim determination. He's ready for whatever comes next. The gruff man's sneering face fills the panel. No matter where you go, he spits, your scrawny body makes you perfect for a beating. A transformation unfolds, a symbol of power, etched onto his back, glows with an ominous red light. The Emperor Division welcomes its newest member. A powerful presence, Huang Chomin stands shoulder to shoulder with the other captains. Zhreng. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the ranks. He's earned his place among the elite. A gruff voice cuts through the air, not bad at all, Huang Chomin. Huang Chomin, you said you wanted to get rid of Daejun's gang war itself, right? A smirk plays on the lips of Huang's superior. Alright, that might actually come true now. Huang Mu's brother, eyes narrowed, issues a warning, you better prove that my judgment wasn't wrong. A captain observes Chomin critically. This jacket doesn't suit a small fry. He adds, with a hint of amusement, I should tell him to bulk up. The city sprawls beneath a clear sky. A stark truth echoes in Kaman's mind, an individual cannot defeat a group. A lone figure stands, his shoes leaving faint imprints on the polished floor, a quiet resolve settles upon him as he utters, that's the fact I realized, well, from now on. From now on, he will lead the Emperor Division's plans. His orders must be followed absolutely. The weight of command settles on his shoulders. A sea of faces, hundreds strong, all under his command, a low hum of anticipation fills the air, punctuated by the rhythmic WAA of the Emperor Division's insignia. He never expected to lead the Emperor Division directly. But from this moment on, everything changes. The past is a distant memory. He stares out at his troops, a steely glint in his eyes. I will explain our plan. A surge of golden light illuminates his face, highlighting his unwavering resolve. That's why I will carry it out perfectly. The declaration hangs in the air, heavy with purpose. Episode 102, Call Your Leader Out. The alliance is weakened by consecutive defeats, but so are we. A tense meeting unfolds, the weight of the war heavy in the air. A scale hangs in the balance, symbolizing the precarious equilibrium of power. This is the perfect moment to strike. One commander urges immediate action, but another, more cautious voice intervenes. Unfortunately, we can't do that right now. Even though our strengths are equal, a critical disadvantage emerges. What is it? One commander demands, his voice tight with urgency. A map of Taejun is revealed, highlighting key territories lost in the last 2 months. The answer is starkly clear. The losses are significant. The division has lost too much territory, severely limiting its strategic maneuverability. The commander nods grimly. Correct. Even with equal troop numbers, we lack the space to effectively deploy our forces. In war, territory is the battlefield. A cold realization dawns on the commander's face, a strategic shift is needed. To counter the alliance's advantage, a crucial first step must be taken. The commander's eyes narrow in determination. The first battlefield we must seize is This place. He studies the map, his finger tracing a precarious border, a plan forming in his eyes. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, a sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. A tense exchange unfolds. Need to check the contents of this floppy disk, right? He asks. Yes, she replies, her voice tight with urgency. Please do it as soon as possible. We don't know what might happen. He nods, a grim determination etched on his face. All right. I'll contact you immediately after I find out what's inside. She hands over the disk, a silent promise hangs between them, the weight of secrets unspoken. Tap, tap, his footsteps echo on the stairs as he leaves her, alone under the night sky. Alone, a chilling realization dawns on her, he didn't say anything to me even though he read Huang Mu's diary. The truth hits her like a punch to the gut, the brother he's always hated actually saw him as a sibling, while I'm the one who caused that brother's death. Her eyes widen in horror as she whispers, Huang Chomin. What should I even say? The unnamed woman struggles, guilt and uncertainty warring within her. Meanwhile, the protagonist, his face obscured, walks away with a determined stride. You just need to help me. His words echo in the silence. It doesn't matter if you're doing it for my brother or for yourself. The woman's voice, though wavering, holds a strange resolve. The weight of her confession hangs heavy in the night air. He descends the steps, the darkness swallowing him whole. The path ahead is shrouded in mystery. The schoolyard explodes with sound. Wah 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 wah. A cacophony of panicked shouts rips through the air. Song Mingguk, his face contorted in terror, is the source of the commotion. The sheer panic is palpable. Huang Chomin? The name bursts from Mingguk's lips, a mixture of fear and disbelief. The unexpected arrival sends shockwaves through the classroom. Why are you only showing up now? Mingguk's outburst is a torrent of pent-up frustration. Do you know how bored I've been at school without you? His words, though laced with anger, betray a deep underlying longing for his friend's presence. Song Mingguk. He's still as energetic as ever. A familiar face, a comforting presence amidst the storm that's past. Mingguk's concern is palpable, his words, a mixture of curiosity and genuine care. The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. But his invitation is immediate, a burst of youthful exuberance. The protagonist's relief is evident, a simple act of kindness, a welcome return to normalcy. The school cafeteria, a bustling hub of activity. The air is thick with the aroma of burgers and fries, a scene of carefree camaraderie. A casual stroll, a moment of quiet reflection. The protagonist's return is marked by a subtle shift in his demeanor. A weight lifted, yet a shadow remains. A sudden interruption. The carefree atmosphere shatters as a familiar face appears, his expression a mixture of surprise and something else. Tension rises. The confrontation begins. Accusations fly, fueled by a mixture of anger and concern. The protagonist's past catches up to him. A playful jab, a reminder of their bond. Despite the tension, their friendship remains intact. But the undercurrent of unspoken issues persists. A stark reminder of the lingering consequences of his absence. The weight of his past actions hangs heavy in the air. Han Changhe and Kong Suksu. Their presence adds another layer to the complex web of relationships. The protagonist's return has stirred up more than just old friendships. Money? For what? The question hangs in the air, a challenge thrown down. As a sneering reply cuts through the tension. The contribution to the alliance, idiot. Ha ha. The price is revealed, 1 million won, plus a late fee. The collector's smile is chilling. A threat hangs heavy in the air. You know what happens if you don't pay, right? Defiance. A single word, spoken with quiet intensity, I don't want to pay. Shock ripples through the room. Huh? What's she talking about? A bystander's fear is palpable. Has he gone too long without getting beat up by them? The thugs react, their anger barely contained. What? You don't want to pay? Unwavering. Yeah, I don't want to pay. Why should I hand over my valuable money to you? The thug's patience snaps. That's none of my concern, so get out of here. Han Changhe, seething with rage, confronts the protagonist. Hi, you bastard. I'll give you all the punches you've been missing for the past 2 months, you damn loser. Changhe lunges, a furious roar escaping his lips as he unleashes a devastating blow. The sound of the impact echoes. But the protagonist remains unmoved, a steely glint in his eyes. Sorry, but it's you who hasn't adjusted yet. With a swift, precise movement, the protagonist counters, his foot connecting with Changhe's jaw. The sound of a heavy impact, DRAP. Kang Suksu, witnessing the scene, shouts in disbelief. Hey, you damn pig. I'm the only one who gets to beat him up, damn it. The protagonist's counterattack continues, a blur of motion. DUAK. Changhe is sent flying, crashing against the lockers with a sickening thud. The sound of metal groaning under the impact, Gubravak. Changhe lies defeated, groaning in pain. His expression is one of pure shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Song Mingguk watches, his face a mask of stunned surprise. What the hell is this? Mingguk's eyes widen as he recognizes the protagonist. Who's that bastard that dared to? Who the hell is this? He's smaller than Huang Chomin, huh? Is Yan Gilhai really letting a kid run the school? The question hangs heavy in the air. A blur of motion. Changhe is sent flying with a swift kick. The unnamed protagonist is a whirlwind of power. Crash. Another thug goes down. The protagonist's movements are brutal, efficient, a display of raw strength. He stands over his defeated opponent, his words cutting deeper than any blow. I told you, didn't I? It's you who hasn't adjusted yet. Mingguk watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who is this mysterious figure? The tension ratchets up. A quiet tap, tap, tap. More taps echo through the hallway, a chilling prelude to something far greater. The message is clear, the rules have changed. The Emperor Division arrives, their presence a silent threat. The air crackles with anticipation. Changhe and his cronies are left in stunned silence, their reign of terror abruptly ended. What will happen next? The arrival of the Emperor Division marks a turning point. The game has changed. The Emperor Division stands in formation, a chilling display of power. Their presence alone speaks volumes. A silent threat hanging heavy in the air. All higher-ups, the caption reads, a clear indication of their authority. The target, Yan Gilhai. A strategic location, or so it seems. Doubt clouds the faces of the Emperor Division's members. Yan Gilhai's position seems unwise. Yan Gilhai's location doesn't seem that strategic, one of them mutters. The concerns deepen. Besides, all the surrounding areas are already under the Alliance's control, another adds, highlighting the perilous nature of their mission. The risk is undeniable. We could even get surrounded if we try to seize it by force, a voice warns, painting a grim picture of potential defeat. Kim Taexian's assessment is blunt. Kim Taexian is right. This is like stepping into the Alliance's lair. The stakes are incredibly high. But a confident voice cuts through the apprehension. Then, if you think about the battle that will happen with Yan Gilhai's forces, a leader declares, a hint of a plan forming. There won't be any battle with Yan Gilhai. The statement hangs in the air, defying logic. Confusion erupts. Ha? We won't fight? What nonsense is that? A subordinate exclaims, his disbelief palpable. Yan Gilhai, currently under the Alliance's control due to immense pressure, but their desire for freedom burns bright. A clandestine meeting unfolds within the school's hallways, a plan is brewing, far from the Alliance's watchful eyes. The Emperor Division assembles, their presence a silent storm, a dragon's emblem emblazoned on their jackets, a symbol of their unwavering resolve. A quiet approach. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps echoes in the tense silence. The arrival of Huang Choman sends shockwaves through the room. Have you gone crazy? His eyes, wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror, a storm is about to break. He sheds his jacket, revealing the dragon emblem beneath, a bold declaration of allegiance. A question hangs heavy in the air. Why is Choman wearing that jacket? The Emperor Division's leader looms over his subordinates, a silent threat. Confusion and fear etched on their faces. Ha! Why are you? A chilling smirk spreads across Song Minguk's face. The weight of past injustices fuels his gaze. As he kneels before his gang, a picture of controlled fury. Call your leader out. The command hangs heavy in the air. The Emperor Division moves with purpose, their shadows stretching long across the hallway. Their destination, Yangil High. The stage is set. Minguk's eyes gleam with a cold fire. Seringai, the name whispers on the wind, a promise of retribution. The air crackles with tension, a chilling premonition hangs heavy in the silence. Footfalls echo, a rhythmic drap, 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 each step bringing the unseen threat closer. Panic grips him. We're in trouble, Jian Hehyung. His voice trembles, the Emperor Division has arrived. A chilling message is delivered, they're waiting at the gym. His face contorts in a grimace of pure dread, the weight of the situation crushing him. A tense silence, broken only by the sound of a single, sharp tap. The Emperor's forces stand ready. A sudden tap echoes through the hallway, the rhythmic thud of boots grows louder. Why the Emperor Division? This isn't a major battleground. What are they doing here? A grim realization dawns on their faces, the question hangs heavy in the air, why the sudden attack? A furious outburst. That bastard Yuntak. Betrayal stings. We paid him to help us, and he left us to die. Teeth gritted, a desperate thought. If we joined the alliance. The Yangil High School Gymnasium, a last stand against overwhelming odds? A tense command, open the door. A chilling assessment, we could defeat them with the alliance's help, but not now. I'm sure of it. A seasoned leader's judgment, based on experience, the division's strength is simply too great. A grim tableau unfolds, bodies litter the ground, victims of a brutal massacre, the air thick with the stench of blood and the chilling silence of death. The text makes it clear, this violence far surpasses anything seen at Yangil High before. Jianho's resolve hardens. He knows he must avoid a direct confrontation with the Emperor Division at all costs. For even he understands the futility of facing such overwhelming force without the alliance's support. His words echo the stark reality, Yangil High stands defenseless against this tide. A wave of despair washes over him. His only hope now rests on Yuntak's intervention. But there's a glimmer of hope, the Emperor Division hasn't attacked immediately. This delay suggests a calculated approach, perhaps negotiations are on the table? The sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the school's corridors. Zhreng. The Emperor Division arrives, their sheer numbers a terrifying sight. Ji and his allies stare in disbelief, their eyes wide with fear. Why are there so many people? A hushed whisper spreads through the ranks. All the Emperor Division captains have arrived. An unprecedented show of force. The sheer number of soldiers is overwhelming, a sea of dark uniforms filling the gymnasium. Jianhe stares, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shock is palpable, a silent scream trapped behind wide, fearful eyes. This is far beyond anything he anticipated. Seringai's voice cuts through the tension, cold and calculating. I brought this many troops on purpose, just for this. A powerful presence looms over the scene. Seringai's lieutenant, his face contorted in a grimace of barely contained rage, falls to the ground. The impact reverberates through the floor. Despite the intimidating display, a calm assurance emanates from the Emperor Division. No need to get nervous. We're not here to fight. But the tension remains, a question hangs heavy in the air. Are they truly here for peace? Doubt clouds his features, a mixture of suspicion and apprehension etched onto his face. He's not convinced. Jianhu's apprehension is mirrored by another's anger. Damn Emperor Division. I know you beat me once, but it's too much to send a low-level member like this to negotiate with me. The tension crackles between Jianhu and Seringai's lieutenant. Ha, how funny, sneers the lieutenant, his words dripping with contempt. But Seringai's lieutenant is quickly corrected. Watch your words, Du Jianhu. The person speaking to you right now is the chief of staff of the Emperor Division. Jianhu's eyes widen in surprise. A beat of silence hangs in the air, then, a quick apology. I apologize, I should have introduced myself first. The lieutenant's jaw drops. This kid is the chief of staff. The young chief of staff shrugs nonchalantly. You must be surprised that a kid like me is chief of staff for the division. I'm not trying to boast, but the division picks people based on their abilities. He pauses, a glint in his eye. While we're on the subject, I want to make you an offer. Jianhu's mind races. Could this be a trap? His suspicion grows. They probably want to ask for more money as dues. But the chief of staff's next words cut through his assumptions. Wants to recruit you. The lieutenant stares, speechless, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. What will he do? Tension crackles in the air as two figures stand face to face. One, clearly agitated, is silenced with a sharp, dismissive command, "Be quiet, fool." The red-haired figure's expression hardens. This is his first plan since putting on the division jacket. He must have his own thoughts. A grudging sigh escapes the other man's lips. Tisk, fine. The scene shifts. A new character, a recruit, is confronted. Recruit, you say? What kind of nonsense is that? The recruiter's voice is calm, almost soothing, yet the words carry a chilling weight. We highly value your skills. That's why we have been watching you for a while now. The recruit's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. What do you mean? The recruiter's tone shifts, a cold edge replacing the previous calm. Have you forgotten that you attacked us before? Especially that son of a bitch Park Siaka. The image cuts to a brutal scene, the aftermath of a violent clash. A wounded man lies helpless, his injuries speaking volumes. Because of that bastard, Yan Gilhai got completely destroyed. Back to the recruiters, the conversation takes a sharp turn. Wasn't Kwok Jigon also part of the group that attacked us back then? A chilling smile spreads across the face of one of the recruiters. The good old days. The chilling words hang in the air, a desperate plea for power, a desperate need for security. Jianhu's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features, a single word, heavy with unspoken questions. The challenge is laid bare, a test of strength, a test of loyalty. Surrounded, outnumbered. Jianhu stands defiant, a lone warrior facing a legion. The lieutenant's words cut deep, revealing a harsh truth, a bitter pill to swallow. A look of betrayal, a face contorted by the weight of unspoken resentments. The past casts a long shadow, a betrayal that still stings. The truth is laid bare, a shocking revelation that shatters the illusion of support. The weight of the unspoken hangs heavy, the alliance's betrayal is complete. A grim realization dawns, the alliance's inaction speaks volumes. Jianhu's former allies, their faces etched with betrayal, reveal a shocking truth: Yuntak stole their money. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. Jianhu, his shoulders slumped, confesses his past defeat at the hands of Park Siaka. Doubt gnaws at him. Even if he joined their division, his voice would hold no weight. His past failures cast a long shadow. Seringai, a glint of triumph in his eyes, observes Jianhu's wavering resolve. He knows exactly how to exploit this weakness. A diagram reveals the truth: unlike the Emperor Division, united by respect for Huang Muge, the Taejun Alliance is a fragile web of self-interest. A network of schools bound together only by mutual benefit. A single crack could shatter the whole thing. With a sharp crack, a piece of the network breaks away, symbolizing the impending collapse. Seringai's sinister smile widens. He'll use this instability to his advantage. Yangil Hai's allies will abandon them. Even if Jianhe hesitates, his doubt about the alliance, fueled by his past defeat, will be his undoing. The seeds of discord have been sown. The Taejun alliance, a sea of faces, their expressions a mix of apprehension and resentment. Du Jianhe stands amidst them, a figure of quiet intensity. In that case, a single, chilling statement hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Jianhe's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths, but a deeper current of doubt runs beneath the surface. The news hits like a thunderclap. Park Seok is out of the picture, and the position of Team 1 captain is open. A gasp escapes Jianhe's lips. What? He breathes, disbelief etched on his face. A seed of possibility is planted, the chance to rise above his past failures, to claim a position of power. Seringai's lieutenant watches Jianhe, a calculating glint in his eyes, a silent promise hangs in the air. A low growl rumbles from Seringai's lieutenant, a frustrated snarl. Oi, you fucking, he spits, his face contorted in rage. Jianhe's apprehension is palpable. Are you serious? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. Seringai's lieutenant's response is cold and calculating, of course, because the division only values ability. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. But there's a catch, a condition to fulfill before Jianhe can claim his place. Jianhe, his brow furrowed, stares at the offer. A single question hangs in the air. What could the condition possibly be? Seringai's lieutenant smirks, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He's got him. The scene shifts to a dimly lit club, a cacophony of noise and flashing lights. Jianhe is on the phone, the rhythmic dumb tack of the music a stark contrast to the tension in his voice. A casual conversation masks a deeper game. Seringai's lieutenant probes, subtly questioning Jianhe's loyalty to Alliance Number 3. A subtle test of allegiance amidst a haze of purple smoke and boisterous revelry. The club's occupants are clearly enjoying themselves, oblivious to the power play unfolding. Jianhe, his back to us, hesitates before a door marked 04 foot. The weight of the decision is palpable. A sharp crack echoes as he kicks the door open, his resolve solidified. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. Seringai's lieutenant's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he listens to Jianhe's firm rejection on the phone. His initial amusement fades, replaced by a cold calculation. Why would I invest in trash like that? He sneers, ending the call. He hangs up, a chilling finality in his movements. The scene ends with him walking away, leaving the viewer to ponder the consequences of Jianhe's defiance. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic sound echoes in the dimly lit hallway, a prelude to the storm about to break. Seringai's lieutenant strides confidently, his words dripping with cold calculation. Anyway, he'll soon be removed from the investment list. Jang. The sound of heavy doors opening reveals a squad of menacing figures, their presence filling the space with palpable tension. The lieutenant stands before them, a picture of ruthless efficiency. He's surrounded, yet utterly composed, a predator surveying its prey. Betrayal. His face contorts in a mask of furious disbelief. What are you doing, you bastard? The words are choked with rage, a desperate cry against the unfolding treachery. His eyes blaze with a mixture of shock and fury. What the hell is going on? The air crackles with excitement. Hyungnam, the rising star, basks in the glow of his promotion to number 3 in the alliance. His loyal underlings shower him with congratulations. But the celebration is short-lived. A gruff voice cuts through the pleasantries. Enough talk. Let's pick some fun songs. Hyungnam, alone in his thoughts, reflects on his achievement. Finally, I've moved up to number 3. A quiet determination hardening his gaze. I just need to keep trusting and following Yeo Sangjae. His ambition burns bright. The scene shifts. Hyungnam, surrounded by his men, plots his next move. That way, I can rise even higher in rank. But a shadow of doubt flickers across his face. No, a chilling realization dawning. The truth hits him like a punch to the gut. The current president, Jang Chanho, is following orders only because Wu Munwon has been taken hostage. A revelation that throws his carefully constructed plans into disarray. His expression hardens, a new, ruthless glint in his eyes. A group of men, their backs to us, stride purposefully through the city streets. The neon glow of a karaoke bar illuminates their path. One of them, Hyungnim, boldly declares his intention to capture Oh Yun-tak. His subordinate looks on, clearly surprised. Hyungnim's confidence is unwavering. He's determined to be the one to bring down Oh Yun-tak. He reveals a dark history with Oh Yun-tak, explaining his personal stake in the capture. A brutal kick follows. The impact. A swift, devastating blow lands, sending his subordinate reeling. The subordinate, fueled by ambition, insists he should be the one to capture Oh Yun-tak to prove himself. Hyungnim's smirk turns cold. You think you can handle it? He sneers, the challenge hanging heavy in the air. Saringai. The sound of a sharp intake of breath. He dismisses his subordinate's challenge, stating that it doesn't matter who captures Oh Yun-tak, as long as the job gets done. But then, a twist. Hyungnim proposes a contest, a race to capture Oh Yun-tak. Who catches him first wins. The scene shifts. A purple energy crackles as Hyungnim and his gang prepare for the hunt. The hunt is on. Sreet. Hyungnim stands defiant, a lone figure amidst a sea of menacing silhouettes. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Oh Yun-tak, the target of their hunt, appears, flanked by his loyal bodyguards. Long time no see, Oh Yun-tak. The words hang heavy in the air, a prelude to conflict. Hyungnim's face contorts in fury. What the hell is this? He explodes, his voice echoing the betrayal he feels. The scene shifts, revealing the shocking truth. Du Jianhe stands with the Emperor Division, a devastating betrayal. Suspicion turns to accusation. Du Jianhe, are you betraying us? Hyungnim's rage boils over. I tried so hard to get you into the alliance, and this is how you repay me? Oh Yun-tak's response is icy. You tried hard? The weight of unspoken resentments hangs heavy in the air, a bitter truth is revealed. The final blow, you accepted dues from us at the agreed amount, but you pretended not to know when we needed help? Hyungnim's fury boils over. Damn it, there's an order to these things. But Oh Yun-tak isn't waiting for orders. He explodes into action, a blur of motion, taking down his opponents with brutal efficiency. Shut up. The defiance in his eyes is unmistakable. I don't intend to wait for that order anymore. A thunderous blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving Hyungnim reeling. The scene shifts to a tense standoff. Hyungnim confronts Oh Yun-tak, suspicion etched on his face. A condition. What is it? The air crackles with unspoken accusations. Hyungnim's doubt is palpable. I don't want to doubt you, but you've joined the alliance, so you have to prove you're not siding with them. Oh Yun-tak's response is curt, his gaze unwavering. Just tell me. What do I need to do? The tension ratchets up. The name hangs heavy in the air. Oh Yun-tak. A chilling close-up on Oh Yun-tak's face. His expression is unreadable. Then, a sudden, violent eruption. The sound of a crushing blow echoes. Bow. The fight is on. A brutal clash of power explodes as Hyungnim throws a devastating blow. Oh Yun-tak grimaces, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Ugh! This bastard! Hyungnim's fury is unleashed. How dare you betray the alliance? The air crackles with tension as he unleashes another attack. Brack! The sound of bone shattering echoes. Oh Yun-tak's allies watch, paralyzed by fear. You think Yan Gil-hai will survive after betraying us? Hyungnim's voice drips with contempt. The pressure mounts. You look like you're struggling. How about you just hand him over to me? A chilling offer from a shadowy figure. Oh Yuntak's response is swift and brutal. Shut your mouth. Srakuk. He sends his attackers sprawling with a powerful kick. The tide turns. Oh Yuntak's eyes blaze with defiance. What are you all waiting for? Finish them off. Hyunnim steps forward, his resolve unwavering. I'll handle Oh Yuntak myself. The battle intensifies. Come on, you lousy division. Die, you alliance losers. Book boo. A flurry of blows rains down. Oh Yuntak lands a crushing blow, leaving his opponents reeling. Book. It's showtime. Oh Yuntak declares, his voice echoing with newfound confidence. The air crackles with anticipation. And he unleashes a flurry of blows. Drap. Drap. The sounds of impact punctuate the sudden eruption of violence. His former allies are caught completely off guard. But Oh Yuntak shows no mercy. We meet again, arsonist, he snarls, his eyes burning with cold fury. He has a question, a burning need for retribution. A question that hits his opponent like a physical blow. Did you wet yourself that night? The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken accusations. And the response is immediate, explosive rage. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? The air vibrates with the force of his fury. A fury that is quickly met with a brutal counterattack. Oh Yuntak's expression hardens. If that was funny, he begins, his voice dripping with menace. It wasn't at all, you know. The final word explodes as Oh Yuntak delivers a devastating blow. Bruwak. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving his opponent reeling, defeated. His face contorted in a mask of pain and disbelief. But Oh Yuntak's triumph is short-lived. You can't beat me, no matter how many times you try, you bastard, he bellows, his voice echoing with a chilling confidence. A final, brutal blow lands. Syak. The sound of bone meeting bone echoes through the scene, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Hyunnim, eyes blazing, spits out a name, Oh Yuntak. He lunges, a desperate attack. I'm your opponent. The words are a roar, a challenge thrown into the face of his superior. The clash. A brutal exchange of blows, a thunderous impact as Hyunnim is sent sprawling. The sound of bone cracking echoes through the air. Oh Yuntak's cold gaze pierces Hyunnim. I don't care if you're an ace or whatever. Step aside if you just want to lie down. Hyunnim, defeated and humiliated, snarls, let me strangle Oh Yuntak myself. With a sickening thud, Oh Yuntak delivers the final blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the room, a brutal end to a desperate rebellion. A witness watches, stunned. TCH, when has he ever defeated him? The scene shifts. A new perspective. But now he's going toe-to-toe with Oh Yuntak. Whispers spread among the onlookers. I heard Park Sieka was way above Do Jianhu. So just how strong is Park Sieka? Is that Park Sieka? The sheer audacity. He unleashes a devastating blow, a thunderous kick that sends Hyunnim sprawling. Die, you traitor! Hyunnim crashes to the ground, a pained groan escapes his lips as he struggles to rise. His eyes widen in disbelief. Oh Yuntak, he's far stronger than he anticipated. Oh Yuntak, he's not to be underestimated. Hyunnim's mind races, this isn't working. He needs a new strategy. This won't work if it keeps going like this. There has to be another way. Oi, Do Jianhu. Do Jianhu is summoned, a swift, silent movement. The sound of a blade slicing through the air, a decoy is set in motion. But Hyunnim sees through the ruse. What? What kind of decoy? Do Jianhu's voice cuts through the chaos? Be a little more perceptive, idiot. A brutal strike. Hyungnim is caught off guard. What are you talking about? Hyungnim's eyes dart around, fear creeping in. Don't tell me he's. A heavy thud, the sound of a body hitting the floor. A trick like this won't work. Hyungnim, the mastermind, unleashes his plan. That's too easy to read, he boasts, his confidence radiating. But Oh Yuntak's response is swift and chilling. Oh, really, he counters, a hint of amusement in his tone. With a thunderous shoot, Hyungnim is sent flying. The impact echoes through the air. Park Seaka's power is undeniable as he confronts Hyungnim. Then why did you fall for it? He sneers, his strength evident. Hyungnim's fury boils over. I almost didn't understand, you damn antenna hair, he roars, his face contorted in rage. He should have explained his plan better. But Oh Yuntak reveals the truth. This isn't a decoy strategy, it's a combined attack, he declares, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Hyungnim is trapped, defeated. Damn it, I can't move, he groans, his body screaming in pain. A final, devastating blow. Duak. The sound of bone-shattering echoes as Hyungnim's world implodes. Hyungnim lies defeated, his face a mask of agony. The night sky watches silently above. The scene opens on a sprawling industrial complex, under a bruised, twilight sky. Inside, Hyungnim awakens, bound and disoriented. Shit, did I pass out? He groans, his voice raspy. A fresh gash mars his face, a stark reminder of his recent defeat. His eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his gaze. But where is this place? The metallic clang of a door opening echoes through the room. 3 figures emerge, their presence radiating menace. Zhreng. The sound of heavy footsteps. The central figure steps forward, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Long time no see, he says, his tone laced with icy amusement. He explains their purpose, we brought you here because we have a request. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A report of the division's unexpected visit to Yangil High. They aren't attacking, but offering a collaboration, a voice clarifies. The implications are discussed. Du Jianhu's strained relationship with the Alliance is highlighted. Du Jianhu isn't exactly friendly with the Alliance. If he, a concerned voice trails off. A chessboard sits center frame, a silent metaphor for the unfolding strategic game. Could Yangil High's forces end up joining the division? The strategist leans forward, his expression grim. Because the division will lose half of its numbers, he states, his voice low and menacing. The name Seringai echoes ominously. A chilling introduction to Yeo Sangjae. Hyungnim, bound and helpless, is confronted by a group of menacing figures. What? Damn it, what do you mean? His captor remains impassive. Was my explanation not clear enough? Then, I'll explain it one more time. Hyungnim's face contorts in a mixture of fear and disbelief. Damn it, that's not what I meant. So, you. Bound and gagged, he stares up in disbelief. You want me to do that? His desperate plea echoes in the cold, sterile room. That's crazy. Do you think I could do that? Surrounded by menacing figures, his fear is palpable. Yes, you could. A chilling smirk spreads across his face. The game is afoot. The captive's fury boils over. You damn bastard. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm crazy enough to call Yeo Sangjae? His defiance is met with cold calculation. He knows very well I've been arrested by you. Yeo Sangjae, eyes narrowed, a grim determination etched on his face, utters a single, resolute sentence, then I have no choice. A hushed whisper, followed by a surprised reaction from his captors, huh? He just gave up so easily. A confident voice cuts through the air. Nakshan, tell the Alliance we have captured Oyuntak. A moment of stunned silence, then, a panicked outburst, W8. What do you mean? The captor leans in, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. You said you don't want to call Yeo Sangjae, right? He continues, his voice dripping with menace, you as a hostage to call him. The battle is inevitable since you refuse to cooperate. Oh Yuntak's face contorts in a mask of fury. This bastard. I've just become Alliance's number 3 guy, if the news of me being captive spread out. His voice cracks with fear and desperation. Damn, my position in the Alliance will be affected. He shakes his head, a chilling realization dawning on him. No, that's not the problem. His eyes widen in terror. That bastard Yeo Sangjae will not save me for sure. Oh Yuntak, bound and battered, eyes darting wildly, a desperate plea forms on his lips. His voice cracks as he makes a desperate demand, give me my phone. I will try to call Yeo Sangjae. The unnamed captor remains impassive, his gaze cold and calculating. Yuntak's fate hangs precariously in the balance. A cunning plan begins to form in the captor's mind, a manipulative offer is made to Sangjae. The phone rings, a harsh sound cuts through the tense silence. Yuntak winces in pain. The captor's voice is laced with doubt, I'll try to call him, but is it possible? The captor's expression hardens. He knows Yeo Sangjae won't be easily swayed. The scene shifts to the captor's hideout, a cold, sterile room. The tension is palpable as they try to devise a plan to force Sangji's hand. One of the captors questions the lack of action, why is no one picking it up? Are you not close with Yeo Sangjae? The other captor snaps back, revealing a callous disregard for Yuntak's well-being, shut up, asshole. This bastard only calls if he needs something. Oh Yuntak, battered and bruised, clutches his phone. His desperate plea hangs in the air. Sangjae. What are you doing right now? He gasps, the words laced with urgency. The weight of his situation crushes him. But the plan is already unraveling. A cold realization dawns on Yuntak, this trick won't work on Sangjae. Yuntak continues, his voice strained, I just want to meet you for a while. Right now? Do you have any problems? The captor presses, his impatience growing. Yuntak stammers, yeah. An important matter. Panic sets in. Yuntak's mind races, desperately searching for a believable excuse, but he comes up empty. Damn. I can't think of it. His desperation is palpable. I always depend on my strength. My brain is useless, he cries out in frustration. The situation is spiraling out of control. What damn situation is this? Yuntak's face is a mask of disbelief and regret. His thoughts drift to his failure. If only I didn't get fooled by that spy, Do Jianho, he laments, the weight of his mistake heavy on his shoulders. The mention of the spy catches the captor's attention. Spy? Ha? Spy? The question hangs in the air, heavy with suspicion. The interrogation room is cold, the air thick with unspoken tension. Yeo Sangjae, captured but unbowed, remains silent. A captive's bitter words echo in the silence. Oh Yuntak, his face a mask of betrayal and despair, reveals a devastating truth. The revelation explodes like a bomb. Do Jianho, a seemingly loyal underling, is a spy planted within the division. The captor's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his features. The captor's fury is palpable, his voice a low growl as he recounts the division's attempt to recruit Do Jianho. The betrayal runs deep. He spits out the words, loyal underling? This bastard, his rage barely contained. The weight of his deception crushes him. The captor's face is a canvas of fury and disbelief. His carefully laid plans, shattered. The consequences will be dire. Oh Yuntak, despite his predicament, cracks a desperate smile. A glimmer of hope, however faint, flickers in his eyes. He has a plan. A desperate gamble. He tries to contact Yeo Sangjae, his only hope for survival and escape. The screen blows, displaying Yeo Sangji's name. The tension ratchets up. Will he answer? The fate of both men hangs in the balance. Oh Yuntak, eyes gleaming with a chilling calculation, issues a simple command, okay. Share your location. The scene shifts to Wang Choman, bound and defiant, his anger a palpable force. Did you say I'm your underling? You want to die? You wicked bastard. His captor, a figure of cold authority, remains unmoved. You did great, Wang Choman. We fooled Yeo Sangjae. But a shadow of worry crosses his face. If this continues, the alliance will be destroyed. The captor's voice drops to a low, urgent tone. As Kim Nakshin said, if we captured Yeo Sangjae now, without their brain, the alliance is only an empty shell. The plan is set in motion. Quick, gather all the captains, Choman. I will lead. Give me a chance to make an achievement. Oh Yuntak, alone in the shadows, a grim determination etched on his face. That's why, I need to carefully choose the location. A sudden, jarring sound cuts through the silence. DRRT. His eyes widen in shock. A frantic question forming on his lips, what's this? The phone rings, a jarring DRRT cutting through the silence. Oh Yuntak stares, a mixture of suspicion and dread etched onto his face. He hesitates, the question hanging heavy in the air, did Yeo Sangjae figure it out? A cold sweat beads on his brow. He needs to know Yeo Sangjae's intentions, and the only way to do that is to answer the call. Oh Yuntak answers, his expression grim. The weight of the situation is palpable, every line on his face speaks of desperation. His voice is tight, laced with barely controlled fury as he speaks to Wang Choman. You look down on me too much, Wang Choman. You think you can fool me with a trick like that? The tables have turned. Yeo Sangjae's voice cuts through the line, calm and chilling. Now, it's my turn. A single, shocking sentence hangs in the air, a bomb detonating in Oh Yuntak's mind. I captured Song Mingguk. The image of Song Mingguk, battered and bruised, flashes across the screen. Wang Choman's desperate plea for help is cut short by a sharp sound, a sickening JNG. Oh Yuntak's face is a mask of disbelief. The implications of Yeo Sangjae's words sink in, a wave of icy dread washing over him. The phone slips from his hand with a traying. The image of Song Mingguk's suffering is seared into his memory. A timestamp on the photo confirms the brutal reality, 7:41 p.m. The game has changed. It's Mingguk? The chilling question hangs in the air. Oh Yuntak, caught completely off guard, stammers a denial into his phone. Wait. Song Mingguk has no relation with the division. But Yeo Sangjae, a predator in human form, only chuckles. His amusement is a cruel counterpoint to Yuntak's desperate plea. The game is afoot. This is a hostage barter, Wang Choman. If you bring me Oh Yuntak, I will release your friend. The cold words cut through the air like a knife. Yuntak's face contorts in a silent scream of rage and betrayal. The weight of his decision crushes him. As Yeo Sangjae, ever the puppet master, calmly delivers his ultimatum. I will tell you the time and location in a message. I hope you will make a good choice. Meanwhile, the captured Song Mingguk is left reeling in confusion. What happened? Why did they capture me? Oh Yuntak, his mind racing, pieces together the horrifying truth. The betrayal stings, a bitter taste in his mouth. It was Wang Choman who led to this. The metallic clang of steel on steel echoes through the cold, sterile environment. Zhreng. Wang Choman, bound and helpless, is surrounded by Yeo Sangjae's men. The question hangs heavy in the air, what trouble did he get himself into? Wang Choman, his face etched with a chilling resolve, speaks, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. His words paint a picture of quiet desperation, a silent vigil during his absence. The investigation's grim results are revealed, a shocking twist of fate. Bound and shivering, Wang Choman is given an ultimatum, a cruel choice between loyalty and survival. The scene shifts, tension ratcheting up. Yeo Sangjae's cold gaze sweeps across the room. He makes his intentions brutally clear, this alliance is fragile, easily broken. Yeo Sangji's chilling threat hangs in the air, a stark reminder of his power. A guttural sound echoes, a low growl of defiance. Oh Yuntak's allies are conflicted. The weight of the decision bears down, a desperate plea for a different path. The negotiation room is cold, the air thick with tension. Yeo Sangji's ultimatum hangs heavy. We can't trade the number 3 guy in the alliance with some loser like that. This negotiation is not worth anything. Huang Choman, captive and humiliated, is the subject of this callous discussion. Huang Choman, you fucker. Oh Yuntak's face is etched with disbelief and a dawning horror. Aren't you a clever guy? Damn it, what kind of trade is that? I mean. His shoulders slump, the weight of his failure crushing him. The realization hits him hard, damn it. I was careless. The fury explodes. You bastard. How can you trade Oh Yuntak to save some loser like that? Oh Yuntak's mind races, a cold dread settling in. He recalls a harsh truth. I forgot for a moment, they are all cruel people in the division. Despair washes over him. The stark reality sinks in, my friend is not worth anything to them. Oh Yuntak's desperation grows, a glimmer of hope flickering. These people won't listen to me, but Huang Muj. He stands before a looming figure, a last resort. The sheer size of Huang Muj dwarfs him, a symbol of his desperation. The weight of his situation is crushing. The cold truth hits him, for the sake of one Yangil high student, they won't move. Yeo Sangjae clenches his fist, his jaw tight. I'm not Huang Muj, he growls, I need a good reason for the division to move. Huang Chomin glares defiantly. Hey, Huang Chomin. You don't think you can use us for your personal matters, do you? Oh Yuntak's back is to us, his shoulders slumped. A single thought echoes in his mind. I need to be careful. If I trade Oh Yuntak for a friend, they will question my capability as chief of staff. The weight of his decision presses down on him. Oh Yuntak explodes. You bastard. You can't even differentiate general and personal matters, how dare you want to be the head of the division? Yeo Sangjae remains unmoved. His response is cold and resolute, no. Of course I won't trade Oh Yuntak to save my friend. The scene shifts. A tense silence hangs in the air as Huang Choman and Oh Yuntak stand surrounded by Yeo Sangji's men. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken threats. The next day dawns. Huang Choman stands alone, facing a large, menacing crowd. The promised time has come. Yeo Sangjae watches from the shadows, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. How is there no movement at all? The scene cuts to Huang Choman, brutally beaten and on the ground. His captors taunt him mercilessly. This loser is kinda cocky to dye his hair. How can a boy cry like this? A chilling smirk spreads across Yeo Sangji's face. Unbelievable. Are you crueler than I thought, he muses, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. The heavy door creaks open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. Oh Yuntak's eyes widen in shock. See Chief. That's, he stammers, his voice laced with disbelief and terror. His face contorted in horror, the weight of the situation crushing him. But amidst the chaos, a new voice cuts through the tension. It's not only to save my friend, a determined figure declares, stepping forward. It's a war strategy to use this situation. Yeo Sangji's plan unfolds, a cold, calculated strategy. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. Then, at the end of the strategy, he growls, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The alliance's fate hangs in the balance, as Huang Choman and his men watch, paralyzed by fear. The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground echoes. Crete. The alliance will suffer a big and unexpected loss. A figure is thrown through the doorway, the impact a brutal punctuation mark to Yeo Sangji's cruel game. A full moon hangs heavy in the inky sky, casting long shadows across the city below. The air crackles with anticipation. He's here. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with dread. Three figures huddle in the darkness, their faces grim. Tension coils around them like a venomous snake. His eyes, narrowed, betray a simmering rage, a storm brewing beneath a calm exterior. Crete. The heavy doors groan open, revealing a figure shrouded in an ethereal glow. The air itself seems to vibrate with power. Hyung-wook's eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. He faces a formidable foe, surrounded by a legion of menacing figures. A chilling presence looms before him, radiating power and menace. The air crackles with unspoken threats. Hyung-wook's jaw tightens. I didn't expect. The ground trembles. A battalion of soldiers, impeccably disciplined, emerges from the shadows, tap-tap. The sound of boots echoes ominously. One of Hyung-wook's men crumples to the ground, groaning in pain. The impact of the unseen blow reverberates. A gasp escapes Hyung-wook's lips. Hwang Chomin. The enemy speaks, their words laced with arrogance. We came with Oyuntak, so let Song Mingguk go. A cold smirk spreads across the face of the enemy leader. What do you mean? Hand over Oyuntak first. Then we'll let this loser go. Another voice cuts through the air, raw with fury. Damn bastard. Hand over that ugly loser first, asshole. The tension ratchets up. How can we trust you to let him go first? What? We can't trust you either. Are you joking right now? Right, assholes. We don't trust your ugly ass. The tension ratchets up. Hwang Kamen's goons are restless, their leader smirks, daring them to make a move. These bastards want to fight, don't they? A challenge is thrown back. Handsome? Which part of him is handsome? Hwang Chomin remains calm amidst the chaos. We're not here to fight. A tense standoff. Shin Hyung-wook proposes a solution. If we can't trust each other, why don't we release them at the same time? A glimmer of hope. Hwang Chomin considers the offer. No problem with that, right, Hwang Chomin? Shin Hyung-wook's gaze is unwavering. He's weighing the risks, but determined to proceed. The decision is made. All right, then. Let's begin the hostage exchange. The exchange begins, but a sinister undercurrent remains. Too bad, I was starting to like you guys. A sudden, brutal attack. The carefully constructed piece shatters. Hyung-wook's smirk is chilling. Please walk at the same time, he says, his words laced with a threat. This will be Hwang Kamen's loss. A hostage exchange, he explains, only works if both sides are of equal value. But Chomin sees the imbalance immediately. This deal puts him at a disadvantage. The scene shifts. Hyung-wook stands before a throng of men, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Tap, tap, the sound of nervous feet. He reveals his ace in the hole. Song Mingguk has no real connection to the division. Unlike Chomin, Hyung-wook has gained much more from this exchange. A sheep for a cow, he sneers, a cruel metaphor for the lopsided deal. The tension ratchets up. Set, a subtle shift in Hyung-wook's eyes, a silent signal. Chomin is confused. Ha? Yeo Sangjae glares at Chomin. Is this an insult? But no. It's something far more sinister. The realization dawns on Kamen's face. A close-up on a bruised face, eyes wide with a desperate plea. He's trying to communicate something vital. The focus shifts to Shin Hyung-wook, his expression unreadable. A subtle question hangs in the air, right? Is this really happening? The scene explodes into a chaotic exchange. Hwang Chomin, surrounded by menacing figures, stands as a pawn in a deadly game. Seringai's face, a mask of brutal satisfaction. Message received. The signal has been sent. A tense moment of silence. Tap. A light touch, a subtle shift in power. Hyung-wook's eyes widen in shock. Betrayal. The truth is revealed in a flash of horror. Hwang Chomin, battered and broken. The weight of the deception crushes him. Behind you. The warning comes too late. Seringai unleashes a brutal strike. Of course, you won't receive anything, Huang Chomin. The cold words echo the harsh reality. Huang Chomin collapses, defeated and betrayed. The consequences of Hyung-wook's manipulation are devastating. Hyung-wook's chilling smile. Capturing that kid won't affect the division. But a new threat emerges from the shadows. It's enough to shake you. The weight of betrayal hangs heavy in the air. And Huang Chomin feels the full force of that weight. His eyes widen in terror, a silent scream trapped in his throat. This is payback for deceiving me, Huang Chomin. The words are a venomous hiss, laced with cold fury. Sorry if I'm being rude for our first meeting. A chilling laugh follows, a stark contrast to the polite apology. I'm going to destroy your one and only friend. The threat echoes, a prelude to violence. W-ah. A strangled cry of pain. The clash. A brutal exchange of blows in a dimly lit alleyway. Orenti. A shout rings out, cutting through the chaos. His face, a mask of brutal rage, contorted by the fight. The impact of each blow sends tremors through the scene. How? Disbelief and agony war on his face. The unexpected turn of events leaves him speechless. Tap. Tap. Heavy footsteps echo, a chilling rhythm that heralds the arrival of something powerful. A hulking figure emerges from the shadows, a silent predator. His presence alone speaks volumes. Hyung-wook's cold gaze pierces through the shadows, a stark contrast to the wide-eyed fear of the man before him. How can Woo Munwon be here? The question hangs heavy in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dread. Seringai, his face a mask of ruthless determination, stands ready. The name itself whispers of impending danger. The moon hangs high in the inky sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events, a chilling confirmation, he's really here, right? Under the pale moonlight, Seringai and his crew huddle, their shadows stretching long and menacing. A single word, yes, hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. It's hard to believe that the alliance is in the Chief of Staff's hands now. The gravity of the situation sinks in, a cold dread spreading through their ranks. Doubt gnaws at them. But, can we fully trust Oh Yun-tak? He's not 100% reliable. The question hangs in the air, a seed of uncertainty planted. Yet, a glimmer of hope remains. Oh Yun-tak's cooperation in contacting Yeo Sang-jae offers a fragile lifeline. But self-preservation is paramount. Right, he seems to prioritize himself above all else. The harsh reality settles in. Huang Chomin, his face a mask of fury, spits out the words, that damn Oh Yun-tak must have been lying. They stand before a door, the final room, but there's not even a name tag. A chilling realization dawns. He must be in a private room, not a public one. The search continues. So why is the last private room empty? A sudden tension grips the air. Wait. There's light coming from the supposedly empty room. And the door even has an automatic lock? This is getting strange. This is the room. There's a good chance Woo Munwon is inside. An automatic lock? What a hassle. What hassle? Just break it. The tension ratchets up. A hushed command cuts through the night, stop. We need a different approach. A strategic mind at work. The risks of a direct assault are weighed. Breaking in would cause too much of a commotion. Suddenly, alarms blare. There. Suspicious people. The element of surprise is lost, but the mission must go on. Who are you? A gruff voice cuts through the chaos. Ugh. Well, guess the commotion's already started. With a cold, calculating glint in her eyes, the red-haired woman declares, now, let's just roll with it. A guard is sent flying. Brak, the sound of shattering concrete echoes through the hallway as the team bursts into action. Frustration boils over. Stupid asshole. What if he's not in there? A grim determination sets in. He's most likely there. The sterile environment of a hospital room. The rhythmic drip of an 4 bag. Tez. The sound is almost hypnotic. The truth is revealed. So, Woo Mun-won really is here. The raid begins. A furious shout echoes through the halls, "You crazy bastards! What are you doing?" One of the guards, his face grim, realizes the gravity of the situation. This is trespassing. Ugh, too late to sneak out. Seringai moves with lethal efficiency. Buak, the impact sends a shockwave through the air as she takes down an opponent. Let's just wrap this up quickly. With a fierce determination in her eyes, Seringai barks out orders, "Grab Woo Mun-won." The team knows time is running out. We have to escape before more guards arrive. A heavy sigh escapes Shin Hyung-wook's lips. Damn, we're going to have to carry him while running. Woo Mun-won lies unconscious on a cold, sterile surface. The scene is stark, the silence heavy with the weight of the situation. Shin Hyung-wook enters the room, his expression a mixture of relief and apprehension. "I wasn't expecting a welcome party," he mutters, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Tap tap. A heavy footstep echoes, the sound growing closer. But what's with that look on your face? The tension is palpable. Shin Hyung-wook's face is a mask of dread. No. It's. Hyung-wook's face is a mask of fury. Oh Yoon-tak. You bastard. What did you tell them? The camera focuses on Yeo Sang-jae, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm in the face of betrayal. Hyung-wook's anger boils over. Why did you create such a ridiculous variable? A single word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Shouldn't. The scene shifts. A hulking figure emerges from the shadows, eyes blazing. You should be glad our leader is finally back? GRRRT. The name echoes through the panel, a chilling reminder of the power at play. Taejun Alliance. Hyung-wook's face is etched with a grim determination. The game has changed. SRET. A heavy thud echoes as a powerful figure crashes to the floor. Ugh. Pain racks his body. Disorientation washes over him. Where am I? His eyes dart around, searching for answers. Those piercing eyes lock onto a familiar figure. You. He gasps, his mind struggling to grasp the reality. You're awake already? A calm voice cuts through the haze. The man's confusion deepens. Ugh. I was just at the hospital. He groans, his memory fragmented, piecing together the events. You must be confused, but don't worry. I'll explain everything. A reassuring tone, a promise of clarity. By making Jang Chon-ho the president? The implications of this shocking revelation hang heavy in the air. But, what's the reason for saving me and telling me all this? The unnamed character presses for answers, his confusion evident. What exactly is the divisions, or rather, what's your true purpose? No. To be precise, who are you? The question cuts through the tension, demanding a direct answer. Since the last incident until now. Why do you keep helping me? It's because. The answer hangs in the balance, a secret about to be revealed. Hwang Nuj is dead. The words hit like a punch to the gut, a devastating blow. And as his little brother, I want to carry on his will. A declaration of purpose, fueled by grief and determination. What? The shock is palpable. The weight of the revelation settles in. My brother wanted to destroy the alliance. The truth is laid bare, a shocking twist. The shocking truth explodes, the deceased brother's target wasn't Yeo Sang-jae's alliance, it was Woo Mun-won's. The weight of this revelation settles on Sang-jae's face. His eyes, wide with disbelief. As the brother's words hang heavy in the air, in other words, he wanted to destroy you. A defiant challenge. Please take back the alliance, and face me fair and square. His fists clench, a silent promise of vengeance echoing in the tense silence. A chilling laughter cuts through the air. Ha ha ha. You helped me just for that? The brother's words sting. That ignorant thinking really reminds me of Huang Nuge. A decision made. I accept your offer. And with a thunderous finality, then, let's go, and take back the alliance. A powerful silhouette emerges, bathed in an ethereal light. The stage is set. Yeo Sangjae's eyes blaze with barely contained fury. I don't like that look on your face, he snarls, the words dripping with menace. The air crackles with tension. Wu Manwan, surrounded by his men, feigns ignorance. Is my presence unappreciated? A sudden, violent shove. One of Manwan's men crumples to the ground. Eek! Showman, he cries out in pain. Sangjae's allies move with chilling efficiency. The scene unfolds rapidly, a swift, brutal display of power. Sorry, Mingguk, I'll explain it to you later. With a cold dismissal, Sangjae and his group turn to leave. Excuse us, then. It seems the alliance has some unfinished business. The scene shifts to a stark, cold courtyard. A powerful figure stands silhouetted against the dim light, his back to us. Now, then. The tension is palpable. Explain what happened, Yeo Sangjae. Sangjae stands defiant, flanked by his loyal men. His expression is unreadable, a mask of cold determination. Wu Manwan's president, a man of power and influence, speaks with chilling calm. There's nothing to explain, President. A guttural growl erupts from Wu Manwan. His rage is palpable, a crimson tide threatening to engulf him. Even killing this guy twice wouldn't be enough, he snarls, the words dripping with venom. His powerful physique, a testament to brutal strength, is on full display. Every muscle is taut, coiled like a spring ready to unleash devastating force. The unnamed character beside him stares, his face a mask of grim determination. Fear? No, this is the cold steel of resolve. A tense meeting unfolds. A group of hardened fighters stand poised, their faces grim. Are you sure we can really bring Yeo Sangjae down this way? One of them asks, a hint of doubt in his voice. Their leader remains confident, unwavering. If the strategy doesn't work, don't worry, this time Yeo Sangjae won't have a chance to escape. His words are laced with chilling certainty. He explains his reasoning, his gaze sharp and intense. After all, he held Wu Manwan hostage and tried to control Zhang Chanho. If we fail, all authority will collapse. The weight of that statement hangs heavy in the air. A close-up on the leader's eyes reveals a steely determination, a chilling resolve. Suddenly, a clash. The scene shifts to a chaotic brawl. What are you doing? Someone shouts, the sound swallowed by the roar of the fight. Oh Yuntak? A surprised voice cuts through the chaos as fists fly and bodies collide. The fight is brutal, relentless. But even amidst the chaos, a grim certainty remains. Yeo Sangjae won't be brought down that easily. The words echo the defiance of the man himself. A bead of sweat trickles down Yeo Sangjae's temple. His voice is barely a whisper. If Wu Manwan returns, I'm as good as dead. He clenches his fist, a grim determination hardening his features, a plan forming in his mind. I better help Yeo Sangjae hold on to the alliance. The scene shifts. Under a bruised, twilight sky, Yuntak stands amidst a gathering of shadowy figures. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air, that's why some of the executives will remain loyal to him. The seeds of discord are sown. A crack appears in the alliance's facade. The ground is littered with debris, a silent testament to a recent struggle. As tensions erupt into open conflict. What are you doing, oh Yuntak? Are you taking Yeo Sangjae's side now? The accusations fly. The brawl intensifies. Doubt clouds the faces of Yeo Sangjae's allies. Damn it! Should we defend Yeo Sangjae? What should we do? Yuntak's eyes blaze with cold fury. His voice is a low growl. Huh? What are you talking about? The pieces fall into place. A chilling realization dawns on Yuntak's face. Fuck! One by one, the puzzle pieces are falling into place. The weight of suspicion settles upon Yeo Sangjae. I had a feeling ever since he lied about Huang Nuge appearing at the Gapshan Bridge. The betrayal is exposed. A furious roar erupts as fists fly, shattering the fragile peace of the alliance. Yeo Sangjae recoils, his face contorted in disbelief. The weight of his deception crashes down on him. A brutal blow lands. The impact echoes through the room. The conflict escalates, spreading like wildfire among the ranks. The accusations fly. The truth, ugly and undeniable, is laid bare. Betrayal runs deep. And the alliance, once strong, begins to crumble from within. Amidst the chaos, a chilling observation: the alliance's inherent instability is revealed. It was built on shifting sands. And now, the storm breaks. A wave of violence crashes over the assembled fighters. The battle rages. A whirlwind of blows and desperate defenses. As alliances shatter and loyalties are tested in the crucible of conflict. Dragged across the cold, metallic floor, the sound of their bodies scraping against the unforgiving surface echoes in the cavernous space. A furious outburst. Who are you fighting for? Do you really want to follow that cunning Yeo Sangjae? The air crackles with anticipation. The true president is back. A chilling laugh cuts through the tension. No need to get so worked up, Jang Chanho. A steely gaze. This is a good sign. I'll deal with the disloyal bastards, once and for all. A sickening crunch, the sound of bone meeting the unforgiving floor sends a shiver down the spine. Unleashed fury. I've been lying around too long. Time to stretch these limbs. The impact sends shockwaves through the room, bodies are sent flying. A brutal exchange of blows, the clash of fists echoes through the hall as the fight intensifies. A pained scream, a face contorted in agony. The revelation hits hard. Huang Chomin. Huang Nuge's brother. A heavy silence hangs in the air, the only sound is the echo of a single word, Buuk. Yeo Sangjae's sneering face fills the panel. His eyes gleam with malicious intent. You said you want to fight me fair and square? A chilling laugh escapes his lips, a laugh that speaks of absolute confidence. His words cut through the silence, sharp and cold. I'll take control of the alliance once more. He continues, his voice laced with a chilling determination, and I'll face the division, my. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air, KRIT. The ground trembles. Confusion etched on his face. What could that sound mean? A wave of shock washes over him as he sees the scene before him. A squad of soldiers stand silently, their faces grim. Tap. Yuntak's arrival is a thunderclap. The question hangs heavy in the air: why did he come back? Yeo Sangjae's eyes widen in disbelief, a look of pure terror crosses his face. Yeo Sangjae's eyes, narrowed slits of icy fury, fix on his enemies. The weight of his impending doom hangs heavy in the air. But a chilling smirk plays on the lips of Yuntak, leader of the Emperor Division. His gang, a wall of muscle and menace, stands behind him, ready to strike. Sangjae's face contorts in disbelief. Fuck, Huang Chomak, he spits, the name of venomous curse. Yuntak's laughter echoes, a cruel symphony of impending violence. There's no way I'm passing by this opportunity. Do you think I'm stupid? He sneers, his confidence radiating like heat. His words are a dagger to Sangjae's heart. Fair and square? I don't care about your gangster ideals, Yuntak declares, the Emperor Division's insignia a stark symbol of his disregard for rules. The command rings out, wipe them all out. A storm of fists and feet descends upon Sangjae's forces. A brutal melee erupts. bodies fly, limbs flail, and the sounds of impact echo through the alleyway. Book. Book. The Emperor Division's relentless assault leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Kill every last one of those Alliance bastards. Yuntak roars, his voice a weapon of its own. Sanjay's men are overwhelmed, their resistance crumbling under the sheer force of the Emperor Division's attack. The tide has turned. The battlefield is a chaotic mess. Bodies litter the ground as Yeo Sanjay's forces crumble under a relentless assault. A furious roar escapes Sanjay's lips as he witnesses his carefully laid plans disintegrate before his eyes. Defeat stings, but the bitter truth settles in, there's nothing left to do but accept the crushing weight of failure. His shoulders slump, his gaze falling to the floor. A chilling realization dawns. Escape is his only option now. He bursts through the encircling enemy lines. Book. Drap. Fack. The sounds of blows and desperate struggles fill the air as he fights his way to freedom. But the relentless pursuit is relentless. A brutal blow sends him reeling, his vision blurring. A desperate struggle for survival. His eyes blaze with defiance, even as he's overwhelmed. He's cornered. Yeo Sangjay. A menacing figure emerges from the shadows, blocking his path to freedom. The hunter has become the hunted. Where do you think you're running to? GRRT. The cold words hang in the air, heavy with menace. A desperate attempt to escape, but it's too late. TCH. The sound of defeat echoes in the cold air. With a final burst of adrenaline, he makes a last stand, a desperate lunge forward. You're dead, damn Daejeon Alliance. The shouts echo through the night, a brutal clash erupts in the shadows. A chilling question hangs in the air. What's that noise? Is there a fight inside? Fear grips the onlookers. Should they call the police? The sounds of battle intensify, bodies collide in a whirlwind of fists and fury. Book. Bok. The impact of each blow reverberates. Yeo Sangjay, his name is called out amidst the chaos. A figure flees, but he's cornered. Where do you think you are running? He refuses to yield, defiance etched on his face. A sinister chuckle cuts through the air. TCH. With a burst of speed, a powerful hand reaches out. I won't let you go. Pats. Yeo Sangjay's escape. Blood stains the ground behind him, a desperate flight for survival. He bursts through a shadowy alleyway, the sound of draping fabric echoing with each desperate stride. FUCK, he shouts, the desperation clear in his voice. But his pursuers are closing in. Stop, Yeo Sangjay, a voice bellows, cutting through the night. His pursuer's face is a mask of fury, the chase is far from over. A brutal kick connects. The impact sends a shockwave. How dare you? His pursuer is relentless. You can't lay a hand on Yeo Sangjay, you bastard, he roars, defiance echoing in his voice. The sound of a heavy blow, Gobrok, follows. He crashes to the ground, a pained URGH escaping his lips. The fight is far from over. His attacker stands triumphant, a sneer twisting his lips, blood streaks his face, a testament to the brutal fight. Yeo Sangjay, cornered, eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. His pursuer's face, scarred and vicious, speaks volumes. Anguk. The chase is on. Yeo Sangjay, cornered and desperate, sprints through the shadowy corridors. But his pursuer is relentless. You don't have time to worry about him right now. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise. With a swift, brutal move, Yeo Sangjay is thrown to the ground. The impact echoes in the silence. His pursuer's fury explodes. Worry about yourself first. The words are a roar, a prelude to violence. A brutal kick connects, sending Yeo Sangjay flying through the air, a blur of motion against the cold, hard concrete. The impact leaves him dazed and disoriented. Damn it! Yeo Sangjay was right in front of me. Regret claws at his pursuer. But there's no time for self-recrimination. A new threat emerges. Hey, arsonist. How many times do I have to remind you? A swift strike follows the words, a brutal counterattack. The impact sends the attacker sprawling, a thunderous crash echoing through the hall. Another blow, swift and merciless, ends the fight. The attacker lies defeated, his face a mask of pain. A sneer twists across the face of the second antagonist, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Your opponent is me, he declares, the words dripping with menace. Yeo Sang-jae's pursuer, battered but defiant, grits his teeth. Ugh! This damn bastard really. A voice cuts through the tension. Chomin, just focus on Yeo Sang-jae. The pursuer, Chomin, glances back, his eyes widening in recognition. Kim Nakshin. Kim Nakshin, the second antagonist, lets out a chilling laugh. I'll catch up with you soon. Kamen's face hardens, his resolve unwavering. Set. Kim Nakshin vanishes with a swift movement, leaving only the sound of his departing footsteps, drap. Chomin takes a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. All right then. Kim Nakshin reappears, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Let's play. Just the two of us. The ground trembles as Kim Nakshin launches himself at Chomin. Sreet. Kim Nakshin, his face a mask of fury, snarls, damn bastard. I'll end you today. The scene shifts to a bridge overlooking a dark, moonlit waterway. Yeo Sang-jae, breathless and defeated, mutters, damn it. I did not expect things to turn out like this. He staggers, his body betraying his exhaustion. His mind races, replaying his failed plan. That plan. If only it had succeeded, he could have destroyed the division. But it all fell apart because of Hwang Chomin. Kamen's face is shown, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a figure leaps into action. Sang-jae. The sound of fabric ripping echoes as Chomin appears, a blur of motion. With a swift, powerful kick, Chomin sends Yeo Sang-jae flying. Kamen's triumphant grin speaks volumes. The battle, it seems, is far from over. Kim Nakshin's face is a mask of fury. His eyes, blazing with barely contained rage, fix on someone unseen. That useless Oh Yun-tak. He explodes into motion, a whirlwind of uncontrolled anger. His target? Yeo Sang-jae, still reeling from his defeat. A brutal blow connects. The impact is deafening, a sharp SYUUT echoing through the air. Kim Nakshin's fist is a blur, a promise of further violence. I'll let you go. The attack lands with bone-jarring force. A sickening UG escapes Yeo Sang-jae's lips as he's sent sprawling. But just as Kim Nakshin believes victory is his, a figure intervenes. His face contorts in disbelief as he sees Hwang Chomin. Kim Nakshin's voice cracks with a mixture of shock and fury. Hwang Chomin. You crazy bastard. With a swift, powerful kick, Chomin sends Kim Nakshin flying. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Kim Nakshin crashes to the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. The fight is over. Chomin stands over his fallen opponent, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. The Alliance's forces surge forward, a tide of fury. Die, all of you, damn Alliance, their leader roars, keep attacking. A brutal struggle ensues. Yeo Sang-jae is overwhelmed. But a chilling calculation crosses the face of the attacker. With the Alliance's internal conflict, we've gained more people, he sneers, revealing a cunning strategy. Meanwhile, another conflict brews. Woo Munwan's injuries hinder his full participation. But Kim Taexian is ready to step up. Kim Taexian alone is enough to take him on, a voice declares, brimming with confidence. The red-haired commander's eyes gleam with ruthless ambition. Now, if Hwang Chomin captures the Alliance's chief of staff, it's a win for the division. A metallic voice cuts through the chaos. Juwon. Testing. Panic grips the building. Attention, please, everyone inside the building, the announcement crackles, but is cut short by a frustrated shout, damn it. From the shadows, a defiant figure emerges. Hey, you scoundrels! Jang! Sirens wail, cutting through the night, a desperate plea echoes across the urban sprawl, stop it right now. Three figures stand defiant, their faces etched with grim determination. We'll warn you once more, one snarls. But Huang Kaman's resolve is unshaken. A grunt of pain, Choman collapses, his body racked with agony. Ugh! Huang Choman, you damn bastard! Yeo Sangjae, battered but unbowed, rises slowly, a single question burning in his eyes. Yeo Sangjae. I have just one question. His gaze locks onto Choman, the intensity of his stare piercing through the darkness. What's your real motive for using the Alliance thugs? Kaman's response is a chilling smirk. Real motive, you say? Didn't I tell you already? The tension ratchets up, a warning hangs heavy in the air. Don't get cocky, Yeo Sangjae. A chilling revelation, the true reason behind Kaman's actions is unveiled. The only thing you should focus on is living a normal life. A sinister smile spreads across Kaman's face, his eyes gleaming with a dark purpose. I have a brother I want to kill. Kaman's eyes burn with a chilling intensity. His voice, a low growl, echoes the turmoil within. I need power to make that happen, power that is my own. Yeo Sangjae, battered but unbowed, counters with a sharp question, you need power. A guttural snarl escapes Kaman's lips. His rage is palpable. The scene shifts. Bound and terrified students huddle together in a dimly lit, claustrophobic space. Yeo Sangjae's voice cuts through the fear. Do you know how many students have suffered because of the thugs you gathered? Kaman's head falls into his hands. The weight of his actions is finally crashing down. His anguished cry rips through the silence, GRRT. The chilling realization of the devastation he's caused. More students lost their normal lives. The panel shows a series of close-ups on the terrified faces of the captured students, their fear a stark contrast to Kaman's earlier cold determination. Their suffering is undeniable. Yeo Sangjae's voice, sharp and accusatory, pierces the darkness. Did you ever feel guilty about that? Choman, his fists clenched, stands defiant under the night sky. So funny. Why should I feel guilty? He scoffs, his laughter echoing in the cold night air. Besides, aren't we the same? He challenges, his gaze unwavering. Yeo Sangjae's voice cuts through the night, sharp and accusatory. You're using the division for your own goals, aren't you? Kaman's response is curt. Is there a problem with that? The accusation hangs heavy in the air. Honestly, Huang Choman, you're enjoying it too, aren't you? The question stings, but Choman remains unmoved. I mean, enjoying the power to control those bastards however you want. Kaman's words drip with a chilling satisfaction. His face contorts into a sinister grin. You're tearing down the alliance to strengthen your own group, right? You want to seize my... His voice trails off, a chilling threat hanging unspoken. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Drap! Drap! The sound of fabric ripping through the air. A brutal clash. Boo! Yeo Sangjae's attack lands with bone-jarring force. The impact sends a shockwave through the night. Yeo Sangjae continues his assault, relentless. Go Brock! Another blow connects, sending Choman sprawling. I have one goal. Choman grits his teeth, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Kaman's face is a mask of grim determination. To make it happen, I'll use the division to destroy the alliance. His voice rings with cold fury, a chilling promise hangs in the air. I'll destroy the division too. He clenches his fists, knuckles white, the raw power simmering beneath the surface. His adversary, defeated and broken, whispers, all for a normal school life. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The sound of SRAAK echoes as Yeo Sangjae and another assailant launch a ferocious attack. Choman is caught completely off guard. Kim Nakshan's eyes widen in disbelief. Kim Nakchin and Kwak Jigong? Oh, Yuntak really is useless. A cold voice cuts through the chaos. Give it up. From the shadows, more figures emerge, the net tightens around Chomin. Drap their footsteps echo ominously. Kaman's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. It's checkmate. Cornered, Kaman's face contorts in a snarl of rage. Grr. The sound echoes his fury. His inner turmoil spills out in a desperate question. Damn it, why are those bastards after me? Why is Kim Nakchin? The answer arrives in the form of Yeo Sangjae and his goons, their faces twisted in malicious glee. They're closing in. Kaman's eyes widen in disbelief and terror. What the hell? His despair deepens. Nothing is going my way. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy erupts from the city streets below. Park Siaka. The impact sends a shockwave, throwing a biker into the air like a ragdoll. The force of the blast is immense. Yeo Sangjae and his crew stare, stunned. Their expressions shift from triumph to raw fear. Three distinct faces register shock as the name Park Siaka hangs heavy in the air. The unexpected arrival throws the ambush into chaos. Siaka's voice cuts through the tension. Get on. Yeo Sangjae, defeated and gasping, stares up at Park Siaka. His voice cracks, a desperate plea. Park Siaka, why are you? The camera focuses on Yeo's face, his eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning horror. A silent scream escapes his lips. New. Kim Nakchin watches, his face etched with worry. The sound of a vehicle screeching to a halt echoes, a metallic clang as something heavy impacts the ground. A blur of motion. Park Siaka and Showman speed away on a motorcycle, the engine roaring, njung, leaving a trail of dust and the stunned faces of Yeo's gang behind them. The bike cuts through the night, headlights piercing the darkness. The city lights streak past in a vibrant blur. The motorcycle continues its relentless flight across a bridge, the engine's powerful njing echoing in the night. The escape is swift and decisive. Safe for now, Chomin and Park Siaka ride on, the city lights a backdrop to their escape. Park Siaka speaks, his voice low and serious. Hwang Chomin. I'll never forget today's incident. Kaman's face is grim, his expression unreadable. Park Siaka continues, a warning in his tone, don't get the wrong idea. He leans closer, his words sharp and cold, you haven't fully won yet. The scene shifts. Kim Nakchin, still apprehensive, watches as Yeo Sangjae's remaining gang members regroup, their leader's defeat fueling their rage. A voice booms, filled with barely contained fury. This time, you were just one step ahead of me. Move it, you damn bastards. A chilling declaration of intent. The camera focuses on Yeo Sangjin, CEO, his face a mask of cold determination. He hasn't even begun to play his hand. And his ambition burns bright. To seize power, he must eliminate an obstacle. The throne awaits. The shadow of vengeance falls upon Yeo Sangjae. He's been pushed to the brink, his fury a palpable force. And his words are a promise of destruction. The scars on his face mirror the wounds in his soul. He will have his revenge. A storm gathers within him. Yeo Sangji's eyes blaze with a cold fire. He'll tear down anything that stands in his way. To claim his birthright. The path to power is paved with broken bodies and shattered dreams. He will be king. The Emperor Division unleashes a furious assault. A whirlwind of fists and feet connects with the Taejun alliance, bodies crumple under the onslaught. Victory was within their grasp, but then, sirens wail in the distance. Suddenly, flashing lights illuminate the scene. The tide turns, the Emperor Division is surrounded. Meanwhile, Hwang Kaman's pursuit of Yeo Sangjae intensifies. He's closing in, a desperate chase unfolds through the city streets. A roar of engines. Park Siaka appears, disrupting Kaman's plans, a collision course is set. Kaman's face contorts in a grimace of frustrated rage. His carefully laid plans, shattered. Under police surveillance, the Emperor Division is forced to lie low. What, do you think the police station is your living room? A superior scolds. A member of the division groans, man, I'm starving. Can't you order me some soup or something? With Yeo Sang-jae and several key executives defecting, the alliance's power is significantly weakened. A new power vacuum emerges. A figure emerges from the shadows. Taejun Alliance Number 2, Jang Cheon-ho. His imposing presence fills the frame. He walks with purpose, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A silent question hangs in the air. A hushed query, are you from the division? A cryptic response, HM. Who knows? Jang Cheon-ho extends a hand, a challenge. Why don't you take a guess whether I'm from the division or not? Recognition dawns. You. A swift, brutal strike. The ground erupts as Jang Cheon-ho unleashes his power. I'm disappointed, Jang Cheon-ho. You couldn't even figure out something that simple? The moon hangs heavy in the inky sky above a modern hospital. A chilling scene unfolds within its sterile walls. Jang Cheon-ho lies in a hospital bed, his face pale and drawn, the weight of betrayal heavy on his chest. Attacking the Alliance's number 2, how dare they? A steely gaze falls upon him. I'll find out who's behind this and make them pay. The air crackles with unspoken power. The visitor's identity is revealed, Woo Mun-won, president of the Taejun Alliance. Jang Cheon-ho, you always trusted me and stood by my side, really, no matter the moment. A flashback shows the two men together, younger, forging their alliance, a stark reminder of a broken bond. A flashback unfolds, revealing a brutal battle, the clash of steel echoing through the chaos. A whirlwind of fists and fury, bodies collapsing under the relentless assault. One man, battered but defiant, stands amidst the carnage. Even amidst the chaos, a calculating mind plots his next move. Yeo Sang-jae's manipulation casts a long shadow. A strategic chessboard, each piece representing a life, a battle. The game is far from over. And in a hospital room, a vow is made. A promise whispered in the quiet stillness. Woo Mun-won, a figure of power and resolve, stands over Jang Cheon-ho's unconscious form. That's why I'll believe in you too, he declares, his voice firm. A weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. Acting on your own like this over a single pawn, a voice sneers. The confrontation ignites. You're more sentimental than you look, Woo Mun-won is told, the words cutting deep. A truth revealed, a trap sprung. So it was you, the realization dawns. The identity of the betrayer is unveiled. Yeo Sang-jae told me that you two share a foolish bond. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, but such attachments are a fatal flaw for a king. Woo Mun-won descends the steps, his words echoing the cold resolve in his eyes. Time for you to step down, too. The scene shifts, revealing a furious confrontation. Yeo Sang-jae, so he's already teamed up with this bastard? I thought Yeo Sang-jae was clever, but this strategy is a total miss. Woo Mun-won unleashes his fury. You, a mere shadow of Hwang Muj, think you could take me down? A brutal blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Jang Cheon-ho reels from the force, his face a mask of disbelief. A mere shadow of Hwang Muj, ha. Jang Cheon-ho spits out his defiance. That's a title I really don't care for. Another devastating strike. The fight continues, leaving Jang Cheon-ho unconscious and defeated in a hospital bed. Woo Mun-won stands over him, his expression grim. The weight of his actions settles heavily. A sneer plays on Woo Mun-won's lips as he sizes up his opponent. That look on your face, all anxious over a single pawn. Park Seok roars, his face a mask of fury and betrayal. You bastard! The fight explodes. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion, the air crackles with the force of their clash. Woo Mun-won's voice cuts through the chaos. That's right. Stay still, Woo Mun-won. If you run, your precious friend might get hurt. Park Seok's eyes narrow, acknowledging his opponent's strength. Park Seok is undeniably strong. Despair washes over Park Siaka's face. There's no escape, no way to protect Jang Qianho while fighting this monster. Damn it! There's no way out. A brutal counterattack. Wu Manwan's fist connects with bone-jarring impact. A cold calculation in his eyes. Who knows if my fist will turn to your friend instead? The final blow lands. A devastating impact sends Park Siaka sprawling. The fight is over. Jang Qianho's eyes blaze with fury. If this fight continues here, he snarls, I'll be nothing more than a hostage. Park Siaka, his face a mask of grim determination, watches the unfolding chaos. A chilling premonition hangs in the air. If things go south, Jang Qianho will be the first to pay the price. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Wu Manwan explodes into action, a whirlwind of power. A devastating blow connects. Park Siaka is sent flying. Park Siaka crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh! Wu Manwan advances, his eyes cold and unforgiving. If that's the case. You son of a... Park Siaka roars, enraged, but his words are cut short. As Wu Manwan delivers the final blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. Park Siaka lies defeated, his anger barely contained. I almost died falling off, you bastard. A sinister chuckle echoes through the night. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. The mastermind's plan is unfolding. The clash. A brutal exchange of blows between Park Siaka and Wu Manwan. The impact of each strike sends shockwaves through the air. Park Siaka is sent flying through the air, crashing through a glass window. He's risking everything for a single pawn? The fight continues with brutal efficiency. Wu Manwan's strikes are relentless, each one landing with bone-jarring force. Park Siaka, battered but defiant, grits his teeth. I don't know what you and Yeo Sangjae are scheming, but you'll never take me down on your own. He unleashes a furious counterattack, a desperate gamble, but Wu Manwan anticipates every move. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Wu Manwan brings Park Siaka to his knees. The fight is over. Wu Manwan stands over his defeated opponent. Ha! Got up the moment we landed, huh? You really are a monster, no less than Huang Niuj. But even in victory, a shadow of doubt crosses Wu Manwan's face. But still. Park Siaka's eyes blaze with furious defiance, even in defeat, a chilling look of determination. Wu Manwan counters Park Siaka's attack. His blade flashes, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. Park Siaka's enraged sneer speaks volumes. Even a monster like you can be killed somehow, like running you over with a truck, or stabbing you with a knife. The impact. A grunt of pain. Park Siaka is wounded, his fury barely contained. Park Siaka's rage explodes. Ugh! How dare you! The aftermath. Wu Manwan and Jang Qianho, battered but alive, a tense silence hangs in the air. Sigh, will this really be alright? A somber conversation unfolds. Honestly, I wonder if the alliance can ever regain its former strength. The truth is, only you and I are left among the executives now. The grim reality is revealed. That's because we rooted out all the traitors after the battle with the division. The bodies of the traitors lie scattered on the floor. A chilling question hangs in the air. Again, anyone else not planning to follow me? The uncertainty deepens. Even Jang Qianho's fate remains unknown. Even Qianho, we don't know when he'll wake up. So what do you want me to say? It doesn't matter how many executives we've got left. All we need to do is believe in the president. He's the man known as the King of Taejun. He may be lying low for now, but with him, the alliance will rise again. Huff, huff, the fight is over. Park Siaka lies defeated, gasping for air. Ha, I should thank you, Wu Manwan. You showed me just how pointless fistfights are in this kind of game. A bloody blade is wiped clean, the King of Taejun is ready for the next move. You're quite the expert at crossing the line. Striking without the slightest hesitation. Do you have experience in this or something? I should have teamed up with you from the start. Manhwa, a figure of quiet intensity, stands amidst the wreckage. The text reveals a truth: he was forcibly removed from his previous situation. A confrontation with Park Seok. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a battle is brewing. Park Seok's face is a mask of grim determination. His words echo the sentiment: this isn't just a fight, it's war. Seok's sneering expression speaks volumes. He sees this conflict as a brutal, necessary step. A calculated move in a larger game. His words confirm it: a real war, huh? I like the sound of that. Manhwa, his gaze sharp, sets his sights on the next phase of his plan. He's not done yet. Hwang Chomin is next. The Emperor Division, a formidable force, stands ready. Their leader's chilling declaration hangs heavy in the air: this time, it's going to be a real war. A woman with fiery red hair and a cigarette exudes an aura of cold menace. Her threat is clear: the Emperor Division will be utterly destroyed. The night is thick with tension. A lone figure emerges from the shadows, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. The hell? He confronts another man, equally menacing, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop of a small, dimly lit building. Who's this bastard? The scene shifts inside, the air heavy with unspoken threats. Footfalls echo on the floor, dust disturbed by their presence. A cold voice cuts through the silence. Swearing at your hyung after all this time? Looks like you need to be taken care of too. Still the same as ever, swearing at your hyung after all this time? Need to be taken care of too. Kwak Jigong. But since we go way back, I'll give you one option. Come with me, Kwak Jigong. You've been spouting nonsense non-stop. I'm the one who formed the division with Hwang Muj. I was the one who proposed bringing you in. Damn it. So what if you did? Hwang Muj's will. I'll carry out that will of the one who aimed for the very top. The night is dark, the wind bites, a tense standoff under a bruised sky. Hurry inside, his associate urges, a clear sense of urgency in his voice. But Kwak Jigong isn't buying it. It's a load of bullshit, he explodes, his anger a palpable force. A swift kick connects, the impact echoing. Jigong is sent sprawling. The associate presses his advantage, a flurry of blows. Who are you to carry on my hyung's will? A powerful counterattack, a shockwave erupts. Jigong fights back with brutal efficiency. He's battered, but unbowed, a grim determination etched on his face. Hey, Kwak Jigong. The associate's voice cuts through the chaos, a chilling reminder. It seems Jigong has forgotten something crucial. A flash of energy, a sudden burst of power, the associate unleashes a devastating attack. He reveals a shocking truth, that I was the Teen 1 captain of the Emperor Division. Screw that. You son of a bitch. The unnamed associate spits, his face contorted in rage. Team 1, or whatever they call themselves, is clearly not backing down. The only one above me is Muj Hyungnim. His words ring out, a defiant declaration of loyalty, but to whom? A flurry of fists and feet. The fight explodes into a chaotic ballet of blows, a brutal dance of desperation and defiance. Ha, guess you're not a mad dog, but a Jindo dog? The associate observes, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. Your loyalty is intense. The words hang in the air, heavy with meaning. But then why are you wagging your tail around the woman who killed him? The question cuts through the chaos, a sharp blade of betrayal. What? The associate recoils, stunned. That bitch orchestrated Hwang Muj's death, and she's now using his little brother to manipulate you all. The revelation hangs heavy, a dark cloud gathering over the fight. The truth is out. Are you following Hwang Chomin even after knowing all that? The question is a challenge, a test of loyalty, a moment of reckoning. Don't tell me you didn't even know he and Mahari are connected? The words are a low growl, a simmering fury, a carefully laid trap sprung. As expected, that got a reaction. A smirk plays on the lips of the observer, a silent acknowledgement of success. The plan is working. He still doesn't know how Huang Chomin took over the division. The words are a whisper, a chilling reminder of the power still at play. The game is far from over. The shadow of Huang Chomin looms large, his manipulative strategy laid bare. Kwok Jigong, seething with barely contained rage, clenches his fist, the weight of betrayal heavy on his shoulders. A brutal blow lands. The unnamed associate is sent sprawling, his face contorted in pain. Another strike. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Kwok Jigong, wounded but defiant, roars in defiance, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and hurt. His adversary presses the attack, taunting him. What, you want a pat on the back? The truth explodes into the open. He already knew everything. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway, the air thick with tension. A shocking accusation rings out. You orchestrated my Hyun's death, you bitch? Mahari remains unfazed, her response chillingly calm. Yes, that's right. That's why. I need your help. The desperation in his voice is palpable, years of pent-up rage and grief finally unleashed. So I can fulfill what Muj asked of me. A faded photograph, a ghost of a memory, a young man, full of life, now lost to time. So I can pay for my sins in full. Tears stream down her face, a silent confession of guilt and sorrow. A tense standoff under the harsh glare of streetlights, the air crackles with unspoken threats. And that Muj Hyun left his will to Huang Chomin. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling twist of fate. So you've changed masters. The words cut like a knife, exposing a betrayal that runs deeper than expected. The price of betrayal hangs heavy in the air, a chilling warning whispered on the wind. Accusations fly like daggers, each word a poisoned barb, a bitter confrontation ignites. On a desolate shore, under a bruised twilight sky, tensions simmer, a fragile truce holds. But the calm is deceptive. A storm brews within, plans are set in motion. Yeom Jae-han, captain of Emperor Division Team 3, a name that echoes with power, his presence is felt. His arrival shatters the uneasy peace, a sudden shift in the balance of power. Park Seok-a, ever vigilant, explains the situation, a calculated move. The aces are on their way, reinforcements arrive. Park Seok-a's resolve is unwavering, a silent vow. A tense standoff, the weight of unspoken words. Kwok Jigong's enemies, their faces contorted in a sneer, issue their final threat. Let's pick another day, Kwok Jigong. I'll be in touch soon. The air crackles with barely suppressed rage. But Jigong's fury explodes. What? This son of a, he roars, his voice raw with barely controlled fury. The ground trembles beneath his feet. His opponents, momentarily taken aback by his outburst, exchange uneasy glances. Let it go, one of them urges, fear creeping into his voice. The unnamed associate observes, a chilling thought crossing his mind, this is the perfect time to smash him. But the associate's confidence falters. The Park Seok-a I know doesn't fight losing battles. And his companion agrees, yeah. He's backing out because he knows he'd lose. Jigong, wounded but defiant, turns his back on them, his steps heavy with unspoken resolve. No, that's not running away. The associate whispers, a new layer of unease settling over her features. He's definitely hiding his cards now. A sudden interruption. Ah! Hey, Yeom Jae-han, one of the thugs exclaims, their attention diverted. Jigong, seizing the opportunity, unleashes a chilling warning, next time, a lie like that won't get you out of it. Wounded but defiant, Kwok Jigong stands amidst the dust and rubble, his gaze unwavering. Kwok Jigong rejected the offer. The news spreads like wildfire, igniting a spark of defiance. Didn't you say you'd deal with him if he refused? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge. In a dimly lit room, two figures sit across a low table. I did, the response is curt, devoid of emotion. The air crackles with unspoken tension. This was the perfect chance to eliminate the Team 2 captain. A cold calculation, devoid of mercy. Or do you still have lingering attachment to the division? A pointed question, laced with suspicion. Pretty bold talk from someone just lounging on the couch sipping tea. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the casual demeanor. Hey, Yeo Sangjae, you seem confused, so let me clear it up. A condescending tone, dripping with arrogance. I'm not your chess piece. Ji-gung's defiance is palpable, his eyes burn with a cold fire. Instead, you're mine. The words are a declaration of ownership, a chilling assertion of power. So that's what happened. A chilling revelation unfolds under the dim glow of a street lamp, casting long shadows on the quiet city streets. Park Seok tried to recruit Kwak Ji-gong? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent threat echoing in the darkness. Yeah. If I hadn't shown up, he probably would have killed him. A grim confirmation, the weight of unspoken violence palpable in the scene. Then we can't just sit around either. A decision is made. Action is required. The pace quickens. Call in all the captains. A phone rings, sharp and urgent, cutting through the night stillness. I'll be there shortly. The order is given, a wave of activity about to break. Got it. See you soon. Beep. The call ends, leaving only the hum of the city behind. But anyway. A moment of reflection, a shift in focus. To her place? A question hangs in the air, a sense of unease settling over the scene. What weird thing is she planning now? The mystery deepens. Ding dong. A doorbell rings, a sharp contrast to the quiet street. The anticipation builds. Hwang Chomin? You're here earlier than I thought. A surprise meeting, a hint of unexpected tension in the air. Come on in. An invitation, but the atmosphere remains charged. Excuse me. A nervous reaction, a palpable sense of discomfort. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Kwak Ji-gong bursts through the door, his apprehension evident in his hurried steps. Hey, so why'd you call me over? Hwang Chomin, calm and collected, leans against the counter, a knowing glint in her eyes. Why do you think? Her voice drips with a subtle challenge, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Why else would she summon him to her apartment at night? Ji-gung's curiosity is piqued. Because I wanted to show you something, obviously. He's practically bouncing with anticipation, the suspense is killing him. Show me? Hwang Chomin gestures towards a computer, its screen glowing faintly. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Ji-gung's jaw drops. That? A computer. Hwang Chomin explains, her voice low and steady. She found a system that can read the floppy disk his father left behind. The files, thankfully, were undamaged. A single floppy disk, labeled King Game Hwang, glows with an eerie light. Dad's disk. Ji-gung's eyes are wide with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He can finally see what's inside. Hwang Chomin gestures towards the old computer, a knowing glint in his eye. I figured it's better if you see for yourself. Kwak Ji-gong approaches the screen, his brow furrowing in confusion. Only one folder? A single file sits there, radiating an unsettling aura. A beat of silence, then, a gasp of shock. His eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Sweat beads on his forehead. The question explodes from him, raw and desperate, what is this file? He sits before his computer screen, a single folder displayed, only one? His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. What could it be? A wave of confusion and apprehension washes over him. What is this file? A photo appears on the screen, a photo of a powerful man holding a baby. The image of a sleeping infant fills the screen. Who is that? A woman's voice cuts through the silence, her tone sharp and urgent. That baby. His eyes bulge, a look of utter disbelief etched on his face. Me? The unnamed protagonist, his face etched with a mixture of shock and confusion, stares at the photo. Yes, my dad. I've only seen him in photos too, he mutters, a tremor in his voice. A grainy image reveals a powerfully built man, holding a baby that looks strikingly familiar. The name Super Ironworks is visible in the background. His eyes widen. This is strange. Is this really the reason Guguk chased after the tailor uncle? The question hangs heavy in the air. The protagonist's gaze is fixated on the background of the photo, a detail that suddenly holds immense significance. Super Ironworks? He types furiously, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. Found it, he breathes, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His companion, a woman with long silver hair, takes a call. The problem is, there are 5 such places with the same name across the country? 5 places with the same name. The protagonist's expression shifts to one of dawning realization. A chilling revelation dawns on him. What? 5 of them. That's the same number of dad's bases mentioned in Huang Nude's diary. 2 imposing figures stand against a desolate landscape. One speaks, his voice heavy with implication. There are multiple bases across the country, but there are 5 of them that only Huang Guhak and I know about. The unnamed woman offers the protagonist a ride, but he refuses. His focus is elsewhere. A far more pressing matter than a simple ride. His determination is palpable. Confusion clouds his face. What could she possibly mean? The woman reveals a shocking truth. Huang Nuge, in search of their father, went to Super Ironworks. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A past action with unforeseen consequences. The protagonist's brother sought to prove himself to their father, to resolve his doubts about his existence. But the protagonist carves his own path. He won't follow in his brother's footsteps. His resolve hardens. He's forged his own way to prove himself. The image of a wrecked motorcycle lies scattered on the ground, a symbol of a failed attempt to prove himself. The weight of fate bears down. A crushing realization of inadequacy. He doesn't know how to be a king. Yet, a new purpose ignites within him. A quiet resolve takes hold. If it's him, I'll return the ordinary lives to the ordinary students. He might just obtain it all. Perhaps your little brother really can. So what are you going to do now? There's only one answer. That guy, who doesn't give a shit about ordinary students. I'm going to take him, Yeo Sangjae, down. Searching for my dad comes after that. Wang Chomin. At first, he was just a piece on my chessboard. But at some point, I couldn't control him anymore. The scene opens with a close-up on Huang Kaman's face, his expression unreadable. Yeah, now. The caption reads, setting a tone of anticipation. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. Huh? You seem kinda manly today? It's making my heart flutter a little. Her words are playful, yet there's a hint of something more. Kaman's cheeks flush crimson. Am manly. What? He stammers, clearly flustered by the unexpected compliment. He tries to brush it off, but the woman's amusement only grows. What are you talking about? I am leaving, he insists, hurrying away. Now that's the Huang Chomin I know, she chuckles, watching him go. A dramatic shift in setting. A shadowy figure stands tall, holding a flag emblazoned with a fierce dragon. The air crackles with anticipation. A vast assembly of figures, clad in dark uniforms, stands before him. Now that everyone's here, I'll begin, the figure declares, his voice echoing with authority. The camera pans across the crowd, revealing the scale of the gathering. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A leader's voice cuts through the silence. It's been confirmed that Team 1, Captain Park Siaka, has betrayed us. The revelation sends a ripple of shock through the ranks. Chomin stands amidst the crowd, his expression grim. So I've decided that a restructuring of the executive ranks is necessary, he states, his tone resolute. Kwak Jigong, a chilling grin splitting his face, declares, Team 1. Karaoke's on me today. Meanwhile, Yong Jihan, his expression sharp and calculating, adds, and Team 2 will be led by Yong Jihan. The announcement of Kim Taexian leading Team 3 is met with a simple, curt, MHM. Kim Taexian, arms crossed, stands as the newly appointed captain of Team 3. Do Jianho, a sly smile playing on his lips, comments, hee hee, a lightning-fast promotion. He's been assigned to lead Team 4. The final piece of the puzzle is revealed, Song Minguk, the new captain of the Chief of Staff's direct unit. A close-up on Common's face, his expression is unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. As murmurs of awe and respect ripple through the ranks. Whoever it is must be seriously badass. The name is revealed, Song Minguk. The new captain. Du Jianhu's wide-eyed surprise speaks volumes. I only joined the division because it was supposedly safer than being a target of the alliance, and now I'm a captain? The whispers begin. A wave of doubt washes over Song Minguk as the Emperor Division stares, their expressions a mixture of suspicion and disdain. Everyone's looking at me like I'm totally unreliable. Meanwhile, a hushed conversation unfolds amongst the newly appointed captains. The air crackles with unspoken tension. One captain questions Song Minguk's sudden rise to power, his words laced with skepticism. That guy's on the same level as me? The restructuring is complete. A cold finality hangs in the air as the announcement echoes through the room. That concludes the executive restructuring. A beat of silence, then, a challenge. If anyone has objections, please raise your hand. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. A resounding silence, broken only by a chilling chuckle. None. The room erupts in nervous laughter, a thin veil over simmering resentment. Song Minguk's smirk is a chilling testament to his newly acquired power. The whispers turn to open resentment. One captain dares to question Song Minguk's authority, his words dripping with sarcasm. He just became the chief of staff and he's already throwing his weight around? Song Minguk's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in his gaze. His response is a chilling warning, a subtle threat hanging in the air. You probably don't know, but raising your hand equals immediate execution. No one can call him a loser now. A sudden shift in focus. Song Minguk's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What's that? His gaze sharpens, focusing on something unseen, a palpable sense of unease washing over him. The tension is almost unbearable. A question hangs in the air, heavy with doubt and apprehension. This is all we've got? The Emperor Division's restructuring is complete, but the numbers are far from reassuring. A tense meeting unfolds. Kwak Jigong, the newly appointed captain of Team 1, expresses his concerns. Barely 100 troops, and some of them look weak. His subordinate tries to explain the situation, emphasizing the sudden nature of the call-up. Many are still in the hospital. But another officer challenges the authority of the new leadership. Who gave them the right to summon them like this? Jigong cuts him off, impatient and direct. He's not here for pleasantries, he's here for war. The plan is revealed, a direct assault on the division head. A gasp of shock escapes his subordinate. But Jigong remains calm and confident. He's prepared for this. He has something special for these weaklings. With a powerful heave, he throws a heavy duffel bag. The air crackles with energy, revealing a cache of advanced weaponry. The sound of metal hitting the ground echoes. And the faces of the officers reflect a mixture of awe and determination. The attack is on. That was just your personal deviation. The words hang in the air, heavy with accusation. A tense standoff unfolds, blades poised. A sudden, violent clash. The air crackles with energy as the two figures collide. Scattered weapons lie on the ground, a chilling display of Kwak Jigong's ruthless preparation. His face contorted in disbelief, a captain stares at the weaponry. You're telling us to use these? Doubt gnaws at him. Even with these, we're still outmatched. The weight of the situation presses down. Kim Taexian, a formidable opponent, is mentioned. Even with advanced weaponry, victory is far from assured. But Kwak Jigon remains unfazed. No need to worry about Kim Taexian. A flag bearing a fierce, stylized dragon snaps in the wind, a symbol of power and impending conflict. Eyes widen in shock, a sudden realization dawns. A desperate cry pierces the air. Taexian Hyung. A chilling question hangs in the air, Nam? Kim? The answer comes in the form of a furious charge, a blur of motion as a figure explodes into the scene. That guy. He leads a pack of ruthless thugs, their movements sharp and precise, a coordinated assault is underway. The ground trembles with each heavy step, a brutal display of force. A desperate cry rings out, "Stop him!" The attacker, relentless, advances, his weapon, a wickedly sharp blade, glinting menacingly. A sinister smile spreads across a face shrouded in shadow. Kim Taexian has already been. The attacker's shadow falls long and dark, a swift, decisive strike. The target is eliminated, taken care of. A pained groan escapes, the weight of the attack settling in. A guttural scream rips through the air. Huang Kaman's eyes widen in horror as the scene unfolds before him. His face contorted in rage, Choman bellows a desperate plea, "That bastard! Get him!" Another voice, filled with anguish, cries out, "Kim Taexian Hyung!" The desperation is palpable. The scene shifts. Kwak Jigon stands amidst the chaos, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. "Now, all that's left is your choice." His words hang heavy in the air. Yom Jaihan, observing from the shadows, addresses his underlings, "Are you going to keep hiding behind the excuse of lacking manpower, like cowards?" The tension ratchets up, a single word hangs in the air, "or." A glint of steel. A blade unsheathed. The question is answered with brutal efficiency. "Are you going to use the weapons I gave you and slaughter the division?" The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoes, "KKKSHSH." A swift kick connects, sending the opponent sprawling across the gritty city pavement. His breath ragged, a mask of exertion on his face. Huff. Blood trickles from a brutal wound, the fight is far from over. A cry of anguish pierces the night air, "Taexian Hyung!" Panic sets in as allies arrive, their faces etched with worry. "Kim Taexian!" Enraged, a comrade bellows, "Get that son of a B***TCH!" His eyes widen, fear gripping him. As relentless pursuit continues, closing in. Taexian Hyung. A brutal stomp echoes through the alleyway. Kick. Beep, beep. The rhythmic pulse of a heart monitor fills the sterile silence of the hospital room. Kim Taexian lies still, his life hanging in the balance. But there's hope. Fortunately, they said his life isn't in danger, a voice whispers, a glimmer of relief amidst the tension. But the relief is short-lived. But they also said it'll be hard for him to wake up for a while. The gravity of the situation settles in. A shadow falls over the scene. The culprit was formerly part of Park Seok-a's team. A woman with fiery red hair clenches her jaw, suspicion hardening her gaze. This is no accident. This has to be Park Seok-a's doing. The pieces fall into place, a chilling realization dawning on her face. The attack was deliberate. We knew he could still use his former subordinates, but I didn't think he'd go this far. A young man's face is etched with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. The betrayal runs deep. Crash! A door bursts open, revealing two figures, their faces contorted in rage. That son of a bitch! That dog-like bastard! The fury is palpable. The bastard who stabbed Taexian Hyung. A man's fist clenches, knuckles white with fury. We beat him until he was a bloody pulp, but he did not open his mouth even once. The reason Yeo Sangjae kept a low profile after the war with the Alliance was a lack of power to deal with the division executives. Adding to that, Kim Taexian is a symbolic figure, the prodigy of Chongbeek. The man acknowledged by Emperor Huang Muj, the Iron Wall who even held off Wu Munwan, lies here, unconscious. With someone like that taken down, our members will feel tense, while the enemy will feel emboldened. Emboldened by what? I'm still here, damn it. Hey, Huang Chomin. You're just going to sit around like this? No plan or what? First, we need to regroup. Jihan Hyung, instruct the members to operate in teams of 3 or more. Jigong Hyung, stay ready to move in case of another ambush. I'll round up everyone who's ready to strike. I'll head off first. Kim Nakshan, just in case, stay by Huang Kaman's side. A young man, seemingly out of place, stumbles through a dimly lit hallway, his eyes wide with confusion as he's confronted by 3 imposing figures. One of them snarls, "Who is this punk?" The air thick with menace. The scene shifts, tension rising. "Who do you think you are telling me to move?" a gruff voice demands. A fiery-haired woman steps forward, her expression cold and hard. A heavy breath escapes the young man's lips, a moment of vulnerability before the storm. He bursts through a door, eyes wide with terror, a desperate escape. The caption reveals his identity, Kim Tae-yang, Kim Taexian's biological younger brother. The scene shifts to a hospital room, a somber atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Tae-yang. Tae-yang rushes to his brother's bedside, his voice choked with emotion. "Hyung, why did something like this happen to you?" A flashback shows a younger Tae-yang, carefree and smiling, a stark contrast to the present. His words echo the past. "Hyung always protects me, so I don't need to worry." Tae-yang's face is a mask of guilt and self-reproach. His words hang heavy in the air. "I'm the one who dragged Taexian Hyung into this mud." He explains, a hint of bitterness in his voice. His trust was misplaced. The naivete of youth, shattered by harsh reality. His eyes widen, reflecting the weight of his mistake. A city street stretches before him. He bows his head, a silent apology echoing in the urban landscape. The weight of his actions pressing down. "I'm sorry, Tae-yang. I'm not the kind of person you think I am." Taexian lies in a hospital bed, his face pale and still. The silence speaks volumes. A brother's unwavering loyalty shines through Tae-yang's tears. "From now on, I'll protect you and Taexian Hyung." A vow of vengeance, born from grief and determination. "At the very least, I'll fight to the end for you brothers." Kaman's steely gaze reflects a plan forming in his mind, a ruthless ambition to eradicate the source of the problem. "I'll make sure something like this never happens again, by dismantling this entire high school fight scene." The scene shifts to outside the hospital room. Security is present, a silent promise of protection. A sterile hospital room. Kim Taexian lies unconscious in a hospital bed, his pale skin a stark contrast to the crisp white sheets. A young man, Kim Tae-yang, stands vigil, his posture rigid with grief and determination. Tae-yang's gaze is fixed on his brother. A subtle shift in his expression, a flicker of something beyond sorrow. Is it hope? The scene shifts. Tae-yang and Nakshan walk down a hospital corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. A grim determination etched on Tae-yang's face. "Tae-yang. I swear. I'll definitely get revenge." Night descends upon a desolate industrial area. The air hangs heavy with the scent of rust and decay. A place where shadows lurk and secrets are kept. Inside a dimly lit warehouse, a tense interrogation unfolds. Bound and battered, Yeo Sangjae endures relentless questioning. His captors, relentless and unforgiving. The interrogation continues, brutal and unrelenting. Sangji's body bears the marks of their cruelty. His silence speaks volumes. Close up on Sangji's face, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and something else. A deep, unshakable resolve. He refuses to break. Tae-yang observes the scene, his expression unreadable. He sees not just physical pain, but a deeper torment in Sangji's eyes. This man, it's not loyalty or devotion that's keeping his mouth shut. That expression. Yeo Sangji's eyes, white with pain and fear, speak volumes. I absolutely can't say anything, he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. The interrogator's words cut through the silence. That's fear. There's something he fears more than this interrogation. The scene shifts, revealing a cold, sterile interrogation room. The interrogator, calm and collected, states the obvious: we already know Park Seok-ae is behind this. There are just 3 things we want to know. The questions hang heavy in the air. What are Park Seok-ae and Yeo Sang-jae plotting? How many traitors like him have been planted? And is another attempt like today planned? A glimmer of hope flickers in Sang-ji's eyes as a deal is offered. Just tell us that, and we'll release you right away. We'll even protect you from Park Seok-ae. Sang-ji's desperate whisper cuts through the tension. Why, you'll protect me? The interrogator's gaze is unwavering, a hint of a plan in his eyes. But if we emphasize that we'll protect him? Sang-ji's hope is reignited. Really? You'll protect me? The interrogator's smirk is chilling. Then he'll start talking like this. Ha 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 ha. Don't make me laugh. Sang-ji's laughter is laced with bitter defiance. You think you can protect me from Park Seok-ae? Yeo Sang-jae, battered but unbowed, spits defiance. You all don't know, that bastard, he's not the Park Seok-ae you knew. A brutal blow. Sang-jae is thrown back, the impact echoing in the night. The attacker stands over him, sneering. Disappointing. I asked nicely, for old time's sake, and you refused. More blows rain down. Arg! Arg! Sang-jae groans, his resistance weakening. But his tormentor remains unmoved. It's just stabbing a single person, was it really that unpleasant? The attacker stands over his fallen foe, a chilling calm in his eyes. A bloody knife held loosely in his hand. He turns to another figure, a question hanging in the air. Hey, do you not want to do it either? Seok-ae Hyung. What is this? Fear and betrayal etched onto his face. That guy was completely loyal to you, Hyung. A cold response. Was he? The sweat beads on Yeo Sang-ji's brow, a stark testament to the pressure building within him. Up until this moment, he'd held his composure, but now, the weight of his betrayal threatens to crush him. Park Seok-ae's gaze is cold, unwavering. A glint of steel flashes in the dim light. So, what about you, he sneers, the blade already poised to strike. The blade falls. A sickening thud echoes in the silence. Will Yeo Sang-jae remain a good boy? His eyes widen in terror, reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. Or will he succumb to the darkness? The raw agony of betrayal contorts his features. That bastard, he's a monster now, he screams, his voice filled with despair and rage. Bound and helpless, Yeo Sang-ji's associate is at the mercy of his ruthless attacker. You have no way of protecting me. Seok-ae's words are a chilling promise. Park Seok-ae stands tall, flanked by his loyal henchmen. A chilling aura of power emanates from the trio, a stark contrast to the defeated man on the floor. The full moon hangs heavy in the night sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. A conversation unfolds under the watchful eye of the moon. Don't you think something's off, Nakshin? Doubt begins to creep into Nakshin's mind. What? Kim Nakshin, his brow furrowed in thought, questions the recent events. Yeo Sang-jae may be despicable, but he never goes to such extremes. His gaze is intense, a silent reflection on the brutal turn of events. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. The pieces don't fit. Something is terribly wrong. Park Seok-ae approaches Nakshin, his voice a low, urgent whisper, Nakshin. There's something I need you to do. Nakshin, wary but intrigued, responds with a questioning huh? What is it, his expression a mixture of suspicion and apprehension. Seok-ae's response is chillingly calm, it's simple, but difficult. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. As he reveals his plan, a daring counterattack. The enemy caused chaos right in the middle of our division, he explains, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. His strategy is audacious, a direct assault on the enemy's base. So we're going to do the same, charge right into the middle of their base, with you at the front. Nakshin, despite his reservations, is captivated by the boldness of the plan. I like the sound of that. He muses, a flicker of determination in his eyes.